Chapter 1. Transcending to the Fourth Prince of Douluo, Awakening the Love System. Douluo Continent. Star Luo Empire. Star Luo City, Royal Palace. Today marks the day of the fourth Prince Dai Yunhan's martial soul awakening. In addition to the royal family members, the Yuming family, led by the Zhu family, also stands by to observe. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, are you prepared? A court scholar approached Dai Yunhan. Yes, Dai Yunhan nodded. Recently, the trend of transmigration has flourished, and Dai Yunhan has been fortunate enough to experience it himself. His transition was simply merely bestowed a 5-star review upon the author of this book, and thus he was transported. He became the fourth prince of the Star Luo Empire. With a noble identity and a prestigious status, he felt quite satisfied. As for the empire's brutal royal customs, he paid little heed after all. What was the point of transmigrating if one lacked a golden opportunity? System: activate the beginner's gift package. The system awakened on the day of his transmigration, aptly named the love system. By engaging in a romantic relationship with a goddess of the continent, he could reap rewards. The deeper the feelings, the more abundant the rewards. This was something Dai Yunhan greatly cherished. However, it could only be opened on the day of his martial soul awakening. The beginner's gift package has been opened. You have acquired a divine-level martial soul, Chaos Twin-Winged Tiger. You have gained innate soul power of level 20. Only level 20? System, are you being stingy? If other transmigrators saw this, they might think we cannot afford to play. Dai Yunhan felt somewhat dissatisfied, as this was merely on par with Qianrenxue, lacking prestige. Yet the system paid him no mind. Oh well, he thought, he might as well settle for this. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, please relax and do not be anxious, the court scholar said, tossing 6 stones into the air. The stones shimmered with golden light, forming a unique magical array that enveloped Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, comforting him, as something tugged at his spiritual sea. As the pulling force intensified, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed, followed by the appearance of a black and white tiger with wings in his consciousness space. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Chaos Twin-Winged Tiger behind Dai Yunhan also materialized abruptly, its massive form stretching over 5 meters in length, with powerful muscles and a majestic tiger face. The pattern was in black and white, with white as the base and black as the markings. On its back, it boasted a pair of enormous wings, black on the right and white on the left. As the wings spread, they reached nearly 20 meters, occupying a significant portion of the room. The roar of the tiger was deafening, exuding an air of divine arrogance, reverberating with a resonant sound that seemed to pierce the soul, causing hearts to tremble in response. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left dumbfounded, their hearts racing wildly. This is a mutated martial soul, and a remarkably benign mutation. The Emperor of Star Luo, seated upon the highest throne, revealed an expression of excitement. With such a powerful mutated martial soul, their Star Luo Empire was destined to produce a title Douluo. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The fourth prince's talent shines brightly. This is a blessing for the nation and its people. Zhu Tianfeng, the head of the Yuming family, remarked. The Emperor of Star Luo glanced at him, nodding with a smile. Indeed, this is a fortunate event, but I must also congratulate you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianfeng exchanged smiles with the emperor, understanding the implication behind the words. Princes traditionally allied with the Zhu family through marriage. Now that the fourth prince was so impressive, a union with the Zhu family would undoubtedly elevate their status. He could not help but glance to his side, where only one girl from the Zhu family had reached the age of 6. Zhu Zhuqing. However, it had already been arranged that she was to be engaged to the third prince, Dai Mubai. Now, with the fourth prince's remarkable performance, should he renegotiate with the emperor? After all, he was well aware of the ruthless iron rules of the royal family. If his daughter married into the royal family, she would bear the burden of such a tragic fate. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had also awakened her martial soul, today the Yuming spirit cat, with innate soul power at level 7. If she could grow successfully, she might have the potential to become a title Douluo in the future. Previously, he had not been optimistic about Zhu Zhuqing's engagement to Dai Mubai, given that Davis clearly held the upper hand. Now that the fourth prince's talent had emerged, he felt compelled to advocate for Zhuqing's future. Following the fourth prince would surely yield better outcomes than with Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Yunhan also opened his eyes, sensing the aura radiating from him and the astonished, envious gazes of the crowd, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The strength of the martial soul was not the most crucial factor. What mattered most was to appear handsome. The chaos twin-winged tiger was precisely the type he adored. Contrasting with the joy surrounding him, Dai Mubai and Davis found themselves in dismay. Particularly Davis, who, being older, had always looked down upon his two younger brothers. In his mind, the throne was his for the taking. However, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's formidable, mutated martial soul, a sense of danger welled up within him. As for Dai Mubai, his already dim eyes grew even darker. Caught in the middle, with an older brother possessing greater talent, he had already succumbed to despair. Now, with one brother surpassing him, he felt the weight of that despair plunge him into the depths of hopelessness. Watching the satisfied gaze of his father and Dai Yunhan's smug expression, he understood that he would soon find himself unwelcome in the royal palace. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, we must now assess your soul power. Please place your hand upon the crystal ball. The court scholar then produced the crystal ball. Dai Yunhan promptly placed his hand upon it, and a brilliant white light instantly filled the room, spreading with such rapidity that it resembled a miniature sun, illuminating every corner of the grand hall. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, wincing from the piercing brightness, yet their hearts were overwhelmed with shock, for they knew that a true genius had been born. Soon, the light dissipated. The grand hall returned to tranquility. However, after the calm, an eerie silence fell. Yet amidst the stillness, a heavy breath broke through. Your Majesty, the fourth prince possesses innate soul power at level 20. As this announcement rang out, the crowd erupted with excitement and joy. Even the stunned Dai Mubai and Davis could not contain their astonishment. After all, this was a matter of record. Yet internally, they were engulfed in profound bitterness. Level 20. Having just awakened his martial soul, he was already a soul master. The irony was almost unbearable. In that moment, not only Dai Mubai, but even Davis felt a wave of despair wash over him. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Father. Congratulations, Fourth Prince. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, the Emperor of Star Luo felt a swell of elation within innate level 20, a miracle unprecedented in the history of the Star Luo Empire. Unquestionably, Dai Yunhan was destined to become a titled Douluo. This was an opportunity for the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 2. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's engagement? I have objections. However, this opportunity must not be stifled in its infancy. Proclaim, the events of today must not be disclosed. Those who disobey shall face the extermination of their 9 clans. Yes, in truth, there were very few people in the grand hall, not even a palace, made only the few of them remained. This was to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, to guard against the talent being coveted or the failure being ridiculed. After the martial soul awakening, the Emperor of Star Luo turned to Zhu Tianfeng, saying, Today, Zhu Zhuqing has also turned 6. Has she awakened her martial soul? Reporting to Your Majesty, Zhu Zhuqing has awakened her martial soul, the Yuming spirit cat, with innate soul power at level 7. Level 7. The Emperor of Star Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled. Not bad. Not bad. Innate soul power at level 7 is indeed a rare talent in the world. Zhuqing's future holds great promise. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. The Emperor nodded, then continued, Since Zhu Zhuqing has turned 6, according to our previous agreement, she shall be betrothed to Dai Mubai. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Zhuqing's soul power level, the Emperor had contemplated marrying her to Dai Yunhan, but since he had already made a promise, a king must not break his word, so he could only adhere to the prior arrangement. After all, while the competition among princes was brutal, as a father, he had to maintain fairness until the victor was determined. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Tianfeng felt a heaviness in their hearts. After witnessing Dai Yunhan's talent, Zhu Tianfeng was already regretting the decision. Zhuqing's talent was not insignificant, and she too had the potential to become a title de law. But aligning with Dai Mubai would lead to tragedy. The Zhu family had finally produced a genius, and he did not wish to see that potential squandered. Zhu Qing was equally aware of this reality. As a member of the Zhu family, she had long known that her fiancé was Dai Mubai, yet she did not mind, believing that as long as they worked hard together, they could overcome any obstacles. Thus, even if Dai Mubai held the disadvantage, she was willing to enter into this union. However, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's terrifying talent, a sense of panic began to stir within her. It was not that she doubted Dai Mubai, but rather that Dai Yunhan's strength made her feel a sense of powerlessness. At the age of 6, she had attained level 7, while Dai Yunhan had already reached level 20. Faced with him, she found herself at a loss as to how to strive onward. Previously, the prospect of Davis had allowed her to envision the mountain summit, nurturing the belief that she would one day surmount it. Yet now, Dai Yunhan seemed as elusive as the clouds on the horizon, forever beyond her reach. Thus, upon hearing those words, a shadow fell over her heart. This statement was tantamount to pronouncing her death sentence. She could not help but glance at Dai Yunhan, who was merely a 6-year-old child herself, yearning for a carefree existence. If given the choice, would she willingly confront the perilous crossroads of life and death? Alas, this was her destiny, and she had no option but to accept it. "Father, I have a dissenting opinion." Just as she fell into silence, Dai Yunhan spoke up suddenly. The unexpected utterance drew the attention of all present. Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat as an intense premonition washed over her. Her pulse quickened, and her small fists clenched tightly, her beautiful, large eyes fixed intently on Dai Yunhan. Zhu Tianfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. He understood what Dai Yunhan was about to declare. The Star Luo Emperor's gaze flickered, for deep down he harbored reservations about betrothing Zhu Zhuqing to Dai Mubai. On one hand, Zhu Zhuqing was extraordinarily talented, while Dai Mubai appeared to be the weakest among the 3 princes. To wed Zhu Zhuqing to him would only squander a valuable asset. After all, Zhu Zhuqing herself had the potential to evolve into a formidable title de law. The loss of such a talent would not only be detrimental to him, but also to the empire. Thus, he secretly anticipated Dai Yunhan's intervention to seize the bride. Though the monarch's word was law, an unexpected interruption would alter the circumstances entirely. Meanwhile, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, Dai Mubai's expression turned bitter. He had lost the throne, and now, it seemed, he was to lose his wife as well. "Speak, what is your opinion?" inquired the Star Luo Emperor. "My opinion is quite simple. I wish for Zhu Zhuqing to become my wife," Dai Yunhan declared with unyielding confidence. The proclamation elicited peculiar expressions from the crowd, though it was an act they all put on. In truth, aside from Dai Mubai, they were all inwardly delighted, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who, despite having sensed something profound moments ago, felt her heart finally unburdened upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words. This signified a transformative shift in her life, from darkness into light. Her heart brimmed with joy. Once again, she was merely a girl seeking happiness. If given the opportunity, who would willingly confront the specter of a hopeless demise? Moreover, she harbored no feelings for Dai Mubai at present. Thus, even if she felt like a mere object being contested, she longed to be claimed by a worthy family. Such was her fate. The Star Luo Emperor feigned contemplation. "However, I have already consented to the Prince of the Underworld changing my mind, now may not adhere to protocol." "What do you say, Prince of the Underworld?" Zhu Tianfeng's forehead darkened. It seemed the blame was being shifted onto him. "Your Majesty, our sole focus lies in the prosperity of the Star Luo Empire. Regardless of which prince it may be, we shall lend our utmost support. As long as the empire grows strong, our underworld clan will exert every effort." His words were diplomatic, avoiding implicating the Star Luo Emperor, yet they effectively conveyed Zhu Tianfeng's stance to choose Dai Yunhan. After all, what constituted strength, if not the presence of a strong leader? And at this moment, Dai Yunhan embodied that strength. The Star Luo Emperor then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. And you? Do you harbor any thoughts? I have no opinions. Everything shall proceed according to your and my father's wishes. Of course, she had her own thoughts, but they were not to be voiced. However, observing the unfolding situation, she realized she was destined to be Dai Yunhan's wife. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Dai Yunhan, her heart inexplicably elated, only to suddenly find him looking back at her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze shyly. Beep detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing has developed feelings for the host reward. 100-year soul ring, soul skill, chaos dual transformation. The system's voice rang out, catching Dai Yunhan off guard. He turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, astonished and delighted, never expecting that she would develop feelings for him so swiftly. He had intended to cultivate their bond gradually, yet it seemed that haste bore fruit. Chapter 3. Because I like you. At this moment, the Star Luo Emperor's gaze shifted back to Dai Mubai. My son, what are your thoughts? Dai Mubai internally scoffed. Given that he was the last to be asked, was the Emperor seeking his opinion? It seemed he was merely nudging him to concede. Yet, he refused to comply. A vengeful expression crossed Dai Mubai's face. He was acutely aware of the cruelty of the royal family, and he understood his fate was sealed. However, he could not simply relinquish everything without a fight. Dai Yunhan would kill him if he opposed Zhu Zhuqing, and if he allowed Zhu Zhuqing to marry Dai Yunhan, he would still meet the same fate. Thus, since death was inevitable, why should he allow his adversary to revel in happiness? Did they wish to seize his beloved? There is no way. Father, I dissent. Zhu Zhuqing was originally betrothed to me, and this has already been established. A sovereign's word is irrevocable and cannot be altered. Dai Mubai has now thrown caution to the wind, fully aware that his words may displease everyone. Yet, what does it matter? Will appeasing them alter his fate? Clearly not. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, Emperor Xingluo furrowed his brow, not in response to Dai Mubai's statements, but rather to his demeanor. One must speak with gravity. Others may express themselves freely, but you must not. Are you attempting to threaten me? Emperor Xingluo suppressed his inner fury and turned his gaze toward Dai Yunhan, my son. You have heard the words, one must speak with gravity. Inside Dai Yunhan's heart, a cold smile emerged. He had long anticipated that Dai Mubai would not relinquish Zhu Zhuqing. Setting aside his lecherous disposition, Zhu Zhuqing's demonstrated talent alone made her an individual worth vying for. After all, possessing an innate soul power of level 7 could significantly enhance his combat prowess. The power struggles within the Star Luo Empire's royalty extended beyond mere rivalry among the princes. Due to the connection with the netherworld White Tiger, Zhu Zhuqing and her sisters were also embroiled in the fray. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan had already devised a strategy to counter this. Third brother, since you are unwilling, let us adhere to the royal regulations. The sole rule of the Star Luo royal family was unmistakable: dueling. To vanquish an opponent was to strip them of everything, including their very life. However, to ensure fairness, older princes were prohibited from challenging their younger counterparts within designated age limits, while younger princes retained the right to challenge those who were older. Dai Mubai is now 9 years old, while Dai Yunhan is 6. Dai Yunhan is certainly capable of challenging Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. For his innate soul power is merely at 7.5 levels, and his talent is not particularly exceptional. After 3 years of cultivation, he has only reached level 18. In contrast, Dai Yunhan has already achieved level 20 upon her entry. How could he possibly defeat her? Nevertheless, he would not concede so easily. Do you wish to duel with me now? What is the matter, third brother? Are you afraid? Afraid? Dai Mubai scoffed. What is there to fear? It is merely a matter of life and death. I accept your challenge, but I shall dictate the time. Of course, that is agreeable. Dai Yunhan was aware of Dai Mubai's intentions. He was currently at the 18th level, on the cusp of breaking through to the 19th. It was evident that he would wait until he reached the 20th level before engaging in a duel with her. Thus, Dai Mubai needed to establish a timeline. Let it be set for 3 months hence. The royal arena, where we shall determine our fates, declared Dai Mubai. 3 months. He was confident he could ascend to the 20th level by then. Although he contemplated extending the time frame, he understood that the longer he waited, the more detrimental it would be for him. Very well. Upon concluding their discussion, both turned to Emperor Xingluo. The emperor's expression remained serene. This was a matter between them, and since they had made their decision, it would be honored. Yet, He harbored some reluctance regarding Dai Yunhan's immediate duel. For her future was almost a certainty. If she simply grew safely, she would undoubtedly become the next emperor of the empire. However, the royal traditions had been passed down through the ages. Dai Yunhan, despite her stature, could not be prevented from facing such a challenge. To do so would be unfair. He cast a deep glance at Dai Yunhan, believing that she was not a rash individual and that her actions were backed by unwavering confidence in her victory. Well then, let today's matters conclude here. We shall host a banquet this evening. Prince Yuming, you are invited to stay. Thank you, Your Majesty. Subsequently, everyone departed in succession. As the crowd thinned, Dai Yunhan noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had been following her, unbeknownst to her. Why did you come? Where is your father? She inquired. He is discussing matters with the emperor. My sister and I are free to roam, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Oh, her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, was undoubtedly off enjoying the company of Davis. Are you concerned because I am to duel him? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked, fixing her gaze upon Dai Yunhan. To her mind, there was no need for Dai Yunhan to take such a risk by challenging Dai Mubai, for with her innate talent, she could easily defeat him in the future. Currently, although her martial spirit and soul power were advantageous, Dai Mubai possessed 3 years of combat experience. If Dai Yunhan could not dominate the fight, she would be in considerable danger. Thus, she was perplexed. She yearned to understand the rationale behind it. In her eyes, she was merely a pawn, paving the way for the royal family's expansion. There was no necessity for the two to engage in a life-and-death struggle on her behalf, especially not Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's bright, questioning eyes, and suddenly he smiled, a warm smile that enveloped her in a sensation of gentle comfort. It was simple, for I have feelings for you. Such a candid declaration caused Zhu Zhuqing's heart to leap unexpectedly, akin to a long-incubated egg experiencing its first heartbeat. Filled with a blend of nervous evasion and disbelief. He harbors affection for me? How could that be? This is merely our first encounter. She found it hard to believe. Dai Yunhan continued, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself profoundly enamored. Your visage and your voice embody the essence of my dream lover. This is not mere infatuation. It feels as though we have known each other before, perhaps as spouses in a past life, destined to rekindle our bond in this existence. From the instant I beheld you, an inner voice incessantly proclaimed, you are mine. I must possess you. With a tenderness that flowed like water, Zhu Zhuqing's heart inexplicably surged with vigor, akin to a young deer thumping wildly within her chest. A delicate blush crept across her petite face as she found herself flustered by this heartfelt confession, her senses overwhelmed. Her small hands damp with perspiration. She had never fathomed that the reason behind Dai Yunhan's duel would be his affection for her. In her heart, she had always regarded herself as a mere pawn, cold and unworthy of love. Chapter 4. The royal banquet. Regardless of who might claim her, it had seemed inconsequential. However, in that moment, warmth enveloped her heart, and her eyes grew misty. She felt an overwhelming urge to weep. As she gazed into Dai Yunhan's eyes, she perceived a gentleness that existed beyond her mother's affection. Yet, she could not allow herself to cry. She could not permit others to witness her vulnerability. In a sudden motion, she turned and fled. Yet, as she pivoted, the dam of her tears broke free, cascading uncontrollably. Ding! The system has detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's fondness for the host has deepened. Reward: the 200th soul ring and the soul skill. Tiger shatters mountains and rivers. Tiger shatters mountains and rivers. An attack skill effective against both groups and individuals. Upon activation, the earth trembles, inflicting shock damage upon foes while simultaneously delivering a 100% stunning effect. The greater the strength, the more potent the stun, and the longer the duration. The system seemed rather stingy, bestowing yet another century's worth of reward. The system remained unresponsive. Nevertheless, any reward was better than none. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, he initially felt a pang of confusion. Had he frightened her? But upon hearing the system's notification, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing had merely been shy. A smile crept upon his lips. Being a pioneer in interdimensional romance, how could he possibly falter? That evening, the royal family gathered for a feast within the palace. Devoid of outsiders, only the core members of the royal family and the members of the Yuming family were present. As they approached the table, Dai Yunhan unceremoniously took a seat beside Zhu Zhuqing. This action was deemed improper, as seating arrangements had been meticulously planned. Such deviations could cause inconvenience and tarnish the royal reputation. Yet, Dai Yunhan cared little for these conventions. His affection for Zhu Zhuqing warranted a declaration to the world. Moreover, The royal family and the Zhu family had long been akin to one family, rendering the adherence to formalities less significant in such a familial gathering. Indeed, when Emperor Xingluo and Prince Yuming beheld Dai Yunhan's actions, they refrained from commenting. The Xingluo royal family had historically prioritized strength, and such harmless displays of rivalry were, in fact, encouraged. Prince Yuming, too, found joy in this scene. In his heart, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan were the perfect couple, representing the finest resolution for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan exhibited such an attitude that he felt a sense of relief knowing that Zhu Zhuqing would no longer endure suffering. As for the other two princes, Davis was indifferent, while Zhu Zhuqing had already taken a seat beside him. Only Dai Mubai looked on with a face full of fury directed at the two. Yet, what could he possibly do? Dai Yunhan's brilliance today foreshadows an even more dazzling future. In 3 months, I shall surely bring you to your knees. Dai Mubai pinned all his hopes on the battle 3 months hence. If he could vanquish Dai Yunhan in that confrontation, a glimmer of survival would be within his grasp. His gaze towards Dai Yunhan was laden with icy contempt. This is all you're doing. Dai Yunhan was oblivious to Dai Mubai's expression. Of course, even if he had noticed, it would hardly have mattered to him. At this moment, his attention was entirely devoted to Zhu Zhuqing. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing had regained her composure. Yet upon seeing Dai Yunhan seated next to her, a flicker of nervousness and shyness crept into her demeanor. She stole a glance at Dai Yunhan, only to find him openly gazing back at her, which made her heart skip a beat, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, a sweet sensation blossomed within her. She found herself surprisingly unperturbed by Dai Yunhan's presence beside her. As everyone had gathered, it was time to commence the meal. With his lead, the others followed suit, and the atmosphere around the dining table was pleasantly serene. Though the familial banquet lacked the formality of grand occasions, it still held the decorum befitting a royal dining setting. Yet, amidst the tranquility, there was always one individual engaging in playful antics. Observing Zhu Zhuqing, who sat quietly like a little kitten, solely focused on her own plate, Dai Yunhan could not resist offering her a piece of exquisite soul beast meat. Known for its benefits to cultivation, she was rather slender and needed to consume some meat to grow strong and healthy. Dai Yunhan smiled gently, and suddenly a piece of meat appeared in her bowl. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Following the direction of the chopsticks, she glanced over at Dai Yunhan beside her. At this moment, Dai Yunhan was gazing intently at her. When their eyes met, he offered a faint smile. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned her head away, her gaze betraying a hint of panic, feeling utterly at a loss. It was exceedingly awkward for him to serve her food in such a public setting. In a flurry, she hastily picked up a piece of food and brought it to her mouth, attempting to mask her embarrassment with the act of eating. However, she had inadvertently chosen a different morsel of meat. The piece that Dai Yunhan had offered remained untouched, as she dared not reach for it, merely scraping at the edge of her plate. As Dai Yunhan observed her adorably bashful demeanor, an irresistible urge to tease her arose within him. In the palace, it is forbidden to leave any food uneaten, he whispered softly. Zhu Zhuqing, visiting the palace for the first time, was unaware of its customs. Indeed, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, her delicate face displayed a fleeting tension, yet she remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Dai Yunhan did not rush her. Instead, she quietly savored her meal while attentively observing her. Indeed, after a couple of minutes, Zhu Zhuqing cautiously picked up a piece of meat. The guilty demeanor she displayed, as if afraid of being discovered, made Dai Yunhan internally exclaim how utterly adorable Zhu Zhuqing was. Reflecting upon the possibility that had she not come, Zhu Zhuqing would have had to traverse great distances to pursue Dai Mubai, Dai Yunhan felt an even stronger sense of disillusionment regarding Dai Mubai. As a man, how could he be so timid, leaving a woman to bear the burden alone? He truly was not the Dai Mubai she envisioned. Fortunately, she had come to remedy this regret. Once she finished her meal, Dai Yunhan seized the opportunity, while Zhu Zhuqing was distracted, to place another tender slice of meat onto her plate. A new piece of meat lay in Zhu Zhuqing's bowl, and although she was slightly taken aback, this time she appeared much more composed. Yet, her small face still betrayed an undeniable tension. Stealing glances at the others, she resembled a kitten trying to sneak a treat. When she noticed that everyone's attention seemed diverted from her, she felt a measure of relief, lowering her head to bring the piece of meat to her lips. However, just as she placed it in her mouth, another slice appeared in her bowl. She felt a hint of helplessness, her cheeks puffed out, and before she could even chew, she glanced at Dai Yunhan, her eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety and a plea. At that moment, the others also became aware of Dai Yunhan's subtle actions. Chapter 5. Brothers are like clothing, women are like kin. Nevertheless, everyone remained unresponsive. Emperor Xingluo and Prince Yuming feigned ignorance, continuing to enjoy their meals. Though their eyes sparkled with mirth, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing also noticed, yet they remained indifferent. However, Davis harbored a hint of disdain and contempt. Perceiving Dai Yunhan as a sycophant, lacking any standing, such remarkable talent squandered. Only Dai Mubai exhibited movements as rigid as a rusted saw. His gaze brimming with barely contained fury. To steal his woman and flaunt their affection before him was truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. The more he watched, the more infuriated he became. "Father, I have dined sufficiently. There are matters I must attend to, so I shall take my leave." Dai Mubai could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere, feeling as though he were merely a spectator in his own home, watching others indulge with his woman. With a brief remark, he departed from the banquet. The Emperor Xingluo did not attempt to stop him, as he typically preferred to refrain from meddling in the affairs of princes. The feast continued unabated. At this juncture, Dai Yunhan abandoned all restraint, incessantly serving Zhu Zhuqing with dishes, nearly wishing she could consume enough to transform into a little chubby figure. Before long, her petite bowl was brimming to the edge. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's face had become so flushed that it could rival a beacon, and although none of the guests were observing her, she was acutely aware that she had become the center of attention. All of this was orchestrated by Dai Yunhan. She suddenly felt that Dai Yunhan was rather mischievous, subjecting her to such embarrassment before a crowd. "It's too much. I can't finish," Zhu Zhuqing murmured timidly, her voice barely audible, almost exclusively heard by Dai Yunhan. "You are far too slender. You must eat a bit more. This is all meat from soul beasts, highly nourishing." Although Zhu Zhuqing's bowl appeared quite full, it was actually petite and exquisitely crafted, a size that most individuals could easily finish. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had hardly begun to eat. Her protest stemmed from a fear of Dai Yunhan persistently serving her more food. "Just eat. If you cannot finish, there will be consequences," came the playful admonition. Dai Yunhan could not help but tease her once again. However, this time, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be more astute. She cast a glance at Dai Mubai's uneaten food. Why had he not finished his meal? Although Zhu Zhuqing was still young, having undergone the education of noble etiquette, she was nonetheless a girl at heart. Thus, despite the inappropriateness of her question, it slipped out without much contemplation. Fortunately, she and Dai Yunhan were positioned relatively far from the seat of the Star Luo Emperor, and their voices were hushed, ensuring that no one else overheard. Dai Yunhan's perspective was different. He looked towards the empty seat of Dai Mubai. While it was not particularly commendable to covet another spouse, the fact remained that Zhu Zhuqing was not his wife yet. Hence, he felt no pangs of guilt. "What do you mean by different?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, somewhat puzzled. "He is merely my brother, while you are my wife," Dai Yunhan replied with a playful grin. "Brothers are like brothers, and women are like garments." This adage from a previous life took on a different meaning in this world, particularly within the royal court of Star Luo, where it was reversed. Brothers are like garments, and women are like brothers. Upon hearing the term wife, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback. However, her face soon flushed crimson with a hint of panic, and she hastily lowered her head, nearly burying it beneath the table. "Wife? What wife? We have barely begun, and you already call me your wife. How shameless." If she did not know that this fellow was a prince, she might have thought that Dai Yunhan's family was in the wall-building business, given his audacity. Dai Yunhan chuckled inwardly, observing the adorable demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing. He found himself increasingly anticipating the joys of future life. At that moment, he refrained from teasing her further. Soon, the evening banquet drew to a close. Zhu Zhuqing accompanied Zhu Tianfeng back to the prince's residence, while Dai Yunhan returned to his own palace. Upon his return, his first task was to attach the soul rings from the system repository to himself, 200-year yellow soul rings. Dai Yunhan felt a twinge of discontent, as the situation seemed far beneath his dignity, resembling the caliber of a third-rate time traveler. It was entirely incongruous with his aspirations. However, he found solace in the fact that the soul ring he had acquired was upgradable, rendering his initial disappointment somewhat inconsequential. The process of absorbing the soul ring was swift. Devoid of any pain or ecstasy, it was merely mundane. Yet, upon completion, Dai Yunhan was taken aback to discover that his soul power remained at a mere level 20. This perplexity arose because, in the Douluo Continent, such a stagnation in soul power was only conceivable if the absorbed soul ring was exceedingly subpar, so inadequate that it failed to align with his current soul power level and physical attributes. In most scenarios, one could expect an increase of 1 or 2 levels. Yet, Dai Yunhan found himself at a complete standstill. Why has my soul power not improved at all? He inquired of the system. The system responded, this is a love system. The enhancement of your abilities relies solely on the rewards garnered from romantic endeavors. Thus, the absorption of a soul ring will not elevate your soul power. Furthermore, you cannot augment your cultivation through practice, so if you wish to enhance your strength, you must pursue romantic relationships earnestly. With that, the system went offline. Dai Yunhan found this explanation somewhat exasperating yet ultimately acceptable. At the very least, he would not have to invest time in cultivation and could devote himself entirely to matters of the heart. This arrangement was rather pleasant. With his mind unclouded by worldly affairs, he could focus solely on romance. The following day, under the guidance of the captain of the palace guards, he ventured into the royal forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. This was a necessary endeavor, also intended to cloak his actions from prying eyes. The hunt was swiftly executed, and Dai Yunhan found a cave, instructing the captain to stand guard outside. After an hour had elapsed, the soul ring vanished, and he emerged from the cave, only to repeat the process for a second ring. By the end of the day, he had somewhat successfully squandered his time. On the third day, Dai Yunhan exited the palace and made his way to Zhu Zhuqing's residence. With no need for cultivation, he sought her company to foster their relationship and potentially garner additional rewards. Although he bore no fear of Dai Mubai, as a time traveler, it was imperative to maintain an overwhelming superiority in all encounters, be it in combat or indulgence, lest he tarnish the reputation of time travelers. Arriving at the estate of the prince of the underworld, he was guided by a servant to find Zhu Zhuqing. In the courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing was engaged in her cultivation, striving to elevate her innate soul power from level 7 to 10 in order to attain a soul ring and become a true soul master, a process that required considerable time. Upon noticing Dai Yunhan's arrival, she instinctively tensed, recalling the events of the banquet where she had been excessively filled, experiencing the most substantial meal of her life. Even the following evening, she had not felt hunger. Now, seeing Dai Yunhan, she subconsciously placed a hand on her abdomen. Are you cultivating? Dai Yunhan inquired. Yes, she replied. How does it feel? What do you mean by how does it feel? Isn't the sensation of cultivation universally the same? Zhu Zhuqing responded, her expression tinged with confusion. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that she might have posed a rather foolish question. So, I shall come to find you every day from now on. Why? To supervise you, of course. I must ensure that you are diligent, especially since our opponent will be Davis in the future. If you were to become complacent, what would happen if we were to lose? Dai Yunhan had grown weary of her tendency to associate their fates so closely, for it seemed futile to argue against her. After all, in 3 months, the decision regarding her allegiance would be finalized. Do you have confidence in defeating the third prince? Do you wish for my victory? She retorted. Upon hearing this question, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly, appearing to ponder the matter with great seriousness. However, after a considerable pause, Dai Yunhan did not receive the answer she desired. It seemed that this question posed a significant challenge for her, whether due to reluctance or perhaps shyness. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Dai Yunhan. She presented a brocade box to Zhu Zhuqing, stating, "This is the Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng bestowed upon me by the Emperor. I have brought it specifically for you. Once consumed, it will enable you to swiftly ascend to level 10. The precious water crystal blood dragon ginseng, which was a rarity, existed only in a singular specimen at the Baiha of the Min clan, yet the palace possessed a few lesser versions. There were only 2 available, one aged 2,000 years and the other 1,000 years. Due to her exceptional talent, Dai Yunhan was bestowed a precious item by the Starry Emperor. However, upon consuming it, she found it of little use, aside from satiating her hunger. It offered no enhancement to her soul power or physique. This was a limitation imposed by the system. Therefore, it was only natural that she would offer it to Zhu Zhuqing. Unaware of the value of the Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng, Zhu Zhuqing recognized its worth as a gift from the Emperor and promptly declined, exclaiming that it was far too precious for her to accept. This is a gift for you from His Majesty. I cannot possibly accept it. There is no reason not to accept it, Dai Yunhan replied. If my father has given it to me, it is mine to do with as I please. He would not object if I choose to give it to you. I cannot accept such a valuable item. My father would scold me, Zhu Zhuqing insisted, revealing her trepidation. Ah, so you are afraid, Dai Yunhan remarked, her expression turning stern. Upon witnessing the shift in her demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing's face betrayed a flicker of alarm. Dai Yunhan, fearing that she might truly frighten him, quickly composed her expression and gently remarked, "Rest assured, I shall speak to your father about this matter." I possess an abundance of this item. I consume it as if it were mere noodles. You are perfectly positioned to assist me in alleviating my surplus, lest it spoil. Noodles? Is that truly the case? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her skepticism evident. Being still quite young and having limited exposure to various matters, she was unfamiliar with the value of something as rare as a millennium-old blood ginseng. However, based on its name and age, she found it difficult to fully believe Dai Yunhan's assertion. Most importantly, why would His Majesty bestow such a peculiar gift of noodles upon his son? Yet, Dai Yunhan maintained his conviction. Would I deceive you? I am a prince, the future emperor. Do you truly believe I would utter falsehoods? Certainly not, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head. A prince must be steadfast in his word, as he was indeed a prince. It was reasonable to accept that what he claimed to be noodles must indeed be so. Therefore, you may take it. Dai Yunhan grasped her hand, directly placing the exquisite box into her palm. Zhu Zhuqing was evidently startled, swiftly retracting her hand, a blush blooming upon her cheeks. Faced with Dai Yunhan's unwavering demeanor, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Observing her acceptance, a gleam of joy illuminated Dai Yunhan's face, the warmth of their brief contact lingering on his hand. Zhu Zhuqing's hands were delicate and slightly plump, radiating a gentle warmth as if devoid of bone, a sensation that delighted Dai Yunhan immensely. Subsequently, he produced an array of items, all of which were elixirs beneficial for cultivation. Though they did not rival the celestial herbs found in Douluo's medicinal garden, they were still rare treasures that commanded a hefty price in the market. Upon witnessing such a bounty, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. You intend for me to take all of this? She gasped. So much? Isn't it excessive? This amounts to several boxes. Dai Yunhan waved his hand dismissively. It's not much. It's merely some chopped scallions, something I usually add when I enjoy a bowl of noodles. You know how it is, right? A vast bowl filled to the brim with noodles, yet the scallions are just a mere sprinkle. So, do you still think it's excessive? No, it isn't, is it? Zhu Zhuqing initially intended to argue that it was indeed too much, as she genuinely felt it was. However, upon recalling Dai Yunhan's description of such a generous serving of noodles, she suddenly realized that it truly wasn't a large quantity after all. She had always preferred a copious amount of scallions in her noodles. With such a substantial bowl of noodles, how could the scallions possibly be considered excessive? Observing the bewildered expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He suddenly recognized a rather endearing and innocent side to Zhu Zhuqing. In his mind, he had always perceived her as an aloof presence. Yet now he understood that it was not her true nature, but rather the weight of reality that had rendered her so distant. Dai Mubai has chosen weakness. She must cultivate her own strength. However, now that she has a formidable support, her once innocent girlhood demeanor gradually begins to surface. Thus, Dai Yunhan is able to witness her truest self. Dai Yunhan felt a profound amusement within. While he harbored a fondness for the aloof and elegant types, his heart was undeniably drawn to Zhu Zhuqing in her most authentic form. After engaging in a brief conversation with her, gaining a simple understanding of her past, he decided it was time to take his leave. On one hand, Zhu Zhuqing needed to focus on her cultivation. On the other, he was acutely aware of the adage that haste makes waste. Although it seemed destined that Zhu Zhuqing would be intertwined with his life, he preferred a mutual journey toward one another. Being bound by the unyielding chains of obligation, even if it yielded a result, would bring him no joy. Thus, patience was essential. Not long after Dai Yunhan's departure, Zhu Tianfeng entered the scene. Upon witnessing the lavish treasures scattered throughout the courtyard, he stood there in stunned silence. What is this? He inquired, picking up an ornate box. This particular box contained a millennium-old blood dragon ginseng, a rarity he recognized, though he was curious about its origin. This is Millennium Blood Dragon Ginseng, a gift from the fourth prince, Zhu Zhuqing replied. The mention of the fourth prince startled Zhu Tianfeng. Millennium Blood Dragon Ginseng. How could you accept such a precious gift? This is exceedingly improper, he exclaimed. This is no mere trinket. It is a treasure beyond compare, rare and priceless. Even the royal family possesses but 2 roots in total. He distinctly remembered how Davis had longed for a piece of this ginseng throughout his life, only to be met with the relentless refusal of the Star Luo Emperor. Now, it was astonishing to learn that the emperor had bestowed such a gift upon Dai Yunhan. One could only imagine the elevated status Dai Yunhan now held. Yet, he had the audacity to pass it on to Zhu Zhuqing without even warming it in his hands first? Zhu Tianfeng was overwhelmed by the shock of this revelation. But he couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the fourth prince evidently held Zhu Zhuqing in high regard. This was a double-edged sword. a blessing and a potential curse. Father, you need not worry. The fourth prince assured me that he possesses an abundance of this ginseng and often consumes it like noodles. Zhu Zhuqing reassured her father, noting his somber expression. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianfeng's forehead clouded over with realization. Alas, my foolish child, he sighed, shaking his head as he thought of Dai Yunhan. How could they be of the same age yet exhibit such a vast disparity in intellect? And what are those? Zhu Tianfeng pointed towards the other boxes. They are scallions, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Scallions? Zhu Tianfeng nearly fainted at the absurdity. Dai Yunhan returned to the palace. Harboring a slight sense of disappointment, he realized that he had not received any reward from Zhu Zhuqing today. It dawned on him that not every interaction with Zhu Zhuqing would yield a reward. There must be a pivotal element at play. Reflecting on the previous occasions when he had been rewarded, Dai Yunhan began to grasp that he needed to evoke some emotional response from Zhu Zhuqing in order to obtain a reward. Hence, he resolved to be more diligent. He decided that he would visit her every day, for he had little else to occupy his time. After a simple routine of washing up, Dai Yunhan soon retired for the night. Meanwhile, in another palace within the imperial grounds, Davis knocked on the door of Dai Mubai. What brings you here? Dai Mubai's expression was unfriendly. Before Dai Yunhan awakened his martial soul, the two brothers were the fiercest of rivals. Am I not allowed to come and see you? As your elder brother? Without heeding Dai Mubai's demeanor, he strode inside and took a seat. The royal family encouraged competition among princes, but it must be conducted openly and honorably, devoid of covert struggles, assassinations, poisonings, or conspiracies. Thus, Davis was unperturbed by the prospect of Dai Mubai setting any traps for him. What brings you to my door without reason? Dai Mubai asked coldly. At present, he found himself in the most dire situation among the three, leaving little room for pretense or pleasantries. Do you believe you can defeat Dai Yunhan in the duel 3 months hence? Davis straightforwardly stated his purpose. What does that concern you? How could it not? Davis retorted. Continuing, before Dai Yunhan awakened his martial soul, my only rival was you, who hardly qualified as one. However, after his awakening, I now face a rival who is not quite a rival. His words were somewhat convoluted, but the essence was simple. The weak were too weak, and the strong were overwhelmingly strong. Dai Mubai's weakness fails to capture his attention, while Dai Yunhan's strength also goes unnoticed. Caught in the middle. It is indeed difficult to be human. Dai Mubai is not foolish. He has discerned the underlying meaning of the words spoken. If there is something to be said, then speak plainly. I have nothing to hide. I merely wish for your victory. I have already stated, speak candidly and do not beat around the bush. Dai Mubai scoffed. Davis pursed his lips and then produced a brocade box. Inside lay a 500-year-old blood ginseng, a treasure I have cherished for many years. Though it pales in comparison to the millennium blood ginseng bestowed upon Dai Yunhan by my father, it remains an invaluable item. I understand your urgent need to advance to level 20, so I offer this to you as a gift, free of charge. Additionally, I shall send you a batch of other supportive medicinal herbs. Dai Mubai gazed at the fragrant blood dragon ginseng, yet a chill lingered in the corners of his eyes. You claim that Father Emperor has bestowed upon him the millennium-old blood dragon ginseng? Davis nodded. Dai Mubai let out another cold laugh, seemingly aware that in his father's eyes, there was a yearning for Dai Yunhan to triumph. This was only natural. Were I in the position of the emperor, I too would wish for Dai Yunhan's victory, given the prodigious talent he possesses. However, do not let jealousy consume you. When you awakened your martial soul, you were also bestowed with a valuable gift, albeit one of lesser worth. Then, what was the purpose behind your gift of the blood dragon ginseng? Davis rose to his feet and gazed out the window. In a certain sense, we are like grasshoppers on the same line. Though I wish for your defeat, I would prefer it to occur at my hands. Thus, you seek to exploit me to eliminate Dai Yunhan. Dai Mubai comprehended. Davis harbored a profound apprehension regarding Dai Yunhan's extraordinary talent. Thus he sought to seize this duel as an opportunity to extinguish Dai Yunhan in his infancy. After all, should Dai Yunhan truly mature, there would undoubtedly be no match for him. For this very reason, Dai Mubai deliberately provoked Dai Yunhan, encouraging him to engage in combat. Although he lacked absolute confidence, he recognized that this was indeed Dai Yunhan's most vulnerable moment. If he did not seize the chance to fight now, he pondered when the next opportunity might arise. This was not manipulation, it was a means of mutual support. Davis corrected Dai Mubai's terminology, asserting that he was genuinely assisting him, regardless of future outcomes, in this moment. His intentions were sincere. So, do you truly believe that I can triumph over him? Davis shook his head once more, stating, "It is not that I believe you can defeat him, but rather that I hope you can. After all, aside from you, whom else can I possibly place my hopes upon?" Each sentence dripped with irony as Dai Mubai's countenance darkened. Yet he found himself unable to refute the truth of the matter. The reality was undeniable. He was currently the weakest. He grasped the implications of this predicament. Dai Yunhan was almost transparent in combat, and both Davis and Dai Mubai could only rely on this battle to ascend to the throne, if victorious. While the pressure on Dai Mubai would persist, it would not be quite as dire. For Davis, without the threat posed by Dai Yunhan, confronting merely Dai Mubai would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 8. Your eyes are filled with me. How could I bear to let you lose? In this moment, the two brothers remarkably found themselves united. Dai Mubai accepted the blood dragon ginseng, believing that any enhancement to his strength would aid him in defeating Dai Yunhan. He resolved to train diligently, urging, "If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. My sole demand of you is to eliminate him in the arena." Davis's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Such a battle permitted lethal actions, and even the sovereign could not intervene. It was all part of the established rules. The following day, Dai Yunhan returned to the Prince of Nether's residence, seeking out Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing him again, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. They had not yet developed a profound connection, so why did he visit so frequently? If word got out, how could she face others? Yet, Dai Yunhan paid no heed to her concerns and approached her, inquiring, "So, how effective is the Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng?" Upon mentioning the ginseng, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly produced the ornate box, stating, "My father insisted that this treasure is far too precious for me to keep. I must return it to you." "Return it?" Dai Yunhan replied. "There is no reason to reclaim what has already been gifted." Dai Yunhan firmly declined. Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a dilemma. It was her father's wish, and she could not accept it, lest she incur his reprimand. "It's all right. I shall seek him out now," she asserted. If it were merely a matter concerning Zhu Tianfeng, the situation would be easily resolved. No. Zhu Zhuqing hastily grasped his sleeve, for if Dai Yunhan were to approach her father now, she would find herself caught between two opposing forces, complicating matters further. Dai Yunhan, observing her demeanor, began to comprehend the situation. With a quick shift in thought, he conceived a clever idea. "Let us engage in a game," he proposed, "where these items shall serve as stakes. Should I falter, you may claim them as your own." "What if I were to lose?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, seemingly unaware of her potential victory, thus questioning the terms of her defeat. "What do you possess?" Dai Yunhan asked. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment. "I appear to possess nothing." "Nay, you have yourself," he replied. Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed and feeling slightly entangled in his words, responded, "What do you mean? If you lose, you shall surrender yourself to me. What say you? After all, you have little to occupy your time. Why not become my treasure?" A blush crept upon Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks as realization dawned upon her. Dai Yunhan was intentionally toying with her. She deemed him quite the rascal and chose to disregard his proposition. Dai Yunhan smiled and made a jest. He then turned his gaze to the small hair tie atop Zhu Zhuqing's head. "How about this? If you lose, you surrender that hair tie to me. Why? Do not question. Simply agree or decline. Just so you know, if you refuse, I shall toss all these items into the water to feed the fish." "Well, in that case," Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing the value of the item and the waste it would be to let it go to the fish. She removed the small hair tie from her head and placed it beside the ornate box, looking at Dai Yunhan. "So, what game is it?" Zhu Zhuqing's hair was long and dark, much as described in the original text. At that moment, as she released the hair tie, her hair cascaded down, parting on either side, bestowing upon her an air of alluring charm that complemented her inherent sweetness. The interplay of these contrasting qualities unveiled a unique beauty, prompting Dai Yunhan to steal another glance. He averted his gaze and said, "It is a simple game. We shall gaze into each other's eyes, and the first to blink is the loser. Are you agreeable?" "I am," Zhu Zhuqing replied without hesitation, finding the game quite straightforward. "Very well, let us commence." With that, Dai Yunhan began his preparations while Zhu Zhuqing steeled herself for the challenge. "Please move a little closer to me." Dai Yunhan urged her to draw closer. The two were approximately 20 centimeters apart, and thus the game officially commenced. "Begin." At the command, Dai Yunhan fixed her gaze intently upon Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were indeed strikingly large and luminous. The contrast of black and white as vivid as if washed by water. As Dai Yunhan observed her, she could even perceive her own reflection within those captivating eyes. Moreover, her eyelashes were exquisite, each one remarkably long, curving delicately. Gazing into her eyes felt like engaging in a silent yet profound conversation. Conversely, as Zhu Zhuqing looked into Dai Yunhan's eyes, she too recognized the beauty therein. Devoid of the cold and heavy demeanor often found in others, in Dai Yunhan's eyes, she discerned ease, sunshine, and warmth. His gaze resembled a vast pasture, adorned with lush green grass, towering mountains, fluffy clouds, a warm sun, and a gentle breeze, where two little figures held hands, frolicking joyfully. One of those figures was Dai Yunhan, while the other was herself. Suddenly, she felt as though she had liberated herself from the depths of Dai Yunhan's eyes. Her face tinged with a blush. When she looked again, she discovered that Dai Yunhan's gaze was strikingly commanding, as if regarding her as a personal possession. At that moment, her heart raced, and her eyelids threatened to flutter uncontrollably. Just then, Dai Yunhan blinked first. "I concede," she declared, rising to her feet. "All of this now belongs to you." Zhu Zhuqing hastily stood as well. "Why? What do you mean? Why?" "You did it on purpose," Zhu Zhuqing asserted confidently. She had clearly witnessed Dai Yunhan blink with deliberation. "Was there any other explanation? Are you eager to know why?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. If she were not curious, she would not have asked. Dai Yunhan smiled, gazing deeply into her eyes, and suddenly declared with profound affection, "Your eyes are filled with me. How could I possibly bear to see you fail?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. The inexplicable words, which she had never encountered before, left her momentarily speechless. Yet, soon enough, enlightenment dawned upon her. This was a declaration of love. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She dared not meet Dai Yunhan's gaze, but her heart raced tumultuously within her. Having never heard such sweet nothings before, experiencing them for the first time stirred an inexplicable flutter within her. It felt akin to the shattering of solid ice, the breaching of a dam, the cracking of an egg, the melodies of song and dance, and the exhilarating swish of a basketball through the hoop. In short, her heart raced with fervor. Ding! The system announced the detection of Zhu Zhuqing's increased affection for the host, resulting in a reward of 1 level of soul power. As the system's voice faded, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of strength coursing through her. Dai Yunhan laughed heartily, not due to the rewards bestowed by the system, but rather because of Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor. In his previous life, such cheesy lines would have elicited nothing but disdain, regarded as overly sentimental. Yet in this realm, they hold a transformative power, striking from a higher dimension. A wager is a wager, and this is now yours, to prevent any change of heart. I shall ensure that you consume it. After Dai Yunhan smiled, she first put away her small hair tie, and then took out the blood dragon ginseng, presenting it before her. Chapter 9. Because here with me, you are my most precious treasure. Shall we eat it now? Yes, let us partake in it at once. Dai Yunhan would not grant her the opportunity to evade, placing it directly at her lips. Should she refuse, what would be done with it for the prince? Although the prince might not desire it, one could not dismiss the possibility of others being envious. Such matters are often unpredictable. I shall handle this myself. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat resigned, had already begun to acclimatize to Dai Yunhan's domineering nature. She could only open her small mouth and consume the blood dragon ginseng. Upon witnessing her compliance, Dai Yunhan smiled. In the Douluo Continent, colloquially known as the Land of Love, matters of romance are approached with a casual demeanor. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Dai Yunhan merely needed to exert a slight effort to grasp the limits of this realm. The blood dragon ginseng possesses extraordinary medicinal properties and is a rare spiritual herb. Once ingested, it immediately transforms into a rich surge of energy that courses through Zhu Zhuqing's body. After consuming a single root, her form began to emanate a profound wave of soul power. Dai Yunhan released her hold, promptly assuming a protective stance, cultivating her energy to fortify her spirit. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly settled into a meditative position, beginning to assimilate the potent medicinal essence of the blood dragon ginseng. Meanwhile, atop the loft, Zhu Tianfeng observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Upon witnessing the fourth prince's stratagem to have Zhu Zhuqing consume the blood dragon ginseng, a flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of the ginseng's medicinal effects. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the slightly anxious expression of Dai Yunhan, stirring a gentle warmth within her heart. Yet, in the next instant, she became acutely aware of a sticky sensation upon her body. A glance revealed an unexpected accumulation of dark stains. With a startled exclamation, she disregarded Dai Yunhan and hurried into the house to cleanse herself. Observing this scene, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of relief. However, Upon noticing that she bore only a thin layer of dark mud, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The efficacy of the blood dragon ginseng, though commendable, paled in comparison to that of celestial herbs. He resolved that once his own strength stabilized, he would devise a plan to procure some celestial herbs from Douluo. Though he had no need for them himself, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly benefit, and the sooner one consumes celestial herbs, the more potent their effects. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from her room, clad in fresh attire. Having just bathed, she exuded an ethereal allure reminiscent of a beauty emerging from water. Yet, her modest clothing only hinted at her charm, with her rosy cheeks reflecting the delicate grace of a blossoming peach blossom. Dai Yunhan scrutinized her closely. In the world of Douluo Continent, individuals tend to mature at an early age, with some beginning to develop by the tender age of 12. However, Zhu Zhuqing was merely 6 years old, her cherubic face still adorned with baby fat, yet her large, expressive eyes were remarkably captivating, as if they could speak directly to the heart of Dai Yunhan. Noticing Dai Yunhan's unwavering gaze upon her, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively inquired, "What are you staring at?" But as soon as the words escaped her lips, she sensed the awkwardness of the moment. "Indeed," Dai Yunhan replied, "I'm admiring how beautiful my wife is." "Uft. Who is your wife?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted. "What does it matter? I have already decided on you. Aren't you afraid of losing to the third prince? Given that you come here every day?" Zhu Zhuqing shifted the topic, fully aware of Dai Yunhan's thick skin, realizing she would not gain any advantage in a verbal spar. "Oh, are you already worried about your husband?" Dai Yunhan teased with a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush. This rascal always had a way of twisting matters to that direction. Dai Yunhan confidently declared, "Not only will I not lose to him, but even if I were to suffer defeat, what of it? In my heart, you are the one I have chosen as my beloved wife. If necessary, I shall simply take you away." Dai Yunhan revealed a villainous smile, yet Zhu Zhuqing was not amused. Her eyes betrayed a palpable concern. Her father had mentioned that the millennium-old blood dragon ginseng was singular and exceedingly precious. "What will you do if you consume it?" he asked. "I do not require it," she replied. "Why not?" "Because to me, you are my most treasured possession." Once again, her gaze was filled with profound affection. Dai Yunhan performed the art of Sichuan opera face-changing directly. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by a sudden declaration, turning her face aside, her heart racing. He truly possesses remarkable talent. When she first encountered Dai Yunhan 2 days prior, she had assumed him to be an exceedingly proud prince. However, that impression was entirely shattered in such a short span of time. Now, one might even label him a rogue. Yet, he is a rogue endowed with culture, talent, and a notable background. What, then, should one call such a person? The rogue of rogues? A combat rogue? Or perhaps a noble among rascals? She was uncertain. But she found that interacting with such a prince was quite comfortable, devoid of any sense of constraint. "How about it? After consuming the blood dragon ginseng, has your soul power improved?" Dai Yunhan inquired once more. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, indicating a 2-level increase. 2 levels? This revelation surprised Dai Yunhan. The Millennium Blood Dragon Ginseng, while impressive, was not to be confused with the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, which offered a vastly superior enhancement. In Dai Yunhan's estimation, achieving even a single-level increase would have been commendable, yet here was an unexpected delight. However, he quickly reflected upon the fact that when Zhu Zhuqing had consumed the celestial herb, her soul power had surged by 7 levels, but at that time, her innate soul power was already over 30. Thus, that 7-level increase was truly formidable, potentially equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of times the present 2-level enhancement. Now at level 9, Zhu Zhuqing, given her aptitude for cultivation, should break through to level 10 within 3 to 4 months. "Where's my little hair tie?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired suddenly, having just washed her hair and discovering its absence. She suspected that Dai Yunhan had taken it. "What do you mean your little hair tie?" "That is my little hair tie. That clearly belongs to me." "Who is that clearly?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily perplexed. "You are bullying me." Realizing her misstep, she playfully punched him, though not with much force, leaving Dai Yunhan entirely unbothered. However, after her outburst, she suddenly grasped the gravity of her actions. Striking a prince was a serious offense. A sense of panic washed over her, but upon seeing Dai Yunhan's cheerful demeanor, she felt somewhat puzzled. "Would you like me to help you style your hair?" "No. My mother always said that a girl's hair should not be casually touched by boys." She took the little hair tie from Dai Yunhan's hands and meticulously styled her hair once more. After securing it, she began to cultivate, for the medicinal effects had yet to dissipate, making her practice far more effective. Yet, Dai Yunhan did not take his leave. Instead, he chose to remain by her side, for he truly had nothing else to occupy his time. Soon, night descended, and Zhu Zhuqing concluded her training. Chapter 10, 3 months' time. The duel with Dai Mubai, are you not going to cultivate while watching me? Zhu Zhuqing curiously asked. Of course I am. I am diligently working hard in a place where you cannot see me. Zhu Zhuqing remained skeptical. You need not accompany me every day. Once you defeat the third prince, regardless of my wishes, I will be yours. Rest assured, I do like you, but I cherish your affection for me even more. Dai Yunhan earnestly stated his preferences. He relished the idea of being possessive, allowing affection to blossom over time, culminating in a mutual pursuit. However, within these 3 stages, he deemed the second step to be the most crucial. Should it falter, he would abandon the endeavor altogether. He valued both the physical and emotional connection. Possessing her body without winning her heart was a hollow victory, one that would compel him to let her go. Yet, it appeared that Dai Yunhan's second step was already on the path to success. Your Highness, Miss, dinner is served, a nearby maid announced. Let us proceed, Dai Yunhan replied. Are you departing? Will you not stay to share a meal? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Upon hearing those words, Dai Yunhan could not help but reach out to tap her on the forehead. However, as he extended his hand, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing was actually a tad taller than him. He was speechless. This exemplified the male disadvantage in the early stages. Consequently, he altered his stance and pinched Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face. What are you saying? Of course, I will leave only after having dinner. This place will be my home from now on. His affectionate gesture caused Zhu Zhuqing to instinctively retreat, escaping from his grasp. Although she somewhat enjoyed the feeling of being with Dai Yunhan, she deemed it necessary to maintain a certain distance from the prince until the duel was settled. Nevertheless, deep down, she had already convinced herself that Dai Yunhan would emerge victorious. Dai Yunhan was not bothered. He was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's concerns. If she wished to alter this situation, she merely had to defeat Dai Mubai in the arena 3 months hence. After finishing dinner, Dai Yunhan returned to the palace. However, upon his arrival, he was summoned by the Star Luo Emperor. Father, you called for me? Yunhan, I have heard that you have been frequenting the residence of the Prince of the Underworld these past few days, the Star Luo Emperor remarked, his countenance revealing displeasure, evidently believing that Dai Yunhan was becoming somewhat arrogant. Indeed, father. Do you possess confidence for the upcoming arena duel in 3 months? The Star Luo Emperor inquired. Focusing on the crux of the matter, he preferred to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the princes. Yet Dai Yunhan's exceptional talent compelled him to show a slight bias for the sake of the empire's future. Absolute fairness? Such a notion was simply unattainable. Yes, Dai Yunhan responded with a single word. Fine, as long as you possess confidence, go ahead. The Emperor of the Starry Empire waved his hand, imparting wisdom that one must endure for 3 months, and thereafter, everything shall be yours. This, too, served as a reminder from the Emperor. The fortunes of one's descendants are their own. Do not toil for them like a beast of burden. Whatever fate one possesses is predestined by the heavens. The Emperor of the Starry Empire preferred not to intervene excessively, lest it yield contrary results. Yes, father. Dai Yunhan withdrew, aware that his somewhat unorthodox behavior had caused the Starry Emperor some concern. Yet, what could he do? The constraints of the system rendered his efforts at cultivation futile. Moreover, what he engaged in was not a diversion from his path. It was merely an alternative form of cultivation. Thus, on the 3rd day, Dai Yunhan proceeded to the Prince of Netherworld's residence as usual. You pursue your own matters, and I shall attend to mine. A mutual understanding was all that was required. Upon hearing the news, the Starry Emperor merely furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Davis, on the other hand, conveyed this news to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's demeanor mirrored that of the Starry Emperor, exhibiting little to no reaction. His focus remained solely on himself. After all, regardless of how Dai Yunhan fared, he was still dealing with entities of over level 20. In contrast, he had only just surpassed level 19. It was imperative for him to elevate himself to level 20 within the next 3 months. To this end, he consolidated all his resources. And Davis generously shared his cultivation materials as well. Thus, time gradually slipped away. Days passed, and during this period, Dai Yunhan continued his daily visits to the Prince of the Underworld's mansion. Regrettably, he found himself devoid of any rewards. This realization dawned upon him. Although their relationship appeared to be progressing well, the actual advancement was painstakingly slow, far from the threshold required for the system to dispense rewards. Dai Yunhan contemplated for a moment, believing it highly probable that the ongoing duel between himself and Dai Mubai was the root of the matter. With the victor yet to be determined, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to fully unveil her heart, constrained as she was by the shackles of propriety. Should this indeed be the case, Dai Yunhan found himself with no alternative but to await the arrival of the duel. Days slipped by, one after another, until at last, the 3-month period arrived. Throughout these 3 months, he had not gained even a single level of soul power, remaining at the 21st level, which left him somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, with the deadline now upon him, he held firm in his belief that after today, he would finally earn Zhu Zhuqing's genuine recognition atop the royal arena. Dai Mubai and Dai Yunhan ascended the duel platform. The audience today was sparse, consisting solely of royal family members and the family of the Prince of the Underworld. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. Although they anticipated this confrontation, they were taken aback by its sudden arrival. They had long accepted the cruelty of the royal family. Yet when faced with this day, their hearts were laden with profound sorrow. This sentiment was particularly poignant in the absence of the queen, who did not make an appearance atop the throne today. Dai Mubai and Dai Yunhan are both her beloved sons. Losing either would be unbearable for her. A mother must be strong, yet in this moment, she finds herself faltering. The Emperor of the Starry Realm bears an expression of indifference. Yet within that cold facade lies a trace of anguish. Witnessing the scene before him, he cannot help but reminisce about his own past. When he ascended the throne over the bodies of his brethren, deep down, he despises such brutal competition, but it is a tradition bequeathed by his ancestors. And he feels powerless to instigate change. Prince Yoming's countenance is equally grave, although it is not his own child engaged in battle. He perceives in their struggle the future reflections of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps in a few years, it will be her 2 daughters standing once more upon the dueling platform. A sigh escapes him. He truly abhors the royal family's sanguinary customs. Suddenly, a voice announces the detection of the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's rising affection for the host, resulting in a reward of 1 level of soul power. The unexpected sound momentarily startles Dai Yunhan, prompting him to glance towards Zhu Zhuqing, who is anxiously observing him. Upon realizing he is looking at her, rather than retreating, her tension only amplifies. Chapter 11. A victorious first battle. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy within, realizing that she had begun to worry for him. This indicated that his efforts over the past 3 months had not been in vain, having etched a lasting impression in her heart. Consequently, his soul power level had ascended to 22. Advancing 2 levels within a span of 3 months could be deemed quite rapid. Today's competition lacked an official referee. Everyone present would serve as judges. Once the 2 participants unleashed their martial spirits, the duel could commence. Dai Mubai was the first to unleash his martial soul. A formidable white tiger looming behind him, exuding an aura of power. Simultaneously, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His arms grew robust, and his claws sharpened, each talon seemingly capable of rending flesh with ease. Dai Yunhan, today we shall determine our fates. Beneath the yellow springs, do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan could not help but exhale a sigh, refraining from speech, and silently activated his martial soul. The chaos twin-winged tiger manifested behind him, its immense black and white wings and formidable stature radiating an oppressive majesty that dwarfed Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul. In comparison, one resembled a cat, while the other was a tiger, vastly different in nature. On Dai Yunhan, the signs of beastification were not overt. His hair was divided, one side white and the other black, and a pair of ethereal black and white wings emerged from his back, enabling him to soar despite their lack of physical form. The emergence of the chaos twin-winged tiger martial soul instilled a glimmer of trepidation in Dai Mubai's white tiger, as if the soul power within him had been momentarily subdued. Dai Mubai understood that this pressure stemmed from the bloodline. The difference in quality among martial souls manifested in varying degrees of power. Even with a higher soul power, one could easily be defeated if the opponent possessed a superior martial soul. At this moment, feeling the suppression from the essence of the martial soul, Dai Mubai's heart sank considerably. After 3 months of arduous training, it seemed as though he could already foresee his fate before the battle had even commenced. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Clenching his fist, he took a fierce step forward, charging toward Dai Yunhan with a roar akin to a furious tiger. His first soul skill, chaotic dual transformation. In response to his assault, Dai Yunhan swiftly prepared himself. This was not the first time Dai Yunhan had unleashed his soul skill. He had practiced extensively with the palace guards and needed to possess a clear understanding of his abilities. As the soul skill activated, a yellow soul ring illuminated beneath his feet. Subsequently, his half-black hair transformed entirely to white, and the wings at his back also turned white, exuding a subdued yet formidable presence. This was the White Tiger mode, characterized by formidable defensive capabilities. Dai Yunhan opted for defense. Wishing to observe the true capabilities of Dai Mubai, one of the 7 Shrek monsters, bang! Dai Mubai struck Dai Yunhan with a powerful punch, only to be astonished that it failed to inflict any harm upon him. Remarkably, even Dai Yunhan's protective soul power remained unscathed. In disbelief, he unleashed several more punches in succession, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Dai Yunhan's protective soul power was exceedingly robust, akin to striking a metal plate. He took a step back, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes as the second yellow soul ring around him illuminated. The second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. This was his sole offensive soul skill, the only technique at his disposal. He understood that relying solely on his fists and feet could not breach Dai Yunhan's defenses. A trace of concern crossed his mind. If even this soul skill failed to penetrate Dai Yunhan's defenses, he would truly be at a loss. A stream of white soul energy coalesced before him, and he channeled his soul power into it to the fullest extent. At this moment, it was do or die. He had no alternative left. The white energy condensed and compressed, then erupted forth like a devastating beam, reminiscent of a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Observing this, Dai Yunhan did not dare to underestimate the attack. His own soul rings glimmered as soul power converged upon the white wings unfurling behind him. The wings spread wide, crossing in front of Dai Yunhan like an impenetrable shield. His second soul skill was an offensive one and could not be used for defense. However, in the White Tiger defense mode, the power contained within his soul rings could be harnessed. The stronger the soul ring's power, the greater his defensive capabilities. Thus, even though his second soul skill was offensive in nature, under the transformation of the White Tiger mode, it still offered equivalent defensive strength. Consequently, he was confident in his ability to withstand Dai Mubai's soul skill. Perhaps his second soul ring was not as ancient as Dai Mubai's, but his martial soul's quality surpassed it entirely. In comparison, Dai Yunhan believed himself to be superior. Indeed, as the White Tiger's radiant wave collided with the white wings, the wings remained utterly unmoved, while the wave dissipated into nothingness after the impact. The superiority was evident. Dai Mubai's eyes widened, devoid of focus, clearly struggling to accept such a result. His utmost effort had failed to breach even a fraction of his opponent's defenses. He could hardly believe it. While he anticipated defeat, he never envisioned it would be so utterly humiliating. With a fierce glare directed at Dai Yunhan, he bellowed, "What use is mere defense? Attack me." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Barrier. Dai Yunhan can thwart his assault. Thus, he too can counter Dai Yunhan's onslaught. "Come on!" Dai Mubai roared once more. Observing his continued struggle, Dai Yunhan showed no mercy. He switched modes, and darkness enveloped his form, transforming him into a terrifying figure reminiscent of a demon. His second soul skill, Tiger Shatters Mountains and Rivers, activated as the second yellow soul ring glowed brightly around him. He then lunged forward, and in an instant, a massive black tiger descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Under the weight of that sound, Dai Mubai felt his mind spin, and he fainted. The protective barrier of the White Tiger, which he had summoned, shattered within less than a second. With the collapse of the barrier, he was left defenseless. His head throbbed even more violently, and the next moment, he let out a pained scream before losing consciousness. The power of Tiger Shatters Mountains and Rivers was truly astonishing. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan retracted his martial spirit. He glanced at Dai Mubai, but took no further action. Dai Mubai had merely been stunned and would recover in a few days without any serious consequences. In this arena, Dai Yunhan could have easily killed Dai Mubai. However, Dai Yunhan was not a product of the 9-year compulsory education system. He had only traversed into this world 6 years prior, and those 6 years had not altered his principles. Chapter 12, Zhu Zhuqing's Allegiance, the first soul ring elevated to 500 years. Dai Mubai, upon his initial encounter with the original text, found himself quite disdainful of the character, perceiving him as weak, irresponsible, and unworthy. However, it must be acknowledged that they share the same mother, both being flesh of her flesh. They are, after all, brothers. Regardless of how much Dai Yunhan may detest him, he cannot bring himself to deliver the final blow. Perhaps, one day, he might gather the resolve to do so, but at present, he cannot. The thought of causing his mother sorrow is unbearable. "Bring him down for treatment," Dai Yunhan commanded, summoning the healing spirit masters. before stepping off the arena to stand before the Star Luo Emperor. "Father, in this contest, I have emerged victorious." The Star Luo Emperor regarded him with the same stern expression as before, revealing neither joy nor anger at Dai Yunhan's decision to spare Dai Mubai. His guiding principle has always been that every individual possesses their own destiny. The choices one makes are not his to interfere with excessively. It is only through personal experience that one can grasp the underlying truths. "From this day forth, Zhu Zhuqing shall be your betrothed." "Thank you, father. Please, no need for formalities." As the Star Luo Emperor prepared to depart, he cast one last glance at Dai Yunhan. "Go see your mother. She will be delighted." Yes. Dai Yunhan comprehended the meaning of this statement. His mother could not bear to witness the fratricide. Thus she refrained from emerging from the imperial harem, and at this moment, she was likely in tears. After the departure of Emperor Xingluo, Davis followed suit, merely uttering a congratulatory phrase before lapsing into silence. Yet, within his gaze, there resided a hint of disappointment. However, this discontent was not directed at Dai Yunhan, but rather at Dai Mubai. His disappointment stemmed from the fact that Dai Mubai had spared Dai Yunhan's life. As for Dai Yunhan's decision not to eliminate Dai Mubai, it bore little significance to him, for he had never regarded Dai Mubai as a worthy adversary. In light of his demeanor, Dai Yunhan chose to remain indifferent. He understood Davis's character. He was the most ambitious among the three brothers, as well as the one most devoted to adhering to the rules. Had the duel involved Davis and Dai Mubai, Davis would undoubtedly have slain Dai Mubai without hesitation. "Your Highness, the fourth prince, congratulations on your victory. I shall trouble you to take care of Zhuqing from now on." Prince Yuming approached to extend his congratulations. He laughed exuberantly and loudly, and for some inexplicable reason, Dai Yunhan felt that this moment embodied a genuine laughter, as if their emotions had harmonized entirely, devoid of any pretense. In this instant, he was truly laughing. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take good care of Zhuqing." "That is splendid, splendid indeed. I hold great expectations for your future," Prince Yuming said, patting Dai Yunhan on the shoulder before taking his leave. Dai Yunhan was precisely what he had longed for, and now, having achieved victory, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, as Dai Yunhan gazed at his retreating figure, an inkling of hidden meaning lingered in his words. Nevertheless, such thoughts were trivial now, overshadowed by a matter of greater significance: Zhu Zhuqing. He approached her with a triumphant smile. Then, disregarding all formalities, grasped her hand firmly. "Zhuqing, as I have proclaimed, you are my wife, and none can take you away." His tone was assertive, his actions equally commanding. A flush of panic and shyness crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's face. Aware of the numerous attendants and guards surrounding them, she attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to that of Dai Yunhan, rendering her efforts futile. "Zhuqing, you are now my fiancée, as decreed by my father. What harm is there in me holding your hand?" Dai Yunhan felt a tinge of discontent. He was now a person of status, no longer the invisible entity he once was. It was only natural to hold his wife's hand. His expression softened into a smile, for he understood that Zhu Zhuqing was merely shy, not truly averse to him. Indeed, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her resistance. After all, she was now his fiancée, soon to be known throughout the empire. What harm was there in allowing him to take her hand? With a gentle sigh, she chose to relinquish her struggle. The present Dai Yunhan would be her lifelong companion, and they would never part again. She glanced around. The maids and guards remained standing in formation. Yet, at this moment, her earlier anxiety dissipated significantly, replaced by a sweet sensation blossoming in her heart. "From this day forth, I am to be Dai Yunhan's fiancée." Unaccountably, a wave of happiness surged within her. Ding! The system detected a substantial increase in Goddess Zhu Zhuqing's fondness for the host, rewarding an elevation of the first soul ring's duration to 500 years. 500 years of soul ring. Dai Yunhan distinctly sensed a newfound strength coursing through his body. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, his countenance radiating joy. Indeed, with his elevated status, the rewards he received were markedly different. Subsequently, Dai Yunhan resembled a triumphant general, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they leisurely traversed the palace. It was as if he wished to proclaim to the world that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing shed her previously composed demeanor towards Dai Yunhan, embodying the essence of a gentle wife, quietly walking beside him. As they strolled, engaging in light conversation, they eventually arrived at the rear palace, specifically the queen's chamber, which belonged to Dai Yunhan's mother. His mother, a member of the Zhu family, albeit a branch of it, shared a distant bloodline with Zhu Zhuqing, having been separated by several generations. The royal selection of a spouse from the Zhu family was not based on direct lineage, but rather on inherent talent. A union of the strong was essential to cultivate an even more formidable next generation. To mitigate the concerns of consanguinity, the Zhu family had historically endeavored to expand their lineage, and through the passage of time, they had emerged as the foremost family in the Star Luo Empire. However, with such power came the unfortunate fate of becoming a target in the prince's struggles for supremacy. After all, each conflict signified the untimely demise of the Zhu family's exceptional talents. Upon entering the chamber, the queen's face beamed with a smile, seemingly anticipating Dai Yunhan's arrival. And she promptly rose to greet him. Your son pays his respects to the empress. The minister's daughter pays her respects to the empress. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing knelt down, speaking in unison. Please, rise quickly. The empress assisted both of them to their feet. Dai Yunhan observed the queen's eyes, still swollen and red, a clear indication that she had indeed wept. Mother, I have caused you sorrow, he said. The cruel customs of the royal court demanded a delicate balance between duty and emotion, a task he endeavored to uphold. No, my son, you have done exceedingly well. The queen had genuinely been heartbroken, for today she faced the prospect of losing one of her sons. However, upon hearing of Dai Yunhan's triumph and the fact that he had spared Dai Mubai, her sorrow dissipated instantly. Chapter 13. Do you believe I am motivated by desire? She was uncertain as to why Dai Yunhan had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, yet she relished the outcome. Though pain would inevitably arrive, she wished for its delay. Mother, Dai Mubai is, after all, my biological brother, just as I am your child. I cannot bring myself to harm him. Nor do I wish to witness your distress. Dai Yunhan's mother, in truth, maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards her three sons. Apart from occasional visits, their upbringing was primarily entrusted to a wet nurse. This detachment, however, was not born from a lack of affection, rather. She was acutely aware of the fates that awaited her children. She wished to shield them from the injustices of her own influence, thereby delaying the inevitable outcomes. Deep within her heart, she cherished her children more than anyone else. The adage that the hearts of parents are filled with compassion, yet those without children find joy, was not merely a jest. In the context of the royal family, it resonated profoundly. The words of Dai Yunhan elicited a smile of gratification on the empress's face. She was well aware of the personalities of her three children. Prior to the awakening of their martial spirits, she had always believed that Dai Yunhan, being the youngest, would be at a disadvantage. Coupled with his amiable disposition, she feared that he would meet the most dire fate. However, upon the awakening of his martial spirit, his astonishing talent propelled him from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of success. This, in turn, caused her to begin to worry. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan's performance did not disappoint her. My dear, your talent is unparalleled. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you are destined to become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Thus, the empress continued, there is something I wish for you to promise me. Mother, please tell me what it is. Dai Yunhan had already surmised a fragment of what she would say. The queen spoke. I am aware that you are a kind-hearted child. Prior to this, my greatest concern was for you. However, your strength has surpassed my expectations. Given time, you will become even more formidable than your father. Therefore, I hope that once you have grown in power, you will grant your two brothers a chance at life. Is that agreeable? Of course, this is not a demand. Rather, it is my hope that, within your capacity, you can spare them, ensuring your absolute safety in the process. In this world, power commands all, and I believe you are capable of achieving this. Dai Yunhan discerned the truth within his heart, yet he exhibited no hesitation as he replied, Mother, rest assured. I promise you. Deep down, however, he harbored reservations about this commitment, for the influences of the 21st century, steeped in peace and development, rendered him incapable of committing acts of violence. Having traversed into this realm, he held a disdain for conflict and believed that the essence of life lay in savoring its pleasures. Although he harbored a profound aversion to the antagonist Tang San, he did not consider him a target of elimination. Of course, should Tang San provoke him, he would not shy away from banishing him. Yet, he was acutely aware that such contemplations existed solely within the realm of fantasy. Without power, all aspirations were futile. It was only through the acquisition of absolute strength that the world would gravitate towards him. Thus, prior to that, he yearned to engage in a romantic relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, aiming to enhance his own capabilities. Naturally, it would be even more delightful if he could cultivate relationships with other goddesses simultaneously. for his grandest ambition was to extend his benevolence to a greater number of homeless young women. Receiving Dai Yunhan's affirmative response, the queen's countenance radiated with relief. Had this matter been broached earlier, she would have refrained, for it would have only burdened him with pressure. However, circumstances had shifted. On one hand, Dai Yunhan indeed possessed the strength to fulfill such a task. On the other, his demeanor revealed the kindness that resided within him. Subsequently, the queen retrieved a pair of pendants from a box behind her, stating, "These pendants are gifts I have prepared for you both. They are not particularly exquisite. Merely a pair of soul-guiding devices. Wearing them will stabilize your spirits and aid in your cultivation, while also fostering a deeper connection between your hearts." "Thank you, mother." "Thank you, queen. Allow me to adorn you," he said with gratitude, as the queen smiled. Zhu Zhuqing, a girl of striking beauty and remarkable talent, indeed appeared to be a match made in heaven beside Dai Yunhan. "Well then, you two may go and enjoy yourselves," she concluded. After adorning herself with the pendant, the queen promptly dismissed the two individuals. Naturally, children are inclined to play with their peers. The prince took his leave, followed by the princess. The two exited the queen's chamber. Dai Yunhan gently touched the pendant around his neck, letting out a sigh. The system had imposed restrictions on his soul power and soul rings, and now it seemed even the soul guide device was constrained. Although the pendant was exquisite, it felt no different from an ordinary ornament when worn around his neck. It appeared that if he wished to acquire something truly remarkable, he would have to treat Zhu Zhuqing with greater kindness. With this thought in mind, he took her hand once more. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him, but did not resist, allowing him to hold her hand. This fellow, for reasons unknown, had an extraordinary penchant for grasping her hand, irrespective of the activity at hand. Prior to their duel, he would often reach for her hand, albeit with some restraint. However, now that the duel had concluded, all semblance of restraint had vanished. "Do you truly have such affection for me?" Zhu Zhuqing found herself asking aloud, observing Dai Yunhan as if he were a victorious general. This reminiscence brought to mind their first encounter, where he boldly claimed to have fallen for her at first sight. As a victim of the rivalry between princes, her current circumstances had far exceeded her previous imaginings. A bright future lay ahead, accompanied by a fiancé who harbored feelings for her. What was more, she reciprocated those feelings. Such mutual affection was a rare and cherished treasure for someone of her status. Upon hearing her question, Dai Yunhan turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he appraised her from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat uneasy under the intensity of his gaze, yet she stood tall and resolute. Dai Yunhan followed her movements and observed that she had not developed at all. He could hardly fathom how this airport would, in just a few short years, transform into an aircraft carrier. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan harbored no disdain for her. "True affection exists in the world. I cherish even the flat peaks." Dai Yunhan pretended to slurp, revealing a somewhat awkward expression. "If I claimed that I was merely swayed by appearances, would you believe me?" That demeanor resembled the fable of a ravenous wolf. Initially skeptical, yet now convinced. Chapter 14. Cow's Milk and Bull's Milk. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Dai Yunhan was speaking with intention. Instantly, she displayed a hint of disdain and indifference, breaking free from his grasp and walking ahead with an air of displeasure. However, a smile lingered at the corner of her lips. She did not overlook the performance that was expected of her. Dai Yunhan swiftly caught up, then grasped her hand firmly, declaring, "Whether you believe it or not, my dear, you have unwittingly walked into the jaws of a tiger. There is no escape now." "Ah." Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned to one of terror. Her husband was indeed fearsome, leaving her trembling in trepidation. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of excitement. Zhu Zhuqing's seemingly reluctant yet inviting demeanor truly resonated within him. He genuinely found Zhuqing to be incredibly adorable, even more so than the sweetest of delights. "Then I shall make you tremble until you can no longer stand." Dai Yunhan transformed into a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, startled, let out a cry and promptly fled in a flurry. In an instant, she was escaping while he pursued, her wings clipped in this frantic chase. The patrolling guards, witnessing this spectacle, initially believed a major incident had unfolded. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a youthful display of affection. However, to begin such antics at such a tender age seemed rather disrespectful to these solitary elders. The following day, the empire issued an announcement regarding the betrothal of the fourth prince, Dai Yunhan, and Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, the entire empire became aware of their relationship. To foster their bond, Zhu Zhuqing took residence within the imperial palace, albeit not in the same quarters as Dai Yunhan. Moreover, They attended the Royal Academy together for their studies. Simultaneously, on the very day the announcement was made, Dai Mubai quietly departed from the palace, his destination unknown. Yet, Dai Yunhan understood that he was likely embarking on his journey to Shrek Academy. As time flowed steadily by, several months passed. Zhu Zhuqing successfully broke through to the 10th level, finally ready to obtain her first soul ring. During this period, Dai Yunhan also advanced, gaining an additional level of soul power. One cannot help but remark that romance is indeed a laborious endeavor, especially at such a youthful age, where many methods of nurturing their bond remain inaccessible. Dai Yunhan eagerly longs for the day she will mature, wishing fervently to grow up swiftly. Upon surpassing the 10th level, the time for hunting soul rings commences. Great families, such as the Zhu clan, are often stringent with their descendants, thus, even for the initial soul ring, no one was dispatched to present a soul beast directly to Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, she was required to accompany the hunt. Of course, safety was assured. As the hunting took place within the royal forest, the soul beasts here are essentially nurtured within the confines of the Star Luo Empire, with the oldest beasts merely reaching a millennium in age. This duration is generally sufficient for the royal family and noble clans to absorb their second and third souls. Accompanied by a soul emperor, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing ventured into the royal forest. The primary objective for the day was to assist Zhu Zhuqing in hunting for her soul ring. However, it also served to enhance their practical combat experience, fostering a greater synergy between them and enabling the swift execution of their martial soul fusion techniques. Your Highnesses, today's actions will be at your discretion. I shall ensure your safety and provide counsel, the Soul Emperor declared. Within this royal forest, the presence of the Soul Emperor was overwhelmingly dominant, and his assignment as protector was indeed a mark of exceptional privilege. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan possessed the merit to warrant such protection. Very well. Dai Yunhan responded with a word and then led Zhu Zhuqing into the depths of the forest. Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat, belongs to the agility attack category. Thus, it is most advantageous for her to absorb a soul ring from a soul beast of the same type. According to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, the maximum age for the first soul ring is 423 years. At that time, Tang San absorbed a soul ring nearly 400 years old, as his innate talents and physique surpassed those of Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing had consumed a millennium-old blood dragon ginseng, which slightly enhanced her physical condition. Considering this, Dai Yunhan believed that absorbing a 300-year-old soul beast would pose no problem for her. Of course, a slightly older soul beast might also be feasible. Although it could entail considerable risks, Dai Yunhan felt that there was no necessity for it. The age of the spirit ring is indeed significant. Yet it is merely the first spirit ring, which holds little weight. Regardless, he would protect Zhu Zhuqing in the future. As they walked, it remained uncertain whether it was due to the presence of a soul emperor or simply their misfortune. But after 2 to 3 hours of wandering, they had yet to encounter a suitable spirit beast. As noon approached, they decided to take a moment to rest before continuing their search. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was still quite feeble, and given her youth, the nearly 3 hours of walking had proven to be quite taxing. They found a large tree and sat on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully produced some provisions, milk, bread, and biscuits, among other items. Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that you had prepared food. He, on the other hand, had brought nothing, considering that the royal forest was situated not far from the palace, and he believed that hunting a low-level soul ring would not take much time. However, he did not foresee such misfortune. Well, I thought it might not go so smoothly, so I brought a little something. Zhu Zhuqing divided most of the food and offered it to Dai Yunhan, then picked up a bottle of milk, tore it open, and handed it to him. In the sweltering heat of June and July, despite the shade of the trees, one would still perspire while walking. Dai Yunhan indeed felt a pang of hunger. He took the milk and drank it heartily, while exclaiming, "My wife is so thoughtful. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry today." Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed, retorted playfully, "No amount of food can silence your chatter." After more than half a year of companionship, Zhu Zhuqing had come to understand Dai Yunhan's temperament quite well. He was talkative, often indulging in playful teasing, yet his heart was warm, kind, and he treated her exceptionally well. Such a person, aside from his incessant chatter, closely resembled her ideal husband. However, she did not entirely despise that bothersome mouth, for it was the source of sweet words that made her heart race and her cheeks flush. "Oh, dear wife, this milk you brought is actually from a cow." At that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him in confusion, not comprehending his meaning. Dai Yunhan turned her head and took the milk from Zhu Zhuqing's hand, urging her to let her taste it. After taking a sip, her eyebrows shot up in surprise, realizing that it was indeed cow's milk. Zhu Zhuqing began to understand. Dai Yunhan had tasted the milk from a cow. She reclaimed the milk and took a sip herself, yet found no discernible difference. How can you tell that this is cow's milk? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curious eyes fixed on Dai Yunhan. Despite having consumed so much milk, she had never been able to distinguish between bull's milk and cow's milk. Chapter 15. Soul beasts abound, yet Zhu Zhuqing has only one. This is cow's milk, Dai Yunhan asserted with unwavering conviction. But how do you know? Dai Yunhan asserted that in discerning the quality of milk, one must first observe its hue, determining whether it possesses a pure white color. Secondly, it is essential to savor its flavor, assessing the intensity of any fishy undertones. The two bottles we hold in our hands both contain cow's milk, do they not? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her skepticism, taking another sip yet still failing to discern any distinct characteristics. This presents a matter of probability. There exists a 50-50 chance of it being either bull's milk or cow's milk. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated offering a counterargument, but Dai Yunhan remained resolute in his assertion that it was indeed cow's milk. Observing his unwavering confidence, Zhu Zhuqing found herself momentarily doubting her own judgment. Then why do you believe so? She inquired. Dai Yunhan smiled silently. This foolish girl has completely been led astray by him. As Dai Yunhan remained silent, Zhu Zhuqing could only ponder the question herself, sipping her drink while blinking her adorably naive big eyes. Why is that? Why is that? She murmured incessantly. After an hour's respite, the two resumed their search. Though the weather was sweltering, the soul rings still needed to be hunted. Yet, trailing behind Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing continued to inquire, why is that? Dai Yunhan could not help but chuckle. This silly girl had been pondering the question for an entire afternoon without grasping its essence. Even the Soul Emperor, who followed closely behind to protect them, was unable to suppress his amusement at Zhu Zhuqing's antics. Her innocence was endearingly foolish. Throughout the journey, all one could hear was, but why? Dai Yunhan no longer wished to tease her. He was prepared to reveal the reason behind his actions. At that moment, they finally encountered a soul beast. Its body was entirely ebony, adorned with purple markings, resembling a feline creature with piercing eyes. It was indeed a nether spirit cat, and its age was precisely around 310 years. The two quickly fell silent, resolving to hunt the soul beast, as it was one of the most compatible with soul masters, akin to their own martial souls. However, at that moment, the nether spirit cat was engaged in the pursuit of a snake measuring over 3 meters in length. The snake's body was covered in vibrant patterns, its coloration striking, with a triangular head, unmistakably a venomous serpent. Yet, this snake was far too young, boasting an age of less than a century, rendering it no match for the nether spirit cat. Within mere exchanges, it lay motionless on the ground. Observing this, Dai Yunhan understood that the opportunity had arrived. Zhuqing, I will engage it head-on to divert its attention. You should strike from the side. Remember, safety is paramount. Do not overexert yourself. Dai Yunhan has devised a battle strategy. His soul power currently stands at the 20th level, a rank that corresponds with the prowess of soul beasts from approximately 3 centuries past. However, due to the exceptional quality of his martial soul, Dai Yunhan is confident in his ability to triumph over it. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing, who has yet to acquire a soul ring, must exercise caution. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned grave as she nodded, her gaze sharpening. Martial soul manifestation. First soul skill. Chaotic dual transformation. Dai Yunhan unleashed his martial soul, and with the activation of his first soul skill, his hair and wings transformed into a deep, obsidian black. This color, representing explosive power, was ideally suited for rapid assaults against adversaries. He soared just above the ground, releasing the full aura of his martial soul, which exerted a suppressive force on his opponent's bloodline while his claws lunged toward the nether spirit cat. The nether spirit cat, poised to savor its prey, suddenly sensed a chilling atmosphere enveloping the surroundings, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon it. It bared its teeth in a fierce warning, its gaze locking on Dai Yunhan. However, the terrifying aura emanating from Dai Yunhan's martial soul instilled fear in the nether spirit cat at a mere glance. The dread emanating from the depths of the soul was not easily resisted by a soulless beast devoid of intelligence. With a swift strike, Dai Yunhan's claw landed squarely on the side of the spectral spirit cat. Defense was not the forte of this ethereal creature, and the surprise attack effortlessly rent its flesh asunder, causing a cascade of blood to erupt. Yet, The spectral spirit cat was renowned for its agility. In this critical moment, it executed a role that spared its vital organs from harm, though its muscles and bones bore the brunt of the assault. Blood dripped from its form onto the ground as it crouched, limbs coiled in readiness, sharp fangs bared, and the fur along its neck bristling with ferocity. Its eyes ablaze with menace. However, to Dai Yunhan's astonishment, this creature merely bared its teeth with a snarl before pivoting to flee. Clearly, the acute alertness characteristic of felines had made it aware that this human was not an adversary to be trifled with. It opted for escape. In an unexpected turn, a shadowy duplicate of the creature split from its original form, darting off in two divergent directions. Who could have anticipated that this 300-year-old soul beast possessed mastery over soul techniques? Dai Yunhan gazed at the two figures, finding it somewhat challenging to distinguish between them, for both possessed nearly identical physiques and auras. However, time was of the essence, and he carelessly chose one of them. Just as he prepared to pursue, he suddenly noticed that one of the spectral spirit cats was actually dashing towards Zhu Zhuqing. In a moment of trepidation, Dai Yunhan, without the slightest hesitation, abandoned her pursuit of the target and swiftly turned her attention towards Zhu Zhuqing. A 300-year-old soul beast was beyond Zhu Zhuqing's ability to contend with. Should she encounter one that was indeed formidable, Dai Yunhan would be left with insurmountable regret. Soul beasts abound, but there is only one Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, Dai Yunhan resolutely chose to protect her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat flustered, clearly caught off guard by the impending attack. Nevertheless, she opted to summon her martial soul, transforming into an adorably fierce spirit cat. The ominous spirit cat swiftly approached her, its sharp claws poised to strike at Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. Undeterred, she too chose to meet claw with claw. Yet just as their strikes were about to collide, a sudden, chilling scream echoed through the air. The body of the ominous spirit cat twisted in an uncanny arc before a claw emerged, piercing through it. It was Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan, with a single decisive move, unleashed another surge of soul power, relentlessly striking until the ethereal spirit cat lay on the brink of collapse. Only then did he feel a sense of relief wash over him. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and gratitude. How could such a diminutive feline possess such ferocity? After all, it was a soul beast of 3 centuries. How could one dare to confront it head-on? Dai Yunhan, with a hint of annoyance, pinched her chubby little face, serving as a mild reprimand. Zhu Zhuqing relished this intimacy characteristic of couples, her large eyes reflecting a somewhat adorable innocence. At that moment, I was not preoccupied with thoughts. My sole intention was to intercept her. You mustn't do that again, I remarked, relieved that I had arrived just in time. How do you know this one is genuine? Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously. Chapter 16. 12 years old. As for the other shadowy, ethereal spirit cat, Dai Yunhan paid it no heed as it approached her directly. Dai Yunhan affectionately stroked her small head, expressing, I am uncertain of its authenticity, yet I am certain of yours. I cannot allow you to come to harm. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing instantly comprehended Dai Yunhan's intentions and could not help but break into a sweet smile. All right, swiftly deliver the final blow, and then you shall absorb the spirit ring while I provide protection. With a nod, Zhu Zhuqing approached the Yomi spirit cat, which was on the brink of death, clinging to life by a mere thread. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly dispatched it. Soon after, a yellow spirit ring coalesced above it. Zhu Zhuqing settled into a meditative position and began the absorption of the spirit ring. Approximately 2 minutes later, she successfully absorbed the spirit ring, resulting in a notable elevation of her spirit power by 1 level. Her current spirit power now stood at 11. Bamboo Qing, what is your first spirit skill? Dai Yunhan inquired. The first spirit skill is named Yomi Thrust, utilizing claws for attack. When executed, the speed of the assault is instantaneously doubled, rendering it a close-range, single-target attack skill. This revelation momentarily astonished Dai Yunhan, though it was also within the realm of expectation. She had anticipated that her presence would alter her spirit skill to some extent, yet it remained Yomi Thrust. However, upon reflection, Dai Yunhan began to understand. Given the existence of the royal forest, even in her absence, the spirit rings hunted by Zhu Zhuqing were surely orchestrated by someone. The most suitable developmental path for a martial spirit is to align with its inherent nature. Therefore, it is highly probable that in the original narrative, she also absorbed a spirit ring from the Yomi spirit cat, explaining the similarity in spirit skills. The only distinction might lie in the age of the spirit rings. Well then, the spirit ring absorption is complete. Let us return, Dai Yunhan decided, dismissing any further concerns on the matter. Indeed, Dai Yunhan grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, preparing to depart together. However, at that moment, the serpent previously slain by the spectral feline stirred suddenly, its cold eyes snapping open, and its bloody maw lunging towards Zhu Zhuqing's calf. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuqing was bitten squarely. An intense pain surged through her, eliciting an involuntary cry of anguish. A snake. Dai Yunhan swiftly turned his head and discovered that it was merely the dead snake, which had been feigning death all along, eluding his notice. He seized the serpent with a firm grip, channeling his formidable soul power to crush its body, severing its head from its torso with ease. His gaze then shifted to the calf of Zhu Zhuqing, and he gasped in shock. It had already turned a deep shade of purple. "Your Highness, the fourth prince. I possess a remedy," proclaimed a nearby soul emperor, promptly producing a vial of medicine. This venomous snake was a common breed, and those who ventured into the royal forest for soul ring hunting always brought antidotes along with them. Dai Yunhan took the medicine and administered it to Zhu Zhuqing, simultaneously channeling her soul power to expel a portion of the toxins from her calf. The efficacy of the medicine was remarkably evident after ingesting it. The purplish discoloration swiftly receded, leaving only a patch of redness. Dai Yunhan felt a sense of relief. "This beast, I have yet to kiss you. Yet it has stolen the chance." "Huh? Are you truly envious of a serpent?" Zhu Zhuqing could not help but laugh aloud. Initially, she harbored some anxiety and fear. But upon witnessing the toxin dissipate, her spirits began to lift. Now, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, she laughed even more heartily. "What of the snake? My wife is solely for my affection. Well, it has already kissed me. What can you do about it? Perhaps you should kiss its wife?" Zhu Zhuqing jested. "Whether it is male or female remains uncertain, and even if it is male, it is certainly a lone snake. Your Highness, based on my experience, this snake is a female," the Soul Emperor interjected. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and quickly added, "If it is a female snake, then it is even simpler. You can just kiss it back. Will you not feel jealous?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "Not in the least. A kiss is a kiss." Dai Yunhan feigned anger, abruptly seizing the serpent's head that had flown away, directing it towards herself, and then extending her lips. "Are you truly going to kiss it?" Zhu Zhuqing hastily grasped her hand, wondering why such a jest was taken so seriously. Even a deceased snake remains venomous. Dai Yunhan, undeterred, huffed. "Not only do I wish to kiss it, but I desire to indulge in it to the point of having my mouth dripping with grease." "Dripping with grease?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly comprehended, releasing his hand and remarking, "You truly are a miser. What else could it be? This is the price for bullying my wife." Dai Yunhan carefully coiled the snake, resolved to prepare a savory snake soup that very evening. He then approached Zhu Zhuqing, crouching before her. "Come, allow me to carry you." "Carry me?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, glancing at his broad back. Although they were officially husband and wife, their youth made such intimacy feel somewhat inappropriate. "There's no need. I can walk on my own." "Climb on. Your legs are swollen. How can you walk? It will take 3 to 4 hours to return." Zhu Zhuqing inspected her legs, acknowledging that while the poison had subsided, the swelling remained. She considered the distance and realized it was indeed quite far. "In that case, I cannot allow you to carry me. It would be exhausting to walk such a distance." "What are you thinking?" Dai Yunhan found Zhu Zhuqing's innocence endearingly charming. "We will return by flying. We have already hunted the soul rings, so why walk?" With that, his black and white wings unfurled behind him. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly understood, feeling a bit embarrassed, but she quickly dismissed her reservations and climbed onto Dai Yunhan's back. As she nestled against him, her cheeks flushed. Yet the solid strength of his back offered her an unexpected sense of security. "Hold on tightly. I am about to take off." Dai Yunhan unfurled her wings and soared into the sky, swiftly making her way towards the palace. Zhu Zhuqing clung tightly, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a span of 6 months along with 2.5 years had elapsed. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing have both reached the age of 12. At this age, Dai Yunhan has finally surpassed Zhu Zhuqing in height by half a head. Over the course of the past 5.5 years, Zhu Zhuqing's physique has undergone a remarkable transformation. Her figure is now curvaceous and elongated. Although her splendid curves have yet to reach the proportions of an aircraft carrier, they are certainly no longer within the grasp of Dai Yunhan's hand. Moreover, what captivates Dai Yunhan the most is Zhu Zhuqing's long, slender legs. They are strikingly straight and graceful, resembling the idealized legs portrayed in the anime that Dai Yunhan has admired. Chapter 17. A decision to leave Xinghua City. The adage "a dragon reveals its head, but not its tail" aptly describes her legs, which extend elegantly from her neck down. Consequently, Dai Yunhan has grown increasingly fond of Zhu Zhuqing, whose mature figure conceals a delightful heart, rendering her nothing short of perfection in Dai Yunhan's eyes. And thus, 5.5 years have passed. Through the emotional interactions with Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan has reaped numerous rewards. Firstly, his soul power level has ascended to 35, however. This pace leaves him somewhat dissatisfied. Averaging out, he has not even reached the milestone of advancing 3 levels in a year, which fails to reflect the advantages of his innate 20-level soul power. Even Zhu Zhuqing has already attained level 28, despite possessing only a 7th level innate soul power. Therefore, I implore the system, what purpose does this innate 20-level soul power serve? Is it merely for ostentation or a superficial facade? Of course, Dai Yunhan comprehends the root of this predicament, which lies in the system's constraints imposed upon him. The inability to absorb soul rings without accompanying soul power increases. The prohibition on self-cultivation and the nullification of his innate talent render his 20-level gift virtually ineffectual. A series of perplexing operations has resulted in the painfully slow enhancement of his strength. Nonetheless, from the perspective of age, he undeniably stands as the foremost figure. In addition to soul power, the longevity of his soul rings has also increased, aside from the first soul ring, which remains unchanged. The second and third soul rings are now of the millennium caliber. The second soul ring has precisely reached 1,000 years, while the third boasts an impressive 3,000 years. The third soul skill, named Chaotic Wing Annihilation Slash, allows him to wield his wings to conjure a chaotic mist that disorients enemies' senses, followed by a decisive strike through the use of his wings. Even if the enemy survives, the wounds inflicted by his wings will remain unhealed, necessitating several times the soul power to withstand. This soul skill can be divided into 2 segments, each capable of independent use, though the efficacy diminishes when utilized separately. Moreover, through the passage of time, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing have successfully mastered their martial soul fusion technique. However, their martial soul fusion is not the Phantom White Tiger, but rather a technique named Chaotic Phantom, whose power surpasses that of the Phantom White Tiger by several tiers. Additionally, besides these personal enhancements, Dai Yunhan has been awarded a soul guide artifact, a ring that serves as a storage device. Beyond these acquisitions, Dai Yunhan finds himself somewhat disheartened, as he had anticipated that by drawing from Zhu Zhuqing, he would garner sufficient resources to elevate himself to the divine realm. Nevertheless, their bond has deepened significantly. And aside from the final barrier yet to be breached, they have accomplished nearly everything else. Even so, his strength remains disappointingly inadequate, instilling in him a profound realization that the path to divinity is laden with challenges and demands unwavering dedication. In the Grand Palace Hall, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing stood before the Star Luo Emperor, accompanied by the likes of the Prince of the Underworld. "My children, have you come to a resolution?" the Emperor inquired. "Father, Zhuqing and I have long since made our decision," replied Dai Yunhan, their expressions unwavering. Today marked the graduation from their junior academy, after which they would soon embark on their journey into the Royal Intermediate Academy of Star Luo. However, Dai Yunhan harbored no desire to remain in Star Luo City. According to the intelligence he had gathered, it was the moment when Tang San began his entry into Shrek Academy, heralding the true commencement of the narrative. This was the pivotal time when Tang San would seize all his fortunes. Should Dai Yunhan choose to linger in Star Luo City, he would effectively be isolating himself, stagnant in his progress. Whether he could surpass Tang San remained uncertain, let alone the prospect of comfortably indulging in his envisioned life. Thus, on this day, Dai Yunhan formally submitted his resignation to the Star Luo Emperor, expressing his intent to journey to the Douluo Empire. He aimed to seize the opportunities that Tang San would encounter. Moreover, a pressing concern weighed upon him. The intervals at which he received rewards from Zhu Zhuqing had been stretching increasingly longer, whereas just weeks prior, he would obtain a reward every few days. It now took months to achieve one. This indicated that their relationship had reached an impasse, making further advancements arduous. The longer he remained in the Star Luo Empire, the more sluggish his growth would become. Therefore, for his own sake and for Zhu Zhuqing's, Dai Yunhan felt compelled to depart from the Star Luo Empire. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further discourse. I will facilitate your entry into the Heaven-Do Royal Academy as exchange students. You shall study there for the foreseeable future," declared the Star Luo Emperor. In truth, every year, the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire engaged in student exchanges, fostering mutual learning and intelligence gathering. Yet, It was rare for a prince to partake in such exchanges. Thank you, Father. Your Majesty, might it be prudent to assign someone to discreetly safeguard them? Suggested the prince of the underworld from the sidelines. Dai Yunhan's talent is undeniably dazzling. Should she venture out into the world, the risk of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives could prove perilous. Emperor Xingluo pondered this dilemma and deemed it necessary to send someone for her protection. Yet, who should be entrusted with such a task? With only a scant few Douluo within the Luo Empire and even fewer among the royal family, just himself and Prince Yuming, there were hardly any viable options. As for the Soul Saint level, they were neither particularly weak nor exceptionally strong. Anyone bold enough to act against the Xinglu royal family would surely be formidable. Relying solely on a Soul Saint for protection would likely be insufficient, leaving the emperor in a state of vexation. At that moment, however, Dai Yunhan resolutely declined the proposal. Father, she stated, I believe it is prudent to have guards during our travels, but once we arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy, such measures become unnecessary. After all, I am a prince of the empire. If anything were to happen to me, even if it were not the doing of the Tiando Empire, they would find themselves in a difficult position to explain. In truth, their concern lies more with my safety than my own. Moreover, the presence of 3 Douluo at Tiando Royal Academy assures that safety is thoroughly guaranteed. Dai Yunhan harbors little concern regarding safety, for the narrative has only just begun, and all conflicts remain dormant. At this juncture, it is undoubtedly the safest period. The major sects and the Spirit Hall are unlikely to take any action. Particularly in Heavendo City, the safety factor is beyond reproach. Even the most worrisome figure, Dugubo, would refrain from acting recklessly upon realizing his royal lineage. This is due to his other identity as a guest elder of the Heavendo royal family, where every move he makes reflects upon the royal house. His position is delicate, unlike Tang San, who conceals his identity and thus can maneuver freely. Chapter 18. Entering the Heavendo Royal Academy, residing in a detached villa moreover. His and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique, Chaos Nether, possesses power comparable to that of a Soul King around level 50, granting them a degree of self-protection. The analysis by Emperor Xingluo acknowledges Dai Yunhan's perspective, agreeing that while your insights are correct, one must remain vigilant. Thus, I shall assign a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor to discreetly guard you. The presence of a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor constitutes the highest caliber of protection available. Although there are indeed 2 Soul Sages, their deployment solely for the protection of Dai Yunhan and company would impede the operations of the royal family. Thank you, Father, for your concern. Dai Yunhan did not refuse. Since the Star Luo Emperor intended to send someone, she acquiesced. It is always prudent to take precautions. A month later, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Observing the bustling students, Dai Yunhan realized that her true journey in this world was about to commence. Upon locating the Academic Affairs Office, they proceeded to complete their enrollment procedures. The Director of Academic Affairs, a middle-aged man, exhibited no signs of impatience upon their arrival. It was the beginning of the academic year, and most students followed the conventional enrollment process, with only a select few opting to approach him directly. Typically, such individuals hailed from affluent or noble backgrounds, prompting him to treat them with utmost courtesy. After receiving their information and perusing it, astonishment soon adorned his countenance. Dai Yunhan, age 12, possessed the martial soul of the chaotic twin-winged tiger, boasting a formidable rank of 35 in the Assault Spirit Master hierarchy, and was the 4th prince of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing, also 12 years old, wielded the martial soul of the Nether Spirit Cat. Classified as a 28-level Agile Spirit Master and the daughter of the Nether Prince of the Star Luo Empire. The director inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. On one hand, the noble status of the two was staggering. Why would such highborn individuals leave the Star Luo Empire to attend the Tiando Royal Academy? This raised suspicions. Yet the royal certification accompanying their information assured him that their presence was sanctioned by His Majesty. Thus, he had no objections on that front. However, on the other hand, the sheer age and soul power levels of the two left him utterly astounded. He rose from his seat, overwhelmed by astonishment. He had encountered 12-year-olds with a rank of 28. Such talent was rare, but not unheard of. Yet a 12-year-old with a rank of 35 was beyond his comprehension. This prodigious talent, far surpassing that of her peers, transcended the bounds of mere genius. She was a veritable anomaly. His hands trembled slightly, and he harbored an earnest desire to verify Dai Yunhan's soul power level to ascertain whether it truly matched the information provided. However, the royal certification deterred him from any impolite actions. To doubt her would be to cast aspersions upon the royal family itself. He stifled his excitement and proceeded to complete Dai Yunhan's enrollment. The dormitories offered a variety of accommodations, including shared rooms, single rooms, and luxurious independent suites, each with differing prices. "What are your preferences?" he inquired, his tone quivering slightly. In such situations, independent luxurious suites were typically arranged. Nonetheless, he sought clarity on their desires before proceeding. "We shall opt for an independent suite," replied Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan naturally opted for a standalone residence. Now that he and Zhu Zhuqing had emerged from the confines of royal customs, it was only natural for them to reside together. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed involuntarily, clearly indicating that she too contemplated what it would entail to live alongside Dai Yunhan. The supervising director merely acknowledged with a hum, refraining from further inquiries, and proceeded to facilitate their arrangement. Typically, students of the academy are not permitted to cohabit. Yet it was acknowledged that such regulations are subject to exceptions. Dai Yunhan, being of royal lineage, inherently occupies a unique position. Furthermore, he is acutely aware of the trials that lie ahead for the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire. Thus, it is highly probable that Zhu Zhuqing is betrothed to him. The two reside together, and as long as they do not draw excessive attention, they shall remain unscathed by gossip. The formalities have been completed. The tuition amounts to a total of 1,000 gold soul coins. Here is the key to your dormitory. Thank you. Dai Yunhan paid the fee and then received the key. The key was crafted from a unique metallic material, one side adorned with an elegant swan motif, while the other bore the inscription Qingfeng. Qifeng must indeed be the name of the opulent dormitory. Following the directions, the two soon arrived at Qifeng Dormitory. The residence was lavish, featuring 2 stories and a private courtyard, reminiscent of the villas from a previous life. Upon entering the room, the decor exuded refinement. Though aside from a few simple pieces of furniture, there was little else present. The entire house, while not as splendid as his royal quarters, still surpassed what an ordinary noble could ever experience. It was no wonder the charges were exorbitant. Likely, a significant portion of the 1,000 gold soul coins was allocated for accommodations. After arranging his belongings, he comfortably reclined on the sofa, finally able to rest after a month of travel. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. Dai Yunhan took the water, but then, with a gentle pull, drew her into an embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped them both, filling Dai Yunhan with an overwhelming sense of comfort. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Dai Yunhan, without hesitation, planted a kiss directly on her cheek and then remarked, "Why be shy? This house now belongs to us, and there are no outsiders. The 2 skilled guardians secretly protecting them are not permitted to enter the academy, thus they have been stationed nearby." Dai Yunhan was not particularly concerned about the unseen eyes that may be observing them. However, it was still broad daylight, and it would be rather inappropriate for passers-by to witness their actions. Although the luxurious villa was a standalone structure, it was not isolated. Rather, it was akin to a community, with houses constructed in proximity to one another, albeit at a greater distance. During the daytime, it was indeed possible for those walking by to glimpse a portion of the villa's interior through the windows. Yet, upon hearing her words, Dai Yunhan did not loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened his embrace, leaning in closer with a mischievous smile, and teasingly asked, "Are you suggesting that it would be acceptable in the evening?" "I never said such a thing," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her face growing even more flushed, her bashful gaze unable to meet his. Dai Yunhan's heart raced as he beheld Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor, akin to a flower ready to be plucked, stirring an involuntary reaction in his throat. Over the past month, witnessing their interactions had left him in a state of pent-up desire. He thought to himself, "Let me steal a kiss first." Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing's response, he leaned in for a deep kiss. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively clenched her small fist against Dai Yunhan's chest. Initially, she contemplated resistance, yet Dai Yunhan's overwhelming presence soon sapped her strength. Chapter 19. Fighting in a Dress. Quite convenient. In mere moments, she succumbed softly. After a few seconds, she found herself completely immersed in Dai Yunhan's passionate embrace. 3 minutes later, the fervent kiss came to an end. "You wicked scoundrel," she exclaimed as she playfully punched Dai Yunhan's chest, then extricated herself from his embrace. Stepping aside to straighten her slightly disheveled attire, her gaze fixed on Dai Yunhan with a mix of annoyance and affection. Dai Yunhan, with a cheerful demeanor, remained unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's irritation. In his eyes, her annoyance was akin to an endearing display of affection. The adage to hit is to love. To scold is to care. Without conflict, there is no love resonated with him. This was merely another facet of their burgeoning relationship. As it was still early, he suggested they venture out to procure some necessities. The house, devoid of warmth, felt stark and uninviting. Savoring the delicious fare, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of contentment wash over him, prompting him to attend to more pressing matters. The morning hours lingered, and the empty abode offered little comfort. He resolved to acquire some supplies and provisions. Thus, the pair departed from the villa, heading towards the nearby commercial street. Meanwhile, within the offices of the Tiando Royal Academy, 4 men convened, each presented with a dossier containing the academy's information. Among them, 3 were older, 1 tall, 1 portly, and 1 of average build, while the 4th, though middle-aged, appeared somewhat younger. Should Dai Yunhan have been present, he would have recognized the individual as the dean. The other 3 were members of the academy's committee, Meng Xinji, Zhilin, and Bai Baoshan. Unsurprisingly, the dossier contained details pertinent to both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. Meng Xinji pondered aloud, recalling that His Majesty had informed him of the impending visit from a prince of the Star Luo Empire for an exchange of learning. Initially expecting an ordinary royal, he was taken aback by the startling revelation of a 12-year-old with a formidable 35-level soul power. What could be the purpose behind his arrival? Has His Majesty imparted any directives to you? Jilin inquired. None that I am aware of, came the reply. Very well. Jilin continued, lifting a cup of tea. His Majesty is undoubtedly privy to this information, and the absence of any directives indicates that all is under his control. Thus, we need not fret unnecessarily. Bai Baoshan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jilin's observation. Even if the young prince harbored ulterior motives, it was not their concern. Their primary duty was to educate their students. Rather than speculate on his intentions, they should focus on the remarkable fact that he had attained such a high level of soul power at merely 12 years of age. Meng Xinji, drawn back to the matter at hand, scrutinized the dossier before him. Perhaps it pertains to his martial spirit. The white tiger martial spirit is inherently powerful. And if it has undergone a mutation, though I have yet to witness it firsthand, current data suggests it is a highly beneficial alteration. In any case, this individual warrants close observation. Regardless of whether he possesses ulterior motives towards our empire, his existence holds immense value. Should Dai Yunhan truly realize his potential, he could undoubtedly evolve into a titled Douluo in the future. Jilin concurred, if that is the case. Could it not pose a significant threat to the Star Luo Empire in the future? Though Bai Baoshan professed not to worry, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Meng Xinji, however, shook his head, asserting that while titled Douluos are formidable, they are not invincible against an entire empire. In the face of a military juggernaut, even a titled Douluo must tread carefully. Furthermore, even if Dai Yunhan is exceptionally gifted, how can we ensure his true development? The world is rife with prodigies, many of whom meet untimely ends. Every true powerhouse has risen by stepping over countless other talents. Moreover, we cannot simply extinguish his potential due to his gifts. The Star Luo Empire would not have sent him without preparation. Should Dai Yunhan encounter peril, who would bear the brunt of the consequences? Would it not be the Tiando Empire? Thus, rather than concern ourselves with potential threats from him, we ought to prioritize his safety, ensuring he returns unharmed. Wise words indeed, Jilin and Bai Baoshan acknowledged, astonished by the layers of implications entwined within the situation. It was no wonder that such an extraordinary talent was still allowed to roam free. On another front, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the commercial street. The innate nature of girls to shop remains unchanged across any realm. Upon their arrival, Zhu Zhuqing instantly transformed into a lively little kitten, darting this way and that with boundless energy. Yunhan, do you think this looks good? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, holding up a pair of black leather pants from a clothing store. Dai Yunhan shook her head and said, I find this one more appealing. Dai Yunhan picked up a white romper from the side. While he greatly admired Zhu Zhuqing in leather pants, showcasing her voluptuous figure, he found himself even more enchanted by her in a dress. After all, girls should adorn themselves beautifully. What sense does it make to wear a battle-tied outfit every day? Yet, such attire is rather inconvenient during combat. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of temptation. Every girl harbors an appreciation for beauty. However, the ideologies instilled in her by her family since childhood led her to believe that beauty was meant for other girls, only combat belonged to her. Convenient, she thought, is the utmost practicality. Yet, Dai Yunhan's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed, unable to comprehend how wearing a dress could be convenient. Fighting in such attire could easily lead to unintended exposure. But then, upon noticing the glimmering gaze of Dai Yunhan, she swiftly grasped the true meaning of his notion of convenience. She understood what kind of combat he was alluding to. "You hentai," she exclaimed. A term that Dai Yunhan had taught her, but now she wielded it against him. "How am I being hentai? What are you imagining, you little innocent one?" Dai Yunhan, in an irritable manner, gave her a gentle tap before retrieving a pair of leggings and a white stocking from the side. "What I mean is, wearing this will make things much easier for you." Dai Yunhan had a particular fondness for girls who donned skirts in battle, both elegant and fierce. Yet, when Zhu Zhuqing beheld the items in her hand, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks blossoming with a deep crimson hue, to the point where her toes seemed to awkwardly dig into the ground as if to conjure a soul ring. Chapter 20. Unless one chooses black, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She placed her hand on Dai Yunhan's waist, playfully pinching the soft flesh and giving it a twist. "You naughty rascal." Dai Yunhan instantly felt a sharp pain. No matter how strong a man may be, the softness of his waist could never withstand the pressure of his wife's fingers. The sensation of discomfort was a unique experience known only to the one who endures it. He found himself perplexed, pondering how such a technique could achieve nationwide uniformity. Dai Yunhan's expression was one of anguish, and Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a twinge of sympathy, loosened her grip and gently massaged him. "Let us see if you dare to do so again next time." Dai Yunhan, having recovered from her pain, gently reached out to caress her head, softly uttering, "Leave matters of battle to the men. You should simply adorn yourself beautifully and cheer for me." The affectionate gesture and sincere tone instantly warmed Zhu Zhuqing's heart. "Don't think I am unaware. You simply wish to see me wear it," Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. While she felt touched, she was acutely aware of the intentions behind the old lecher's heart. "So, will you wear it for me to see?" came the playful undertone. "I will not." Zhu Zhuqing resolutely declined, "unless it is in black." Dai Yunhan was instantly filled with joy, realizing that Zhu Zhuqing was truly fond of him. He tossed aside the white garment in his hand, cupped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, and planted a kiss upon it. Turning to the proprietor, he instructed, "Please wrap up the black dress and stockings for me." "Certainly, sir," the owner replied. "You must be out of your mind. Why would you buy so much? Will you even wear it all?" Zhu Zhuqing interjected, grasping Dai Yunhan's arm. But Dai Yunhan retorted, "Who told you that stockings are meant to be worn? What purpose do they serve then?" "Of course, they are meant to be torn," he added cheekily. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, and in the next moment, Dai Yunhan felt the familiar sting of her playful reprimand at his waist. After purchasing clothing, they acquired some daily necessities. Subsequently, they indulged in a selection of meats and vegetables, even though cooking was not a necessity for them. Yet, life always required a touch of romance, and Dai Yunhan believed it prudent to procure a few items as a means to maintain his culinary skills from his past. Having a wife is delightful, but one must not neglect the art of cooking. Once they had secured their provisions, Dai Yunhan took Zhu Zhuqing on a leisurely exploration of Tiando City. They reveled in each other's company, and before they knew it, night had fallen. They found a restaurant, enjoyed a meal, and as the hour grew late, it was time to return home. However, on their way back, Dai Yunhan suddenly heard a faint, anguished plea echoing in the night. Dai Yunhan promptly halted his steps, then held his breath, concentrating intently. Soon, the voice became distinctly audible in his ears, as if someone were calling for help. "Did you hear that?" Dai Yunhan inquired, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed to be a feminine voice. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing keen hearing as well, suggested, "Shall we investigate?" Dai Yunhan preferred to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him, fully aware that many troublesome situations often arose from unwarranted interference. Moreover, this was the imperial city of Tiando, where the presence of a plea for help felt particularly unsettling. Thus, he resolved to escort Zhu Zhuqing away. However, at that moment, a figure emerged from a shadowy alley, struggling to extend her hand toward Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, exclaiming, "Please help me. I am in great distress." Hearing the voice, Dai Yunhan instantly recognized it belonged to the woman. Clearly, she had also noticed Dai Yunhan pausing, prompting her to muster the strength to crawl out. "Yunhan, please help her," Zhu Zhuqing urged anxiously, grasping his hand tightly. The figure lying on the ground was indeed a woman, appearing to be somewhat older than Zhu Zhuqing. She sported a striking mane of deep purple hair, exuding an air of vitality, yet her features were contorted in agony at that moment. Her emerald eyes, inherently beguiling, were rendered even more chilling by the backlight, evoking an unsettling aura akin to that of a venomous serpent. The sight of her, especially in her current position, accentuated the serpentine resemblance. Upon seeing her, Dai Yunhan immediately recognized her identity, Zhu Zhuqing. The reason was quite straightforward. The original narrative described Zhu Zhuqing's hair and eye color as hues that did not exist in the Douluo Continent, a peculiar trait resulting from poisoning. Moreover, this was the city of Tiando, and her gaze bore the menacing quality of a viper. Dai Yunhan possessed a 90% certainty in deducing that she was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. Initially reluctant to assist her, the consideration of her esteemed identity compelled Dai Yunhan to alter his course of action. Cultivating a favorable relationship with her would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors to procure celestial herbs from Dugubo. Unlike the spirit hall, his family lacked the authority to seize by force. As he approached Zhu Zhuqing, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him from a distance of 5 meters. Accompanied by an acrid scent, he took 2 steps back, examining the surroundings more closely, only to discover a faint azure mist lingering in the air. Dai Yunhan realized that this was highly likely to be the deadly gas released by Zhu Zhuqing. He urgently shouted, "You need to contain the poison, otherwise. How can I assist you?" He was not yet impervious to toxins. Zhu Zhuqing's poison was exceptionally potent, and a moment's carelessness could lead to festering and death. "I can't control it. You must help me. It hurts so much. I wish to aid you, but I must be able to do so. Your entire body is infused with poison. I am not Tang San, after all." Who is Tang San? A scoundrel. Suddenly, an idea struck Dai Yunhan. He recalled how Tang San had once led the Shrek 7 monsters in their battle against the Emperor's fighting team, using Huangjiu to counter Zhu Zhuqing's snake venom. Perhaps he could employ a similar method. Without delay, he retrieved several bottles of Huangjiu from his ring, having fortuitously purchased them during his errands. He hurled the Huangjiu above Zhu Zhuqing's head and, channeling his soul power, shattered the bottles, allowing the Huangjiu to cascade down like rain. Dai Yunhan observed the toxic mist and noticed, indeed, that it had diminished. What a wondrous world this is. He promptly shattered the remaining jars of Rivalry wine, taking a few sips himself as a precaution. Once the noxious fog had largely dissipated, Dai Yunhan successfully approached Zhu Zhuqing. "What ails you? Are you unwell?" he inquired. "I am in agony. My entire body aches. Could it be that the snake venom has struck?" Zhu Zhuqing, much like Dugubo, possessed the ability to manipulate deadly toxins. Yet she too suffered from their backlash, enduring pain beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk whenever it flared. "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Do you have any medicine on you?" The onset of snake venom is akin to an asthma attack, unpredictable in its arrival. Although Dugubo might not be able to antidote for her, he surely possessed means to alleviate it. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing would be confined to her dwelling, unable to roam freely. "I forgot to bring any. What shall we do then?" Chapter 21. You must share a bed with me. As for matters concerning toxins, Dai Yunhan was utterly bewildered. He was no Tang San, and his ability was merely to cultivate romance, not to concoct antidotes. He felt completely at a loss. Just as he stood there, uncertain, Zhu Zhuqing's hand suddenly grasped him fiercely. Yet, it was not the gentle touch of a maiden, but rather a chilling grasp, reminiscent of the harshness of winter. "Brr, it's so cold. Truly, you are like a venomous serpent." Dai Yunhan gazed at her and noticed that her face had turned ashen with pain, cold sweat cascading down her brow. Her brows were furrowed tightly, and her lips were pressed together, rendering her nearly speechless. With a desperate hope akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, she decided to give it a try. Dai Yunhan steadied her, then positioned himself behind her, placing his hands upon her back to channel his soul energy into her. He was uncertain whether this method would prove effective. Yet he was convinced that it would have some degree of impact. At the very least, it would alleviate her pain. The matter had transcended the question of whether he should assist Zhu Zhuqing. It had become imperative that he do so. Passers-by were observing him, and should Zhu Zhuqing perish before his eyes, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Given Dugubo's nature, he could very well find himself in a life-threatening predicament. Conversely, should he choose to aid Zhu Zhuqing at this moment, it would greatly facilitate his endeavors in the future, enhancing his chances of obtaining the celestial herb from Dugubo. While he might not require the herb himself, Zhu Zhuqing certainly did. As the soul energy flowed into her, the agony etched on Zhu Zhuqing's face lessened somewhat. Yet the cold sweat did not dissipate. Rather, it increased. Furthermore, with Dai Yunhan's assistance, he sensed a chilling aura beginning to seep into his own body. Alarmed, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing's poison was invading him. Truly, it was insidious and relentless. Dai Yunhan was about to halt. He could rush to save others. Yet he could not sacrifice his own life for her rescue. However, at that moment, his martial spirit manifested. In an instant, his hair transformed into a striking black and white, while black and white wings unfurled from his back. As his martial spirit emerged, a chilling poison within him was instantly dispelled. Simultaneously, spheres of white and black energy, propelled by his soul power, entered the body of Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan was somewhat astonished. The martial spirit could actually protect its master autonomously. He did not hastily release his grip, but continued to observe for a while. He discovered that the two spheres of black and white energy had entered Zhu Zhuqing's body, exhibiting a remarkably potent restraining effect, causing her poison to retreat steadily. Before long, the agonized sounds emanating from Zhu Zhuqing gradually faded, and the cold sweat ceased to manifest. Her pale complexion began to regain a healthy hue. After approximately a minute, perceiving that Zhu Zhuqing was now unharmed, Dai Yunhan withdrew his soul power, simultaneously releasing a deep sigh. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Yet it also illuminated the remarkable utility of the martial spirit. He remained somewhat perplexed by the nature of the black and white energy. Yet it was evident that its efficacy was formidable, capable of suppressing even a poison as virulent as Zhu Zhuqing's. It was truly remarkable. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who, exhausted from her recent torment, had succumbed to sleep, nestled against him. Despite her weary visage, she appeared to be in a deep, serene slumber. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached, and upon witnessing this scene, a hint of jealousy flickered across her face as she inquired, "She should be fine now, right?" "Yes, she is fine. But what should we do next?" "We should take her back." "Take her back? What can be done? We can't just leave her here unattended." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her helplessness. To save a person is to see it through. To accompany a Buddha is to escort it to the West. She could not bring herself to abandon a girl on the streets. "Very well, it seems we have no other option." Dai Yunhan shares a similar sentiment. His assistance to Zhu Zhuqing is purposeful. Having rescued her, he cannot simply abandon her here, setting aside the potential dangers she might face later, and the trouble she could bring him. There remains the pressing concern of what if Zhu Zhuqing forgets him upon waking? After all, he still relies on her to procure the celestial herbs. If she were to forget him, wouldn't he truly be relegated to the status of a mere benefactor? Thus, Dai Yunhan hoisted Zhu Zhuqing onto his back and made his way toward the Qingfeng villa. Not long after their departure, two anxious men rushed in their direction. One of them, clad in luxurious attire and exuding an extraordinary presence, clutched a vial of medicine in his hand. "Yufeng, did you not say Zhu Zhuqing was here?" Yufeng, looking bewildered, replied, "I was informed by a classmate. They returned from outside and mentioned seeing Zhu Zhuqing strolling here." "Captain, perhaps we are too late. Zhu Zhuqing may have already left." The captain, Yu Tianhing, responded, "Since we are already here, we must search further. Zhu Zhuqing forgot her medicine. And should the snake venom act up, it could be perilous." "Captain, do you truly believe she is worth this effort? She does not harbor feelings for you. Moreover, even if she did, what of her poison?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianhing hesitated for a moment, but then his expression hardened with resolve. "I believe we can find a way to counteract the poison. As for her feelings towards me, mutual pursuit is seldom straightforward. Do not all girls prefer to be pursued? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us continue searching. If her venom does indeed activate, it would be troublesome." Back at the villa, he laid Zhu Zhuqing in the bedroom, closing the door behind him. The clock was nearing 10, and it was time to rest, particularly with the first day of school approaching. Thus, an early night was in order. Soon, both had completed their evening routines. Yet, as they prepared for sleep, Zhu Zhuqing stood bashfully at the bedroom door, her cheeks flushed and fidgeting. The villa contained only 2 bedrooms, with Zhu Zhuqing occupying one. Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to share the remaining room with Dai Yunhan. This thought filled her with anxiety. Despite their frequent displays of affection, the prospect of sleeping together was uncharted territory. She had never dared to consider it before. And the very thought of sharing a bed with Dai Yunhan, with his mischievous nature, made her apprehensive. "Perhaps I should sleep on the sofa," Zhu Zhuqing suggested. "The thought of sharing a bed is quite daunting. I am not ready for that yet." "What are you saying?" "There is no way I will allow you to sleep on the sofa," Dai Yunhan replied firmly. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of gratitude. Realizing he certainly did not wish to impose on her, she intended to fetch a blanket for him. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan declared, "You must sleep in bed with me." Chapter 22. What is muscle memory? Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of dismay wash over her. How foolish she had been to not anticipate this. "No, we are still so young. I find you hardly young at all, and I assure you, I am not lacking in that regard either." Dai Yunhan, without hesitation, approached her directly and lifted her into his arms. He then made his way to the bed. Zhu Zhuqing was immediately engulfed by shyness, feeling her cheeks burn with a deep crimson hue, her body tensing involuntarily. Yet, She did not resist. Instead, she nestled her adorable little head against Dai Yunhan's chest. Anxiety coursed through her as she anticipated what was to come, for her heart was not yet fully prepared. Nevertheless, she would not reject the unfolding events, for she was to be Dai Yunhan's future wife, and whatever he chose to do, she would accept. Thus, when Dai Yunhan laid her upon the bed, she merely closed her eyes tightly, her small hands anxiously clutching the sheets. Observing her demeanor, a gentle smile graced Dai Yunhan's lips. He lay beside Zhu Zhuqing, his arms enveloping her waist, holding her tenderly without advancing further. He loved Zhu Zhuqing and understood that should he choose to proceed, she would not oppose him. However, he refrained, for to love someone is not solely to cherish their body, but to honor their spirit as well. There is a world of difference between what one can do and what one willingly chooses to do. Dai Yunhan wished not to cause any discomfort to Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing sensed that Dai Yunhan remained motionless, her initially tense demeanor gradually relaxed. She opened her enchanting eyes, resembling a starry sky, and gazed at Dai Yunhan. Noticing that Dai Yunhan was also looking at her with a dreamy affection, she inquired with concern, "What is troubling you?" Her tone carried a hint of anxiety, not the same shyness as before, but rather a tension stemming from Dai Yunhan's lack of further action. Was it her performance that had perhaps upset Dai Yunhan? "Zhuqing, you are truly beautiful." Dai Yunhan's response was tangential, yet it alleviated the tension within Zhu Zhuqing, a smile blossoming in her eyes. She leaned closer to Dai Yunhan and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his lips. However, scarcely had she withdrawn when Dai Yunhan suddenly captured her with a fervent kiss. She intended for it to be a fleeting touch, but she momentarily forgot that Dai Yunhan was not like water. He was akin to an adhesive, the kind that one cannot escape once entangled. Their heated breaths intertwined, and when they finally parted, Zhu Zhuqing was noticeably breathless. Dai Yunhan smiled contentedly, then embraced her gently. Zhu Zhuqing, like a little kitten, nestled into Dai Yunhan's arms. In a barely audible whisper, Zhu Zhuqing spoke from within the embrace. "If you desire, I am available." Dai Yunhan lowered his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and noticed her overwhelming shyness. Her cheeks flushed deep crimson. An involuntary flutter surged within him. Yet he restrained the intense impulse coursing through his veins. He remained steadfast in his resolve, unwilling to compel Zhu Zhuqing to partake in anything against her will, even if it were but a mere fraction. He tightened his embrace around her, leaning closer to her ear and softly murmuring, "Zhuqing, I love you, and I shall wait for the day you completely accept me." Zhu Zhuqing offered no verbal response, instead nestling further into his embrace. Ding! The system detected an increase in Zhu Zhuqing's affection towards the host, rewarding him with a fragment of the eternal soul bone, specifically the right arm soul bone of the chaotic dual-winged tiger, along with the soul skill, Kingdom of Light. The Kingdom of Light, when invoked, creates a protective space that can withstand all forms of attack, with intensity varying according to one's soul power. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Dai Yunhan's lips, affirming that his recent actions were indeed correct. It is only through respecting others that one may receive the fruits of emotional reciprocity. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhu Zhuqing awoke early, not because she disliked sleeping in, but rather due to Dai Yunhan's restless slumber. His hands were incessantly in motion, hardly leaving her side throughout the night. Were it not for her awareness of his genuine slumber, she might have suspected him of feigning sleep. For he possessed an uncanny ability to locate her hands, retrieving them each time she attempted to move them away. She genuinely pondered whether he would remain awake if his hands were not upon her. Yet, if that were the case, how had he managed to sleep before? Resigned, she rose and found a black lace top from her bedding, donning it gracefully. Gazing at Dai Yunhan's peaceful visage, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This fellow could even unfasten her lace top in his dreams. Had she not spent her entire life in his company, she might have doubted whether he had practiced such skills with another woman. Once dressed, she descended the stairs to prepare breakfast. The meal was simple: bread, milk, and eggs, requiring little effort. Just as she was nearing completion, Dai Yunhan emerged from upstairs. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's busy figure in the kitchen, a contented smile spread across his face. In this moment, it truly felt like home. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. Her waist was slender and firm, lending a delicate sensation to the embrace, though her ample hips compensated for this slight inadequacy. "Isn't it a bit early for such closeness? Did you not have enough last night?" Zhu Zhuqing playfully chided. The memory of the previous night brought a flush of embarrassment to her cheeks. Yet, Dai Yunhan paid no heed to her words. He pressed a kiss to her cheek and declared, "With a figure as exquisite as yours, even daily embraces would not suffice. Enough of your banter. It's time to eat, she retorted. No, I wish to feast upon you first, he replied, turning her around and kissing her once more. They lingered in that embrace for another 2 or 3 minutes before reluctantly parting. Zhu Zhuqing hastily adjusted her top, exclaiming, kissing is one thing. But why must you always be so hands-on? Dai Yunhan felt a touch of embarrassment, reflecting on muscle memory. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, as she immediately comprehended why Dai Yunhan had been so precise the previous night. Goodness, muscle memory indeed. After placing breakfast on the table, Zhu Zhuqing intended to check if Dong Guyan had risen. At that moment, Dong Guyan descended the staircase. Spotting her, Zhu Zhuqing promptly greeted, "You're awake. Please have something to eat." Dong Guyan's face bore an expression of confusion and vigilance, clearly disoriented by her unfamiliar surroundings. However, her demeanor softened upon seeing Dai Yunhan seated at the table. "Thank you for saving me," she said. The snake venom had caused her considerable pain, yet it had not stripped her of her memories. As she reflected, the events of the previous night became vividly clear. Chapter 23. Dong Guyan's affection, rewarding the detox pill. "It's just a small effort. You must be hungry. Would you like to join us for a meal?" Dai Yunhan gestured for her to sit down. Dong Guyan, feeling at ease, observed the attire of the two before her and recognized them as fellow students from the Tiando Royal Academy, thereby lowering her guard. "I am Dong Guyan. Are you new students? May I ask your names?" she inquired while partaking in her meal. "I am Dai Yunhan, and this is Zhu Zhuqing. We are both freshmen who just enrolled this year." Upon hearing her introduce herself, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of joy. Although she was already fairly certain that the person before her was indeed Dong Guyan, the confirmation brought a different kind of elation. "Thank you for your assistance last night. I am also a student at the Tiando Royal Academy. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help," she said. "I noticed you seemed to have been poisoned last night, and it appeared quite severe." It was crucial for her to cultivate a good relationship with Dong Guyan if she wished to obtain the elixir. This moment was opportune for deeper communication. Upon hearing these words, Dong Guyan's expression darkened. It was an issue she had grappled with since childhood, one that remained unresolved. "Nonetheless, I genuinely appreciate your help last night. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have perished." At this point, a flicker of curiosity crossed Dong Guyan's face. "What method did you employ last night?" "For as long as I can remember, whenever the poison flares up, there has been no other means to suppress it aside from medication. This may be linked to my martial soul. When your poison invaded my body, I was taken aback as well. However, when my martial soul manifested, a unique energy emerged that helped to subdue the toxicity." "Is that truly the case? What is your martial soul?" Dong Guyan's eyes sparkled with interest, and a hint of peculiar excitement flickered deep within them. "It is the chaotic dual-winged tiger, a variant martial soul," Dai Yunhan responded. "May I have a glimpse of it?" Dai Yunhan displayed a peculiar expression, questioning the need to observe her martial spirit. Dong Guyan also realized that she might have acted somewhat recklessly. She quickly added, "Actually, it's fine if you don't show me. I was merely curious. My poison is quite potent, and my grandfather can only rely on medicine to suppress it. While you can harness soul power, this is quite unexpected. Well, I merely stumbled upon it by chance. My martial spirit is rather unique." Dai Yunhan's statement is indeed truthful. At that moment, he merely stumbled upon the situation. Had he been aware of the potential peril posed by the toxins, he would undoubtedly have refrained from such actions. As for Diggybo, the inability to suppress her poison with soul power seems quite reasonable to him. Both are akin to venomous serpents, and employing soul power would only exacerbate her suffering. Furthermore, their poisons are identical, leaving no opportunity for a counteractive approach. As for others, they would certainly not dare to attempt such a thing. To wield soul power in suppression would lead to a fate akin to Dai Yunhan's, succumbing to the toxins. Regardless, I am truly grateful to you. May we forge a friendship?" Dong Guyan said, extending her hand in a gesture of handshake. Dai Yunhan would certainly not refuse such a splendid opportunity. After all, he intended to utilize Dong Guyan, and now she had presented herself willingly. It would be illogical to decline such an offer. Thus, he promptly extended his hand, affirming, "Of course, from this moment forth, we shall be friends." "Indeed. We shall be friends from now on," Dong Guyan replied joyfully, clasping Dai Yunhan's hand with delight gleaming in her eyes. With his wife observing nearby, Dai Yunhan naturally kept the interaction brief, shaking hands before parting. However, as he attempted to withdraw his hand, he found himself slightly hindered. It seemed Dong Guyan was reluctant to let go. Soon, Digu Yin realized this and quickly released her grip, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. To mask the awkwardness, she extended her hand towards Zhu Zhuqing for a handshake as well. She then resumed her meal, though her gaze towards Dai Yunhan had taken on an oddly intense quality. Ding! The system's sudden notification resonated, indicating that the goddess Digu Yin had developed a fondness for the host, resulting in the acquisition of an antidote pill. This antidote could neutralize any poison in the world. If one pill proved ineffective, one could always resort to another. At that moment, the unexpected voice of the system left Dai Yunhan rather astonished. The goddess Digu Yin? Dai Yunhan's initial reaction was one of astonishment. For this was unexpectedly not a single female protagonist system. How incredibly delightful this revelation was. He had previously assumed that the romantic system was exclusively centered around one female lead, allowing him to engage solely with Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, as the progression of his own abilities became increasingly sluggish, he found himself rather anxious, prompting him to venture forth with Zhu Zhuqing. Little did he realize that it was, in fact, a multi-female protagonist romance system. Besides Zhu Zhuqing, was it possible to forge connections with others as well? Dai Yunhan felt an overwhelming sense of joy and exhilaration, akin to the delight of a child. However, his second reaction swiftly followed. Could it be that Digu Yin harbored feelings for him? What on earth was this? It seemed utterly implausible, as if he had suddenly gained some extraordinary advantage. He couldn't help but glance at Digu Yin. She still possessed her deep purple short hair and striking green eyes, yet the unsettling aura she exuded the previous night had dissipated. Now, she appeared as pure and transparent as an emerald. Her figure was well-proportioned and alluring, although she did not compare to Zhu Zhuqing's extraordinary beauty. She was still a rare gem. To be frank, while reading the original work, Dai Yunhan had not been particularly enamored with this woman. Perhaps it was due to her limited screen time, or perhaps her impulsive actions and venomous personality had soured his perception. In any case, he had no fondness for her. Yet, as the saying goes, one's views often follow the allure of physical beauty. Digu Yan's exotic beauty, reminiscent of the western regions, did momentarily alter Dai Yunhan's impression of her. However, the very thought of entering into a romantic relationship with her, Dai Yunhan was reluctant. For him, one's values followed the allure of physical appearance, contingent upon the absence of an appealing visage. However, now, Dai Yunhan possessed Zhu Zhuqing, a remarkably obedient and exquisitely beautiful woman. Thus, he found it inherently difficult to accept a woman like Digu Yin, who harbored a certain venomous nature. Moreover, she was involved with Yu Tianheng, intensifying his discomfort. So, was the system unwell, compelling him to covet another spouse? Yet, upon glimpsing the antidote provided by the system, a flicker of joy ignited within him. He was pleasantly surprised that the system, beyond offering soul power, could bestow other gifts. This was fortuitous, as he had been pondering how to infiltrate the medicinal garden. And now a solution had presented itself. It was as if a pillow had materialized just when he was ready to doze off. He was about to speak when, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the villa. Yin Yin, are you inside? Dai Yunhan gazed out of the window and noticed several individuals standing before the courtyard gate. Judging by their attire, they were also students of the Tiando Royal Academy. It appeared they were seeking you. Do you recognize them? Dai Yunhan turned to look at Donggu Yin. Donggu Yin cast a calm glance and replied, I know them. With that, she stepped out of the villa. Chapter 24. Love unattainable. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing continued to eat, seemingly indifferent since they were acquainted. Outside, Yu Tianheng, accompanied by Yu Feng and others, arrived at the entrance of Dai Yunhan's dormitory. They had searched for Digu Yin for a long time the previous night, but she remained elusive. Concerned for her safety, they only learned at dawn that she had been seen entering the villa dormitory with a man and a woman. Analyzing the situation, they quickly narrowed it down to Qifeng Villa. The reasoning was straightforward. Few could afford villa accommodations, implying either wealth or nobility. And Yu Tianheng was familiar with most of such individuals. Upon investigating the unfamiliar faces, they easily identified the pair from the academic office records, prompting their immediate visit. After a series of calls, Digu Yin eventually emerged from the villa. Yu Tianheng's face immediately brightened with joy. Yin Yin, where were you last night? We searched for you all evening. I was so worried. What do you want from me? Digu Yin replied coolly. Yu Tianheng explained, after our training yesterday. You forgot your medicine. I came to deliver it. You didn't suffer from any toxin flare-up last night, did you? It did flare up. Yu Tianheng's expression shifted to concern. Are you all right? If I were not well, could I still stand before you and converse? Digu Yan's tone was somewhat brusque. Her demeanor reflected her nature. She could not be tender towards those she disliked. Yin Yin, please don't be so cold. I genuinely care for you, Yu Tianheng said, his face revealing a hint of grievance. Despite searching for her all night, she seemed entirely unappreciative. Du Guyan accepted the medicine from him, her expression neutral. Thank you for your concern, but the possibility of us is non-existent. You needn't be so kind to me in the future. Is it because of the toxins? Yu Tianheng asked anxiously, to which he added, I don't mind. I do mind. Du Guyan's gaze became resolute. She was a young woman who yearned for love and affection, yet she felt unable to embrace such desires. Since birth, due to her spirit's curse, her mother had perished from poison, leaving her with toxins coursing through her veins. Had it not been for her grandfather, a titled Douluo with expertise in medicinal remedies, she might have succumbed long ago. Thus, the ever-present threat of her toxins deterred her from entertaining any lavish thoughts about love. Over the years, she had lived in solitude, longing for sweet affection, yet compelled to distance herself. Consequently, she had always rebuffed Yu Tianheng's advances. Yin Yin, trust me, I can find a permanent antidote, he persisted. Unwavering in his hope, Du Guyan shook her head, rejecting him, though a flicker of unobservable delight danced in her eyes. Thank you for your kindness. But before she could finish, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing emerged. Sorry to intrude. I didn't mean to disturb you, but class is about to start, and I must head to the classroom. In the confines of his room, Dai Yunhan could faintly discern the conversation between the two individuals. To his surprise, it appeared that at this moment, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan had yet to become an item. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it seemed that Yu Tianheng was indeed pursuing Du Guyan, yet she did not reciprocate his affections. In light of this, Dai Yunhan felt a newfound respect for the system. At the very least, it had not compelled him to assume the role of a villain engaged in underhanded tactics. In his heart, Dai Yunhan believed that a woman who could be swayed by another was not worthy of admiration. If one could win her over today, then it was only a matter of time before someone else did so tomorrow. Thus, he inherently disdained the idea of stealing another's partner. Of course, situations like that of Zhu Zhuqing in the current scenario, where no genuine bond existed, did not fall into this category. After all, without any emotional attachment, how could it be deemed as stealing? As for whether or not to cultivate feelings for Du Guyan, Dai Yunhan remained uncertain at present. His inclination in that regard was rather minimal, primarily due to her personality. Dai Yunhan wished to venture outside. Yet the demeanor of Yu Tianheng and his companion suggested an unwillingness to yield the path. Particularly, Yu Tianheng's gaze upon Dai Yunhan resembled that of someone who had ensnared the elusive Du Guyan. It was you who brought Yin Yin back last night? Yu Tianheng inquired. Indeed. And you were the one who saved her? Yes. Upon receiving these responses, Yu Tianheng's brow furrowed in contemplation, leaving Dai Yunhan uncertain of his intentions. Nevertheless, regardless of his motives, Dai Yunhan remained undaunted. Moments later, Yu Tianheng glanced at Yu Feng and the others, signaling them to clear the way. Thank you for rescuing Yin Yin last night. Yu Tianheng expressed his gratitude. Dai Yunhan expressed a hint of surprise but casually remarked, there is no need for thanks. We are classmates, after all. With that, she led Zhu Zhuqing towards the academic building. Once Dai Yunhan had departed, Yu Tianheng's expression grew tense once more. Yin Yin, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Upon hearing this, Du Guyan furrowed her brow. Yu Tianheng, are you being overly concerned? He saved me last night. Do you truly believe he would harm me? If he had, do you think I would still be standing here? After speaking, Du Guyan turned to leave, seemingly reluctant to remain in his company. Feeling the anger radiating from Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng was instantly filled with regret. Concern only breeds turmoil. Upon arriving at the teaching building, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing discovered that their classrooms were not situated together, but rather separated, seemingly categorized by their respective strengths. As newcomers, it was expected that they would be placed in the same class. However, due to their elevated soul power levels, they ultimately found themselves assigned to classes with the upperclassmen. This arrangement did not bother them much, though they felt a twinge of reluctance at not being in the same class. Fortunately, their classrooms were in close proximity, one located upstairs and the other downstairs, allowing them the opportunity to meet at any time. If you miss me, feel free to come and find me. Dai Yunhan playfully slapped Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous figure, instantly creating a ripple of excitement. Zhu Zhuqing shot him an annoyed glance before entering the classroom. Dai Yunhan subsequently ascended the stairs, for his classroom was located on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he found that the class had yet to commence, and the students within were engaged in lively conversation and laughter. as they noticed an unfamiliar face entering their midst. A collective gaze turned towards him. "Hey, little brother, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong classroom? This is the Soul Master class," teased a boy with a face speckled with blemishes. His remark elicited a chorus of laughter from several others. Dai Yunhan paid him no heed and proceeded straight to the back of the classroom, taking a vacant seat. Chapter 25. Loneliness, however. The man with the pockmarked face felt humiliated by Dai Yunhan's disregard. It seemed as though those around him were reveling in his embarrassment. He immediately remarked, "Young one, your silence and abrupt entry are rather impolite." At the age of 12, Dai Yunhan appeared considerably younger compared to the group of 18 to 25-year-olds present, making him seem like a mere child in their eyes. "I apologize, but if this is indeed the Soul Master class, then I am indeed a member of this class. Furthermore, my identity card clearly denotes this." Dai Yunhan sought to avoid any conflict, promptly displaying his identity card. The onlookers were evidently skeptical. How could someone who appeared so much younger possess the capability to enter the Soul Master class? Had he truly achieved that status? They gathered around to scrutinize Dai Yunhan's identity card, and upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find it genuine. In an instant, their expressions towards Dai Yunhan transformed. No longer did they regard him with mocking eyes. Instead, they were filled with surprise and a newfound respect. After all, such strength at such a tender age promised great potential for the future. It was wise not to provoke someone like him. Thus, the earlier taunter hastily offered an apology, claiming to be blunt but devoid of malice. The others followed suit, introducing themselves and expressing their willingness to assist him should the need arise. Only one girl remained silently seated in the corner, her gaze flickering up momentarily upon hearing Dai Yunhan identify himself as a member of the class. Before she retreated back into her silence, Dai Yunhan also discovered her, clad in black attire. Her slender figure was shrouded in mystery by a black veil that concealed her visage. Cascading down her back was a waterfall of blue hair, and her deep blue eyes sparkled with the clarity reminiscent of the lakes in Changbai Mountain. She sat quietly in a corner, seemingly merging with her surroundings. If one were not attentive, her presence would easily go unnoticed. From her, the only sensations Dai Yunhan could perceive were solitude and melancholy. If his conjecture was accurate, then this individual must be Yilingling. Such an aura, combined with the veil, was indeed rare in the Douluo Continent, although not entirely absent. In the context of the Tiando Royal Academy, it was highly probable that this person was none other than Yilingling, especially considering it was a Soul Master class. As Dai Yunhan scrutinized Yilingling, she seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her eyes to meet his. In that moment of eye contact, Dai Yunhan felt an overwhelming wave of darkness enveloping him. That chill, akin to a girlfriend's icy hand slipping into his back on a winter's day, pierced through him with a bone-deep intensity. Dai Yunhan felt a subtle tremor within his soul. He could hardly fathom how a single individual could possess such profound feelings of solitude. Merely a glance was enough to evoke empathy within him, leading him to ponder the depths of her own loneliness. Dai Yunhan could hardly fathom the reality. The original text provides scant description of Yilingling, simply portraying her as a solitary and desolate figure. However, it appears that if she truly embodies Yilingling, her loneliness and desolation transcend mere characterizations. She epitomizes solitude in its purest form, an embodiment of profound isolation and melancholy. Consequently, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him for this girl. Just then, several individuals entered through the door. Upon glancing over, Dai Yunhan was taken aback to discover that the individuals before him were acquaintances, none other than those he had encountered in the courtyard of his villa just moments ago. His earlier suspicions regarding their identities were now confirmed. Yu Tianheng and the others also recognized Dai Yunhan, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They appeared puzzled as to how a mere freshman could gain entry into the esteemed Soul Master class. Meanwhile, De Guyen shared a similar look of surprise, though beneath her astonishment lay a flicker of delight. They each settled into their seats as the class bell soon rang. Shortly thereafter, a young teacher entered, exuding an air of refinement and scholarly demeanor. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Qin Ming, and I shall be your instructor," he announced. This was merely a formality. As everyone was already aware of his identity, his words seemed directed primarily towards Dai Yunhan. "I trust you are all aware that we have a new student joining our class, Dai Yunhan. Please, introduce yourself." Dai Yunhan rose gracefully, exuding an air of composure. "Greetings, everyone. I am Dai Yunhan from the Star Luo Empire, and I am an exchange student this year. I am 12 years old, with a martial soul known as the chaotic twin-winged tiger, and my soul power is at the 35th level." The crowd, already intrigued by Dai Yunhan's identity, listened intently as he introduced himself. However, upon hearing his words, their expressions turned peculiar. Shock, confusion, skepticism, and disappointment mingled, yet joy was conspicuously absent. 12 years old and at the 35th level. How could that be? How had he cultivated to such a level? Here I am, 24 years old and only at the 35th level compared to him. Have I not wasted my time? A prodigy of unparalleled talent. No wonder he entered the Soul Sect class. Alas, he hails from the Star Luo Empire. Is there a hidden agenda behind sending such a genius here? Why is such a talent not from our Dou Empire? Whispers filled the air. Qin Ming, standing at the podium, couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection as he listened to the murmurs below. Yesterday, upon receiving Dai Yunhan's information from the faculty, his first reaction was disbelief. A 12-year-old soul master? He had never heard of such a phenomenon. He doubted that anyone like this could exist on the continent, and thus immediately questioned the authenticity of the information. However, upon seeing the royal certification, he was left with no choice but to accept this astonishing reality. Such royal accreditation could not be false, once he came to believe it. Curiosity about what this individual looked like overcame him, and upon seeing him today, he indeed appeared as a dragon among men. Yet, he too lamented that this remarkable talent was not from the Dou Empire. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Dai Yunhan is an exchange student from the Star Luo Empire. He has traveled a great distance to be here in our nation. I expect all of you to display our national etiquette and assist him as much as possible. Understood? Understood, the students replied, yet only they understood the absurdity of the statement. Assist? Setting aside the possibility that he might be an enemy in the future. How could they possibly assist someone with a 35th level of power at just 12 years of age? How could a 31 or 32 level individual help someone at 35? Was this not a joke? Qin Ming was aware of the students' thoughts but chose not to expose them. He found the current atmosphere rather agreeable. Chapter 26, Combat Practice. Teaming up with Yu Lingling only under pressure does one find motivation. Previously, they had believed themselves to be the most exceptional students in the academy. But upon encountering someone even more outstanding, their competitive spirit naturally ignited, leading to greater progress. All right, we shall begin class now. Today's topic is whether the combination of different martial souls can give rise to a third type of martial soul. The morning session consisted of theoretical lessons, and after a lunch break, the afternoon session commenced. The afternoon was dedicated to practical exercises, primarily involving combat practice among students. They could engage in one-on-one duels, two-on-two matches, or even group battles if they so desired. As the combat practice officially commenced, students who shared close relationships quickly sought out opponents and began their duels. Due to Dai Yunhan's unique identity and the fact that he is a newcomer, few individuals are willing to challenge him to a duel. Dai Yunhan was indifferent. No one sought him out, and he relished the solitude. He was acutely aware that, in the face of absolute power, all techniques appeared mere embellishments. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a few others who, like him, were not part of any team. One was Yu Lingling, who seemed to be somewhat ostracized. Standing alone in a corner, ignored just as he was. There were also two others whom Dai Yunhan did not recognize. Zhang Kuan, you will team up with Yu Lingling. And Dai Yunhan, you will partner with Zhang Wan. The two pairs will engage in practice battles. Qin Ming announced, observing the remaining individuals who were still unpaired. If no one is teamed up, what is the purpose of this class? Teacher Qin, I do not wish to team up with Yu Lingling. I would prefer to switch partners, Zhang Kuan replied somewhat reluctantly. Who would you like to switch with? Perhaps with Zhang Ling, allowing Dai Yunhan to pair with Yu Lingling. Why? Qin Ming asked, furrowing his brow, fully aware of Zhang Kuan's underlying thoughts. Yu Lingling possessed the 9-heart begonia martial soul, which offered only one ability, healing. In life and death battles, such a skill was undoubtedly coveted. However, in their current context of friendly sparring, where injuries were nearly non-existent, Yu Lingling's value paled in comparison to other support soul masters. While other support soul masters could provide enhancements, Yu Lingling could do nothing but heal, which was why many looked down upon her. Zhang Wan possesses a soul power of level 31, while I am at 36. Dai Yunhan has 35, and Yu Lingling has 32. I believe this combination would be fair. With minimal disparities in strength, Zhang Kuan explained, concealing his true sentiments. He cast a glance at Yu Lingling. Despite her veil, her beauty was evident in her eyes. Yet, what use was beauty without conversation? She was cold and unapproachable, a complete enigma. Partnering with her seemed devoid of purpose and utterly joyless. Teacher Qin, how about I engage in one-on-one practice with Dai Yunhan, letting Yu Lingling team up with Yu Tianhing for a practice battle against Zhang Kuan's team? At that moment, Du Guyan stepped forward. Qin Ming was taken aback by her suggestion and glanced at Yu Tianheng, recalling that Du Guyan had previously battled alongside him. Was there discord between them? After pondering, he replied, "You are members of the royal fighting team. I have tailored a different training regimen for you, so you do not need to form teams." Upon hearing this, Du Guyan's expression soured, yet she said nothing, merely casting a wistful glance at Dai Yunhan before departing. Yu Tianheng observed Du Guyan's demeanor, sensing a hint of rivalry directed at Dai Yunhan, an emerging threat from a romantic rival. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan gleaned a significant piece of information. Yi Lingling had yet to join a team. Dai Yunhan, Yi Lingling, what do you both think? Qin Ming asked, still unconvinced by the proposed pairing. While Zhang Kuan, the highest-ranking individual, teaming up with the weakest, Zhang Wan, seemed reasonable, the crux lay in Yi Lingling's martial soul. The nine-heart begonia. Her singular function was healing, rendering her a liability until a teammate was injured. However, since they were merely engaging in friendly sparring, where injuries were unlikely, her healing abilities were rendered futile. Rather than a true 2v2 battle, it would be more akin to 1 against 2, with Zhang Kuan at level 36. Bolstered by Zhang Wen's support, while Dai Yunhan remained at 35, potentially hindered by Yi Lingling's limitations. To his surprise, Dai Yunhan acquiesced, "I have no objections. I can team with anyone." "And you, Yi Lingling?" Qin Ming inquired. "I have no objections either," Yi Lingling replied. Having been the subject of disdain, she felt she had little room to make demands. "Very well, then you two shall engage in practice battles. The focus of this exercise is on the technical training of soul power and skills, so when you attack, please hold back and refrain from excessive force. Understood?" "Understood. Then let us commence." With a command from Qin Ming, he withdrew from the fore. They proceeded to the practice arena. Zhang Kuan cracked his knuckles, eager to begin. "Each of us has 30 seconds to release our martial souls, after which the battle will commence automatically." "How does that sound?" "Sounds good," Dai Yunhan agreed. "Then be prepared. Martial soul, rampaging rooster, activate." Zhang Kuan proclaimed, unleashing his soul power to reveal a towering black rooster, 3 meters high, with a silver-gray comb atop its head and sharp claws, complete with 2 formidable hooks on its wings. As his martial soul manifested, Zhang Kuan underwent a transformation. Black shadowy wings sprouted from his back, his hair turned silver-gray, black feathers adorned his arms, and his hands grew massive with sharp claws. With a piercing cry, he exuded an aura of ferocity, reminiscent of a frenzied rooster. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen also released her martial soul, a splendid red umbrella, pure and unblemished, reminiscent of exquisite jade. As a support soul master, her umbrella was naturally geared towards defense. On the other side, Yi Lingling symbolically released her martial soul, a pink begonia flower composed of white and pink petals, its leaves and tendrils cascading from her palms, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Although this practice battle might render her ineffective, she understood the importance of etiquette in combat. "Just stand behind me and remain still," she instructed. Dai Yunhan issued a gentle reminder, then summoned her martial soul. The chaotic twin-winged tiger, accompanied by a resounding roar, a black and white tiger, nearly 5 meters in length, materialized behind Dai Yunhan. Its eyes gleamed like amber, fangs resembling crescent moons, and its gaping maw appeared capable of devouring the very mountains and rivers. Its claws, robust and powerful, curved slightly, poised for an imminent attack. The tiger's back was adorned with expansive black and white wings, stretching nearly 20 meters in an exaggerated yet majestic display, evoking both admiration and an instinctive sense of trepidation. As Dai Yunhan's martial spirit emerged, an overwhelming aura was unleashed, inevitably impacting all the students present. Particularly affected were those with beast-type martial spirits, whose energies diminished as if they were wilted eggplants, unable to lift their heads. Yu Tianheng and others gazed in astonishment. This was their first encounter with such a martial spirit, and in that instant, he felt the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect within him resonate. Similarly, Du Guyan was stirred, her martial spirit, the emerald phosphor serpent, also restless and agitated. At the same time, Qin Ming, standing nearby, produced a small notebook, his astonished expression revealing his thoughts as he jotted down notes. Those with weapon or plant martial spirits, less constrained by bloodline pressure, experienced only a relatively milder effect, yet were still significantly impacted. Yi Lingling observed her begonia flower, its petals slightly closed and its stamen curled, seemingly hesitant to bloom. Deep within, she felt a twinge of fear. Dai Yunhan's martial spirit was exceedingly powerful. It was noteworthy that even in the presence of Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon, Her 9 hearts begonia had never exhibited such a withered demeanor. Among all, the one most profoundly affected was Zhang Kuan at the eye of the storm. The sound of a raucous crowing echoed. The violent rooster appeared fearful, clearly subdued by the bloodline pressure of the chaotic twin-winged tiger. In its current state, it showed no signs of its typical ferocity, yet a flicker of wildness remained. After all, a martial spirit is merely one aspect influencing strength. The true decisive factor lies with its master. A formidable martial spirit must first strike preemptively. Zhang Kuan resolved within himself, casting a glance at Zhang Wan, signaling her to fortify her defenses. He would not be able to protect her amidst this chaos. With that, Zhang Kuan charged towards Dai Yunhan. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Wen's brow furrowed. His statement felt dismissive, as if he had abandoned her. This behavior evoked feelings of disdain towards Zhang Kuan. As a support spirit master, and a female one at that, his actions seemed utterly demeaning. Nevertheless, she cast a protective shield around him, utilizing her first soul skill, Shield of Light. Simultaneously, she activated her second amplifying soul skill, Red Enhancement, bolstering both Zhang Kuan's defense and power. Feeling the surge of strength and protection, Zhang Kuan's previously anxious heart swelled with confidence. His gaze sharpened, fixated on Dai Yunhan's martial spirit. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a piercing crow, his first soul skill, Dawn's Song. It was as though an amplifier had been affixed to his crowing, sending waves of sound rippling through the air, sharp and jarring, resonating a buzz within their minds. Dai Yunhan felt a vexing disturbance in his ears, prompting him to seal off his auditory senses with his soul power. The sound was somewhat unbearable to him as well. However, this sonic assault was rather trivial in nature. Channeling his soul power, he found no need to employ any soul techniques. He focused his energy in his dantian and unleashed a mighty roar. Instantly, a more powerful and resonant tiger's roar erupted from his mouth, creating an equally intense sound wave, yet possessing a greater ferocity. It shattered Zhang Kuan's crowing and advanced further towards his eardrum. In the next moment, Zhang Kuan let out a wretched scream, his face turning ashen. The protective light surrounding him disintegrated, and he clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in anguished lamentations. Observing this, Qin Ming rushed forward. But Zhang Kuan, despite enduring excruciating pain, raised a hand to halt Qin Ming's approach. Dai Yunhan refrained from further aggression. The earlier roar was merely a manifestation of his martial soul's innate soul skill, which scarcely qualifies as a true soul skill, for even a tiger would roar. The potency of his earlier roar stemmed from the formidable nature of the chaos twin-winged tiger martial soul. In the presence of weaker martial souls, even a commonplace roar can be deemed a soul skill. Zhang Kuan, cradling his head, took a full minute before he could laboriously rise to his feet. As he gazed at Dai Yunhan, his eyes brimmed with bloodlust, his complexion flushed crimson, as if blood were about to seep from his pores. Onward, Zhang Kuan was undeterred. He refused to accept that his 36th level of soul force, coupled with an auxiliary enhancement, could be bested by someone he deemed inferior. Once more, he summoned his soul power, leaping to a height of 20 meters. Simultaneously, a yellow soul ring illuminated around him as he performed a somersault in midair, extending one leg to strike at Dai Yunhan. Second soul skill, Jumping Slash. His leg took on a black, hardened appearance resembling a chicken leg, yet also akin to a piece of steel. The momentum was fierce, descending from above, aimed directly at Dai Yunhan's head. Dai Yunhan smiled with confidence as his first soul ring illuminated, transforming him into a figure of pure white. His hair, his wings, all gleamed in the same ethereal hue. He crossed his arms above his head, bracing for the impending strike. How arrogant! Zhang Kuan scoffed, utterly dismissing the notion that one could withstand his assault with mere flesh and blood. Such underestimation was laughable. With a thunderous roar, he vowed to impart a lesson to Dai Yunhan. Boom! His powerful kick struck Dai Yunhan's arm, sending a shockwave that churned the dust into a swirling circle. Yet, Dai Yunhan remained steadfast, his arms as unyielding as steel, absorbing the blow without budging an inch. Zhang Kuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly withstood the impact? Dai Yunhan's eyes peered through the crevice of his arm, revealing an unsettling aura. In the next moment, he seized Zhang Kuan's leg. Chapter 28. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. How is it that you are empty yet filled with desire? Then, in the midst of Zhang Kuan's terrified gaze, Dai Yunhan's form shifted from white to black, accompanied by a swift rotation of his body, flinging Zhang Kuan away like a discus. He was hurled nearly 100 meters before crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The sound of clucking echoed, a cacophony of the ferocious chicken spirit. However, after a few pitiful cries, the ferocious chicken spirit returned to Zhang Kuan's body. Qin Ming quickly approached to assess Zhang Kuan's injuries, sighing in relief when he realized it was merely some contusions with no broken bones. It was evident that Dai Yunhan had indeed shown restraint. Otherwise, Zhang Kuan would have faced far worse. Yi Lingling, could you assist Zhang Kuan with his recovery? Qin Ming requested. Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness crossed Yi Lingling's eyes, yet she remained silent. Approaching Zhang Kuan, she cast a healing spell upon him. Thank you, Zhang Kuan stammered, feeling a sense of shame for having previously regarded her as a burden, only to now rely on her for healing. Truly, it is only in moments of injury that one appreciates the value of healing. Yet, Yi Lingling seemed disinterested in his gratitude. After casting the spell, she turned away without a word. As Zhang Kuan watched her retreating figure, his guilt deepened. Meanwhile, Qin Ming turned to Dai Yunhan and remarked, your strength has taken me by surprise. To be honest, if you were not from the Star Luo Empire, I would have considered inviting you to join the Imperial battle team. I too am rather astonished by my own capabilities, Dai Yunhan replied with a smile. Despite currently being only at level 35, his formidable martial spirit and the longevity of his spirit rings allowed him to contend with soul masters of levels 41 or 42 without issue. Confidence is indeed a virtue, Qin Ming chuckled, surprised by Dai Yunhan's lack of modesty. Very well, you all should take a moment to rest. I shall check on the other students. With that, he departed to attend to the other trainees, for his responsibilities extended beyond just Dai Yunhan. He had to document the progress of all the students. After he left, Yi Lingling returned, maintaining her usual demeanor. I thought you wouldn't treat him. Considering how disdainful he was towards you, Dai Yunhan teased. Were it up to him, he would not have offered Zhang Kuan any assistance. A classic case of praising the meal while scolding the dishes during cleanup. Yi Lingling shot him a glance. We are classmates, not foes. Not all classmates deserve that title. Dai Yunhan retorted, fully aware of Zhang Kuan's recent behavior. What was intended as a practice match, emphasizing teamwork and tactical understanding, had been marred by Zhang Kuan's reckless abandonment of Zhang Wan. He had charged forward, banking on the assumption that Dai Yunhan would not retaliate against Zhang when during a practice bout, seeking to play the hero alone. Such a mindset, if allowed to fester, could prove more dangerous than any enemy. In contrast, Dai Yunhan had consistently stood in front of Yi Lingling, ensuring her safety. If Zhang Kuan intended to seize the initiative by targeting Yi Lingling, he would inevitably have to contend with Dai Yunhan first. Yi Lingling, however, did not respond to Dai Yunhan's words, standing quietly to the side, her lashes lowered, lost in her thoughts. Dai Yunhan gazed at him, intrigued by the circumstances that could transform a girl into such a solitary figure. Soon, the day's classes came to a close. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing accompanied each other back to the dormitory. Dai Yunhan initially intended to seek a conversation with Dai Yunhan, but upon witnessing the intimate interaction between him and Zhu Zhuqing, her mood swiftly soured. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, who trailed behind Dai Yunhan, felt a pang of sorrow as he observed her despondent demeanor. He found himself harboring animosity towards Dai Yunhan. At this moment, he was certain that something must have transpired between Dai Yunhan and Dai Yunhan the previous night. Otherwise, Dai Yunhan's attitude towards him could not have undergone such a drastic transformation within a single day. With this realization, his heart grew heavier, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the villa. Upon entering, Dai Yunhan bestowed a deep, lingering kiss upon her. Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed, playfully punched his chest and retorted, You often say that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. How is it that you are so readily drawn to form? Because that is the essence of man, he replied. Is that truly how you interpret the idiom? Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance, then playfully twisted at his waist. If we hadn't grown up together, I would almost suspect you of being a scoundrel, deceiving countless young ladies. Would you like to know why I have deceived so many? He inquired. Why? She asked. Because none of them are you. I have been waiting for your arrival. Dai Yunhan's flirtatious words were once again on display. Although Zhu Zhuqing maintained a stoic expression, her heart brimmed with sweetness. She was acutely aware that Dai Yunhan's charming remarks were mere banter, yet inexplicably, each utterance filled her with delight. She relished such words. Gently, she pecked his lips as a token of her appreciation. Take a moment to rest. I shall prepare dinner. What would you like to eat tonight? However, she momentarily forgot that Dai Yunhan was not one to owe favors. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his forehead against hers, and they shared a lingering kiss that lasted 2 minutes. Upon parting, Dai Yunhan expressed his lingering desire. I feel as though I am already full just from savoring your sweet lips. Zhu Zhuqing blushed deeply, exclaiming, "You naughty rascal! Do you dare to call me wicked? Do you not believe I can be even worse?" As he spoke, Dai Yunhan playfully raised both hands, his fingers dancing in a suggestive manner. Zhu Zhuqing instantly grasped his intent, her face betraying a hint of panic as she swiftly took flight, her feet barely touching the ground. Though she knew Dai Yunhan would never cross that final line, she was well aware of his daring nature. Should he persist, she might find herself enduring the consequences. Watching her flustered retreat, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, a romantic version from another dimension wielded formidable power. As soon as Dai Yunhan made a slight move, the limits of this segment became apparent. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing had prepared a delectable meal, with 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. The menu included boiled pork slices, braised ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and egg drop soup, each a favorite of Dai Yunhan's. It must be said that the culinary offerings of this world are exquisite, yet Dai Yunhan often finds himself yearning for the flavors of his hometown. Thus, during their 6 years together, he had also taken to preparing various dishes for Zhu Zhuqing. She greatly appreciated these unique culinary creations, and through their 6 years of companionship, she successfully gleaned the essence of his culinary skills. Chapter 29. To be clear, we shall only share this night together. Now, their culinary skills are on par. The dishes are served at the table. Dai Yunhan first served a bowl of soup to Zhu Qing's wife. As the saying goes, one should drink soup before a meal. For a beautiful wife deserves the best. Consuming soup not only benefits the stomach and intestines in digesting and absorbing food, thereby reducing irritation to the gastrointestinal tract, but also replenishes moisture, contributing to one's beauty and complexion. Thus, the first act during every meal is to ladle a bowl of soup for his wife. Zhu Zhuqing, initially skeptical, has over the years developed a habit instilled by Dai Yunhan. She now feels somewhat uneasy without her soup. As she savored a sip, the rich aroma of eggs enveloped her senses, both fresh and delightful. Dai Yunhan took a sip, savoring the delightful flavor. After a moment of praise, she added a piece of fragrant grilled rib to Zhu Zhuqing's plate before finally beginning her own meal. "How do you find the new environment? Are you adjusting well?" she inquired as she ate. "It's fine," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "Just fine?" Dai Yunhan feigned displeasure. "What does just fine mean? Do you not miss me at all? Are you truly at ease without me? Do you miss me?" "Of course. A day without seeing you feels like 3 seasons apart," Dai Yunhan assured her. "Is that genuinely how you feel?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, gazing at Dai Yunhan's earnest expression, unable to suppress a smile. Rice clung playfully to her pearly white teeth, adding to her charm. "Absolutely. You are my precious little darling. Who else would I yearn for?" Dai Yunhan declared with unwavering certainty. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she sang, "My little darling, we are a pair. Come, let us share a kiss." How cheesy. Zhu Zhuqing turned her face away, refusing to indulge in such an act. Dai Yunhan paid no heed as he picked up a piece of boiled meat and, while chewing, expressed his confusion. "Isn't this meat supposed to be spicy? Is it the piece you have in your mouth that is spicy?" Seizing an opportunity when Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily distracted, he playfully planted a quick kiss on her. However, this time, it was merely a fleeting gesture. He savored the flavor as if it were an exquisite delicacy and mused. "Still not spicy? Let me try again." "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, hastily pushing Dai Yunhan away, thoroughly exasperated with his lewd antics. It seemed that he was perpetually intent on taking advantage of her. At any moment and in any place, if he found the slightest opportunity, he would seize it to indulge in his mischief. She genuinely questioned whether this fellow had been reincarnated from a notorious lecher. If one were to say he lacked ambition, preoccupied solely with matters of love and romance, it was paradoxical that he possessed such remarkable talent and formidable strength. Conversely, if one were to assert that he was solely focused on becoming stronger, aloof from the world, he paradoxically spent each day scheming to gain an advantage over her. She found herself utterly perplexed by how such starkly contrasting traits could coexist within a single individual. Observing Dai Yunhan's mischievous grin, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that she would never escape the clutches of his charm. For Dai Yunhan's blend of roguishness and intellect was not only appealing to him but also to her in a way. "Oh, how embarrassing. I feel as though I am beginning to change for the worse," she thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Before long, their meal came to an end. Dai Yunhan tidied the table and cleaned the surroundings, while Zhu Zhuqing took on the task of washing the dishes. Their division of labor evoked the genuine semblance of a family. After finishing the dishes, the two engaged in conversation for a while, after which Zhu Zhuqing commenced her cultivation. She devoted 2 hours each night to her evening practice. Dai Yunhan advised her not to exert herself so tirelessly, for he would guide her toward victory. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to place all the burden on Dai Yunhan, so she persisted in her daily training. As for whether Dai Yunhan practiced or not, she chose not to dwell on it. However, a lingering curiosity resided within her as to why she had never witnessed Dai Yunhan engaged in training. Yet his strength continued to surge at such a remarkable pace. Nonetheless, curiosity aside, she refrained from inquiring, as it was a secret belonging to her man. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing concluded her training and indulged in some fruit. Dai Yunhan presented the sliced fruit before her. After taking a piece and savoring it, she proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Once she had completed her routine, the two ascended the stairs to retire for the night. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing headed towards a separate bedroom. "What are you doing in that room?" Dai Yunhan inquired, puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Dugu Yen has already departed. We should sleep apart." Zhu Zhuqing believed that since they were not officially married, maintaining a certain distance was prudent. When she left the Luo Empire, her mother had advised her to keep a respectful distance from men, warning that excessive closeness could diminish their sense of novelty. Yet, the notion of sleeping separately did not sit well with Dai Yunhan. "Sleep apart? After spending the night with me, you wish to escape today? How can such a thing be?" His immediate instinct was to pull her back into his embrace, but he soon reconsidered, realizing such an action would contradict her desires. While he knew he could compel her, that outcome was far from his intentions. As always, he was determined to afford Zhu Zhuqing the utmost respect. Thus Dai Yunhan is about to embark on his acting journey. He displays a tearful expression and laments, "But I have grown accustomed to your presence. Without you by my side, I am certain to suffer from insomnia." As he speaks, he begins to sing, "Without your companionship, I truly feel so lonely." Zhu Zhuqing finds his exaggerated performance utterly bewildering and replies, "Is it really that serious?" She prepares to leave. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan intensifies his tragic portrayal, pleading, "Zhuqing, my dear, could you truly be so heartless as to abandon me alone? If you leave, I will be forced to sleep in the middle of the bed tonight." "The middle?" Zhu Zhuqing is perplexed by the meaning of his words. Dai Yunhan replied, "It is precisely because I dreamed during my slumber that I find myself contemplating you from every angle. Therefore, might you consider staying?" Dai Yunhan blinked her eyes with a pleading gaze, filled with profound grievance, nearly on the verge of tears. Zhu Zhuqing felt an urge to laugh, yet stifled it. Confronted once more by those infuriatingly flirtatious words, what on earth was occupying his mind? How could he be so adept at this? She longed to refuse Dai Yunhan's request, but the sweetness of his confession, coupled with his beseeching gaze, rendered her utterly incapable of doing so. Sighing, she realized that she had indeed been ensnared by him. "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly acquiesced. Dai Yunhan's face instantly lit up with joy. However, Zhu Zhuqing promptly raised a finger in warning, stating, "Let us make it clear, just for tonight." "All right, just for tonight. You swear." "I swear." After this exchange, Dai Yunhan lifted Zhu Zhuqing and entered the room. The night passed without a word. When Zhu Zhuqing awoke the following day, she found herself searching aimlessly under the covers, ultimately discovering her undergarments at the foot of the bed. Chapter 30. His martial soul is merely a tiger, nothing extraordinary. She gazed at the peacefully sleeping Dai Yunhan, still feeling a faint ache. This rascal remained as unrestrained as ever. To be honest, she had initially doubted that Dai Yunhan would be unable to sleep without her. But now, she found herself somewhat convinced. Without her magnificent support, he would likely startle awake from dreams. After rising from bed and taking a quick shower, she admired her perfectly sculpted figure in the mirror, which inevitably reminded her of Dai Yunhan. Her mother had once remarked that half of her splendid physique was due to this rascal's influence. Truly a mischievous fellow. Once she finished washing up, it was time to prepare breakfast. The class schedule at the academy was not overly stringent, unlike the high school days of her previous life, where mornings were shrouded in darkness and nights returned in the same gloom. This routine resembled the relaxed pace of university life. Teachers primarily focused on guidance, while most of the time, students engaged in self-cultivation, seeking out instructors only when they encountered uncertainties. Some exceptionally talented students even chose to forego classes entirely, dedicating their days to personal training. Thus, she had ample time to cook. As breakfast neared completion, Dai Yunhan descended from upstairs. Naturally, the first thing he did was greet his beloved Zhuqing with a loving kiss. A visible blush crept across Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks. She shyly remarked, "You kiss me every day. Don't you ever tire of it? It's a kiss of love. My affection for you is like 100,000 years of soul rings, ever burning." Dai Yunhan replied with a mischievous grin. Zhu Zhuqing playfully swatted him, exclaiming, "You always phrase such embarrassing matters so eloquently." Yet, she secretly enjoyed it. After finishing breakfast, they headed to the lecture hall for classes. Today's lessons were not markedly different from those of yesterday. The morning consisted of theoretical courses, while the afternoon was reserved for self-training in the practice room, focusing on the mastery of their soul skills and the application of various techniques. Qin Ming observed from the side, ready to assist with any inquiries and share his insights. Dai Yunhan, however, found no interest in such classes. As his abilities were restricted by the system, no matter how diligently he worked, he would not reap rewards like a busy bee. Thus, he chose to recline nearby and take a nap. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin noticed him alone and rushed over, bending down and leaning close, asking, "Hey, what are you up to?" Dai Yunhan lay on the ground, drifting in slumber. Upon hearing a sound, he opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was two peaks, naturally cascading under the force of gravity. He felt a slight astonishment. He had not anticipated that from this angle, her prowess was indeed formidable. Dugu Yin also noticed the focus of Dai Yunhan's gaze, yet she did not rise immediately. Instead, she remained bent over, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she inquired, "What are you looking at?" Admiring a beauty, he replied, "Is she lovely?" Uncertain, the beauty is rather well clad. At this remark, a hint of shyness crept onto Dugu Yan's face. It was surprising that this little fellow possessed such a silver tongue. She stood up and suggested, "Since you seem rather bored, why not practice with me?" "Not interested," Dai Yunhan declined. "Why not?" "Because someone behind you is glaring at me." Dugu Yin turned around and discovered Yu Tianheng, his face darkened, glaring at them. She felt a twinge of displeasure. Upon noticing that Dugu Yin had spotted him, Yu Tianheng hastily approached, his expression shifting rapidly to a sunny smile. "Yin Yin, if you're seeking a sparring partner, why not choose me? There's no need to involve him. He clearly looks worn out from last night and hasn't rested well. Let him recuperate." This statement subtly implied to Dugu Yin that Dai Yunhan was already involved with someone, and that their relationship had undoubtedly reached a level that would warrant secrecy. Thus, Yin Yin should refrain from pursuing him, lest others perceive her as a third party. However, whether Dugu Yin genuinely did not comprehend or feigned ignorance, she disregarded Yu Tianheng's words, asserting, "Your skills are rather mediocre. I've become accustomed to them. There is little left to practice. Dai Yunhan, your martial soul is quite unique. Let us engage in a contest." Dai Yunhan remained silent, merely observing Yu Tianheng. He was aware that Yu Tianheng would inevitably be the first to speak. As anticipated, Yu Tianheng became agitated and exclaimed, "Yin Yin, my martial soul is merely a tiger. It holds no extraordinary qualities. Regardless of how much I practice, the outcome remains unchanged. My martial soul is a dragon, while yours is a serpent. Teacher Qin mentioned that our martial souls share certain similarities, and perhaps we could cultivate a fusion technique together. Would you be interested in attempting it?" "Not at all," Dugu Yin replied curtly. She had never harbored any fondness for Yu Tianheng, and prior to Dai Yunhan's arrival, she had only practiced with him out of a lack of alternatives. With Dai Yunhan now present, she had no intention of continuing. "Dai Yunhan, would you care to practice with me?" Dugu Yin inquired directly, disregarding Dai Yunhan. His decision was the pivotal factor. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at her companion, then at Yu Tianheng, only to discover a warning etched across Yu's face. A wave of disdain washed over him. He had initially intended to decline, yet now, compelled by her actions, he felt an urge to acquiesce. "We shall practice, but let it be known that for this afternoon, you are to train solely with me. I am not accustomed to switching partners frequently. If you are incapable of this, then so be it." Dai Yunhan regarded Yu Tianheng with a challenging gaze. "Very well. It suits me not to be interrupted." Dugu Yin readily agreed, her enthusiasm palpable. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng's expression darkened considerably, yet he seemed resigned to the inevitable outcome. Attempting a facade of cheerfulness, he remarked, "Dai Yunhan, your martial spirit is rather unique. I, too, would like to practice with you. Perhaps we could engage in a session together?" Dai Yunhan dismissed him coolly. "My martial spirit is merely that of a tiger, nothing extraordinary. Let us leave it at that." A smirk danced in her heart. She was well aware of his ulterior motives. Rebuffed, Yu Tianheng's countenance soured further, yet he remained undeterred. "What if we all practice together? Yin Yin, should you tire, I could take your place with him for a while." "No need. If I tire, he will undoubtedly be fatigued as well. It would be awkward for you to be left out, Zhu Yin retorted, unwilling to have Yu Tianheng intrude upon her training. I assure you, I would not find it awkward, he quickly interjected, clinging to hope. I meant that I would feel awkward, Zhu Yin countered coldly, dousing his hopes with a splash of reality. Without further regard for Yu Tianheng's disarrayed feelings, she promptly led Dai Yunhan toward a training ground. Chapter 31. Zhu Yin's affection grows. Soul power at level 36. Dai Yunhan raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating that he too felt quite powerless. Yu Tianheng was taken aback by the heartlessness that Zhu Yin had suddenly displayed. She had not always been this way. In the past, she had exuded gentleness. How could she have changed so drastically? His gaze turned increasingly fierce as he fixated on the triumphant figure of Dai Yunhan. All of this was because of you. He abruptly turned on his heel and departed from the training room. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan was intentionally provoking Yu Tianheng, motivated by his disdain for Yu's attitude. Matters of romance should inherently involve fair competition. It irked him when someone resorted to intimidation due to their own inadequacies. It is worth noting that initially, when he was unaware that Zhu Yin and Yu Tianheng were not together, and when the system indicated that Zhu Yin held feelings for him, Dai Yunhan had resolved to maintain his distance from her. He believed that such actions would be akin to undermining someone else's relationship, which he deemed highly unethical. Now, having agreed to practice with Zhu Yin, he felt no guilt, as he was aware that she and Yu Tianheng were not romantically involved, rendering the situation inconsequential to him. As for the second point, it was simply that this fellow, Yu, belonged to the same family as Yu Xiaojing. Dai Yunhan harbors a strong disdain for Yu Xiaojing, extending her animosity to encompass the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Hey, what are you pondering? Let us commence promptly, urged Zhu Yin as she summoned the emerald serpent upon entering the training arena. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated rhythmically. All right, Dai Yunhan immediately revealed his martial soul. However, he refrained from showcasing his spirit rings. Like yesterday, he wished to avoid drawing attention due to the brilliance of his spirit rings. He was already impressive, and should his spirit rings exceed the common understanding, he would undoubtedly face a considerable risk of being captured for research. Fortunately, spirit rings could be controlled. They only needed to be revealed when employing spirit abilities. Yet, concealing them had its drawbacks, as it diminished the aura of his martial soul. Simultaneously, Dai Yunhan grasped the reason behind the necessity of vocalizing the names of spirit abilities during combat. The names of these abilities were akin to incantations in the realm of cultivation. They required utterance to yield effect. In the Douluo Continent, the names of spirit abilities were inscribed within one's spiritual sea upon absorbing spirit rings. By articulating the name of a spirit ability, one effectively established a connection through mental power, facilitating a smoother execution and maximizing its potency. Previously, Dai Yunhan had found this practice perplexing, but now he comprehended its significance. In summary, concealing spirit rings had its advantages and disadvantages. Let me assure you, I will not hold back, he declared. Zhu Yin raised an eyebrow, offering a reminder. Rest assured, I am quite capable when it comes to dealing with beautiful women, he replied. Then let us see your prowess. A smile graced Zhu Yin's lips as her gaze sharpened. Third spirit ability, purple phosphor poison. A plume of purple mist erupted from the mouth of the phosphor serpent, swiftly advancing towards Dai Yunhan, enveloping him in its wake. What, that you're going all out right from the start? Dai Yunhan found herself at a loss for words, as if fearing that the poison would not be fatal to her. I have warned you, I shall not hold back, said Zhu Yin, her words betraying a fierce resolve while her gaze remained fixed on Dai Yunhan, ready to retract the toxic mist at the slightest hint of an anomaly. Confronted with this noxious vapor, Dai Yunhan could not afford to be careless. However, following the events of the previous day, he had already devised a strategy to counter it. As he activated his first soul skill, he summoned his inner soul power, conjuring 2 orbs of energy, 1 black and 1 white, manifesting in his hands. Previously, his chaotic energy had managed to suppress her toxins, and he believed it would do so once more. The black and white orbs entwined in his grasp, coalescing into a murky gray mist. This mist expanded, initially forming a protective barrier around Dai Yunhan before advancing towards the violet poison in a show of defiance. Upon their collision, the 2 forces engaged in a tumultuous struggle. It may have seemed chaotic at first, but within moments, the purple mist visibly dissipated. A smile of delight spread across Dai Yunhan's face, for it seemed that she was destined to outshine the solitary and enigmatic Zhu Yin. Meanwhile, Zhu Yin, taken aback by the scene before her, also revealed a hint of joy. It appeared that this little one was indeed unafraid of her venom. A faint smile curled at the corners of Du Guyan's lips, and her gaze towards Dai Yunhan grew increasingly fond. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the goddess Du Guyan's affection for the host had deepened, resulting in an elevation of soul power by 1 level. The unexpected sound of the system left Dai Yunhan momentarily bewildered. How was her affinity enhanced so swiftly? Was she truly at level 36 now? Could it be that engaging in a mere skirmish could yield such results? He glanced at Du Guyan, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in her mind. Was it possible that his inadvertent display of regal prowess had left her utterly captivated? After the practice concluded, the class also came to an end. Marking the conclusion of the day, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their dormitory, greeted each other with a tender kiss. Subsequently, Dai Yunhan made his way to the kitchen, as he had taken it upon himself to prepare dinner that evening. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was somewhat reluctant, for in her view, household chores were the domain of women, while men should stand tall, supporting the family as sustenance. Yet, Dai Yunhan was not one to adhere to such traditional gender roles. Moreover, in this world, they did not need to toil over the trivialities of daily life. Consequently, cooking was but a trivial task. Of course, the two of them could easily avoid the hassle of daily cooking, as the cafeteria offered delectable meals that required no effort. Nonetheless, Dai Yunhan longed for the flavors of his hometown, compelling him to prepare the meal himself. Unable to resist Dai Yunhan's determination, Zhu Zhuqing felt awkward merely standing by. So she assisted him. The affectionate and warm scene between them embodied Dai Yunhan's most cherished aspirations for life from his previous existence. Just as they were halfway through preparing the meal, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Zhu Zhuqing went to answer it, revealing a woman with violet hair and emerald eyes standing at the threshold. Du Guyan. What brings you here? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Du Guyan, like them, resided in the villa district, albeit on the opposite side. Is Dai Yunhan here? She asked. Du Guyan showed no surprise at Zhu Zhuqing's frequent presence in this room. Upon hearing her voice, Dai Yunhan emerged from the kitchen and, upon recognizing Du Guyan, inquired, "What do you need?" Du Guyan smiled gently and said, "I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance in saving me. I would like to invite you both to dinner at the Tiandorinjian Hotel outside the campus." Dinner? Dai Yunhan shook his head. There's no need for such formality, it was merely a small favor. Besides, I am already in the midst of cooking, and the meal is nearly ready. Chapter 32. Displaying affection before the light bulb you are cooking? Upon hearing this, Du Guyan did not hesitate to step inside uninvited. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, feeling discontent with her impolite behavior. Du Guyan entered the kitchen, and upon seeing an array of utensils and seasonings, along with fragrant dishes simmering in pots, she expressed her surprise. "I didn't realize you could actually cook. Just a small endeavor. Would you like to stay and share a meal?" Dai Yunhan offered. "All right. I shall not be polite then." Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. He had merely asked the question casually, not expecting this individual to genuinely accept his invitation. For Earthlings, it was customary to greet one another by inquiring if they had eaten. If the answer was no, they would be encouraged to stay for a meal. If they had already eaten, the expectation was to partake in a little more. Generally, when faced with such inquiries, one would recognize it as a subtle suggestion to take their leave. Those with a sense of propriety would typically excuse themselves. However, only a select few would remain for the meal. To his surprise, Du Guyan was among that select few. "Very well, please take a seat." "I shall order a couple more dishes," Dai Yunhan conceded. Since the others had already acquiesced, he could hardly ask anyone to leave. "Zhu Qing, engage her in conversation." "You needn't worry about me. I shall be quick." "Understood," Zhu Qing replied. She detected an unusual aura emanating from Du Guyan. A woman's intuition is remarkably acute. From the tone of Du Guyan's speech and the glint in her eyes, it was clear to Zhu Qing that her fiancé was being scrutinized. Although she initially wished to disregard this woman, hoping she would retreat from the situation, she felt compelled to heed Dai Yunhan's words. Moreover, at such a juncture, to disregard the man's dignity would also reflect poorly on herself and afford others an opportunity. Thus, she acquiesced and resolved to portray herself as the gracious hostess. Subtly encouraging Du Guyan to withdraw, she poured a glass of water for Du Guyan and presented some fruit. Du Guyan courteously expressed her gratitude before inquiring, "What is the nature of your relationship with him?" While she was acutely aware of their bond, articulating it was another matter entirely. Zhu Qing internally scoffed at the audacity of the question, yet with a beaming smile, she replied, "I am his fiancée." "Fiancée?" Du Guyan feigned surprise. "How old are you both to be engaged?" A trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Although she already suspected the truth, hearing it confirmed was a different sensation altogether. It seemed that a good man had been claimed before her. Indeed, we are quite young, merely 12 years old, yet we entered into a betrothal when we were 6. Zhu Zhuqing stated with a hint of pride. Her words carried a note of warning and insinuation to Douluo Yin that, given her age, she ought to refrain from pursuing her man. Additionally, it emphasized the deep bond formed between her and Dai Yunhan since childhood, suggesting that any attempts to usurp would be futile. However, Douluo Yin appeared oblivious to the underlying message. How wonderful. When do you plan to marry? She asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Soon, once we accomplish a particular task, Zhu Zhuqing replied, unable to specify a precise timeline. She and Dai Yunhan had a rival, Davis, and they needed to triumph over him before they could wed. They were confident in their ability to defeat Davis, but it would require some time. Zhu Zhuqing believed it would only be a matter of 2 to 3 years. So, it seems the wedding date remains uncertain? Douluo Yin remarked with a hint of amusement. The absence of a wedding meant there was still a chance to intervene. Of course, even marriage did not preclude the possibility of competition. In a world where monogamy reigned, it did not imply the absence of polygamous arrangements. Zhu Zhuqing found Douluo Yin's gaze distasteful. Would you like to attend our wedding? Rest assured, we shall certainly notify you. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a firm counter. She regretted saving Douluo Yin that night, as it had led to this moment where she was now vying for her own man. I will definitely be there, Douluo Yin replied with a smile. Coming from a prestigious lineage and possessing formidable talent herself, her character had developed into one that was assertive and unyielding. Anything she desired, she pursued without hesitation, including men. The two women exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of tension in the other's eyes. However, the atmosphere was not overly charged, as Douluo Yin was still maintaining a veneer of politeness. To an outsider, her words and actions seemed akin to those of ordinary acquaintances. Yet, only Zhu Zhuqing understood the true implications behind each statement. Ah, the dishes are ready. We can eat now. Dai Yunhan's voice disrupted the standoff. I'll help you serve, Douluo Yin offered, rising from her seat. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was quicker, darling. Allow me to assist you. She emphasized the term darling with particular fervor, as though to ensure Douluo Yin heard it distinctly. Rising, she cast a triumphant glance at her rival, silently conveying, see, I can call him darling. Can you do the same? Douluo Yin's expression soured at the mention of the term, her steps faltering. She was bold in her affections, yet she was still a woman who had never experienced love. Her daring nature clashed with a lingering shyness, rendering her unable to openly compete for affection in front of others. Furthermore, her relationship with Dai Yunhan was tenuous at best. Thus, while Zhu Zhuqing unabashedly called out darling, Douluo Yin could only feel discomfort without the power to act. At that moment, Dai Yunhan chimed in. Wife, you handle the utensils. The dishes are hot. I shall serve. This only compounded Douluo Yin's frustration. Certainly, darling, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a sweet smile, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. You see, 6 years of affection cannot be easily stolen away. Dai Yunhan, holding a dish, noticed that Douluo Yin was still present, almost causing him to forget her existence amidst the intimate interaction he had just shared with Zhu Zhuqing. A slight awkwardness settled in, as the presence of this uninvited guest indeed felt rather conspicuous. While the two were bustling about, Douluo Yin stood there alone, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing occasionally engaged in deliberate displays of affection towards Dai Yunhan, flaunting their connection right before Douluo Yin's eyes, which only intensified her discomfort. Yet, there was nothing she could do but endure it. Soon, the meal was served. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan sat together, while Douluo Yin took her place across the table. As was customary, typically they would start their meal with soup, but this time, it was Zhu Zhuqing who served Dai Yunhan, rather than the other way around. Sweet? Isn't it? She intentionally showcased her affection, saying, Here, dear, have some soup first. Then, adopting a hostess's demeanor, she ladled a bowl of soup for Douluo Yin, adding, I didn't know you would be joining us, so I didn't prepare anything special, just some home-cooked dishes. I hope you don't mind. This statement implicitly questioned Douluo Yin's purpose for being there, suggesting that no effort had been made for her. At that moment, Douluo Yin had already perceived the closeness between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. However, she was unwilling to relinquish Dai Yunhan, as he was the only one who remained unaffected by her toxic nature. Such individuals were rare, and she had searched for years without finding another. Therefore, for the sake of her future happiness, she felt compelled to be with Dai Yunhan. Yet, given the current situation, she understood that haste would not yield favorable results. One must carefully pry at the corners, wielding the metaphorical hoe with patience. Taking the soup bowl, she politely responded, "You needn't say that. I'm the one intruding upon your gathering. There is no reason for me to be dissatisfied. You saved me, and I haven't even properly expressed my gratitude. I intended to treat you both to a meal today, but it seems I've ended up imposing on you instead, which makes me feel quite embarrassed." "Not at all. It was merely a trifling effort, just a meal. Wherever it is eaten, it is still a meal." Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand dismissively. This too needed translation, implying, "It's just dinner. We can afford it. Eat up, and once you're done, you can leave. Don't linger here awkwardly." Zhu Zhuqing smiled, understanding the underlying message in those words. Yet, she could only pretend not to comprehend, suppressing any hint of dissatisfaction. Firstly, it was wrong for her to covet another's partner, even if they were merely engaged. Secondly, even if she were to contest for Dai Yunhan's affection now, she would not have his support. It would only serve to endear Zhu Zhuqing further to him. She was like a serpent, well aware of how to leverage her greatest asset. Silently, she continued her meal, intrigued by the unfamiliar dishes before her. Picking up one of the items, she took a bite, only to be pleasantly surprised by its extraordinary flavor, a taste she had never encountered before. "Did you prepare all of these?" she inquired of Dai Yunhan, genuinely impressed. This was an honest statement, devoid of any false flattery. Simultaneously, it signaled a shift in her strategy. All she desired was Dai Yunhan. Zhu Zhuqing's presence was inconsequential. As long as she could win Dai Yunhan's favor, everything else became trivial. Indeed, if you find it enjoyable, please indulge yourself. There is plenty to go around. Dai Yunhan expressed his confidence in his culinary skills, having received unwavering praise from his parents over the years for his delectable dishes. "Even if you were to deny me a taste, I must indulge just a little more," he declared. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting gaze sparkled with admiration for Dai Yunhan, her every word revealing her growing fondness for him. Initially drawn to his prowess, she now recognized the depth of his character, which only heightened her satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, observing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, felt an unsettling discontent. Though their earlier conversation had been casual, she could not shake her irritation, akin to feeling as if she were consuming not mere food, but her own possessions. Such behavior was undeniably reminiscent of a scheming rival. Yet, she refrained from being overtly critical, aware that it might inadvertently grant Dai Yunhan an opportunity to grow closer to Zhu Zhuqing. The atmosphere during the meal was inexplicably tense. Zhu Zhuqing remained guarded and perceptive, her every remark laced with an undercurrent of exclusivity, hinting at the profound bond she shared with Dai Yunhan. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing stood resiliently, absorbing Zhu Zhuqing's subtle jabs as if they were mere raindrops, not allowing them to bounce back. This left Zhu Zhuqing feeling rather helpless. Recognizing Zhu Zhuqing's prowess as a formidable opponent, akin to a concealed viper, at the center of this storm, Dai Yunhan maintained a composed demeanor. Could he not perceive the conflict brewing between the women? Of course, he was aware. However, he chose to remain neutral, as Zhu Zhuqing had yet to express any romantic intentions towards him. She was merely enjoying a meal. It would be absurd for him to declare, "I dislike you. Please leave." Such an admission would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, Dai Yunhan required Zhu Zhuqing's assistance. If he sought the elusive celestial herbs, he would need to rely on her. Thus, he resolved to feign ignorance of the brewing tension. Additionally, he harbored a heart full of affection. What was the purpose of traversing the Douluo Continent? To defeat Tang San? That was merely a secondary endeavor. The true aim was to engage in romantic pursuits with beautiful women. Love, after all, cannot flourish without a foundation of affection. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing departed from the villa, feeling satiated from the delightful meal. She mused that it might be challenging to enjoy other foods in the future, as this single repast had spoiled her palate. Determined to savor such cuisine daily, she resolved to claim Dai Yunhan as her own. However, she understood that patience was imperative, for she could discern the strong rapport between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan. Progress must be gradual. Hastening her approach might only accelerate their bond, to her detriment. Within the house, Zhu Zhuqing washed the dishes while Dai Yunhan assisted her. One might wonder why Dai Yunhan consistently avoided the chore of washing dishes. The answer was simple. He relished cooking but deemed dishwashing his final boundary. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing handed him a bowl, one that Zhu Zhuqing had just used. "Why?" Dai Yunhan observed that the bowl appeared perfectly intact, showing no signs of damage. "It's simply dirty," replied Zhu Zhuqing. "Once you wash it, it will no longer be soiled." Dai Yunhan, perplexed, remarked that a bowl is inherently washed only after it has become dirty. "So, I find her unattractive. Is that acceptable?" Zhu Zhuqing interjected, casting a glance at Dai Yunhan. Is she truly unattractive? If this is considered unattractive, then what on earth defines beauty? I am, without a doubt, beautiful. Dai Yunhan suddenly realized that she was not referring to a bowl, but to a person. Dai Yunhan suddenly bent down, drawing close to Zhu Zhuqing's face, gazing at her with a playful smile. Are you feeling jealous? No. Then why do I detect a hint of sourness in the air? I said no. Yet I can clearly see that you are indeed jealous. I am not. A soft gasp escaped her lips as Dai Yunhan pressed his lips against Zhu Zhuqing's. A minute later, Dai Yunhan withdrew from Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Was it sweet? Not at all. It was quite sour. Zhu Zhuqing huffed softly, yet her lips remained pursed, an unmistakable attitude conveyed. Dai Yunhan picked up a candy from beside her and placed it in her mouth, then kissed once more. Chapter 34. Zhu Zhuqing, Level 30. 2 minutes later, she inquired. Is it sweet now? Yet, her breath was somewhat labored, and she licked her lips. Though her words suggested otherwise, her eyes sparkled with amusement. Without uttering a word, Dai Yunhan kissed her once more, this time employing his hands. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling bashful and flustered, began to struggle. Yet, in the grasp of Dai Yunhan, her attempts to resist proved utterly futile. This continued for a full 3 minutes. Dai Yunhan mischievously released her grip on Zhu Zhuqing. Is it sweet now? He teased. You're being unreasonable. You rascal. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. As she spoke, she adjusted her disheveled attire. This fellow, lacking in verbal finesse, resorts to his hands. Truly, he is a blatant rogue. Men have a natural tendency to be mischievous. I merely wish to know, are you sweet now? With that, Dai Yunhan revealed a playful glint in his eyes and a pair of nimble yet wicked hands. Zhu Zhuqing, flustered, hurriedly replied, Yes, it's sweet. Really sweet? Dai Yunhan expressed disbelief. Indeed, it is sweet. Zhu Zhuqing asserted with a determined nod. Very well, let me taste for myself, he said, leaning in for another kiss. Again? Another 2 minutes. Dai Yunhan detached himself from Zhu Zhuqing's lips, contentedly wiping his mouth, exclaiming how undeniably sweet it was. Zhu Zhuqing, breathless, felt her ample figure rise and fall like waves. She had not anticipated that in such a brief moment, she would nearly suffocate thrice. Fear began to creep in. She resolved never to jest with Dai Yunhan again, for she was always on the losing end. With such a kiss, my lips may turn dark. She jested. Not at all. My wife is young and beautiful, eternally radiant. He retorted. Yet, she mused, there would inevitably come a day when she would age. A tinge of melancholy washed over Zhu Zhuqing at the thought of inevitable aging. However, Dai Yunhan held her close, earnestly declaring, Rest assured, with me by your side. You shall never grow old. I believe you, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. Is this truly your conviction? Dai Yunhan felt somewhat bewildered. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him with eyes filled with affection, expressing disbelief. I cannot trust you. Do you truly have faith in other men? Indeed, her words held truth. Dai Yunhan chuckled. In truth, at this moment, the two of them were not on the same wavelength. Dai Yunhan's assertion that she would not age is, in the truest sense, a promise that he would elevate her to divinity. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing's perception of eternal youth stems from her belief that Dai Yunhan's fervent heart would remain ever youthful. Clearly, both have misconstrued the essence of their sentiments. Yet, does it truly matter? Even in their misinterpretation, the outcome remains aligned. Such is the decree of fate. The ensuing moments pass swiftly. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing diligently engage in their studies each day, with Zhu Zhuqing focusing on learning while Dai Yunhan is tasked with fostering their camaraderie. He does not require the same rigorous training. Instead, his role is to interact with Zhu Zhuqing daily, thereby deepening their emotional connection. Since that fateful day, Duguyin has become increasingly industrious, frequently visiting their home for meals. As time progresses, her visits have grown more regular, culminating in her arrival each evening. Dai Yunhan remains indifferent to this development, as he inherently needs Duguyin's assistance to access the ice and fire yin-yang to procure celestial herbs. Thus, her presence at mealtimes serves to strengthen their bond. After all, when one proactively seeks another, it is often perceived as having ulterior motives. Whereas Duguyin's initiative simplifies the process of gaining her support when the time comes. Moreover, another reason he does not object is his aspiration to fulfill the grand ideal of universal love. Although he previously harbored a dislike for Duguyin, it was solely based on the misconception that she was romantically involved with Yu Tianheng. Upon realizing that they were not, his indifference naturally followed. His aversion to Duguyin had merely lingered as a stereotype from the original narrative. When the real Duguyin approached him with kindness, his perspective shifted. After all, who could resist the allure of an exotic beauty orbiting around them daily? Despite her initial annoyance, her amiable disposition rendered her less off-putting. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing harbors a strong distaste for Du Guyan's frequent visits. She is acutely aware of Du Guyan's intentions, seeking to usurp her place in Dai Yunhan's affections. This cunning woman possesses a remarkable aptitude for subtlety, adeptly infiltrating their lives and gradually asserting her influence over Dai Yunhan. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing remains perpetually vigilant against Du Guyan's encroachment, yet feels powerless to act. Du Guyan conducts herself with remarkable decorum, arriving with ingredients for their meals and small gifts for both of them. During dinner, her demeanor is merely that of a cordial guest, leaving promptly after the meal without lingering or behaving inappropriately. She embodies the essence of a typical friend visiting for a meal. However, this is merely the facade. Zhu Zhuqing remains unaware of what transpires in her absence, leaving her feelings akin to consuming something utterly repugnant. The individual most affected by this situation, even more so than Zhu Zhuqing, is Yu Tianheng. He observes as Du Guyan grows increasingly indifferent to him, devoting her attention to Dai Yunhan with the fervor of an infatuated admirer, yet he feels powerless to intervene. In private, he has implored Du Guyan to refrain from pursuing Dai Yunhan, but she merely advises him to mind his own affairs and focus on himself. In a fit of frustration, he rebukes her, asserting that her actions are no different from those of a mistress, given that Dai Yunhan is already engaged to another. Following this outburst, regret washes over him. The chilling indifference Du Guyan now exudes plunges his heart into despair, leaving him with a resounding slap and silence between them ever since. As a result, Yu Tianheng grapples with a deepening fury within. 2 months later, Zhu Zhuqing achieves a breakthrough to the 30th level, necessitating the acquisition of a soul ring. For a student of her exceptional talent, the Academy offers specialized teams to assist in the hunt for soul rings, and as an exchange student, her endeavors are entirely complementary. However, she finds herself in no need of such assistance, for she is under the protection of formidable allies from the Star Luo Empire, capable of aiding her in this quest. Moreover, she typically hunts alongside Dai Yunhan, allowing them to gain practical experience and bolster their combat prowess. Their chosen hunting ground is the nearby Sunset Forest. Upon learning of this expedition, Du Guyan insists on joining their party. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan are reluctant to have her accompany them, yet her determination proves unyielding, leaving them with no recourse. Why do you not allow the Academy to assist in the hunt? Du Guyan inquires. Although her own soul ring was not procured with the Academy's help, her grandfather facilitated it, making the process expedient. She struggles to comprehend why they would forsake such resources to endure hardship alone. Dai Yunhan replied that hunting for soul rings is a rather straightforward endeavor. The difference between capturing one oneself and receiving it from another lies not only in the method, but also in the extent of the rewards garnered. Moreover, the experience gained from a life and death battle with soul beasts cannot be replicated through mere practice in the Academy. Then why have you ventured out secretly? Having a teacher from the Academy accompanying you provides a measure of protection, he remarked. Rest assured, our safety is adequately assured. We are not foolish enough to wager our lives recklessly, Dai Yunhan asserted with confidence. It was evident that, aside from their own formidable strength capable of contending with soul sect practitioners, they also had the covert protection of a soul sage and a soul emperor, ensuring their safety. However, the presence of Du Guyan inhibited Dai Yunhan's freedom to act. While they could afford to take risks, the consequences of anything happening to Du Guyan would be far more troublesome. After all, given Du Gubo's temperament, he would not inquire into the circumstances if he were to learn of his granddaughter's misfortune. This was evident from the way Tang San had decisively defeated him in the duel arena. This concern was precisely why Dai Yunhan preferred that Du Guyan did not accompany them, for he needed to protect both Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan. The trio continued on their path and soon discovered a suitable soul beast, a nether silver snake, nearly 5 meters in length and as thick as a bowl. Its body was entirely black, with eerie blue eyes that glimmered like ghostly flames. A distinctive silver line ran along its back, which inspired the name of this serpent. Observing the snake and estimating its size, Dai Yunhan surmised that it was approximately 1,300 years old, making it quite suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, he cautioned Du Guyan and prepared to launch an attack alongside Zhu Zhuqing. I shall assist you as well, Du Guyan declared. She had come with the intention of helping. And with the battle about to commence, she could hardly stand idly by. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at her but firmly declined, stating it is of no concern. Zhu Qing and I can handle this serpent. Just ensure your own safety. With that, she and Zhu Qing charged forward. Du Guyan's expression darkened slightly. Dai Yunhan's refusal indicated that she had yet to hold her in regard. Regardless of her feelings, she summoned her martial spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent, and lunged towards the Nether Silver Serpent. At that moment, the Nether Silver Serpent was also racing towards Dai Yunhan's direction, moving with remarkable speed, like a shadow weaving through the forest. Moreover, it occasionally glanced back, as if sensing some imminent danger trailing behind. This distraction caused it to overlook the figures of Dai Yunhan and the others ahead. By the time it became aware of their presence, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing's attacks had already reached its vicinity. Dai Yunhan opted for a direct assault. As he unleashed his first soul skill, his hair and wings transformed into a deep black hue. With a powerful swing of his fist, he struck toward the head of the Nether Silver Serpent. At that moment, the serpent's attention was diverted, fixated on the rear, rendering it unprepared for the sudden blow. The impact caused its swiftly advancing form to come to an abrupt halt, akin to a vehicle hitting the brakes. A pained sound escaped its maw. Yet, the serpent's skull was remarkably sturdy. Dai Yunhan could perceive that the damage inflicted was minimal, merely halting its rapid pursuit. Indeed, a flicker of flame ignited within its azure eyes, and, in a surprising turn of events, its body coiled toward Dai Yunhan, determined to ensnare him. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. The strength of this individual surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. A gleaming blade emerged from the shadows, piercing directly towards the body of the Netherworld Silver Snake. Knowing that striking the serpent at its vulnerable spot was crucial, Zhu Zhuqing adeptly targeted this weakness. However, the defense of the Netherworld Silver Snake was evidently formidable. As the silvery light radiated from its back, Zhu Zhuqing's sharp blade struck its body as if it were hitting impenetrable armor, merely sparking a few scattered embers. Undeterred, Zhu Zhuqing plunged her razor-sharp claws into the gaps between the scales and yanked fiercely. Although the anticipated carnage did not ensue, several scales were indeed torn away, exposing the unprotected flesh beneath. Zhu Zhuqing ready to unleash further devastation upon this breach, yet the Netherworld Silver Snake retaliated with a sweeping motion of its tail, creating a fierce gust of wind. Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to retreat to evade the assault. Seizing this opportunity, Dai Yunhan took a moment to catch his breath, unfurling his wings to create distance. Zhuqing, be cautious. This creature possesses a stubborn resilience. Dai Yunhan gave a brief admonition before resuming her assault. At that moment, a swirling mass of violet mist suddenly spread forth, enveloping the phantom silver serpent in an instant, like a ravenous maw. The phantom silver serpent emitted a cry of excruciating anguish. Dai Yunhan gazed downward, observing Dugu Yin as she unleashed her third soul skill. Her venom was exceedingly potent, inflicting great suffering upon the Nether Silver Serpent. However, her poison also posed a limitation to both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, preventing them from engaging in close combat. With this thought in mind, he promptly activated his second soul skill, Tiger Shattering Mountains and Rivers. Yet, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he refrained from uttering the name of the soul skill, allowing only one of his soul rings to illuminate. The purple soul ring shimmered, and a resounding tiger roar seemed to echo from the heavens, drowning out the anguished cries of the Nether Silver Serpent. Then, the previously monochrome tiger extended its robust forelimb and forcefully stomped the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a surge of formidable soul power swept toward the Nether Silver Serpent cloaked in purple mist. A howl of agony erupted as the formidable soul power surged forth like an invisible wave, cleaving the toxic purple mist asunder. The residual force further fragmented the parted mist, ultimately dispersing it entirely, revealing the Nether Silver Serpent, now ravaged by the venomous fog, its once lustrous scales dulled and lifeless. Its azure eyes were devoid of light, and its massive jaws dripped with blood, the scales resembling dry tree bark, easily tearable. At that moment, another voice pierced the air. Second soul skill, Nether Phantom 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing's form appeared in an instant, her sharp claws targeting the area where the serpent's scales had been shredded. Beneath Dugu Yan's toxic mist, that spot had lost its protective scales, now a patch of purple, with flesh corroded and tinged yellowish white. Her speed was astonishing, launching her attack almost simultaneously with the dissipating toxic fog. The Nether Silver Serpent was still disoriented from Dai Yunhan's Tiger Shattering Mountains and Rivers, unable to regain its bearings. By the time Zhu Zhuqing's assault reached its form, it remained oblivious until overwhelming pain coursed through its body, revealing Zhu Zhuqing tearing into it. However, it was evident that it was far too late. The wound had already been rent open into a gaping hole. Her swiftness was remarkable, The afterimages of her hands danced as each claw struck deep into the bone, tearing flesh as she withdrew. After a series of soul skills, the nether silver serpent lay in two halves, merely held together by bone. Bereft of the flesh that once sustained it, it let out a furious roar. Before collapsing to the ground in defeat and despair, Dai Yunhan remained vigilant until he sensed the presence of the spectral silver serpent gradually dissipate, at which point he felt a sense of relief, observing the nearly lifeless spectral silver serpent. He was pleasantly surprised by the seamless cooperation exhibited by the trio during their first collaboration. There was little struggle. A series of coordinated strikes had perfectly concluded the battle. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You may deliver the final blow. We will provide you with protection shortly." Zhu Zhuqing nodded and extended her sharp claws. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The dying spectral silver serpent suddenly displayed a fierce glint in its eyes, its eerie blue pupils igniting with flames. It then opened its mouth and unleashed an energy orb aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing. "Be careful." Dai Yunhan swiftly took action to protect Zhu Zhuqing, not anticipating that the beast would feign death. However, Zhu Zhuqing was perilously close to the nether silver serpent, and despite Dai Yunhan's immediate awareness of the anomaly, he could not reach her in time. Just as it seemed Zhu Zhuqing was about to be harmed, a striking figure suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed. Embracing Zhu Zhuqing and tumbling to the side, it was Dai Yunhan. Zhu Zhuqing was safe, yet in that very moment, Dai Yunhan was not as fortunate. As she was struck by an energy orb, both fell to the ground, with Dai Yunhan's brow furrowed in pain as she endured her suffering. Dai Yunhan arrived before the two with remarkable swiftness, swiftly kicking the nether silver serpent away and then assessing their condition. "I am fine. Let us see how Dai Yunhan is faring," Zhu Zhuqing remarked anxiously. Dai Yunhan glanced at Dai Yunhan and, upon realizing that her injuries were not severe, let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the spectral silver serpent had launched a surprise attack, it was ultimately a feeble strike, lacking in force. Furthermore, Dai Yunhan's soul energy provided a protective barrier, ensuring that while she sustained wounds, her life was not in jeopardy. Dai Yunhan presented a vial of healing elixir for her to consume, subsequently utilizing her soul energy to alleviate the injuries. Gradually, her complexion began to improve. "Are there any areas of discomfort?" Dai Yunhan inquired with concern. Dai Yunhan's expression was slightly grim, yet she shook her head, assuring, "I am fine." She then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, urging, "Hurry and absorb the soul ring. Otherwise, we may encounter unforeseen complications." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the nether silver serpent, which at that moment lay utterly still. Had she delayed any longer, it might have truly perished. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully, then approached the nether silver serpent, fully severing its life force. A purple soul ring then floated above the serpent's lifeless form. Settling into a meditative posture, she commenced the absorption process. Dai Yunhan tended to the needs of Dai Yunhan while simultaneously providing her with protection. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of her soul ring. She acquired her third soul skill, the Phantom of the Netherworld, a technique that enhances agility by conjuring multiple illusions of herself, creating a deceptive facade to launch surprise attacks on her adversaries. The number of phantoms is not constrained. As her soul power increases, so too does the quantity of illusions. This aspect surpasses the capabilities of the Nether Shadow clone. However, the downside is evident. The phantoms merely possess the aura of Zhu Zhuqing's true self without any of its actual strength. To inflict harm upon her foes, she must rely on the attacks of her corporeal form. Nonetheless, she possesses the remarkable ability to switch swiftly and seamlessly between her true self and the phantoms, rendering her a formidable opponent. Following the absorption of the soul ring, her soul power level ascended to 31. At just over 12 years of age, possessing a soul power of 31 is a remarkable feat, far surpassing her progress during her training at Shrek Academy. Upon completing the absorption, Zhu Zhuqing's height increased slightly, and her demeanor became even more haughty and mature. Yet, what truly mattered to Dai Yunhan was that Zhu Zhuqing's long legs appeared even longer, and her impressive figure was accentuated to a remarkable degree. Dai Yunhan exuded confidence. If this momentum continued, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly evolve into an aircraft carrier. He couldn't help but recall a poem from his previous life. She embodied the beauty of the world, harboring lofty ideals. Profound insights danced in her heart, and the vast universe would not disappoint her. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Zhu Zhuqing felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she caught the fervent gaze of Dai Yunhan sweeping over her entire being. She relished being looked at in such a manner, yet the presence of others rendered her somewhat bashful. Meanwhile, Dai Yin observed this scene with a twinge of dissatisfaction. The sight of Dai Yunhan's infatuated expression deepened her despondency. Glancing down at her own modest figure, she felt a sense of failure. Although she was nearly 6 years older than Zhu Zhuqing, she still paled in comparison in terms of physique. It was no wonder Dai Yunhan was so captivated by her. In that instant, clarity dawned upon her. She resolved to drink milk and eat papaya daily. All right, since we have completed our task, let us return, Dai Yunhan declared. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Suddenly, Yin exclaimed in distress, "Oh no. What happened?" Dai Yunhan feared that her injury had worsened and hastily inquired. Yuan, rubbing her leg, lamented pitifully. "It seems my leg is injured. I cannot rise." "Your leg?" Dai Yunhan gazed at her legs, which were round, smooth, straight, and proportionate, adorned with black stockings. They were indeed a pair of exquisite legs. However, had the recent attack from the phantom silver serpent truly failed to affect her legs? Was there any actual pain at all? As if sensing Dai Yunhan's skepticism, Yin feigned even greater agony, exclaiming, "Oh, it hurts so much." Her performance was strikingly convincing. Yet it was clearly an act. Zhu Zhuqing recognized this immediately and caught a whiff of green tea. Chapter 37. Boiling frogs with warm water in a 9-grid pattern. Is it truly painful? Allow me to examine it. Dai Yunhan crouched down, still somewhat uneasy. What if her leg was truly injured? She focused her soul power to conduct an examination. However, as expected, no issues were detected. No problems at all. Yet, the pain was indeed quite severe. Yin gazed at Dai Yunhan, displaying a delicate expression that seemed to crave affection. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of nausea. What a scheming vixen. Although Yin had just saved her, she would remember this favor and repay it when the opportunity arose. However, stealing her man was entirely unacceptable. A matter of a different nature altogether. "Let me help you walk," Zhu Zhuqing declared, unable to tolerate Yin's behavior any longer. Yin shot her a glance. "Both of my feet hurt." "Then I'll carry you," Zhu Zhuqing responded, gritting her teeth. Yet, Yin declined again. "You have just absorbed a soul ring. Your soul power is still unstable, and it's unwise to exert yourself too much. Let's not. It's fine, I can manage. Your injuries are more important." Zhu Zhuqing insisted as she crouched down, signaling for Yin to climb on. Yin retorted, "You're too thin. You're all bones, and will hurt my wounds." Zhu Zhuqing's anger flared. "You're being utterly unreasonable. I offer to carry you, and you complain about my bones? My chest is twice the size of yours. And you dare say I'm all bones?" In truth, she merely wished for Dai Yunhan to bear Yin. Zhu Zhuqing's frustration mounted. Had Yin not genuinely saved her moments ago, she would have exploded on the spot. At that moment, Dai Yunhan stood by, feeling utterly speechless. This world permits polygamy. Yet monogamy is also quite prevalent. If he wished to win them all over, he could not appear overly eager. He must employ a gradual approach. Akin to boiling a frog, employing a methodical strategy. Only when they were thoroughly accustomed could he reveal his intentions. Otherwise, even with the system's assistance, he risked ending up with nothing. Thus, he dared not intervene in the escalating conflict between the two women. "Zhu Qing, it's not that I don't want to help you. To protect you, I require strength. With strength, I can safeguard you. If you must place blame, direct it towards the wretched system that constrains me so tightly." The two women were at an impasse, yet ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing chose to concede, for Yin had indeed saved her just moments prior. Though the injuries to her waist and legs were distinct, the fact remained that she was injured. "Yunhan, you carry her," Zhu Zhuqing said with a cold expression. Her reluctance evident. Yin beamed with joy, her plan succeeding. "Oh, all right," Dai Yunhan replied, now compelled to act as if nothing had transpired. He feigned ignorance of the conflict between the women. Thus, when it came to carrying someone, he aimed to appear entirely natural. Yin, having achieved her goal, gleefully climbed onto Dai Yunhan's back, casting a triumphant glance at Zhu Zhuqing. This infuriated Zhu Zhuqing, who wished nothing more than to yank Yin down. She found Yin's smug demeanor intolerable. Yet, Yin, undeterred by Zhu Zhuqing's menacing gaze, wrapped her arms around Dai Yunhan's neck, leaning forward, pressing closely against him. The sight ignited a blazing fury within Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan maintained a facade of calmness, yet beneath the surface, he was gripped by anxiety. He had not anticipated that Yin, though seemingly insignificant, harbored an astonishing amount of energy within. It was akin to a coiled spring, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to contend with Yin and resorted to observing Dai Yunhan's demeanor. Noticing his composed expression, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, those alluring temptresses appeared trivial in the presence of my husband. Upon returning to the academy, due to Du Guyan's mobility issues, Dai Yunhan had no choice but to leave her at the villa. Naturally, Du Guyan was eager to remain in his villa, for even if he were unwilling, she was determined to stay. Only in this way could they enhance their chances of connection. As it was already quite late upon their return, they purchased some provisions from the school cafeteria to serve as their dinner. After their meal, Du Guyan retired to the bedroom she had occupied previously. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing naturally shared a space together. Witnessing their effortless entrance into the room, Du Guyan felt a shadow cast over her heart. When she was first brought here, she was unaware that the two shared a bed, as she frequently returned for meals. She eventually learned of their cohabitation. However, she believed they ought to reside separately, given that they were not yet married. Yet now, seeing them so at ease as they entered the same room, she was overcome with a profound sense of discomfort. It felt as though something that belonged to her had been taken away. With a heavy heart, she entered the room, lying on the bed, her expression devoid of emotion yet tranquil. She began to ponder whether she should continue on this path. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing are truly in love. She speaks her mind, not wishing to jeopardize their relationship. However, if she were to lose Dai Yunhan, how could she ever find another person immune to her venom? In another room, Zhu Zhuqing fumed, her face a canvas of the grievances accumulated throughout the day. What troubles you? Dai Yunhan inquired, feigning ignorance despite his understanding. Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with an unwavering gaze, calm yet profoundly captivating, reminiscent of a poised wildcat ready to pounce. This demeanor elicited a sense of unease within Dai Yunhan. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zhu Zhuqing, without uttering a word, abruptly pressed her lips against his in a forceful kiss. Indeed, this time, it was she who initiated the fervent embrace. With an assertive grip, she cradled Dai Yunhan's head, seemingly intent on kissing him into breathlessness. It lasted a full 3 to 4 minutes before she finally released him. Dai Yunhan gasped for breath as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the glistening tear marks at the corners of her eyes. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart. He had not anticipated that Du Guyan's actions today would so profoundly affect Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan wished to apologize, feeling as though he had erred in some way. Zhu Zhuqing was an innocent girl, and his affection for her was genuine. However, he now sensed a tinge of greed within himself, which could inevitably cause harm to her pure heart. Just as he began to utter a word, Zhu Zhuqing raised a finger to silence his lips. She gently shook her head and inquired, "Will you love me forever?" Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan felt as though a thorn had lodged itself in her throat. Her voice, somewhat hoarse yet unwaveringly resolute, emerged. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with an increased brilliance, then tilted her head and kissed Dai Yunhan's lips once more. This time, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, exuding an unparalleled tenderness. Dai Yunhan savored the moment, as if kissing a spring's gentle waters, enveloped by a sense of happiness. "Yunhan, take me," she implored. Chapter 38. Zhu Zhuqing's unease. Zhu Zhuqing guided him, urging him to seek what he desired. Yet upon hearing her words, a pang of sorrow pierced through Dai Yunhan's heart. From Zhu Zhuqing's utterance, he sensed a vulnerability, an unsettling insecurity. He withdrew his hand, pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead, and gently enveloped her in his embrace, choosing silence over words, for he understood that in such moments, any spoken sentiment would feel hollow to her. Rather than verbal reassurances, he opted to provide her with the most authentic sense of safety. Indeed, nestled in the warmth of Dai Yunhan's arms, Zhu Zhuqing's inner turmoil began to dissipate gradually. The masculine essence emanating from him instilled an overwhelming sense of security within her. She felt akin to a wounded bird, cradled by his tender hands. Her restless heart gradually found solace. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the peacefully sleeping Dai Yunhan and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him before rising. Habitually, she searched for her clothing within the sheets. But as her hands roamed, a sudden blush ignited her cheeks, more profound than ever before. She turned to Dai Yunhan, her hands stiffening, her throat involuntarily tightening, and her gaze becoming oddly flustered. At that moment, Dai Yunhan stirred awake, noticing the unusual expression in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes and her demeanor. A rare sense of embarrassment washed over him, for he understood this to be a natural physiological response, akin to the monthly tribulations women face. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, lowering her gaze. Her eyes reflected a blend of shyness, evasion, and hesitation, her thoughts veiled in uncertainty. Dai Yunhan, upon witnessing his own appearance, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He never anticipated encountering such a situation in this world. He recalled the tales of immortal cultivation he had read, where such incidents were non-existent. The essence of vitality was never meant to be compromised. Yet here he was, confronted with this awkwardness before a young lady. It was truly mortifying. Although she was destined to be his future wife, he stammered, "You should step outside. I will wash up alone in a moment." For the first time, Dai Yunhan's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. He could hardly believe he found himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his blushing face, couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, for so many years, she had been the one on the receiving end of teasing. She had never witnessed him shy before. In that instant, her own shyness dissipated, and she playfully teased him, saying, "What's this? You don't blush when you gaze upon me. Yet you turn red when I look at you? Isn't that rather peculiar?" Dai Yunhan chuckled awkwardly, responding, "What is peculiar about it?" Zhu Zhuqing blurted out an answer. But immediately after, her face flushed once more, clearly realizing she had misspoken. Dai Yunhan was equally perplexed. When did Zhu Qing's wife become so audacious? Observing her reluctance to depart, he decided to abandon his reservations, for they were all but spouses in the same predicament, and opportunities for candid encounters would abound in the future. He resolved to let her gaze linger. However, just as he was about to rise, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? Or is it manageable?" Dai Yunhan was perplexed as to why she posed such a question. Men, after all, endure considerable discomfort each morning. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation resurfaced in her eyes, yet within mere seconds, it transformed into resolute determination. She leapt towards Dai Yunhan and pressed her lips against hers. Dai Yunhan was uncertain of her actions, yet she did not refuse. She simply savored the moment in silence. However, suddenly, Dai Yunhan was startled. She swiftly pushed Zhu Zhuqing away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with a gentle warmth, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, exuding an aura of maturity. "I wish to assist you." "No way." Dai Yunhan resolutely declined. He was not a man of feudalistic ideology. However, he was also not devoid of principles. In his eyes, such matters necessitated a profound connection of souls. In the current scenario, merely indulging in corporeal desires was, to him, an irresponsible act towards Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he firmly rejected her advances. Yet, upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. "Do you not have feelings for me?" she inquired. "Of course, I have feelings for you," he replied. "Yet it is precisely because I cherish you that we cannot engage in such actions at this moment. I wish to wait for the day when you can truly let go." Dai Yunhan's sincere words deeply touched Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Indeed, as Dai Yunhan stated, she could currently unite with him, even taking the initiative to do so. However, she is acutely aware of a fissure within her heart. This rift may eventually be mended. Yet it undeniably exists in the present. The emergence of Dugu Yin has instilled a sense of threat within her. To extinguish this menace, she has chosen to hasten her pace, striving to secure her position in Dai Yunhan's heart. In simpler terms, she no longer feels an absolute sense of security with him. Thus, she must take certain actions to maintain this sense of safety. Dai Yunhan is well aware of this, which is why he declined Zhu Zhuqing's advances. For if he were to acquiesce, it would only serve to further wound her. In the days to come, she may find a semblance of peace. But should any disturbance arise, she would be like a startled bird, plunging into an abyss of ceaseless worry, her mind in turmoil, and her distress magnified. Due to his own greed, Dai Yunhan has already caused harm to Zhu Zhuqing. How could he, driven by fleeting desires, inflict further pain upon her? Thus, he must resolutely uphold his principles. Feeling Dai Yunhan's heartfelt intentions, Zhu Zhuqing is enveloped in warmth, her eyes betraying a deep emotional resonance. In truth, she too is reluctant to allow their relationship to advance so swiftly. Yet, she fears losing Dai Yunhan, dreading a return to the dark solitude of 6 years past, an era devoid of hope. Dai Yunhan, after much effort, finally offered her a glimmer of hope, and all she desired was to hold on to it firmly. Thus, even though Dugu Yin had yet to experience any tangible progress with Dai Yunhan, she remained acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan truly understood her, perceptively recognizing her subtle thoughts, which brought her immense comfort. It assured her that Dai Yunhan was not merely drawn to her physicality, but genuinely loved her in the truest sense. Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight easing of her worries, yet as she gazed upon Dai Yunhan's expression, a mischievous glint suddenly flickered in her eyes. Dai Yunhan did not see it. He merely shook his head. It was inconsequential. Such occurrences transpired daily. and soon it would pass. Observing Zhu Zhuqing regain her composure brought joy to Dai Yunhan, for he genuinely wished to shield her innocent heart from harm. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing, the ethereal spirit cat of 10,000 years indeed. He recognized himself as a scoundrel. He gently patted Zhu Zhuqing, instantly stirring a ripple of emotions. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the room, her face adorned with a delicate blush. Upon glancing back at Dai Yunhan, she felt a sense of satisfaction bloom within her. Although her underlying anxiety had dissipated, she remained vigilant, aware that caution was still warranted. As the prince and future emperor, Dai Yunhan is destined to embrace the custom of having multiple wives. Furthermore, with a talent as unparalleled as his, it is inevitable that such an exceptional individual will attract numerous remarkable women. Thus, deep within her heart, she has already come to terms with the reality that Dai Yunhan will have many women in his life. After all, even the current Emperor Xingluo does not have only one wife from the Zhu family. Generally, before ascending to the status of crown prince and achieving victory in the competition, he is typically limited to just one woman from the Zhu clan. It is only upon becoming emperor that the number of women in his life begins to multiply. Zhu Zhuqing, as a member of the Zhu family, is acutely aware of this understanding. Therefore, her numerous endeavors are not driven by a desire to monopolize Dai Yunhan for herself. Rather, she seeks to secure a prominent position in his heart. She does not wish to be merely an instrument in his quest for the throne, only to be cast aside once he attains it. Fortunately, she has discovered the answers she seeks within Dai Yunhan. Yet, she remains vigilant, for despite having found clarity, the temptations of the outside world are perilous, and the allure of seductive butterflies can lead to unexpected actions. In her family, there are countless shameless women. Therefore, to bind Dai Yunhan's heart, she must employ some subtle tactics. This is a lesson imparted by her mother. Merely painting grand visions for a man will not suffice to anchor him. One must also offer him a taste of sweetness. After Zhu Zhuqing departed, within the confines of the room, the voice of the system resonated in Dai Yunhan's mind. Ding! A reward of a 10,000-year soul bone, the body bone of the nether spirit cat, upgradable. Exclusive to Zhu Zhuqing, has been granted. There will be no backlash, absorption will be seamless and effortless. Upon hearing this reward, Dai Yunhan momentarily froze. And then joy surged within him. Although this reward was meant for Zhu Zhuqing, he felt even greater elation than if he had received the soul bone himself. Deep down, he was more concerned with enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's prowess than with his own advancement. With the system by his side, his growth, albeit gradual, would eventually lead him beyond the 100th level, achieving divinity. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was different. She lacked a system, and her ascension required not only diligence but also fortuitous opportunities. He had always worried that his presence might disrupt Zhu Zhuqing's original path, leaving her unable to attain godhood. Dai Yunhan was reluctant to be a solitary and desolate deity. Thus, he had long harbored concerns regarding such matters. However, the sudden reward from the system dispersed all his anxieties. Initially, he believed the rewards were exclusively for him, only to discover that they also benefited Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, he no longer needed to worry about his beloved's sustenance. System, while you may be somewhat stingy, you are not excessively so. Dai Yunhan complimented, her spirits soaring, as she dressed and prepared to present this soul bone to Zhu Zhuqing. However, upon descending the stairs, she was taken aback to find that Du Guyan had already prepared breakfast. This woman possesses a certain intrigue. Observing the radiant expression on Dai Yunhan's face, Du Guyan's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she maintained a cordial demeanor, stating, "I have already prepared breakfast. You should join me soon. I thought your foot was injured?" It improved significantly last night, and standing for a short while poses no issue. They were all performing a charade. The three individuals in the room were acutely aware of the pretense, yet felt compelled to continue the act. "I appreciate your effort," Dai Yunhan replied. Du Guyan smiled. "Come and eat. It has been ready for a while, and it will grow cold if you delay. My culinary skills may not be exceptional, and I am uncertain if it suits your taste." It was then that Dai Yunhan noticed that the breakfast on the table was not the usual milk and bread, but rather the congee she had personally prepared, accompanied by 2 or 3 exquisitely cooked side dishes. This revelation surprised Dai Yunhan. She had not anticipated that Du Guyan possessed culinary skills. Having something to eat was already a blessing, and to be picky about it would be to disregard the generosity offered. Dai Yunhan settled down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. He was never one to be particularly finicky. Although he had his dietary restrictions, he seldom voiced them. If the dishes on the table were delectable, he would indulge a bit more. If they were less appealing, he would partake sparingly. In essence, he refrained from critiquing the culinary efforts of others. Naturally, if the food was to his liking, he would not hesitate to offer generous praise. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing quietly consumed her meal. Her expression serene, yet Dai Yunhan could sense that her mood was far from joyful. He sighed inwardly, contemplating the weight of their shared burdens. After finishing their meal, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing proceeded to class, while Du Guyan remained at home, still feigning illness. Upon arriving in class, he helped Du Guyan secure a few days of sick leave before the lessons commenced. Today's curriculum was unremarkable, consisting of the usual theoretical lectures in the morning. The afternoon would be dedicated to simulated training, an invaluable opportunity offered once a week. Should one wish to engage in such training at other times, one would be required to pay a substantial fee. Dai Yunhan needed no cultivation, so he languidly slept outside. At that moment, he overheard the conversation of two individuals nearby, Qin Ming and Yi Lingling. Lingling, in 2 months, the Tiando Royal Academy will host a simple inter-academy exchange competition to prepare for the upcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament. All the universities in Tiando City will participate. Therefore, I wish to invite you to join the Royal Do Battle Team to bring glory to our academy, Qin Ming declared. It was at this moment that the invitation was extended. He handed Yu Lingling a registration form. I've already spoken to the academy, and they have agreed to your joining. Now, you merely need to fill in your information on this form to be part of the team. He looked at Yu Lingling with great confidence. The final choice for the auxiliary position in this team had taken considerable contemplation before he settled on Yi Lingling. Due to the nature of her martial soul, her presence posed significant drawbacks for the team. Typically, other auxiliary soul masters possess amplifying abilities that enable their teammates to exceed their usual capabilities, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. However, Yi Lingling was different. She could only provide healing without any amplifying effects, which meant that a team with her could only field 6 combatants, leading to a scenario where 1 + 1 was indeed less than 2. Faced with opponents of comparable strength, they would already be at a disadvantage before the match began. Nevertheless, the advantages of having Yi Lingling were substantial. The team would not falter due to injuries, as the rules of the Soul Master Tournament prohibit intentional fatalities, requiring contestants to hold back their attacks. This stipulation was advantageous for Yi Lingling. As long as she remained alive, she could continue to fight. Thus, based on these regulations, he unhesitatingly chose the weaker Yi Lingling. Otherwise, he would have opted for Zhang Wen, who possessed a red umbrella martial soul and a higher soul power level than Yi Lingling. He was brimming with confidence, convinced that Yi Lingling would surely agree, for the Royal Do Battle Team was one that every student aspired to join. Consequently, he had already spoken to the school committee before receiving an answer from Yi Lingling. However, to his astonishment, upon hearing the news, Yi Lingling did not appear particularly excited. "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to join the team," she stated. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why. Yi Lingling shook her head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, simply repeating her apology before walking away. Qin Ming gazed curiously at Yi Lingling's retreating figure, sensing that this female student must have her reasons. There was no immediate rush. He needed to investigate further. Turning to leave, he noticed Dai Yunhan observing him and inquired, "Do you know what her situation is?" "I do not," came the reply. Dai Yunhan shook his head, asserting that you should be more aware of this matter than I. Qin Ming appeared slightly disheartened, then inquired, "Why have you not engaged in cultivation?" "I have already completed my training and emerged," she replied. "So soon?" he exclaimed. The method of mimicry cultivation emphasizes the number of sessions. There is but a single complementary opportunity each week, and typically, most students remain immersed for a considerable duration. Rarely does one exit prematurely. However, Dai Yunhan is no ordinary individual. She nodded affirmatively. Qin Ming refrained from further questioning her. After all, Dai Yunhan hailed from the Star Luo Empire, and he preferred to avoid excessive involvement. His responsibility was merely to fulfill his teaching duties. As for how Dai Yunhan learned and what she achieved, it bore little relevance to him. This was a clash of ideologies. "By the way, did you see Yu Tianheng?" "He was present in the morning, yet he seems to have vanished by the afternoon," Qin Ming queried suddenly after taking a few steps. "No," she replied. Dai Yunhan shook his head. "Whether Yu Tianheng attends class or not has nothing to do with him." "Very well. Since you have completed your cultivation and have no further matters to attend to, you may return." Qin Ming cast a lingering glance at him before departing. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan's expression brightened with joy. This signified an early liberation. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, an elderly man with green hair was leisurely watering the flowers and plants he had cultivated. At that moment, A voice from outside the door interrupted him. Your Excellency, the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Yu Tianheng, wishes to see you. Du Bo paused his actions. Yu Tianheng? What could he want from me? Could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect has business with me? He pondered, concluding it was unlikely. If there were indeed matters of significance, they would not allow Yu Tianheng to approach him, as their social standings were simply not comparable. It was more probable that this was a personal matter. However, wasn't he supposed to be attending classes at the academy? How could he find the time to come here? Du Bo had heard of Yu Tianheng from Du Guyan, who spoke of him as a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. At such a young age, not yet 20, he had already achieved the rank of Soul Master, showcasing talents that slightly surpassed those of Du Guyan. Among the youth, he was indeed a rare genius. Most importantly, it seemed that this young man was pursuing Yin Yin. Yet, due to the issue of her snake poison, she had always kept her distance from others. Now that he had come to seek him out, it couldn't possibly be related to Yin Yin, could it? With this thought, a sense of unease gripped him, prompting him to allow the young man entry. As Yu Tianheng entered, he greeted, Esteemed Poison Douluo, I am Yu Tianheng. Ah. Du Bo assessed Yu Tianheng, noting this was their first meeting. Previously, he had only heard of him from Yin Yin. Now that he observed him, he found the young man striking and distinguished, indeed a suitable match for Yin Yin. What brings you here? Du Bo's voice, though devoid of anger, carried an imposing chill. Yu Tianheng stood approximately 10 meters away, yet even at that distance, he felt compelled to channel his soul power to withstand the pressure emanating from Du Bo. Is this the power of the poison Douluo? It is indeed completely different from my grandfather's aura. As he struggled against the pressure, Yu Tianheng spoke, Esteemed Poison Douluo, I have come to inform you of some recent developments concerning Du Guyan. At that moment, he dared not utter her name casually. Aware of Du Bo's notorious protectiveness, he knew that speaking carelessly before establishing a relationship with Yin Yin could lead to misunderstandings. Upon hearing the mention of Yin Yin, Du Bo's tension became palpable. Speak. Yu Tianheng felt the weight of Du Bo's scrutiny intensify, prompting him to speak hastily. Recently, an exchange student named Dai Yunhan arrived at the academy from the Star Luo Empire, and he has grown quite close to Du Guyan. Their relationship seems exceedingly intimate. Du Bo frowned at this revelation. People from the Star Luo Empire? Yet, a flicker of joy ignited within him. After all, it was rare for anyone to connect with Yin Yin, especially someone willing to draw near despite her unpredictable snake poison, which had led her to face neglect and exclusion throughout her life. The prospect of someone who could share her life brought him a sense of relief. Even if this individual was not Yu Tianheng himself. Isn't this rather normal? He replied. Esteemed Poison Douluo, please allow me to finish, Yu Tianheng urged. Then speak. Du Bo's voice turned cold. State your case clearly. What is the purpose of your hesitation? Yu Tianheng, taken aback by the sudden outburst, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He hurriedly continued. I suspect that Dai Yunhan has ulterior motives in getting close to Du Guyan. About a month ago, when her snake poison flared up, Dai Yunhan assisted her in stopping the poison without any medicinal aid. At first, I believed he must have employed some strange method. Yet he refused to disclose it. After that incident, Du Guyan seemed to transform entirely. She became very close to him, seeking him out daily, sharing meals, and engaging in playful banter, a pattern that has continued to this day. Du Bo's expression shifted to one of shock. He was acutely aware of the potency of Du Guyan's snake poison, an affliction so severe that it rivaled all known toxins. It was a condition she had borne since birth, one that had even led to her mother's demise shortly after giving birth due to its insidious nature. This poison originated from her martial spirit and was deemed nearly incurable. Du Bo had dedicated years to researching remedies, hoping to eradicate it. But his efforts had only yielded a means to suppress the toxin's effects, not to alleviate its progression. Now, hearing that someone had managed to suppress Du Guyan's snake poison without medicinal intervention left him astounded, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. If this were true, could it be possible? He dared not entertain the thought, aware that greater expectations often led to deeper disappointments. Yu Tianheng's subsequent remark regarding Du Guyan's newfound affection for Dai Yunhan was not entirely surprising. After all, she had grown up isolated, with few daring to approach her, and those who were often unable to withstand her poison. Thus, upon encountering someone capable of managing her affliction, it was only natural she would feel elated. She longed for companionship, and discovering someone willing to extend a hand would undoubtedly compel her to grasp it without hesitation. Du Bo understood this sentiment all too well. Noticing Du Bo's unexpected reaction, Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow. Esteemed Poison Douluo, you must understand that Dai Yunhan is not a good person. He is already engaged and has been deceiving Du Guyan. Just yesterday, he took her to the Sunset Forest under the pretense of helping his fiancée hunt for a soul ring, returning with her limping and absent from class today. When I visited her, I discovered she was residing in Dai Yunhan's quarters, and her leg was not even injured. Esteemed poison Douluo. I do not wish to malign him without reason. I am merely concerned for Du Guyan. After all, Dai Yunhan's methods are exceedingly dubious. What transpired in the forest remains a mystery, and I harbor grave doubts about his intentions. Enough. Du Gubo's voice suddenly cut through the air, interrupting Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng felt as if a gigantic serpent were poised to swallow him whole, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a flowing stream. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze towards Du Gubo, who had transformed, his visage now a chilling shade. His green hair swayed unnaturally, an aura of coldness enveloped him, and his complexion took on an eerie green hue. Yet, Yu Tianheng felt a surge of satisfaction at this sight, for it indicated that his objective was nearing fruition. Du Gubo's expression grew increasingly frigid, his voice dripping with iciness. Is what you say true? Absolutely, not a word of it is false. The students in our class can attest to it, Yu Tianheng assured vehemently. The countenance of Du Gubo darkened further, as a chilling toxic gas uncontrollably emanated from him, causing the meticulously nurtured flora surrounding him to wither and decay in an instant upon contact. Yu Tianheng, startled, attempted to retreat but found himself utterly immobilized. As the noxious vapor surged toward him, panic seized him. Fortunately, in the next moment, Du Gubo noticed him and retracted the poison. Do you possess a portrait of Dai Yunhan? Indeed, Yu Tianheng replied, having prepared for this moment, and promptly produced the image. Du Gubo cast a glance at it before transforming into a fleeting shadow, heading toward the Tiando Royal Academy. Boy, should you dare deceive me, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Du Gubo left behind a menacing remark. Yu Tianheng dismissed the threat, merely smirking inwardly. After all, what did it matter if the prince of the Star Luo Empire had provoked Du Gubo? Death awaited him nonetheless. Had Yu Tianheng uttered a falsehood? He had not. His words, though, contained a blend of reality and selective embellishment, infused with his subjective malice, thus granting Du Gubo fertile ground for speculation, ultimately leading to Dai Yunhan's death sentence. Were another to voice the same sentiments, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. This is what one might call the art of language. Mastering the nuances of expression often proves more effective than brute force. Thus, dear children, never utter that education bears no fruit. Meanwhile, Du Gubo hastened toward the academy. Deep within, he harbored an 88% conviction in Yu Tianheng's words. Why? Because Yu Tianheng demonstrated a certain intent. Du Gubo recognized the apparent jealousy Yu Tianheng harbored towards Dai Yunhan. Yet, Du Gubo was indifferent to such sentiments. He cared only for the veracity of the facts. He chose to believe a fragment of the narrative, for he understood Du Guyan's character well, proud and disdainful of others since childhood. Initially a fayade, that arrogance had solidified into her true nature over time, irretrievable. Thus, his doubts emerged. He could comprehend Du Guyan, a person of such pride, pursuing someone. But pursuing them in the knowledge of another's betrothal was incomprehensible to him. In his view, pride often breeds a possessive nature. Would a proud, domineering individual like Du Guyan share her man with another? Certainly not. Yet, the reality was that she did just that. Du Gubo found just cause to suspect that Dai Yunhan must have employed some underhanded tactics. Naturally, he would not be incensed solely by this. What truly ignited his fury was the revelation that Dai Yunhan had taken Du Guyan to hunt for soul rings, specifically for his fiancée. While he could overlook the melodrama of Du Guyan's willingness to participate, he could not fathom why they would venture without bodyguards or the academy's support, sneaking about instead. Moreover, they returned injured, limping, yet with seemingly intact legs. What, pray tell, had Dai Yunhan done? One could only ponder the circumstances under which a girl would limp while her legs remained unharmed, all the while wearing a smile. Thus, Du Gubo's wrath was unleashed. If all was indeed true, it implied that Dai Yunhan had ensnared his granddaughter. Chapter 42. Du Guyan launders Dai Yunhan's underwear through unspeakable means. A gentleman can endure much, but this he could not. The Tiando Royal Academy lies on the outskirts of Tiando City, while the Tiando Palace stands at its center, rendering the distance somewhat considerable. Yet, for title Douluo Du Gubo, such a distance was trivial. Within mere minutes, he arrived at the academy and, with familiarity, made his way to the villa dormitory area. He had previously visited, given that Du Guyan resided there, but this time, he directly sought out Dai Yunhan's Qingfeng Villa, a name imparted to him by Yu Tianheng. Upon arriving, he sensed Du Guyan's presence within the Qingfeng Villa, and his heart tightened. He forcefully pushed open the door. Inside, Du Guoyin lounged in casual attire. Her beautiful long legs bare, seated upon a small stool. Before her was a basin filled with soapy water in her hands. She was scrubbing a pair of black men's underwear. Should Dai Yunhan have been present at that moment, he would have recognized these as the very pair he had intended to wash earlier that day, only to forget amidst the affairs concerning the soul bone. He had carelessly discarded them in his room, leaving them unhidden. Bored, Du Guoyin, intent on getting to know Dai Yunhan better, had ventured into his room uninvited. After a night of contemplation, she had resolved to pursue Dai Yunhan earnestly, having realized that her affection for him had grown genuine during their month of acquaintance, transcending mere fascination with his immunity to her toxins. Initially drawn by his uniqueness, she later discovered that she genuinely liked the person of Dai Yunhan. Consequently, she resolved to make a true advance on him, believing that a man must be taken, especially an exceptional one. Waiting for a man to approach often results in attracting the undeserving. Upon entering Dai Yunhan's room, she was greeted by a refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the disheveled bedding and the creases on two pillows, she discerned that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had indeed shared a bed, rather than the pretense of one sleeping on the floor. A pang of discomfort gripped her heart, yet she quickly composed herself. Continuing her exploration, she discovered many unfamiliar yet intriguing items, recognizing them as toys, albeit unsure of their usage. She also stumbled upon numerous books, all penned by Dai Yunhan. Upon opening one, she was taken aback to find it filled with love verses and poetry. Surprised by his talent, her delight quickly soured upon noticing that each page bore the inscription "To my dearest Zhu Qing, my beloved wife." Instantly, her mood darkened. As she realized the depth of his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, Du Guoyin momentarily lost confidence. Securing a remarkable man is no easy feat, not merely because of the competition, but also due to the extraordinary qualities that such men possess. These qualities often encompass loyalty. Thus, upon encountering these profoundly sentimental items belonging to Dai Yunhan, Du Guoyin hesitated to believe that she could wrest Dai Yunhan away from Zhu Zhuqing. She sighed, preparing to exit the room, only to suddenly discover a piece of black fabric beneath the pillow. Curiosity piqued, she approached to investigate, only to uncover a pair of undergarments. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, relieved that no one was present to witness the situation, lest it become mortifying. Hastily, she contemplated returning the undergarments to their original place. However, upon further inspection, she noticed something amiss. A look of astonishment and confusion adorned her face. How could this be? Could it be? A surge of excitement coursed through Du Guoyin as a possibility dawned upon her, one that seemed exceedingly plausible. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had not truly crossed the final threshold. Indeed, this pair of undergarments served as the finest evidence. Elation surged within her, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to wash the undergarments. Since she had already decided to pursue Dai Yunhan, she realized action was imperative. It should not be overt, yet it must not be too subtle, lest Dai Yunhan remain oblivious. If she washed his undergarments, upon his return, he would undoubtedly deduce the identity of the one responsible. By willingly tending to such intimate items, he would certainly grasp her intentions. Thus, the scene unfolded as Du Guobo entered, witnessing Du Guoyin diligently washing. She employed no spiritual energy, instead relying solely on her own hands, a smile gracing her lips as she envisioned her future happiness. Just then, Du Guobo barged in. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Du Guoyin exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. However, Du Guobo wore a stern expression. Approaching her, he was taken aback to find her engaged in such menial labor, holding a pair of men's undergarments. What on earth? Have you been brainwashed to this extent? Anger surged within him. What are you doing? Whose undergarments are these? Du Guoyin's face flushed crimson as she quickly submerged the undergarments in the water. And nobody's. Witnessing this scene only intensified Du Guobo's fury. Her bashful demeanor was unmistakably indicative of a man's involvement. His gaze shifted to Du Guoyin's legs, smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of injury, while she gleefully wiggled her toes. This hardly resembled the appearance of someone who had sustained an injury. "I heard you were hurt? How did you know?" "Well, now there's irrefutable proof. The despicable Dai Yunhan has indeed taken advantage of his own granddaughter." "Where is he?" "Who?" "Dai Yunhan." Du Guoyin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing red. "Grandfather, how do you know him?" she exclaimed. "What? Do you wish to keep this from me? Are you planning to inform me only after the child is born? Is this your way of playing a cruel jest about childbirth?" "Child? Grandfather, What nonsense are you spouting? There is no child. Du Yin felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. When did her grandfather start speaking so absurdly? Seeing her expression, Du Bo's heart ached profoundly. I ask you, did he coerce you, or did he employ some peculiar soul technique? You need not fear, just tell me the truth. For I will always be here for you. Coerce? Grandfather, what are you talking about? Du Yin was perplexed. Chapter 43. Surely, she has been brainwashed. Do not feign ignorance. Yu Tianhing has already divulged everything to me. Dai Yunhan took you to the grove, and upon your return, you were limping. Du Bo sighed in frustration. Yin. How could you be so foolish? Du Yin widened her eyes in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? I do not understand anything. What did Yu Tianhing actually say to you? And that was the sunset forest, not some mere grove. What does a grove have to do with a limp? Where is your mind wandering? Her face flushed crimson as she prepared to clarify the matter. Just then, the voice of Dai Yunhan echoed from outside. I am back. After this morning's early class, I am preparing to make Buddha jumps over the wall for you all. Dai Yunhan entered the villa with great joy, only to suddenly behold an old man clad entirely in green. You little demon, how dare you bully Yin? I shall ensure you meet a dreadful end. Upon recognizing him, Du Bo immediately discerned that he was Dai Yunhan. Without uttering a single word, the pent-up fury he had long harbored erupted violently, his hand transforming into a claw as it lunged towards Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan was bewildered. How audacious to forcibly invade a private residence and seek to eliminate witnesses. She instinctively wished to resist, yet soon discovered her movements were severely hindered. The formidable presence of Du Bo, the title of Douluo looming over her, rendered even the circulation of her soul power an arduous task, let alone the release of any soul skills. In a moment of desperation, the ability of the Chaos Twin Wings Tiger's right arm soul bone was activated with fervor. The realm of light. A white shield enveloped Dai Yunhan, effectively blocking the toxic gas that surged towards her from Du Bo. Not a single particle was allowed to penetrate. Inside, she felt a semblance of relief. Ah? Du Bo gasped softly, taken aback that a mere soul master could withstand his noxious fumes. Indeed, there was some skill involved. However, it was merely a trivial display. With a disdainful grunt, Du Bo summoned his soul power, conjuring a massive azure serpent that ensnared both Dai Yunhan and her soul sphere. Subsequently, he tightened his grip around her neck. Grandfather, release him. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Du Yin processed the situation, Dai Yunhan was already firmly in Du Bo's grasp. A sharp pang of anguish gripped her heart, her eyes filled with fear and panic, terrified that Du Bo might take her life in an instant. Grandfather, please let him go. She clutched Du Bo's arm, shaking it in desperation. Her voice tinged with tears that flowed rapidly. Du Bo cast a glance at Du Yin and replied coldly, Yin, fear not. I shall not let him die so easily. I desire him to yearn for life, yet find it unattainable. With that, he prepared to depart with Dai Yunhan in tow. However, at that moment, two figures soared towards them from a distance. Boldly, release my young master. These were two skilled protectors concealed in the shadows, safeguarding Dai Yunhan. Yet, Du Bo merely glanced at them, dismissing their presence entirely. A soul sage and a soul emperor dared to act brazenly before him. Upon finishing his thought, he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of poisonous mist. The soul sage and soul emperor were thrown into a state of alarm. The chilling toxin made them tremble even before it reached them. Quick, retreat. They hastily withdrew. Du Bo sneered, then seized Du Yin, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Vanishing from the Qingfeng Villa, Sunset Forest, Du Bo's lair, the garden of his potions. Dai Yunhan found himself bound in a dimly lit chamber. His complexion was an alarming shade of ashen blue, his lips tinged with purple, and his body trembled, as though he were afflicted by poison. Fortunately, an ethereal gray aura emanated from him, seemingly capable of devouring toxins, aiding in the purification of his system, and gradually restoring his pallor to a more normal hue. Meanwhile, Du Yin was forcibly restrained in a chair by Du Bo. Yin, do not move. Allow me to examine you, he commanded. Yet Du Yin paid him no heed. Struggling to rise, her face etched with anxiety and tears streaked from previous sobs. Grandfather, why are you holding him captive? Release him at once. If this continues, he will surely perish. Better he dies. After all, he has tormented you. My intention was always to end his life, though I merely allowed him to linger for a while. When has he ever bullied me? Du Yin protested, her voice rising in desperation. Please, just let him go. Let us calmly discuss this matter. Her agitation was palpable as she stomped her feet. Du Bo furrowed his brow, exasperated. He has treated you in such a manner. And you still defend him? I believe Yu Tianheng is correct. He must have employed some secret technique on you. Remain still. I shall dispel it. Du Guyan angrily swatted his hand away. What secret technique? Do you truly believe Yu Tianheng? Do you not trust my words? Release him now, or I assure you, if he dies, I shall not wish to live either. With that, she dashed towards the door, intent on rescuing Dai Yunhan, but Dugu Bo yanked her back forcefully. Stop right there. I will not. Dugu Bo's face contorted with rage as he exerted his soul power to subdue her. Look at what you have become. This is not the you I once knew. Within a month, you have become utterly bewitched, willingly washing his undergarments, all while claiming your mind remains unclouded. I shall restore your clarity. Dugu Bo unleashed his mental sensing to locate the special technique Dai Yunhan had cast upon Dugu Yan. At that moment, however, Dugu Yan's complexion turned a shade of green, and she suddenly writhed in agony. Yin Yin, what is happening? Dugu Bo exclaimed in alarm, retracting his actions. Dugu Yin collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring from her, trembling violently, her body icy and enveloped in a noxious green mist. The snake venom is manifesting. Yin Yin, quickly take this medicine. Dugu Bo hastily produced a vial, pouring several pills into his palm and holding them to her lips. Yet Dugu Yin clamped her mouth shut, refusing to ingest them. You must release him first. Even at such a dire moment, her concern for Dai Yunhan prevailed. Please, Yin Yin, take the medicine first. And then we will discuss this, Dugu Bo urged, his anxiety mounting as he attempted to force the pills into her mouth. But Dugu Yin remained resolute, spitting the medicine out. If you do not free him, I will not take it. Frustrated and furious, Dugu Bo lamented that even now, Dugu Yan's thoughts were consumed by Dai Yunhan. He was convinced that the young man had employed a soul technique on her. He had never witnessed Dugu Yan in such a state before. Nonetheless, for her life, he had no choice but to yield. Very well, I shall release him. But you must take the medicine first. Dugu Yan, in her agony, could muster no strength to speak. Chapter 44. The Reward of Poison Immunity in a Fit of Rage. Dugu Bo cursed vehemently before swiftly appearing before Dai Yunhan, unbinding him without further ado, and bringing him before Dugu Yan. I have released him. Now quickly take the medicine. What is wrong? Dai Yunhan inquired anxiously. Hearing his voice, Dugu Yan struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing that he was unharmed, she finally swallowed the medicine. However, rather than improving, her condition worsened significantly. What is happening? Why is it not working? Dugu Bo exclaimed, panic rising as he examined her condition, only to find that due to the previous delay, the poison had invaded deeper into her system, rendering the prepared antidote nearly ineffective. If this continued, death would be inevitable. Dugu Bo was filled with regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would have acquiesced from the outset, channeling his soul power. He attempted to suppress the toxin within her. Even in the absence of hope, he could not abandon her. However, his soul power bore a toxic attribute. While it could indeed suppress Dugu Yan's poison, it was a double-edged sword. As Dugu Bo's poisonous energy mingled with her own, it only exacerbated her suffering. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he withdrew his hand in alarm as Dugu Yan's breath grew weaker. In that moment, he recalled Dai Yunhan. Had he not once suppressed Dugu Yan's toxins? Boy, you have the ability to counteract her poison. Quickly, heal her, and I shall allow you to depart. Fail, and you shall remain here to accompany her. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan cast a glance of disdain at him. Dugu Bo, this old poison master, had never been a benevolent figure in the original narrative. Given the connection to Dugu Yan, she had hoped for a slight improvement in his demeanor. Yet, to her dismay, he remained as he always was, unable to discern right from wrong, and indiscriminately seizing individuals. Truly, like his venomous serpents, he was poisoned in spirit as well. Today, she had witnessed this firsthand. However, faced with Dugu Yan's current predicament, Dai Yunhan dared not delay. She quickly retrieved an antidote pill provided by the system and administered one to her. After a moment's reflection, she decided to give her another, reasoning that the remedy held little value and the system had indicated that one pill was insufficient. Since she was already present, it seemed prudent to eradicate all traces of poison from her system. After consumption, for added safety, Dai Yunhan positioned herself behind Dugu Yan, summoning her chaos-winged tiger martial spirit, channeling chaotic energy into Dugu Yan's body. Dugu Bo observed anxiously, harboring a touch of disdain for the antidote pill Dai Yunhan had produced, convinced that no one in this world could surpass his expertise in pharmacology. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that there was little he could do given Dugu Yan's condition. Yet, upon witnessing Dai Yunhan's martial spirit and the chaotic energy emanating from her hands, his expression softened slightly. He could distinctly sense that the chaotic energy held a restraining effect against the poison. At this moment, he realized that Dai Yunhan appeared to be in a state no different from a normal person. This revelation astonished him. It was noteworthy that when Dai Yunhan had first been captured, he had already infused her with poison. The dosage was not lethal, designed not to induce immediate death. Yet even a soul master possessing healing abilities would surely be rendered spiritless and ghastly by such toxins. Yet, this individual stood unscathed. It seemed that Dai Yunhan indeed possessed considerable skill. As the antidote pill took effect, within mere seconds, Zhu Zhuqing's breath gradually stabilized. The toxic aura surrounding her began to recede, and her pained expression started to ease. Before long, she was breathing evenly. Witnessing this transformation, Dugubo finally displayed a look of joy. He turned his gaze towards Dai Yunhan, astonished that this young man could truly counteract serpent venom. A minute later, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, her complexion flushed, and her aura restored to that of an ordinary person. The first action upon regaining consciousness was to seek out Dai Yunhan's figure. Upon spotting him behind her, she immediately positioned herself protectively in front of him, her eyes narrowing as she sternly warned Dugubo, "Grandfather, you are not to lay a hand on him. Should you dare to harm him again, I shall die alongside him before your very eyes." Dai Yunhan felt somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that someone would care for her to such an extent. Capable of uttering such words, a notification chimed, announcing that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing had increased her fondness for the host, granting her the reward of immunity to toxins. The system's voice resonated. Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback. This time, the reward was a poison immunity physique, which was rather intriguing. It was as if it was destined to counteract Dugubo. Initially, Dugubo was filled with joy, but upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing open her eyes, his first instinct was to protect this man, causing a pang of discomfort in his heart. The little girl, who once revolved solely around him, was now beginning to show concern for another man. He sighed, striving to regain his composure to prevent a recurrence of the earlier incident. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Dai Yunhan and said, "Young man, what secret method did you use on Yin Yin? If you can undo it now, I will allow you to leave. One may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak carelessly." "What do you mean I used a secret method on her? Which of your eyes witnessed that? Present your evidence. If your sole intention is to kill me, there is no need to fabricate a reason," Dai Yunhan retorted without hesitation. He felt no fear regarding Dugubo, as the latter cherished his granddaughter. As long as Zhu Zhuqing protected him, Dugubo, despite his animosity, would not make a move against him. The recent incident was the best proof of that. Indeed, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's less than favorable attitude, Dugubo's face darkened with cold fury. Yet he held his tongue. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, "Grandfather, you keep mentioning some secret method. Where did you hear that from? I have never been subjected to any secret method. If you doubt it, you may examine me." Dugubo harbored some skepticism. Truth be told, Zhu Zhuqing's current demeanor and state did not resemble someone who had undergone such an experience. While secret methods could be powerful, they were not universally accessible. And those capable of controlling the mind typically possess significant flaws. One only needed to be observant to discern the differences. Chapter 45. Misunderstanding resolved. Zhu Zhuqing's actions were somewhat different from before, yet her consciousness and state appeared normal. However, considering the matter of his granddaughter being deceived, he decided to examine Zhu Zhuqing for his own peace of mind. A strand of soul power, imbued with spiritual sensing, entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. 1 minute later, the soul power withdrew. Dugubo furrowed his brow. He could not detect any traces of another person's soul power lingering on Zhu Zhuqing. Could it be that this was indeed a misunderstanding? Was his granddaughter acting of her own volition? Yet, that seemed absurd, a mere month of acquaintance, and such openness already? Of course, openness could be understood, as love was unpredictable. However, in a small grove, with one man and 2 women, it seemed rather implausible. After a moment's thought, Dugubo voiced his lingering curiosity. "Have you been intimate with him?" "Intimate? Which?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. That? She still did not quite grasp it, but upon seeing her grandfather's suggestive and inquisitive gaze, she quickly understood. "Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? Such a thing is impossible." Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed as she whispered in a panic, fearing Dai Yunhan might overhear. How could this be possible? Even if she was willing, he might not reciprocate. With Zhu Zhuqing's figure being so alluring, he would surely be captivated. Dugubo was astonished. "You did not engage in such acts? Then why do you walk with a limp?" "When have I limped?" Zhu Zhuqing stomped her long legs, pacing back and forth. "Do I look like I am limping now?" Yushinheng informed me, and he saw you limping. That was an act. An act? Why would you pretend? As she reached this point, Duguian's cheeks flushed again, too shy to confess. However, considering Dai Yunhan's safety, she disregarded her embarrassment and spoke up. Because I wanted to attract his attention and make him care for me. Who? Grandfather, you are being excessive. Duguian's face was filled with indignation. To utter the name would be utterly mortifying. I believe she is referring to me. At that moment, Dai Yunhan chimed in with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing that voice and seeing Dai Yunhan's mischievous expression, Duguian froze, her body stiffening like iron, her face burning as if it were about to ignite. Dai Yunhan. You have gone too far. Witnessing this scene, Diggybo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He began to comprehend the situation. His granddaughter harbored feelings for another, yet the other seemed indifferent, prompting her to resort to some playful tactics. However, it seemed Yushinheng had learned of this and deliberately distorted the truth before him. All of this had turned out to be a misunderstanding. Instantly, Diggybo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had nearly harmed the savior of his granddaughter and the object of her affection. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It was fortunate that Dai Yunhan possessed some capabilities. Otherwise, Duguian would have harbored a lifelong grudge against him. Young man, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Yin Yan. Diggybo then addressed Dai Yunhan, allowing him to assist in alleviating Duguian's embarrassment. Dai Yunhan turned and walked outside. It appeared that Diggybo would not take action against him. Although his poison immunity was a natural counter to Diggybo, the latter's soul power was formidable. Relying solely on the strength of his soul power could lead to his demise several times over. By the way, young man, do not recklessly touch the flowers and plants outside. Some are highly toxic, many of which I am unaware of. Should you succumb to poison, do not blame me. Diggybo cautioned. His concern was not for Dai Yunhan's life, but for the potential sorrow of Duguian. Once Dai Yunhan exited, Diggybo's expression softened. Yin Yan. Do you truly hold feelings for that young man? Indeed, she replied, but it seems he does not harbor much affection for me. That is precisely why I am pursuing him. You are complicating matters, and he will surely grow to despise me. What should I do? Duguian's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Dai Yunhan held deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, making it exceedingly difficult for her to claim him. And now her grandfather had added further obstacles. She felt utterly speechless. Diggybo, feeling somewhat awkward, mused on how love could so profoundly alter a person. Do not fret. Yin Yan, I can perceive that he possesses some fondness for you. Really? Duguian's gaze shot up. Indeed, Diggybo affirmed. When he suppressed the toxins within you. The urgency in his eyes was unmistakable. Consider this. If he were indifferent towards you, would he have come to your aid? Even if I had compelled him, would he have shown such concern? He would likely have appeared reluctant. Your reasoning holds some merit, she pondered. So, there is hope for me. Seeing her excitement, Diggybo felt a twinge of concern. Yin Yin, to be candid, I am not entirely supportive of your union. Why? She inquired. Diggybo sighed. Although you two are indeed well suited, he is already betrothed. Moreover, as far as I know, he is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing belongs to the Yuming clan. They have been bound together since birth and will never part ways. Do you understand what I am saying? Duguian's expression darkened. Of course, I comprehend your words. But what am I to do? I have finally encountered someone special. Will you have me watch him slip away? This posed yet another dilemma. Duguian had battled her poison for years, with Dai Yunhan being the only one undeterred by it. If they could not be together, what would become of Duguian for the rest of her life? Perhaps that young man possesses a solution to completely eradicate your snake venom, Diggybo suggested. Really? She asked, her hope rekindled. If he does, then I need not be troubled by this anymore. With that, Diggybo exited the room. After the fleeting joy faded from Duguian's face, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Was her affection for him genuinely born from her poison? She felt as though it might be, yet also somewhat not. Following Diggybo outside, they found Dai Yunhan had already arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Gazing at the vibrant, luminescent celestial herbs, his heart raced with excitement. Such treasures could not be squandered on Tang's San. They were meant for him alone. He contemplated how to divide the herbs when Diggybo and Duguian approached. Young man, do you possess a method to completely eliminate Yin Yan's poison? Diggybo inquired of Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan was taken aback and turned to Duguian, saying, hasn't her poison been completely cured? The antidote I just administered is capable of eradicating snake venom. She is now as healthy as an ordinary person and will no longer be afflicted by the venom. Dai Yunhan had just utilized the chaotic energy to suppress her condition, only to discover that the system's product was indeed of exquisite quality. The chaotic energy proved to be of little use. The detoxification elixir had entirely eradicated the poison from her system. Presently, there remained an entire bottle of the detoxification elixir, and he was at a loss as to whom it should be administered. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Diggybo's mouth fell agape in disbelief. If you do not believe, you may examine it yourself. Diggybo promptly approached Dugwian, channeling a trace of soul power to conduct an internal examination. The results were astonishing. He was utterly shocked to discover that the poison had truly been eliminated without a trace. This was simply incredible. Dugwian, witnessing this, was equally astounded. The poison that had plagued her for nearly 2 decades had been resolved so effortlessly. Unable to contain her curiosity, she too conducted an examination. To her amazement, the previously cold meridians now felt entirely devoid of sensation, replaced by a warm and pleasant sensation. Furthermore, she was astonished to find that her soul power had ascended by 3 levels, surging from 35 to 38. Grandfather, my soul power level has increased. What is happening? Duggybo, anticipating this, responded, this is quite normal. Although our martial spirits are formidable and our mastery of toxic arts is profound, we have consistently suffered from the backlash of the toxins, which has hindered our abilities. Now that the retaliatory poison has been dispelled, the suppression of your cultivation has naturally been lifted. Upon hearing this, Dugwian comprehended the situation. She could not help but feel overwhelming joy. With her newfound cultivation level, she now stood among the elite in the Tiando Royal Academy, save for the 2 peculiar individuals, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. However, amidst her elation, Duggybo's gaze unintentionally lowered. As he recalled the words he had just spoken, Dai Yunhan is unlikely to part ways with Zhu Zhuqing, as this pertains to his claim to the throne. In other words, if she insists on being with him, she must accept his connection with Zhu Zhuqing. To put it differently, she can only be one of his women, unable to receive his wholly selfish affection. This notion is somewhat difficult for her to accept, for in her eyes, the man that Du Guyan loves should belong solely to her. Consequently, she begins to contemplate her future anew. Previously, due to the issue of toxins, her only option was Dai Yunhan. Thus, the thought of being with him became all the more compelling. However, now that she is free from constraints, it signifies that she can restart her life. She will no longer be limited by Dai Yunhan's unique existence. She believes she should feel happier. Yet she finds herself unable to experience joy. As she ponders, Duggybo suddenly appears before Dai Yunhan, his excitement palpable as he grasps his shoulders. Can you resolve the poison within me? He exclaims. Hey, could you let go? I do not appreciate being touched by a burly man. Dai Yunhan distanced herself in disdain. Duggybo forced a smile, feeling embarrassed. I apologize for my abruptness. Could you possibly assist me in resolving this poison as well? Do you still have the pill you just administered to Yin? Dai Yunhan smirked, now realizing the need to plead with me after having acted so arrogantly moments ago. He remarked, your poison is far more potent than that of Du Guyan, yet before me, it is all the same. However, having been treated so disdainfully by you, do you truly believe I would come to your aid now? At these words, Duggybo's expression darkened. Indeed, he had just contemplated taking my life, and now he sought my assistance for his own salvation. Any individual would hesitate to act in such a scenario. Young man, I apologize, my actions were misguided. If you can help me rid myself of this toxin, I will acquiesce to any request you may have, Duggybo declared with utmost sincerity. His predicament was dire. The poison had already infiltrated his very marrow. If left unaddressed, it would lead to his demise within 3 to 5 years. Should he perish, no one would be left to care for Du Guyan, a thought that troubled him greatly. Behind him, Du Guyan earnestly implored, Yunhan, please assist my grandfather. He was misled by Yu Tianheng, which compelled him to act so impulsively. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. We are truly sorry. Dai Yunhan sought the conditions set forth by Duggybo, for only then could he procure these precious herbs. Thus, he proclaimed, very well, I shall consent to your treatment. But you must agree to my terms. Speak freely. Duggybo responded without hesitation. The first condition is that all the celestial herbs in this vicinity must be granted to me. Dai Yunhan was unperturbed by the possibility of Duggybo discovering that these were celestial herbs. For even if Duggybo were to learn of their true nature, it would be of no consequence, as he lacked the knowledge to recognize them. In the possession of another, these treasures were indeed valuable, yet in his own hands, they were rendered utterly worthless. What purpose would there be in seizing them? Upon hearing the term celestial herbs, a look of astonishment flickered across Duggybo's face. After guarding this place for so many years, he had been unaware that these were celestial herbs. He had certainly heard of their esteemed reputation, rare and elusive. Ah, but what? Do you wish to express regret? Regaining his composure, Dugubo chuckled, stating, "What of knowing they are celestial herbs? I possess no understanding of them. To hoard them would serve no purpose. It is far better to bestow them upon you." Dai Yunhan smiled gently, reflecting on the fact that even in his unbroken state, Dugubo remained unchanged. "What is the second condition?" Dugubo inquired once more. Dai Yunhan scratched his head, realizing that he seemed to have no other demands. "I have yet to formulate the second condition. I shall inform you once it comes to mind," he replied. "Very well. Do let me know whenever you have it figured out," Dugubo responded with utmost seriousness. "In that case, once I have gathered this medicinal herb, I will concoct an antidote for you. The ingredients I require are within this collection." Dai Yunhan fabricated an excuse to prevent Dugubo from reconsidering. He then produced the tools he had prepared 6 years prior and began to harvest the celestial herbs. Fortunately, he had conducted extensive research on celestial herbs back then. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to proceed. Observing this, Dugubo dared not intrude and stepped aside, quietly watching Dai Yunhan's meticulous actions. Dai Yunhan possesses an intimate knowledge of these unfamiliar herbs, which explains his ability to concoct an antidote. It seems this individual is quite formidable. Reflecting upon his terrifying talents, Dugubo suddenly contemplates that perhaps it is not entirely unreasonable for his granddaughter to accompany him. Chapter 47, Duguian and the 8-petal celestial orchid. Furthermore, with his assistance, Dai Yunhan could undoubtedly ascend to the throne. However, it ultimately hinges on whether Yan Yin is willing to pursue this path. After all, being with Dai Yunhan entails the presence of numerous women. Yet, upon further reflection, he believes that Duguian is unlikely to remain Navi, considering their relationship has only spanned a mere month. Initially, their connection was driven by ulterior motives. How profound could it truly be? Time swiftly passes as a day of busyness unfolds. Dai Yunhan finally placed all the celestial herbs into her storage ring, including the 2 highly toxic flame apricot blossoms and the 8-pointed ice grass. Though these poisonous specimens were likely of no use to her, she did not mind. Feeding them to swine seemed a better fate than leaving them for tank sand. After harvesting all the celestial herbs, Dai Yunhan presented 2 detoxification pills to Dugubo. Dugubo received them with great delight, examining the mysterious pills with an excited expression, yet a hint of reluctance to consume them lingered. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he swallowed them. After all, his life was of paramount importance. The effects of the pills manifested swiftly. Within minutes, he assessed his body and discovered that the toxins had indeed vanished entirely. His appearance transformed as well. His hair reverted from green to black. The sinister aura that had enveloped his visage dissipated, his skin improved, and he appeared as a normal old man. Most importantly, his soul power level surged from 91 to 92. This brought him unparalleled joy, for he had been stuck at the 91 mark for many years. Despite years of arduous cultivation, he had believed that he would never surpass that threshold. Now, the exhilarating surge of soul power coursing through him was a dream come true. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he declared, "Though I, Dugubo, am ruthless, I am not ungrateful. You have liberated me from poison today, granting me a chance at rebirth. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, provided they do not cross the line, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Thus, Dugubo made a solemn promise. Although Dai Yunhan anticipated his actions, she did not expect him to be so forthright. This revelation laid bare all his boundaries. Naturally, Dai Yunhan was pleased with his declaration. In this era, one should not refuse the opportunity to benefit from a powerful Douluo without cost. She nodded, accepting his promise. "Very well, the poison has been alleviated, and I ought to return. Having lingered here for such an extended period, Zhu Zhuqing must be feeling anxious." Dugubo glanced at the sky and said, "I shall escort you back tomorrow. It is too late today. You might as well stay here for the night, as I wish to consult you on certain matters regarding pharmacology, if you do not mind." Dai Yunhan found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He possessed only the medicine, devoid of any understanding of its underlying principles. To consult him would inevitably expose his ignorance. "I regret to inform you that these are family secrets, and I cannot disclose them," he stated plainly, realizing that feigning knowledge would only lead to embarrassment should he be unable to maintain the facade. This was merely a simple discourse, devoid of any intention to encroach upon his confidences. Dugubo, however, remained steadfast in his pursuit, convinced that anyone capable of concocting an antidote must be an extraordinarily skilled physician. Yet, he had fundamentally misjudged the situation. Dai Yunhan held nothing of substance, save for an impressive system. Observing Dugubo's unwavering determination, Dai Yunhan recognized that without offering a morsel of satisfaction, he would not be permitted to depart. It was not a matter of overtly restraining him, but rather the relentless persistence that would keep him tethered. As the adage goes, one does not strike those who bear a smile. Dai Yunhan promptly produced a detoxification pill and stated, "Due to family regulations, I am unable to divulge too much information. However, if you truly wish to know, I offer you this detoxification pill for your examination." Diggybo gazed at the pill, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately acquiesced. He understood that Dai Yunhan belonged to the royal family, and there were numerous matters that could not be disclosed. Revealing such information would constitute a breach of royal confidentiality. The fact that Dai Yunhan was willing to present the detoxification pill for his study was already a significant concession. "Then I shall not be polite," he replied. "However, night has fallen. You should return after tonight. I will escort you back first thing tomorrow." "No, I have already lingered here long enough. And no news has been relayed back. They are undoubtedly worried. If the information reaches my father, it may lead to misunderstandings." "Very well." Diggybo pondered for a moment. Since Dai Yunhan was a prince and had previously been accompanied by 2 protectors, it was likely that news had already been communicated. If he did not allow Dai Yunhan to return promptly, it might provoke significant diplomatic tensions between their nations. Thus, he remarked, "Then I shall escort you back. The night brings perilous toxins and frequent movements of soul beasts." "All right. Yin Yin, would you care to return to the academy with us?" Diggybo inquired, glancing at the nearby Dugu Yin. For reasons unknown, after her detoxification, she appeared rather distracted. "No, I wish to stay a few more days. It has been a long time since I last returned here," Dugu Yin replied with a smile. In truth, she was still uncertain about how to proceed with her relationship with Dai Yunhan. Rationality urged her that now, with her poison dispelled, she was free to pursue romance and seek out whom she deemed the best partner. Yet, her emotions whispered that she seemed to have developed feelings for Dai Yunhan. She was confused as to whether these feelings were a product of her subconscious or a genuine sentiment arising from her heart. Thus, she found herself in a state of turmoil. She needed time to reflect and clarify her emotions. Upon hearing her words, neither Diggybo nor Dai Yunhan perceived any anomaly. However, since she chose not to return, Dai Yunhan considered for a moment and then produced a rare herb. 8-petal xianlan. Dai Yunhan is not the sort of person who takes everything without giving anything in return. Although she has benefited from Diggybo, she leaves him with nothing. Which begs the question of how she differs from Tang San. Of course, gifting to Dugu Yin is merely a reflection of her status as one of his consorts. Now that she has ascended to divinity, it is imperative that they also attain the same divine status. Speaking of which, this particular celestial herb is known as the 8-petal immortal orchid, renowned for its remarkable properties. Upon consumption, it enhances one's physical constitution and aids in overcoming future bottlenecks. Dugu Yin, lost in her own contemplations, was suddenly startled to see a blooming flower appear before her, followed by the voice of Dai Yunhan, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Is this for me?" she inquired, only to be reminded that there were indeed others present. Dugu Yin's brow furrowed. "Isn't my grandfather a person too?" Dai Yunhan awkwardly shook her head, clarifying, "What I meant was that there are other ladies here. You must understand that flowers are always bestowed upon beauties." In that moment, Dugu Yin felt a blush creep across her cheeks. It was quite bold of him to jest so openly. One could only wonder if Zhu Zhuqing had been similarly deceived in the past. Nearby, Diggybo overheard their exchange and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he interjected, "Cough. Young man, isn't it a bit excessive to pursue my granddaughter in my presence?" Dai Yunhan wore an awkward expression, which seemed somewhat excessive. "Why not turn your back?" suggested Diggybo, bewildered. "Hey, you little rascal, I hadn't realized you had such thick skin. Do you want that celestial herb or not?" "Yes, I absolutely must have it." Diggybo, of course, could not refuse. What a ridiculous notion. This was a celestial herb, something rarer than a soul bone, a quintessence gathered from the heavens and the earth. If it were to be offered to the world, others would undoubtedly vie for it with fervor, had he not been oblivious to its true value. He might have been tempted to seize Dai Yunhan himself. Dugu Yin gazed at the celestial herb bestowed upon her, feeling a twinge of disbelief. She was well aware of its rarity, but had not anticipated that Dai Yunhan would gift her such a precious item. Shouldn't he have presented it first to Zhu Zhuqing? Could it be that he harbored feelings for me as well? Her heart fluttered with excitement. "Thank you," she said, accepting the celestial herb. Dai Yunhan smiled and said, "You may as well eat it now, since we are all here to protect you." With a grateful expression, Dugu Yin placed the celestial herb into her mouth. The herb melted instantly, dissolving entirely within her. Bo, witnessing this scene, felt a mixture of anxiety and envy, wishing fervently that he too could partake in such a wondrous herb. Simultaneously, he was filled with curiosity about the profound transformation that might ensue from Yin consuming the celestial herb. For it was indeed the first time he had witnessed someone doing so. "Little one, I hope Yin will be all right," Bo inquired with concern, though his apprehension was palpable. "Are you also wishing to partake?" Bo's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, "If there is enough to eat, then of course. It would be delightful." Dai Yunhan shook her head and remarked, "You are far too old. The effects of the celestial herb on you are nowhere near as profound as those it has on Yin. She is capable of unlocking her utmost potential, whereas you cannot." Bo, though somewhat disheartened, took it in stride. "I merely ponder these thoughts," he said. "In this lifetime, being able to neutralize the poison and spend a bit more time in the company of Yin is already a source of great contentment for me." Dai Yunhan cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Although Bo was somewhat toxic, he was still adept at navigating interpersonal relationships, especially since she had aided him. If circumstances permitted, Dai Yunhan would certainly not hesitate to offer her assistance. However, the elixir known as Xian Chao would indeed be a waste if given to him. The real question lay in whether there would be future opportunities to aid in his advancement. Subsequently, the two of them assisted in guarding Yin. As the effects of the medicine took hold, a noticeable transformation in her soul power became evident, her aura surging and her levels continuously breaking through. Witnessing this scene, Bo was filled with immense joy, yet Dai Yunhan merely felt it was to be expected. What she truly hoped to observe was whether Yin would experience any breakthroughs or evolutions in her martial soul. Although the chances presented by the 8-petal immortal orchid were slim, they were not entirely negligible. After all, as a celestial herb, the effects varied from person to person. As time ticked away and Dai Yunhan began to feel a sense of urgency, a sudden and intense fluctuation emanated from Yin. Shortly thereafter, a verdant serpent materialized behind her. What could this mean? Dai Yunhan was taken aback. Could it be that the martial soul truly underwent a transformation? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the phosphorescent serpent martial soul suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar, following which its body began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Initially, it was of a size comparable to an ordinary snake, but in an instant, it expanded wildly, soon becoming as thick as her own body. The emerald scales began to shift in hue, with green receding and black emerging, merging into a somber shade of black-green. The most astonishing change, however, was in its upper half. No longer resembling a serpent, it had transformed into the upper body of a human, complete with 2 arms, a graceful figure, a voluptuous bosom, and a stunning visage. This face was none other than that of Yin. Furthermore, her eyes now emanated a brilliant golden light. The sole distinction between her and Yin was that her hair was composed of serpents, writhing and undulating, creating a somewhat terrifying sight. Upon witnessing this transformation, a single term flashed in Dai Yunhan's mind: Queen Medusa. Her martial soul had indeed evolved, transforming from the phosphorescent serpent into the majestic Queen Medusa. How extraordinary! The precious fruit given to Tang San was indeed a waste. Beside them, Bo observed the mutated and evolved martial soul, his eyes quaking as if shaken by an earthquake. His breath rapid, overwhelmed with excitement. This was the Queen Medusa martial soul, a legendary existence. Bo's voice trembled with awe. His phosphorescent serpent emperor was already a pinnacle among beast martial souls, yet this Queen Medusa martial soul undoubtedly surpassed it. He gazed at his granddaughter, Yin, realizing that with this martial soul, she would undoubtedly achieve the title of Limit Douluo in the future. Moreover, she might even surpass him. Advancing to that unparalleled Douluo was not merely a dream. He could not contain his jubilant laughter, feeling as though he had received divine favor. What had initially seemed like a mundane incident of warning had unexpectedly yielded a treasure. Not only had the venom of both grandfather and granddaughter been resolved, but his granddaughter also acquired an immortal herb, and her martial soul experienced a profound transformation. Such a miraculous encounter, Bo mused. Who else in the world could boast of such fortune? In the midst of his laughter, his gaze shifted back to Dai Yunhan. All these changes stemmed from the young man before him. He scrutinized Dai Yunhan closely, 12 years old, possessing a soul power of 36. And a mutated martial soul that rivaled Queen Medusa's, along with an extraordinary reservoir of knowledge, making him the next generation Star Luo Emperor. He was destined to become a Limit Douluo, with the potential to glimpse the mysteries beyond the 99th rank. Lost in thought, he realized that this child was the true son of the Douluo Continent's future. Previously, he had overlooked him in his anger, but now he had a sudden epiphany. At such a tender age, with such talent, this lad's future was boundless. No wonder his granddaughter was so infatuated with him. Earlier, he had thought the two were ill-suited. But now it seemed they were perfectly matched. As for his numerous romantic entanglements, that was hardly an issue. Who among the powerful did not have a bevy of beauties surrounding them? Just like Ningfengxi, who had throngs of women in his household, and still enjoyed frequenting auctions to procure unique companions. Thus, he resolved not to interfere in the matters between Duguian and Dai Yunhan any further. Let their fates intertwine as they will. After a while, Duguian completed her absorption of the immortal herb, retracted her martial soul, and opened her eyes. Her first reaction was to notice a sticky substance on her body. Upon inspecting herself, she found herself as dark as a coal miner. Ah, what is this? This is the impurity that was invisible within your body, now expelled. Your future cultivation will be significantly more effective, Dai Yunhan explained. Duguian felt embarrassed. This substance was far too filthy and utterly marred her image. She hurriedly stood up to cleanse herself. However, as she moved, she left behind a series of dark footprints on the ground, which appeared quite comical. Dugubo and Dai Yunhan couldn't help but burst into laughter simultaneously. Hearing their mirth only deepened Duguian's embarrassment. It took a full hour before she emerged again. At that moment, she radiated an aura of maturity. Her already fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, resembling a ripe peach, irresistible to the eye. Her hair had reverted to black, and her pupils returned to normal. Compared to before, she may have lost some exotic charm, yet she appeared all the more enchanting. Seeing her fresh appearance, Dai Yunhan was momentarily entranced. Duguian, noticing his captivated gaze, felt a sweet sensation in her heart, relishing the attention. Yin Yin, what is your current level? How does your martial soul feel? Dugubo inquired eagerly, his primary concern being her newfound strength. He clearly had little understanding of feminine beauty. Duguian composed herself and replied, previously, my soul power was at 35, after detoxification. It increased by 3 levels, reaching 38. After consuming the immortal herb, my soul power has risen by another 2 levels, making it exactly 40 now. My martial soul has evolved into Queen Medusa. I previously focused on poison techniques, but now I have many more options. Power, defense, speed, and even illusion techniques can be developed. Additionally, I have acquired a unique soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. What? Medusa's Gaze? Upon hearing this soul skill, Dugubo leapt to his feet. He was well aware of its significance, having possessed a similar skill himself, albeit one derived from a soul bone. He had nearly risked his life to acquire that soul bone. The fact that Duguian naturally possessed such a skill left him at a loss for words. Unable to express the tumult of emotions within him, he had fought tooth and nail to obtain a soul skill, only for another to inherit it effortlessly. Truly, it resonated with the saying that comparison breeds envy. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan, upon hearing that she had not only evolved her martial soul but also gained 2 levels of soul power, couldn't help but marvel. Just look at how impressive she had become. All right, it's getting late. I must take my leave, Dai Yunhan concluded, having completed his part in the proceedings. Remaining here served no further purpose. Very well, I shall escort you back, Dugubo responded. Dugubo expressed his elation. Today he was exceptionally joyful. Originally intending to seek trouble, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure. Consequently, Dugubo returned with Dai Yunhan. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two appeared at Qifeng Villa. At that moment, in Qifeng Villa, aside from Zhu Zhuqing and the 2 soul saints and soul emperors secretly protecting them, there was also the esteemed Dream Shenji from the Royal Academy of Tiando present, along with several royal guards. Clearly, the news of Dai Yunhan's abduction by Dugubo had reached the palace. Upon witnessing Dugubo's arrival with Dai Yunhan, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhu Zhuqing, with tearful eyes resembling pear blossoms, rushed into Dai Yunhan's embrace. Yunhan, you are back. You frightened me to death. I thought you would never return. She cried out loudly, oblivious to the gazes of those around her, her scorching tears cascading onto Dai Yunhan's chest, revealing her profound sorrow. Dai Yunhan gently stroked her smooth, long hair and softly spoke, It's all right. Senior Dugubo sought my assistance. He asked me to help him with an antidote. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even deeper sorrow, her hands tightly embracing Dai Yunhan's waist, fearful of her disappearance once more. However, the 2 formidable beings from the Star Luo Empire standing nearby were not convinced by Dai Yunhan's words. They had witnessed her abduction firsthand, and their own lives had been perilously close to being lost in that moment. Dugubo, a guest elder of the Heaven Dou Empire, had been reported to the Star Luo Emperor, and the Heaven Dou Empire was obliged to provide them with an explanation. Dream God Machine, upon seeing Dai Yunhan unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. Your Highness, it is truly wonderful to see you safe. Had anything happened to Dai Yunhan within our Heaven Dou Empire? The Star Luo Emperor would undoubtedly have been enraged, signaling the onset of war. Thank you for your concern, but I am quite well, Dai Yunhan replied. Dream God Machine nodded, and then addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Your Excellency, the poisoned Douluo, His Majesty the Snow Knight Emperor requests your presence. Zhu Zhuqing smiled knowingly. He understood that the Snow Knight Emperor's summons pertained to Dai Yunhan's matter. He turned to Dai Yunhan and jested, It seems your family is rather swift in their actions. Are you afraid? Dai Yunhan playfully retorted, Are you truly afraid? Zhu Zhuqing laughed heartily. Fear? Not when it comes to taking action against you. You are a titled Douluo, so there is no need for you to fear. However, as a guest elder of the Heaven Dou Empire, your actions do reflect upon the royal family to some extent. You should return and provide a thorough explanation, while I will pacify His Majesty. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to come to the palace or reach out to Yin Yin as well, Zhu Zhuqing concluded before following Dream God Machine to the palace. Indeed, he harbored no fears, yet Dai Yunhan was correct. An explanation was necessary. The two soul saints, having overheard their conversation, felt a spark of curiosity. Realizing that the nature of the relationship between the two was not as they had initially speculated. Your Highness, you have not encountered any issues, have you? Nothing at all. It is merely a misunderstanding. Please inform my father that all is well and there is no need for concern. Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for your efforts. I am weary now. You should both return and rest. Understood. As they departed, Dai Yunhan took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and entered the villa. I am famished. Is there any food available? Dai Yunhan's stomach rumbled as she stepped inside. I have been so engrossed in cultivating the celestial herbs that I completely forgot to eat. I should have dined before returning. There is no food left. Perhaps I could prepare something for you? Zhu Zhuqing lacked the appetite to cook after such a day. Prepare something? Really? Upon hearing that term, Dai Yunhan could not help but reveal a glint of mischief in his eyes as he scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing, awaiting his return, was taken aback by the sudden change in his gaze, which had inexplicably turned suggestive. She found herself momentarily perplexed, questioning whether she had misspoken. However, realization soon dawned upon her. Goodness! What thoughts could be occupying this fellow's mind? How mischievous! She averted her gaze from Dai Yunhan, but, as expected, the very next moment, he leaned in to kiss her. This kiss lingered longer than any before. Zhu Zhuqing felt her lips parched. Blushing, she composed herself and retorted, Are you still going to eat the noodles? If not, just say so. Of course I will eat, he replied. That was merely an appetizer. I am still waiting for your main course. Then I shall go prepare it for you now. Please wait a moment. Zhu Zhuqing dashed into the kitchen, hurriedly boiling noodles. Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan called after her. What is it? In the future, when we're at home, you should refrain from wearing such tight-fitting attire. Zhu Zhuqing seemed particularly fond of her fitted leather outfit, donning it almost every day. The dress Dai Yunhan had bought her remained relegated to a single occasion, never to be worn again. While it was suitable for combat, there was absolutely no necessity for such attire at home or school. Although Dai Yunhan appears quite pleasing to the eye, there is an inexplicable oddness about her. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with curiosity, blinked her eyes in bewilderment. Why? Because Dai Yunhan suddenly smiled mischievously, saying it was inconvenient for her. Inconvenient? Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed by the meaning behind those words. But soon her face flushed a deep crimson. Hentai. She swiftly turned and departed, choosing to disregard him entirely. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, acknowledging the inconvenience. He had struggled several times to create a small opening, just enough to slip his hand through. Had he been wearing different attire, he would have indulged much sooner. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing prepared a fragrant bowl of beef noodles, laden with tender beef and scarcely any noodles. Dai Yunhan was quite fond of it and felt fortunate that this was not a previous life. Otherwise, if she were to run a noodle shop, she would have to close down by the afternoon after a busy morning. By the way, I'm sorry for making you worry during my recent outing. I didn't bring back any gifts for you, but allow me to present you with this soul bone. As she spoke, Dai Yunhan produced a piece of the ancient ghostly feline as torso bone and placed it before Zhu Zhuqing. It gleamed brilliantly, a soul bone entirely black like jade. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by Dai Yunhan's words. No gifts. So, this soul bone is meant to cheer me up? Is this truly a serious exchange? She initially thought it was a jest. After picking up the soul bone and examining it, she felt the surging soul energy contained within. Zhu Zhuqing was left stunned. Was this truly a soul bone? Where on earth did you acquire this? This is indeed a soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing could hardly believe it. After being captured, not only did she return unscathed, but she also brought back a soul bone? How could such fortune exist? Perhaps I should also wish to be captured. Oh, did you think I bought you a toy? Dai Yunhan chuckled and then asked, so, what do you think? Do you like it? I do, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. But a sense of hesitation clouded her thoughts. This item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You should absorb it instead. She gently pushed the soul bone back towards Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan shook his head and said, this soul bone is the torso bone of the nether spirit cat, and it is a treasure of 10,000 years. I specifically acquired it for you. Only by absorbing it will you achieve the best results. I have no need for it. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to believe his words. However, upon hearing that it was the torso bone of the nether spirit cat, she couldn't help but feel a stir of desire. In this world, soul bones were exceedingly rare, and finding one that matched her martial spirit was even more challenging. The chance of encountering a soul bone identical to her own martial spirit was almost non-existent. Nonetheless, she managed to suppress her excitement and declined the soul bone. In her view, Dai Yunhan's enhancement was of paramount importance. He must be prioritized over her. Yet, it was meant for her in the first place. So how could he desire it? Furthermore, even if he wished to, he could not absorb it. All right, my beloved wife. This soul bone was indeed prepared for you, and is the most suitable for you. So please, do not refuse it. What is our relationship if we need to be so formal? Dai Yunhan gently countered. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Indeed, following Dai Yunhan was the best decision of her life. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly shifted the conversation. If you truly care for me, why not come here tonight? His gaze held a hint of mischief as he fixed his eyes on Zhu Zhuqing. Just a second ago, she was touched. But now his gaze made her heart race with anxiety. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and whispered, what do you want to do tonight? Just wear black stockings for me to see. Black stockings? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this request. Was that all? What about everything else? She was ready to remove her pants, and yet he only wanted to see black stockings? Did he have no sense of perception? She cast a resentful glance at Dai Yunhan, only to find him secretly amused. At that moment, she realized he was deliberately teasing her. This mischievous rascal. I won't wear black stockings for you. Zhu Zhuqing thought angrily, deciding to teach this naughty fellow a lesson. She could not always give in to his wishes, otherwise he might think her easy to bully. Dai Yunhan felt a pang of regret. Then what will you wear? White silk, she retorted with a huff. What do you think? Are you intimidated now? Zhu Zhuqing displayed a proud and somewhat petulant expression. Do you now recognize my prowess? Dai Yunhan conceded his defeat. Subsequently, while enjoying his noodles, Zhu Zhuqing began to absorb the soul bone at his request, as this soul bone was a reward from the system. It posed no harm to Zhu Zhuqing and was perfectly compatible, allowing Dai Yunhan to rest assured that no complications would arise. By the time he finished his meal, Zhu Zhuqing had successfully completed the absorption of the soul bone. Dai Yunhan sensed that her soul power had risen several levels. How much has your strength increased? Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, revealing a look of delight. Absorbing the soul bone felt remarkably smooth, as if it were tailored just for me. After the absorption, my soul power has increased by 5 levels, bringing me to 36. Chapter 51. The Daffodil Jade Skinbone. Zhu Zhuqing, with her dual strands of black and white hair, was the baseline. In terms of soul bone skills, she acquired an attack skill known as the Nether Shadow Killing Array. Within a designated area, it seals the enemy's 6 senses and allows for lethal strikes, which can be combined with other soul techniques. Quite impressive. Dai Yunhan nodded in satisfaction. He was not particularly concerned about the soul techniques. He merely wished to see how much soul power the system's soul bone could bestow upon Zhu Zhuqing. A 10,000-year soul ring absorbed by a soul master, especially one so perfectly aligned with her essence, should yield significant soul power. Hearing that the increase was 5 levels fell well within his expectations. Following this, he produced the celestial herb known as Daffodil Jade Skinbone. Today, we shall enhance your soul power significantly in one go. This celestial herb, named Daffodil Jade Skinbone, is one of my recent acquisitions. Consuming it will augment your physical constitution, nourish your tendons and bones, and facilitate the flow of energy through your meridians. And what about you? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her excitement uncontainable. Having just absorbed the soul bone, she was now presented with a celestial herb. Do not worry about me. I shall not neglect my own needs. He reassured her. Dai Yunhan expressed a tinge of bitterness, lamenting, Why must the system impose such restrictions upon me? Zhu Zhuqing, having ascended to the 36th level, seemed poised to ascend directly to the 40th level after consuming this wondrous herb. Meanwhile, Dai remained at the 36th level, which felt profoundly unjust. Furthermore, she possessed innate soul power at level 20. Alas, yet the system paid no heed to her plight. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was unreserved this time. Having come to the realization that her fate was irrevocably intertwined with Dai Yunhan, in life, she belonged to him, and in death, she would be his specter. Since Dai Yunhan has bestowed it upon her, she shall accept it with composure. Elevating her own strength and not hindering Dai Yunhan would be the finest way to reciprocate. At this moment, she consumed the celestial herb, settled into a meditative posture, and commenced the process of refining its medicinal properties. Dai Yunhan stood by her side, offering protection. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a muddy figure. She opened her eyes in surprise, eager to share her joy, only to be met with a sticky sensation and an overwhelming stench. The acrid odor nearly made her retch. Go wash up, you reek. You're not allowed in my bed tonight, Dai Yunhan remarked disdainfully. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare before hastily retreating to the bathroom. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing emerged, only to find Dai Yunhan had already ascended the stairs. She hesitated for a moment, then retrieved 2 pairs of stockings from the nearby cabinet and slipped them onto her long, fair legs before proceeding upstairs. In the bedroom above, Zhu Zhuqing, clad in loose clothing and stockings, shyly entered the room. Dai Yunhan, who had been on the verge of dozing off, turned at the sound of the door. The sight before him rendered him breathless. Zhu Zhuqing's attire was irresistibly alluring. The loose white top concealed her graceful figure yet could not hide her prominent curves. The stockings she wore accentuated her legs, giving the impression that she was not wearing pants at all. Her bare feet, charming and delicate, pressed against the carpet, inviting playful admiration. What truly made Dai Yunhan's breath hitch was the contrast of her stockings, one black, one white. A perfect dream for any man. He mused. Humph. What are you staring at? Just this black stocking is already my limit. Zhu Zhuqing pouted defiantly. Next time you dare to tease me, I'll wear 2 white stockings just to infuriate you, she thought, a mischievous punishment for Dai Yunhan. Yet, seeing his captivated expression filled her with both shyness and delight. Zhuqing, come here. Let me see if you've truly cleaned up, Dai Yunhan urged, his throat parched, barely able to contain himself. However, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively raised her arm to sniff her own underarm. I've washed for 2 hours. I must smell delightful, she declared, only to notice Dai Yunhan's gaze fixated intently below her waist. Confused, she glanced down. In an instant, a gasp escaped her lips. She quickly lowered her hand and closed her legs, realizing that the motion had inadvertently lifted her top, revealing a breathtaking view. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a sunset, with warmth creeping to her ears, neck, and collarbone. Dai Yunhan, witnessing this scene, felt his heart race, a surge of heat igniting within him. In a sudden leap, he was before Zhu Zhuqing, pulling her onto the bed with fervor. Their breaths mingled passionately. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan exclaimed in surprise, Why aren't you wearing anything? Zhu Zhuqing, eyes tightly shut, murmured, But you said it would be inconvenient. I adore you, my precious one, he replied, utterly enchanted. Dai Yunhan silenced her. The following morning, Dai Yunhan was awakened by a gentle touch. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's earnest efforts beneath the covers, Dai Yunhan felt a blend of happiness and astonishment. What are you doing? She inquired. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, responded with a stammer. You must have been so exhausted these past few days. Last night, you held me and fell asleep almost immediately. So I thought I would help alleviate some of your stress this morning. With that, she resumed her diligent work. Dai Yunhan suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. He had hardly slept for 2 days, and he was utterly exhausted. Holding Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, he had intended to accomplish something meaningful. Yet he merely held her close, and that warm sensation lulled him into slumber. Nothing transpired. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had not disturbed him either. Now, observing Zhu Zhuqing's considerate demeanor, he felt a surge of emotion within him. After half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing finally concluded her tasks. After taking a shower, she began to dress in preparation for breakfast. However, Dai Yunhan swiftly seized her clothes. Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed by his actions, turned her beautiful eyes towards him and inquired with curiosity, What is it? Do you still desire something? Dai Yunhan shook her head, remarking that while breakfast was delightful, one must not indulge excessively. Zhu Zhuqing, with a flushed face, retorted, What do you mean by that? Dai Yunhan smiled and retrieved a beautiful outfit from the ring. A splendid and elegant dress. You mustn't forget, henceforth, refrain from donning those black combat attire. A girl should always be enchanting and lovely, rather than preoccupied with thoughts of fighting and killing. And what about during battles? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment before responding. One cannot wear such attire during combat. Chapter 52, Level 43. Zhu Zhuqing comprehended his words and shot him an irritated glance, yet she did not decline his suggestion. Naturally, girls have an innate affinity for beauty. Previously, she had donned form-fitting battle attire due to the immense pressure she faced. However, with her rapidly burgeoning strength, her spirits had also lifted. Consequently, she did not refuse and adorned herself in the exquisite outfit. Then, before Dai Yunhan, she twirled gracefully. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Dai Yunhan pouted and shook her head. Zhu Zhuqing's expression immediately turned frosty. What do you mean by that? Dai Yunhan remarked, my beloved wife. I believe you should wear your combat attire. Why? Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, her small fist tightly balled, exuding an air that suggested if she did not receive an explanation today, there would be no hope of her getting out of bed. Dai Yunhan remarked. Since you are already so beautiful, how can other women possibly compete with you now? A soft laugh escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips, dispelling the earlier chill in the air. You truly are a charming rogue, she added, approaching him to bestow a sweet kiss as a reward. With a light-hearted step, she then descended the stairs. Dai Yunhan subsequently took a bath and descended the stairs. During breakfast, she recalled that she had absorbed the celestial herb last night and was unaware of her current level. She inquired, what is your soul power level now? Can you take a guess? Zhu Zhuqing smiled in response. Has your martial soul evolved? Dai Yunhan posed the question first. No, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Oh. Dai Yunhan felt a tinge of disappointment. Although he was already aware that the likelihood of a soul evolution was slim, he still experienced a sense of melancholy. After all, the surprise brought by Dugu Yin was quite significant. It seems that the enhancement effects of each celestial herb vary for different individuals. Some focus primarily on the martial soul, resulting in a lesser increase in soul power, while others prioritize soul power, thus preventing the evolution of the martial soul. Dugu Yan's phosphorescent serpent, in a strict sense, can also be considered a flawed martial soul. Much like the obese one's evil fire phoenix, it can inflict backlash upon its host. This understanding elucidates why Dugu Yan's martial soul was capable of evolving. Let me venture a guess. Your soul power should be around level 42. Dai Yunhan remarked that in the original text, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the water immortal jade's essence, which elevated her soul power by 7 levels. However, at that time, her own soul power level was not particularly high, having absorbed the celestial herb at 36 levels. An increase of approximately 6 levels under comparable soul power totals seems reasonable. Zhu Zhuqing expressed mild surprise, inquiring how one could deduce so accurately. Yet, regrettably, it still fell a fraction short. I currently stand at 43 levels. 43? Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback, having unexpectedly elevated her soul power by 7 levels. However, upon reflection, she quickly comprehended the rationale behind it. Although her soul power was already higher than before during the absorption process, she had consumed blood dragon ginseng in her youth, which had enhanced her constitution. Additionally, she was younger now than when she ingested the celestial herb in the original narrative. The younger one is during the absorption of celestial herbs, the more impurities are expelled from the body. Thus, an increase of 7 levels was indeed within the realm of expectation. My wife is truly remarkable. She was once just a little shadow behind me, and now she has surpassed me in the blink of an eye. How am I, with my innate soul power of just 20 levels, to manage? Dai Yunhan lamented with a hint of self-deprecation. Zhu Zhuqing also praised. I must say, your wife is indeed impressive. Oh, why is that? Because she has found such a wonderful husband. Ha. Dai Yunhan burst into hearty laughter, utterly surprised that Zhu Zhuqing had also acquired such rustic romantic phrases. After sharing a tender moment, the two prepared to pursue soul rings. Just then, several figures appeared at the entrance. At the forefront stood a striking young man with golden hair, adorned in resplendent court attire. Behind him followed Meng Xinji and Dugu Bo, accompanied by a retinue of palace guards, each bearing exquisite items. Greetings, fourth prince. I am Xueqing, the crown prince of the Douluo Empire. Xueqing has said with utmost politeness. Dai Yunhan felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. Given his demeanor, could it be that he had come to offer an apology? Greetings, your highness. May I inquire as to your purpose? Are you not inviting me in for a seat? I seem to have been rather impolite. Dai Yunhan promptly invited everyone into the room and asked Zhu Zhuqing to pour them a cup of tea. Once everyone was seated, Dai Yunhan remarked, "This is a type of tea I have been researching. Do give it a taste and let me know your thoughts." Shuqing had gazed into the teacup, observing a beverage reminiscent of yellowed milk, hesitating to take a sip. Is this truly tea? Well, it's milk tea. Milk tea? A novel term that was entirely unfamiliar to Shuqing. You should try it. It is quite delightful, and you might find yourself captivated by its flavor. Dai Yunhan gazed at Shuqing, fully aware that the present Shuqing was, in fact, Qian Renxue. His mind was occupied with thoughts on how to foster a closer connection with Qian Renxue, yearning for an exchange of love. In his previous life, his most cherished character was none other than Qian Renxue, radiant, graceful, and imbued with a divine purity. Yet, such a remarkable individual was ultimately diminished in intellect and weakened in strength to elevate Tang San's prowess, leading to an unfortunate fate. If not for his status as the Prince of Xingluo, Dai Yunhan would have long since joined the Spirit Hall and sought out Qian Renxue. However, he now finds his position rather advantageous, as it allows him unobstructed access to Qian Renxue. Shuqing took a tentative sip of this so-called milk tea, which appeared rather unappetizing in its murky hue. Truth be told, had it not been for the intriguing aroma of roasted fragrance emanating from it, she would have been reluctant to sample it. Upon a delicate taste, she discovered a rich, creamy texture that indeed contained milk. A subtle hint of tea mingled with a faint roasted scent danced upon her palate, inadvertently awakening her appetite. After one sip, she found herself unable to resist taking a second. The novel flavor was surprisingly delightful. Shuqing offered her assessment. Given her elevated status and extensive culinary experiences from all corners of the world, her remark of not bad was a commendable compliment. Dai Yunhan smiled as he took a sip of milk tea, his demeanor markedly more rugged compared to the elegance of Shuqing. After finishing his drink, Shuqing spoke. "This time, I come on behalf of the Douluo Empire to extend my sincerest apologies to the fourth prince. I regret that I could not ensure your safety, which led to some unfortunate events. Here, I offer you my heartfelt apology." With that, he signaled his guards to bring forth the items meant for the apology. "These are tokens of reconciliation, specially selected by my father for you. They may not be of great value, yet they embody the utmost sincerity of the Douluo Empire. I hope, dear fourth prince, that you will not take offense." Chapter 53. The Hunt for Soul Rings, a chance encounter with Yi Lingling. Of course, the notion that these items lacked value was a mere pretense. They were indeed precious. Shuqing then turned his attention to Mengxinji and Douluo Mengxinji. Bearing an air of regret, stated, "The occurrence of such an incident within the academy is a failure on my part. I kindly ask for the fourth prince's understanding." Douluo also offered his apologies, though his demeanor was far from contrite. Instead, he chuckled, "I suppose I need not apologize, right, young lad?" Dai Yunhan managed a wry smile and waved his hand, remarking, "You, a titled Douluo, who would dare to demand an apology from you?" Indeed. With a titled Douluo like Douluo, it was a well-known fact that as long as he had not been killed, even the Star Luo Emperor would find it challenging to take action. After all, opposing a titled Douluo came at a tremendous cost. Moreover, the critical point was that this titled Douluo possessed the power to annihilate an entire city with his poison. As for the conversation between the two, which resembled that of friends, Shuqing chose to remain silent. He was already well aware of the events that had transpired between them prior to his arrival. His presence was merely a formality. After all, Dai Yunhan was a prince of an empire. The necessary etiquette of an apology could not be overlooked. "Very well. If the fourth prince has no further requests, I shall not intrude any longer," Shuqing announced as he rose to depart. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan grasped his arm, saying, "Wait a moment." Feeling the grip of Dai Yunhan, Shuqing's brow furrowed slightly, but he discreetly withdrew his arm. "Is there something else you require, fourth prince? As a guest, did you come all this way merely to extend an apology? What else could it be? An apology surely warrants a meal, does it not?" Shuqing had gazed into Dai Yunhan's eyes, uncertain of his intentions. Nonetheless, since such a request had been made, he saw no reason to decline. "Very well then, let us convene tonight at the Tianshang Renjian Hotel for a banquet. How does that sound?" "Absolutely." "It is settled," Dai Yunhan replied, promptly opening the door for him. Shuqing paused, somewhat taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. He chuckled in astonishment and stepped through the door. Dai Yunhan is indeed quite intriguing. Once everyone had departed, Zhu Zhuqing inquired with confusion, "Why do we need to share a meal with him?" Apologizing and treating someone to a meal is a principle that has been upheld since time immemorial. "It must be done," Shuqing explained. Dai Yunhan, of course, would not articulate the thoughts swirling within his mind. The pretense of dining served merely as a guise. The true intention was to foster a closer bond with Qian Ringshu. The essence of the matter lies not in the wine itself, but in the serene beauty of the mountains and waters. Thus, the reasoning follows. Let us proceed, for I shall procure your soul ring. Very well. The two then departed from the academy, once again venturing into the sunset forest. The fourth soul ring typically spans around 5,000 years, however. Zhu Zhuqing's physical prowess had significantly improved, rendering the surpassing of 5,000 years a feasible endeavor. Yet, the aspiration to absorb a soul ring of 10,000 years remained a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan was unconcerned by such matters. His primary concern was Zhu Zhuqing's safety. With the presence of a system, given sufficient time, they would both ascend to divinity. A soul beast of 5,000 years already belonged to a perilous echelon. Nonetheless, Dai Yunhan's strength defied conventional estimation. Thus, for this particular soul ring, he resolved to join forces with Zhu Zhuqing, refraining from involving the two hidden protectors, the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. The duo swiftly delved deeper into the heart of the sunset forest, encountering numerous soul beasts along the way, yet none met their requirements. Either the attributes were incompatible, or the age was unsuitable. After a considerable effort, they finally stumbled upon a suitable extreme shadow leopard. However, this creature was remarkably astute, evading them before they could approach. A brief chase ensued, but they soon relinquished the pursuit. Following an additional 2 hours of searching without success, they opted to take a moment to rest. Here, enjoy a cup of milk tea to rejuvenate. Zhu Zhuqing offered him a cup of milk tea, which was the remainder of what she had not finished earlier. Dai Yunhan took a sip and clicked her tongue, remarking that mere milk tea was insufficiently delightful. She suggested adding some fruits next time, perhaps some boba as well. What exactly is boba? Adding fruit pieces is quite understandable, but the concept of boba eluded her. Boba refers to those chewy, gelatinous spheres that possess a slightly sticky texture. She remained perplexed. Dai Yunhan understood that some things could not be explained clearly. They needed to be experienced firsthand. However, suddenly, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. He then leaned in and gently pressed his lips against hers. This kiss was unlike any other, as he slightly pursed his lips, and when he pulled away, it lingered with a gentle suction, producing a soft pop sound. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing found herself perplexed. Why did you kiss me when I asked for an explanation? She still appeared bewildered. Dai Yunhan planted 2 more quick kisses, this time producing a clearer sound, akin to pucker pucker. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended that pucker pucker was merely an onomatopoeic expression for kissing. She immediately playfully punched his chest in mock indignation. Is this truly what you call pucker pucker? Your justification for taking advantage is rather flimsy, don't you think? You are mistaken in your assertion. How am I mistaken? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her spirit unyielding. Dai Yunhan wore a mischievous smile as he wrapped his arm around her waist, leaning closer to her. Do I really need a reason to take advantage of you? Without waiting for her response, he captured her lips in a deep kiss. After parting, Zhu Zhuqing blushed and playfully scolded, they are still watching us. And what of it? Is it a crime for me to kiss my wife? Dai Yunhan replied nonchalantly. However, despite his words, he refrained from continuing. After a brief respite, the two resumed their search. Finding a suitable soul ring was no simple task. With a stroke of good fortune, they might conclude their quest in a day, yet with less favorable luck, it could stretch into 10 days or even half a month. Dai Yunhan did not wish to delay for too long. He had to finish his work and look forward to a dinner awaiting him. Thus, he resolved to be proactive and diligent, aspiring to elevate himself daily. Just then, a faint rustle reached their ears from a short distance away. The two immediately heightened their vigilance, exchanging glances before deciding to investigate the source of the commotion. They stealthily approached a tree, whereupon they beheld a group besieged by 2 soul beasts. This group consisted of 5 individuals, both male and female, possessing varying levels of strength. The most formidable among them was a soul king of over level 50, while the weakest was a soul master in their 30s, with the others primarily being soul sect members in their 40s. To Dai Yunhan's surprise, one among them was an acquaintance, Yi Lingling. The soul beasts they faced were none other than the elusive shadow leopards. However, fortune was not on their side, for there were 2 of these formidable creatures. Chapter 54, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Chaotic Netherworld among them. One of the leopards was the very one Dai Yunhan and his companions had recently lost track of, bearing a wound upon its shoulder. It appeared that these leopards were either a mated pair or siblings. At this moment, the five-member team found themselves struggling against the two shadow leopards, each around 5,000 years old. The Soul King, the strongest among them, was already marred with numerous injuries, while the other three combatants bore various degrees of wounds as well. Their spirits were visibly dampened, despair clouding their eyes. Nonetheless, despite the dire circumstances, their tactics remained commendably organized, with the vital Yu Lingling shielded at their center, while the other four defended the four cardinal directions. This strategy allowed them to maintain a fighting chance against the shadow leopards, as long as Yu Lingling remained unscathed. However, Dai Yunhan discerned that this was not a sustainable plan. The disparity in strength was evident. While injuries could be treated, the consumption of soul power could not be replenished. And if the battle dragged on, they would inevitably find themselves in a dire predicament. Observing this situation, Dai Yunhan promptly instructed the two Soul Saints and the Soul Emperor assigned to protect them to secure the escape route of the extreme shadow leopard, ensuring it could not flee any further. Subsequently, he and Zhu Zhuqing summoned their martial souls and launched a surprise attack on one of the extreme shadow leopards. The leopard, possessing acute senses, detected the imminent danger the moment the attack was initiated and swiftly evaded. Unfortunately for it, it remained unaware that Zhu Zhuqing was also executing a stealthy strike. Her sharp claws made contact with the leopard's skin, yet to her astonishment, its hide felt as insubstantial as a wisp of air. Her strike landed as if grasping at nothingness, inflicting no harm whatsoever, failing to make a successful hit. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dodged and positioned herself beside Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan elucidated that the extreme shadow leopard, true to its name, possesses remarkable speed, and what you have just captured is merely its afterimage. One must not overly rely on the naked eye to confront it. I understand. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a solemn nod. With her martial spirit manifested, her feline ears stood erect, occasionally quivering rapidly, functioning akin to a radar, pinpointing the location of the extreme shadow leopard. At that moment, upon witnessing the arrival of Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, the five individuals simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. However, Yu Lingling's countenance was more complex, revealing not only surprise but also incredulity and confusion. Brother, we are immensely grateful for your timely rescue. These two soul beasts have caused us great distress. If you can hold one of them at bay, we shall swiftly deal with the other, declared the leader of the Soul Kings. Dai Yunhan did not gaze upon him. His attention was entirely fixated on the shadow leopard. Nevertheless, he replied, "Let it be known that I intend to claim one of these soul beasts." "No issue," came the response. "One will suffice for me as well." "That would be most agreeable." As Dai Yunhan's voice fell, she turned her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing comprehended Dai Yunhan's intent. In that moment, the martial souls behind them let out a fierce roar before charging toward one another. They unleashed their most formidable martial soul fusion technique, Chaotic Nether. Having previously battled the shadow leopard, they were acutely aware of its astonishing speed, making it exceedingly difficult to land an attack. Yet, it was not merely its swiftness that posed a challenge. Its movements were shrouded in enigma, a phantom-like agility that rendered it nearly impossible to capture. Thus, in order to swiftly conclude the encounter, Dai Yunhan directly unleashed the martial soul fusion technique, Chaos Nether. This was not merely an aggressive soul skill like the Nether White Tiger, devoid of any self-awareness and merely charging forward recklessly. Instead, their Chaos Nether bore resemblance to the fusion technique of Hulayina and Xieyu, known as Enchantress, possessing self-combat awareness. Two martial souls merged amidst a blinding radiance. And soon, a tricolor tiger of black, white, and purple emerged, its back adorned with a pair of wings, which remained in black and white, lacking the purple hue. The entire tiger's form had diminished significantly, now comparable in size to the original Nether Spirit Cat martial soul. However, in terms of presence, Chaos Nether undeniably exuded a greater aura and intimidation. The five individuals beside Yu Lingling gazed at this explosive spectacle, their expressions filled with astonishment. Goodness, is this truly a martial soul fusion technique? I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in my life. Today, I have been thoroughly amazed. Yu Lingling's beautiful eyes shimmered with disbelief. The martial soul fusion technique, as rumored, could only be executed by those who shared a profound connection. She was aware of Dai Yunhan's age, merely 12 years old. Yet at such a tender age, she could perform the martial soul fusion technique, and with a female partner. Surely, that girl must share an incredibly deep bond with Dai Yunhan. A hint of envy flickered in her gaze. Enough of this awe. We must prepare for battle. The composed Soul King, taking charge, steered the group's focus back to the impending conflict. The prowess of Dai Yunhan and his companion is no longer a concern, allowing them to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to confronting another soul beast. With the third soul skill, Blazing Inferno, the chaos unfolds. Upon the emergence of the Chaos Phantom, it leaps into the fray, initially segmenting the battlefield to prevent the two soul beasts from converging. Subsequently, it unfurls its wings, and a pall of gray mist rises suddenly from all directions, enveloping the Shadow Leopard. Despite the Shadow Leopard's swift agility, it finds itself trapped, unable to escape the omnipresent gray mist. As the mist envelopes it, a palpable fear manifests in its eyes. Surveying its surroundings, it realizes that all objects have vanished, severely obstructing its line of sight. Within this gray mist, the senses of the Chaos Phantom are heightened. Any movement from the ensnared Shadow Leopard is instantly relayed to its mind, allowing for rapid response. With a thunderous roar, the Chaos Phantom appears beside the Shadow Leopard, its claws slicing through the air as it delivers a powerful strike. The audible crack of bones resounds. In pain, the Shadow Leopard retaliates, expelling a surge of energy towards the Chaos Phantom. However, the Chaos Phantom has already anticipated this attack, and it misses its mark. Attempting to flee, the Shadow Leopard is met with another crushing blow to its flank, eliciting a guttural cry infused with despair and a hint of hope. Yet, the other Shadow Leopard, too, is in dire straits and cannot offer assistance. The Chaos Phantom launches another assault, unleashing a swirling sphere of energy that amalgamates black, white, and purple hues. The Shadow Leopard attempts to evade, but tragically collides with a massive boulder. The impact sends it tumbling to the ground, exacerbating its injuries, and it lets out a mournful wail. Desperate to rise, it realizes too late that the opportunity has slipped away, leaving it with no chance of survival. The energy sphere crashes down, erupting with a deafening roar that drowns out the Shadow Leopard's final, anguished cries. As dust swirls and the gray mist reverberates, it appears as though it might tear apart, yet the mist proves too cohesive, its formidable force propelling debris into the air, while the mist remains unwavering. The Chaos Phantom lands, and the Shadow Leopard lies lifeless, a violet soul ring coalescing above its remains. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yulingling and her companions, 5 in total, have also reached the conclusion of their battle against the soul beast. As the mist dissipates, the fusion of their martial souls is undone, revealing the two combatants. Since the soul beast was vanquished through their combined technique, both are eligible to absorb the soul ring, though it is undoubtedly Zhu Zhuqing who will claim it. For precaution, they wait a few moments for Yulingling and her team. After approximately 3 minutes, they too have triumphed, with a young member of their group stepping forward to slay the soul beast. Brother, we are immensely grateful to you today. Had it not been for your timely assistance, we might have perished here, the leader of the Soul Kings expresses with heartfelt gratitude. Dai Yunhan remarked, "There is no need for formality. I, too, came here with the intent of pursuing this spirit beast, merely acting in accordance with circumstance. How fortuitous it is that we are also in search of spirit rings. However, I must commend your audacity in facing such a challenge with only the two of you. The Spirit King has just witnessed the prowess of the two individuals. Youthful yet formidable, they inspire genuine admiration. Are you dedicated to aiding others in the acquisition of spirit rings?" Dai Yunhan inquired with curiosity. Among the 5 individuals, aside from Yulingling, the others varied in age and donned rather unassuming attire, giving the impression of modest means. "Indeed, we are all hired to procure spirit rings. Today, we are assisting him, though fortune has not favored us, as we unexpectedly encountered 2 spirit beasts." The Spirit King gestured toward the young man who had just delivered the final, fatal blow to the spirit beast. The young man also cast a wary glance in Dai Yunhan's direction, his expression tinged with caution. Upon hearing the words, Dai Yunhan cast a glance at Yulingling, astonished that a person of her noble stature would engage in such employment. Could it be that she was in dire need of money? However, as far as Dai Yunhan was aware, nobles typically lacked for nothing, possessing vast estates, tax revenues, and substantial properties and provisions. As long as they conducted themselves with propriety, financial strain was an unlikely concern. Nevertheless, this was a personal matter for Yulingling, and Dai Yunhan deemed it inappropriate to pry further, at least for the moment. The immediate crisis had been averted, yet dangers still lurked within the forest. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until they had absorbed their soul rings before venturing out together? At that moment, the Soul King extended another invitation to Dai Yunhan. The perils of the forest were unpredictable. An additional companion would certainly enhance their chances of survival, even though the journey back was considerably safer. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment before acquiescing. All right. She then turned her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, you may proceed to absorb the soul ring. I shall keep watch over you. The Soul King also nodded towards the young man. Little 5, you too should absorb your soul ring. He then addressed Dai Yunhan. I am called Huafei, and you? Dai Yunhan, she replied. Seeing you both so youthful, are you still students? Indeed, they affirmed. You are quite impressive. Venturing forth to hunt soul rings while still in your studies. During my school days, it was always the teachers who assisted in such pursuits. Is that so? That sounds rather fortunate. The two continued their conversation, and Dai Yunhan found this individual to be quite straightforward, making their exchange rather enjoyable. He produced some food and fruit wine to entertain Dai Yunhan, who graciously accepted, gathering with them to share in both conversation and sustenance. Thank you, she expressed. At that moment, Yi Lingling, seated beside Dai Yunhan, also voiced her gratitude towards him. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, observing Yi Lingling's aloof demeanor. He initially presumed she intended to maintain her silence, feigning ignorance of his presence. It is only natural to lend a helping hand in the face of injustice. Yet, after uttering that remark, Yi Lingling fell once more into silence. Dai Yunhan touched his nose, feeling a sudden awkwardness. He had intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with Yi Lingling, yet unexpectedly, she had only made a brief attempt before retreating into a state of despondency. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The goddess Yi Lingling has developed a preliminary fondness for the host, granting the reward of the body of life. As the name suggests, the body of life embodies immortality. Any injury sustained by the host would heal automatically. The abruptness of the system's announcement left Dai Yunhan momentarily bewildered. Had he truly garnered Yi Lingling's affection so easily? He glanced at her, observing that she had lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. While the atmosphere was initially vibrant, her solitary demeanor starkly contrasted, creating a palpable rift in the world around them. Nonetheless, Dai Yunhan felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of this reward. The body of life, immortal and impervious to death. Did this not imply that he could indulge without restraint? With the ability to heal from any injuries, he need not fear the consequences of conflict. To his astonishment, the system had been extraordinarily generous in bestowing such a remarkable reward. It was simply delightful. His excitement was evident, oblivious to any underlying issues. However, to others, particularly in the direction of his gaze, Yi Lingling, it conveyed a different sentiment. Huafei, a straightforward individual, couldn't resist teasing him, inquiring if Dai Yunhan found the beautiful Yi Lingling appealing. Dai Yunhan came to his senses, glancing at him, and then at Yi Lingling, perplexed by his words. He was filled with confusion, yet Huafei believed he was merely feigning ignorance, and continued, although none of us have beheld the visage of Miss Yi Lingling, one can ascertain her undeniable beauty simply by gazing into her eyes. Dai Yunhan remained perplexed by his meaning. Yi Lingling is truly beautiful. I need you to acknowledge that. I came here specifically for her, all right? Huafei added. As for Miss Yi Lingling, she currently has no partner, and it remains a mystery who might be fortunate enough to win her heart. As he spoke, Huafei cast a raised eyebrow at Dai Yunhan, the implication being, you understand what I mean. I can only assist you to this extent. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Dai Yunhan suddenly comprehended that Huafei was, indeed, a true comrade. My dear brother Hua, I seem to have encountered some difficulties in my recent cultivation. Could you offer me some guidance? You require my assistance? Do not jest. It is evident you are in dire need of my counsel, for your predicament is quite significant. Huafei, in his unwavering honesty, was so straightforward that he could hardly fathom the nuances. Chapter 56. The straightforward boy and his pursuit of wealth. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan timely raised an eyebrow, signaling him as a good friend. Only then did Huafei grasp the situation. Subsequently, the two rose and moved aside. Dai Yunhan was quite straightforward, directly getting to the point. Fire brother, could you share with me the details regarding Yi Lingling? What are your intentions? Dai Yunhan felt a wave of embarrassment. Her words had slipped out too swiftly, revealing her innermost thoughts. Fire, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to watch the sunrise with her, to stroll hand in hand along the picturesque tree-lined paths, to explore the world together, to share each day's breakfast, and have many children with her. You desire to be intimate with her, Fire Fei discerned. Fire, are you feigning innocence? I expressed myself so delicately, and yet you grasped my meaning so readily? What happened to your literary skills in summarizing the essence? After all, she is the beloved of our team. Your actions put me in a difficult position, requiring me to pay extra. Damn, It seems you are the true hound here. Dai Yunhan initially believed that this fellow was a straightforward boy, only to discover that he harbored a rather concealed nature. It was all a fade. However, he found it amusing. With a flourish, he presented 10 gold coins and inquired, "Now, may I speak?" Upon receiving the coins, Huafei's demeanor brightened, and he promptly divulged, Yilingling's family is not well off. Although she belongs to the nobility, her father is a wastrel, perpetually indulging in drink and neglecting his responsibilities. He has squandered their vast estate and is now burdened with debts, borrowing money from every corner. Consequently, Yilingling had no choice but to venture out and earn money to repay these debts. Fortunately, her martial spirit is formidable, and whenever there is a team undertaking a task, they are eager to include her. Moreover, her beauty attracts many, and thus, she is able to secure a considerable reward. If you, my dear brother Dai, wish to make your move, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, those prominent figures within the mercenary guild may seize the opportunity before you, and you will be left lamenting your inaction. I can discern that you are of noble lineage, unlike us. You possess wealth and influence, with just a slight gesture. The individuals within the mercenary guild will be pushed to their limits. With that, Huafei extended his hand, rubbing his fingers together thoughtfully. Dai Yunhan was engrossed in the moment, but upon witnessing his actions, her expression darkened. Such a cunning lad, so adept at this. Could he be a professional informant? Firefly, caught in an awkward situation, was taken aback. Damn it, it's true. With a playful grin, Firefly said, considering you saved me, I shall let this meal slide and offer you this information free of charge. According to a friend of a friend, the leader of the Wolf Guild has set his sights on Yilingling. He has conspired with the casino to ensnare her father, coercing Yilingling into marriage under the pretext of an enormous debt. The deadline is imminent, within these next few days. If you indeed harbor feelings for Yilingling, you must act swiftly. Opportunities for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress are scarce. With that, Firefly patted Dai Yunhan's shoulder, his gaze laden with significance. Brother Fei, I have absorbed the essence. Let us return now. At that moment, the young man who had completed the absorption of the soul ring suddenly called out, All right. Gather your things. We shall head back. Dai Yunhan glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing, noticing that she too had completed her absorption and was approaching him. Huafei cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, a hint of envy flickering across his features. Dai, it seems that you noble ones have it better. Your wives can be more numerous than others. In this world, nobility holds little significance. True power reigns supreme. If one possesses sufficient strength, one can also attain such privileges. Upon hearing this, Huafei's expression darkened with a trace of melancholy. As for me, I shall resign myself to a life lived on the edge, unworthy of such splendid companionship as women. Do not underestimate yourself. Strive diligently and improve each day. There will come a time for your ascendance. Dai Yunhan encouraged. What are you discussing? Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she reached Dai Yunhan's side. Oh, nothing substantial. Merely a discourse on a few matters, he replied. Since we have all completed our absorptions, shall we return? Indeed, she agreed. Thus, the group ventured forth from the sunset forest together. Along the way, Dai Yunhan learned that after absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing had ascended to the 44th level of soul power, acquiring her 4th soul skill, a skill of agility. Enigmatic and elusive, rendering her movements difficult to predict. Once they exited the sunset forest, the group naturally parted ways. Dai Yunhan escorted Zhu Zhuqing to the heavenly realm for their appointment, for there was a meal to be savored that evening. Upon their arrival at the heavenly realm, they were met at the entrance by individuals associated with Shui Qinghe, who guided them to a private room. Inside the room, the company was sparse. Aside from Shui Qinghe, there were also Dugubo and Duguyen present. Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised by the arrival of Duguyen, as there was no necessity for her to attend such an occasion. Nevertheless, her presence was inconsequential. Once seated, the dishes began to be served. The pace of the service was remarkably swift. Within a matter of minutes, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes, filling the spacious round table to the brim. Shui Qinghe promptly raised a glass and stated, Fourth Prince, on behalf of the Douluo Empire, I extend my sincere apologies to you once again. Dai Yunhan also raised her glass, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. Today, we are merely dining together. There is no need for apologies, for I have already accepted them. Let us drink this toast and turn the page. The fourth prince, being a straightforward individual, replied, Then I shall not be polite either. Cheers. The two of them drained their glasses in one go. Subsequently, everyone began to partake in the meal, while the maidservants continued to pour wine. However, Dai Yunhan stopped one of them. Xue Qinghe observed this scene, his brow furrowing in concern. Just moments ago, they had agreed to move on. Yet now she was halting the maidservant from pouring wine. It is important to note that interrupting the host's service is considered quite impolite, particularly in a situation meant for reconciliation. To stop the pouring of wine suggests a refusal to accept the apology. Was Dai Yunhan being insincere? Yet, her subsequent words dispelled his doubts. Dai Yunhan produced a bottle of white liquor and remarked, "I observe that His Highness possesses an extraordinary temperament and handsome visage, which resonates deeply with me. I wish to forge a friendship with you, Your Highness. May I inquire if such an opportunity exists?" "Certainly. As long as you do not mind my status, we can indeed be friends," replied the crown prince. "Then let us dispense with formalities. You are my elder, so you shall call me younger brother, and I shall address you as older brother. How does that sound?" Xue Qinghe was perplexed by Dai Yunhan's intentions. Yet he adhered to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, he acquiesced, "Very well, I shall henceforth refer to you as Brother Yunhan. Brother Qinghe." They both chuckled, exchanging knowing smiles. Soon after, Dai Yunhan approached Xue Qinghe, holding the white liquor. "Today, as we become brothers, is indeed a fortuitous occasion. Such a splendid day cannot be marked with mere red wine. I possess a bottle of my homemade white liquor, which I have long hesitated to partake in. Today, I shall share it with you, my dear brother." Chapter 57. Persuading Xue Qinghe to drink with that. He produced a special white liquor cup and poured a generous serving for Xue Qinghe, then filled one for himself. This was a preparation he had meticulously arranged. Tonight, he was determined to disorient Xue Qinghe completely. As Xue Qinghe inhaled the potent aroma, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, for he remained uncertain of Dai Yunhan's true intentions. Dai Yunhan, after all, is a prince of the Luo Empire. Currently, the two nations coexist peacefully, allowing the two to indulge in merriment and leisure. However, should war arise, it would inevitably become a matter of life and death between them. Dai Yunhan was aware of his concerns. "Surely, you do not suspect that I would poison you?" With that, he raised his wine cup and drank deeply, then turned his gaze toward Xue Qinghe. It was only natural for Xue Qinghe to harbor doubts about the possibility of poisoning, particularly since he was cognizant of Dai Yunhan's ability to cure the bone-devouring poison afflicting Douluo. Such a skill, if wielded against him, might elude his detection, even with the presence of a master detoxifier like the stingray Douluo. After all, he was also in the midst of administering poison to the Emperor Xueye. At that moment, Douluo discerned Xue Qinghe's mistrust and requested a cup from Dai Yunhan. "Young man, pour me a glass as well. This wine exudes an enticing aroma, and I find myself unable to resist." Dai Yunhan recognized that he was attempting to mediate the situation and, of course, did not refuse. He poured him a glass as well. Douluo immediately took a sip, and with his discerning palate, he could easily discern that this was brewed from pure grain. However, he was acutely aware of Dai Yunhan's capabilities, and despite believing the wine to be harmless, he refrained from advising Xue Qinghe. Observing Xue Qinghe's hesitation, Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback by his timidity. He couldn't even muster the courage to drink a glass of wine. Just as he was preparing to provoke him with a few more words, he saw Xue Qinghe lift his glass and down it in one go. Brother Qinghe certainly possessed a commendable capacity for liquor. Dai Yunhan's eyes sparkled with admiration. However, Xue Qinghe clearly underestimated the potency of this liquor. As a novice to such a beverage, he found himself ill-prepared. His face flushed crimson as he succumbed to an uncontrollable fit of coughing. Dai Yunhan erupted into hearty laughter, seizing the moment to give him a playful pat on the back. Xue Qinghe, now enveloped in a shroud of icy indifference, felt a sudden tension coursing through her body at the unexpected contact from Dai Yunhan. Instinctively, she recoiled to the side, evading his hand, her gaze sharpening with wariness. "Brother Qinghe, why are you so anxious? Surely, you cannot believe I intend you harm?" Dai Yunhan spoke with her lips, yet her heart reveled in laughter. "Qian Rinxue. Oh, Qian Rinxue, you delight in masquerading as a man, do you? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of your disguise. You have unwittingly presented me with a most forthright opportunity." "No, I merely choked on the wine. It is quite unfamiliar to me," Xue Qinghe clarified. Before settling back into her seat, Dai Yunhan chose not to leave and instead brought over a stool, sitting directly beside him. "Qinghe, my friend, what are your thoughts on this wine? The flavor is quite pleasant. Indeed, the taste is agreeable. Well then, let us partake a little more. I raise my glass to you." Dai Yunhan lifted his wine cup once again. Xue Qinghe found himself in a predicament. Although he honestly felt reluctant to consume any more of the wine, It would be impolite to refuse a toast once it had been offered. Thus, he raised his cup in return. As he took a sip, a slight frown creased his brow. Dai Yunhan discerned that his tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, and promptly remarked, "Come, let us indulge in the delicacies. This fish is exquisite, one of my favorites. Do give it a try." Shui Qinghe picked up his chopsticks and selected the most tender piece of fish from the belly. No sooner had he savored it than Dai Yunhan chimed in, "Brother Qinghe, you have chosen well. This is the most succulent portion of the fish's belly. In our empire, we have a saying regarding the dining table: the head ranks first, the tail fourth, the back fifth, and the belly sixth. To truly appreciate this piece of fish, Brother Qinghe, one must drink 6 cups of wine." With that, she promptly poured him a drink. Shui Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. Was there such a saying in the Star Luo Empire? However, unable to resist her warm hospitality, he accepted the cup she brought to his lips and steeled himself to drink. After downing 6 cups, a slight haze enveloped his mind. Just as he was about to take another bite, Dai Yunhan, with a playful smile, continued, "Brother Qinghe, it appears you are quite fond of the wine. While it is indeed delightful, one must not indulge excessively. Yet, as brothers, you may feel free to drink to your heart's content today." As he watched Dai Yunhan pour more wine for herself, Shui Qinghe found himself in a state of confusion. What was happening? The piece of meat he had just consumed was no ordinary morsel. It was the part where bone and meat are intertwined, symbolizing a bond, thus necessitating the consumption of 2 cups. More drinking? He had scarcely recovered from the previous 6 cups, and now he was expected to drink again? Of course, one must drink. She insisted. This is a harbinger of good fortune. The perfect pairing of food and drink ensures that good things come in pairs and that all endeavors meet with success. Dai Yunhan, while speaking, raised his wine glass towards him. Shui Qinghe hesitated to refuse, but after a moment's contemplation, he suppressed his discomfort and drank it down. After finishing the drink, Dai Yunhan urged him to eat as well. However, this time, he felt a twinge of reluctance to partake. Meanwhile, the ever-perceptive Du Gubo recognized that Dai Yunhan was intent on inebriating Shui Qinghe and promptly intervened to speak on his behalf. Yet, Dai Yunhan was undeterred, proclaiming, "1 cup for affection, another for sentiment. Esteemed poison Douluo, we are now acquainted through this toast. I raise my glass to you." Du Gubo's brow furrowed. He realized he was ensnared in a predicament. After downing a glass, he felt compelled to remain silent. As long as he maintained his sobriety, Dai Yunhan would be unable to exert any influence over Shui Qinghe. "Brother Qinghe, are we not good friends?" "Indeed. Then, let us deepen our bond with this hearty drink. I toast to you." Shui Qinghe responded with silence. "Brother Qinghe, a few sips are merely trivial. Let us drink to our bright future. Cheers." The bright moonlight before my bed, perhaps frost upon the ground. We raise our glasses to our neighbors, sharing in this joyous libation. Cheers again. The fragrance of fine wine wafts for miles. How can we let our cups run dry? Fill them anew. One toast to the rising sun, another to the moonlight. One to our homeland, and the last to distant lands. Cheers. 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 Gradually, Shui Qinghe found himself lost in the intoxicating flow of Dai Yunhan's revelry. Overwhelmed by a culture of wine that spanned 5 millennia, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Dai Yunhan had indulged in considerable libations, yet he retained a semblance of clarity. As he had not forgotten his own affairs, he gazed at Shui Qinghe's flushed visage, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips, and, without hesitation, draped an arm around his shoulders. With a tipsy bravado, he exclaimed, "Good brother, it is a pity we met so late. Drinking with you is truly exhilarating." No one is averse to flattery, and as Dai Yunhan lavished praise upon him, Shui Qinghe found himself increasingly buoyed by the compliments. He could have declined further drinks. Yet this gathering was intended as an act of contrition. Abstaining would surely displease Dai Yunhan, rendering the apology insincere. Thus, he felt compelled to partake in the evening's revelry. However, as the night wore on, he too succumbed to the intoxicating effects of the alcohol. Chapter 58. Together with Shui Qinghe, despite his instinctive desire to evade Dai Yunhan's intimate advances, he found himself unable to escape the latter's firm grasp. The haze of inebriation dulled his resistance, and he acquiesced. Dai Yunhan, reveling in the moment, seized Shui Qinghe's hand and remarked, "Brother Qinghe, you are inebriated." "I am not drunk," he retorted with a giggle. "No one admits to being intoxicated. If you're not drunk, let us continue to drink." "Very well, let us drink." At this point, Shui Qinghe was thoroughly led by the nose by Dai Yunhan. Alcohol, once it takes hold, becomes an uncontrollable force. "Brother Qinghe, this won't do. You haven't matched my intake, Dai Yunhan continued to provoke him. Who says I haven't had as much as you? Pour me another drink. Shui Qinghe huffed defiantly, then raised his glass and downed it in one go. His gaze now wandered, and his senses were in disarray. He was unmistakably intoxicated. Dai Yunhan had also indulged in drink, yet his audacity to present the liquor indicated a profound confidence in his own capacity for spirits. Thus, he aimed to maintain a slight edge of sobriety over Shui Qinghe. It was imperative for him that Shui Qinghe remained alert as well. After a while, he exclaimed, "Brother Qinghe, what shall we do when this bottle is empty? There is no more liquor, and I have yet to satiate my thirst for revelry." Dai Yunhan shook the bottle, but not a single drop remained. "If we are out of drink, we must procure more. Someone, go fetch more wine." Since Dai Yunhan did not drink to his heart's content, his apology lacked sincerity. Thus, he must continue to drink. Dai Yunhan intercepted the maid, preventing her from purchasing wine, and remarked, "Brother Qinghe, their wine is quite unpalatable. Only my wine holds any allure. I possess some exquisite reserves in my dormitory. Shall we indulge in another round? Do you dare?" "Why would I not dare? As a prince, should I fear you?" he replied. "Let us go to your dormitory at once." Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan realized that Shui Qinghe was thoroughly intoxicated. His character, under normal circumstances, would never permit such arrogant declarations. His current state indicated a disarray of thought. This was precisely in line with Dai Yunhan's intentions. "Very well, let us depart at once." Dai Yunhan immediately rose to her feet, resting her hand upon Shui Qinghe's shoulder as they departed. Douluo hesitated for a moment, sensing the lateness of the hour and deeming it inappropriate. He stepped forward and said, "Young man, it's rather late to continue drinking. His Royal Highness should also return to the palace." Dai Yunhan feigned a casual demeanor, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. "My encounter with His Highness the Crown Prince is as familiar as ever. We are good brothers. What harm is there in sharing a drink? It is not as though I cannot accommodate him. If you suspect I would bring him any harm, then you should join us," he declared, before leading Shui Qinghe away. Zhu Zhuqing, ever considerate, approached and offered her support to Dai Yunhan. However, as Dai Yunhan was already assisting Shui Qinghe, her help was rendered unnecessary. Douluo observed the retreating figures of the trio and, with a resigned sigh, decided to follow. Ultimately, this predicament had originated from his own actions. He had begun to discern that Dai Yunhan was somewhat petty. Despite ostensibly accepting his apology, there lingered a hint of discontent in his heart. Yet, unable to express his frustration openly, Douluo redirected his ire towards Shui Qinghe. His aim was to intoxicate Shui Qinghe to the point of oblivion, leaving him with a lasting impression. With a shake of his head, Douluo lamented the childishness of the young man. Upon exiting the hotel, a gentle breeze revitalized the spirits of the group. Supported by Dai Yunhan, Shui Qinghe's eyelids fluttered in fatigue, yet he stubbornly fought to remain alert. Glancing ahead, he pondered aloud, "Why does the road appear slanted? Someone, straighten the road for me." "You are inebriated. The road is indeed straight," Dai Yunhan replied with a chuckle. "Nonsense. The road is clearly askew. Those despicable corrupt officials have even managed to construct a crooked road. Just wait until tomorrow. I shall raid their homes." Shui Qinghe retorted in indignation. Dai Yunhan smiled softly, realizing that this fellow was too intoxicated to stand. She promptly helped him into the carriage and instructed the driver to head towards her dormitory. Throughout the journey, Dai Yunhan engaged in conversation with Shui Qinghe, urging him not to succumb to sleep, lest her plans be thwarted. At last, they arrived at the dormitory. Dai Yunhan emerged from the room with a bottle of white liquor, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to bring forth some appetizers to accompany their drink. In pursuit of a more conducive environment for their plans, Dai Yunhan led him to the bedroom for their libations. Douluo found this somewhat peculiar. Why forsake the dining area for the bedroom? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns. He did not suspect that Dai Yunhan would harm Shui Qinghe. At least not at this moment. In the bedroom, they raised their glasses, pouring the liquor. The two clinked their glasses together and downed it with the same hearty enthusiasm as before. However, after consuming that one glass, Shui Qinghe suddenly collapsed. Resting his head on the table, he had become utterly intoxicated and slipped into unconsciousness. Dai Yunhan broke into a grin, then gently nudged him to ascertain whether he was truly in slumber. Clearly, he was devoid of consciousness, resembling a lifeless swine, utterly still. Dai Yunhan also unsteadily rose to his feet. At this moment, he was indeed at the end of his strength. Clinging to the last vestige of clarity, he gently laid Shui Qinghe down upon the bed, before collapsing beside him with a soft thud. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing entered, carrying a platter of dishes. Dai Yunhan could only murmur, "Wife, I cannot accompany you to sleep tonight." Having said that, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling helpless, began to tidy up the belongings in the room. She genuinely could not comprehend why her man felt the need to grow so close to a prince who might one day become an adversary. Did he not fear that their current amiability could lead to life and death confrontations in the future? Nevertheless, it was her husband's decision, and she chose not to pry further. Once she had organized everything, she casually closed the door behind her. As she descended the stairs, Douluo noticed the items in her hands and inquired, "Are they not drinking anymore?" "They have already fallen asleep," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "Asleep so soon? I thought they would drink through the night," Douluo remarked, pouting slightly. "Their drinking capacity is rather unimpressive." He then stood up, adding, "Since they are asleep, we should return." "Grandfather, shall we not concern ourselves with His Highness the Crown Prince?" Douluo asked. Under normal circumstances, the Crown Prince was not permitted to spend the night outside to prevent assassination attempts. Douluo shook his head, assuring, "Do not worry. His Highness will be safe." Xueqinghe was currently in Dai Yunhan's dormitory, and its level of security was akin to that of Dai Yunhan in the Douluo Empire. Not only was assassination impossible, but protection was also imperative. Otherwise, if either one of them were to face peril, the other would undoubtedly be implicated. After exiting, he instructed the guards to ensure the villa's security and prevent any intrusions before leaving. Douluo cast a glance at the room, feeling a tinge of reluctance, but ultimately followed suit. Once they had departed, Zhu Zhuqing simply washed up before retiring to another room for the night. Chapter 59. Lung capacity practiced since age 6 morning arrived. Gentle sunlight streamed across Xueqinghe's face, coaxing him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an unfamiliar environment, instantly raising his vigilance. However, he soon felt something heavy pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. To his astonishment, it was an arm. Turning to face its owner revealed a strikingly handsome man's visage. A man. Xueqinghe abruptly sat up, bewildered as to how a man could be in his bed. Anger flared in his eyes, but as he recognized the face of Dai Yunhan, memories of the previous night began to resurface. Was he hosting a banquet at the hotel? How did he end up here? Where exactly was this place? At that moment, Dai Yunhan also stirred awake. Upon seeing Xueqinghe, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. "Big brother Qinghe, you are awake." Xueqinghe glanced down at himself, relieved to find his clothes intact, his trousers still worn. Yet, relief quickly morphed into a profound sense of humiliation and fury. How could he have shared a bed with a man? This was utterly unacceptable. He was a woman, a young lady in her 20s. Throughout her life, she had never even shared a bed with her own mother, and yet here she was, lying beside a man. Such a situation was simply intolerable. Frustration coursed through her. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted. She longed to slap the smirking man before her, but she refrained. Where was this place? Xueqinghe struggled to suppress his anger. He had no desire to see this man for even a moment. "This is my home. We were drinking here last night, and you got drunk. So you fell asleep at my place," Dai Yunhan explained, sensing Xueqinghe's discontent. Yet, internally, he reveled in the other's discomfort. It was an exhilarating sensation, akin to being able to tease a girl who clearly despised you but had no choice but to endure your advances. "All right, I admit it. I am a bit of a pervert," Dai Yunhan conceded. "Then why did you sleep next to me?" Xueqinghe demanded. "I do not know. I was drunk as well." Dai Yunhan replied with a smile, adding, "Is your head still spinning? Would you like to drink a bit more? A remedy for the hangover." "I am perfectly fine," Xueqinghe stated, turning and making his way outside. Upon witnessing his irritable demeanor, Dai Yunhan felt an increased sense of joy within. He refrained from pursuing him, recognizing that Xueqinghe was currently quite upset and required a moment to alleviate his feelings. Had he approached at that moment? Although Xueqinghe might have tolerated it given his temperament, the possibility of an unforeseen reaction loomed. Thus, after rising, he proceeded directly to take a shower, wishing to dissipate the lingering scent of alcohol. Once he had completed his bath and descended the stairs, he found Zhu Zhuqing had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan, she remarked, "His Highness has already departed. I invited him for breakfast, but he chose not to eat. If he doesn't wish to partake, so be it. I shall dine alone." Subsequently, he approached Zhu Zhuqing, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and bestowed a deep kiss upon her. As he drew away, Zhu Zhuqing wrinkled her brow in disdain. "Your breath reeks of alcohol. I feel as though I might be intoxicated by your kiss." To which he replied, "You're not drunk on alcohol, but rather on my essence." "How conceited," she retorted. "I am not conceited. It is you who is enamored. He countered with a charming smile. Zhu Zhuqing shot him an incredulous glance. Dai Yunhan paused in her movements, a playful smirk gracing her lips at a 15-degree angle. Am I not smooth enough for you? Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, she once again silenced her with a kiss. Their tongues danced together, and moments later, Zhu Zhuqing gasped. Her face flushed. Are you trying to kiss me to death, hoping to inherit my soul bone? Absolutely not. What do you mean not possible? Dai Yunhan's voice took on a teasing tone. Have you not noticed your lung capacity increasing? A peculiar smile flickered across her face. Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed by her words, sensed something ominous in Dai Yunhan's mischievous gaze. As predicted, in the next instant, Dai Yunhan grasped her shoulders and compelled her to crouch down. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils dilated in shock. Have you lost your mind? This is the kitchen. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of splashing water interrupted her. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended the true meaning of lung capacity. Half an hour later, the two sat at the dining table, ready to partake in breakfast. Although the meal had grown cold, Dai Yunhan found it exceptionally delightful. Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks aflame, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Dai Yunhan's eyes. She suddenly realized that she had perhaps indulged him excessively. Since she had taken that significant step previously, it felt as if she had unwittingly released him from his restraints. He had become increasingly audacious, brazen, and exhilarating. Coughing softly, she reflected, this is no longer about me sweetening his life. It is he who has turned my life into a trial. This was a detrimental habit that needed correction. She resolutely refused to allow it to continue. Casting a reproachful glance at the grinning Dai Yunhan, she recalled his earlier comment about lung capacity, and understanding dawned upon her. From the very first kiss, he had been subtly extending their moments of intimacy. Previously oblivious, she now recognized that his intentions had been premeditated all along. What a rascal he was. Plotting this 6 years ago. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly speared a sausage from Dai Yunhan's plate with a fork, deliberately waving it before him. With a final warning glance, she brought it to her mouth, biting down with a satisfying crunch, severing it in two. Dai Yunhan's mischievous grin faltered. A chill sweeping over him. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his trepidation, felt a surge of triumph within. Should he dare to be so uncouth again, I shall render him perpetually uncouth. After breakfast, the two proceeded to their classes. Following her absorption of the third spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing had ascended to the same class as Dai Yunhan. With her recent elevation in spirit power, she was poised to join the Soul Master class. However, Dai Yunhan wished to conceal her advancement, as it was too extraordinary and might incite envy. Thus, he advised Zhu Zhuqing to attend theoretical lessons daily, devoting the remainder of her time to personal training. As for the organized practical exercises, she would refrain from participation. Given her status, the instructors refrained from imposing any obligations upon her. The morning's theoretical lessons concluded. The afternoon was reserved for collective spirit power cultivation. Dai Yunhan required no cultivation, thus he reclined in slumber, while Zhu Zhuqing quietly sat beside him, engrossed in her practice. At that moment, Dai Yunhan noticed Qin Ming approaching Yi Lingling. Chapter 60. Envying the nobility every day. Yi Lingling, how have you reflected upon our last conversation? Qin Ming inquired. Teacher Qin, I have given it thought, but I do not wish to join the Imperial combat team, Yi Lingling replied, echoing her previous stance. However, this time, Qin Ming appeared prepared, asserting, Yi Lingling, I understand that certain constraints may hinder your decision-making, yet I implore you to recognize that you should not be confined. A brighter future awaits you. Thank you. Teacher, I am aware, Yi Lingling responded with an air of indifference. Qin Ming sensed her dismissal. A flicker of annoyance crossing his features, yet he maintained his composure, saying, should you join the Imperial combat team, I can specially request training funds for you. This amount is substantial and could alleviate many of your concerns. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling momentarily faltered, revealing that Qin Ming had struck a nerve. He was evidently cognizant of her familial circumstances. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her decision. I will consider it earnestly. With those words, Yi Lingling chose not to linger and departed. Dai Yunhan attentively observed the unfolding scene, contemplating the words of Hua Fei. He surmised that Yi Lingling might very well consent to join the Imperial battle team following this incident. Consequently, this realization diminished his own prospects. Recalling the favorable impression Yi Lingling had previously shown him, Dai Yunhan felt compelled to take the initiative. Otherwise, she might soon find herself enamored by another. Seizing the moment during class, he discreetly informed Zhu Zhuqing before hastening outside. Upon exiting the academy, Dai Yunhan set his sights resolutely on the mercenary guild. The mercenary guild resembled the mercenary groups found in Western fantasy realms, where individuals undertook tasks in exchange for remuneration. Predominantly comprised of lower-ranked soul masters or those who preferred solitary cultivation. Naturally, as time progressed, the complexities of the factions within evolved. Upon arriving at the guild, Dai Yunhan approached the reception desk, where he encountered a strikingly beautiful young woman with an ample bosom. Her sweet demeanor conveyed a genuine attentiveness to every patron. "Hello. How may I assist you today?" The charming receptionist inquired with a warm smile. Dai Yunhan expressed her desire to locate an individual named Huafei, a mercenary. "I apologize, but customers are not permitted to directly inquire about the identities of mercenaries due to privacy protection regulations," came the response. "How then can I find him?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "Esteemed guest, you may seek him by posting a task. It is indeed a commendable approach." Dai Yunhan nodded slightly and promptly instructed her to issue the task. The ample-chested sister then engaged in a flurry of activity, and after a minute, she smiled as she presented a bill, seeking a mercenary for the Firefly mission. It was categorized as a simple level task with a fee of 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold coins? For merely seeking an individual, how could it be so exorbitant? Dai Yunhan was taken aback. It seemed that this employment agency was quite lucrative, which explained why Yi Lingling had come here to earn some money. She pulled out 10 gold coins and handed them to the well-endowed sister. Just as she tucked the coins away, a voice chimed in, "Oh dear. Having money doesn't mean you should squander it so recklessly. If you wish to seek my services, you could simply hand me the money directly, rather than posting a task. Look at that. You've just lost 3 gold coins in fees." Dai Yunhan turned around and beheld the very person he had been searching for, Huafei. To his astonishment, the efficiency of the guild was remarkably high. It seemed that spending 10 gold coins was indeed justified. Huafei approached Dai Yunhan with a hearty laugh. Then donned an expression of disappointment as if lamenting the shortcomings of the wealthy. "I truly fail to understand you affluent individuals," he sighed. As he spoke, he produced a token-like object and handed it to the buxom lady. After a brief series of operations, she returned the token to Huafei, stating, "After deducting a service fee of 3 gold soul coins, you will receive 7 gold soul coins." She then turned to Dai Yunhan and said, "Esteemed guest, your task has been completed. May I inquire if there are any other services you require?" "None, thank you," he replied, then glanced back at Huafei. "So, it was you who took on the task. I didn't realize your speed in accepting jobs was so impressive. What can I say? Our family is not well off, and I have a younger sister to support. I have to be quick," Huafei replied proudly. Today, he considered this payment to be the easiest money he had ever earned. He recalled the last time he had earned money with such ease. It had been quite a while. Indeed, the dexterity honed over 30 years of singlehood was not in vain. "Brother, speak up. What brings you to me?" Huafei inquired next. Dai Yunhan's visit to him undoubtedly carries significance beyond mere personal intent. "I wish for you to." Before Dai Yunhan could finish her words, Huafei had already taken her out of the mercenary guild. Dai Yunhan felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of his companion's intentions. After a while, they emerged and distanced themselves. Arriving at a dilapidated alleyway, it was only then that Huafei relaxed and said, "All right, now you may speak. Why step outside? Wasn't it quite pleasant inside? We could enjoy tea and coffee, and there was a lovely lady to behold," Dai Yunhan inquired. He was perplexed by the filthy surroundings. After all, he was not there to commit a crime. Upon hearing this, Huafei recognized Dai Yunhan's naivety and replied, "Are you here to request my assistance?" "Indeed. Then it makes sense. If you were to voice your request within the guild, it would be considered a guild task, incurring a service fee. However, if we discuss it here, it shall be deemed a private matter, free from such charges." "Understood," Dai Yunhan realized, drawing a parallel to the unlicensed taxis outside a bus station in his previous life. Seeing he comprehended, Huafei promptly asked, "Now, what brings you to me?" "I seek to gather information." "What kind of information?" "News regarding Yi Lingling." At this, Huafei momentarily paused, then exhibited an expression that suggested mutual understanding. "Is this concerning the Magic Wolf Guild's attempts to intimidate Yi Lingling?" "Yes, I wish to know the specific timeline and their ongoing movements," Dai Yunhan replied. "You have such a beautiful woman by your side, yet you still have your sights set on Yi Lingling? What do you mean by set my sights?" "I merely wish to assist her." "No need for explanations," Huafei interjected, raising a hand to halt Dai Yunhan's words. "I understand. I simply harbor a pure envy. Not for couples or celestial beings, but for the aristocracy that revels in opulence each day." He then extended his hand and declared, 100 gold soul coins. Are you charging such an exorbitant fee? Dai Yunhan was astonished. 100 gold soul coins could indeed purchase a 1,000-year soul ring. Is it truly expensive? One must realize that this is Yulingling, an unparalleled support and strikingly beautiful. Were it not for my own limitations, I would have eagerly offered my assistance. Moreover, considering the debt of gratitude I owe you for saving me, the price has already been significantly reduced. Very well, 100 it shall be. Chapter 61. The dispute begins between Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan. Dai Yunhan, weary of haggling, decided to simply hand over 100 gold soul coins from his soul guide ring, knowing that money was no object for him. Fire Fei, witnessing the seemingly effortless procurement of wealth, felt a pang of envy. Such rare storage soul guides were exceedingly scarce in the market. I suddenly feel I might be shortchanged. Could we possibly negotiate a bit more? He mused, a playful grin on his face. Nevertheless, perhaps it's best to let it be. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. After all, we are brothers in arms. Fire Fei understood the value of restraint, aware that while some nobles appeared congenial, their hearts often harbored darkness. As a solitary mercenary, offending a powerful figure like Dai Yunhan could prove perilous to his very existence. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should there be any developments, notify me immediately. I shall be at the Tiando Royal Academy. With that, Dai Yunhan turned to depart. After he was out of sight, Fire Fei collected the coins and let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, 4 or 5 figures emerged from the shadows. Boss? You heard the conversation, correct? We must act immediately and maintain a 24-hour surveillance. Yes. Meanwhile, upon returning to the academy, Dai Yunhan found that classes had concluded. He made his way directly to his dormitory. As he arrived, he noticed a solitary figure seated in the courtyard, waiting Du Guyan. She appeared desolate, perched on a chair, seemingly isolated from the vibrant flowers and foliage surrounding her. Is Zhu Zhuqing not home? Why are you sitting here? Dai Yunhan inquired as he approached her. She lifted her gaze, the dimness in her eyes mingling with the surrounding colors. Then why not go inside? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing Dai Yunhan. Darling, you're back. I've prepared dinner. She rushed into his embrace, bestowing upon him a warm welcome home kiss, entirely oblivious to Du Guyan's presence nearby. Dai Yunhan gently patted her back and then turned to Du Guyan, inquiring, Have you eaten? Would you care to join me? Du Guyan replied, Perhaps I shall pass this time. I think I will head back. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, she lowered her head, veiling her expression, and then proceeded to walk outside. Dai Yunhan did not impede her. She merely sensed that something about her seemed peculiar today. Zhu Zhuqing also did not retain her, as she had never intended for her to come, firmly grasping Dai Yunhan's hand as they entered the house. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Du Guyan halted her steps, glancing back with a profound sense of desolation in her eyes. Since returning from the Sunset Forest, Du Guyan had engaged in a thorough introspection regarding her feelings, yet after 2 days, she remained unable to discern her true emotions. Previously, she had deemed Dai Yunhan as her sole salvation, willing to relinquish many things for the sake of their reunion. However, with the removal of the toxins within her, Du Guyan had become a liberated individual, and at this juncture, her feelings for Dai Yunhan had transformed into a more rational perspective, no longer driven by ulterior motives. Now, she leaned more towards sentimentality. Yet, in the span of 2 days, rather than gaining clarity, her heart became increasingly muddled. On one hand, she questioned whether she genuinely harbored affection for Dai Yunhan, while on the other, she pondered whether she could accept Zhu Zhuqing's rightful presence, should her feelings be genuine. For in her heart, ingrained since childhood, was the belief that her man should love her exclusively, without the presence of others. Thus, the intertwining of sentiment and the constraints of reality left her mind in disarray. Consequently, she sought out Dai Yunhan today. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. The body does not lie. She believed that if she could coexist harmoniously with Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, it would indicate her love for Dai Yunhan and her acceptance of Zhu Zhuqing's existence. Conversely, if the 3 of them could not coexist peacefully or if it stirred emotional turmoil within her, it would signify her inability to accept the situation, compelling her to choose departure. Unbeknownst to her, love, that inherently selfish entity, is not merely a matter of one person claiming another. Others too yearn for exclusive possession. She wished to experiment, yet there was no guarantee of a warm welcome. That person was Zhu Zhuqing. Before Dai Yunhan's return, Zhu Zhuqing had already engaged in a brief conversation with Du Guyan at the door. Although Zhu Zhuqing's words were not particularly subtle, Each sentence conveyed her unmistakable disdain for Zhu Zhuqing. The first reason was subjective. No woman would willingly share her man with another. Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Despite Dai Yunhan's unique status, which assured that he would inevitably attract other women, Zhu Zhuqing hoped for the fewer, the better, ideally, none at all. Her aversion towards Zhu Zhuqing had been established the moment Zhu Zhuqing exhibited affection for Dai Yunhan. The second reason was objective. Zhu Zhuqing believed that it was Zhu Zhuqing's fault that Dai Yunhan had been captured by the poisoned Douluo. Even though Dai Yunhan had returned safely, bearing celestial herbs, it did not erase the fact that Zhu Zhuqing was the primary catalyst for that incident. Zhu Zhuqing even felt that if Dai Yunhan had not possessed remarkable abilities, he might never have returned. His return was due to his own prowess, not Zhu Zhuqing's assistance. Thus, even though Dai Yunhan had reconciled with Zhu Zhuqing's animosity towards Zhu Zhuqing remained unabated. Zhu Zhuqing, naturally, sensed Zhu Zhuqing's indifference towards her. In the past, she might have boldly entered to dine, but after Zhu Zhuqing had made her sentiments clear, she could no longer act so nonchalantly. Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing her part in Dai Yunhan's abduction, felt a shared responsibility. Had she articulated her thoughts sooner or recognized the malevolence of Yu Tianheng, such an incident might have been averted. It is worth noting that after Dai Yunhan was captured by Zhu Zhuqing, he did not emerge unscathed. He endured real torment. Were it not for Dai Yunhan's formidable strength, it was likely that another person would have perished. This was why Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to refute Zhu Zhuqing's outpouring of grievances. She dared not enter the house and instead sat alone in the courtyard. Upon witnessing the intimate gestures between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, a pang of sorrow welled up within her. She suddenly became acutely aware of a more pressing issue. Even if she liked Dai Yunhan, did he reciprocate her feelings? Chapter 62. Truly, more authentic than steamed buns previously. After a month of courtship, her relationship with Dai Yunhan had indeed progressed well, yet it had not reached the level of a romantic partnership. While she had been preoccupied with her own dilemmas, she neglected the reciprocal nature of love. If Dai Yunhan did not harbor feelings for her, what did it matter if she accepted Zhu Zhuqing's existence? Moreover, aside from Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing now held a strong aversion towards her. She realized that her thinking had been naive. Dai Yunhan was not an object to be claimed, and his affections would not simply align with hers. She felt somewhat like a fool. Turning away, she sighed, her eyes clouded, and once again, she felt out of place in her surroundings. The following day, shortly after Dai Yunhan awoke, he received a message from the gatekeeper, informing him that someone named Hua Fei was seeking him. Dai Yunhan discerned that there must have been some movement on Yilingling's side. Subsequently, he briefed Zhu Zhuqing before stepping outside. Awaiting him at the entrance was Hua Fei. Upon seeing him emerge, Hua Fei immediately spoke. Last night, the Demon Wolf gang colluded with the casino to set a trap for Yi Tiancheng, leading him to incur a colossal debt. He is currently imprisoned within the casino, and Yi Lingling is hastening to his aid. Yi Tiancheng is none other than Yi Lingling's father. Why didn't you inform me of this last night? Dai Yunhan inquired, his urgency palpable. If I had told you last night, how would you have played the hero today? Hua Fei retorted. Dai Yunhan realized the validity of this point, momentarily forgetting about it. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret regarding the expenditure of time on an event that had occurred the previous night, only to learn of it now. Where is it? Take me there now. Are you going alone? Why not? Should I bring my wife along? Dai Yunhan replied. Such escapades in pursuit of romance surely do not warrant the presence of one's primary partner, do they? What assistance could she possibly offer? However, Hua Fei interjected. I did not mean it in that manner. I was merely questioning whether it might be too perilous for you to venture alone. The leader of the Demon Wolf gang is a sole emperor of over 60 levels, and he commands dozens of subordinates. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at Hua Fei and suddenly remarked, as a Soul King, it seems improbable that you lack any influence. Are you seeking my assistance to deal with the Demon Wolf clan? Dai Yunhan did not explicitly state her intentions. She merely remarked that if one wished to earn such money, it was not impossible. However, to her surprise, Hua Fei shook his head and replied, I do have a few associates, yet I personally prefer to operate alone, thus I have not formed a mercenary group. I fear I cannot be of assistance to you. Very well, then. Dai Yunhan merely spoke without conviction. He did not genuinely require the assistance of Hua Fei. The two Soul Emperors and a Soul Saint behind him were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, within the confines of Heaven Do City, he possessed numerous means to rescue individuals. However, at that moment, Hua Fei unexpectedly interjected, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Although I cannot assist you in dealing with the Demon Wolf Brigade. Should you find yourself in peril, I can extricate you from danger. You? Dai Yunhan expressed astonishment. Aren't you afraid, considering he is a Soul Emperor? What of it? Hua Fei replied dismissively, if I cannot defeat him, can I not still evade him? Regardless, I can assure you with absolute certainty that I can save your life. Forget it. I do not require your help. Dai Yunhan waved his hand dismissively. Are you truly certain? Hua Fei inquired, somewhat incredulous. Indeed. More assured than the steaming of buns. Then it is your choice, but remember, you may need me at any time. Soon. The two arrived at the Grand Casino of Heavendale. This establishment was the largest in the city, raking in gold effortlessly. Most importantly, it was owned by the same proprietor as the Seoul Arena of Heavendale City, wielding both wealth and substantial influence. Dai Yunhan stepped inside, instantly enveloped by a sensation reminiscent of her childhood visits to the arcade in narrow alleyways. Initially, she felt a disconcerting sense of alienation, yet soon, she found herself harmonizing with the vibrant atmosphere. Where are they? They are in the private room upstairs, but do not rush. Yi Lingling is still on her way. If you wish to win her affection, first allow her to experience despair, and then, in a moment of crisis, offer her a glimmer of hope, suggested Hua Fei. Dai Yunhan cast a surprised glance at him, exclaiming, Brother, your mind is so clear. How can your reflexes be so swift? Ahem. Hua Fei shot him a disdainful look and corrected him. A clear mind and quick reflexes are not inherently related. Please do not conflate the two. Now, repeat after me. You're not still a novice, are you? Who's a novice? Hua Fei's face flushed crimson as he defended himself. I toil every night, diligently completing my assignments. Really? More genuine than steaming buns. A beauty. Arrange for him a VIP attendant. I shall cover the cost. Dai Yunhan promptly approached the front desk and spoke to the charming attendant. The attendant, clad in an adorable bunny outfit, had her ample bosom partially exposed, and her black fishnet stockings embraced her voluptuous thighs, captivating the gaze of onlookers. Sir, what type of attendant do you prefer? The front desk attendant smiled sweetly, seemingly unfazed by Dai Yunhan's scrutiny, for her attire was indeed meant to entice. Just a bunny girl like you will do, but no fishnet stockings. I prefer black silk. Real men appreciate black silk, not that nonsense of fishnet stockings. Understood. How many would you like? Certainly one for each of us. But his must be the kind that is quite accommodating. Dai Yunhan elaborated on the conditions. Rest assured, sir, that the VIP service is well aware of shyness and does not understand the concept of refusal. The front desk lady, upon seeing this, also appeared to be rather flirtatious, speaking in a rather suggestive manner. And what about you, sir? Dai Yunhan stated, I prefer simplicity. Aside from a bunny girl dressed in black stockings, she should be around 1.7 meters tall, beautiful, with long legs, a slender waist, a sweet voice, expressive eyes, and fair, smooth skin. She should be adept at calling me brother and cheering for me. For now, that will suffice. The receptionist appeared somewhat bewildered. Sir, your request is indeed quite straightforward. However, the receptionist was efficient and soon completed the registration. At that moment, Hua Fei finally realized what was happening. Wait, are you serious? He exclaimed, a look of panic flashing in his eyes, his legs instinctively wanting to flee. Of course, I am serious. It's more genuine than steaming buns. As they spoke, two beautiful women approached, both clad in bunny girl attire, sweet and charming in appearance, yet with elongated figures. One was of average height. The woman of average height gently took Hua Fei's arm and said, Hello, sir. I am Tutu, your dedicated VIP attendant. The other woman also approached, but Dai Yunhan preemptively halted her advances. She did not mind, merely stating, Hello, sir. I am Duo. Hua Fei was instantly electrified by the gentle touch, stiffly turning his head to see a sweet and tender face, aptly named, indeed, very much like a bunny. Moreover, her features were quite bunny-like as well, a truly exquisite beauty. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Tutu seemed to understand his intentions, tightening her embrace. Hua Fei's face flushed as he looked toward Dai Yunhan, pleading for help. Dai Yunhan, however, disregarded him, saying, Aren't you required to work on the construction and mining operations every night? Why do you seem so timid now? Regardless, I have already spent my money, so do as you please. Firefly immediately intended to send Rabbit away. Yet, at that moment, Dai Yunhan spoke again. Oh, by the way, the VIP service fee is rather steep, 20 golden soul coins. After stating this, Dai Yunhan departed with his companion. Upon hearing this, Firefly's hand, which was withdrawing, abruptly halted. 20 golden soul coins. Damn it, one shouldn't squander money in such a manner. 20 golden soul coins were more than he earned from a single task. It was utterly outrageous. Master, come and play with Rabbit. At that moment, Rabbit's delicate voice echoed, and she clung affectionately to his arm. Firefly could hardly withstand such a test. He was merely an ordinary person, not a high-ranking official. Swallowing hard, he found himself unable to resist. Clearly, Rabbit was perceptive. Noticing the desire kindling in Firefly's eyes, she led him toward the VIP lounge. Firefly wished to struggle, but the thought of those 20 golden soul coins made him relent. I simply do not want to waste money. On the other side, Dai Yunhan and the bunny girl, Duo, ascended directly to the second floor. The second floor housed the VIP casino, a realm not accessible to the average person. Only the exceptionally wealthy were permitted entry. Newcomers could ascend in two ways. One was to present proof of assets at the front desk, requiring a minimum of 10,000 golden soul coins. The other method was far more lenient, needing only to summon a VIP attendant. This approach catered to those with some wealth, but not substantial amounts, aiming to stimulate their desires and amplify their ambitions. Moreover, the presence of beautiful women could easily distract them, ensuring the casino maximized its profits. Thus, the existence of every individual within the casino held profound significance. Yet, their ultimate aim was to drain your wallet. Dai Yunhan, disinterested in obtaining proof of assets, thus ordered a bunny girl. With her company, he ascended effortlessly, selecting a spot with a broad view to sit down, gambling while keeping an eye on the entrance for Yulingling's arrival. Though gambling was not to his liking, in a casino, abstaining was an anomaly. Consequently, he instructed Duo to exchange for chips and began to wager at the table. He bet modestly, starting with 10 gold soul coins, placing the same amount for each wager. The game involved guessing high or low. Remarkably, luck seemed to favor him, as he won 7 out of 10 rounds, amassing over 100 gold soul coins in no time. This could be described as the so-called novice's halo. However, he remained indifferent to such gains. His anticipation lay solely with Yulingling. Just as he accumulated over 200 gold soul coins, Yulingling finally made her entrance. In that very moment, a subordinate approached her, exchanging a few words before she, with a cold demeanor, followed him upstairs. Dai Yunhan fixed her gaze upon Yulingling. After witnessing her enter a room, Dai Yunhan rose and departed as well. She subsequently arrived at the adjacent room where Yulingling had entered, and Duo followed her in. However, upon entering, she immediately began to disrobe. "What are you doing?" Dai Yunhan was still somewhat taken aback. Duo smiled gently and said, "My lord is jesting. This is the VIP lounge. You have come here to rest, and I am naturally here to attend to your needs. No need for that. Just put on your clothes and bring me something to eat," Dai Yunhan replied firmly. While he had an affinity for women, he was not inclined to engage with just any of them. He could flirt with all beautiful women. Yet his heart and body would only fervently respond to someone he truly loved. Duo paused her movements, then obediently donned her clothing and stepped outside to prepare some food. Dai Yunhan was not unfamiliar with such individuals. The casino housed all manner of characters, eccentric and diverse. Her role was merely to comply obediently. At that moment, she focused intently on the sounds from the adjacent room. The soundproofing was remarkably effective, rendering her unable to discern much. However, when she exerted her soul power, clarity emerged. "Release my father. How much does he owe you? I shall repay." In the room, Yulingling spoke with chilling indifference. Before her stood 3 men. One of them slumped pitifully on the floor, disheveled and lethargic, exuding a strong odor of alcohol, utterly oblivious to the external turmoil. He was Yulingling's father, Yu Tiancheng. The other 2 were distinct. One, slender and short, was impeccably dressed in understated elegance, serving as a dealer at the Tiando Grand Casino. Tasked with selecting patrons of potential value, he profited through various means, including loans that exploited gamblers repeatedly. The last man was fierce-looking, his face marred by a scar, with piercing eyes that resembled swords, perpetually aimed at you. He was the leader of the demon wolf gang, Lai Xiao. The dealer stepped forward, stating, "Your father owes us a total of 13,000 gold soul coins, principal and interest included. Repay us now, and he may leave with you." Upon hearing this sum, Yulingling's complexion paled, her brows trembling involuntarily. 13,000 gold soul coins. How could it possibly be so much? Are you attempting to swindle me? Do not speak recklessly. Our casino values its reputation above all. The dealer interrupted her, producing a bill that detailed her father's borrowing history, asserting its authenticity. Yulingling examined the document and was appalled to discover the exorbitant interest rates, 1,000 gold soul coins, yielding only 900 upon receipt, with daily interest compounded. This was a blatant scheme. Do not be alarmed by the interest. Your father willingly borrowed it. The signature bears the resonance of soul power, rendering it irrefutable. Chapter 64. Dai Yunhan takes action. The dealer seemed aware of her impending inquiries, preemptively addressing her concerns. Our casino does not lend to just anyone. We are well aware of his circumstances. Lending him 1,000 gold soul coins was already a gesture of goodwill due to his noble status. The remaining sum was borrowed from Lai Xiao the Demon Wolf Gang, thus you need only repay our casino 3,000 gold soul coins. Yu Lingling stared incredulously at Lai Xiao. My father does not even know you. How could he have borrowed money from you? The casino may engage in deceit, yet they would leave you with some semblance of dignity. The Demon Wolf Gang, however, was notorious for their ruthlessness, a fact she was all too aware of. They not only extorted but also threatened lives. In the mercenary guild, many who sought their services had faced dire repercussions, such as fluctuating hiring fees, where promises made at the outset were reneged upon at task completion, leading to forced negotiations. They would also buy valuable items at pittance prices, among various other inhumane practices. In essence, they were a band of bullies, and had it not been for their status as the premier mercenary group, many would have long sought to eliminate them. Lai Xiao smirked with satisfaction. Your father may not know me, but he recognizes my subordinate. One of my men enjoys gambling, and they became acquainted. The money your father borrowed was from him, so I have every right to collect the debt. Although Yu Tianqing borrowed only 2,000 gold soul coins from Lai Xiao, the remaining 8,000 were merely interest. This was not a matter of borrowing all at once. Lai Xiao had strategically arranged for the loans to be dispersed incrementally until today, when the principal and interest had amassed to a staggering sum, revealing his long-held intentions towards Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling's expression was one of profound anguish as she gazed at the inebriated man on the floor. She could not fathom how a man could descend to such depths. Having squandered all their possessions, he now resorted to gambling with loan sharks. His addiction to gambling and alcohol left her questioning how she could possibly be related to such a father. I will repay the debt. I currently possess 1,000 gold soul coins, and I will gradually return the remainder. Deep within, Yu Lingling felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She was uncertain when this ordeal would reach its conclusion. Yet Lai Xiao scoffed dismissively. Gradually repay? What a laughable notion. He rose and approached her. How do you plan to repay? Once a month or daily? How much do you believe you can earn each day? The money you make from tasks barely covers the interest. How will you repay? His disdain was palpable. What do you intend to do? You are fully aware he has no means to repay at such exorbitant interest. Are you not being deliberate in this? Yu Lingling challenged. Lai Xiao unabashedly conceded. Yes. It was intentional. But how could I force him to borrow money if he was unwilling? Yu Lingling clenched her teeth, her violet eyes gleaming with icy resolve. I do not wish to engage in this banter. Tell me plainly, what is it that you desire? Dealing with an astute individual is indeed straightforward. Lai Xiao laughed heartily, leaning closer to her, his gaze piercing into her despairing eyes. It is simple. I require you as a means of exchange. You are delusional. Lai Xiao took a step back, spreading his hands in mock innocence before resuming his seat. Whether I am dreaming is contingent upon your decision, if you are willing. Then it is no dream. If you refuse, you will ultimately acquiesce. Lai Xiao raised an eyebrow and continued. Today marks the final deadline for your father's loan repayment. According to the terms of the contract, if he cannot repay today, one hand shall be severed. Should he fail to repay by tomorrow, his foot will follow suit. Do you believe you have the luxury of gradual repayment? Upon hearing this, a pained expression crossed Yu Lingling's face. If the debt remained unpaid, Yu Tianqing would meet his demise here. Repaying was impossible, leaving her with no choice but to barter her own body. She longed to flee from this nightmare. As throughout her life, Yu Tianqing had never fulfilled his role as a father. Since her earliest memories, he had been inebriated and lethargic. His presence or absence made no difference in their home. Yet she could not abandon him, for he was the only person in this world to whom she shared a blood bond. At some point, she found a semblance of calm. Gazing at the man slumped like a broken doll. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, her eyes reflecting a blade of despair. I can agree to your terms. But you must grant me one condition. What condition? The excitement on Lai Xiao's face was palpable. He was certain that Yu Lingling would agree, yet when she actually did, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. You are no longer permitted to lend him money. And the entire Tiando Grand Casino shall not extend any loans to him either. No problem. Lai Xiao replied readily. Yu Tiankai had merely been a tool for him to win Yu Lingling's affection. Now that he had secured her, the tool had lost its value. Lending money to a gambler who could not repay was an act of folly. As for the Grand Casino, it would certainly not lend money to Yu Tiankai either. With a family poorer than beggars, lending to him would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs, an endeavor destined for failure. Lai Xiao, filled with excitement, rose and approached Yu Lingling, his face adorned with a triumphant smile and an intense desire. He reached out with his rough hand to remove her veil. Having yet to behold Yu Lingling's true visage, and he was curious to see if she was as beautiful as the rumors suggested. Yu Lingling's eyes reflected her disdain, and she instinctively wished to retreat, but the muffled sounds of Yu Tiankai stirring in his slumber held her in place. The greed in Lai Zhao's gaze was unmistakable. Witnessing Yu Lingling's fear and helplessness greatly gratified his twisted desires, leaving him restless and eager. Yu Lingling, however, was enveloped in despair. Just as his hand was about to touch her veil, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a golden object struck Lai Zhao's hand, halting his advance. His face contorted in anger as he glanced at the golden soul coin that had fallen to the ground, then turned to the man entering through the doorway. "Who are you?" he coldly inquired. Chapter 65. The princes command me? "I am merely here to interrupt your little escapade," came the voice of Dai Yunhan. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Lingling looked at Dai Yunhan in disbelief. How could he possibly be here? Lai Xiao frowned, his aura flaring as he was displeased with the interruption. "You little brat, get out." "What? Do you intend to refuse the debt repayment? I am offering you money, and you would rather not accept it?" Dai Yunhan remained unfazed by Lai Zhao's menacing presence, maintaining his composure. Was Lai Xiao in pursuit of money at that moment? No. He sought something far more precious. He desired a woman. Thus, his aura intensified, and a ferocious demon wolf materialized behind him. "Do I need you to repay debts?" "I'll say it once more. Get out." Dai Yunhan, unhurried and composed, produced a golden card and declared, "Contained within are precisely 13,000 gold soul coins. I shall repay her debt." With that, she tossed the card onto the table. Turning her gaze towards the incensed Lai Xiao, she inquired, "Are you contemplating a physical altercation? Surely you haven't forgotten the rules of the Grand Casino?" Upon hearing her words, Lai Zhao's fierce demeanor faltered, his expression wavering in conflict, and he appeared to abandon any intention of escalating the situation. The rules of the Grand Casino clearly dictate that fighting is strictly prohibited within its confines. Those who dare to contravene this regulation face dire consequences, serving as a safeguard for the more vulnerable gamblers. However, this rule ceases to hold sway beyond the casino's threshold. Lai Xiao, clearly apprehensive of the formidable individuals behind the casino, retracted his martial spirit, yet his gaze grew even more menacing. "Who are you? And why have you come to disrupt my affairs?" Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. "Is it not a good thing for me as well? Just look at you. Such an aged man seeking a girl so young. Do you believe yourself worthy?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Yu Lingling, her frosty eyes now reflecting glimmers of hope, rendering her even more beautiful than before. "A girl as stunning and youthful as Yu Lingling ought to be with someone like me. You, old fellow, should refrain from indulging in such youthful pursuits. There is a saying you might be familiar with: an old cow grazing on tender grass may never be satisfied, whereas consuming mature grass is far more gratifying and fulfilling." "I'll be damned." Lai Xiao erupted in fury. "What I choose to consume is none of your concern. Let me tell you, if you dare to step out of this den, I will ensure you leave with broken legs." "Oh, is that so? I am utterly terrified." Dai Yunhan quivered mockingly, then waved his hand to reveal a token that materialized in his grasp. It was a golden token inscribed with the characters Crown Prince. This was the very token he had deceitfully obtained from Shui Qinghe, initially intended to facilitate his entry into the Crown Prince's palace to cozy up with Shui Qinghe. Little did he anticipate that his inaugural use of it would be in such a confrontation. Upon seeing the token, Lai Xiao's complexion darkened to a deep shade of crimson, utterly ghastly. "Are you affiliated with the Crown Prince's residence?" The Crown Prince reigns supreme in the Douluo Empire, second only to none, wielding terrifying power. Although he is formidable as a sole emperor, he is merely the leader of a mercenary guild. Even vast backgrounds cannot rival that of the Crown Prince. "Would you care to verify its authenticity?" Dai Yunhan asked with a cold smile. Lai Zhao's expression revealed his hesitation. He certainly wished to approach and inspect, yet he was utterly daunted by the prospect. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from the token unmistakably indicated its authenticity. Indeed, it could not possibly be a counterfeit. In Tiando City, who would dare to wield the prince's token to exert undue influence? That would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the Grand Casino of Tiando is rumored to be under the actual control of the prince's residence. To display the prince's token here would render any notion of a fake utterly implausible. Noticing his silence, Dai Yunhan stowed the token away and said, "The money is here. Hand me the IOU." Lai Xiao hesitated for a moment, seemingly in a struggle, but ultimately chose to capitulate. Regardless of Dai Yunhan's identity, the backing of the prince's residence meant he could effortlessly obliterate his entire demon wolf squad. Thus, even though he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, he dared not defy Dai Yunhan, presenting the IOU respectfully before him. Dai Yunhan took the ring, cast a glance, and placed it within. She then collected the golden card from the table. The principal of 2,000 gold soul coins had, in a mere month, accrued a staggering interest of 8,000. Such audacity, a blatant disregard for the law. With that, she retrieved 5,000 gold soul coins from the ring, stating that 3,000 would be returned to the casino, while the remaining 2,000 were for him. Do you have any objections? The interest rates at casinos are generally quite steep, yet they pale in comparison to the usury of Lai Xiao, who operates with a royal stake, ensuring that casinos do not act excessively ruthless. Lai Xiao's expression was one of discomfort, but he dared not voice any dissent. Not only was he unwilling to contest the return of 2,000 gold soul coins, but he would not even dare to object to receiving nothing at all. He hastily shook his head, expressing his lack of objections. Humph. Dai Yunhan let out a cold snort and then seized Yu Tianqing, striding outwards. His decision to return 2,000 gold soul coins to Lai Xiao was not without rationale. Firstly, should he refuse to exchange even a single coin, he could not guarantee that Lai Xiao would not resort to desperate measures and employ underhanded tactics. Secondly, if he were to return the entirety of the sum, Dai Yunhan believed it would not only be a loss but would also create a false impression in Lai Xiao's mind, leading him to think that Dai Yunhan was merely leveraging the power of the prince's residence. After all, if one truly had the backing of the princess palace, how could they be so magnanimous as to return every last coin? Thus, Dai Yunhan opted to exchange only 2,000, simultaneously demonstrating his dominance while providing Lai Xiao with a reason to refrain from desperation. Indeed, some individuals possess a proclivity for masochism without a modicum of hardship. They may perceive one as easily manipulated. Upon exiting the grand gambling house, however, the fellow known as Huafei had yet to emerge. Dai Yunhan paid him no mind and departed without a word. Yi Tianqing, reeking of alcohol, was so overpowering that it made Dai Yunhan feel nauseous. She truly could not comprehend how a father could descend into such depravity, remaining unfazed even as his own daughter was being traded away. Thank you. Yi Lingling walked beside Dai Yunhan, genuinely grateful for his timely intervention. I will repay you. As she spoke, Yi Lingling produced a bag containing 1,000 gold soul coins. Please take this for now. I will gradually return the remainder to you. Dai Yunhan took the bag and upon inspection, found it filled with substantial banknotes, scattered gold coins, and even some conspicuous copper coins. He handed it to Yi Lingling, saying, "Keep it for now. You can return it to me once you have gathered enough." Yi Lingling accepted the money pouch without any pretense of returning it to Dai Yunhan, fully aware that this sum was trivial for him. She murmured a simple thank you. Yet, this expression of gratitude lacked the elation typical of a survivor. Instead, it was imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Chapter 66. From this moment forth, you shall be my woman. Dai Yunhan was aware that she was concerned about the days to come. Where to now? Shall I take you home? Dai Yunhan shifted the topic and inquired. Yi Lingling glanced at Yu Tianqing and silently nodded. Subsequently, under Yu Lingling's guidance, Dai Yunhan arrived at her residence. It was the kind of noble estate that, at this moment, appeared forlorn. The entrance was littered with fallen leaves, and no one had bothered to clean, let alone a doorman to be seen. Upon entering the grand doorway, the interior unfolded in desolation. The garden was overgrown, with wild grasses flourishing unchecked, sprouting even through the cracks of the blue bricks. Traversing through the courtyard, they entered the main house, which mirrored the external emptiness in its somber, barren ambience. The furnishings were devoid of decoration, save for a few dust-laden chairs, leaving the space stark and unwelcoming. Yet, amidst the bleakness, a landscape painting hung on the wall, one that Dai Yunhan could not decipher. Carrying Yu Tianqing into the bedroom, Dai Yunhan was taken aback to find it surprisingly well appointed. The room was furnished with a complete set of tables and chairs, pristine and untouched by dust, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. However, she noted with intrigue that many items within were distinctly feminine, including a striking portrait of a woman hanging on the wall, whose features bore a resemblance to Yi Lingling. Though this was merely in demeanor and expression, for Dai Yunhan had yet to witness Yi Lingling's appearance. Moreover, the most prominent feature of the room was a potted begonia, placed by the window where the cleanliness was remarkable, and the flower had been meticulously tended to. In full bloom, it exuded a refreshing fragrance that instilled tranquility. After gently laying Yu Tianqing upon the bed, Dai Yunhan and Yi Lingling exited the room. Can you tell me why your father has become this way? Dai Yunhan sought to understand Yi Lingling's family, believing it essential to pursue her. To her surprise, Yi Lingling shook her head. I don't know either. He has been like this since my earliest memories. This revelation took Dai Yunhan aback. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly asked, "Do you wish to change him?" Lingling's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again as she replied, "He hardly speaks to me. Even if I wanted to change him, I feel powerless. I have a plan that might work, but it requires your cooperation." "What plan?" Dai Yunhan smiled. Yet her gaze suddenly took on a peculiar intensity. Lingling sensed an ominous shift, but she resolutely maintained her gaze upon her. Dai Yunhan produced the promissory note she had just obtained from Lai Xiao, then fixed a seemingly amused gaze upon Lingling. The plan was to execute Lai Xiao's recent scheme. "What do you mean?" A flicker of fear appeared in Lingling's eyes. Lai Xiao's recent scheme? Was it not merely to possess her body? This implied that Dai Yunhan harbored similar intentions. Upon witnessing the renewed glimmer of helplessness in her eyes, Dai Yunhan immediately clarified. "Do not misunderstand. I merely meant that we should superficially engage in this plan. Perhaps once your father learns of your plight, he may reconsider and awaken to the reality." At these words, Lingling's anxious heart began to settle slightly. She had just feared that having escaped from one perilous situation, she was plunging into another. Dai Yunhan is truly a fierce tiger. However, what if this provokes my father into taking extreme actions? In cases of severe illness, one must apply potent remedies. Given your father's current state, conventional methods will undoubtedly prove ineffective. Only by shattering his entrenched shackles and making him aware of what is genuinely significant around him can he hope to transform. As for any extreme behavior, rest assured, I shall remain vigilant, and should any anomalies arise, I will promptly halt our course of action. Yet, Lingling wore a troubled expression, still harboring reservations about this plan. Nevertheless, considering Yi Tiancheng's current state of decline, she resolved to give it a try. "Very well, I shall comply. What is the first step?" "The first step is rather simple," Dai Yunhan suddenly smiled. Lingling gazed at his smile, and an unsettling premonition crept over her. Indeed, Dai Yunhan reached out, aiming directly for her veil. "The first step, naturally, is to blur the lines between the real and the false. Thus, allow me to behold your visage first." With that, seizing an opportune moment, he snatched away her veil. In an instant, an exquisitely beautiful face, unparalleled in the world, was revealed before him. Her delicate lips, glistening like jade and untouched by any cosmetics, appeared slightly pouted and irresistibly charming, as if inviting a kiss. Her refined nose, akin to bone and jade, harmonized perfectly with her lips. Her tender cheeks, smooth and luminous, even bore faint traces of soft, white down. A subtle, cool makeup adorned her countenance, exuding a hint of aloofness, while at this moment, a flicker of panic also graced her features. Particularly striking were her violet eyes, which already captivated the soul, now enhanced by her ethereal beauty, drawing Dai Yunhan into a hazy abyss of admiration. Beauty, indeed, was transcendent. The begonia does not spare its rouge, standing alone amidst the gentle drizzle. This line of poetry encapsulated Lingling's beauty in that instant perfectly. 1,000 peach blossoms in full bloom pale in comparison to your singular allure. What does that mean? Lingling raised her arm to partially shield her face, her cheeks flushed and heart racing under Dai Yunhan's fervent gaze. "You are truly beautiful." This was, after all, a compliment. Lingling's heart raced, feeling as if a drumbeat echoed within, something yearning to leap forth. She hastily evaded Dai Yunhan's gaze, snatching the veil from his hand and replacing it, as if believing that this act could somehow shield her from his intense scrutiny. Dai Yunhan has always possessed a rather audacious demeanor, and he secretly relished the shyness exhibited by Lingling. For a young woman, one need not fear her timidity but rather her indifference and disdain. If, in such an ambiguous situation, she were to display no shyness at all, it would signify a complete absence of opportunity. Her current bashfulness, however, indicates that there remains a chance. He continued, stating that during this period, she should refrain from appearing before him, as he would take the initiative to engage with him. If all proceeds as planned, he believes it may be possible to effect a transformation in a short span of time. "Indeed, I understand," she replied. Dai Yunhan promptly took out a pen and inscribed a phrase upon the promissory note. "Your daughter shall henceforth belong to me, my dear father-in-law." He then placed the note beside Yi Tiancheng's pillow. After some contemplation, he decided to leave behind 10 golden soul coins, a subtle test to gauge Yi Tiancheng's reaction, whether he would continue his gambling pursuits or prioritize his daughter. Upon reading the blunt statement, Lingling's face flushed crimson. Was it truly necessary to be so forthright? Chapter 67. You are a good man, you see. The more explicit the message, the more it provokes him, allowing him to fully grasp the gravity of his misdeeds. Moreover, should he choose to change, he will come to cherish you all the more, explained Dai Yunhan. Yi Lingling listened, somewhat bewildered, yet found merit in Dai Yunhan's reasoning. Dai Yunhan gazed at her bewildered expression and suddenly perceived her as the next Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly easy to deceive. However, in the next moment, Yi Lingling's words shattered his illusion. Your presence at the Grand Casino today, coincidentally assisting me, must surely be part of your scheme, correct? In an instant, Dai Yunhan's face stiffened, incredulous that he had been discovered. Just moments ago, he had thought her gullible. How could she be so astute? So, what is your true intention? Before Dai Yunhan could respond, Yi Lingling continued to press for answers. Dai Yunhan smiled lightly, and upon being seen through, he quickly regained his composure and retorted, What do you think my intentions are? This question prompted Yi Lingling to ponder. What could possibly attract Dai Yunhan? Wealth? Unnecessary. Status? Even less so. That leaves only beauty. Yet, Dai Yunhan already has a Zhu Zhuqing, whose beauty is not inferior to hers. Moreover, given his wealth, he has access to countless beauties. Why would he seek her out? She truly could not comprehend his motives for wanting to assist her. Could it be for her martial soul? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. As her martial soul is one of a kind, no one else possesses a similar one. At that moment, Dai Yunhan spoke again. If you cannot understand it, do not dwell on it. You will come to realize it in due time. With that, he proceeded towards the exit of the mansion. However, just as he stepped outside, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, This place is quite close to the school. I noticed you don't seem to stay in the dormitory. If you're not meeting with your father, where do you reside? I find a hotel, she replied. That won't do. Dai Yunhan immediately rejected her suggestion. Xie Xiao might act out of desperation and target you. As an auxiliary soul master, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. It's far too dangerous outside. Then where should I stay? She asked. Stay with me, Dai Yunhan answered. Stay with you? How can that be permissible? Yi Lingling's brows furrowed slightly. As an innocent young lady, how could she share residence with a man? Yet Dai Yunhan countered. What? Are you afraid I might devour you? I am, she admitted. Dai Yunhan, your candid confession leaves me at a loss. How can I possibly proceed? It seems I must take action. Fear not. For your contract of servitude lies in my possession. To speak frankly, should I choose to consume you, resistance would be futile, would it not? But I can resist. Why is that? Dai Yunhan exclaimed. When the fierce phoenix intends to devour you, you do not resist, yet when I wish to, you oppose me? Am I not more handsome than he? Moreover, I have treated you with such kindness. Dai Yunhan felt a sense of being wronged. Yet, Yi Lingling's calm gaze carried a hint of amusement. It was precisely because of your kindness towards me that I could defiantly resist. For I am aware that you would not harm me. At this point, Yi Lingling's brows arched in delight. Dai Yunhan was aware of her laughter. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Indeed, Yi Lingling's intuition was remarkably accurate. He had initially perceived Yi Lingling as a cold, solitary ice queen, but to his surprise, she was astute, possessing a keen insight into the hearts of others. She had him completely under her control. This girl was not easily won over. Just then, a notification chimed, detected an increase in favorability from the goddess Yi Lingling towards the host, resulting in the enhancement of the first soul ring's duration to 1,000 years. The system's voice resonated at that moment. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy soon after. She had initially believed that being seen through by him would diminish his affection for her. However, it unexpectedly heightened her fondness for him instead. It seemed that her actions did not evoke disdain in him. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy within her and resolved to seize the moment and proceed further. Rest assured, I do not intend for you to truly live with me. I will arrange for you to have a room adjacent to the dormitory, where you may reside comfortably, thus avoiding any gossip. Do not rush to decline. This is indeed the best option available. Should any matters arise concerning your father, I will be able to inform you promptly, allowing you to respond accordingly. Dai Yunhan's expression was earnest, and Yi Lingling understood that he was not jesting. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to heed Dai Yunhan's counsel. After all, she truly had no other refuge at the moment. Outside, she was also quite concerned for her safety. She nodded in agreement. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of delight within. So, this little one has chosen to accompany me, and I am confident in my ability to manage her. He subsequently led her back to the academy. His villa was the most opulent within the institution, seldom inhabited, as those who could afford such luxury found little reason to reside on campus. Who would prefer to stay in school when one could indulge in the pleasures of the outside world? For those unable to afford such accommodations, it was simply beyond their means. Thus, It was with ease that Dai Yunhan arranged everything for her, having procured all necessary items before entering the academy, including a complete set of clothing and essentials. My dormitory is just next door. If you find cooking alone to be a hassle, feel free to join me for meals. I am quite skilled in the kitchen, Dai Yunhan remarked. A woman can capture a man's heart by first appealing to his stomach. Yet, this tactic also proves effective with women. Yi Lingling raised her brows slightly, as if she had discerned his intentions, and remarked, "Are you hoping to facilitate an early acquaintance between me and your wife?" "No, you seem to be misinterpreting my intentions," he replied, slightly taken aback. Dai Yunhan was slightly sweating coldly. How perceptive this girl was, effortlessly discerning her thoughts. Yi Lingling's icy gaze fell upon her, remaining silent, clearly unconvinced by this nonsensical claim. Dai Yunhan felt a sense of awkwardness in remaining there, deeming it inappropriate to linger, and thus he stepped outside. At that moment, Yi Lingling unexpectedly remarked from behind him, "You are just like Lai Xiao." "Huh?" Dai Yunhan was taken aback, bewildered by the comparison. "You both desire my body." Dai Yunhan, "Well, you are not wrong. I am indeed tempted by your allure. However, you are not the same as Lai Xiao." Dai Yunhan smiled, acknowledging that I am certainly different from him. "You genuinely care for me. You are a good person." "Nonsense, of course, I am a good person. I too possess principles, if I may say so. However, I shall graciously decline your compliment. You are the true good person. Your entire family embodies goodness. Come over to my house for dinner tonight." After Dai Yunhan finished speaking, she walked out without looking back. If given a choice, her absence would indicate a lingering resistance within her heart. Conversely, her presence would signify her acceptance of herself. It was still class time, with Zhu Zhuqing also occupied with lessons, rendering it unnecessary for Dai Yunhan to return to the dormitory. Moreover, he had another matter to attend to. Chapter 68. Establishing a mercenary group upon leaving the academy, he returned once more to the mercenary guild. The charming receptionist greeted him as before. "I wish to post a task. I am in search of Huafei." With 10 golden soul coins exchanged, the task was promptly published, and in the blink of an eye, Huafei appeared before him. "Wow, are you some sort of summoned beast? Your speed is astonishing." Compared to the morning, Huafei now bore an expression of sheer fury, his teeth clenched. The glare directed at Dai Yunhan resembled that of a man who felt he had been wronged of millions. "Why did you not inform me that VIP services incur additional charges?" Huafei demanded, his eyes ablaze with anger. "Huh? Additional charges?" Dai Yunhan responded, bewildered. "So, for 20 golden soul coins, one can only observe but not touch? Cease your feigned ignorance. Regardless, I must inform you that you owe me the supplementary fees." Huafei lamented, visibly distressed. With exceptional skill, Tu had led him into a realm of indulgence from which he could not extricate himself. Convinced it was merely Dai Yunhan's funds at play, he indulged in every offering available, only to discover that these services required separate payments. To his dismay, he had spent a staggering 200 golden soul coins. "This is outrageous. It's as if it were crafted from gold." He glared at Dai Yunhan with a hunger akin to that of a beast, tears of regret streaming down his face. "You must reimburse me the 200 golden soul coins, for you promised to treat me. Is it merely 200 golden soul coins? Why are you in such a frenzy?" With a graceful wave of her hand, Dai Yunhan tossed him a banknote worth 200 gold soul coins. Huafei caught it and immediately beamed with delight. Yet, he still muttered, 200 gold soul coins may be trivial for you. But this represents my savings from the past 6 months. 6 months of savings? Dai Yunhan replied, somewhat astonished. "I thought your commissions were quite substantial. Is it really necessary to save for half a year to accumulate 200 gold soul coins?" Huafei shot her a glance of disdain. "How could you, as a noble, possibly comprehend the hardships faced by lower-tier soul masters? While the task remuneration may be high, the costs of training, medicine, and daily living all require funds. One misstep could not only yield no profit but could also result in the loss of a lifetime's savings. Do you truly believe that saving 200 gold soul coins is an easy feat?" Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback by these revelations. It seemed that those at the bottom of society remained so, regardless of the world they inhabited. Curiously, he inquired, "Why do you not join a sect or a noble house? As a soul king, it would surely be a simple matter for you. Moreover, given your prowess, they would treat you with utmost respect, ensuring that you want for nothing and providing ample resources for cultivation. Is such a life not appealing?" "I have no desire to serve others as a mere lackey," Huafei retorted, a hint of disdain lacing his words. "A life unrestrained and free is what I truly yearn for." A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Dai Yunhan understood that each individual harbors their own aspirations. Some, driven by their dreams, are willing to endure hardship and face perilous journeys. Speak, what brings you to me? Have you rescued that young lady? When Huafei emerged from the casino, Dai Yunhan had already vanished. He had battled for several hours and surmised that Dai Yunhan had likely departed. Dai Yunhan smiled faintly, saying, "What you utter is mere platitude. When I take action, I am worth too. Capturing a girl is a breeze for me. Look at your arrogance. I can hardly tolerate such a nouveau riche demeanor." The expression on Huafei's face was a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Dai Yunhan remained unfazed, aware that he was merely jesting. "Shall I present you with an opportunity to become a nouveau riche? Would you like to accept?" "Indeed, I would." Dai Yunhan chuckled. "Indeed. Everyone holds disdain for the nouveau riche, yet all aspire to become one. I present you with a task. You may set the price, as long as you execute it splendidly." "What task is it?" Dai Yunhan proposed the formation of a mercenary group, asserting that he would assume the role of leader while shouldering all associated expenses. Furthermore, he would provide additional remuneration for your efforts. The mercenary group would be free to undertake missions at your discretion, with no obligation to do so. You would merely hold a nominal position, with Dai Yunhan managing all affairs, while your sole responsibility would be to assist him in a specific task. This proposition stirred a sense of ambition within Huafei. In the realm of mercenary guilds, even the mightiest individuals possess limitations. To secure greater rewards, establishing a mercenary group is undoubtedly the most advantageous strategy. Huafei harbored a desire to create such a group. However, his lack of experience and insufficient funds had previously hindered him. Now, with Dai Yunhan covering all costs and offering additional payment, the proposal presents an opportunity rife with benefits and devoid of drawbacks. The only potential downside is the loss of the title of leader. Yet, as Dai Yunhan clarified, your involvement would remain nominal, and he would oversee the group's operations, rendering this downside rather negligible. Dai Yunhan discerned his stirrings of emotion and continued, "All you need to do is keep a vigilant watch over Yi Tianqing's movements." "Is it truly that simple?" he mused, skepticism evident in his tone. Firefly's expression shifted in surprise. He knew well that nothing comes without a price. In addition to surveillance, there will naturally be a need for certain intimidation tactics, she added. "Intimidation?" Firefly questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Yi Tianqing is nothing more than a hopeless gambler and a drunkard. What is there to intimidate him about?" Dai Yunhan could not be bothered to explain. "After all, this was no concern of yours. In any case, do you have any interest? The public account is for private use, and during your free time, you may certainly utilize the hired team to undertake tasks with all the earnings belonging to you. I shall take not a single cent. However, any troubles you encounter must be resolved by you alone. I will not intervene. In essence, it is a simple matter. I shall act as a hands-off manager, and the development of the hired team will depend entirely on your capabilities. Once the task concerning Yi Tianqing is completed, I will also grant you the position of team leader." Dai Yunhan's words stirred an increasing sense of excitement within Huafei. Although such occurrences are not akin to a pie falling from the sky, they are certainly quite similar. Good fortune is rare, and opportunities must not be missed. Thus, Huafei readily agreed, saying, "Very well, I accept your proposal." Dai Yunhan smiled and promptly handed him a golden card, which contained 5,000 gold soul coins. "Take this and use it. If it proves insufficient, seek me out again." Huafei, holding the golden card, felt a surge of emotion upon seeing its radiant gleam. It is worth noting that merely selling this card would yield several dozen gold soul coins. 5,000 gold soul coins were excessively ample. One would not require such a sum to establish a mercenary group. In a hurry, Huafei remarked that although Dai Yunhan possessed considerable wealth, he could not bring himself to act with malice. However, Dai Yunhan countered, with the surplus funds, recruit some skilled individuals, acquire quality equipment, and rent a fine abode. If we are to do this, let us pursue nothing less than the finest. Do you truly trust me so readily? Are you not concerned that I might abscond with the funds? Huafei inquired further, feeling an inexplicable stirring within. Over the years, few had shown him such kindness. Chapter 69, The Liajichuan, I am merely courting maidens. Dai Yunhan cast him a surprised glance, then replied nonchalantly, "It's not that I trust you. Rather, I trust my wealth. My fortune is abundant, and these 5,000 soul coins are merely a trifle to me." Huafei exclaimed, "Damn, I'm genuinely touched. All right, the world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension." After securing the funds, Huafei proceeded to assist Dai Yunhan in registering the mercenary group. Registration was essential within the guild, as only after registering could they accept missions. With the establishment of a mercenary group, the level of missions they could undertake naturally increased, along with the corresponding rewards. Of course, this came with a higher fee as well. The registration cost was quite modest, merely a single soul coin to complete the process. "Excuse me, what shall we name the mercenary group?" Huo Fei inquired, looking at Dai Yunhan. "As the leader, the name is yours to decide." "Name it?" This was not Dai Yunhan's forte. Should they go for something flamboyant like the dominant explosion group? Or perhaps the true devotees of Kuan AI, with a hint of darkness? Or maybe a cute and endearing name like the charming little group? Dai Yunhan felt it was unfeasible. After contemplating for a moment, he remarked, "Let us call it Wingman." This mercenary group was intended to assist him in courting women, and the name Wingman could not be more fitting. Wingman, Huo Fei murmured, pondering these 3 words. What a name it was. And what significance might it hold? Dai Yunhan's expression darkened. Is it a wingman, or perhaps not a wingman at all? Indeed, the adage holds true universally. Stating the obvious is invariably correct. Is there truly any distinction? Huo Fei perceived none. After all, he could not comprehend the matter. No distinction exists, hence there is no need for further inquiry. Subsequently, they completed their registration, receiving an emblem of employment and a certificate of authentication. The certificate serves to recruit others, assuring them of one's integrity. The emblem symbolizes their status and is also utilized for task assignments. Once their registration was finalized, the two exited the guild. "Now, you may proceed to monitor Yi Tianqing. Remember, regardless of any developments, you must inform me immediately. Furthermore, it would be prudent to enlist 2 skilled individuals to safeguard him, lest he succumb to despair." "Succumb to despair?" Huo Fei was astonished, exclaiming, "What on earth have you done to Yi Lingling? This is utterly inhumane. I have yet to engage in any inhumane acts." Dai Yunhan, feeling utterly exasperated, disregarded the fact that he was more powerful than her and, in a fit of irritation, struck out with a slap. Huo Fei, with a playful laugh, leapt aside, evading her attempt entirely. Dai Yunhan scoffed, "Am I truly such a sordid individual? I have always prioritized the heart before the flesh. Who knows, though? All I am aware of is that her father is contemplating suicide. Speak carelessly, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Do you believe me?" Huo Fei fell silent. Although he possessed far greater strength than Dai Yunhan, he understood that he was no match for her. She was a singular force, while he was merely one among many. Subsequently, Dai Yunhan penned another letter, instructing him to deliver it to Yi Tianqing. Upon reading the letter, Yi Tianqing would likely seek trouble with you. Thus, I reiterate, gather a few skilled individuals for yourself. If he comes after you, simply fend him off without causing him harm. Not wishing to injure him yet fearing for his life, what a novel predicament you find yourself in. "No, I am merely courting a lady," Dai Yunhan replied before departing. The night swiftly descended. In the Yi residence, Yi Tianqing awoke in a daze, perplexed about how he had returned home. Realizing that it must have been Yi Lingling who brought him back, he dismissed the thought. A rumbling in his stomach reminded him of his hunger, prompting him to venture out for a bite to eat. When he patted his pockets, he discovered not a single copper coin. It dawned on him that he had lost all his money. Glancing around the house, he searched for any valuables to exchange for a little cash. To his delight, he spotted 10 golden soul coins beside his pillow. Elated, he picked them up, ready to leave. Just then, he noticed a few pieces of paper nearby. Upon inspection, he realized they were his promissory notes. How did these end up here? He wondered, but soon his confusion turned to joy. With the creditor absent, he would not have to repay the debt. He chuckled, reveling in this unexpected windfall. However, he soon noticed ink marks on the back of the notes. Flipping them over, he read a chilling message. "Your daughter is now mine, my dear father-in-law." Daughter, father-in-law. Yi Tianqing's expression shifted from joy to horror as the realization struck him. He dashed out of his room, calling, "Yi Lingling, Yi Lingling, Yi Lingling." Yet, no response echoed back. In disbelief, he frantically rushed to Yi Lingling's room, finding the door unlocked and pushing it open. However, the room lay empty, devoid of her presence. Shaking his head in terror, he could hardly accept the truth of the message. He searched throughout the house, examining every room, even the restroom, leaving no stone unturned. Though hope had abandoned him, he could not concede to despair. Yet, how could he find any trace of Yi Lingling? After an exhausting hour, his voice was nearly hoarse and still. There was no sign of her. He sank down onto the steps, his gaze vacant, fear coalescing into a dark cloud upon his face. With a sudden jolt, he slapped himself. The force was so great that the sound resonated sharply, leaving 5 clear marks upon his rugged cheek. "What have I done?" he lamented. Another 2 resounding slaps followed, the pain searing yet unable to mask the deeper anguish within. He cradled his head and wept, but soon his sobs ceased, and a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Lai Xiao, you have dishonored my daughter. I shall kill you. The rage within him surged as he prepared to confront Lai Xiao. Just then, a sound sliced through the air towards him. The glint of cold light caught his eye as he intercepted the object. It was a letter. Frowning, he opened it, his chest heaving with intensity. Liao Ji Tuan. So it is you. Yi Tianqing exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was not Lai Xiao, but this so-called Liao Ji Tuan. His fury escalated once more. For this group's involvement made him feel as though his daughter was mere cargo, bartered at will. Yet, she was not a mere object. The humiliation was unbearable. A blatant affront to his dignity. This act stripped away his humanity, and to insult his daughter so brazenly was to trample upon his very essence. He tore the letter apart, a heavy, frigid aura enveloping him, akin to a tiger poised for the hunt. Chapter 70. Yi Lingling, surrender your panties. Liao Ji Tuan. If I do not slay you, I am unworthy of being a father. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan dined with Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Lingling had not come to his home. She was quite capable of taking care of herself. Dai Yunhan felt a slight pang of disappointment, yet he remained indifferent. Such matters cannot be rushed. However, the perceptive Zhu Zhuqing noticed his subtle expression. You seem a bit distracted. Is something amiss? Nothing at all, he replied. After all this time we've known each other. Is there anything you could possibly keep from me? Dai Yunhan let out a dry chuckle. Having a childhood sweetheart as a fiancé, he certainly had its downsides. One merely squatted, and she could discern the color of one's indiscretions. Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, is it about Douluo Yin? Douluo Yin? What connection does she have to this? Upon witnessing his astonished expression, Zhu Zhuqing recognized her assumption was correct. Douluo Yin didn't attend class today. You two must have crossed paths, haven't you? Not at all. Dai Yunhan was unaware of this matter. However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression suddenly turned grave, and after a moment of hesitation, she remarked, there is no need for you to deceive me. I have not lied to you, came the response. Dai Yunhan felt a sense of unease, pondering the peculiar events that had transpired between her and Douluo Yin. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into Dai Yunhan's eyes and discerned that she showed no inclination to relent. With a sigh, she set down her utensils and confessed. It was I who instructed her not to enter the house when she came to seek you yesterday, and I uttered many harsh words to her. Dai Yunhan remained silent, his expression reflecting his surprise at the unexpected revelation. It was no wonder that Douluo Yin had appeared somewhat peculiar yesterday. He chose not to speak, patiently awaiting Zhu Zhuqing to continue. Zhu Zhuqing then remarked, I am aware of her affections for you, yet had it not been for her, you would not have been captured by the poisoned Douluo, nor would you have encountered such perilous situations. Zhuqing, that matter is now in the past. Let us refrain from discussing it any further, shall we? Dai Yunhan believed that Zhu Zhuqing was still grieving over this matter. However, he was oblivious to the fact that, at this moment, his words carried a hint of indifference and annoyance in Zhu Zhuqing's ears. Tears suddenly brimmed in the corners of Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Gazing at Dai Yunhan, her voice trembled as she asked, do you no longer like me? Why would you ask such a thing? Dai Yunhan was taken aback, feeling that Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat overly sensitive. How could she perceive his behavior as dislike? However, upon witnessing her tearful expression, his heart ached with compassion, prompting him to rise and offer her comfort. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. Dai Yunhan was perplexed. Who could be knocking at such a late hour? Could it be Yi Lingling? Upon opening the door, she was greeted by an unfamiliar student. Whom do you seek? She inquired. The student replied straightforwardly, I bring news from Deputy Commander Hua. Yi Tianqing has arrived and is currently in a standoff at the regiment's headquarters. He asked me to inquire if you wish to go there now. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, not expecting that this student was actually affiliated with Huafei. This individual's capabilities were indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I shall head over immediately. Ensure that Huafei does not harm him, nor allow him to escape. Understood. Dai Yunhan glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing and said, I have urgent matters to attend to, so do not overthink it. Stay at home and wait for me patiently. With that, Dai Yunhan closed the door. Zhu Zhuqing remained seated, her expression quivering, and soon tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The table was laden with dishes, yet she had lost all appetite. Dai Yunhan did not proceed directly to the regiment's main camp. Instead, he first arrived at Yi Lingling's villa, as he required something. At that moment, Yi Lingling had finished her meal and was taking a shower. Hearing the commotion caused by Dai Yunhan's arrival, she felt a twinge of confusion but promptly emerged from the bathroom. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, her voice laced with curiosity, her face still partially veiled. Dai Yunhan, taken aback, observed her damp hair and the fresh glow of someone who had just bathed, rendering him momentarily speechless. "You wear a veil while showering?" he questioned incredulously. "Of course not. I only donned it when you arrived. Is it truly necessary to be so guarded with me? It's not as though you've never been seen before." Dai Yunhan remained at a loss for words. He recalled the notion that a woman who wears a mask would inevitably fall in love with the man who removes it. Yet Yi Lingling seemed entirely oblivious to such sentiments. "What brings you here?" she asked once more. Dai Yunhan remarked, "Your father has awakened and is currently searching for me. I must go to him and provide a bit of stimulation to help him regain his footing. However, before that, I require an item from you." "What item?" "Your underwear." "Underwear?" Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes widened, and her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Why on earth would you ask for that? Surely there are more appropriate things you could request. Are you certain this is for my father and not to satisfy some twisted desire of yours?" She scrutinized Dai Yunhan with suspicion, but he remained utterly serious. Yi Lingling couldn't help but feel her delicate face grow warm and slightly frosty. Yet her intelligence prompted her to hold back for a moment. "Why do you need my underwear?" Dai Yunhan was acutely aware of her own bashfulness. Although her face was veiled, the exposed skin, flushed and radiant, betrayed her embarrassment, noticing a different emotion flickering in her typically cold eyes. Dai Yunhan could not resist teasing her. "You are currently playing the role of my woman, marked as mine. If I were to present myself directly before your father, do you think he would believe me? I certainly require something to substantiate that you are indeed under my influence, correct? This not only would convince your father, but also profoundly stir his emotions, thereby amplifying his regret to a more significant effect." Yi Lingling grasped his intention, yet hesitated. "Must it be my undergarments? Could we not employ something else? Am I some sort of deviant?" Dai Yunhan's scrutinizing gaze roamed over her, then he leaned closer, inhaling the fragrant essence of her freshly bathed skin, revealing a hint of infatuation. Yi Lingling instinctively took a step back. "How do I seem? Am I not reminiscent of a pervert? I suspect being a prince is merely your side affair. Thus, you too perceive me as such." Dai Yunhan shrugged. "At this moment, I embody that persona. If I were to wield something else, it would fail to create the necessary visual and psychological impact on your father. He would not believe that I have indeed claimed you. However, possessing your personal items would incite his fury. Once enraged, he would reach the limits of his emotional threshold, making it far easier to convert that state. Yet, such a scenario could also plunge him into peril." Yi Lingling recognized the other side of emotional extremities. "I will manage this concern of yours. It is certainly preferable to him remaining unrepentant. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 71. "I will cherish her well." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dai Yunhan as perspective. For over 20 years, Yi Qiansheng had succumbed to degradation. Without a firm intervention, transformation was utterly unattainable. However, the notion of utilizing her own undergarments felt excessively invasive. After contemplating, she added, "Could you not purchase a new pair? Must it truly be one I have worn?" "Indeed." Dai Yunhan clapped her hands, realizing that utilizing the effect you have previously worn would yield even better results. "Yi Lingling? What did I just say? Can I retract that?" "Don't hesitate. I'm not some weirdo. If you take too long now." "I want to have time later," Dai Yunhan urged. Yi Lingling's face darkened. "You just claimed to be a weirdo, and now you're saying you're not. Who would believe that? Just wait here for a moment." Ultimately, with her cheeks flushed, Yi Lingling retreated to the bathroom. She had just taken a shower and had recently changed her undergarments. After a while, she emerged with her head bowed. Dai Yunhan could not perceive her expression, yet he was certain that if her veil were to be lifted at that moment, her face would undoubtedly be crimson, as if it could bleed. Yi Lingling spoke in a barely audible tone, handing a neatly packaged small bag to Dai Yunhan, insisting that it must not be seen by others. Before she could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan had already opened the bag. Instantly, a delicate black lace-patterned garment appeared in her hands, still warm to the touch. Dai Yunhan's blood surged with fervor. "How could you wear such provocative underwear? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire house. Yi Lingling was utterly embarrassed, losing all composure as she frantically dashed upstairs. Observing Yi Lingling's swift movements was akin to watching a startled rabbit flee. Dai Yunhan touched her nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. When she arrived at the headquarters of the liaison squad, Yi Qiansheng had already been subdued. Huo Fei promptly approached to explain the situation, his face bearing some injuries. Little did they expect that this old fellow, who had been concealing his true strength, was actually a soul king of level 59. Fortunately, I heeded your advice and sought out several skilled individuals. Otherwise, the newly established liaison squad would have faced annihilation today. You've worked hard. Is everyone unhurt? Dai Yunhan inquired. All is well, though the newly purchased house sustained considerable damage, Fei replied. As long as no one was harmed. A damaged house can always be replaced, Dai Yunhan said as she handed him 1,000 gold soul coins. Bring him to my room. I wish to meet him alone. Fei expressed his concerns. Is it not a bit dangerous to meet him alone? Perhaps I should send a few people to protect you. It's fine. I have my own safeguards. Reluctantly, Fei acknowledged Dai Yunhan's extraordinary background and the likelihood of her having hidden protectors. He promptly ordered for Yi Tianqing to be escorted into her chamber. Upon entering, Yi Tianqing immediately asked, "Who are you? Did you not seek me out?" Dai Yunhan turned her back to him, exuding an air of authority befitting a powerful leader. You are the captain of the support squad. My daughter is in your hands? Yi Tianqing's emotions surged instantly, and the formidable aura of the Soul King began to emanate uncontrollably. No, she is not in my possession. Yi Tianqing was taken aback. Then where is she? She is in my bed. Yi Tianqing's aged face twisted in fury. You beast, I will kill you. 5 soul rings shimmered beneath his feet, and an overwhelming force caused the chair to tremble as he launched a fierce punch towards Dai Yunhan. However, at that moment, a cold snort abruptly halted his action. You are courting death. A figure stood protectively in front of Dai Yunhan, none other than the soul sage who had been guarding her in the shadows. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Tianqing was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A soul sage. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Disbelief etched in his eyes. How could there be a soul sage within a mere mercenary group? What, indeed, was the true identity of this captain? Dai Yunhan gestured for Soul Saint to withdraw, then turned his gaze towards Yi Tianqing, wearing a look of mock pity. I have heard that you are a notorious gambler. Yi Tianqing glared at Dai Yunhan, remaining silent this time. Dai Yunhan continued, Look at yourself, disheveled and unkempt. Have you not bathed for a month? You reek of filth. Given your slovenly and debased appearance, I truly wonder why Yi Lingling would willingly offer her body for you. By the way, her body is exceptionally pure. As she spoke, Dai Yunhan licked her lips with a sense of indulgence, lost in her own thoughts. Beast. Yi Tianqing roared with fury, outraged that his daughter was insulted before him. He clenched his fists and aimed a blow at Dai Yunhan's face. Yet, as he raised his hand, he found himself immobilized. The pressure of a soul saint was beyond his capacity to withstand. Look at you, a pitiful wretch. Yi Lingling even pleaded with me not to harm you. Her desperate cries tugged at my heart. Dai Yunhan continued, her expression rife with disdain. Her pleas were quite melodious. Yi Tianqing bellowed in a fit of rage. Veins bulging on his neck, his eyes bloodshot and bulging from fury, saliva dripping from his clenched teeth. You scoundrel! Beast! I will kill you. I swear. I will slay you, or I am no father. However, Dai Yunhan erupted into laughter, laced with mockery. Yet, her laughter abruptly ceased as she fixed a cold gaze upon Yi Tianqing. Now you feign paternal love? Where were you before? If it weren't for your gambling addiction, if it weren't for your cowardice, do you truly believe Yi Lingling would have been so easily ensnared by me? Her fate is entirely your doing. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for providing me this opportunity. You are indeed a splendid father-in-law. Silence. Yi Tianqing roared, his face reddening as if it would burst. Yet, amidst his boundless rage, there flickered a glimmer of despair and regret. Tears began to well in his eyes. Dai Yunhan realized that this was his turning point. He continued to mockingly say, I battled with your daughter for an entire day. Do you know what her most frequently uttered phrase was? It was to let you go. To never lend you money again, allowing you to continue your gambling. Even in her dazed state, she still worried about you, despite her body being ravaged. She incessantly murmured your name. You were truly fortunate in your past life to have encountered such a wonderful daughter. Yet it is a pity that you do not cherish her. However, it matters not. Since you fail to appreciate her, I shall shower her with affection. As he spoke, Dai Yunhan produced a seductive lace garment and toyed with it before him. He then leaned closer to Yi Tianqing, and in his stunned and incredulous gaze, he enunciated clearly. I will cherish her well, teaching her many positions. Ha. Chapter 72. Zhu Zhuqing wept upon hearing these words. Yi Tianqing gazed at the underwear in his hand, and he could no longer contain himself. With a heart-wrenching cry, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Like a flood breaching a dam, washing over his regretful expression. He resembled a caged tiger, baring his fangs at Dai Yunhan. Yet, Regrettably, the prison of the Soul Saint was not one he could escape. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained futilely trapped in his fruitless struggle. With no outlet for his fury, he could only pound his fist into the ground with tremendous force. The resounding noise echoed like thunder. It was as if he had found a means of release, striking relentlessly, akin to a frenzied gorilla, indifferent even as blood flowed from his hands. Stop. Do not speak any further. I beg you. Please, do not continue. At this moment, Dai Yunhan has retreated behind the Soul Saint. And it is at this juncture that Yu Tianqing finds himself in the depths of despair, facing the greatest peril. The success of Dai Yunhan's plan hinges on this very moment. Should his resolve prove sufficiently formidable and a sliver of rationality remain intact, he shall undergo a profound transformation. Conversely, if he succumbs to the tumult of rage, all of Dai Yunhan's efforts will be rendered futile, potentially culminating in irreversible consequences. Yu Tianqing incessantly vented his frustrations, striking the ground with a fervor reminiscent of a powerless and enraged wretch. It was only when every ounce of strength had ebbed away that he finally ceased. In that moment of stillness, he collapsed onto the earth, his head buried in the ground, prostrating himself to the dust, a pitiful and humble figure. Dai Yunhan remained motionless, patiently awaiting his response. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, Yu Tianqing's hoarse voice finally broke the silence, pleading, "Could you not release my daughter? I am willing to exchange my life for hers." Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he understood that Yu Tianqing had triumphed over him. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The victory had come too easily, and Yu Tianqing would not cherish it. Now, what filled him was not transformation, but rather a profound sense of regret. Dai Yunhan seeks a complete transformation in Yu Tianqing. She remarked, "What is your life truly worth? Do I lack for money?" Observing the utmost seriousness etched on Yu Tianqing's face, Dai Yunhan relented. "I do not covet your life. If you wish for me to spare her, it is not impossible. A sum of 10,000 gold soul coins. If you can procure 10,000 gold soul coins, I shall release her. Is my life not sufficient? Release her, and I shall offer you my life. I would toil like a beast for you." Yu Tianqing clearly understood that, compared to 10,000 gold soul coins, offering his life was a swifter means of repayment. Dai Yunhan would certainly not acquiesce. "And you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Just a mere 10,000 gold soul coins. If you are unwilling, then so be it." With that, Dai Yunhan prepared to depart. "Very well, I concede," echoed the resolute voice of Yu Tianqing, fearing that if he did not agree, Dai Yunhan would not afford him this opportunity. "I demand a contract to be signed." "No problem." Dai Yunhan smiled, and soon after, the two entered into a contract. This contract was inscribed with their respective soul powers. Should either party fail to fulfill their obligations, they could seek arbitration from the empire. Once the agreement was finalized, Yu Tianqing did not linger here for a moment longer. Dai Yunhan, however, called out to him, and then, with a hint of amusement in her voice, remarked, "I have heard that your gambling skills are quite remarkable. Here is 100 gold soul coins, granting you an opportunity for redemption. After all, you are my father-in-law." Yu Tianqing's facial muscles twitched. Such behavior was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. Without even casting a glance at the gold soul coins, he strode out of the room. Once he had departed, Dai Yunhan smiled softly. Yu Tianqing's demeanor today suggested that a transformation was highly probable, if no unforeseen circumstances arose. It was unlikely that any surprises would occur henceforth. When Dai Yunhan returned to the villa, it was nearly midnight. After a brief wash, he prepared to retire for the night. Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen asleep, so he moved to bed quietly. However, just as he lay down, a soft figure leapt into his embrace, resembling a curled-up kitten, pressing closely against him. "Were you not yet asleep?" Dai Yunhan gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's silky hair. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, merely curling her body closer, holding him more tightly. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan felt a series of warm droplets on his chest. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing was weeping. A sense of panic surged within Dai Yunhan, as she feared that someone might be tormenting her. She quickly glanced to see if Zhu Zhuqing was truly in tears, but it appeared that Zhu Zhuqing was quite frightened, incessantly burrowing into Dai Yunhan's embrace. No matter how much Dai Yunhan tried to push her away, she remained steadfast. Moreover, the sound of Zhu Zhuqing's sobs began to resonate in the air. Dai Yunhan realized that she was truly weeping. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of anger within him as he held her close, gently patting her back. "What troubles you? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall seek retribution." Upon hearing his comforting words, Zhu Zhuqing began to sob softly. "No one has bullied me." "Then why are you crying?" he inquired. Because of you? Because of me? Dai Yunhan was bewildered, pondering what was amiss within herself. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing inquired. You have yet to answer my question. Question? What question? Dai Yunhan suddenly recalled the peculiar question posed by Zhu Zhuqing before she left home. Are you asking me if I like you? Dai Yunhan smiled wryly, gently stroking her silky hair. You silly little thing. How could you ask such a question? Of course, I adore you. You are my wife whom I have deceived since childhood. How could I possibly not cherish you? Really? Do you truly believe that? At that moment, Dai Yunhan unexpectedly posed a counter-question. Zhu Zhuqing, initially perplexed by Dai Yunhan's inquiry, soon grasped its implications. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and the sound of her sobs ceased abruptly. Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained her composure and then inquired, Do you have feelings for Du Guyan? Upon hearing this question, Dai Yunhan's hand involuntarily froze. He comprehended Zhu Zhuqing's unusual behavior today. She was indeed feeling jealous. He realized that the most prudent response would be to deny any affection. However, he could not bring himself to utter such words, as he did not wish to deceive Zhu Zhuqing. Even if he managed to mislead her in the present, he was certain that the truth would eventually surface, causing her even greater sorrow. Moreover, it was impossible for him to confine himself solely to Zhu Zhuqing. This was not only a matter of his own desires, but the system also subtly compelled him in this regard. Thus, rather than misleading her now, it would be wiser to let her know the truth sooner rather than later. He resolved to be forthright with her. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing placed her hand gently over his lips. You need not answer me. I already know in my heart. I have long anticipated that such a situation would arise. It's just that I wasn't prepared for it emotionally. I am the one who falls short. I am truly sorry. Chapter 73. Because you are 36. Such a considerate gesture from Zhu Zhuqing deeply touched Dai Yunhan, filling him with a profound sense of guilt. Zhuqing, you have not wronged me. It is I who have failed you. Dai Yunhan sighed inwardly, pondering how fortunate he was to have such a devoted wife. What more could he desire? Zhu Zhuqing was remarkably thoughtful and understanding, and all he needed to do was to love her even more deeply. If I were to send her away, would you blame me? Why would I blame you? Dai Yunhan retorted. At present, you are my wife, and she is nothing. Not only do I not harbor strong feelings for her, but even if I did, in my heart, you will always hold the foremost position. Dai Yunhan's words effectively addressed Zhu Zhuqing's earlier inquiry. He understood that it was impossible for him to confine his affections solely to her. Thus, his aim was to ensure that Zhu Zhuqing felt his love for her at all times, making her aware of her significance in his heart. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's spirits lifted considerably. From the moment they were bound together at the age of 6, she had known that Dai Yunhan could never belong exclusively to her. She had consistently engaged in mental fortification, yet she did not anticipate the onset of these feelings would arrive so swiftly, leading her to momentarily succumb to her emotions. Moreover, Dai Yunhan's concealment from her that evening exacerbated her feelings of being undervalued. She feared that the emergence of another woman might diminish Dai Yunhan's love for her, and she was even more terrified of being forsaken because of someone else. Thus, her tears flowed. She was afraid of losing Dai Yunhan. Understanding Zhu Zhuqing's current sentiments, Dai Yunhan gently caressed her. Gradually, her tumultuous emotions began to settle, and she could still feel the warmth of his affection, causing her heart to race once more. Are you in pain? Dai Yunhan suddenly froze, then offered a wry smile as she remarked, It was not too unbearable until you mentioned it. Now, it feels even more painful. In truth, once such a situation arises, there is no escaping the discomfort. Allow me to assist you. With that, she began to descend slowly. Ding. Detection of the deepening affection from the goddess Zhu Zhuqing towards the host. 1,000 years of the soul bone of the nether cat spirit obtained for the right arm. Zhu Zhuqing's exclusive martial soul, seamlessly absorbable, with potential for enhancement. Dai Yunhan currently holds little concern for the reward, as at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing is diligently engrossed in her work. With a heart less burdened by past grievances, she perceives the discomfort radiating from Dai Yunhan. As the future rightful consort, she naturally bears an undeniable responsibility in this situation. However, just then, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly comes to a halt. What has occurred? Dai Yunhan inquired, while Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, her hand gently caressing the area where her gums ached. During dinner that evening, she had inadvertently bitten her tongue, a mishap that occurred in a moment of sorrow. Allow me to see. Is the injury severe? Dai Yunhan hurriedly cupped her face, examining her lips. It was not severe. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, indicating that it was merely a slight discomfort. Dai Yunhan glanced over and noticed a tiny red mark, small in size yet situated at the tip of the tongue, causing considerable pain. Dai Yunhan had previously experienced the discomfort of biting her tongue during meals, and she empathized deeply with her companion. Perhaps it's best to refrain from further actions if your tongue is in pain, she suggested, feeling a pang of concern for her friend. However, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of guilt, remarking, "But you must be in considerable distress." "It's quite all right. A moment of endurance will not cost you much," Yunhan reassured her. "Why not?" "No, that simply won't do." Dai Yunhan declined with firm words, aware that Zhu Zhuqing's current emotions were predominantly rooted in concern. "But I wish to assist you," Zhu Zhuqing said apologetically. At this moment, she was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of crisis, believing that if she could not even manage this matter, Dai Yunhan's affection for her would undoubtedly diminish over time. At this moment, Dai Yunhan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Had he not initiated any action from the beginning, it would have been bearable. However, reaching the midpoint only exacerbated his unease. Yet, the prospect of breaking through the final barrier with Zhu Zhuqing was something he was reluctant to entertain. For Zhu Zhuqing, at present, was enveloped in a greater sense of guilt. Suddenly, an idea struck Dai Yunhan. "Zhuqing, there is indeed another method we could consider." "What method?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. She was only familiar with the most rudimentary approach, the one Dai Yunhan had taught her. At that time, she had been somewhat astonished, and now, she never anticipated the existence of an alternative technique. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly and said, "Zhuqing, are you familiar with hot dogs?" "Yes, I recall you made them for me before, and they were quite delicious," Zhuqing replied. "In essence, a hot dog consists of 2 slices of bread enclosing a sausage. Correct?" "So?" Zhuqing still seemed perplexed. Therefore, Dai Yunhan did not articulate her thoughts. Instead, she directed her gaze towards her perfectly shaped peaks. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended the implication, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, overshadowing her shyness was an overwhelming curiosity. "Are you certain this is permissible? Others might falter. But you undoubtedly possess the capability." "Why?" "Because you are a 36D. 36D? Zhu Zhuqing found herself perplexed by the term. Yet she instinctively recognized it as a compliment directed towards her. Dai Yunhan had never uttered this term before, not out of reluctance, but rather due to a lack of opportunity, for Zhu Zhuqing had not yet blossomed at that time. Now, however, her stature has undeniably emerged. The exchange between Zhu Zhuqing's skeptical gaze and Dai Yunhan's resolute stare became a subtle contest of wills. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing opted for compromise, tentatively embarking on her grand endeavor. Half an hour later, she was astounded to discover that it was indeed feasible. The following day, Dai Yunhan commenced her day in a routine manner. She attended classes in the morning and ventured out for leisure in the afternoon. Qin Ming once again extended an invitation to Yi Lingling to join the royal combat team. However, this time, Yi Lingling resolutely declined. Previously, she had been burdened by debts from Yi Tiancheng, but now, liberated from any coercion, she was free to make her own choices. Qin Ming expressed his disappointment, but, finding himself at an impasse, ultimately conceded to her decision after unsuccessful attempts to persuade her. "Did you seem pleased to witness my rejection of Teacher Qin?" Yi Lingling inquired coolly as she approached Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan had been observing the preceding exchange intently. "It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say I am pleased. One might say I am exceedingly delighted." "Why is that?" "Because you are my woman, and as a citizen of the Star Luo Empire, I naturally would not wish for you to join the royal combat team." "When did I become your woman?" "Do not speak so recklessly." Yi Lingling cast a furtive glance around her, relieved that everyone else was engrossed in their training, oblivious to their conversation. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, gradually approaching Yi Lingling. "Your father has acknowledged you as my woman. Why do you still feel shy?" As he spoke, he attempted to lift her veil once more. Chapter 74. Keep it as a memento. Naturally, Yi Lingling would not allow him to succeed and stepped back, evading his grasp. "That was merely an act. My father is unaware of the truth. To him, it may be an act, but to me, it is not. After all, you have bestowed upon me the token of our commitment." "What token of commitment?" Yi Lingling questioned, puzzled, wondering when she had ever given him such a symbol. Dai Yunhan flashed a wicked smile, and in an instant, a black lace item appeared in her hand. "Isn't this a token of our affection?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Lingling suddenly reached out to snatch it away. "Have you lost your mind? How could you bring such a thing to class in broad daylight? Are you some kind of pervert, carrying that around with you?" Dai Yunhan raised his hand high. grasping the lace within his fingers, obscuring its nature from others while igniting a sense of urgency and fear within Yi Lingling. You are my woman. Is it so strange that I possess this? He taunted. Moreover, do you not know better than anyone whether I am perverse? I shall say it once more. It is merely an act. Hand it over. Yi Lingling warned, though her admonition fell flat. What authority does a healer without means of defense possess in issuing threats? I shall not give it to you. Unless you permit me a kiss, Dai Yunhan retorted, adopting a playful demeanor. A good woman fears a persistent suitor, and particularly with a woman as aloof as Yi Lingling, unique methods are required to provoke her. You are dreaming, she scoffed, turning her back defiantly. Such callousness? Dai Yunhan felt disappointment wash over him, only to adopt a conciliatory expression. Very well. I shall cease my teasing. Here, take it. He extended his hand towards her. Yi Lingling cast him a glance, ensuring he truly intended to return it, before reaching out. Yet, in a swift motion, Dai Yunhan retracted his hand. You shall not have it, he chuckled mischievously. Yi Lingling, incensed, attempted to seize the lace while Dai Yunhan was distracted, but he always eluded her grasp, provoking her further. Frustration mounted within her, and she accelerated her efforts, only to suddenly lose her balance and lurch forward, perilously close to a fall. At that moment, a strong hand encircled her waist. It was Dai Yunhan. Yi Lingling exhaled in relief, though her brow remained furrowed with indignation. Dai Yunhan was unperturbed, merely gazing intently into her eyes. Yi Lingling met his gaze, initially feeling a pang of anger, but suddenly she found herself momentarily entranced. The awkward posture, the solemn ambience, the profound gaze. At that instant, her heart raced uncontrollably. Soon after, a flush of shyness crept over her. Dai Yunhan extended his hand once more towards her veil, and surprisingly, Yi Lingling did not stop him this time. In fact, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. However, just as Dai Yunhan was about to lift her veil, he abruptly withdrew his hand, assisting her to her feet instead. With a serious expression, he remarked, You are truly heavy. I can barely support you with one hand. Yi Lingling instantly regained her senses and hurriedly extricated herself from his grasp, her face burning with embarrassment as she dared not meet his gaze. Thankful that her veil remained intact. Dai Yunhan, you are such a pervert, she exclaimed in exasperation before hastily fleeing to the side. Covering her flushed face, she seethed inwardly, indignantly reflecting on how audacious he was to tease her so. Hey, are you not going to keep that? Dai Yunhan called out, barely suppressing a chuckle. Consider it a memento. Dai Yunhan smiled triumphantly, sensing that the young lady was flustered and disoriented. It was only a matter of time before she fell into his grasp. After class concluded, upon returning to the villa, Dai Yunhan was taken aback to find that Dugu Yin had come again. However, this time she was not alone. She was accompanied by Dugu Bo. What brings you here? He inquired. What tone is that? Am I not welcome? Dugu Bo retorted, raising an eyebrow. If I were to say you're unwelcome, would you leave? Dai Yunhan challenged. I won't, Dugu Bo declared. Then that settles it, whether welcomed or not. The outcome remains the same, Dai Yunhan replied. Dugu Bo chuckled. You've got quite the philosophical outlook, my boy. I admire that about you. With that, he stepped inside. I've heard from Yin Yin that your culinary skills are exceptional, and I wish to sample your creations. Moreover, I owe you a formal apology. Why are you apologizing again? Haven't you already done so? Dai Yunhan questioned. Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively. That was on behalf of the Imperial Organization. This time, I am here to apologize personally. The nature of the two is entirely different. With that, he handed over the items he had been holding to Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan initially believed it to be something delightful, only to discover that it was filled with ingredients. Is this truly your form of apology? This is hardly an apology. It is evidently an attempt to mooch a meal. Yet, these details are trivial. What truly matters is that the ingredients are remarkably fresh, and the flavor is undoubtedly exquisite. Dugu Bo chuckled heartily, urging, Hurry and prepare the meal. I have heard of your culinary skills, and I have been patiently waiting with an empty stomach for your cooking. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Dugu Yin, saying, Yin Yin, some parts of that meat are poisonous. Please assist this young man in handling it, lest we meet an untimely demise. Dugu Yin promptly replied, Very well, I shall assist you. Dai Yunhan let out a cold laugh as she carried her belongings towards the kitchen. You are nothing but an old poisoner. Do you still fear being poisoned? It was merely an exaggerated jest. I am unafraid. It is you who trembles. We harbor no fear either. Dugu Bo was aware that Dai Yunhan possessed an antidote. He could not be bothered to say much more, replying, Fine, if you are unafraid, do as you please. Regardless of what you prepare, I shall partake. Dai Yunhan spoke those words, yet his hands proceeded to remove the toxic parts as per his intentions. After all, while death was not an immediate threat, enduring suffering was indeed undesirable. Zhu Zhuqing stood nearby, directing him while casting furtive glances at Zhu Zhuqing. Today, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly washing other dishes. She was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's purpose and was gradually coming to terms with the situation. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's attitude, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of relief. It was only through her interactions with Dai Yunhan that she began to understand her true feelings. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, observing the scene of one man and two women in the kitchen, could not help but sigh. He had never imagined that his granddaughter would one day become so cautious for the sake of a man, even going so far as to enlist her grandfather as a wingman. She claimed she merely wished to ascertain if her heart could truly accept such matters. However, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to convey that the moment she decided to give it a try, she had already accepted it. Nevertheless, this young man was indeed worthy of Yin Yin. Zhu Zhuqing harbored a high regard for Dai Yunhan, appreciating his noble status and exceptional talent. Yet, a frown returned to his face. For if Zhu Zhuqing truly ended up with Dai Yunhan, his identity as a guest elder of the Douluo Empire would inevitably draw attention. It seemed he needed to prepare himself in advance. Chapter 75. A heavier hand. An hour later, the meal was ready. 5 dishes and a soup, all splendid and impressive. The 4 of them sat together, and the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Zhu Zhuqing devoured the food, acknowledging that Yin Yin was indeed correct. This young man's culinary skills were remarkable. Though he possessed 2 hands, he felt as if he had more than that. Young man, I've been occupied with matters outside, and I'm worried about Yin Yin being alone at school. Would you mind looking after her for a while? Zhu Zhuqing said between mouthfuls. Look after her. Dai Yunhan widened her eyes. Are you certain you did not misspeak? What is the matter? Is it so challenging? As a man, what is the difficulty in taking care of a young girl? But she is 7 years my senior. Then let her take care of you. Regardless, I am entrusting Yin Yin to you. Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan wore a sullen expression, clearly indicating that he was utterly determined to cling on. Dai Yunhan turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was lowering her head, methodically consuming her rice, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the two. He then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who also appeared to be unhearing. With a sense of helplessness, he stated, "Let me make it clear, I am here solely to dine, not to provide lodging." Last night, Dai Yunhan was aware that the relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing was rather tenuous. Thus, it would be prudent for them to limit their interactions for the time being, progressing gradually. Furthermore, there was another consideration. Zhu Zhuqing's rapport with him was also quite moderate. Should she reside in the villa, it would pose significant inconvenience for him, particularly during intimate moments with Zhu Zhuqing. Once their relationship had genuinely blossomed, perhaps she could move in, leading to a delightful scenario of 2 women serving 1 man. However, such aspirations were fanciful. Zhu Zhuqing, with a dismissive huff, interjected, "My granddaughter must remain chaste. Even if you wish for her to stay, I shall not permit it." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she discreetly kicked Zhu Zhuqing beneath the table. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his granddaughter, yet unmarried, was already exhibiting a rebellious spirit. After a brief period of silence, Zhu Zhuqing set down his utensils and declared, "I have had my fill. I entrust you with the care of Yin Yin. Should she lose even a single strand of hair, I shall hold you accountable, understand? Is this how you beseech someone?" Dai Yunhan inquired, while internally contemplating that losing a strand of hair was unacceptable, but perhaps gaining a bit of flesh would be more agreeable. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. "I have never begged anyone. I am unfamiliar with the art of supplication. Perhaps you could enlighten me? To beg, one must first. I refuse to listen." "I refuse to listen," Zhu Zhuqing interrupted, rising and making his way toward the exit. Dai Yunhan was left in a state of bewilderment. Was he joking? As Zhu Zhuqing approached the door, a triumphant smile graced his lips. "The meal was quite delightful. When I return next, I shall prepare a dragon feast for you." With that, Zhu Zhuqing soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Dai Yunhan was at a loss for words, wondering how this person had transformed into a playful old rascal. Shaking her head, she resumed her meal. The 3 of them fell into a somewhat subtly awkward silence. Fortunately, they had nearly finished eating and soon began to clear the table. "Allow me to assist you," Zhu Zhuqing said, rising with eagerness to help. "No need. I can manage on my own. It's not customary for guests to clear the dishes." "It's quite all right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, slightly sensitive to the term guest. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached, effortlessly donning an apron and standing beside Dai Yunhan to wash the dishes. Without uttering a word, she began working alongside her. Dai Yunhan did not ask her to leave. The two operated in perfect harmony, akin to a married couple. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of loneliness. Suddenly aware of her outsider status in the room, overwhelmed by a blend of embarrassment and self-consciousness. "Thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now." Zhu Zhuqing decided to exit. She found it unbearable to watch others express their affection, especially for the one she cherished. Perhaps she had overestimated her capacity to endure such a sight. "Shall I escort you?" Dai Yunhan inquired as she turned around. "No need. It's not far. And I'm just heading to school." "Very well then." Upon realizing that Dai Yunhan truly did not intend to see her off, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of disappointment. However, just as she took a few steps away, Dai Yunhan called out from behind, "If you don't mind, feel free to come over for a meal sometime." "All right." This phrase lifted Zhu Zhuqing's spirits a bit. Once she had departed, Dai Yunhan turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "My dear wife, you seem a bit downcast." Zhu Zhuqing cast a mournful glance at him. "How can I be happy when others send their granddaughter to you for favors? You can secretly revel in your joy, but to voice it feels like a deliberate slight against me." As she spoke, a look of grievance crossed her face. Dai Yunhan felt quite foolish for his actions. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's immense generosity, he still intentionally uttered words to provoke her. In a moment of self-reproach, he slapped himself across the face and said, "Forgive me, my dear wife, for my thoughtless words." Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a pang of sympathy for him, quickly grasped his hand and replied, "Enough, please don't harm yourself. It pains me even more to see you hurt." Dai Yunhan embraced Zhu Zhuqing and then produced the ancient soul bone of the eternal abyssal spirit cat from his possession. "My dear, I have a gift for you." Upon seeing it, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly taken aback. "A soul bone? Where did you acquire this?" Dai Yunhan smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Regardless of my origins, this gift is for you, a soul bone from the right arm of a nether spirit cat of millennial grade. What do you think? Are you pleased?" "My dear, have you been engaging in some clandestine dealings without my knowledge? You must refrain from such transactions. I can fulfill any of your desires." Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile gently. "My beloved wife, why do you ask in such a manner?" Zhu Zhuqing pointed at the soul bone, noting its inherent rarity. The soul bones, especially those that resonate with soul masters, are exceedingly scarce. The last time you presented a torso bone, it astonished me greatly. Now, you unveil another right arm soul bone, this time from the nether spirit cat. It all seems rather implausible. Implausible? Dai Yunhan pinched her own cheek. It hurt. She then pinched Zhu Zhuqing's cheek. "Does it hurt? You are so gentle. How could it possibly hurt?" Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. "You pinched a bit too hard." And then lifted her face. Dai Yunhan let out a mischievous chuckle, yet instead of pinching her cheek, he directed his attention toward her sensitive area. The force was somewhat excessive. Zhu Zhuqing immediately blushed and took a step back, retorting with irritation, "I asked you to pinch my cheek, not to touch there. Is there really a difference? After all, the objective is to elicit a reaction from you, isn't it?" Dai Yunhan shrugged with a smile and then inquired, "So, is it still realistic now?" Chapter 76, Acting Realism. Zhu Zhuqing dared not declare it unrealistic. Should she utter such a sentiment, Dai Yunhan would undoubtedly tease her once more. Yet, she found a peculiar delight in Dai Yunhan's playful torment. This soul bone, much like the last, was easily absorbed. "You go ahead and absorb it. I'll wash the dishes here." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her acceptance remarkably decisive this time. Between her and Dai Yunhan, the distinction of Yuna had dissolved. "Darling, I love you," she proclaimed, bestowing a loving kiss upon Dai Yunhan before moving aside to commence her absorption. Dai Yunhan beamed with happiness before resuming her dishwashing duties. Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the soul bone with remarkable swiftness, and by the time she had completed the process, Dai Yunhan had tidied the kitchen and just finished her bath. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing opening her eyes, she inquired, "How do you feel?" Zhu Zhuqing responded with delight, stating that the experience was as smooth as the last time, devoid of any rejection, and her soul power had increased by 2 levels. Curiously, she gazed at Dai Yunhan and asked, "Where did you acquire the soul bone?" "My father mentioned that the absorption process is usually excruciating, and that a 10,000-year soul bone could inflict mental harm. Why did I experience nothing at all? Isn't that a good thing?" "It is indeed favorable, yet it feels rather peculiar." Dai Yunhan gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "You need not feel perplexed. Simply know that I, your husband, shall treat you exceedingly well." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of emotion. and playfully clung to Dai Yunhan, saying, "Husband, you make me feel like quite the useless person. Isn't it delightful to be my exclusive little useless one?" Zhu Zhuqing playfully shook him again, seemingly teasing him. "It is indeed delightful, but you might spoil me with such affection, and then how shall we compete with sister and the others for the throne?" "Who says I desire the throne?" Dai Yunhan replied dismissively. "You do not wish for the throne?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment, recalling how the Crown Prince Davis had fought fiercely for it. Dai Yunhan nodded thoughtfully. "What value does the throne hold? In my heart, sharing 3 meals a day with my beloved wife is of utmost importance." Upon hearing these heartfelt words, tears of emotion welled up in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She had not anticipated her esteemed position in Dai Yunhan's heart, so significant that he would forsake the throne for her. However, a sense of worry crept in. For relinquishing the throne is not merely a matter of choice, it requires the consent of another. Yet, the rigid traditions of the royal family dictate that without competition, one's fate could be dire. Dai Yunhan smiled, tightly embracing Zhu Zhuqing's waist. "I simply do not desire the throne. I never said I would not compete for it. In this world, strength is paramount. Once I become a titled Douluo, once I ascend to godhood, what significance does a throne hold?" "God?" Zhu Zhuqing echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Do gods truly exist in this world?" "Indeed, they do," he asserted with conviction. "Can we become gods?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired eagerly. "Yes, as long as I am here. We can achieve divinity." Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's resolute words, a flicker of yearning ignited within Zhu Zhuqing's heart. She pressed further. "What are the benefits of being a god?" "Immense power, immortality. Once I become a god, I can spend every day with you, indulging in our affection," he replied, each word laced with love, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to swell with sweetness. "If you were to be with me forever, would you ever grow tired of it?" "Never." "Are you so certain?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Dai Yunhan smiled. "Of course, for beautiful things are always fleeting and ephemeral. Your exquisite beauty is such that even the longest of days would never dull my admiration." Dai Yunhan smiled mischievously, remarking that a man's words may deceive, yet his body reveals the truth. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, then carried her upstairs. The following day, he arrived at the base of the auxiliary squadron. This base, situated not far from the mercenary guild, was a house purchased by Dai Yunhan. In just a few short days, the auxiliary squadron had grown remarkably powerful. After all, with Dai Yunhan's substantial financial backing and the presence of a Soul King of over level 50, it naturally attracted many individuals to join. If this trajectory continues, it is likely to soon become the second largest mercenary group, surpassed only by the fierce and formidable Magic Wolf Brigade. He brought Yi Lingling along, as she was quite concerned about Yi Tianqing's condition. Although she harbored considerable trust in Dai Yunhan, he was still her father. She wished to ascertain how Yi Tianqing was faring at present. Dai Yunhan's intention was to wait a few days before bringing her along, considering that this was a pivotal moment for Yi Tianqing, a time when he found himself in a particularly vulnerable position. However, it so happened that Yi Tianqing wished to see him today. After some contemplation, Dai Yunhan readily acquiesced. Upon arriving at the base, Hu Fei noticed Yi Lingling quietly trailing behind Dai Yunhan and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Wealthy and handsome, it seemed that winning over a girl came effortlessly to him. Hu Fei felt a pang of envy. Dai Yunhan feigned ignorance and inquired, "What matter does Yi Tianqing wish to discuss with me?" "He has come to repay a debt," Hu Fei elucidated. "Repay a debt?" Dai Yunhan expressed astonishment. "Has he managed to gather 10,000 gold soul coins so swiftly?" "Not quite. He mentioned he would return a portion first and settle the remainder gradually. Primarily, he also wishes to meet Yi Lingling." Dai Yunhan exhaled in relief. He had feared that the funds had been fully gathered. It was fortunate that they had not come together yet, for he had yet to win Yi Lingling's affections. If Yi Tian were to amass the money so swiftly, where would he find such splendid opportunities to woo her in the future? He resolutely decided that he could not allow this to happen so soon. "Very well. Let him in," he instructed. Once Hu Fei had exited, Dai Yunhan turned to Yi Lingling with a serious demeanor. "You must cooperate with me in our performance. Regardless of my actions or words, simply play along. Do not reveal our plan, for that would jeopardize all our efforts. Do you understand?" "All right, I understand." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. She was aware that Dai Yunhan had her father's best interests at heart. Hearing of his transformation brought her a modicum of joy. Yet she remained uncertain of the extent of his change, not knowing whether it was genuine or merely superficial. Thus, she wished to witness it for herself. Soon, Yi Tianqing entered the room. However, the moment he stepped through the door, Dai Yunhan abruptly pulled Yi Lingling into his embrace. The suddenness of this action startled her, and she instinctively attempted to struggle free, but Dai Yunhan held her firmly, casting a significant glance her way. Alarmed, she recognized the meaning behind his gaze. Chapter 77. Is it not better to be forthright? Yet, she did not wish to provoke her father in such a manner, especially through such blatant actions, which could greatly insult him. However, under Dai Yunhan's formidable strength, she, as a mere auxiliary spirit master, found herself unable to resist. Ultimately, with no means to break free, she had no choice but to remain still. Upon entering the room, Yi Tiansheng's eyes immediately fell upon the scene of Dai Yunhan holding Yi Lingling. Fury surged within him, and he clenched his fists as he charged toward Dai Yunhan, exclaiming, "Release her, you scoundrel." Dai Yunhan, however, remained unperturbed, with her sharp claws manifested. She seized Yi Lingling by the neck, warning, "If you dare to make a move, I assure you that she will be the first to perish." Yi Tiansheng, in a sudden burst of speed, came to an abrupt halt, his gaze fixated fiercely on Dai Yunhan. After a tense silence lasting several seconds, he forcefully tossed a bag of golden soul coins towards her. "Release her," he commanded. Dai Yunhan caught the pouch, and with a swift sweep of her mental energy, she estimated there to be around 500 gold soul coins inside. She was slightly taken aback. "Have you been gambling again? In just 2 days, you've managed to acquire 500 gold soul coins?" Dai Yunhan questioned with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Tiansheng's expression darkened with anger. "I have stated clearly that I will never gamble again from this moment onward." Dai Yunhan gazed at him, noticing his unsteady steps, labored breathing, and pallid complexion, indicative of severe injury. "Are you hurt? None of your concern." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Tiansheng, unable to endure any longer, sank to one knee and coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Daddy!" Yi Lingling rushed forward to assess his condition. In her concern, she momentarily forgot the plan they had just devised. However, she was swiftly restrained by Dai Yunhan, who, being merely a support soul master, could easily overpower her. Yet, the struggle of Yi Lingling and the assertiveness of Dai Yunhan only served to deepen Yi Tiansheng's perception of their actions as a form of bullying, particularly in his presence, which he deemed intentional. "Release her. I swear I'll fight you." Yi Tiansheng could no longer tolerate such humiliation before his eyes and, disregarding his injuries, prepared to strike Dai Yunhan. However, before he could approach, a powerful surge of soul force swept him away. This scene further intensified Yi Lingling's emotions. Dai Yunhan, in an effort to prevent Yi Lingling from succumbing to her impulses and jeopardizing their meticulously crafted plan, hurriedly whispered in her ear, "Do not act rashly. Take a moment to compose yourself, lest all our efforts be in vain." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Yi Lingling's struggles diminished significantly. Dai Yunhan exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he tightened his embrace around Yi Lingling, for he feared not the uncertainties of fate, but the irrevocable consequences of neglect. "My dear father-in-law," he muttered, "in just 2 days, you have sustained such grievous injuries. At this rate, before you can gather the necessary funds, you may find yourself lost to the world. I do not require your concern. All I desire is the release of my daughter," Yi Tiansheng replied, struggling to rise. His visage was marred with blood, a sight so horrific that even Chu Tian found it unbearable to witness. Yet, he understood that transforming a gambler's heart could not be accomplished through mere intimidation. Perhaps Yi Tiansheng was earnest at this moment, but once Yi Lingling was freed, how long could he maintain that resolve? No one could assure such a promise, not even Yi Tiansheng himself. Thus, it fell upon Dai Yunhan to aid Yi Tiansheng in comprehending the depths of his own heart. "Rest assured, dear father-in-law, provided you repay the debts, I shall certainly return your daughter. However, before that," at that moment, Dai Yunhan leaned closer, bringing his lips to the nape of Yi Lingling's neck, inhaling deeply with an expression of twisted fascination. Though it was but a performance, the thrill was undeniable. He found himself questioning his own sanity. "I must admit, Lingling, your scent is simply intoxicating. I find it hard to part with you." With that, he tossed back the 500 gold soul coins. "Here, take this 500 gold soul coins. Consider it as if you have already repaid your debt. You may use these for gambling, and should you find yourself in need again, you can always return to me. My only wish is to cherish the moments with Yi Lingling a little longer. Her departure would leave me heartbroken." Yi Tiansheng did not refuse the 500 gold soul coins this time, for it was no trifling sum. Accepting them, he resolved to withhold their use, allowing him to return the same amount to Dai Yunhan in the future, thus lessening his debt. He bore the excruciating pain, gazing at Yi Lingling with eyes filled with regret and sorrow, utterly humiliated by his circumstances. He struck his own face in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lingling, I am so sorry. Yi Lingling remained silent, her quietude serving as the most poignant response. Dai Yunhan found the atmosphere unbearable and urged him to leave quickly, saying, "All right, you should hurry off and earn some money. It's early in the morning, and I haven't even done my morning exercises yet." As she spoke, she lifted Yi Lingling into her arms and teasingly remarked, "My little beauty, I lost to you yesterday, but today, even if I were to exhaust myself, I shan't concede." With that, she chuckled heartily and retreated into the back room. Meanwhile, Yi Tianqing, upon hearing these words, felt his face flush with anger, turning a deep shade akin to that of pig liver. His gaze was sharp as a sword, filled with a desire to pierce Dai Yunhan through. His teeth clenched tightly. His entire body trembled like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet, he found himself unable to unleash his fury, knowing that he was the architect of this turmoil. In the back room, Yi Lingling furrowed her brow and addressed Dai Yunhan. "How much longer do you intend to hold me? You can set me down now, can't you?" Dai Yunhan replied playfully, "Don't be so stingy. My arms are weary from holding you too." Dai Yunhan, with remarkable audacity, refused to release Yi Lingling from his grasp. As long as she did not struggle, it signified her enjoyment of his embrace. Yi Lingling, underestimating Dai Yunhan's boldness, noticed that he still held her tightly. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she twisted at the soft flesh around his waist. Lacking any formidable weaponry, this maneuver constituted her utmost combat prowess. Dai Yunhan winced in pain and hurriedly set her down. "Do you realize that pinching my waist comes at a cost? This is my wife's exclusive territory. Now that you've trespassed, how will you compensate me? Serves you right for taking advantage of me." Yi Lingling retorted, unwilling to engage further with this lecher. She turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, she glanced back and warned, "If you dare to sneakily take liberties with me again, don't blame me for being ungracious." Earlier, when Dai Yunhan had embraced her, that hand had been rather unruly. She felt it necessary to issue a warning. However, she evidently underestimated both her own strength and Dai Yunhan's audacity. "Let me clarify, that was not a sneaky advance on my part, but rather a brazen and open pursuit," he countered, stroking his chin. "But to think you desire a repeat performance, I had assumed that would be the end of it. Yet, being the honest man I am, I can certainly oblige your wish." "Get lost," Yi Lingling exclaimed, her frustration palpable. She suddenly realized that being in the clutches of Lai Xiao or Dai Yunhan yielded similar outcomes. One was a fierce and swift onslaught, while the other was a slow, simmering entrapment. Yet, the final result remained unchanged. She was ultimately consumed. Dai Yunhan retracted her playful demeanor. "You should go and attend to your father's treatment now. I will conduct a brief evaluation on him shortly. If he passes, this matter will be concluded." "What kind of evaluation?" Yi Lingling could not help but feel apprehensive. Upon hearing the word evaluation, her mind conjured images of Dai Yunhan's bizarre antics, the incident involving undergarments, and the recent indiscretions. "Next time, it won't be a game." "Will it?" she questioned, a sense of unease washing over her. Dai Yunhan remarked, "You need not inquire further about this matter, lest you jeopardize the plan. Rest assured, there is no danger to his life." With that, Dai Yunhan exited the room in search of Hua Fei. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling refrained from asking any more questions, momentarily setting aside her concerns before seeking out Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing's injuries appeared quite severe and required immediate attention. Over on the other side, Dai Yunhan found Hua Fei and divulged a scheme. During this period, gather a group of individuals to cultivate a rapport with Yi Tianqing, subtly guiding him towards gambling. Hua Fei expressed his confusion. Why pursue this course of action? Isn't he currently undergoing a transformation? Engaging in gambling would negate all his progress. Dai Yukai remarked that the transformation he currently experiences primarily stems from hatred. Without this animosity, would he still maintain his resolve to abstain from gambling? It cannot be assured. Thus, we must test his determination, and I trust you are aware of the methods to do so, as they are rather straightforward. Hua Fei smiled, for such matters were his forte. "Pray tell, what strategy will you employ?" Hua Fei replied, "I shall enlist a few individuals to undertake tasks alongside him, thereby gaining his trust. These individuals will possess a penchant for gambling, yet they will win every time, subtly sharing certain tips that I will ensure he overhears. Should he still resist the allure of gambling, I will then resort to flaunting my wealth, placing tangible riches before him, hundreds of gold coins daily to tantalize him. If he can withstand such temptation and refrain from gambling, then, at this point, Fei found himself at a loss for further strategies and turned to Dai Yukai with a perplexed expression. Dai Yunhan's expression hardened as he said, "Then you should seize his money and plunge him into despair. In that moment of hopelessness, you can send someone to entice him." Ah, upon hearing this, Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How ruthless you are, striking both at life and spirit. But isn't this a bit too cruel? What if you end up with Yi Lingling? Yi Tiansheng would then become your father-in-law. One must break to establish anew. I find myself without alternatives. After all, Yi Lingling is the woman I have my sights set on, and I must also take responsibility for her father," Dai Yunhan sighed. "Such is the flaw of benevolence. Everyone must bear their share of responsibility. I truly envy those of you who are wealthy," Hua Fei remarked, reflecting on his pretentious demeanor. A sentiment he had felt many times before. Dai Yunhan gazed at him and couldn't help but tease with a smile. "If you have any sisters or younger siblings, you could introduce them to me. If it works out, you would become my brother-in-law, and would you still worry about not having money to spend?" Hua Fei's eyes sparkled. "Are you serious? Wait, are you really asking if I'm serious?" Dai Yunhan merely spoke in jest, not expecting that this young man actually had intentions. However, upon observing his rather unremarkable appearance, Dai Yunhan decided to set a precautionary boundary. He stated clearly that if the young man wished to become his brother-in-law, it would be of no concern to him. Yet, there was a prerequisite. She must be a beauty, and she must be of the same caliber as his wife. The young man lamented, "That seems quite a challenge, for in all my years, I have scarcely encountered a handful of beauties." Dai Yunhan, indifferent, patted him on the shoulder. "You know, everyone has dreams. While I may not have a biological sister, I can always have more sworn sisters. TCH, do you underestimate me? I merely mentioned that I haven't encountered many. It doesn't imply I haven't met any at all." "Oh, now you're piquing my interest. I shall await your good news, my future brother-in-law." With that, Dai Yunhan burst into laughter and departed. After leaving, he contemplated returning to the academy. However, realizing there was little to occupy his time as everyone else was engaged in classes and training, he decided to indulge in some leisure outside. Yet, solitary enjoyment soon became tedious. Without female companionship, even the most entertaining activities lost their charm. He reflected on his current soul power level, acknowledging that he had unwittingly fallen significantly behind Zhu Zhuqing. Should her strength surpasses by a considerable margin in the future, any attempts to draw closer would be futile, for he would not be able to compete. Thus, he resolved to enhance his own power. However, strengthening oneself is no simple task. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had reached a stalemate, making it arduous to advance further. Meanwhile, the two women, Dugubo and Yi Lingling, were still a work in progress. Although the opportunities were promising, the pace remained sluggish. After much contemplation, he concluded that if quality was insufficient, he would have to compensate with quantity. After all, doesn't qualitative change arise from quantitative accumulation? In the bustling city of Tiando, his potential targets multiplied. Presently, the most opportune choice appeared to be Qianren Xue. The memory of sharing a bed with her ignited a smile on Dai Yunhan's lips. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the Tiando Palace. At that very moment, within the Tiando Palace, Xue Qinghe was occupied with matters in the prince's residence when a servant approached to report, "Your Highness, Prince Dai Yunhan of the Luo Empire requests an audience." What could he possibly want? Xue Qinghe mused. Recalling the previous days when he and Dai Yunhan had indulged in drink and subsequently shared a bed, a shiver ran down his spine. How could the illustrious daughter of the Spirit Hall's Pope have shared a bed with a man? It was utterly outrageous. Refuse him. Inform him that this prince is preoccupied with affairs. "Your Highness, if you have pressing matters, I can assist you," came Dai Yunhan's voice, cutting through the air. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. "How did you get in here?" Dai Yunhan swayed the prince's token in his hand. Seeing the token was akin to seeing the prince himself. "Your Highness, this token you bestowed upon me is indeed quite useful. None dare obstruct my path." Upon sight of the token, Xue Qinghe felt a pang of regret, wondering how he had relinquished such an item to him. "Your Highness, what brings you to seek me?" As the host, Xue Qinghe understood the necessity of hospitality, especially given the visitor's royal status. Yet, it seemed that Dai Yunhan possessed little regard for formalities. "Your Highness, I have not yet had breakfast and am rather famished." Chapter 79. The shock of Xue Qinghe at this hour. It was well past the time for breakfast. One might say he had arrived a tad too late. "I purposely skipped breakfast to ensure I would arrive with an appetite for lunch," Dai Yunhan replied nonchalantly, seating himself and pouring himself a cup of tea. After savoring a sip, he found it quite delightful. He then turned to the nearby maid. "Hurry, summon the royal kitchen to prepare the dishes." The maid cast a hesitant glance at Xue Qinghe, who found himself at a loss for words. How could a prince of the empire possess such audacity? Let the meal be served, he finally commanded. After all, one could not truly expel others from the table simply because he was the prince. Such behavior would be entirely unbecoming of royal etiquette. Soon enough, the dishes were brought forth. Though not numerous, they were nutritionally rich and a rare delight to the palate. Dai Yunhan consumed his meal without reservation, yet there lingered an inexplicable void. Your Highness, how can one dine without a fine wine? He remarked, gesturing towards the maid. At this, Xue Qinghe declined to acquiesce. I have established a personal rule of abstaining from alcohol during lunch. However, if His Highness the Fourth Prince wishes to indulge, that is entirely permissible. Dai Yunhan repeatedly waved his hand, expressing that when one encounters a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups of wine are merely insufficient. However, drinking alone, which he termed sorrowful drinking, lacked any real enjoyment. Brother Qinghe, since you choose not to partake, I shall also abstain. Let us save our revelry for the evening. Do you still wish to have dinner? Is Brother Qinghe not welcoming? Of course I am, but considering your wife is at home, it may not be entirely appropriate for you to linger outside. Finally, Xue Qinghe added, the rivalry among princes is indeed fierce, that Zhu Zhuqing possesses remarkable talent. But I advise you to treat others with a bit more kindness. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan exhibited a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. The crown prince's words had slipped her mind. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of relief, thinking that she might still try to join me for dinner. But that was out of the question. Yet, in the next moment, she heard Dai Yunhan commanding her maid, go, summon my wife. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. Was this person's audacity not a touch excessive? Dai Yunhan observed his distressed expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To contend with me, you would have to strip bare to achieve victory. After the meal, Dai Yunhan showed no intention of departing. His true purpose was to entangle Xue Qinghe. He aimed to taint her purity while she remained unblemished. Xue Qinghe, perceiving Dai Yunhan's intentions, opted to attend to her affairs, adopting a busy demeanor in hopes of prompting him to retreat. However, Dai Yunhan was not one to yield easily. He summoned a servant to bring out desserts, then, with a cup of tea in hand, settled beside her, engrossed in a comic from this world, passing the time, even in idleness. He was determined to cling to Xue Qinghe. It must be said, the comics of this world were truly unappealing, filled with tales of soul master struggles for ascendance, which utterly failed to pique Dai Yunhan's interest. Yet, he was left with no alternative. The cultural level of this world could only produce such trivialities. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe, witnessing his demeanor, could only resign herself to diligently attending to her matters. At least, in this instance, Dai Yunhan would not disrupt her. However, when he opened a memorial, his expression darkened abruptly. These corrupt officials are truly despicable. When tasked with disaster relief, they have the audacity to feast themselves first. Summon someone. At once. Arrest this group of corrupt officials and execute them all. Wait. Just then, Dai Yunhan, who had been quietly reading, suddenly interjected. Xue Qinghe, her anger flaring, struggled to contain her emotions as she turned to him. Does His Highness the Fourth Prince have something to say? Dai Yunhan leisurely set aside the comic book and inquired. Your Highness, have you ever contemplated that if you eliminate these corrupt officials, who will step in to provide relief during disasters? Naturally, another batch of officials would be appointed. But what if this new group is also corrupt? Then they shall be executed. And if they too succumb to greed, the cycle of execution shall continue. For I refuse to believe there exists a single official devoid of avarice. Dai Yunhan smiled gently and remarked, among officials, who is devoid of greed? If His Highness the Crown Prince seeks to appoint an uncorrupted official to provide disaster relief, why was an upright official not dispatched from the very beginning? Xue Qinghe found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer to this inquiry. Dai Yunhan remarked that it is because His Highness the Crown Prince does not know who among them is devoid of greed. Xue Qinghe let out a disdainful hum, stating that had he known who was not avaricious, he would have dispatched them long ago, rather than testing them in batches. Therefore, since His Highness is aware of the existence of greed, why persist in executing them in such a piecemeal fashion? One must ponder, by the time you identify those who are uncorrupted, will there still be survivors among the disaster-stricken populace, or will they have perished from starvation long before? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe paused momentarily. The reassignment of officials entails a labyrinth of procedures, and the transmission of such information from one official to another consumes a significant amount of time. Once notified, the journey to the disaster area requires further time, as does the transportation of supplies. Given that these individuals are already suffering, their lives hanging by a thread. Every fleeting moment sees countless lives lost. Time is indeed of the essence. How can it be squandered so recklessly? Thus, the method of executing corrupt officials is evidently impractical. What, then, do you propose? Shuqinghe inquired. Shall we simply allow those greedy officials to exploit the national calamity for their own gain? Dai Yunhan remarked. To rescue the populace, one must first ensure the well-being of the officials, for if the officials themselves are left wanting, who shall come to the aid of the people? Does that imply, then, that we should permit their avarice? Dai Yunhan smiled and inquired, what is your current focus? It is disaster relief, not the eradication of corrupt officials. All matters can be addressed once the relief efforts are complete. Your priority should be ensuring the safety of the people, regardless of how corrupt those officials may be. It will ultimately be a matter resolved with your words after the disaster relief concludes. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's remarks, Shuqinghe could not help but feel astonished. Did he truly possess such extraordinary political insight? It seemed he had underestimated him before. With remarkable talent and a sharp mind, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Shuqinghe retracted his earlier command and instructed the messenger to withdraw. Subsequently, he ceased attending to official matters and engaged in casual conversation with Dai Yunhan, discussing everything under the sun, allowing the dialogue to flow freely. He sought to discern whether Dai Yunhan possessed any additional remarkable qualities. However, what began as a casual exchange soon left him astounded. As their conversation deepened, Shuqinghe discovered that Dai Yunhan's thoughts were entirely distinct. Not only did he possess unique insights into various matters, but he also analyzed the essence of issues from unconventional perspectives. Furthermore, he held notions regarding governance that transcended conventional wisdom, ideas that Shuqinghe had never encountered before, finding them almost advanced to the point of being antiquated. As their discussion continued, Shuqinghe became increasingly wary of Dai Yunhan, for not only did he exhibit peculiar thoughts on governance, but he also demonstrated knowledge across a myriad of other fields. Whatever topic Shuqinghe casually introduced, Dai Yunhan engaged with ease, responding fluently to his inquiries and offering candid, incisive suggestions. Remarkably, even on matters concerning women, this individual appeared exceptionally well-informed, resembling a veritable repository of knowledge. This left Shuqinghe in a cold sweat, as it became evident that Dai Yunhan's extensive understanding stemmed from diligent study, bolstered by knowledge from the Douluo Empire and the formidable experience of the Spirit Hall. How then did Dai Yunhan acquire such wisdom? He was nearly a decade younger than Shuqinghe. Moreover, he realized that Dai Yunhan not only possessed a wealth of knowledge, but also possessed an enviable perspective on the world. Dai Yunhan encountered a multitude of terms he had never before heard, and even some of the matters discussed by Dai Yunhan were entirely unfamiliar to him. Consequently, as he grew increasingly wary of Dai Yunhan, he also found himself enveloped in profound curiosity about him. Ding! The system's voice resonated, indicating that the goddess Qian Rushiwei had developed a modicum of affection for the host, rewarding him with all the books of earth. This announcement brought a flicker of satisfaction to Dai Yunhan's weary visage. After expending considerable effort, he realized his endeavors were not in vain, for he had managed to elicit a semblance of fondness from Qian Rushiwei. Once a spark of affection is ignited, subsequent matters would become significantly more manageable. After sipping his tea, he discovered that the pot was now empty. Glancing outside, he noticed that the sky had darkened without his awareness. He and Shuqinghe had conversed for an extended period. Indeed, time seemed to fly when in the company of a beautiful woman, fleeting yet delightful. Brother Qinghe, it's time to eat. My stomach is growling, he remarked. Wait, I still have a question regarding the college entrance examination you mentioned. Brother Qinghe, I said it's dark now. We should have dinner, Dai Yunhan insisted, pressing his head toward the window. The fellow seemed utterly captivated, incessantly inquiring. Shuqinghe looked up at the sky and confirmed its darkness, finally snapping back to reality, realizing how long they had been engrossed in conversation. All right then, let us dine. He acquiesced. Soon, the dishes were served. As Dai Yunhan savored his meal, he produced a bottle of white liquor and exclaimed, Qinghe, let us share a drink. No. Qinghe replied, I appreciate the prince's kind intention, but I shall refrain from drinking. Upon seeing the bottle, Shuqinghe felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. This potent spirit was indeed something he could hardly resist. Yet, Dai Yunhan, undeterred by his reluctance, pressed on, Brother Qinghe, are you not curious about the examination question we discussed earlier? Indeed, I am. Then let us drink to it. Shuqinghe hesitated. Although he had shared a drink with Dai Yunhan only once before, He understood that his companion was not one to stop at just one glass. Once the drinking commenced, it would inevitably lead to a repeat of that fateful night. However, the intriguing philosophies Dai Yunhan had alluded to were too tantalizing for him to ignore. Just as his indecision mounted, Dai Yunhan suddenly revealed a book, The Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government, the translated edition. He placed it before Xue Qinghe and casually opened to a random page, asking, "What do you think of this book?" Curiosity piqued, Xue Qinghe leaned closer, initially suspecting it to be yet another frivolous tale. But as he read, he found himself utterly captivated. This was no ordinary book. The concepts within mirrored those Dai Yunhan had previously shared. Eager to delve deeper, he was abruptly thwarted when Dai Yunhan snapped the book shut. His interest, now ignited, left him in a state of agitation. "Your Highness, what is the title of that book, and where might I procure a copy?" "Brother Qinghe, could you refrain from calling me your Highness? It feels rather distant," Dai Yunhan replied, sensing he had successfully hooked his companion. "Very well, Yunhan. That is more like it. How did you come by that book? May I see it again?" Xue Qinghe implored, brimming with childlike wonder. "I acquired it from an old man for a single copper coin. It is the only copy in the entire continent. If you wish to read it, you must drink with me." With that, Dai Yunhan filled a cup with the crystalline liquor. Xue Qinghe gazed at the enticing drink, torn between the decision to indulge or abstain. Ultimately, curiosity won. He raised the cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. The allure of the book's contents had ensnared his very soul. Even if intoxication awaited him, he was determined to uncover its secrets. Seeing him drink, Dai Yunhan let out a hearty laugh and reopened the book, though he did not relinquish it to Xue Qinghe. Almost immediately, he poured another cup for him. As the pages turned, Xue Qinghe leaned in, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction and astonishment. Before long, he had completed one chapter and found himself yearning for more, ready to start anew. Yet, just as he prepared to continue, Dai Yunhan closed the book once more and presented him with another cup. "One cup of liquor for each page you read." Xue Qinghe glanced at the thick volume, then at the cup, feeling overwhelmed. Such a hefty tome would be impossible to finish in one night, even if he were to drink himself into oblivion. He looked at Dai Yunhan and proposed, "Could you lend me this book for a while? I would be willing to fulfill any request you have." "Really? A gentleman's word is his bond." Xue Qinghe's spirits lifted at the prospect, and he discerned the glimmer of opportunity in Dai Yunhan's expression. "Very well, then, let us drink." Dai Yunhan raised his cup. Xue Qinghe's brow twitched. "Must we drink? Can we not forego the liquor? You just proclaimed that a gentleman's word is unbreakable, and yet your resolve falters so swiftly." Xue Qinghe felt his cheeks flush, realizing how quickly he had contradicted himself. What a blow to his pride. "Fine, I shall drink with you. However, you must allow me to make a copy of that book." "Not a problem." Dai Yunhan promptly raised his cup. Xue Qinghe, too, was willing to accompany him. Fully prepared to risk it all, should the need arise, he could simply have Dai Yunhan tossed onto the floor while they slept. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Fill it to the brim. Cheers. The two of them plunged into a fierce battle. Half an hour later, Xue Qinghe lay soundly asleep in bed, and Dai Yunhan, unabashed, nestled beside him. To foster their bond, he extended his arms and legs, entwining himself around Xue Qinghe like an octopus. This scene left the maidservants, who were preparing to assist the prince with his ablutions, in a quandary. What should they do? The two were sleeping together. They had never encountered such a situation before. The prince typically required warmth in his bed, but in this instance, how could that be achieved? Perhaps they should each take one side? However, that seemed unwise. Given that this was a foreign prince, one misstep could cost them their heads. What to do then? Perhaps they should consult the chief steward. Chapter 81. A checkup. The following day, when Dai Yunhan awoke, he found that Xue Qinghe was no longer in the room. He was momentarily taken aback, trying to recall whether he had indeed spent the night with Xue Qinghe. Ultimately, after sifting through his memories, he confirmed that they had indeed shared a bed. He remembered waking briefly due to the call of nature, at which point Xue Qinghe was still beside him. Moreover, he had taken the opportunity to explore a little. To his surprise, he discovered that it was flat. He had not anticipated the disguise of that angelic soul bone to be so potent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The fact that they had slept together was enough. It seemed that Xue Qinghe must have risen earlier than he. What might Xue Qinghe have felt upon awakening to find Dai Yunhan still resting beside him? Dai Yunhan was filled with curiosity. However, regrettably, he would undoubtedly be unable to ascertain the answers now. Yet, with this opportunity for slumber, Dai Yunhan would find himself presented with countless more chances. The volumes within his system's repository were innumerable. If he were to indulge in a single book per sleep, he would be lost in the realms of time for an unfathomable duration. By then, it was likely that Dai Yunhan would have ascended to divinity. Upon awakening, the maid had prepared breakfast for him. Dai Yunhan inquired of the maid, "Where is His Highness the Crown Prince?" The maid replied, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince departed for court early this morning. The court session typically commences around 6 in the morning, and given that it is now 9 o'clock, it is no wonder that the Crown Prince is absent. Do you know when he will return?" She asked. "That is uncertain. Sometimes it lasts for 1 or 2 hours, while other times it may extend to an entire day." "Very well, then." Dai Yunhan also mentioned that he would wait for his return to observe his reaction. However, upon hearing that it might take a day, Dai Yunhan decided against waiting any longer. During that day, Zhu Qing's wife likely grew anxious. "I shall take my leave now. When His Highness the Crown Prince returns, please convey to him that I shall seek him out for a visit in the future." "Yes, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." After finishing his breakfast, Dai Yunhan exited the palace. Once outside, his first impulse was to return to the dormitory to prevent Zhu Zhuqing from worrying. Indeed, when he opened the door, Zhu Zhuqing, with reddened eyes, rushed into his embrace. "Where have you been? I was so worried about you," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Dai Yunhan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "I went to the palace to see His Highness the Crown Prince and forgot to send someone to inform you. I will be more mindful next time. You deceived me. You reek of alcohol." "Indeed, I went to drink with His Highness the Crown Prince, hence the intoxicating scent. That hardly constitutes deception, does it? Why do you always seek him out for drinks? We are citizens of the Star Luo Empire." Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan interrupted, "What happens in the future is a matter for another time. For now, we should focus on our own responsibilities. My acquaintance with His Highness is benign. Cultivating a friendship with him is not an issue." "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing acquiesced, closing her mouth in compliance. Dai Yunhan has always possessed a clear mind, and she trusts that he will make wise decisions. Leaning against Dai Yunhan, her anxious heart finally found solace. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of something and turned sharply to face him, her eyes filled with suspicion. "No, there is a fragrance about you. You certainly haven't been seeking the Crown Prince. This scent belongs to a woman. Have you been consorting with another woman outside?" Dai Yunhan was taken aback. How could Zhu Zhuqing's sense of smell be so acute? Why was she unable to detect it herself? Was it the fragrance from Xueqing's bedding, or the scent that lingered on Yi Lingling? Regardless, she decided to navigate through the situation for the time being. After all, she had yet to resolve matters with Dugu Yan, and now another woman had emerged, undoubtedly causing Zhu Zhuqing to stir up conflict once more. "No, you must be mistaken," she asserted. Dai Yunhan gently pinched her nose, simultaneously helping to shield her from the scent. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained resolute, insisting, "I cannot be mistaken. After absorbing the soul bone, my mental acuity has greatly heightened. The aroma emanating from you is undoubtedly feminine, and there's a hint of familiarity, someone I must know. Yet, it is not Dugu Yan. Pray tell, have you been courting another woman?" "Absolutely not," Dai Yunhan retorted, clinging stubbornly to his denial. The truth of the matter would eventually surface, but now is not the opportune moment. "You refuse to acknowledge it, do you?" Zhu Zhuqing issued a warning. "I have not. How can I confess to something untrue?" "Very well. Do you dare to allow me to verify? What is there to fear? Feel free to examine." Dai Yunhan was uncertain of her method of inquiry, yet he remained unperturbed regardless. Observing Dai Yunhan's obstinate demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to proceed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she crouched down. In the next moment, Dai Yunhan's pupils widened in shock. This was indeed a rather unconventional examination. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing, satisfied, declared, "You truly have not sought the company of another woman. However, that does not mean you can deceive me." With that, her expression softened as she continued, "In truth, I would not mind you pursuing other women, provided I am made aware of their identities, whether they genuinely cherish you, and if they harbor any ulterior motives. Do you understand?" "I understand, Zhuqing," Dai Yunhan replied, touched. "With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire?" "Ah, you concede," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed triumphantly, pointing with a victorious finger. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that someone had been waiting for her here. However, she quickly regained her composure and, filled with bewilderment, inquired, "What do you mean by acknowledgement? I thought you were referring to Dugu Yan." This indirect response momentarily stunned Zhu Zhuqing. She was aware of Dai Yunhan's swift reactions but had not anticipated such rapidity. Nonetheless, once a woman decides to scrutinize you, there is no question she cannot uncover. So, Does that imply you harbor some feelings for Zhu Zhuqing as well? Perhaps just a tiny bit. Humph. Last time you claimed you had no such thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing feigned irritation. Dai Yunhan was bewildered, wondering when she had ever claimed that she held no feelings for her. All right, my dear, please do not be upset. I assure you, you will always hold the foremost place in my heart. How does one soothe an irate spouse? Naturally, by showering her with affection. What? She refuses to be kissed? Regardless, she must relent. Thus, after 3 minutes of struggle and 9 minutes of tender kisses, Zhu Zhuqing finally managed to calm down. Of course, this was merely an act on her part. Dai Yunhan chuckled. My dear, are you hungry? Let us go out for a meal. I believe it is you who is hungry. If I were famished, it would not be a meal I desired, but rather you. Such frivolity. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's flushed demeanor, Dai Yunhan burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around her waist as they made their way toward the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by the sight of a graceful woman standing outside, taken aback by the sudden entrance. This woman was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who had been lingering by the door. Chapter 82. Just half an hour. Zhu Zhuqing was quite elated, having just overheard the conversation between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. The previous night, she had sought out Dai Yunhan, but he was not home, and Zhu Zhuqing was equally unaware of his whereabouts. Both were filled with concern, prompting her to rush over at dawn. However, Dai Yunhan still had not returned. Though she contemplated waiting in the villa, her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing was not particularly close, making her hesitant to enter. Fortunately, her dormitory provided a vantage point from which she could observe the happenings at Dai Yunhan's residence. As soon as she saw him return, she hurried over. To her utter embarrassment, she caught sight of Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a rather intimate moment right at the entrance. It was broad daylight, and they conducted such affairs at the threshold. How lacking in modesty. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to move, compelled to listen further, nearly pressing her ear against the door. After an awkward half hour, she finally managed to compose herself. Just as she was about to knock again, she overheard Zhu Zhuqing ask Dai Yunhan whether he had feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. She froze in place, as she too was eager to know the answer. In her decision to live with Dai Yunhan, she had realized a significant issue. All her prior emotional preparations had been one-sided. She had overlooked a crucial premise, whether Dai Yunhan harbored any affection for her. If he did, she would be justified in her pursuits. If not, would her attempts merely serve to repel him? Consequently, she had adopted a cautious approach of late, albeit with a hint of audacity. For she had discovered that her feelings for Dai Yunhan had deepened significantly. The longer they were apart, the more unbearable it became. She recognized that she was indeed falling for him. Yet the most daunting aspect was her uncertainty regarding his feelings. Thus, when she heard the question posed by Zhu Zhuqing, she was momentarily stunned. Anticipation and anxiety mingled, excitement and fear intertwined. At that moment, her heart raced to its utmost. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's affirmative response, her complexion flushed crimson, and she felt as though she were floating. She had received the answer she longed for. You came to find me? Dai Yunhan inquired, bemused by Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat silly demeanor. Yes, she replied without hesitation, her head nodding emphatically. Had this been before, she might have offered a more evasive reply upon hearing such a question. However, now that she understood Dai Yunhan reciprocated her feelings, there was no need for pretense. Though her affection was still budding, she resolved to boldly reveal her heart to him. Moreover, it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing was not averse to her presence either. How long have you been here? Dai Yunhan asked again. Not long, just half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing shared an awkward glance. Half an hour? This meant that their earlier activities at the door had been overheard in their entirety. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with embarrassment and indignation, immediately placed her hands on Dai Yunhan's waist and twisted him sharply. Dai Yunhan endured the pain, donning a mask of suffering. Yet he could only suppress the anguish to make the mask less unbearable. He hastily grasped the rebellious hand of Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Have you eaten? Shall we dine together? Sure, replied Zhu Zhuqing with a sweet smile, her expression tinged with a hint of smugness. It was evident that witnessing Dai Yunhan's discomfort brought her joy. Subsequently, the trio made their way to Tian Shangrenjian for lunch. During the meal, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a facade of normalcy. Although she was aware of Dai Yunhan's interest in her, the presence of Zhu Zhuqing compelled her to temper her demeanor. For overt displays might diminish Dai Yunhan's regard for her and potentially rekindle Zhu Zhuqing's dissatisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of Zhu Zhuqing's prominent position in Dai Yunhan's heart. Even her willingness to serve alongside Zhu Zhuqing would not elevate her status in his eyes. After their meal, they returned to school. At that moment, Qin Ming approached Du Guyan. Du Guyan, everyone is training in preparation for the upcoming practice match in over a month. Why are you not participating? He inquired. Since the team selections had been finalized, Du Guyan had scarcely attended training, particularly in recent days. Teacher Qin Ming, I believe I need not participate in training. My abilities far exceed theirs, rendering the practice rather futile, especially with only a little over a month left, she replied with her characteristic haughtiness, which bordered on disdain. Though she appeared obedient before Dai Yunhan, it was due to his unique standing in her heart. She had little regard for others, particularly since her martial soul had evolved into that of the Medusa Queen, amplifying her prideful demeanor. Now at level 42, her strength dwarfed that of the strongest team member, Yu Tianhing, who was merely at 36. In her eyes, training paled in comparison to spending time with Dai Yunhan. Qin Ming, displeased by her response, admonished her, Du Guyan. There are always those more gifted than you in this world. Although you have been fortunate enough to evolve your martial soul into a top-tier one, your current strength is still inadequate to justify your arrogance. Not to mention Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan by your side, whose talents surpass yours. Look at the other academies, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Xue Wei, and Xue Bing all possess talents comparable to yours. Moreover, there is the Spirit Hall, reigning champions for years, whose golden generation far surpasses your gifts. Therefore, instead of being proud and arrogant, you should strive diligently to cultivate your abilities and become a true powerhouse. Qin Ming's earnest words struck a discordant note with Du Guyan, yet she could not dismiss their validity. However, she had only just begun to grasp Dai Yunhan's affections. If she did not seize the moment to nurture their bond and instead committed herself to arduous training, would he still harbor feelings for her after a month? She could not be certain, which fueled her reluctance to train. At that moment, Dai Yunhan interjected, Du Guyan, you ought to heed teacher Qin Ming's counsel. While many possess great talent in this world, only those who truly grow can be deemed geniuses. Your martial soul's evolution provides you with a significant advantage, and thus, you should devote yourself to training, ensuring that your talents are not squandered. Du Guyan felt conflicted, but before she could respond, Dai Yunhan interrupted her again. Your grandfather entrusted you to my care. Should you not heed my words? Very well, she acquiesced. Dai Yunhan's words compelled Du Guyan to acquiesce. Of course, her compliance was not born from fear of Dai Yunhan, but rather from a desire to avoid giving the impression of disobedience. Upon witnessing Du Guyan's persuasion, Qin Ming expressed his gratitude to Dai Yunhan, remarking, truly, if you were a citizen of the Douluo Empire, I would be inclined to share all my knowledge with you. However, alas, what is there to lament? What is fated to be will inevitably come to pass. And what is not fated should not be forced. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, deeply impressed by the fourth prince's profound understanding. You flatter me, he replied modestly. Subsequently, Du Guyan accompanied Qin Ming on their return. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, deeming there was nothing amiss, and decided to stroll through the streets. It had indeed been quite some time since they had last enjoyed a shopping excursion together. Hand in hand, the handsome man and beautiful woman naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by, inciting a mixture of admiration, envy, and resentment. Dai Yunhan relished the gaze of admiration. Whether it was favorable or unfavorable, he embraced it all. For him, every glance evoked a sense of pride. After all, a wife as stunning and shapely as hers is indeed a rare gem. Naturally, he placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's waist, drawing even more attention from the onlookers. Zhu Zhuqing quivered slightly, sensing Dai Yunhan's intentions. She subtly twisted at his waist and then gracefully leaned into his embrace. She too enjoyed the scrutiny of others. However, in the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing issued a silent warning to Dai Yunhan, signaling him to be mindful of his actions, reminding him that they were in a public space and that his hand should not wander too low. Dai Yunhan smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. It's just a habit. Since their outings were infrequent, every embrace shared between him and Zhu Zhuqing typically occurred within the confines of home. In the absence of outsiders, his hands instinctively gravitated to his preferred places. Now, being in public, he found himself reacting on impulse, feeling somewhat out of his element. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a playful glance, her cheeks flushed with a subtle rosy hue. How about we find a room? Dai Yunhan's heart skipped a beat as she beheld Zhu Zhuqing, whose cheeks were flushed as if she had imbibed a bit too much. A sense of longing stirred within Dai Yunhan, ever since the last occasion when she had introduced Zhu Zhuqing to such experiences. It seemed as though a new realm had been unveiled to her. Each night, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to seek her assistance, prompting Dai Yunhan to come to her aid. Dai Yunhan found herself repeatedly tempted to administer justice on the spot. It seemed rather inappropriate, especially in broad daylight. Dai Yunhan candidly expressed her slight aversion to daylight, believing that splendid experiences ought to transpire under the enchanting cover of night. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold snort and hastened her pace, creating distance between herself and Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan, in a state of bewilderment, wondered why the other person was upset. Hastily, she pursued, all right, we can go, can't we? Now you wish to go? It's too late. Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. I just offered you an opportunity, and you turned it down. Now you seek it again? Do you think I'm so easily won over? She declared emphatically. Even if I am your wife, it does not mean I am at your beck and call. With that, she turned to leave once more. Dai Yunhan felt a blush creeping upon her. How could this woman's thoughts be so capricious? Just as she was about to concede defeat, a melodious strain of music suddenly filled the air. The sound was exquisite and elegant, reminiscent of flowing mountain streams, a delight to the ears. Even more remarkable was the way this music seemed to cleanse the soul, as if it could purify their very essence. What enchanting melody is this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity. Just moments ago, she had harbored a hint of anger, but upon hearing this music, she found herself unable to sustain even a trace of ire. Dai Yunhan raised her gaze towards the source of the music, the moon pavilion. Dai Yunhan was startled. It was indeed Wuxian. The mere sight of these two characters evoked thoughts of Tang Yuehua, the woman devoid of even a soul ring. The enchanting music that had just graced his ears must have been played by her. With this in mind, Dai Yunhan resolved to venture inside. After all, Tang Yuehua was a beauty of the Douluo Continent. It would be a disservice not to explore this opportunity. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by a myriad of women exuding remarkable elegance, some youthful, others more mature, but all shared a singular trait, nobility. As Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing made their entrance, the gathered women regarded them with curious glances. Good day, esteemed gentlemen and ladies. How may we assist you? Inquired the receptionist, a woman of exquisite beauty, adorned with an air of sophisticated grace. Dai Yunhan cast a cursory glance and discovered that there was not a single unattractive individual within the moon pavilion. It truly resembled a paradise for men. Reflecting on her previous encounters with Douluo, she recalled the rumors suggesting that Tang Yuehua harbored affections for the Snowy Night Emperor. If such tales were indeed true, then the moon pavilion might well be considered the imperial harem of the Snowy Night Emperor. How enviable for those favored. However, Dai Yunhan held skepticism towards these rumors, for the Star Luo Empire, bolstered by the Houghton sect, ensured that Tang Yuehua, in light of her connections, would certainly not be entangled with the Snowy Night Emperor. Otherwise, the moon pavilion would scarcely be able to operate. Greetings. I recently overheard a beautifully enchanting melody emanating from your pavilion. Might it be the work of your esteemed master? Dai Yunhan inquired. Indeed, came the reply. May I have the honor of meeting the master? I regret to inform you that the master is currently engaged in teaching and is unavailable for meetings with guests. This response was a polite refusal, implying that a meeting was not feasible. If everyone were permitted an audience with Tang Yuehua, what purpose would the moon pavilion serve? They might as well meet her daily without the need for such establishment. Dai Yunhan was acutely aware that, under the present circumstances, it was unlikely they would meet Tang Yuehua. Therefore, she spoke up, expressing their intent. We have come here in hopes of joining Wuxian for our studies. May we inquire if this is possible? The receptionist, surveying the attire of Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, deduced that they were likely of noble descent. She responded, the registration period has already elapsed. May I ask where you are from? This implied that there was a possibility, contingent on their status. If one held significant standing, entry would be granted. Otherwise, they would have to adhere to the established protocols. In response, Chu Tian promptly produced his identity token, proclaiming, I am the fourth prince of the Luo Empire, and this is my fiancée. The receptionist's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The fourth prince of the Luo Empire? What brings you to the Tiando Empire? She examined the token, yet, given her limited expertise, she could not ascertain its authenticity. Please hold on for a moment, she said, before summoning the head of the academy. After a brief wait, a woman clad in a flowing silver palace gown emerged. Judging by her appearance, she appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding a gentle and amiable demeanor, akin to the tranquility of water. Her eyes held a distinctive quality, as if they could see through the fabric of the world. Unlike others, she emanated no fluctuations of soul power. Without the need for further speculation, Dai Yunhan recognized her as Tang Yuehua. "Greetings, head of the academy," she said. Tang Yuehua, slightly taken aback, noted that the youth, having never encountered her before, recognized her instantly. "Greetings, your highness, fourth prince," Tang Yuehua replied, returning the courtesy. Having inspected the token, she confirmed its authenticity. Her family covertly supported the Star Luo Empire, and thus she was familiar with matters of the royal family. "Please, come inside," Tang Yuehua invited. Dai Yunhan's identity is rather unique, and given the multitude of eyes and ears present, some matters are best left unspoken. A few individuals entered a reception room. Tang Yuehua instructed someone to brew a cup of tea before inquiring, "Does His Highness the Fourth Prince wish to enter Weixin for his studies?" "Indeed," came the reply. However, all affairs within Weixin adhere to the customs of the Douluo Empire. As His Highness is a prince of the Star Luo Empire, this may pose certain inconveniences. It matters not. Experiencing diverse customs and traditions can only enrich one's understanding. Has His Highness considered this thoroughly? Tang Yuehua reiterated one last time. Dai Yunhan insisted on entering the Moon Pavilion for her studies, and she had no authority to refuse. "I have confirmed it." "Very well then." Tang Yuehua subsequently presented a form for him to fill out. Once completed, Tang Yuehua inquired, "This afternoon, we have a class. Shall His Highness the Fourth Prince commence his studies today or next week? By the way, our courses are not fixed. Every weekend, we will notify you of the following week's schedule. Today's lesson is the last class of this week." "Let's begin today," replied Dai Yunhan. "Today is Friday. If we wait until next week, that would mean an additional 2 days of delay." "All right, please follow me," Tang Yuehua instructed, leading the two into the classroom. Today's lesson was on music theory. Each student had a piano before them, and the number of students was limited, comprising both males and females, all evidently of affluent backgrounds. After all, the expense of having a piano for each student was beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Upon the entrance of the unfamiliar Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, curious glances were cast their way. Most of the female students focused their attention on Dai Yunhan, captivated by his extraordinary handsomeness, while a few cast envious looks at Zhu Zhuqing. The male students naturally directed their gazes toward Zhu Zhuqing, whose alluring figure, ample bosom, and graceful curves rendered her the epitome of beauty. When they glanced at Dai Yunhan, it was with the same sense of jealousy. Tang Yuehua moved to the center, signaling for silence, and then announced, "Today, we welcome 2 new students among us." Applause erupted immediately. Tang Yuehua turned to Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. "Would you both kindly introduce yourselves?" Dai Yunhan nodded slightly and stepped forward. "Hello everyone, my name is Dai Yunhan. I am male and 12 years old." After speaking, he gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to introduce herself. "Greetings, I am Zhu Zhuqing, female and also 12 years of age." As this gathering primarily focused on the study of etiquette, there was no need to mention soul power or martial souls. Such introductions would serve no purpose since there was no combat involved. Therefore, both introductions were rather succinct. Following their introductions, a murmur of discussion arose within the crowd. "Why is she so much taller than him, despite both being 12? This handsome lad is merely a youth. I wonder what his relationship is with Zhu Zhuqing. He seems to regard me with a hint of affection. Oh my, what a beautiful name, Zhu Zhuqing. It truly evokes the image of serene bamboo. Surely, these two must not have any connection? Regardless, I shall pursue one of them," whispered the onlookers. Suddenly, a resounding voice broke through the chatter. "Dai Yunhan, my young brother, that is not how one introduces oneself. While you need not share your interests, you must perform a talent." At this, a chorus of encouragement erupted. "Indeed, Junior, we all must showcase a talent. You can't possibly lack one, can you?" "What nonsense. Dai Yunhan is merely 12. How could he possibly be at a loss? He clearly knows nothing." "Haha. By the way, Zhuqing, you too must display a talent. If you're unsure, I can teach you." They all seemed eager to witness Dai Yunhan's potential embarrassment, perhaps due to his striking good looks. As Dai Yunhan listened to these words, a flicker of cold amusement crossed his eyes. Is this what they call elite education? It bears little difference from that of bandits and landlords. It is not surprising, for those of higher status often find themselves less restrained by societal norms, and thus become increasingly sordid and vile. At that moment, Tang Yuehua gestured for silence among the crowd, then disregarding their remarks, addressed Dai Yunhan and his companion. "Please, find a seat." Yet, Dai Yunhan remained rooted in place. "Very well, since everyone is so eager to witness my artistic performance, allow me to present a brief display." He was no stranger to the music of this world, having been raised in a royal household where such arts were a requirement from an early age. However, He found little interest in it. The music here was woefully inferior, a far cry from the standards of his previous world. After being accustomed to exquisite melodies, the sounds of this realm felt like a desecration to his ears. Thus, he merely gained a cursory understanding and chose not to pursue it further. But that did not imply he was devoid of skill. Dai Yunhan, do refrain from boasting. So many eyes are upon you, one voice chimed in. You are still young. It is natural to be inexperienced. Another added, the talents seated here are quite formidable. They can discern the difference between the refined and the crude with a mere listen. I believe Zhu Zhuqing beside you is quite capable. Her hands seem destined for music. Why not let her perform? The air was thick with various tones of flattery and mockery. Yet, Dai Yunhan responded solely with action. He approached a grand piano, lightly touched the keys to test the sound, and pondered which piece would befit this insufferably arrogant crowd. As the onlookers witnessed him take a seat and begin to play, they instinctively fell silent. Could this fellow truly possess remarkable talent? They held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. For in their hearts, regardless of whether Dai Yunhan could indeed play, sitting before the piano demanded a show of respect. This was not merely respect for Dai Yunhan, but also for Tang Yuehua, and, above all, for the imperial decorum. Before long, a piece came to his mind that would aptly befit this assembly. The Saber Strikes the Demons. Though it was not a traditional piano composition, that was of little concern. All he needed was to convey the fervor of the piece. The very melody would suffice to illustrate the chasm that separated them. As his fingers struck the keys, the music resonated, and when the first note emerged, the expressions of the crowd froze. They had never before encountered such a weighty opening. Primarily educated in royal compositions, they had seldom been exposed to such martial melodies. The moment it began, they understood this was no ordinary piece. Tang Yuehua, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor turning serious. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their prowess with the first stroke. Dai Yunhan's musical prowess had evidently surpassed her own expectations. As the piece commenced, a sense of tragic and furious emotion began to permeate the air. The group of young students, captivated by the momentum, found their expression shifting to one of somber gravity. As the melody progressed, all cacophonous sounds in the classroom faded away, leaving only the profound and ominous tones of Dai Yunhan's performance. The audience involuntarily held their breath. It was not that they feared to make a sound, but rather they discovered themselves rendered voiceless beneath the intensity of this formidable composition. The atmosphere was heavy, akin to that of a battlefield. This engendered a palpable sense of dread within them. What manner of music was this? They gazed at Dai Yunhan, only to perceive that behind her, there appeared a vast multitude, arrayed in disciplined formation, wielding blood-red blades. Their fierce roars resonating with a power capable of piercing the very soul. Suddenly, the throng surged forward, a fearless battalion of soldiers. They raised their long knives, aiming at their throats. Then, without mercy, they struck down with ferocity. In that instant, a terrified cry erupted. Everyone turned to look. And there was a male student who had collapsed to the ground. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen, and between his legs, a yellow stain had appeared. It was urine. This unfortunate fellow had been so frightened that he had lost control. At this moment, Dai Yunhan had concluded his performance. Upon noticing the terrified male student, he let out a cold scoff. Only those with wavering minds and malevolent hearts would be so frightened as to lose control upon hearing such a profound and righteous melody. In contrast, the majority of listeners would be filled with fervor and moved to tears by the music. Beside him, Tang Yuehua stood in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tremors of emotion, prompting her to recall the Haotian sect. In its earlier days, the Haotian sect faced dire peril, much like the essence of this very piece. Regrettably, the sect did not make the same resolute choice as the protagonist of this composition. While the piece is undeniably tragic, it also resonates deeply with the human spirit. What is the name of this piece? Tang Yuehua inquired, her gaze towards Dai Yunhan reflecting a subtle shift. Ding! It detected that the goddess Tang Yuehua harbors feelings for the host, rewarding him with unparalleled musical talent, mastery over all instruments, and the ability to perform any composition. Dai Yunhan cast a surprised glance at Tang Yuehua, never expecting that she would develop an affection for him so effortlessly. However, Dai Yunhan understood that this sentiment was merely a fleeting fondness, not the profound kind typically shared between men and women. Nonetheless, this small spark was sufficient for him. His gaze lingered on Tang Yuehua once more. She was currently in the prime of her beauty, exuding an inexplicable allure that captivated him. As the performance concluded, Zhu Zhuqing took the stage to showcase her talents. Her performance was commendable, if somewhat conventional, yet it surpassed that of many others. And her striking beauty garnered her enthusiastic applause. Well, Dai Yunhan's musical prowess is exceptionally high, as everyone has undoubtedly observed. I hope you all take the opportunity to learn from him well. Now, let us commence the lesson, Tang Weiwa announced, thus initiating the class. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing found a suitable spot and settled down to listen attentively. Approximately an hour later, the class came to a close. This lesson marked the final session of the week, prompting everyone to begin packing their belongings in preparation for their return home. At that moment, a few audacious young ladies approached Dai Yunhan directly. Greetings, I am Wang Ye, the daughter of a duke in the empire. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? Wang Ye extended her hand in a gesture of courtesy. Dai Yunhan gazed at her and discovered that she possessed a sweet and charming visage, with a round face, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, embodying the quintessential image of the girl next door. However, in contrast to the typical sisterly figure, her physique was astonishingly voluptuous, with pronounced curves that were strikingly exaggerated. Even with just a casual stroll, her form swayed uncontrollably. The phrase taking 2 steps while her bosom sways 8 times serves as the most fitting description of her allure. Dai Yunhan couldn't help but linger for a moment in the presence of her prowess, then extended her hand and said, "Hello, I am Dai Yunhan. I have a great fondness for making friends." Dai Yunhan's words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain emanating from his waist, a warning delivered by Zhu Zhuqing. However, he quickly retracted his statement, expressing a reluctance to engage with female companions. His outstretched hand was promptly withdrawn. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing discreetly loosened her grip and gently massaged the area that had been pinched. Wang Ye, who had been smiling, found herself momentarily at a loss due to Dai Yunhan's sudden change in demeanor. But as clarity returned, a flicker of indignation crossed her face. If you do not wish to be acquainted, simply state so. To initially express a desire for connection and then abruptly shift your attitude is nothing short of an insult. Did I provoke you in any way? With a cold huff, Wang Ye marked Dai Yunhan in her memory, casting him a disdainful glance before departing. The other onlooking girls, witnessing Dai Yunhan's lack of social grace, swiftly altered their perceptions of him. No matter how handsome one may be, repugnant behavior will surely repel admiration. Zhu Zhuqing, observing the scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. While I am not by your side, you may flirt as you please. But with me here, not a single one shall succeed, not even a mere blade of grass. Chapter 86. Displaying affection. Once the girls had departed, several young men approached. Greetings. I am Wang Feng, son of the Duke of the Empire. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? His approach mirrored that of Wang Ye, suggesting a shared lineage. Yet, Wang Feng's attention was directed not at Dai Yunhan, but at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Wang Feng with a fleeting glance before firmly declining. I am not in need of additional friends. In contrast to the fickle Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing was resolute and would not entertain any propositions from others. Nevertheless, Wang Feng was undeterred. Adjusting his hair to showcase his extravagant adornments, he continued, "Your accent suggests you are not from Tiando City. In unfamiliar territory, friends are invaluable. The more you have, the more paths you can explore. My family is one of the 3 great dukes of the Tiando Empire, the Duke of Greenlight. And I possess some influence in this city. Should you wish, you may seek me out at any time." As he spoke, Wang Feng produced a token and extended it towards Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, she barely acknowledged it, her expression betraying her disinterest. Instead, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Dai Yunhan. Leaning into him as she stated, "I appreciate your kindness, but I doubt I will ever seek assistance from anyone else, as I have a remarkably strong fiancé." The mere mention of fiancé caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, with expressions of disappointment rippling through the crowd. Both men and women shared glances filled with regret, lamenting the missed opportunity of having known him sooner, only to be outpaced by another. Yet, a small group of girls remained unfazed, their gazes toward Dai Yunhan ablaze with desire. Among the boys, jealousy overshadowed any feelings of regret. Wang Feng's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. "No matter. Encounters are serendipitous. I feel an instant rapport with you, and should you ever wish, you are welcome to seek me out." He then turned to Dai Yunhan, adding, "Brother Dai is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful fiancée. However, I perceive you to be quite young and exceptionally talented. In a world fraught with peril, beware of arrogance, for if you allow pride to cloud your judgment, you may lose something precious, and regret will come too late." Wang Feng's words, though cloaked in politeness, bore an undercurrent of insincerity. On the surface, they appeared to express genuine concern for Dai Yunhan, yet anyone present could discern the true intent behind them. His warning was not merely a caution. It was a veiled indication of his interest in Zhu Zhuqing, delivered during their first meeting, raising suspicions about his true motives. Dai Yunhan was no pushover. He could easily discern the implications behind the words spoken to him. Faced with someone who intended to target Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan was not one to let such an affront pass without consequence. With a cold sneer, he extended his hand and swiftly swung it towards Wang Feng's face. An overwhelming force accompanied by a howling sensation of impending danger, as if he intended to deliver a fatal blow. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief at Dai Yunhan's audacity. Was he truly enraged enough to strike Wang Feng? After all, Wang Feng was the son of a duke, and such an act could lead to dire repercussions for Dai Yunhan. Furthermore, this was Yuxian, where the monarch had decreed a strict prohibition against any form of violence. Violators risked losing their titles and being relegated to commoner status, or even facing execution. Did he truly dare to act? Wang Feng, positioned directly in Dai Yunhan's path, felt the sharp intensity of the impending strike and instinctively recoiled in alarm. Yet, upon meeting Dai Yunhan's mocking gaze and recalling the rules of Yuxian, he straightened his posture and forced himself to maintain composure. He refused to believe that Dai Yunhan would actually dare to resort to violence within Yuxian's confines. Indeed, in the next moment, his gamble proved to be correct. Dai Yunhan's hand halted just an inch before him. Wang Feng felt a wave of relief. Indeed, Dai Yunhan dared not strike him, revealing himself to be merely a paper tiger. A triumphant smile spread across Wang Feng's face. The others also exhaled in relief. Had a confrontation ensued here, Dai Yunhan could very well face execution. Moreover, as his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing would share the same grim fate. Both were reluctant to part with them. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a tinge of disappointment. They had anticipated that Dai Yunhan might genuinely confront Wang Feng. Such a confrontation would surely have been a spectacle. This is the nature of humanity. When the weak provoke the strong, the initial reaction is one of concern. And upon realizing it was not a provocation, they are left disheartened, lamenting the missed opportunity for a captivating drama. Dai Yunhan's hand came to a halt directly in front of Wang Feng, who smirked condescendingly, exuding an air of arrogance. He remained silent, merely observing what further tactics his opponent might employ. His earlier immobility had seemingly granted him a psychological victory over Dai Yunhan. He sensed Zhu Zhuqing's gaze upon him, prompting him to lift his chin with renewed pride. Zhu Zhuqing, can you see it? Your man is a worthless fool. I am your superior choice. In this world, strength and background are the true currencies of power. His heart brimmed with pride and self-satisfaction, his demeanor reminiscent of a proud cockerel, stretching his neck high. Yet, at that moment, Dai Yunhan's hand, which had been poised before him, suddenly stirred. The 5 fingers twitched, mimicking a gesture of grasping at the air. Wang Feng was perplexed. What could this mean? Is he so enraged that he has lost his wits? Or has he recognized his own impotence against me, opting instead to strike at the air? Humph, what a fool. Musical talent is of little consequence. Only true strength holds value. He began to envision Zhu Zhuqing dismissing Dai Yunhan and stealthily returning to him. Unconsciously, his pride swelled even further. However, Dai Yunhan's hand moved once more, albeit slowly, as if deliberately performing in slow motion, gliding past Wang Feng. Then, he traced a semicircle in the air before continuing on his path. Wang Feng's eyes remained fixed on the hand, eager to discern his intentions. Could it be that this fellow is utterly dim-witted? Dai Yunhan's hand glided past his eyes, brushed over his chest, and traversed his hand, ultimately resting upon Zhu Zhuqing's waist. As 5 fingers made contact, the palms seamlessly conformed to the exquisite curve of her waist. Wang Feng stood transfixed, his gaze unwavering, reflecting a tumult of emotions. There was a third bewilderment, a third confusion, a third doubt, and an overwhelming 91 parts anger. Dai Yunhan, that scoundrel, is shamelessly flaunting affection. Such impudence is intolerable. Wang Feng, who typically maintains an air of nobility, found himself unable to contain his emotions, his defenses utterly breached. Chapter 87, Killing with Heart. Yet, just a moment before his fury erupted, Dai Yunhan suddenly exerted force, pulling Zhu Zhuqing close. She let out a delicate cry. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned against his shoulder. But the scene did not conclude there. Dai Yunhan's hand, resting on her waist, suddenly ventured downward, tracing the exaggerated curve of her figure. Zhu Zhuqing, overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, did not resist. Instead, she shyly buried her face into Dai Yunhan's chest. Playing along with his display, Dai Yunhan gazed triumphantly at Wang Feng, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips, though he did not hold his head high. To the onlookers, he appeared more gallant than a proud rooster. In stark contrast, Wang Feng had already succumbed to despair, resembling an enraged turkey. If glances could slay, Dai Yunhan would have been reduced to a mere poached chicken by now. He huffed disdainfully before storming out, his frustration palpable. The spectators, witnessing this scene, felt an even deeper sense of envy and resentment towards Dai Yunhan. A true act of heartless cruelty. Dai Yunhan did not utter a single word. Yet she effortlessly countered Wang Feng's onslaught and delivered a formidable retaliation, rendering him utterly defeated, truly a master at her craft. Following this spectacle, it became evident to all that the bond between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly deep. Some individuals abandoned their inner aspirations, while others chose to conceal their thoughts, biding their time for a future opportunity. A select few, however, transformed their musings into strategic plans, contemplating how to create their own chances. As the crowd began to disperse, Zhu Zhuqing shyly emerged from Dai Yunhan's embrace and, with a playful twist at his waist, remarked, "If you dare to act so brazenly in front of so many again, I shall not spare you." Dai Yunhan, however, displayed an astonishing audacity, feigning an innocent expression as she proclaimed, "What is the matter? I am merely declaring my allegiance, announcing that I am yours, urging those fluttering butterflies to keep their distance from me. Simultaneously, I wish to distance the unwelcome nuisances from you. This exquisite flower belongs to me." "Then you could simply articulate that," she retorted indignantly. "In front of so many witnesses, you dare to pinch my backside? While you may lack shame, I still possess some dignity." The words spoken were met with skepticism. Only through demonstration could they truly believe. "But must you resort to such actions?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and fury coloring her cheeks. "This is a classroom, with so many eyes upon us. While I could tolerate a kiss or a gentle embrace, your pinching is utterly excessive." In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, nearly overwhelmed by shock. Dai Yunhan could only helplessly say, "What can we do? I have already pinched it. Why not pinch it back?" With that, she grasped his small hand and directed it towards her backside. Zhu Zhuqing, clearly annoyed, promptly gave her a slap on the rear and exclaimed, "How did I never realize you were this mischievous before?" Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. Despite receiving a slap, it hardly pained her, and in fact, it felt somewhat pleasant. "You have certainly noticed. It is merely that you are fond of my mischief." "What nonsense!" Zhu Zhuqing retorted, unwilling to accept such a claim. However, she found a certain truth in Dai Yunhan's words, prompting her to inquire, "Then tell me, why is it that I am drawn to your mischief?" Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. "Her reason quite simple. My mischief is reserved solely for you." As she spoke, she playfully slapped her pert backside and burst into laughter as she dashed away. Zhu Zhuqing, startled, felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, glancing around to notice numerous gazes directed her way. In an instant, her spirit manifested, and she lunged towards Dai Yunhan. Upon their return to the dormitory, they found Dugu Yin waiting at the entrance. Surprised, Dai Yunhan inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in practice?" "Indeed. Teacher Qin has arranged a month of intensive training for us, so I came to savor my last meal tonight," Dugu Yin replied. "I never anticipated that my culinary skills would leave you so enchanted," Dai Yunhan remarked with a playful grin. "Hee. I'm equally astonished that a man like you could prepare such delectable dishes," Dugu Yin responded. Her mood significantly uplifted after overhearing the previous conversation between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. She recognized that Dai Yunhan harbored a slight fondness for her. Hence, after enduring several days of solitude and chill, she resolved to cast aside her pride. Dai Yunhan opened the door, inviting Dugu Yin into her abode, and then inquired, "Your grandfather has entrusted me with your care. What would you like to eat?" "I shall fulfill your desires this evening. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, assorted delicacies, smoked chicken belly, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail. Are you merely listing the dishes?" Dugu Yin chuckled lightly. Unfazed, she added, "Then I shall eat whatever you prepare." Dai Yunhan shot her a glance, exasperated. "What do you expect? If I don't cook, what else can you eat?" She tied her apron securely and entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zhu Zhuqing, ever the dutiful companion, graciously followed her into the kitchen to lend a hand. Observing this, Dugu Yin also resolved to join them in the kitchen to assist. Dai Yunhan does not require her assistance, yet she stubbornly lingers in the kitchen, impossible to dislodge. "Since there is no alternative, please hand me the scallions. Here, I present a handful of chives to Dugu Yin." Dai Yunhan was left speechless. How could you not even distinguish between vegetables? Isn't that merely creating confusion? You could teach me. I refuse to believe you were born with all knowledge. Du Yin, after all, is simply refusing to leave. Dai Yunhan finds herself in a predicament, having no choice but to remain there. Please pass me the sesame oil. Here you go. Du Guiyuan has brought a bottle of Sichuan pepper oil. Dai Yunhan remarked, Sister, you may not be familiar with oil, but surely you recognize characters, don't you? I believe that this dish would taste even better with some Sichuan pepper oil. Du Guiyuan spoke with a hint of unease. All right then, she conceded. It seems I was momentarily distracted. Dai Yunhan, please pass me the pork belly. Du Guiyuan handed over a plate of chicken. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. How did you manage to get it right this time? I don't know. I just had a feeling it was the one. Dai Yunhan's forehead was marked with a dark patch. The small blemishes had inexplicably spread across the entire universe. At last, due to the hindrance caused by Du Guiyuan, a meal that could have been prepared in merely an hour was finally completed after 2.5 hours. The three of them gathered around the table. What about the wine from last time? With such a sumptuous feast today, how can we not indulge in a little wine? Du Guiyuan suddenly exclaimed. Dai Yunhan expressed her astonishment. You still indulge in white wine? Is that not permissible? Dai Yunhan tugged at her lips and sighed. Never mind. The alcohol content of the white wine is too high. Perhaps you should indulge in some fruit wine instead. This is also a brew of my own making. Dai Yunhan retrieved the meticulously brewed fruit wine from the spatial ring. The diversity of fruit varieties in this world is unparalleled, and the rich juice is simply ideal for crafting exquisite fruit wines. Chapter 88. Fear not, I voluntarily accept. Du Guiyuan was initially hesitant to partake in the fruit wine due to its low toxicity. However, upon catching a whiff of the unique and delightful fruity aroma, she ultimately decided to acquiesce. What kind of fruit wine is this? Even before tasting, I can already sense its sweetness, Du Guiyuan inquired. Dai Yunhan smiled with pride. For this was a rare fruit harvested from the starry forest, infused with the finest royal rock sugar and my exquisite white liquor. Naturally, it was delightful. As she spoke, she poured a generous glass for herself, while also serving Zhu Zhuqing. Cheers. The three raised their glasses, savoring the richly sweet fruit wine. With the first sip, Du Guiyuan's expression turned to one of satisfaction. I seriously suspect that being a prince is merely your side venture. Cooking, brewing, detoxifying, and alchemy. How is it that you possess such a myriad of skills? Du Guiyuan marveled, having never encountered a prince so adept in such extraordinary arts. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. I have acquired a plethora of skills. Do you possess other abilities? Du Guiyuan inquired, astonished. Certainly. For instance? Du Guiyuan's eyes widened in curiosity. Dai Yunhan's lips curled into a smirk as she remarked, for instance, deceit, trickery, theft, indulgence in lavish feasts, promiscuity, gambling, and smoking. Are you well versed in these vices? Du Guiyuan was utterly astonished, pondering how such matters could ever be deemed virtuous. Is it permissible? After all, you are a prince. Engaging in such activities hardly befits your noble status, does it? Dai Yunhan expressed indifference, merely intending to demonstrate that she possessed greater capabilities, without asserting that she must excel in any particular area. In response, Du Guiyuan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to 1,000 wild horses galloping through her mind, and turned her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, pondering whether he had always been this way. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing could profoundly empathize with Du Guiyuan's sentiments, an inexplicable sense of kinship blossoming within him. What he revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Should Du Guiyuan harbor regrets about this meal, it was not too late to reconsider. This unspoken implication was a subtle encouragement for Du Guiyuan, if she acknowledged her folly in being enamored with Dai Yunhan. There was still time to withdraw. Du Guiyuan grasped the underlying message, yet chose to remain silent. Instead, she raised her wine glass and proclaimed, Come, let us toast. The three clinked their glasses together. After taking a sip, Du Guiyuan felt a warmth begin to flush her cheeks. Though it was fruit wine, the base liquor was Dai Yunhan's potent spirit. While the alcohol content was somewhat lower, it still surpassed that of ordinary fruit wines. Thus, with her low tolerance for alcohol, she began to feel slightly tipsy after just a couple of sips. Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a similar predicament, as she too lacked a fondness for alcohol and had an even poorer capacity for drinking. The trio continued their conversation while dining, with Du Guiyuan seemingly intent on inebriating herself, persistently urging others to drink. Dai Yunhan is indifferent. His capacity for alcohol is considerable and unwavering. However, Zhu Zhuqing is quite the opposite. Her tolerance is even inferior to that of Du Guiyuan, and she becomes tipsy in no time, abandoning her meal altogether. Dai Yunhan found herself in a predicament. After finishing her meal, she had no choice but to gently place her companion upon the bed, allowing her to drift into slumber. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan descended the stairs to tidy up the surroundings. "Allow me to assist you," she offered, as Du Guyan clung to a flicker of consciousness. Though her own legs wavered, she insisted on aiding Dai Yunhan in clearing away the dishes. Dai Yunhan steadied her and said, "There's no need for that. If you are inebriated, I shall escort you home to rest. It is you who is intoxicated, not I." Du Guyan waved her hand grandly, proclaiming that all those who were drunk insisted they were sober. "Allow me to assist you." Du Guyan moved behind Dai Yunhan and then directly embraced his waist, resting her head upon his back. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, intending to assist her to the sofa for a moment of rest, planning to return her home later. However, her grip was unyielding, refusing to loosen even slightly. "Don't move. Allow me to hold you," spoke Du Guyan, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Dai Yunhan immediately became still. Du Guyan chuckled playfully. "See, now that I am holding you, it no longer feels like I am burdening you as I did while cooking earlier. Moreover, this bowl can be considered as washed by both of us. I too have a sense of participation. Am I not quite clever?" Dai Yunhan felt a surge of amusement within. To articulate the concepts of laziness and exploitation so clearly and elegantly was a feat he believed only he could achieve. To his surprise, he discovered that Du Guyan possessed the same aptitude. "Indeed, you are quite astute." Dai Yunhan allowed her to embrace her, bestowing upon her a compliment. Before resuming her dishwashing endeavor, Du Guyan held on to her, a contented smile gracing her face. Before long, Dai Yunhan had completed her task. "All right, you seem quite inebriated. Let me escort you home," she said, turning to support her as she prepared to depart. However, just as she pivoted, Du Guyan suddenly lunged into Dai Yunhan's embrace, planting her soft, fragrant lips upon hers. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, unprepared for such an abrupt turn of events. However, confronted with this soft yet forceful assault, he offered no resistance. He allowed Du Guyan to unleash her full onslaught, absorbing each blow. Yet, he evidently underestimated the ferocity of Du Guyan's attack. Her offensive was far more vigorous than he had anticipated. She boldly reached out, seizing Dai Yunhan's hand, and bestowed upon him a luminous guidance. Dai Yunhan's heart skipped a beat as she marveled at the audacity of Du Guyan. Though she was smaller in stature than Zhu Zhuqing, her courage was anything but diminutive. After a brief period of passivity, Dai Yunhan, embodying the essence of masculinity, swiftly seized the initiative. Du Guyan's offensive crumbled in an instant, yielding to Dai Yunhan's embrace. The battle was over. Du Guyan's complexion flushed, a delightful haze of intoxication mingling with the burgeoning warmth of spring. As she gazed at Dai Yunhan, her eyes brimmed with longing and fulfillment. Without a trace of hesitation, she boldly began to unfasten her clothing. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Du Guyan's eyes sparkled with a fervent flame. "I've already taken off my dress. What do you think I'm doing?" As she spoke, she pressed closer to Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan swiftly restrained her, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? This is the kitchen." The kitchen boasted large glass windows, allowing anyone outside to easily witness the happenings within. "Then let us proceed upstairs," Du Guyan suggested. "Zhu Qing is upstairs. Then let us go to the restroom." "The restroom is far too cramped. What do you propose? Are you not a man?" A look of deep sorrow adorned Du Guyan's face, and the once blazing fire within her dimmed slightly. Soon after, her eyes shimmered with moisture. "Do you not like me?" "Of course I like you," Dai Yunhan replied without hesitation. "If I did not, I would have cast you out long ago." "Then why do you reject me?" A glimmer of joy danced in Du Guyan's eyes, reigniting the flicker of passion within her, though it remained subtly restrained, no longer as fervent as before. Dai Yunhan sighed and said, "Your grandfather entrusted me with your care when he departed. If I were to take you to bed for your well-being, what would happen when he returns? I would surely face dire consequences. What do you fear from him? I am here of my own volition." Chapter 89. The affection of Du Guyan deepens, and soul power increases by one level. "He is your grandfather. Naturally, you do not fear him," Dai Yunhan explained. "Yet, do you not recall the events of last time? Were it not for my immunity to poison, I might have met my demise at his hands long ago. Your grandfather is quite autocratic and pays no heed to my explanations, hence my apprehension." Dai Yunhan's explanation is merely a pretext. Is he somewhat apprehensive of Du Gubo? Indeed, he harbors a modicum of fear. However, should he win over Du Gubo's granddaughter, Dai Yunhan is confident that Du Gubo would not cause him harm and would, in fact, Be quite pleased. Why does he express this sentiment? The rationale is straightforward. He wishes to reserve his first experience for Zhu Zhuqing, for in his heart, she holds paramount significance. Yet, he cannot articulate this thought, lest it inadvertently wound Du Guyan. If she were to become resolute and withdraw her affections, it would be a considerable loss for him. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's explanation, Du Guyan felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Du Guyan pondered over the words of Dai Yunhan, recalling the last encounter where he had implored his grandfather yet was met with indifference towards Dai Yunhan. Ultimately, it was only through his own willingness to sacrifice himself that his grandfather relented and spared her. Had there truly been an affair between himself and Dai Yunhan? Given Du Guobo's temperament, he might have indeed taken drastic measures. Although he had previously sought his grandfather's assistance, requesting that Dai Yunhan be allowed to care for him, and had expressed his affection for her, his grandfather's demeanor had shifted, albeit not substantially enough to convey genuine delight. Thus, Du Guyan found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Upon witnessing this, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of relief and then assisted her in putting on her clothing. However, after donning her attire, Du Guyan suddenly crouched down. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. What are you doing? It was I who stirred your discomfort, so it is only natural for me to assist in alleviating it. After a considerable pause, Du Guyan nestled contentedly in Dai Yunhan's embrace, who held her with a sense of fulfillment. Tell me, in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing, whom do you find more appealing? Zhu Zhuqing, bashful as a gentle stream, replied, You are fervent like fire, while she is as modest as water. Both are delightful. Humph. You silver-tongued flatterer. Du Guyan huffed in playful annoyance. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, aware that such inquiries rarely yield definitive answers. It was akin to the dilemma of rescuing either a wife or a mother from drowning. Even if a choice existed, it would likely be insincere. Nevertheless, the innate competitive spirit among women compelled her to inquire once more. Then tell me, how does my figure compare to hers? You both possess your unique charms. Dai Yunhan offered a critique, yet Du Guyan remained dissatisfied, as he still did not specify whose was superior. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment, then broke into a mischievous smile, executing a move known as the flower seeking in the clouds, and remarked, This is your finest moment. Du Guyan was caught off guard, her cheeks flushing crimson, yet the momentary shyness quickly transformed into a proactive demeanor. Ding! The system detected that the goddess Du Guyan's fondness for the host had deepened, resulting in an elevation of soul power by one level. In the days that followed, Du Guyan engaged in intensive training in preparation for the upcoming practice competition over a month later. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan, with little to occupy his time, ventured out of the academy each day. He sought to observe the progress of the plan regarding Yi Tianqing on the fire-face side. If there was nothing pressing, he would visit the palace to share drinks with Xue Qinghe. After being tricked once, Xue Qinghe was naturally reluctant to accompany Dai Yunhan for drinks again. However, Dai Yunhan had his own means to persuade him. He would present an ancient tome on governance, promising to gift it to Xue Qinghe if he agreed to share a drink. Initially hesitant, Xue Qinghe soon relinquished all reservations upon hearing Dai Yunhan read aloud from its pages, agreeing to indulge and drink with him. As they shared this drink, it was only natural that the two ended up sharing the same bed. Yet, in a bid to swiftly cultivate their relationship, Dai Yunhan would occasionally shed his garments, testing the limits of Xue Qinghe's comfort. As long as Xue Qinghe did not exhibit excessive reactions, Dai Yunhan successfully lowered his boundaries. By the time he would eventually lay his heart bare, it was likely that Xue Qinghe would not react too strongly. Another day of monotony unfolded. Dai Yunhan once again arrived at the camp of Wufei. Judging by the reports he submitted daily, it appears that Yi Tianqing has indeed undergone a transformation. He has been accepting tasks with remarkable frequency, specifically those that offer substantial rewards, thus amassing wealth at a swift pace. However, such tasks also entail a considerable level of danger. Yu Lingling has frequently left the school to provide him with treatment. Dai Yunhan initially hesitated to allow her to come out for treatment, as her frequent appearances might arouse Yi Tianqing's suspicions. After all, she was currently playing the role of the antagonist, and it would be inconceivable for a villain to exhibit such leniency towards Yu Lingling. However, the severity of Yi Tianqing's injuries was a cause for concern. Yi Lingling felt an urgent need to tend to him personally. Dai Yunhan found himself at a loss. For how could he resist the allure of Yi Lingling, the woman he desired? A man must cherish his own beloved. In the room, Dai Yunhan playfully teased Yi Lingling while awaiting Huofei's report for the day. Suddenly, Huofei's urgent voice broke through. Captain, trouble has arisen. Yi Tianqing has been captured. Captured? Dai Yunhan exclaimed, rising abruptly. Who on earth would instigate such chaos and abduct Yu Tiancheng? Beside him, Yu Lingling inquired anxiously, who took him? It was the leader of the Magic Wolf Brigade, Lai Xiao, Huo Fei replied. But why would he seize Yi Tiancheng? Dai Yunhan pressed. Huo Fei explained. It stemmed from a conflict over a mission. Yi Tiancheng assisted someone in hunting for a soul ring and encountered members of the Magic Wolf Brigade. Both parties had their sights set on the same soul beast. Yi Tiancheng, unwilling to relinquish the lucrative prize, clashed with them. He emerged victorious. Yet the Magic Wolf Brigade did not relent. As soon as he completed his task, they dispatched individuals to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Just as he prepared to speak, Yu Lingling interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Where is my father now? He is at the headquarters of the Magic Wolf Brigade, Huo Fei responded. The headquarters of the Magic Wolf Brigade was no place of solace. To an outsider, it resembled a prison. Many who had crossed the Magic Wolf Brigade rarely returned alive. And for those who did, their careers as soul masters were irrevocably shattered. A look of panic washed over Yi Lingling's face as she turned to Dai Yunhan, her eyes pleading. Please, save my father. Dai Yunhan did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Huo Fei. Seemingly anticipating her unvoiced inquiry, Huo Fei spoke directly, Captain, if we are to undertake a rescue mission, we must deliberate carefully. The strength of the Demon Wolf Brigade is unparalleled among mercenary groups. Should we act recklessly, we may incur devastating losses. Chapter 90. The Rescue. Huo Fei is unlike Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan established a mercenary group primarily for amusement, while Huo Fei genuinely invested his emotions. He was unwilling to witness any sacrifices. Noticing Dai Yunhan's hesitation, Yi Lingling became anxious and urgently grasped his arm, imploring, Please save my father. The headquarters of the Demon Wolf Group is perilous. If we delay, my father's life will be at stake. After speaking, Dai Yunhan remained contemplative, which only heightened Yi Lingling's distress. Suddenly, a flicker of determination ignited in her eyes as she declared, Dai Yunhan, if you promise to save my father, I will agree to any condition you set. Even to become your woman. Is that true? Dai Yunhan finally spoke. Yi Lingling, witnessing his swift reaction, felt a flicker of resentment in her eyes. She was certain that he had done so intentionally, coaxing her into uttering such words, taking advantage of her vulnerability. However, that feeling of resentment quickly dissipated, replaced by a sense of resignation. As an adult, she understood that in the world of grown-ups, no one extends kindness without a motive. Their benevolence invariably demands a price. Although she held a slight disdain for Dai Yunhan's opportunistic behavior, she was nevertheless willing to accept his advantage-taking, for it represented a chance to save her father. It is worth noting that sometimes, when engulfed in despair, even if one is willing to be exploited, no one comes forth to help. That is the true horror. She did not blame Dai Yunhan. Rather, she reproached herself for lacking the strength to protect her father. She lamented the unfairness of fate for endowing her with a soul that could only heal. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Dai Yunhan's intentions were not to take advantage, but rather to ponder how best to rescue Yi Tiancheng. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to adopt the most straightforward approach. Without hesitation, he declared, Let us go to the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Brigade at once. Yi Lingling's heart soared with joy as she eagerly responded. However, Huo Fei's expression changed dramatically. Captain, are you truly going to proceed with this? Dai Yunhan was acutely aware of his concerns and directly stated, This matter pertains to my personal affairs. There is no need for your intervention. I can handle it alone. With that, Dai Yunhan set forth towards the Wolf Demon Brigade. Yi Lingling found herself puzzled as to why Dai Yunhan chose not to involve the support team, for their participation would undoubtedly increase the odds of success. Yet, she refrained from probing further, as inexplicably, she harbored an unshakable trust in Dai Yunhan. Soon, Dai Yunhan arrived at the headquarters of the Wolf Demon Brigade. Accompanied by Yi Lingling, they were halted at the entrance by 2 guards. Dai Yunhan did not force her way in. Instead, she stated directly, I wish to see the leader of the Demon Wolf Squad, Lai Xiao. Are you the leader of the escort squad? The escort squad had been gaining considerable renown in recent days, rapidly ascending to become the second-largest mercenary group within the guild in just a short span of time. Thus, the 2 guards did not dare to treat lightly the individual before them who claimed to be the leader. Dai Yunhan produced the emblem of the regiment. The guards, well acquainted with its significance, recognized it immediately. Please hold on a moment, one of the guards said as he entered to report to Lai Xiao. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned. Our commander requests your presence. Dai Yunhan nodded and followed him inside. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. sitting in the center of the hall. Lai Xiao was initially puzzled as to why the leader of the escort team had sought him out, given that they had no prior acquaintance. However, upon seeing Dai Yunhan's arrival, he instantly felt a surge of tension. "You are the leader of the escort team?" Lai Xiao inquired, astonished. "Indeed, that is correct," came the reply. Dai Yunhan nodded. The fierce Xiao furrowed his brows, pondering the true identity of Dai Yunhan. He was affiliated with the prince's mansion and also the leader of the Liajichuan. What could he possibly want from him at this moment? Could it be that the prince's mansion intends to suppress him and support the Liajichuan instead? However, upon noticing Yi Lingling beside Dai Yunhan, a realization began to dawn upon him. "Are you here for Yi Tianqing?" "Indeed. Where is he?" Dai Yunhan inquired. Xiao replied, "I have him confined. That fellow, oblivious to his own peril, dared to seize the soul ring from us and severely injured 2 of my brothers. Does he truly believe that his soul power exceeding 50 levels renders him untouchable?" Dai Yunhan furrowed his brow and said, "Release him." Upon hearing this, Lai Xiao glanced at him in astonishment, then comprehended his intent. "On what grounds?" "He has injured my brother and usurped the mission of my Demon Wolf Brigade. You expect me to let him go just because you say so? Release him, and I shall bear all losses." "You shall bear them?" Lai Xiao laughed heartily. "You may compensate for the monetary losses, but what of my brother's injuries? What of the psychological trauma they have endured? Can money truly mend such wounds?" Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan realized that Lai Xiao was intent on making things difficult for him today. Their only connection was Yi Lingling, and it was evident that he harbored resentment for the disruption he had caused previously. Thus, he spoke directly to the point. "If you release Yi Tianqing, the terms are yours to dictate." "Ah, I have been awaiting those very words. Give me the woman beside you, and I shall release Yi Tianqing." "Absolutely not." Dai Yunhan rejected without hesitation. Lai Xiao emitted a disdainful laugh. "What, have you changed your mind so swiftly? You just proclaimed that the terms were yours to set. And now that I have presented one, you find it unfeasible?" Dai Yunhan spoke with a cold demeanor, declaring, "She is my woman. I am indifferent. I relish in what you have previously enjoyed, as it requires no training." Lai Xiao replied in an utterly lewd manner. His gaze shamelessly roamed over Yi Lingling, as if genuinely lustful or perhaps intentionally provoking Dai Yunhan. Regardless, it was evident that Dai Yunhan was indeed infuriated. "I grant you one last opportunity. Aside from her, you may propose any terms you desire." "I desire no other terms. I want her. If you can provide her, I shall release Yi Tianqing. If you cannot, I will kill him immediately." "You dare." Before Dai Yunhan could respond, Yi Lingling could no longer contain herself. Lai Xiao laughed heartily. "What do I have to fear? Yi Tianqing acted ungratefully first, seizing my soul beast and injuring my brother. It is entirely reasonable for me to capture him, even if you are from the prince's residence. I am unafraid." At that moment, Lai Xiao held considerable power, and even though Dai Yunhan was associated with the prince's residence, he would have to think twice before acting. After all, the prince's residence represented royal authority, and disregarding the truth of the matter and acting lawlessly would invite public scorn. This was precisely why Lai Xiao dared to confront Dai Yunhan so boldly. Moreover, he had recently achieved a breakthrough, now standing as a soul saint. Chapter 91. If one does not suffice, then 2 shall do. The status of a soul saint in the Douluo Empire is exceedingly high. Not only the prince's residence, but even the emperor must show him a measure of respect. After all, besides Du Gabo, the strongest figures in the Douluo Empire are the 3 esteemed instructors of the Douluo Academy. There are scarcely any other formidable experts belonging to the royal family's own ranks. A soul saint is enough to compel their utmost efforts to court him. Indeed, strength is the fundamental basis of arrogance in this world. Ye Xiao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stated, "Do not claim that I have not afforded you an opportunity for consideration. In the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, if you agree, I shall immediately release him, and the past grievances shall be rendered moot. If you refuse, prepare to collect his remains." With that, Lai Xiao settled back into his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea, exuding an air of complete control. Dai Yunhan exuded an air of indifference. It seemed this fellow truly had no regard for his own dignity. How could one be so obstinate? Beside him, Yi Lingling felt a fine sheen of perspiration accumulate in her palms. The veil obscured her expression, yet the tremor in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil and conflict. She could not help but glance at Dai Yunhan, only to find his visage shrouded in gloom. Could it be that he too had reached an impasse? A sense of despondency enveloped her. As her gaze fell upon the arrogant countenance of Lai Xiao, a shadow of despair flickered within her. No matter how she maneuvered, she ultimately remained ensnared in Lai Xiao's grasp. She took a step forward, poised to acquiesce to his demands. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan preempted her, unleashing his martial soul. A formidable tiger, adorned in black and white with majestic wings, materialized behind him. Observing this, Lai Shao inexplicably smirked. "Are you truly certain you wish to engage with me here? Do you even comprehend whose territory you are trespassing upon?" As he spoke, Lai Zhao's aura surged forth with ferocity. A blood-curdling roar echoed as a massive black demonic wolf, towering at 3 meters, emerged behind him, exuding an air of primal savagery, as if summoned from the depths of a dark abyss. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings shimmered at his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. A 7-ringed soul saint. Dai Yunhan was slightly taken aback. No wonder he was so arrogant, as he had indeed broken through to the soul sage realm. Moreover, he possessed the quintessential optimal configuration of soul rings. Simultaneously, as Lai Shao unleashed his martial spirit, the minions of the demon wolf gang began to converge around them. Lai Shao couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. With a derisive smile directed at Dai Yunhan, he proclaimed, "Boy, do not think that just because you are from the prince's residence, even if the crown prince himself were to come here today, he would have no reason to take you Tianqing away, unless he were to step over your corpse, correct?" Dai Yunhan suddenly inquired. Lai Shao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how his own line had been usurped. Nevertheless, he graciously acquiesced. "Indeed, unless you tread over my corpse." Upon uttering this, the surrounding minions closed in on Dai Yunhan even more tightly. The slightest movement from him would provoke an immediate attack. Yi Lingling, observing the tense situation, felt her previously anxious heart, stirred by Yi Tianqing, now wrestle with even greater turmoil. She did not wish to lose her father, nor did she want to drag Dai Yunhan down because of her own troubles. Should a battle ensue here, it was highly probable that Dai Yunhan would perish. She could not afford to be so selfish. At that moment, she resolved to step forward. However, just then, Dai Yunhan grasped her firmly. Accompanied by a voice steeped in disdain, he declared, "Just entered the soul sage realm, and already you are so brazen? Very well. If you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige." A commanding and frigid voice resonated, seemingly materializing from thin air, echoing in the ears of all present. Panic washed over the crowd. Who could it be? Lai Shao sprang to his feet, his expression one of astonishment. The aura emanating from this presence was undoubtedly more formidable than his own. "It is I," the voice rang out once more, as a figure materialized at the entrance of the hall, with a single sweeping motion of his palm. The disciple standing in his way was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Lai Shao gazed at him in astonishment. Feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from the newcomer, his lips went dry. He too was a soul sage. Furthermore, judging by his aura, he was even stronger than Lai Shao. "Who are you?" Lai Shao inquired, perplexed, for he had never encountered this individual before, nor had he ever provoked him. The man replied coldly, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that Dai Yunhan is my master." The word master struck Lai Shao with shock. A soul sage serving another? This was unfathomable. What sort of background did Dai Yunhan possess? Surely, even a prince would not enjoy such treatment as having a soul sage as a subordinate. Seeing that Lai Shao did not appear to be lying, his expression grew grave. If this were indeed the case, then today would not unfold as he had hoped. Both were soul sages, one an experienced veteran and the other a newly ascended one. Lai Shao lacked confidence in overcoming the individual before him. After all, he had no formidable backing. His rise to prominence was solely through personal endeavor. However, he was reluctant to capitulate easily and was determined to resist. "Even if you are Dai Yunhan's person, you cannot so brazenly seize someone from me. Yu Tianqing has caused me considerable losses." Dai Yunhan stepped forward and declared, "I have already stated my willingness to compensate you, yet you refuse. I find myself at an impasse, compelled to act without reason." The fierce eagle felt a surge of frustration. The arrogance he had just exhibited now turned into a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and replied, "We are both soul saints, and with so many witnesses present, should it come to blows, I may not best you. But safeguarding him will not be a simple task for you either. I reiterate, relinquish this woman, and let us consider this matter as if it never occurred." With that, he softened his tone and continued, "Dai Yunhan, you possess wealth and power, women are abundant in your life. Why must you contend for this one?" Dai Yunhan, however, was exceedingly domineering. "I do not lack women, yet my woman is not one you can covet." He choked momentarily, then gritted his teeth and declared, "Dai Yunhan, do you truly believe that a soul saint can control me?" Dai Yunhan scoffed disdainfully, questioning the capability of a lone soul saint, and what of the other two? As she spoke, A surge of violent energy erupted, toppling several members of the Demon Wolf Brigade. Then, a woman clad in white appeared before Dai Yunhan. She was one of her protectors, previously a Soul Emperor. She had managed to ascend to Soul Saint after consuming some low-grade herbs that Dai Yunhan had provided upon her return from the Eye of Yin and Yang. Now, Dai Yunhan found herself under the protection of two Soul Saints. The emergence of this second Soul Saint extinguished any lingering hope in Lai Shao's heart. While he might have felt he could maneuver with one Soul Saint against his numbers, facing two left him utterly powerless. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Followed by a fiery red figure bursting in, it was Hua Fei. He had led his squadron to offer support to Dai Yunhan. Witnessing this, Lai Xiao's spirits plummeted, and he felt devoid of any further ambitions. Lai Xiao, will you release him now? Dai Yunhan inquired. Should he refuse, she would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Demon Wolf Brigade. One must bow when under the eaves of another. Lai Xiao, stripped of his earlier bravado, sighed heavily and ordered the release of Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing emerged, bloodied and battered, clearly having endured severe torment. Seeing this, Yi Lingling felt a pang of anguish and immediately cast a healing light upon him. The sight of such Br Dai Yunhan was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the young man, Hua Fei, had such connections and could even enlist the aid of individuals from the academy. You, my friend, are quite generous. 10 gold soul coins just to show off? Next time something like this comes up, do count me in, Dai Yunhan remarked. Hua Fei smiled lightly. It matters not. It is all your money. A moment later, Yi Lingling approached. How is it? Your father is unharmed, I trust? Inquired Dai Yunhan. Yi Lingling shook her head. Dai Yunhan remarked, it would be best to clarify matters with him. Your father has become somewhat obsessed, disregarding the rules. While strength may be commendable, weakness can lead to dire consequences. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of trepidation. This fellow Yi Tianqing was utterly reckless for the sake of money, seemingly disregarding his very existence. If this continued, one could easily be driven to madness. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. However, Dai Yunhan insisted, you must not divulge the truth directly to him. We must approach this gradually. I fear he may not withstand such a profound shift in mindset. Indeed, Yi Lingling responded, observing her fragile demeanor. Dai Yunhan discreetly signaled to Hua Fei and his companions. Hua Fei understood and subsequently led his team out of the room. Only Yi Lingling remained. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere that made her feel increasingly anxious, Dai Yunhan approached her, then directly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Yi Lingling was startled, her beautiful eyes trembling. What are you trying to do? Dai Yunhan, with an air of dominance and indifference, forcefully tore away her veil, leaving Yi Lingling in a state of heightened alarm as she instinctively raised her hands to shield her face. Dai Yunhan let out a cold snort, commanding her to withdraw her hand. Yi Lingling, taken aback, hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, her eyes filled with a myriad of grievances as she silently withdrew her hand, revealing her breathtakingly exquisite visage. Dai Yunhan fixated on her face, then on her lips. As she gradually descended into a state of utter fear, lowering his head, Yi Lingling's eyes were filled with panic, her waist twisting incessantly as she attempted to break free from Dai Yunhan's embrace. However, Dai Yunhan's strength was astonishingly formidable, rendering Yi Lingling utterly incapable of escape. As Dai Yunhan's lips drew ever closer to hers, tears threatened to well up at the corners of her eyes. She could only press her hands firmly against Dai Yunhan's chest. At that moment, Dai Yunhan abruptly came to a halt, regarding her with an expression of utter indifference. Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback. The anticipated scenario had not unfolded. She instinctively turned her gaze towards Dai Yunhan, only to discover a hint of mockery lurking within his indifferent eyes. What? Are you so unwilling to allow me a kiss? Dai Yunhan inquired. Yi Lingling, perplexed by his words, refrained from responding hastily. Dai Yunhan then remarked, just now at the Demon Wolf Group, were you not repeatedly eager to become the woman of Lai Xiao? You were willing when he coerced you, yet now that I compel you, you are unwilling? Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingling instantly grasped the situation. Earlier at the Demon Wolf Group, Lai Xiao had persistently pressured her to stay, which led to him releasing Yi Tianqing. In her anxiety, she had not considered the formidable background and power that Dai Yunhan possessed, thus making the decision out of concern for Yi Tianqing's safety. Although unspoken, it was evident that Dai Yunhan had discerned her thoughts. Yi Lingling felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, overwhelmed with shame. She turned her head away, unable to meet Dai Yunhan's gaze. Such actions, in her view, were not inappropriate. She merely sought to rescue her father. However, for Dai Yunhan, especially given his affection for her, It undoubtedly represented an affront. Dai Yunhan spoke again, tightening his grip around her slender waist. Remember, you are my woman, and I shall not permit you to entertain such thoughts. His domineering words and powerful embrace sent a shiver down Yi Lingling's spine, enveloping her in a sense of protection. Strangely, her heart swelled with sweetness. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, I was unaware of your formidable nature. Had you summoned the two soul saints earlier, I would not have harbored such notions. Are you implying it is my fault? Shouldn't you take some responsibility? The tone of her voice was one of undeniable logic. Chapter 93. Are you a dog? However, upon uttering those words, she realized her error. Dai Yunhan, too, felt a shift. The indifference on his face softened momentarily, his eyes shimmering with a newfound light. Did this imply that Yi Lingling had begun to develop feelings for him? Undoubtedly. For a woman to blame a man, it only occurs when she perceives him as her rightful protector. Dai Yunhan repeatedly asserted that Yi Lingling was his, yet he failed to safeguard her, allowing her to entertain thoughts of self-sacrifice. Shouldn't that be attributed to you, Dai Yunhan? Had you called upon the soul saints sooner, would Yi Lingling have entertained such thoughts? She would not have. Thus, Yi Lingling's retort held merit. Dai Yunhan's grip loosened slightly, his face betraying a mix of embarrassment and delight. I apologize, he said earnestly. Yi Lingling was taken aback by his unexpected apology, her expression momentarily frozen as she felt the pressure at her waist gradually ease. She slowly stepped back. There's no need for that. Regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed assisted me, for which I ought to express my gratitude. Dai Yunhan shook his head, indicating that the matter was entirely different, and he apologized for his previous actions. There's truly no need, Yi Lingling replied, gently shaking her head. The two remained in a rather intimate posture, and she longed to escape from Dai Yunhan's embrace, feeling her cheeks aflame. However, upon hearing her words, Dai Yunhan did not relent. Instead, he tightened his grip, forcefully drawing Yi Lingling back into his arms. She gasped in surprise, managing to retreat slightly, only to be pulled back once more, her face flushed with embarrassment. Before she could even muster a reproach towards Dai Yunhan, a soft sensation suddenly enveloped her lips. He had kissed her with fervor. Yi Lingling's heart raced with a mix of shock and shyness, instinctively pushing against his chest with both hands. Yet, having initiated the kiss, Dai Yunhan was not inclined to let her escape. One hand secured her waist while the other firmly grasped the back of her head, akin to an iron vice, holding her tightly. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, she realized her efforts were futile. Instead, they seemed to embolden Dai Yunhan's possessiveness. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the situation, acknowledging her own position as merely a supportive healing soul master, devoid of any means to resist. She could only acquiesce to Dai Yunhan's desires. Dai Yunhan sensed the stillness of the person in his arms and felt a stirring in his heart. Realizing that this girl harbored feelings for him, a wave of joy washed over him, prompting him to soften his touch. Yi Lingling, noticing his gentler movements, felt a flicker of confusion, yet found herself unable to resist, dismissing the reason behind it. As time passed, she discovered that she was beginning to relish this sensation, unwittingly starting to respond to Dai Yunhan. This realization filled her with shyness, yet she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. Gradually, she began to lose herself in the moment. Just as her state of enchantment reached its zenith, Dai Yunhan suddenly withdrew, distancing himself from her. Yi Lingling opened her eyes, gazing at Dai Yunhan in perplexity, her gaze still lingering with a hint of nostalgia and longing. However, upon encountering his ambiguous smile, understanding dawned upon her, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. A surge of embarrassment and indignation coursed through her, leading to a startled cry as she turned away in despair, covering her face. She felt utterly humiliated, unable to face anyone, overwhelmed by her own embarrassment. Dai Yunhan, that scoundrel, is truly insufferable. Not only does he tease her, but he also retreats at the most crucial moments when her interest is piqued. It seems he delights in witnessing her embarrassment. The more she contemplates, the angrier she becomes. Her face flushed to a deep purple. Resolutely, she disregards her dignity and leaps into Dai Yunhan's embrace, opening her mouth wide to sink her teeth into his lips. In an instant, flesh is pierced, and blood begins to flow. Ah, you wretched creature. Dai Yunhan winced in pain and hastily pushed her away. With a gaze filled with both anger and helplessness, he could hardly believe that this person would actually bite him. Yi Lingling licked her lips, tasting a hint of saltiness. Realizing she had drawn blood from him, and a twinge of regret washed over her. She lamented her own ferocity, but this remorse was fleeting, as the very next moment, Dai Yunhan lunged at her once more, sealing her lips again. Simultaneously, his hands were not idle. 3 minutes later, Yu Lingling wore a look of indignation mixed with embarrassment. This fellow was indeed wicked, and his audacity was astonishing. She should have bitten him harder, perhaps even severed his tongue. Yet, despite the blood trickling from his mouth, Dai Yunhan wore an expression of profound satisfaction. She had not expected him to possess such depth, cloaked in black attire daily. He truly appeared more formidable than she had anticipated. Under the lecherous scrutiny of Dai Yunhan, Yu Lingling felt her embarrassment intensify. What unsavory thoughts were brewing in his mind? What does it mean to be lewd? I am merely thinking of you. Is that considered lewd? As he spoke, Dai Yunhan cast her a wicked glance. Yu Lingling instinctively clutched her chest and retreated, warning him, if you approach again, I shall summon help. Do not overstep your bounds. Dai Yunhan smiled mischievously, assuring, fear not. Our days ahead are still plentiful. After this, he chuckled heartily and exited the room, leaving Yu Lingling blushing profusely. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the goddess Yu Lingling's affection for the host had deepened, resulting in the reward of the first soul ring being elevated to 5,000 years. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Demon Wolf Brigade, Lai Shao sat in a chair, visibly infuriated. Captain, are we just going to let Yu Tianxing go? He injured our brother and stole our mission. This is far too lenient. What can be done? Another member sighed in response. The auxiliary squadron has 2 soul saints in the backing of the prince's estate. If we confront him head-on, it would be tantamount to courting death. Just then, several anguished cries echoed from the entrance as a few members of the Demon Wolf Brigade were sent flying. Lai Shao sprang to his feet, anxiety etched on his face. Could it be that Dai Yunhan has returned? Who are you? Lai Shao demanded, channeling his soul power and vigilance. He had just witnessed the formidable prowess of the newcomers. Undoubtedly another soul saint. To his astonishment, a young man accompanied by a formidable, middle-aged man with dark hair stood before him. The young man exuded an air of haughty confidence, disdainfully regarding the members of the Demon Wolf Brigade as he introduced himself. Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan, Yu Tianheng. Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan. Lai Shao gasped, his expression tightening with alarm. What business do they have with us? We should have no grievances with them. Cautiously, he inquired. May I ask what brings you to the Demon Wolf Brigade? I am here to assist you, Yu Tianheng replied succinctly. Assist with what? Lai Shao questioned, perplexed. I shall help you with whatever you desire, Yu Tianheng stated. Lai Shao, rather than feeling elated, grew even more solemn. What is it that you wish? I want Dai Yunhan dead, Yu Tianheng replied coldly, his gaze devoid of warmth. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from him, Lai Shao understood that this man harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Dai Yunhan. But Dai Yunhan is protected by 2 soul saints and possesses the influence of the prince's estate. I cannot accomplish such a feat. Yu Tianheng let out a soft laugh. He is nothing to the prince's estate. He is not even worthy of being considered a citizen of the Dou Empire. What do you mean by that? Lai Shao inquired, bewildered. Not even a citizen of the Dou Empire? What is Dai Yunhan's true identity? Yu Tianheng responded, Dai Yunhan, of the Dai family, is the 4th prince of the Star Luo Empire. Do you truly think he can be regarded as a part of the Dou Empire? Upon hearing this revelation, Lai Shao inhaled sharply, his expression twisting into one of bitter realization. Dai Yunhan is indeed not from the Dou Empire. However, he is a prince, someone beyond my reach. Fortunately, I refrained from acting impulsively earlier, otherwise, I would be at a loss for words. Thus, I expressed, I apologize. But I cannot assist you in eliminating Dai Yunhan. Since you hail from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it should be a simple task for you to dispatch him. Should it not? A sect can hardly contend with an empire, yet assassinating a prince is hardly a challenge. Especially since he is currently away from the palace rather than lurking within its confines. You, of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, could easily execute this task without seeking my help. Does that not put me in jeopardy? Yu Tianheng, however, let out a cold snort. If I could act myself, do you think I would seek your assistance? This statement bore a semblance of truth, yet it left Lai Shao feeling immensely frustrated. You cannot act. So you wish for me to walk into my own demise? Your life holds value, but mine does not? He had no intention of engaging in such folly. Yet, Yu Tianheng seemed to perceive his sentiment and stated directly, I am not here to negotiate a collaboration. This is an order. An order? Lai Shao scoffed. I am not affiliated with your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. From whence comes this command? Yu Tianheng smiled lightly. The essence of a command lies not in its wording, but in its weight. If you possess the means to refuse, then do so at your leisure. If you lack that means, you shall heed my command. With that, one of the soul saints behind him stepped forward, revealing his soul rings, 7 in total. Simultaneously, a fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex radiating blue lightning materialized behind him. The aura it exuded was thunderous, surpassing that of his demonic wolf by countless magnitudes. As the pressure enveloped him, Lai Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Witnessing this scene, Lai Xiao's heart sank. He was well aware of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect's martial spirits. They wielded top-tier beast spirits that were nearly invincible among their peers. Their dragon transformation ability often allowed them to face multiple foes. Despite his status as a soul saint, he was no match for his opponent. Perceiving his fear, Yu Tianheng continued, "If you manage to deal with Dai Yunhan, you shall acquire everything you desire, including Yilingling. However, should you fail to act, I will ensure your permanent disappearance. Trust me when I say I possess the capability to follow through." In the face of this threat, Lai Xiao was consumed by furious indignation. Yet, as Yu Tianheng had pointed out, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect might hesitate to confront a prince directly. However, dealing with a mere mercenary group like his was child's play. Thus, Lai Xiao found himself ensnared in a dilemma. "How can you expect me to kill him when I cannot even overpower him?" he shouted. Yu Tianheng replied, "Rest assured, I do not wish for you to meet your end. My objective is to eliminate Dai Yunhan. I will set a trap. You will lure him out unsuspectingly." Observing that Lai Xiao remained non-committal, Yu Tianheng added, "I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate this. After 3 days, I hope for a satisfactory response." With that, Yu Tianheng exited the demonic wolf group. Following Dai Yunhan's return after being captured by Dugubo, the latter had sought him out to deliver a stern reprimand. Were it not for his lineage as the grandson of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect's leader, Dugubo might have ended his life then and there. The audacity to scheme against Dugubo himself only intensified Yu Tianheng's animosity toward Dai Yunhan, prompting him to constantly monitor the prince. This led to the current plan. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dormitory, Dai Yunhan noted that night had already fallen. Zhu Zhuqing was preparing dinner and, upon seeing him, warmly remarked, "Dinner will be ready shortly. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." "All right," he responded. Dai Yunhan washed her hands and then assisted in serving the rice. Soon, 2 dishes and a soup were presented on the table, featuring both meat and vegetarian options, providing a well-rounded meal. Dai Yunhan took a bite, revealing a satisfied smile. "My wife's culinary skills have improved remarkably. The food is simply exquisite. If it's delicious, you should indulge a little more," she said. Of course, to prevent any temptation to indulge elsewhere, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Dai Yunhan's chopsticks paused momentarily as a sense of apprehension washed over him. Had he been discovered once more? Nevertheless, his thick skin allowed him to feign ignorance. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing seemed reluctant to let him off the hook, offering him some food. "Here, try this meat from our home." Dai Yunhan had yet to comprehend what the meat at home was. Then, Zhu Zhuqing offered him another piece of meat, saying, "This one is from outside. Do give it a taste." Dai Yunhan has now come to a realization. The first piece of meat was purchased by him and Zhu Zhuqing together. The second piece of meat was a gift from Du Gaiyan and her grandfather when they came for dinner the night before. This subtly implies that he was unfaithful the previous night. This girl is evidently feeling jealous. He decisively consumed the first piece of meat and then remarked, "This second piece tastes rather unpleasant. I shall abstain from it." He believed his attitude was commendable, yet to his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, "How can you determine its taste if you haven't even tried it? They are all served from the same platter." Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, he heard Zhu Zhuqing articulate each word with precision. "So, you indulged last night, did you? Goodness, this girl is not merely a ghostly feline. She possesses the keen instincts of a spectral hound. How sharp her senses are." Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, he boldly confessed. Placing the succulent morsel into his mouth, after savoring its flavor, he remarked, "Indeed, I was momentarily dazed. This taste is rather delightful." A chill flickered between Zhu Zhuqing's brows. Which piece was more delectable, the first or the second? Alas, yet another perilous inquiry. However, Dai Yunhan clearly understood how to respond. One must speak appropriately in the presence of a woman, never commend another woman before her. Thus, without hesitation, Dai Yunhan declared, "The first piece was more delicious." As expected, the tension in Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened slightly. "What makes the first piece so special?" She pressed further. "Because the first piece is the first and not the second." His answer was a bit convoluted, yet Zhu Zhuqing grasped its meaning instantly. The first piece is always the first, never to be overshadowed by the second. This signified that while Dai Yunhan may have succumbed to temptation, Zhu Zhuqing would forever hold the foremost place in his heart. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing chose to forgive Dai Yunhan. She then offered him several more pieces of meat, saying, "There is plenty of meat at home. Do not indulge indiscriminately outside. Even if you desire to taste something else, you must first finish what we have at home." Another statement rich with significance. Dai Yunhan nodded repeatedly, reassuringly stating that from now on, when preparing meals, the first priority would be to use the meat from home. This was more like it. Zhu Zhuqing finally appeared somewhat pleased. After finishing the meal, she accompanied Zhu Zhuqing in washing the dishes, marking the successful passage of this day's challenge. Dai Yunhan understood in her heart that, even if she did not indulge Zhu Zhuqing's whims, the latter would refrain from acting out irrationally. Nevertheless, the two were married, and her playful antics stemmed from a desire for just a little more affection and attention from him. This much was clear to Dai Yunhan, who willingly played along with her little performances. After all, she had already come to terms with the existence of other women in his life. What more could he possibly want? "Dear, these are the fruits I bought upon my return, your favorite ones." Dai Yunhan washed a purple fruit and offered it to her lips. Zhu Zhuqing took a bite, revealing a sweet smile. "You should have some too." "I don't want any," Dai Yunhan replied, shaking her head. "Why not?" "I simply do not like it." Zhu Zhuqing's expression froze. Dai Yunhan had always relished this type of fruit. Why was she claiming otherwise now? There must be something amiss. "Then what do you like?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her face still set in a frown. Just when she had managed to placate her, it seemed trouble was brewing once more. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly and remarked, "I enjoy consuming you." With that, he lifted her effortlessly, striding towards the second floor. Zhu Zhuqing let out a delicate gasp, acutely aware that she had once again fallen prey to Dai Yunhan's playful teasing. The icy demeanor she had maintained melted away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of shyness. She playfully thumped her small fist against Dai Yunhan's chest, feeling both bashful and eager about the impending events. In the days that followed, Dai Yunhan found himself with little to occupy his time. To be precise, he had never truly been engaged in anything of significance. His sole task was to nurture his romantic relationship. While Zhu Zhuqing attended her classes, he would venture into the palace to share drinks with Xue Qinghe. Having been intoxicated on numerous occasions, Xue Qinghe now trembled at the mere sight of Dai Yunhan. Yet, whenever Dai Yunhan presented a book, Xue Qinghe could not resist the temptation. Ultimately, in a bid to prove his own strength to someone, he resolved to embark on a noble journey to his doom. Thus, Dai Yunhan found himself once more sharing a bed with him, and with each passing night, he would push the boundaries further, simultaneously testing Xue Qinghe's limits and fostering a new habit within him. As for the other days, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing continued to frequent Weixin. "Zhu Zhuqing, may I inquire if you are available this weekend?" Wang Yi approached Zhu Zhuqing as class concluded. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her, and replied coolly, "I'm afraid I must accompany my beloved this weekend." Aware of Wang Yi's interest in Dai Yunhan, she felt little inclination towards her. Wang Yi seemed to anticipate such a response, her expression tinged with disappointment as she said, "What a pity, this weekend marks the birthday of the Lord of Weihua Pavilion, and we were hoping to organize a surprise birthday celebration for her." Turning her gaze towards Dai Yunhan, she continued, "If you do not mind, perhaps you could postpone your plans for another day?" Upon learning that the weekend was indeed the birthday of Tang Yuehua, Dai Yunhan had already contemplated this. Agreeing, he stated, "Recreational activities can occur at any time. The Lord's birthday comes but once a year, making it far more significant. The venue will be at my Duke's residence. To demonstrate our sincerity, we will all assist in the preparations, so do arrive early to lend a hand." Wang Yi smiled. "Of course, if everyone is contributing, we cannot simply stand by." Zhu Zhuqing responded. "Excellent. We shall look forward to your presence," Wang Yi declared before turning to leave. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhu Zhuqing queried, "Why is the Lord's birthday celebration being held at the Duke's residence?" "Who knows?" came the reply. "Perhaps they seek to enhance the Duke's influence by celebrating the Lord's birthday." Dai Yunhan remarked that such tactics are quite common in political struggles. The relationships among the three great dukes of the Tiando Empire are far from harmonious. Open and covert conflicts are frequent occurrences. Dai Yunhan had witnessed numerous instances in the Star Luo Empire where individuals leveraged their formidable influence to enhance their family's prestige. "Should we bring gifts?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. If it were a birthday banquet hosted by Tang Yuehua herself, they would undoubtedly be expected to bring presents. However, this particular celebration is primarily organized by Duke Luguang in honor of Tang Yuehua. In other words, Although Tang Yuehua is the guest of honor, she has assumed the role of a guest, while the spotlight has shifted to Duke Lu Guang. In this context, bringing a gift might feel somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan resolved to bring a gift regardless of who the host is. After all, the present is intended for Tang Yuehua and must reflect well, avoiding any embarrassment for the Luo Empire. What shall we gift her? Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment. Ordinary gifts lack distinctiveness and would hardly capture Tang Yuehua's attention. Even if presented, he harbored aspirations of becoming Tang San's uncle by marriage, thus the gift must be exceptional. He did possess some truly remarkable items, such as celestial herbs. Yet those would be too overwhelming to present publicly, more suitable for private exchange than as a gift. After some contemplation, Dai Yunhan resolved to explore the market for something fitting. Shall we take a stroll? He suggested. Certainly, came the reply. Thus, the two made their way to the outskirts of the Moon Pavilion. In the southern part of Tiando City, there existed a renowned commercial street, frequented by Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, who were well aware of the plethora of treasures that could be found there. Chapter 96, The Grand Auction House of Tiando. Before long, the pair arrived at the Tiando auction hall. Dai Yunhan had a sudden inspiration, suggesting a visit to the auction house. Although there were treasures to be found outside, opportunities were scarce. Indeed, this is a splendid choice, she mused. Thus, the two entered the auction venue, where they were promptly greeted by a woman clad in a qipao. Good day, esteemed guests. Are you here to auction items or to purchase? She inquired. We seek to acquire some fine goods, they replied. Is this your first visit? The woman asked. Yes, it is. Please, follow me, she instructed, leading Dai Yunhan to a room. If you wish to purchase common items, you may select from here. However, if you are interested in our premium auction, registration for membership is required. Naturally, we desire high-quality items. Please assist us with the registration, they requested. Very well. The woman nodded. For membership registration, a proof of assets amounting to 1,000 gold soul coins is necessary, or you may present items of equivalent value. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan did not immediately produce gold coins. Rather, an idea struck her regarding a substantial vial of detoxifying elixirs she possessed. The quantity was comparable to that of 6 flavor Remania pills, yet the efficacy was astonishing, capable of neutralizing a myriad of toxins with just one pill. Now that she had developed immunity to toxins, it seemed prudent to sell these elixirs and ascertain their worth. Without delay, she retrieved a detoxification pill, encased it in a porcelain vial, and presented it to the woman. This is an antidote I have concocted. Kindly evaluate its value for me. Of course. The woman replied coolly, accepting the antidote. However, she felt a twinge of disdain. Judging by their attire, she had assumed they were affluent. Yet they could not even produce 1,000 gold soul coins, opting instead to validate their worth with a detoxification pill. How much could such a pill be worth? At most, it would fetch a mere 100 gold soul coins. A flicker of scorn crossed her mind as she felt ashamed for not having underestimated them earlier. She examined the antidote, finding it unremarkable, lacking even the aromatic essence of efficacy, resembling nothing more than a sugar pill. Sir, are you certain this is a detoxification pill? She posed, revealing her condescension. Dai Yunhan, noting her semblance of politeness, responded, Indeed it is an antidote, capable of neutralizing all toxins in existence. If you doubt it, I suggest consulting a professional for verification. The woman's discomfort intensified. How could such a trivial item be deemed an antidote? Did this imply she could lay claim to being a master alchemist? Sir, I have examined your pill, and it bears no distinction from an ordinary one. Perhaps you have made a mistake? She remarked, her tone less haughty than anticipated, suggesting she had received some training. Dai Yunhan, unwilling to squander further time, retorted. If you cannot discern its value, a professional assessment would be prudent. Her words struck a harsh note, aggravating the woman further. I apologize, sir, but our apothecary is quite occupied today and may not have the time to assess your concoction. The implication was clear. The antidote was so subpar that even she could discern its worth without professional consultation. Apothecaries were known for their eccentricities. The last time she sought an assessment for a mere remedy, she had been met with a torrent of scorn, instilling in her a lingering fear of such encounters. At this moment, Dai Yunhan comprehended that this woman harbored disdain for her. Although her outward demeanor was amiable and her words were couched in politeness, internally, she regarded Dai Yunhan with contempt. To be precise, she looked down upon her detoxification pill. A product of the system is assuredly of premium quality. It is indeed perplexing that a woman of such mediocre prowess could discern its worth. With this realization, Dai Yunhan decided to abandon her civility and stated directly, "Please summon the person in charge here." Today, she intended to ascertain whether everyone truly was incapable of recognizing the value of her pill. The woman paused momentarily. Then a smile flickered within her. How audacious to demand the presence of the person in charge over a mere disagreement. Who did she think she was? The pill was inferior, failing to generate profit, and now she was incensed with embarrassment. "I am terribly sorry, sir, but our person in charge is unavailable today." Dai Yunhan was incensed, his piercing gaze fixated on the woman before him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul, an overwhelming force that caused her to tremble in fear. "Summon your superior," he commanded, his voice cold and authoritative, resonating with an air of immense power. In that moment, the woman realized she had underestimated a formidable individual. However, it was not the person she had belittled, but rather the medicine itself. Just then, an elder approached, having noticed the commotion. "What is the matter?" "Fighting is strictly prohibited in the Tiando Grand Auction House. Are you not aware of this?" he admonished. "And who might you be?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "I am the vice president here. Should you have any issues, you may address them to me," the elder replied. The mere title of vice president elicited a scoff from Dai Yunhan. "The vice president is insufficient. Summon your president at once." The elder's expression darkened at the audacity of the youth before him, who dared to disregard his authority. Yet, recognizing the young man's impressive presence and the extraordinary martial soul he possessed, the elder understood that Dai Yunhan was not an ordinary individual. "Our president is indeed absent today. However, if you have matters to discuss, I can take charge just the same," he stated. Dai Yunhan observed that he did not seem to be speaking falsely. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I possess a detoxification pill of my own concoction, capable of neutralizing all poisons. Would you kindly appraise its value for me?" "Neutralizing all poisons?" The old man expressed his astonishment. Such an audacious claim. He had indeed consumed numerous detoxification pills and was acquainted with many apothecaries. Yet he had never heard of any pharmacist capable of creating a pill that could neutralize every toxin. He accepted the porcelain vial and began his assessment. However, it appeared that his proficiency was not markedly superior to that of the woman, as he too failed to discern any distinctive qualities. A frown creased his brow. Could this young man be attempting to deceive him? Yet, upon observing Dai Yunhan's gaze, he sensed the improbability of such a notion. The two individuals were dressed elegantly, clearly not lacking in wealth, and there seemed to be no reason for them to present a counterfeit pill to mislead him. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "You assert that this pill can neutralize all poisons?" "Indeed," she affirmed. Dai Yunhan was slightly taken aback. Could this old man truly discern the signs? The elder continued, "If this elixir can indeed neutralize all toxins, then its worth is immeasurable. However, you must understand that mere surface observation and sensory perception cannot ascertain its efficacy. Furthermore, since this pill was concocted by you and lacks even a name, it becomes even more difficult to evaluate." Chapter 97. The auction commences. How, then, can one determine its properties? In such an expansive auction house, it seems implausible that a simple pill could go unverified, queried Dai Yunhan. The elder chuckled. "Indeed, it can be verified. The method is rather straightforward. It's contingent upon your willingness to comply." "Is there anything I would not dare to accept?" "Very well. The means of verification is simple. One must ingest it to discover its effects. Coincidentally, during my youth, I was afflicted by the bone-devouring poison while hunting soul beasts. And despite my efforts over the years, I have been unable to cleanse it completely, despite consulting numerous esteemed alchemists to no avail. You assert that your antidote can neutralize all toxins. Thus, if I consume it and am cured, I shall believe in your claims. However, if it fails to work," he paused, the implications of his words hanging heavily in the air, leaving little doubt as to the outcome. Dai Yunhan promptly responded, "Very well. I shall grant you one. However," she added, "let it be known that this pill is quite costly. Should it prove ineffective, I shall charge you nothing. Yet, if it indeed purges all toxins, the price shall be no less than 10,000 gold soul coins per pill." 10,000 gold soul coins? This lad certainly has the audacity to make such a claim. Nevertheless, if it truly works, he would spare no effort to procure even 100,000 gold soul coins. "Agreed, I accept your terms." With that, the elder retrieved the pill and swallowed it whole. His demeanor remained indifferent, despite consuming it. He evidently harbored doubts regarding the miraculous properties of this detoxification elixir. However, just moments later, his expression morphed dramatically from disdain to astonishment, then to sheer shock, ultimately culminating in disbelief. Could it be that this detoxification pill actually works? He was incredulous and swiftly began circulating his soul power to investigate. Upon examination, he discovered that the toxins, long accumulated in the hidden recesses of his meridians, had indeed thinned considerably. In no time, they vanished completely. Overwhelmed with joy, he cast a fervent gaze toward Dai Yunhan. Yet, just then, his internal soul power surged uncontrollably, erupting like a torrential flood. He was momentarily taken aback and immediately assumed a meditative posture. The woman beside him, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment. The vice president's explosive aura clearly indicated a breakthrough was imminent. Could it be that this individual's detoxification pill truly held efficacy? A wave of anxiety gripped her heart. If that were the case, she would certainly face repercussions. How could this happen? She had been cautious, yet still encountered such an ostentatious figure. The methods by which the powerful flaunt themselves are myriad, and I find myself utterly unable to discern them. Minutes later, the vice president opened his eyes, the violent aura surrounding him dissipating. At this moment, he felt invigorated. The toxins that had plagued him for years had been eradicated, allowing his soul power to surge by 2 levels. What an extraordinary surprise! His gaze toward Dai Yunhan transformed from previous disdain to one of profound excitement and respect. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Dai. Mr. Dai, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wang Hai, the vice president of this auction house. I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks, which may have seemed disrespectful. I hope for your forgiveness. As he spoke, the vice president produced a black VIP card, stating, "This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins, which I shall use to pay for your detoxification pill. Furthermore, this card represents the highest level of membership at the Tiando Grand Auction House, granting you a 10% discount on purchases, along with exclusive VIP treatment." Dai Yunhan took the card without hesitation and nodded in satisfaction at his demeanor. The vice president then inquired, "Mr. Dai, do you possess any more of such antidotes?" To speak candidly, this antidote, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, is valued at far more than 10,000 gold soul coins. If put up for auction, its worth would soar even higher. Dai Yunhan, well aware of the situation, produced 5 detoxification pills and remarked, "For the time being, I only possess 5. Please assist me in auctioning them off, and I shall return to seek you out once I have refined more." Wang Hai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Such loyal patrons were of utmost significance to them. "Very well, please make the necessary arrangements. I, too, need to procure some items. Lead me to the auction hall." With that, Wang Hai personally guided Dai Yunhan into the VIP lounge. The location was exquisite, offering the best view of the entire auction floor and allowing them to observe all attendees. The private space provided a sanctuary from the bustling crowd, ensuring utmost privacy. They could see outside, yet those beyond could not glimpse within. A strikingly alluring attendant was also present to serve them. While she possessed a certain charm, she paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing. After she had prepared tea and presented the fruits, Dai Yunhan dismissed her. He then drew Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to break free, exclaiming, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching. They cannot see us," he reassured her. "This is one-way glass. We can observe them, but they remain oblivious to our presence." Dai Yunhan forcefully pulled her into his embrace once more. Zhu Zhuqing's expression relaxed slightly, yet she remained unyielding. Although they were oblivious to her presence, she was acutely aware of theirs. This sensation, while exhilarating, made her feel bashful and restrained. After all, it is not the fear of the unknown that troubles one, but rather the dread of the inevitable. Nonetheless, Dai Yunhan was undeterred by her reticence. The words of a woman are oftentimes deceptive. They tend to utter phrases that starkly contrast their physical responses. Thus he drew her closer and bestowed upon her a fervent kiss. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing had no objections to this. At that moment, guests began to arrive in droves. And as a striking woman clad in a provocative qipao made her entrance, the auction officially commenced. "Greetings, I am Chi-Chi, the host of today's auction." As her words concluded, a cacophony of whistles erupted from the audience. Indeed, the presence of a raucous crowd is a universal phenomenon. Chi-Chi was unfazed by the revelry. Her very existence was designed to evoke the desires of these men, spurring them to bid impulsively. The higher the auction's total, the greater her commission, which explained her audacious attire. Before long, the first item for auction was unveiled, a millennium-old dragon blood ginseng, renowned for its ability to enhance physical prowess and accelerate cultivation. The starting bid was set at 1,000 soul coins, with increments no less than 100. This dragon blood ginseng was highly coveted. A lower starting price did not infer a correspondingly low final price, as it merely served to invigorate the atmosphere. Previously, Dai Yunhan had provided Zhu Zhuqing with a 2,000-year-old specimen, a rarity even among the Star Luo royal family. Thus, the item's value was evident. Although this particular ginseng was only a millennium old, its worth continued to incite fervent competition. 1,500 soul coins. A voice rang out. However, this bid was soon drowned out. 2,000 soul coins. 2,200 soul coins. 5,000 soul coins. 32,000 soul coins. Sold. Ultimately, this millennium-old dragon blood ginseng was auctioned off for the impressive sum of 32,000 soul coins to a patron in the VIP room. This price, while steep by market standards, was inconsequential in the realm of auctions where one's willingness to pay often defies logic. Listening intently, Dai Yunhan discerned that this dragon blood ginseng had seemingly been acquired by someone from the adjacent space. However, he remained oblivious to the identity of his neighbor. As the auction of the first item drew to a close, the second item was swiftly introduced. This item was a treasure map, allegedly leading to the burial site of a titled Douluo, containing methods for ascension to the rank of titled Douluo. This particular artifact incited fierce competition among the attendees. Yet, the clamor for the treasure map was confined to the first floor, while hardly a soul spoke on the floor where Dai Yunhan resided. It was evident that only those of true prowess could perceive that this treasure map was merely a gimmick. The notion of advancing to titled Douluo through such dubious means was nothing but a fanciful dream. Ultimately, the treasure map was successfully sold for 10,000 gold soul coins. It was clear that, despite the fervor surrounding this item, the crowd was not blindly gambling on it. Following this, several more items were auctioned, each of considerable value. Yet none were what Dai Yunhan sought. Frankly, he was at a loss regarding what to give Tang Yue. At that moment, another item was presented, a necklace. Though not an ordinary one, but a soul guide device. Chi announced that this auction piece was a necklace soul guide device named Heart of Guardian, featuring an inherent defensive soul skill capable of withstanding attacks from soul sage level opponents. It would automatically activate in times of danger to the host, replenishing soul power after use, with a recovery interval of 1 month. It was an excellent choice for personal use or as a gift for a partner. Starting at 5,000 gold soul coins, with a minimum bidding increment of 100 gold soul coins. As soon as she finished her statement, a man shouted, 6,000 gold soul coins. I bid 7,000. 100,000. The enthusiasm for this soul guide device surged, and soon the price escalated to astonishing heights. Dai Yunhan was slightly taken aback, surprised by the unexpected popularity of a defensive soul guide. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable. Soul guides were indeed rare artifacts. And even the three great sects possessed only a limited variety. Moreover, this particular item was capable of withstanding a strike from a soul sage, a rarity on this continent. The likelihood of inciting their wrath was minimal, rendering this artifact akin to an additional life. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you think of this gift? Dai Yunhan inquired. It's quite splendid. Given the Xian master's relatively modest strength, having such protection offers a significant safeguard. However, the necklace's immense popularity means there is considerable competition for it. This only further attests to its exceptional value. With a smile, Dai Yunhan declared that gifts should be exceptional. If they were merely average, what significance would they hold? In that moment, he boldly offered a bid of 50,000 gold soul coins. The resounding proclamation momentarily silenced the crowd. They had only just raised their bids to over 30,000 gold soul coins, and now this sudden leap to 50,000 left them momentarily stunned. However, this brief astonishment was fleeting, as the bid quickly escalated once more. 51,000 gold soul coins. Dai Yunhan touched his nose, astonished by the abundance of wealthy individuals around him. However, he was not one to be lacking in funds, though his cash on hand might not be as substantial. He possessed an ample supply of detoxification pills, an entire bottle brimming with them. At a conservative estimate of 10,000 for each pill, he could easily claim to have several million in worth. There was no room for exaggeration. 80,000 gold soul coins, Dai Yunhan declared. The moment these words left his lips, an immediate silence enveloped the room. This was not a fleeting hush, but rather a contemplative stillness, laden with hesitation. 80,000 gold soul coins was a price that leaned towards the exorbitant. Those capable of affording such an expense were deep in thought, weighing the potential wrath of the soul saint. If provoked, could one truly evade the consequence of a single defensive maneuver? The soul saint's assaults were not limited to just one. What could be done after the defense? With a month-long cooldown, countless lives would have already been lost. Thus, While the item was desired by many, the actual number of individuals who could truly benefit from it was scant. Those of lesser strength would find it of no use, while the formidable would not fear the Soul Saint. Only those situated between the Soul Emperor and the Soul Saint would find such a treasure most fitting, though they were a rarity indeed. Consequently, when the figure of 80,000 gold soul coins was announced, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chi-Chi, upon hearing this price, wore an expression of delight, yet she persevered, calling out, 80,000 gold soul coins. Is there a higher bid? The Heart of Guardian was exquisitely crafted. Resembling a necklace from the dreams of many young women, it would surely win the heart of any girl in pursuit. 80,000 gold soul coins for one. 80,000 gold soul coins for two. Chi-Chi's voice was laced with allure, tempting several men to consider bidding. However, after reflecting on the perils of unrequited affection, they ultimately refrained. 80,000 gold soul coins for three. Chi-Chi called for the third time, her expression tinged with disappointment. Though 80,000 was considerable, she yearned for more. At that moment, a gentle yet resolute voice rang out. 100,000 gold soul coins. 100,000. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. While 80,000 was somewhat steep, 100,000 was an extraordinary sum. Those capable of presenting such an amount were typically from the most prestigious families and sects. Individuals who had no need for the protection of a soul saint. Joy illuminated Chi-Chi's face as she turned her gaze towards Dai Yunhan's private box. 100,000 gold soul coins bid. It appears our Heart of Guardian is indeed highly coveted. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Dai Yunhan furrowed his brow as he glanced to the side. The sound of 100,000 gold soul coins had emanated from the adjacent room. This inevitably left him feeling somewhat displeased. 110,000 gold soul coins. Dai Yunhan exclaimed without hesitation. Yet, scarcely had his words echoed when the voice next door, imbued with an unwavering confidence, called out, 120,000. 150,000. Dai Yunhan retorted without a second thought. For reasons unknown, the tone from the other side irked him profoundly, as if the individual were putting on an ostentatious display. Chapter 99. The exorbitant price of 500,000. 20,000. The opponent hesitated for a moment but ultimately declared it aloud. 500,000. Dai Yunhan rose to his feet with a sudden fervor. So, you wish to play this game with me, do you? I am not lacking in funds. Let us see just how audacious you can be today. If you possess the courage, call out for 1,000,000. As the figure of 500,000 was announced, the atmosphere in the hall became electrified with excitement. Who is this wealthy scion flaunting such riches? Truly, the wealth is astounding, causing envy to surge within me. With 500,000, I would claim Chi-Chi without hesitation. At that moment, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with a golden gleam. Were it not for the constraints of reality, one could easily envision her gaze filled with golden coins. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling tumultuously, as if it might burst forth at any moment. The esteemed guests below gazed in rapture, wishing they could possess her entirely. 500,000. Is there anyone bold enough to bid higher? With such a sum already laid on the table, one would assume this was merely a gesture of defiance, and no further bids would come forth. Yet, she secretly hoped for more, for with each increase in funds, her commission would grow ever more substantial. Dai Yunhan awaited the bid from the neighboring party. However, this time, the opposing side appeared considerably more composed, lacking the impulsive exuberance that Dai Yunhan had anticipated. 500,000 gold soul coins, once. 500,000 gold soul coins, twice. 500,000 gold soul coins, thrice. Sold. Ultimately, Dai Yunhan procured the Heart of Guardian at the lofty price of 500,000. Dai Yunhan settled into her seat, her expression tinged with displeasure. Do not let me discover who resides next door. I must reclaim this occasion. Meanwhile, in the adjacent area, a dignified middle-aged man wielding a fan maintained an air of indifference. Beside him sat a man of sharp disposition. Ning Fingji, this necklace is exquisite. It would be a splendid gift for Rongrong. Sword Douluo, while the necklace is indeed fine, its price has exceeded its intrinsic worth, rendering it unnecessary. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school may be affluent, yet we must not squander our wealth recklessly. These two individuals were none other than Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo. Ning Fingji cast a sidelong glance, pondering the identity of the neighboring occupant. Such audacity! An outright offer of 500,000. Even someone as wealthy as Ning Fingji would seldom make such a declaration. Yet, his boldness served as a warning to himself. Although Ning Fingji was unfazed by such admonitions, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications over a mere necklace. Perhaps he should extend a favor, following the auction of the Heart of Guardian. The subsequent item up for bid was Dai Yunhan's detoxification pill. Chi animatedly proclaimed, "These 5 pills were crafted by a mysterious individual and are known as detoxification pills. Do not be deceived by their unassuming name. Their efficacy is remarkably potent, capable of counteracting all poisons in existence. A single pill can nullify any toxin." The auction featured 5 pills, each commencing at a starting bid of 10,000 gold soul coins, with subsequent bids required to exceed 1,000 gold soul coins. Upon finishing her announcement, Chi awaited the audience's bids. However, her expectations appeared overly optimistic. When she called out the price, silence enveloped the room, with attendees hesitating and observing. Confounded, Chi was suddenly approached by a man who inquired, "You assert that this pill can neutralize all poisons. Can you substantiate that claim?" "Of course, it is true," Chi replied. Another man interjected, "Even the foremost alchemist of the Douluo Empire cannot concoct a pill that counters all poisons. Is your pill truly capable? Could there be someone more formidable than the leading alchemist?" Doubts were voiced, and soon others followed suit. Detoxification pills were common, however. A pill that could counteract all poisons was deemed impossible, though many in the crowd were not well versed in pharmacology. They understood one fundamental principle: medicine must be tailored to the ailment. How could a mere pill claim to remedy all toxins? Who would believe such a notion? Anticipating their skepticism, Chi smiled lightly and declared, "These 5 pills are certified by the auction house. Should you purchase them and find them lacking in the promised effects, we offer unconditional refunds and breach compensation." Hearing this, the audience's doubts lessened slightly. They trusted the auction house's credibility with their guarantee, even if the pills were fraudulent. They felt less apprehensive. After all, the auction house's reputation was paramount. As the murmurs of skepticism dwindled, Chi continued, "You are all aware that our vice president has suffered from a severe toxin for many years, enduring daily torment. Today, he consumed this pill, and the affliction that plagued him has been entirely alleviated." At this moment, Vice President Wang Hai stepped forward. The crowd regarded him with astonishment. Wang Hai offered a calm smile, exuding an aura that conveyed the best response to inquiries was through answers. His overwhelming presence astonished the audience, radiating strength akin to a spring in the mountains, a stark contrast to his previous state of weakness and turmoil. In an instant, the crowd's belief in the authenticity of the detoxification pill solidified. Wang Hai then proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this detoxification pill was crafted by a mysterious individual, possessing extraordinary efficacy. I have personally tested it. It can indeed neutralize all poisons. This is no exaggeration. Moreover, it is rumored that the toxins afflicting the poisoned Douluo were resolved through this very pill. Thus, esteemed guests, you may bid with confidence. The Tiando auction house will assume full responsibility for any issues." With that, he ceded the stage back to Chi. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It can even counter the poisoned Douluo's toxins? How incredible! Does that mean we need not fear the poisoned Douluo any longer? Could we contend with him? Each individual felt their resolve wavering. Such a remarkable pill would be invaluable for future needs. 11,000 gold soul coins. Someone promptly bid. With one bid made, others quickly followed. 12,000 gold soul coins. 13,000 gold soul coins. 20,000 gold soul coins. Dai Yunhan paused momentarily upon hearing the voice, for the bid of 20,000 gold soul coins originated from the adjacent room. It appeared that the neighboring party was quite intrigued by this matter. Dai Yunhan decided to test him. 25,000 gold soul coins. After announcing this price, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if the neighboring bidder did not respond? Wouldn't that leave him at a loss? However, this concern was quickly extinguished. 30,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fingji from next door placed another bid. Upon hearing his resolute tone, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Chapter 100, The Rabbit Maiden, must con the Ning Fingji. He must be quite eager for this pill. Since that is the case, he would seize this opportunity to reclaim his earlier loss. This fellow had just swindled him out of hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. It was only fair that he should bleed a little now. Thus, Dai Yunhan called out again. 50,000 gold soul coins. His voice caused a momentary pause among the crowd. Many turned their gazes towards Dai Yunhan's room, recognizing the voice of the one who had just bid 500,000 gold soul coins for the Heart of Guardian. Curiosity swelled about the identity of the person in that private room, who seemed so extravagantly wealthy. 60,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fingji's voice rang out once more. 100,000 gold soul coins. Dai Yunhan followed suit without hesitation. If he was going to con, he might as well go big. A mere 10 or 20,000 was beneath his notice. After all, he had just suffered a loss of hundreds of thousands. Fingji, it appears this young fellow next door is determined to challenge you. remarked the sword Douluo indifferently within the room. Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively. No worries. The highest bidder wins, as it should be. As long as he has the audacity, let him continue bidding. For these 5 detoxification pills. Ning Fengji was resolute in his pursuit. Their sect had the most support-type soul masters and a fair number of healing soul masters. Yet no one had ever managed to concoct a pill that could neutralize all poisons. Such a miraculous item was a must-have for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Not only would it provide an extra layer of security, but once purchased, they might even be able to decompose its components and replicate the concoction, yielding yet another fortune. 110,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengji continued to raise the stakes. At this moment, everyone present fell silent, with only Ning Fengji and Dai Yunhan continuing the bidding war. A price of 100,000 gold soul coins was beyond what they could afford. Oh, that private room must belong to someone from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Dai Yunhan overheard the murmurs among the crowd below. Indeed, it was the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. That room had been purchased by their sect leader, and only members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect were permitted entry. No wonder they were so affluent and bid without hesitation. Who, then, was the individual in the adjacent room? They seemed quite formidable as well. From the sound of their voice, they didn't appear to be very old. Dai Yunhan felt a slight astonishment upon realizing that the individual seated next to him was affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. How fortuitous. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect was renowned for its immense wealth. Who better to target than them? Without hesitation, he raised his bid to 200,000 gold soul coins. Aware of his opponent's affiliation, Dai Yunhan boldly escalated the price. He was unconcerned about whether the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would decline the elixir. He could always bid for himself, and at worst, he would incur a minor handling fee. The potential loss was negligible. However, should the 7 Treasures Glazed sect covet this antidote, his profits would be substantial. Such a splendid opportunity warranted a gamble. Feng Zhiji remarked. It seems that the young fellow opposite is intentionally trying to undermine you. Upon learning of your association with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, he audaciously increased his bid. He was keen to ascertain the identity of his adversary. Unfortunately, their private room only allowed them to hear the bidding below, not the conversations next door. At that moment, Ning Fengji displayed a hint of displeasure. The principle of fair competition dictated that the highest bidder would prevail. He had no qualms about matching his financial prowess against anyone desiring the antidote. Yet, it was evident that his opponent was deliberately attempting to undermine him. Particularly after learning of his identity, the audacity of such behavior suggested that not only was this individual miserly, but that their backing was unafraid of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. With a soft chuckle, he mused, "Let us see just how bold you truly are." 300,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengji declared, awaiting Dai Yunhan's response. Bidding was not merely a matter of shouting numbers, it entailed risk. Should his opponent choose to forego further bids, he would be obligated to purchase at the full price. Therefore, Ning Fengji believed that even if the other party sought retribution, he possessed a limit, and as long as he had a threshold, he remained untroubled, for he lacked nothing but money. 400,000 gold soul coins. Dai Yunhan declared his bid without the slightest hesitation. Indeed, this price was already his bottom line. He was acutely aware that without a limit to his bidding, should he allow others to withdraw, it would result in a significant loss. The offer of 300,000 had already recouped his recent losses. Thus, there was no necessity for him to raise his bid further. His current shout was merely a final probe. Upon hearing this price, Ning Fengji's expression hardened slightly. The audacity of youth was truly boundless. 500,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengji spoke again. The room fell into stunned silence at this figure. 500,000 for a single detox pill. Such wealth was astonishing. 5 of them would total 2,500,000. Truly, what a lavish spender. Faced with this price, Dai Yunhan chose not to escalate further. His objective had been met. To continue bidding would be a foolish act driven solely by spite. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. 500,000 thrice. Sold. Ultimately, Ning Fengji acquired all the detox pills at the remarkable price of 2,500,000 for each. Dai Yunhan was overjoyed. Aside from the price of the recently acquired Guardian Heart, he now had a substantial sum of 2 million at his disposal. Wealth seems effortlessly acquired by those of affluence. Having accomplished today's endeavors and received a significant windfall, Dai Yunhan's spirits were remarkably high. At that moment, the final auction item was unveiled. Aware that many attendees had come specifically for this last piece, Chi wasted no time and proceeded to showcase it directly. As a large chest was wheeled out, Dai Yunhan, filled with curiosity, wondered what could possibly attract so many people. The object appeared to be approximately 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide, seemingly containing some sort of soul beast within. After the box was brought forward, Chi-Chi stepped up and pulled away the covering cloth. Suddenly, a delicate young girl was revealed inside. Her skin was fair, her figure alluring, and she was dressed provocatively. Adorned in black stockings and high heels, complemented by a pair of pink rabbit ears atop her head. It was indeed a stunningly seductive bunny girl outfit. What could this be? A sudden thought flashed through Dai Yunhan's mind. Could this possibly be an auction for slaves? In the realm of Douluo Continent, cat girls and fox girls abound, all of them exquisite specimens, coveted by many affluent individuals seeking to indulge their desires. Judging by the appearance, it was likely a lost rabbit girl. Indeed, Chi-Chi remarked, this one is a rabbit girl resulting from a failed mutation of the soft-boned rabbit. I need not elaborate further, for everyone is already aware of its implications. The starting bid is set at 10,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 gold soul coins. No sooner had she finished speaking than a frenzy erupted among the crowd. 20,000 gold soul coins, 30,000 gold soul coins, 31,000 gold soul coins, 50,000 gold soul coins. This last bid was called out by Ning Fengji. Chapter 101. Caught in a Trap? Upon hearing this voice, Dai Yunhan could not help but recall the incident from the original text where Ning Fengji procured a cat girl. On the surface, he appeared to be a gentleman of impeccable character, yet in reality, he was a man who kept his concubines in a gilded cage. Indeed, Ning Fengji was undeniably a notorious libertine. Next door were the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Regardless of who resided within, they would undoubtedly feel compelled to acquire this fox woman. With this thought in mind, Dai Yunhan resolved to ensnare him once more. Earlier, regarding the detoxification pill, she hesitated to shout a price due to uncertainty about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's stance. However, the allure of this fox woman held an undeniable power over Ning Fengji. No matter how exorbitant the price, he would surely desire her. With this realization, Dai Yunhan boldly declared, 1 million. I offer 1 million gold soul coins. The air in the hall suddenly fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned toward Dai Yunhan. 1 million gold soul coins? Just to acquire a woman with a mutated martial soul? Had she lost her senses? Truly, the lives of the affluent were vibrant and full of color, provoking envy and resentment. However, within the room, upon hearing this bid, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly extended her hand and pinched Dai Yunhan's waist. Dai Yunhan winced in pain and swiftly glanced at her, asking, what are you doing? What am I doing? I ought to ask you the same. She retorted, what is wrong with me? Dai Yunhan was perplexed. However, Zhu Zhuqing, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, what do you mean, what is wrong? You are not content with the woman at home, nor with the solitary yin outside. Now you dare to purchase another woman before my very eyes. Is your insatiable desire never to be quenched? As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing fiercely seized upon Dai Yunhan's vulnerabilities, seemingly intent on utterly destroying him. Dai Yunhan hastily pleaded for mercy, realizing that Zhu Zhuqing had misunderstood the situation. She quickly clarified, it is not as you perceive. I merely intended to deceive a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The mention of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School caused Zhu Zhuqing to relax slightly. Yet she still maintained her hold on Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan elucidated that our neighbor is the Qibao Liuli sect, and it is highly likely that the sect leader, Ning Fengji, resides there. Allow me to inform you that Ning Fengji is a hypocrite. He appears composed on the surface, yet he is quite the libertine. His greatest passion lies in acquiring women with mutated martial souls. So, are you stealing his women? Is this how you ensnare him? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, clearly irate. Purchasing women desired by others, are you certain that you are ensnaring him, rather than merely indulging your own twisted desires? Dai Yunhan was aware that she had not comprehended fully, and continued to elucidate. No, I hold no interest in that woman. I am already married, so how could I possibly be interested in her? I merely raised the price deliberately, hoping to compel Ning Fengji to expend more money. Just moments ago, when we purchased the Guardian Heart, he was the one who was haggling, and thus I wanted him to suffer a significant loss. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Zhuqing's mood noticeably brightened. She also believed that although Dai Yunhan was somewhat of a lecher, he was not one to desire every woman. I will trust you this once. But should you truly dare to bring that woman home, I shall ensure your demise today. Zhu Zhuqing gestured with a decisive snapping motion. Dai Yunhan, with a mischievous glint in her eye, remarked, my dear wife, are you certain you can go through with it? This could bring you happiness. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, she quickly furrowed her brow and declared, "Well, once I attain my happiness, I shall take the plunge." Dai Yunhan felt a tremor within her heart, realizing that escape might be impossible. She hastily reassured, "My dear, you need not take my word for it. I can provide immediate proof that I would never bring her home. Someone is quite anxious about this matter." Dai Yunhan harbored a cold smile within, while beside him, Ning Fengji was unlikely to overlook such an enchanting bunny girl. However, to err on the side of caution, Dai Yunhan resolved not to increase his bid any further. Should Ning Fengji make an offer, he would yield, merely aiming to ensnare him for a cool million. After all, he considered himself a person of integrity. Meanwhile, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's bidding, Ning Fengji's brow furrowed in discontent. How could this fellow be so miserly? I have already shown him courtesy. Yet he still intends to swindle me? Does he truly believe I lack temperament? His gaze fixated on the alluring yet pitiable bunny girl on stage, stirring a flicker of restlessness within him. She was indeed a rare gem. He opened his mouth, ready to raise his bid, but hesitated, contemplated, and ultimately relinquished the idea. Jian Douluo, standing nearby, was well aware of the type of person Ning Fengji was: graceful, distinguished, and astute, possessing a commanding presence. His only flaw lay in his slight proclivity for sensuality. Yet, this did not tarnish Jian Douluo's esteem for Ning Fengji. After all, a powerful man could indulge in the company of multiple women without consequence. Thus, he inquired, "Fengji, this bunny girl is quite appealing. Why have you chosen to forego her?" Ning Fengji chuckled, "That young fellow next door desires her. Let him have her." Jian Douluo found this puzzling. Over the years, Ning Fengji had acquired numerous exquisite women. Yet he had a particular fondness for those with mutated soul beasts, a hybrid of woman and beast. How could he so readily part with such a prime specimen? With a smile, Ning Fengji elucidated, "While I naturally appreciate women, at this moment, I find greater pleasure in witnessing certain individuals face adversity." Adversity? Jian Douluo was further perplexed. Ning Fengji continued, "The price for this bunny girl is a mere few tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Yet this young man beside us bids a staggering 1 million. It is not unusual for wealthy individuals to desire beautiful women." As he spoke, Jian Douluo glanced at Ning Fengji, recognizing that many men shared his penchant for half-beast women. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, but then shook his head, stating, "If this were merely a bid from someone else, I would not mind adding a bit more. After all, beauty is rare, and I possess ample wealth. However, this price originates from the young man next to me. One must wonder, what family or sect does he belong to that he could possibly produce such funds?" Jian Douluo pondered this and shook his head. Such individuals were nearly non-existent. While there might be a few young men capable of offering 1 million gold soul coins across the continent, they were exceedingly rare, certainly. Even the crown prince could not muster such an amount. Ning Fengji added, "Moreover, this young man recently purchased a guardian heart for 500,000. Now, he raises the price out of spite, hoping to irritate me. Considering all these factors, I suspect he cannot truly produce 1 million gold soul coins. His bidding is evidently a feeble attempt to ensnare me again." Chapter 102, compelled to acquire the bunny girl upon hearing Ning Fengji's analysis. Jian Douluo began to grasp the situation, feeling a modicum of admiration for Ning Fengji's sharp intellect. "So, Fengji, you will relinquish this woman?" he queried. "Of course not." Ning Fengji firmly shook his head, exuding confidence. "Let us not rush. After the auction concludes, when he is unable to pay, I shall seize the opportunity to acquire her at a more favorable price." Jian Douluo nodded, recognizing this as consistent with Ning Fengji's character. 1 million gold soul coins. Going once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Chi called out loudly, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at the VIP room above. She could hardly believe a bunny girl had commanded a bid of 1 million. This was utterly absurd, too generous, indeed. Today had already seen several substantial transactions. Her commission alone would suffice for a year's income. Yet, human nature being what it is, she yearned for more. Thus, despite calling for the first time, her words were deliberately slow, her gaze continually darting towards Ning Fengji in the VIP section, clearly aware of the type of man he was. However, she seemed to have miscalculated. Today, Ning Fengji was not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, she raised her voice again. 1 million gold soul coins, going twice. Is there anyone else willing to bid? This bunny girl is truly extraordinary. Just look at her skin, her legs. She is 1 in a million. 1 million gold soul coins is a bargain. Those who abstain will surely regret it. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and she purposefully showcased the bunny girl. manipulating her to highlight her delicate form for the guests. The bunny girl, trembling with fear, gazed up with tear-filled eyes. This scene ignited a fire of desire within many onlookers. Yet, alas, the price of 1 million was insurmountable. They simply lacked the means. How enviable! When will I become wealthy? They lamented, captivated by the alluring beauty before them. Only Dai Yunhan in the VIP room wore an expression of distress. For Zhu Zhuqing was presently gripping the soft flesh at his waist with force. Is this your idea of swindling him? 1 million gold soul coins for a single woman? Dai Yunhan, you possess remarkable audacity. Perhaps you should consider my worth. How much am I valued? Am I not worth at least 1 million? Zhu Zhuqing reproached him without reservation. She could tolerate Dai Yunhan's flirtations, but witnessing him so easily captivated by another woman was intolerable. This was not only a degradation of Dai Yunhan, but also an affront to herself. What stature did this woman possess to dare compete with her? Dai Yunhan wore a mask of anguish, urging, "Do not rush to act just yet. This is far from over. I am well aware of the nature of Ningfengji. He will certainly not relinquish his efforts. He will bide his time until the very last moment to strike, deliberately seeking to instill worry within me. After all, I have just caused him a considerable financial loss, which surely leaves him displeased." Zhu Zhuqing's grip relaxed slightly, yet her expression remained frosty. "You had better be right about that. Otherwise, do not expect to find your way into my bed tonight." Dai Yunhan found a brief moment of respite. Yet an undeniable worry crept across her face. What on earth is Ningfengji up to? I have already taken your beloved. Why do you remain idle? Do you have a penchant for wearing the green hat? Could it be that this fellow is willing to concede defeat? 1 million gold soul coins for a mere vase that can easily be toppled seems like an immense loss. However, Ningfengji is different. He possesses wealth in abundance. To him, money is merely a sequence of digits, utterly inconsequential. Thus, he is undoubtedly inclined to pursue this. Yet, why do I harbor an unsettling premonition? 1 million gold soul coins, for the third time. It appears no one else is bidding. Sold. Congratulations to the winner. And thus, today's auction draws to a close. The next auction will take place in a month. We look forward to your participation. The latter part of the announcement faded from Dai Yunhan's hearing. For Zhu Zhuqing had delivered a sharp blow to his chest. So, this is how you choose to deceive him? Are you certain you are not deceiving me instead? With that, Zhu Zhuqing stormed out in a fit of anger. Dai Yunhan hurriedly grasped her hand, pleading, "My dear, allow me to explain. I truly do not desire this woman. I am at a loss as to how this situation has arisen. Ningfengji is indeed toxic. Yet, it seems that the real poison lies not with him, but within your own heart. With a woman at home for your amusement and another, Du Gu Yin. Indulging your whims outside, is your appetite insatiable? And now you seek yet another? One might overlook such indiscretions, but what sort of individual have you chosen? A woman so easily available to all. You have utterly disappointed me." Zhu Zhuqing offered him no kindness in her demeanor. She reiterated her stance. She bore no ill will towards Dai Yunhan's pursuit of women. However, she could not abide by the deceit that accompanied his actions. Moreover, the choice of such a lowly woman filled her with revulsion. Dai Yunhan understood that explanations were futile at this moment. He swiftly embraced her and said, "My dear, I truly have no idea why Ningfengji has turned away. However, it matters not. If he does not want her, neither do I. At worst, I shall pay the price and let this woman go." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing's mood lightened slightly, yet she retorted, "Leave? Are you certain at ISNTA concealment? It is undoubtedly a departure. If you doubt me, I shall take you with me wherever I go from now on." "Really?" "Indeed." Observing Dai Yunhan's earnest expression, Zhu Zhuqing chose to trust him. She could hardly believe that his judgment was so poor as to fancy any woman. After all, she was merely a bunny girl. I could wear that too. Having assuaged Zhu Zhuqing's concerns, Dai Yunhan breathed a sigh of relief. Though his wife was reasonable, her ruthlessness was undeniably fierce. Thus, he led Zhu Zhuqing to the trading exchange. The venue was already bustling with a crowd. Individuals who had made purchases and were here to settle their accounts and collect their goods. However, today, most attendees were curious to discover who possessed such wealth, spending 500,000 gold soul coins for a heart of guardian and 1 million for a woman. A veritable fool and a spectacle to behold. "Mr. Dai, the total value of the detoxifying elixir you auctioned is 2.5 million. The heart of guardian is 500,000, and the bunny girl is 1 million. After deducting the service fees, we owe you 800,000 gold soul coins, which have already been transferred to your account. Please check." Upon realizing that the extravagant spender was Dai Yunhan, their expressions brightened with envy. Goodness! This young man is so affluent. He already possesses a stunning woman and still opts for a bunny girl? How extravagant. Each gaze directed at Dai Yunhan bore a mixture of admiration and covetousness, as if they wished to transform into him. Chapter 103. The hungry tiger seizes the lamb. Dai Yunhan nodded slightly, and then addressed the matter directly. I no longer wish to keep this rabbit girl. May I return her? I regret to inform you that once auctioned, items cannot be returned. Then what am I to do if I no longer desire her? You may dispose of her as you wish. In that case, I shall set her free. With that, Dai Yunhan gazed at the alluring and charming rabbit girl presented before him. You are free now. You may depart. Depart? The rabbit girl's expression shifted in surprise as she glanced at the outside world, then back at Dai Yunhan, clearly skeptical of the veracity of his words. Dai Yunhan smiled and said, You should leave quickly. I am a married man. If I were to bring you home, my wife would undoubtedly feel jealous. You are now completely free. Go wherever you wish and do as you please. As he spoke, Dai Yunhan wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist. In front of the crowd, Zhu Zhuqing showed no signs of shyness this time. Instead, she proudly straightened her posture, as if to declare, You, worthless scoundrel. Think you can steal my man? Not a chance. Dai Yunhan initially believed that the rabbit girl would acquiesce, yet to her astonishment, she shook her head in refusal. Although a flicker of fear lingered in her gaze, it was undeniable that she had indeed declined. Dai Yunhan, perplexed, was about to inquire as to the reason. However, at that moment, a man approached her, inquiring, Young man, do you not desire this rabbit girl any longer? Dai Yunhan nodded, uncertain of the man's intentions. The man smiled and promptly said, Young brother, how about this? If you hand over her contract of servitude to me, I shall offer you 10,000 golden soul coins. Although I am unaware of your reasons for reluctance, this arrangement could mitigate your losses. Dai Yunhan comprehended that this individual aimed to seize an opportunity. However, before he could utter a word, another man approached him. My good fellow, I shall offer 20,000. Please sell her to me. No, I shall present 30,000. Having remained single all my life, I merely wish to marry a wife. I will bid 40,000. This rabbit girl is so pitiable, and I desire to care for her. I implore you, grant me this chance. Brother, I am the one who truly pities her. Look. My tears are streaming from the corners of my eyes. The clamorous bidding resumed, albeit not as fervently as during the previous auction. Yet, it made Dai Yunhan acutely aware of the madness incited by the rabbit girl. Observing the covetous glints in their eyes, alongside the rabbit girl's fearful, lowered head and her hands, which seemed to have nowhere to rest, she appeared like a mere commodity, tossed back and forth among them. Dai Yunhan seemed to comprehend, albeit slightly, her reluctance to depart. It stands to reason that she was aware of her inevitable fate. Should she truly be granted her freedom, it was likely that before she could even step beyond the threshold, she would be forcibly taken away by another. Yet, what recourse did Dai Yunhan possess? Zhu Zhuqing was his wife, and he could not allow the presence of a mere rabbit girl to disrupt her comfort. It was clear he could not permit the rabbit girl to accompany him home. Such is the harshness of reality. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly tugged at him. He turned to face her, and in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a glimmer of compassion emerged. Perhaps we should just take her back? Take her back? Dai Yunhan questioned whether she had misheard. Just moments ago, in the VIP lounge, you had been so assertive, forbidding her from leaving. How is it that you now wish to take her back? Could it be that the sight of so many ravenous men has incited your anger? Dai Yunhan sensed a strong possibility in this situation. However, he also recognized that Zhu Zhuqing might be testing him. Thus, he inquired, Do you pity her? Which is why you wish to take her back. Yet, with the multitude of individuals in this world, each person's fate is distinct. They must forge their own paths. Zhu Zhuqing confirmed his suspicion, stating, I understand this principle, yet I cannot bear to witness her being exploited by those men, treated as mere cargo, tossed about at their whims. Her expression was one of profound disgust. The men surrounding them were all despicable creatures, akin to wolves and tigers, brazenly revealing their sordid intentions, which was utterly repugnant. Although she harbored disdain for this rabbit girl, her animosity was directed more towards Dai Yunhan for his association with her. However, presently, her revulsion for the scoundrels around them outweighed her previous feelings. You are not afraid of the possibility that I might develop an interest in her? Dai Yunhan questioned, preemptively warning her to avoid labeling him a lecher. While he acknowledged a certain degree of attraction, he believed that a man without desire was hardly a man at all. Isn't at a man's nature? You dare. Zhu Zhuqing placed her hand firmly on Dai Yunhan's waist, immediately issuing a warning. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will make sure to incapacitate you, ensuring that neither you nor Dugu Yin can come to fruition. Ah, has Zhu Zhuqing become this fierce now? When did this transformation occur? Why was she not like this before? He still preferred the gentle, serene Zhu Zhuqing. Very well. If you wish to walk away, then do so. If you are unwilling, then accompany me, he said to the rabbit girl, subsequently taking Zhu Zhuqing by the hand as they departed. The rabbit girl glanced longingly out the door, her eyes reflecting a yearning spirit. However, upon surveying her surroundings, filled with men exuding predatory energy, and then looking back at Dai Yunhan's silhouette, she ultimately chose to follow him. As she left, the men around them sighed in lament. This fellow is truly fortunate, possessing such a beautiful wife, and now acquiring a rabbit girl. The best part is that his wife does not even object. Indeed, this lad possesses remarkable prowess. His wife even willingly brings another woman home. Envy washed over Kuiner, who pondered when he might achieve such a splendid marital situation. In a shadowy corner, Ning Fingji observed Dai Yunhan's retreating figure and instructed his subordinates. Follow them and ascertain their address. Understood. He was, after all, the head of a clan, although he secretly desired the rabbit girl. He could not publicly bid for her in front of so many witnesses, as it would tarnish his reputation. Thus, once they identified Dai Yunhan's residence, he planned to discreetly make an offer to acquire her. It appeared that Dai Yunhan was not particularly interested either. Soon, Dai Yunhan returned to his dormitory, with the rabbit girl following him inside. Upon discovering that Dai Yunhan was still a student, she expressed her surprise. Feeling somewhat awkward about the unexpected addition of the rabbit girl, Dai Yunhan glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "You don't genuinely intend to keep her, do you? What? Do you have intentions?" Dai Yunhan repeatedly waved her hand, asserting that she had consistently rejected her. "It is you who wishes to keep her. Do not place the blame upon me. Should I simply cast her aside?" "As you wish." Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. "Dai Yunhan, you are truly heartless." Dai Yunhan's face instantly contorted in bitterness. Are all women so unreasonable? Chapter 104, Bunny. If I desire her, Zhu Zhuqing claims I am merely a lecher. If I do not wish for her, she accuses me of being cold-hearted. What then should I do? Helpless, he could only rub his hands together with a mischievous grin. Slowly approaching Zhu Zhuqing. "My dear wife, if you insist on saying such things, I shall have no choice but to properly discipline you. Women's unreasonable antics are often feigned. A good spanking will suffice." Dai Yunhan extended her wicked hands, launching an assault towards Zhu Zhuqing. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing faltered, for she harbored an intense fear of this particular tactic employed by Dai Yunhan. Maintaining her bravado was one thing, but once Dai Yunhan became serious, all that remained for her was to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I was merely joking," Zhu Zhuqing hastily implored. "There are others watching." "Joking? You say?" Dai Yunhan replied with a sinister smile. "Are you not aware that jesting can easily lead to trouble?" With that, she advanced upon Zhu Zhuqing. Alarmed, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, "But there are others present. Let us go upstairs." Without hesitation, Dai Yunhan swept Zhu Zhuqing into her arms and ascended the stairs. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing lay breathlessly in Dai Yunhan's embrace. "Darling, when will you claim me? It always seems to be merely teasing." Dai Yunhan was instantly stirred by her words. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's melancholic demeanor, he realized that their relationship had reached a significant juncture. If they were to wait until their wedding day, it would likely take several years, a duration he could not bear. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Startled, she exclaimed, "Husband, what are you doing? You said you wanted me. Didn't you? I shall fulfill your wish now." However, Zhu Zhuqing firmly pressed against his chest, questioning, "Now? Is it not too soon?" Dai Yunhan responded, "Why not? You just expressed your desire." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, her cheeks flushed. "This is a sacred matter. It cannot be rushed." "But you just mentioned wanting it." He countered, "I did not anticipate your agreement would come so swiftly. Previously, it was you who hesitated. Moreover, why the urgency? It's not as if I could escape." Noticing Dai Yunhan's slight disappointment, Zhu Zhuqing quickly reassured him. "All right, don't be disheartened. How about this evening? I shall surprise you." "A surprise?" Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan's spirits lifted immediately. "What surprise?" Seeing his rapid change of expression, Zhu Zhuqing playfully punched him, exclaiming, "You are such a lecher." They then descended the stairs, initially expecting the rabbit girl to have departed. To their surprise, she had not only remained but had also prepared a sumptuous meal. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, she promptly served them with utmost respect. Dai Yunhan approached the dining table in astonishment. The spread was modest, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup, featuring both meat and vegetables. All were prepared using the ingredients available in the kitchen. The culinary skills displayed were impressive, with an exquisite balance of color, aroma, and flavor, resembling that of gourmet aristocratic cuisine. Dai Yunhan could not resist taking a taste first. The flavor was remarkably authentic, nearly akin to what he had experienced at the prince's residence. He felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially thought he had merely purchased a decorative vase, only to discover it possessed some utility after all. Zhu Zhuqing was equally astonished. A servant meant for the release of one's frustrations could actually cook? Did you prepare all of this? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. The rabbit maid nodded, standing respectfully yet apprehensively to the side. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at her and said, "Why are you standing there? Come, sit down and eat with us." The rabbit girl shook her head vigorously in response. Dai Yunhan is her master, and dining at the same table as her superior is an act of great disrespect. Dai Yunhan observed her shivering in silence, too timid to utter a word, and refrained from compelling her to join him at the table. Being a member of the royal family, he was accustomed to such scenarios and felt no particular surprise. "What is your name?" he inquired while partaking in his meal. "Rabbit," she replied. "Is that truly your name?" he asked, to which Rabbit nodded in affirmation. "Then from whence did you acquire your culinary skills?" he continued. "Training sessions at the auction house," she answered. "Training sessions?" Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback. "So, does that mean you have been at the auction house for many years?" Tu nodded. "Since I was 6 years old. I have been immersed in the auction environment." "And how old are you now?" 18. Dai Yunhan was unavoidably taken aback. At the tender age of 6, her martial soul awakening had ended in failure, resulting in her being sold back to the auction house. Following a rigorous 12-year training regimen, the ultimate goal was merely to fetch a handsome price. Such a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor could hardly be sustained by an ordinary faction. It became evident that the forces behind this auction house were not only formidable but also operated a specialized industry chain, catering to wealthy individuals by providing such women to satisfy their perverse desires. "Are there many others like you?" Dai Yunhan inquired further. Tuda nodded, explaining that while individuals like her, who had experienced a failed martial soul mutation, were not numerous, there were many ordinary people who trained alongside them from a young age. This insinuated the existence of an extensive industrial network behind the auction house. However, Dai Yunhan preferred to remain uninvolved. These matters were of no concern to her, and she was determined to focus on her own affairs. Moreover, this was the heavenly Douluo Empire, and even if she wished to intervene, it would be beyond her means. "You have no family or anything of that sort. If you did, you could leave. I will provide you with a sum of money sufficient for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." Dai Yunhan was resolute in not keeping her around. She held no value. Aside from that, she possessed nothing of worth. Yet, did Dai Yunhan truly lack that? Clearly, she did not. In the future, she might struggle to care for her own wife, let alone seek out others. However, upon hearing this, Tuda suddenly knelt down, her tears streaming down her face as if she were performing in a play. Dai Yunhan, in disbelief, asked, "Why are you crying? I am allowing you to leave and even offering you money. Isn't that sufficient?" Rabbit shook her head resolutely, declaring, "You are a good person. I cannot go. I have no family left and nowhere to turn." Once again, she reiterated the sentiment. "You are truly the good one. Your entire family consists of good people." Dai Yunhan insisted, "I will provide you with money. You can live independently and eventually find a good family, ensuring a lifetime free from worry." Dai Yunhan observed Rabbit's stunning figure, perfectly proportioned and even more striking than Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, he felt no necessity for her presence. Hearing such heartless words, Rabbit simply knelt on the ground, silently weeping without uttering a word. Dai Yunhan was rendered speechless. He dreaded and found it irksome when women wept. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up. "Let her stay. Her culinary skills are commendable, and she can prepare meals for us in the future." "Are you certain?" "Indeed." "Then let us clarify this. It is you who has chosen to keep her, not I. Should there be any disputes in the future, you cannot hold this against me." Chapter 105. Targeted. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a discontented glance. "Well, look at you, taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. I will make it clear that it is I who has decided to keep her. However, should you dare to mistreat her in any way, I will not show you any mercy." Dai Yunhan's head was enveloped in darkness. "Your actions resemble placing meat before a dog, fully aware that it will devour it, yet still cautioning it against doing so. How long do you believe it can resist?" However, Dai Yunhan chose not to elaborate further. After finishing her meal, Tudu tidied up the dishes alone. Once she had completed the task, she prepared a meal for herself, consisting of modest fare, merely some ordinary vegetables. She did not even partake in the leftovers from Dai Yunhan and the others. Dai Yunhan remarked, "If you no longer dine with us, please portion out some of our food. By preparing meals twice, you squander both time and sustenance." Indeed, Tutu nodded in agreement, this time not declining the suggestion. Dai Yunhan understood how to converse with individuals like Rabbit. As long as the matter pertained to their master's interests, they would comply unconditionally. At that moment, the doorbell chimed. Dai Yunhan opened the door to find a stranger standing before her. "Greetings. I have heard that you acquired a rabbit girl but no longer wish to keep her. I am willing to offer a handsome sum for her." "No, thank you. I have decided to keep her," she replied, attempting to close the door. However, the man was reluctant to concede. "I can offer you 200,000. I assure you it will be worth your while." "Really, I do not need your offer." Dai Yunhan sneered. "I have invested 1,000,000. Do you think you can acquire it for a mere 200,000? Nonsense." As the door was about to close, the man, in a state of urgency, reiterated, 500,000. 1,000,000. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. Was this person truly so desperate for the rabbit girl? Could they readily offer 1,000,000? He scrutinized the individual before him, wondering if they might have been sent by Ning Fengji. Only that man would be willing to expend such a considerable sum for a woman. 1,000,000 was far too paltry. "I would not part with her for less than 10,000,000. With that, Dai Yunhan promptly shut the door. The man outside was momentarily stunned. 10,000,000? Why not simply resort to theft? However, the sect leader had decreed that the woman must be acquired, regardless of the price. Thus, it seemed that 10,000,000 was not entirely out of the question. Yet, he was not foolish, with such a significant amount of money at stake. He dared not make a unilateral decision. He resolved to return and consult before proceeding. Yet, with this back and forth, it was likely that the rabbit girl would no longer be in her original state by the time he returned. If the sect leader agreed to the 10,000,000, he would have made a grave error. Conversely, if the sect leader were to refuse, he would find himself unable to procure the 10,000,000. Both options were equally vexing. Ultimately, the man opted to retreat. That night, as he prepared for sleep, Dai Yunhan eagerly anticipated a delightful surprise. However, upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's unremarkable demeanor as she climbed into bed, her anticipation swiftly transformed into a question. Where was the surprise? The surprise was the absence of any surprise. A sly smile curled at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's lips, her bright eyes gleaming with mischief. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. "Oh, so you dare to deceive me? Do you have any idea what the consequences of deceiving me are?" "What consequences?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, displaying not the slightest hint of fear. Dai Yunhan's expression was fierce as she removed her clothing and declared, "You shall comply tonight, whether you wish to or not." With that, Dai Yunhan lunged forward. A tumult of struggle ensued, and it seemed as though an overwhelming force was about to descend. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly interjected, "My relatives have arrived." These mere 4 words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervent fire within Dai Yunhan. Alas! Dai Yunhan turned back to her position, a wave of indescribable grievance washing over her. "You wicked woman! You deceived me. I shall no longer play with you. I will go next door to find the rabbit." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face, once filled with triumph, instantly transformed into one of dire warning. "Do you dare to go?" Dai Yunhan, feeling indignant, retorted. "You ignited the flames that engulfed me, and with a mere utterance, you cast me aside. You were the one who initiated this mischief." This statement bore a hint of defensiveness. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment as she observed Dai Yunhan's childish demeanor, prompting her to relent. All right. I did not intend to tease you. It only appeared when I was bathing. It was not intentional. What am I to do now?" Dai Yunhan glared at her. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him an exasperated glance. "I am weary. I do not wish to move today. If you have desires, you must fulfill them yourself." With that, Zhu Zhuqing shed her flowing skirt, reclining there like a masterpiece of human artistry. Dai Yunhan felt a twinge of discontent at this scene, for he longed to be passive. Yet, with his adversary remaining still, he had no choice but to take action himself. Thus, he transformed once more into a tiger, pouncing upon the little kitten. Before long, the day of Tang Yuehua's birthday arrived. Dai Yunhan, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, arrived at the Duke of Greenlight's residence. "Good day. May I inquire if you possess an invitation?" the courteous attendant at the entrance asked. However, Dai Yunhan appeared somewhat bewildered. "An invitation? Is such a thing required? Why was I not informed?" She turned to Zhu Zhuqing in search of answers. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, indicating that she too was unaware of such a necessity. Dai Yunhan sensed an air of unease. However, after some contemplation, he reasoned that it might be directed towards outsiders. After all, as students of Yuexian, what need had they for an invitation? He spoke up. We are students from Yuexian here to celebrate teacher Tang Yuehua's birthday. We were invited by Lord Wang Feng from the Duke's residence, who also asked us to assist in the event's preparations. Upon hearing this, the receptionist turned his attention back to Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. In that moment, he understood that these two were indeed the individuals Lord Wang Feng had instructed him to attend to. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Yet he maintained a cordial demeanor as he replied, I apologize, but as this is a private gathering, everyone is required to possess an invitation. Dai Yunhan furrowed his brow at this response. So, it seemed that everyone was expected to have an invitation. Why then, did he not possess one? Had it simply been overlooked, or was there a deliberate intent behind it? If it were intentional, what reason could there be for such hostility? Based on recent interactions, he could not recall any grievances with Wang Feng and his associates. They had only exchanged a few words on the first day of enrollment. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Perhaps it was indeed an oversight. Could you please inform Wang Feng? I am his classmate, and we had previously made arrangements, Dai Yunhan requested. Yet, the receptionist was unlikely to fulfill his wish. I am sorry, but the master has ordered that without an invitation, no one is permitted to enter. Not even a notification? Such arrogance. Dai Yunhan is not an inexperienced fool. In the Starry Empire, it is customary for guests to be admitted to such gatherings even without an invitation, as long as they are announced. However, the attendant outright rejected this request. Dai Yunhan gradually comprehended that this was a deliberate affront directed at him. Chapter 106, Conspiracy. He let out a cold laugh. Is this the true nature of the so-called nobility? Is the Yuxian filled with such characters? Since he was not welcomed, so be it. Dai Yunhan was not one to be shameless. It was merely a birthday celebration. One could choose to attend or abstain. With that, he took hold of Zhu Zhuqing, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, two individuals appeared behind him. It was Xueqinghe and Xueku. Xueku was also acquainted with Dai Yunhan, as they both studied within the Yuxian. Brother Yunhan, why are you not entering? Instead, you are leaving? Xueqinghe inquired. Dai Yunhan stated directly, they say I cannot enter without an invitation. You lack an invitation? Xueqinghe expressed disbelief. If you doubt it, you may inquire with him. Dai Yunhan gestured towards the receptionist. At that moment, the receptionist was already perspiring profusely, utterly astonished that Dai Yunhan was acquainted with His Highness the Crown Prince. Furthermore, it appeared that their relationship was quite intimate. Instantly, he found himself unable to meet Dai Yunhan's gaze. Observing the receptionist's expression, Xueqinghe discerned the truth of his actions and turned back to Dai Yunhan, reassuredly stating, it matters not. I also lack an invitation. I shall escort you inside. With that, Xueqinghe produced his own invitation and, before the receptionist, tore it to shreds. He then asked coldly, now that my invitation is also gone, may I still enter? The receptionist, terrified, dared not even breathe. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince required no invitation and could enter freely. What of him? Xueqinghe pointed once more at Dai Yunhan. The receptionist quickly replied, young Master Dai requires no invitation either. Humph. Xueqinghe let out a cold snort and turned to Dai Yunhan, asking, do you still wish to enter? Dai Yunhan contemplated for a moment and decided to enter nonetheless. After all, it was a celebration for Tang Yuehua's birthday. It would be unjust to let the malice of the Duke's residence tarnish the occasion. Following Xueqinghe into the Duke's manor, he inquired along the way, do you have any grievances with the Duke's residence? None at all, she replied. Then why did they obstruct you? Nobility tends to be meticulous in their affairs. Even something as simple as issuing invitations is scrutinized multiple times to ensure nothing is overlooked. Dai Yunhan did not receive the invitation, which clearly indicates that she has been singled out. Dai Yunhan, with an air of indifference, spread her hands, expressing her bewilderment, as she had no prior grievances with the Duke's residence. Her acquaintance with the Duke's family was limited to the siblings Wang Feng and Wang Ya, who, apart from their initial introductions during enrollment, had since remained silent. What could possibly be amiss with them? Xueqinghe, do you know anything? Xueqinghe inquired, directing her gaze towards Xueqinghe, who had established amicable relations within the Moon Pavilion and might possess some insight. Yet, Xueqinghe merely shook her head in response. Xueqinghe's expression turned grave. After all, Dai Yunhan was a prince of another realm. Did the foolish denizens of the Greenlight Duke's household not comprehend his status? Before long, they entered the residence, where a significant number of guests had already gathered. Everyone exchanged gifts amidst laughter and joviality. Aunt Tang, happy birthday. Xueqinghe approached Tang Yuehua, presenting his gift. "Thank you, Your Highness," she replied graciously. "Happy birthday, and Tang. May your youth remain eternal and your beauty everlasting," Xueka added. Offering her own gift, Tang Yuehua beamed with delight, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Princess Xueka." Gifts were accepted by designated attendants, and Dai Yunhan, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, presented their offerings as well. "Happy birthday, Teacher Tang," they chorused. "Thank you, dear ones," Tang Yuehua replied politely. Subsequently, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing found a place to sit, awaiting the commencement of the banquet. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner, Wang Feng scrutinized Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. "I never anticipated that this prince of the Star Luo Empire possessed such capabilities to gain entry here," Wang Feng remarked. "He seemed to have entered alongside the crown prince. Their relationship appears quite amicable," a servant beside him observed. Wang Feng dismissed it with disdain, asserting that regardless of outward appearances, a royal from another nation would always harbor an insurmountable barrier within. "Shall we proceed with the plan?" he queried. "Of course. That Zhu Zhuqing is truly exceptional. Just the sight of her stirs my desires," Wang Feng declared without hesitation, his gaze filled with longing as he looked towards Zhu Zhuqing. However, he was acutely aware of the implications. After all, he too was a prince. Should his intentions be discovered, it could potentially jeopardize the relations between their two nations. "You mentioned the risk of being discovered, but my plan is foolproof. It will not be uncovered," Wang Feng retorted confidently with a scoff. "Now, have you made the necessary preparations?" he inquired of a man nearby. "Everything is ready," the man confirmed with a nod. "Good. Tonight, she shall be mine." Before long, the gathering had reached a near completion, and the celebration commenced in earnest. The Duke of Greenlight took to the podium to address the guests, followed by a series of dances and songs, all unfolding in the most customary manner. Dai Yunhan and his classmates have indeed organized a performance. Yet it bears no connection to him, as he does not need to take the spotlight. Dai Yunhan discerned that this was a deliberate attempt to ostracize him. However, he remained indifferent to their machinations. To be candid, had it not been for Tang Yuehua, who was also one of the esteemed goddesses, he would not have graced this gathering with his presence. Therefore, let them conspire against him. He would focus solely on fulfilling his own responsibilities. As the banquet progressed, numerous guests formed small clusters, engaging in revelry and boasting to one another over their drinks. Dai Yunhan glanced at the main table, realizing that Tang Yuehua had departed at some point. The banquet was nearing its conclusion. "Have you finished your meal?" Dai Yunhan inquired of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. "Very well. I shall visit the restroom, and then we shall return." "All right." Dai Yunhan subsequently rose and made his way toward the restroom. Just as he departed, Wang Feng, who had been secretly observing him, finally revealed a smile and began to take action. Indeed, the shadows beside him flickered as figures swiftly dispersed. The location of the restroom in aristocratic settings is typically quite meticulous, situated at a slight distance from the dining area. Dai Yunhan inquired and eventually found his way out of the restroom, preparing to retrace his steps. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly noticed Tang Yuehua entering a particular room. While this might ordinarily seem quite mundane, what struck Dai Yunhan as peculiar was the presence of guards stationed at the entrance. In the inner courtyard of the Duke's residence, there were guards? It was one thing to have them, but why was it that only this room had such a presence, while none of the others did? This situation appeared utterly illogical. Dai Yunhan felt a sense of intrigue. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the two guards exuded a formidable aura, at least of the sole sovereign level. Moreover, their postures were erect, and their imposing presence imparted a sensation akin to that of a colossal mountain. Such an aura could hardly be cultivated by a mere duke's mansion. Chapter 107, The Snow Knight Emperor and Tang Yuehua. Dai Yunhan suddenly realized that there might be other individuals present in the room, and their stature was not insignificant. Recalling the expression on Tang Yuehua's face upon entering the room, he increasingly felt that this matter was rather unusual. He resolved to investigate further and stealthily approached the chamber. Meanwhile, Wang Ye had arrived before Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, where is Dai Yunhan?" she inquired. "He went to the restroom and will be back shortly," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "Oh," Wang Ye responded, then continued, "Isn't the banquet nearing its conclusion? Our classmates just discussed sending a blessing to Teacher Tang. Will you be joining us?" Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to answer this question, so she suggested, "Let us wait for Yunhan to return. I will ask him." "Must you consult him for something so trivial?" "Zhuqing, you are too accommodating towards your fiancé," Wang Ye remarked. Let me offer you some well-meaning advice. Never acquiesce to every whim of a man. If you do, he may come to regard you as inconsequential, summoning you at will. Do you understand? That is not the case. I simply Zhu Zhuqing began. But before she could finish, Wang Ye grasped her hand, pulling her inside. Oh. There is nothing to deliberate over. You are the only ones missing. You should go first. I will send someone to fetch Dai Yunhan. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, wishing to decline. But Wang Ye's enthusiasm was overwhelming, leaving her at a loss for words. Just then, Wang Ye called out to a servant, Xiao Chui. Please find Dai Yunhan and bring him to the side hall. Understood, miss, the servant replied. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing still preferred to wait for Dai Yunhan to arrive before proceeding together, but she could not resist Wang Ye's persistent tugging. Reluctantly, she acquiesced and followed her. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan stealthily approached the room, where he overheard a deep, authoritative voice emanating from within. Well, happy birthday. This is a carefully prepared gift. Do you like it? Your Majesty, you are too kind, came the response. Your Majesty? Dai Yunhan's heart raced as he realized that the individual inside was none other than the Snow Night Emperor. The rumors of the Snow Night Emperor's affection for Tang Yue were indeed true, not mere gossip. Dai Yunhan continued to listen intently. Yue, why not open it and see what it is? No need. Anything sent by His Majesty is naturally to my liking. Tang Yuehua's voice was slightly frosty, as if she understood the Emperor's intention, carrying a hint of gentle refusal. But do open it. This is a gift I have meticulously prepared for you. The voice of the Snowy Night Emperor held a note of anticipation and undeniable insistence. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yuehua reluctantly opened the gift. To her astonishment, she found a ring inside. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, what is this? The Snowy Night Emperor's demeanor shifted to one of fervent excitement. Yuehua, I have harbored feelings for you for a long time. Over the years, you have seen my sincerity. Please, agree to be my woman. Tang Yuehua was clearly taken aback by this sudden declaration. Yet, it seemed somewhat expected. After a brief moment of fluster, she regained her composure. Your Majesty, I appreciate your sentiments, but I must decline your proposal. Why? The Snowy Night Emperor grew agitated. Yuehua, why can you not accept my feelings? Have you not sensed them over the years? Your Majesty, if you truly care for me, then why did you not host a birthday celebration for me in the palace? Instead, you relied on the title of the Duke of Greenlight. What are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, the Snowy Night Emperor's expression faltered. What he feared was undoubtedly the power behind Tang Yuehua. The Haotian sect supported the Luo Empire, and a union with Tang Yuehua would surely not meet their approval. He could not openly celebrate her birthday. He could only act covertly. Seeing that the Emperor had no retort, Tang Yuehua maintained her composure and did not mock him. Your Majesty, matters of the heart cannot be forced. With that, she rose, preparing to leave. However, a flicker of malice crossed the Snowy Night Emperor's eyes. Forced? For others. It may indeed be a matter of choice. But who am I? I am the Emperor. In my world, there is no such thing as coercion, only dominance. Yuehua, are you truly leaving? Does your Majesty have further orders? The Snowy Night Emperor poured her a glass of wine, saying, I have gone to great lengths to prepare all this for you. Can you not even share a cup of wine with me? Hearing this, Tang Yuehua hesitated, ultimately choosing to lift the goblet from the table. After all, he was the Emperor, and she could not afford to slight him. Observing her response, a more sinister glint appeared in the Snowy Night Emperor's eyes. Happy birthday. May your heart's desires come true, he declared, downing his drink in one gulp. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Yuehua followed suit. After drinking, she prepared to leave, but suddenly, she found the door would not budge. Your Majesty? She turned back, puzzled, to face the Snowy Night Emperor. In that moment, he shed his usual facade, revealing his true nature. Yuehua, you are my woman. No one can take you from me. Upon witnessing this, a surge of panic gripped Tang Yuehua. Your Majesty, what are you doing? What am I doing? Is it necessary to ask? A man and a woman alone in one room. What do you think I could possibly do? Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. I am indeed the Emperor. And precisely because I am, I must act accordingly. Pursuing you is a gesture of respect, if you choose to ignore my advances. Do not blame me for resorting to force. In my life, I have never begged anyone. With that, the Snowy Night Emperor lunged towards Tang Yuehua. Help! Help! Your Majesty. You cannot do this. Someone please. Yet her cries proved futile. They were in the inner courtyard of the Duke's estate, devoid of any outsiders. And the only two guards were loyal to the Emperor. No matter how loudly Tang Yuehua called, it was of no avail. Your Majesty, do you not fear provoking the Haotian sect? Tang Yuehua warned angrily at a critical moment. The Snowy Night Emperor paused, then let out a cold laugh. If I feared the Haotian sect, do you think I would engage in such actions? They claim to be the foremost sect in the world. But that is a tale from long ago. Now, the Haotian sect hides like a turtle within the confines of the Luo Empire. Do they dare to venture out? Besides, this is Tian-Do City, my territory. Even the illustrious Spirit Hall would not dare to wreak havoc here. His words filled Tang Yuehua with a sense of despair. The emperor's assertion was not unfounded. The Haotian sect had become reclusive, detached from worldly affairs. Aside from Tang Hao, who was in exile, no core disciple dared to emerge. Thus, the power she relied upon was little more than a paper tiger. Some might choose to believe, and that would naturally command respect. But should someone dare to challenge them, they would find success. Even if Tang Yuehua was the sister of the Haotian sect's leader, it made little difference. For now, the Haotian sect was incapable of taking any action. Even if Tang Xiao wished to act, the fearful elders would surely impede him. If they could not stop him, they would dismiss him from his position as leader, forcing him to flee alongside Tang Hao. Thus, Tang Yuehua appeared to have a formidable backing, yet in reality, she possessed no trump card. Seeing her despair, the Snowy Night Emperor felt a flicker of pity. Yuehua, if you agree to be my woman, you shall enjoy endless riches and glory. I could even make you my empress. Empress. Tang Yuehua scoffed bitterly, glaring at the Snowy Night Emperor. Even in death, I would not accede to someone like you. With that, she prepared to dash towards the doorpost. But just then, two piercing screams echoed from the entrance, followed by a surge of soul power that burst open the door. The sudden opening startled both individuals. However, Tang Yuehua reacted swiftly, racing out. The Snowy Night Emperor attempted to pursue, but a wave of gray soul power struck him, sending him flying. Help! Help! He shouted as he fell. Yet he had forgotten that he had previously dismissed everyone for his own privacy, leaving no one behind. Enraged, he kicked the faces of the two guards at the door. Are you dead? If not, get up. The guards, kicked awake from their stupor, rushed to obey. Quickly, pursue her. I have drugged her. She cannot have gone far. Yes. Tang Yuehua had no idea who was aiding her. However, she understood the urgency of the moment. Time was of the essence, and she fled desperately. Just as she did, a figure appeared before her, startling her. Teacher Tang. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Tang Yuehua let out a sigh of relief, though she remained cautious. Dai Yunhan. How did you come to be here? Teacher Tang, there is no time for questions. I will take you to safety. As he spoke, he swiftly lifted Tang Yuehua into his arms, and amidst her astonished gaze, unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. In the act of taking flight, he conjured a shroud of chaotic energy around them. This ethereal chaos effectively cloaked the spiritual perception of the Soul Masters, rendering them oblivious to the presence of anyone soaring above. Was it you who helped me just now? Tang Yuehua inquired, leaning against Dai Yunhan, who emanated a subtle yet reassuring masculine aura. Indeed, it was I, Dai Yunhan replied. A flicker of concern crossed Tang Yuehua's face as she asked, Aren't you afraid of the Snow Night Emperor's retaliation? What have I to fear? I am a citizen of the Star Luo Empire, not the Heaven-Do Empire. He dares not act against me, he stated confidently. With that, Dai Yunhan suddenly descended from the skies. Why are we not leaving? Tang Yuehua immediately felt a surge of vigilance. They had not ventured far at all. Dai Yunhan glanced around, concluding that this place should be safe for the time being. You stay hidden here. Zhu Zhuqing is still at the Duke's residence, and I must call her back. Tang Yuehua expressed her concern. But what if the Snow Night Emperor discovers your return? Rest assured, he should remain unaware of my involvement, replied Dai Yunhan as she presented an exquisite gift box to her. What is this? Tang Yuehua inquired. This is a birthday gift for you. It was conveniently located in the adjacent room, so I brought it along. Dai Yunhan spoke as she opened the box, revealing a soul guide capable of withstanding an attack from a soul sage. Put this on, and wait for me here, she instructed, proceeding to fasten it around her neck. Tang Yuehua's neck was exquisite, long and luminous, adorned with a gown that accentuated her beauty, and as Dai Yunhan secured the device, one could even glimpse the alluring depths beneath. Once adorned, Dai Yunhan cautioned once more, urging not to wander off, assuring that she would return shortly. Be careful, Tang Yuehua replied, watching Dai Yunhan depart. As soon as she left, her fingers instinctively brushed the necklace nestled between her neck, and the icy despair in her heart seemed to dissipate at that moment. However, a sudden furrow formed on her brow, discomfort washing over her. What was happening? Why did it feel somewhat warm? Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and a group of students awaited Tang Yuehua in the side hall. Yet, her anticipation was primarily directed towards Dai Yunhan. She occasionally glanced towards the entrance, evidently pondering why she had not yet arrived. Wang Ye, noticing her demeanor, offered a playful remark. You two are quite affectionate, aren't you? Just a brief separation and you're already pining for her. You're almost turning into a statue of longing. Zhu Zhuqing merely smiled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Wang Ye continued, Don't worry, the servants mentioned he seems to have a stomach upset and will take a while to come. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, sensing an oddity. Even if it were a stomach issue, it should have resolved by now, as it had been over 10 minutes. Just as she contemplated skipping the gathering to find Dai Yunhan, Wang Feng approached the crowd. Classmates, he announced. I just learned that Teacher Tang has had an urgent matter and has already left. What? She has left? So, our wait was in vain? Someone lamented. I had a special congratulatory speech prepared. Such a pity. Wang Feng simply smiled, though his gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing for a moment longer. He instructed the servants to serve the wine, distributing it among everyone. Though Teacher Tang has departed, she has received our good wishes. She asked me to raise a toast in her stead, thanking you all for your blessings. Now, let us lift our glasses and wish Teacher Tang a happy birthday. Happy birthday. Others echoed immediately. Soon, a harmonious chorus followed, as everyone downed their drinks in unison. Zhu Zhuqing did not overthink it, and emptied her glass as well. She was preparing to leave when Wang Feng stepped in front of her. Zhuqing, you were looking for Dai Yunhan, weren't you? Zhu Zhuqing halted, meeting his gaze. Wang Feng smiled slightly. Dai Yunhan is currently with Teacher Tang. Why is he with Teacher Tang? Didn't she leave? Wang Feng clarified. No, Teacher Tang did not leave. She simply felt a bit fatigued. Then why is Dai Yunhan with her? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. I'm not entirely sure. They are in the inner courtyard discussing something. Additionally, she asked you to join them. I suspect there is good news in store for you both. Chapter 109. One person observes while others watch. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Something felt off, but she could not pinpoint what. Wang Feng, noticing her indecision, did not rush her but instead turned towards the inner courtyard. After taking a few steps, he pretended to look back at Zhu Zhuqing. Are you coming? Otherwise, you might get lost on your own. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him and ultimately decided to follow. After all, if Dai Yunhan had not sought her out for so long, he must have been elsewhere. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing follow, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. He led the way, with Zhu Zhuqing silently trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at the inner courtyard. As the number of people dwindled, Zhu Zhuqing felt an increasing sense of unease. Where were they, and how much longer would it take? It's just ahead. Wang Feng pointed to a brightly lit room. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the room, her curiosity slightly alleviated, and continued forward. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her legs growing weak, as if she had lost all strength. At that moment, she realized she had been drugged. Was Dai Yunhan not inside at all? In desperation, she summoned her spirit power and sprinted towards the exit. Wang Feng was momentarily stunned but quickly pursued her. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Zhu Zhuqing ran even faster and activated her martial spirit. Wang Feng, witnessing her 4 spirit rings, was taken aback. How old could she be, yet already a soul master? Determined not to let her escape, he activated his own martial spirit, a green light emanating from him. Though his strength was only at 3 rings, his speed matched Zhu Zhuqing's, and he quickly closed the gap. Alarmed, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to unleash her soul skills, but felt her legs weaken again, rendering her unable to execute the technique. Her head grew heavier, her eyelids feeling like lead, almost impossible to lift. Wang Feng saw her soul rings flicker momentarily before dimming once more. He realized the drug's effects were taking hold. Zhu Zhuqing, stop struggling. This is the inner courtyard. There is no one around. Moreover, I used the strongest sleeping powder on you. 1 dose will put you out like a light. And you 1T awaken until the next day, completely unaware of what transpired. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow. Do you know Dai Yunhan's identity? Do you dare lay a hand on me, fearing the retribution from the Star Luo Empire? Wang Feng laughed heartily. Fear not. I have already dispatched someone to capture Dai Yunhan. Once I've enjoyed myself with you, I will administer the same drug to him. When you both awaken, you will assume you simply drank too much and stayed over at my place. By then, you may even thank me instead of seeking revenge. As he spoke, he unleashed his soul skill, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in a sphere of black light. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Duke's residence, Dai Yunhan discovered Zhu Zhuqing was missing. He immediately began searching. Just then, he spotted Princess Xueka approaching and hurriedly inquired, "Princess Xueka, have you seen Zhu Zhuqing?" "Zhu Zhuqing? Didn't she come to find you?" Dai Yunhan was puzzled. Xueka nodded. "She was with us preparing to congratulate Teacher Tang, but later I saw her being called away by Wang Feng." "Didn't Wang Feng say you were with Teacher Tang? Why are you here?" At this revelation, a jolt of anxiety struck Dai Yunhan, fearing his earlier rescue of Tang Yuehua had exposed him. However, he quickly realized this was likely a fabrication spun by Wang Feng. Yet, a chill gripped him. "You mean Xuqing was called away by Wang Feng?" "Yes." Sensing the gravity of the situation from Dai Yunhan's expression, Xueka felt confused. "Where did they go?" "Towards the inner courtyard." Upon hearing those words, Dai Yunhan hurried towards the inner courtyard without a moment's hesitation. At that instant, his heart was filled with profound concern. This Wang Feng, truly reckless, dared to lay a hand on Zhu Zhuqing. He could only hope that the worst had yet to transpire. Otherwise, he would never be able to forgive himself. The chaotic power awakened. Dai Yunhan immediately sensed the presence of someone ahead. It was Wang Ye. Wang Ye, the sister of Wang Feng, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of the situation. Upon spotting Dai Yunhan's unexpected appearance, she was taken aback. How could he possibly be here? Was he not supposed to be captured? Those wretched subordinates could not even manage such a trivial task. She instinctively attempted to flee, but Dai Yunhan was quicker, intercepting her and standing directly before her, gripping her throat with a fierce hold. "Where's Zhu Zhuqing?" Dai Yunhan inquired, his icy tone piercing through her very soul like a blade. "What did you say?" "How would I know?" Wang Ye stammered, desperately suppressing her inner terror. The aura emanating from Dai Yunhan rendered her utterly defenseless. It was only at this moment that she realized the man before her, seemingly several years her junior, possessed such terrifying power. "I shall inquire once more. Where's Zhu Zhuqing?" Dai Yunhan exerted force with his hand, his colossal palm encircling her neck as if he were grasping a mere chicken. With but a flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly shatter her bones. Wang Ye, intimidated by his imposing presence, furrowed her brow tightly. Even as she struggled to breathe, she remained resolute in her refusal to speak the truth. This was the Duke's residence, and she could not bring herself to believe that Dai Yunhan would dare to take her life. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the attention of the servants, prompting a contingent of inner courtyard guards to approach. Dai Yunhan understood that delays were unacceptable. Time was of the essence. At that moment, he unfurled his wings and summoned the power of chaos, enveloping their presence as he ascended into the skies with Wang Ye. Without hesitation, he tore away Wang Ye's garments, leaving nothing but tatters behind. "I shall ask you one final time. Where's Zhu Zhuqing? Should you dare to feign ignorance once more, I will cast you down from this height, leaving you bare and exposed before the onlookers, subjecting you to a lifetime of shame and humiliation. Speak." Dai Yunhan's icy tone sent a shiver down her spine. She was acutely aware that he would not utter falsehoods and would indeed cast her aside without hesitation. In that moment, her body, as delicate as a ball of mutton fat, swayed before Dai Yunhan, yet she found herself utterly devoid of any means to conceal her vulnerability. Dai Yunhan's gaze did not alight upon her even once. Overwhelmed by shame, she was gripped by an even greater fear. Within the inner courtyard, Wang Yu could only speak the unvarnished truth. Compared to being exposed to the scrutiny of everyone, she would rather have Dai Yunhan as her sole observer. Chapter 110, Securing the Path. The inner courtyard of the Duke's residence was vast, and Dai Yunhan's current mental fortitude was insufficient. Thus, she required Wang Yu to guide her. With great difficulty, Wang Yu extended her finger and indicated a direction. Dai Yunhan immediately soared in that direction, and soon he sensed the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, who was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist. Dai Yunhan exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he could not discern Zhu Zhuqing's condition, the sight of Wang Feng still outside assured him of safety. In that moment, he seized Wang Ye and hurled her directly at Wang Feng. Simultaneously, he unleashed his third soul skill, the chaotic dual wings slash. A surge of gray chaotic energy erupted from him, enveloping Wang Feng in an instant like a dense, compressed fog. Wang Feng, brimming with arrogance, believed that although Zhu Zhuqing possessed formidable soul power, she could not withstand the effects of the soporific drug. He chose to encircle rather than attack, wary of any reckless actions from Zhu Zhuqing. Now, with Zhu Zhuqing utterly exhausted, a triumphant smile finally graced his face. However, at that very moment, a pale figure suddenly hurtled towards him. Bewildered but elated, he thought it a rare stroke of fortune to have a beauty descend from the heavens, unexpectedly sending yet another his way. He reached out to catch her, only to realize with shock how familiar she appeared. To his dismay, it was Wang Ye. His expression was a portrait of confusion. Yet, his bewilderment was far from over. Almost immediately, a shroud of gray enveloped his surroundings, obscuring his vision entirely. Yet, he could sense an overwhelmingly powerful aura charging towards him, sending a jolt of terror through his heart. He hurriedly summoned all his soul power. But before he could even harness it, his mind was engulfed in chaos. Moments later, his consciousness faded into oblivion. With an unrelenting strike, Dai Yunhan shattered his skull without a moment's hesitation, mercilessly delivering a fatal blow to Wang Feng. For daring to harbor ill intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing, he deserved no mercy. Upon witnessing Wang Feng's demise, Wang Ye cried out in alarm, but her voice was silenced in her throat as Dai Yunhan swiftly extinguished her life with another strike. Complicity in wrongdoing warranted death. After executing these actions, Dai Yunhan hurried to Zhu Zhuqing's side, discovering that she had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a brief examination, he found no serious harm. She had merely fallen into a deep slumber. A sense of relief washed over him. He then lifted Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. Throughout his endeavors, he enveloped the surroundings in a shroud of chaotic energy, rendering him invisible to any onlookers. Shortly after his departure, the lifeless bodies of Wang Feng and Wang Ye were discovered by the servants, igniting a flurry of commotion. Dai Yunhan swiftly departed with Zhu Zhuqing, soon arriving at Tang Yuehua's location. Fortunately, she had not left. However, her current state appeared rather peculiar. "What is the matter?" Dai Yunhan inquired. Tang Yuehua bore a visage of distress. Could it be that she had been poisoned? He extended his hand to probe her condition with his soul power. "Why are you so hot?" The temperature of Tang Yuehua's skin was significantly elevated, akin to that of a high fever. Yet, in this world, soul masters rarely succumb to illness. "Are you all right? Can you walk?" Dai Yunhan continued to question. Upon hearing his voice, Tang Yuehua regained a modicum of consciousness, stating, "I believe I have been poisoned. I feel an unbearable heat coursing through my body." Poisoned? This matter is quite simple to address. Dai Yunhan possessed little else but an abundance of detoxification pills. In that moment, he produced a single pill and urged, "Consume this, and you shall recover immediately." Without pausing to ascertain the nature of the remedy, Tang Yuehua swallowed it whole. As she did so, her lips inadvertently brushed against Dai Yunhan's hand, the soft, warm sensation sending a tremor through him. "Are you able to proceed?" "The Duke's household has already mobilized. This place will be searched shortly." "I can," Tang Yuehua replied, suppressing the restlessness within her as she rose to her feet. Yet, scarcely had she stood when she faltered, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan's reflexes were quick, and he supported her. However, with Zhu Zhuqing already in his embrace, he could only encircle Tang Yuehua's waist with one arm. Tang Yuehua, lacking any semblance of stability, flailed about, prompting Dai Yunhan to tighten his grip in exasperation. "What sort of poison is this? Why does the detoxification pill seem ineffective?" Dai Yunhan was rendered speechless. Even the poison from Douluo could be neutralized with a mere grain. Moreover, its effects manifested rapidly. Yet, here was Tang Yuehua showing no reaction whatsoever. Observing Tang Yuehua's flushed face, one could not help but wonder. Dai Yunhan thought to herself, "This is terrible. Could it be that I have been poisoned? There is a strong possibility. It is unwise to linger here any longer." Dai Yunhan swiftly embraced her, then unfurled his wings and soared towards the villa. The biting wind brushed against Tang Yuehua's face, bringing a semblance of clarity to her bewildered mind. Fortunately, the villa was not particularly far away. Dai Yunhan once again took to the skies. Thus, he swiftly returned to the villa. Upon his arrival, he carefully placed the two women down. However, Tang Yuehua refused to let go, and her state became increasingly chaotic. Dai Yunhan, in a state of desperation, attempted to utilize her soul power to suppress the toxins. Yet not only did her efforts prove futile, they backfired. She lunged at Dai Yunhan like a famished wolf. He wished to endure, but the circumstances were unbearable. Consequently, he resolved to abandon his restraint. Just then, Dai Yunhan caught sight of Zhu Zhuqing, who lay unconscious nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly carried Tang Yuehua into the adjacent guest room. At that moment, the rabbit was blissfully asleep, but as Dai Yunhan opened the door, it stirred awake. "Master?" The rabbit rubbed its sleepy eyes, gazing at Dai Yunhan with a look of confusion. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. "Why are you not dressed while sleeping?" Rabbit displayed a calm and nonchalant demeanor, explaining that the rules of the auction dictated that once purchased, one must sleep without clothing. "Very well. Please dress quickly and attend to Zhuqing next door." "Understood, master." With that, Rabbit proceeded to put on her clothes before Dai Yunhan. Observing this scene, Dai Yunhan was suddenly struck by a thought. How would he manage his life if he had many wives? Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such concerns for the future and focus on resolving the immediate challenges at hand. The following day, Dai Yunhan awoke in the morning, feeling a vague sense of something profound. Stretching languidly, he instinctively embraced the delicate figure nestled in his arms. However, an unsettling realization soon dawned upon him. This size. It shouldn't be this small. As he opened his eyes, he was taken aback to discover it was Tang Yuehua. Where was Zhu Zhuqing? Then, the events of the previous night flooded back to him, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. To his astonishment, he noticed that Tang Yuehua was gazing directly at him, remarkably composed. Contrary to his expectations of her being flustered. You're awake? Dai Yunhan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he was aware that something should be said at this moment. Yes, I've been awake for a while, Tang Yuehua replied calmly. Had she been awake for quite some time? Why had she made no sound? Typically, if a woman awakens before a man, she would quietly slip away. I know everything that happened last night, Dai Yunhan began, but Tang Yuehua interrupted him. You know? Yes, she said, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor. Though her body had been overtaken by desire, her innate noble bearing allowed her to retain a degree of clarity. Thus, she was fully aware of the events that transpired the previous evening. Shoo, don't speak, Tang Yuehua interjected, placing a slender finger, as white as scallions, against his lips. Leaning into his embrace, she seemed to attune herself to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Do not entertain any notions. I simply need a moment of peace. Her composed demeanor left Dai Yunhan momentarily speechless. He had witnessed numerous portrayals of women in similar circumstances through various dramas and novels. Yet Tang Yuehua's reaction was unlike any he had encountered before. She neither wept nor demanded accountability. Her calmness was that of an observer, a rare phenomenon. After a brief pause, Tang Yuehua appeared to reach a resolution. She shifted slightly but suddenly furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Dai Yunhan inquired. A faint blush crept across Tang Yuehua's face. Without offering an explanation, she instructed him, please step outside. I need to rest for a while. Dai Yunhan immediately comprehended that last night had been exceedingly wild, rendering her unable to rise from her bed now. Thus, she got up on her own, donned her attire, and stepped outside. After Dai Yunhan departed the room, Tang Yuehua's serene countenance revealed a hint of melancholy. Her gaze lowered, she looked out the window, lost in her thoughts. Dai Yunhan emerged from his room and descended the stairs, only to discover that Rabbit had already prepared breakfast. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing was still fast asleep. He went to check on her and found that she was still in a deep slumber, seemingly under the lingering effects of the medication. Dai Yunhan contemplated administering an antidote to her, yet she was reminded of Tang Yuehua's presence at home. Should Zhu Zhuqing become aware of this matter, it would likely lead to considerable discontent. It was not the fear of Zhu Zhuqing severing ties with her, but rather the abrupt introduction of a stranger that would undoubtedly be difficult for Zhu Zhuqing to accept. To avoid unnecessary complications, Dai Yunhan resolved to refrain from awakening her. While enjoying her meal, she invited Rabbit to join her, but the latter chose to decline. Dai Yunhan expressed indifference, merely stating, as for what transpired last night. Please refrain from mentioning it to Zhuqing, understood? Yes. Dai Yunhan nodded. He had a certain trust in individuals trained in auction houses. After a while, Tang Yuehua descended the stairs. Her gait appeared somewhat awkward. Upon noticing Dai Yunhan's gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed instantly. You must be tired. Why not have some breakfast? Dai Yunhan gestured towards the dining table. Tang Yuehua responded with a puzzled expression. Tired? Dai Yunhan's expression darkened abruptly. Well, I meant to say I am hungry, she clarified. Tang Yuehua nodded in acknowledgement and then took a seat. What kind of food is this? I have never seen it before, Tang Yuehua inquired. Picking up a small steamed bun, Dai Yunhan said, this is a dish I created myself, called Zilong Bayo. Please give it a try. Tang Yuehua glanced at Dai Yunhan in astonishment, seemingly surprised that he possessed such culinary skills. After taking a bite, her expression transformed into one of delight. Excellent. The flavor is quite extraordinary. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the rabbit beside her, curiosity evident in her demeanor. Is this also your wife? Why isn't she joining us? She is not. I bought her specifically for cooking, he replied. Oh, Tang Yuehua regarded Dai Yunhan with a different look, recognizing a certain flamboyance in him. What about your wife, Zhuqing? Tang Yuehua inquired further. She is still upstairs asleep. Like you, she also fell victim to the drug. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Then what about her while you were with me last night? The aphrodisiac was exceedingly potent, with almost no antidote available. As those who researched such substances had never contemplated creating a remedy, if one could not achieve the merging of yin and yang, it could result in death. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Yuehua maintained her composure and refrained from blaming Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan promptly explained that she was different. She had merely fainted. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a wave of relief wash over her. If anything were to happen to Zhu Zhuqing because of her, it would burden her with profound guilt. What do you plan to do now? Dai Yunhan inquired while eating. The one who had drugged Tang Yuehua was none other than the Emperor of Snowy Night. Having failed in his objective, he would surely be enraged and might resort to even more insidious tactics against Tang Yuehua. At this, Tang Yuehua's expression grew somber. Yet her foremost concern was not for herself, but for Dai Yunhan. You saved me last night. What do you intend to do? Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment and remarked, let us first observe the actions of the Snow Night Emperor. After all, I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire. He would undoubtedly refrain from overly targeting me. That makes you all the more perilous, came the reply. This is the Heavenly Empire, and it would be exceedingly simple for him to bring about your demise. Dai Yunhan nodded. Tang Yuehua was indeed correct. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained merely a prince. The Emperor of the Snowy Night could easily wish for his demise, armed with countless justifications, all while ensuring that the Star Luo Empire would remain oblivious to any evidence. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of calm. There was no need for haste. Whether the Emperor had discerned his involvement remained an open question. Personally, he believed that the Emperor had not detected him. Had he known, he would have sought him out last night. Tang Yuehua felt a slight reprieve. Yet she was acutely aware that should the Emperor discover Dai Yunhan's role in the matter, it would undoubtedly result in his execution. After all, it was a scandal of the Emperor's own making, severely tarnishing his royal reputation. I think it would be wise for you to return to Star Luo. With so many people around last night, someone could have easily seen you, Tang Yuehua advised. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile at the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she leaned closer to her. Are you worried about me? Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing Dai Yunhan's teasing gaze, she instantly realized that this young man was merely jesting. She let out a light laugh, refraining from answering his question, and instead inquired, do you know how old I am? I do not. Dai Yunhan shook his head. He was uncertain about Tang Yuehua's youth, but he could be certain that she was still under 30. Tang Yuehua smiled, extending a finger to gently push Dai Yunhan's head aside. I am indeed more than a decade your senior. Such trivial tactics are familiar to me. Dai Yunhan smiled, and if it were anyone else, they might truly be intimidated by her words. Chapter 112. Will you promise to marry me? One might assume she was a woman of considerable romantic experience. Yet, Dai Yunhan was acutely aware that she and Zhu Zhuqing were not dissimilar. Both were blank slates, devoid of any romantic history. Thus, unperturbed by her strong and composed demeanor, Dai Yunhan boldly grasped her finger and gazed at her with an almost infatuated expression. Indeed, Tang Yuehua's expression faltered, revealing her discomfort with Dai Yunhan's unabashed actions. She hastily attempted to withdraw her finger, only to find that Dai Yunhan held on firmly, rendering her efforts futile. Observing Tang Yuehua's escalating anxiety, Dai Yunhan finally released her grip with a gentle smile before leaning closer and remarking that one must pay a price for pretense in the presence of men. Tang Yuehua's heart raced under the weight of Dai Yunhan's unabashed gaze. Having grown up with unrequited love, she had never encountered such forthright declarations, leaving her breathless with surprise. However, Dai Yunhan shifted the conversation, expressing concern for Tang Yuehua's predicament. You are currently being sought throughout the city by the Snow Night Emperor, and since I have taken you away, he will undoubtedly be driven to madness. Dai Yunhan's change of topic was indeed warranted, as Tang Yuehua's whereabouts were the most pressing concern. Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that the drug had been administered by the Snow Night Emperor. If she were to appear before him in perfect health, he would certainly realize she had lost her virtue. In such an event, he would be frantically determined to uncover the identity of the one responsible, and should he discover it was Dai Yunhan, not only would she be in peril, but Dai Yunhan would also suffer the consequences. Thus, Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for what to do. Why not go to the Star Luo Empire? Dai Yunhan suggested. It is undoubtedly safe there, and its proximity to Haotian's sect would deter the Snow Night Emperor from taking any rash actions. But what about Yuexian? Tang Yuehua replied. I founded Yuexian, and leaving it behind would be difficult for me. Dai Yunhan remained unperturbed. After all, a mere month had passed. If the Tiando Empire could be established, so too could the Star Luo Empire. Yet, despite her words, Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of reluctance. This was, after all, the culmination of her years of dedication. Do not hesitate. You have no other alternatives, Dai Yunhan urged. Once Shui Yi tears off the mask, do you truly believe he will continue to play along? She understood the emperor's mindset better than anyone. Principles held little weight. Reputation was paramount. Should Tang Yuehua stand before him, he would swiftly and decisively seize control over her. Thus, at this moment, Tang Yuehua's path offered no options. Only the singular route that Dai Yunhan had delineated. With a sigh, Tang Yuehua's eyes reflected her resignation. Very well, then. Thank you. Dai Yunhan offered an embarrassed smile, questioning what there was to thank for, and reflecting that she had indeed benefited from the situation. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the full implication of Dai Yunhan's remark about having gained an advantage. However, it did not take long for her to comprehend the meaning. And soon a blend of melancholy and shyness adorned her expression. Witnessing this demeanor, Dai Yunhan felt a jolt in her heart. Indeed, the allure of mature grace was incomparable to the youthful vigor of Zhu Zhuqing. Every gesture and movement exuded an undeniable temptation. Dai Yunhan could not help but have certain thoughts arise within her. However, considering that she had yet to fully regain her vitality, she decided to refrain from pursuing them. Yet, upon further reflection, she pondered that Tang Yuehua had always harbored feelings for someone else, now that she had acquired her physical form. Could it be that her heart had also been won over? It is often said that to capture a person's heart, one must first possess their body. Tang Yuehua had someone she cherished, and the most effective means of claiming her would naturally be through this approach. Furthermore, having accomplished the most crucial step, she wondered, was her heart truly now in her possession? Dai Yunhan felt it necessary to conduct a test, and the method of testing, naturally, was to observe whether Tang Yuehua would resist his intimate gestures or the intensity of her resistance. With this thought in mind, Dai Yunhan approached her. Tang Yuehua, engrossed in her meal, looked up at him with a hint of confusion. What do you intend to do? She inquired. I want. Dai Yunhan suddenly lifted Tang Yuehua into his arms. Tang Yuehua gasped in surprise, her chopsticks slipping from her grasp as she instinctively clutched at Dai Yunhan's clothing. Her face a portrait of alarm. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Dai Yunhan gazed intently at her expression and remarked, I was so lost in thought last night that I couldn't discern any feelings at all. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's countenance changed instantaneously. First came a look of terror, followed by resistance, then shyness, and ultimately hesitation. Her emotions were tumultuous, clearly entangled in some inner conflict. Dai Yunhan fixated on her expression, and upon witnessing this scene, he had already come to a partial understanding. He had intruded into Tang Yuehua's heart, yet his presence occupied only a minuscule space within it. More of her heart remained reserved for another. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan did not mind. A small foothold was sufficient for him to claim dominion over her affections. Where there are blossoms, there are roots. He would till the soil. As long as Tang Yuehua exhibited no overt resistance, it signified that Dai Yunhan could persist in his pursuits. Though this approach may slightly contravene her wishes, it must be acknowledged that such tactics prove remarkably effective in the realm of women. Moreover, Tang Yuehua was not Zhu Zhuqing, regardless of the circumstances. Zhu Zhuqing ultimately belonged to Dai Yunhan. However, Tang Yuehua was different. If the process faltered, she could easily slip away to another. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Dai Yunhan lifted Tang Yuehua and descended to the second floor. Feeling the impending events, Tang Yuehua's heart raced, quickening with each passing moment. She yearned to tell Dai Yunhan no for the sake of the more significant person in her heart. Yet, contemplating her current predicament and the impossibility of her situation with that important individual, she ultimately chose silence. Half an hour later, Tang Yuehua lay blushing in Dai Yunhan's embrace. A notification chimed, indicating an increase in Tang Yuehua's affection for the host, bestowing upon him a mystical herb, exclusive to the goddess Tang Yuehua. Consuming it would allow a breakthrough in his martial soul limitations. The system's announcement filled Dai Yunhan with joy, not only from the reward, but also from the realization that his methods were yielding results. Tang Yuehua indeed harbored growing fondness for him. He couldn't help but admire the words of a certain literary figure who had once stated that the quickest route to a woman's heart is through understanding. Truly, women know themselves best. At that moment, Dai Yunhan did not hesitate and promptly produced the mystical herb. It was a specimen he had never encountered before. What is this? Are you proposing to me? Tang Yuehua, upon seeing the herb, assumed Dai Yunhan intended to marry her, feeling a mix of surprise and bewilderment. With a smile, Dai Yunhan asked, "Then will you promise to marry me?" This novel can be downloaded through the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through proxy downloads and the merchant fails to provide the software's source code or an open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https://t. Meet FQ tool. Chapter 113. Tang Yuehua's breakthrough. Upon hearing this response, Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Was he serious? In an instant, her mind became a tangled mess. Should she agree or not? To agree seemed too frivolous. At her age, he was still so young. By the time he reached her age, would he still harbor any affection for her? But to refuse, what would become of her in the latter half of her life? After all, she was a woman too. She yearned for a sweet reliance. Overwhelmed and lost, her confusion and helplessness were vividly etched upon her face. Dai Yunhan, observing her reaction, was taken aback by her response and hesitated to pose any further inquiries. Thus, he quickly remarked, "It was merely a jest. This is actually a celestial herb. Consuming it could enable you to transcend the limitations of your martial soul, allowing you to cultivate normally thereafter." Celestial herb? Transcend the limitations of my martial soul? Tang Yuehua's expression shifted in surprise. She was unfamiliar with the term celestial herb. Yet she was acutely aware of what it meant to transcend the constraints of a martial soul. Due to the mutation of her Haotian hammer martial soul, she had transformed into a Rui ring, resulting in a lifetime soul power capped at level 9, rendering her incapable of becoming a soul master. Consequently, she had diligently researched numerous materials and methods, all to no avail. Having long since abandoned this aspiration, she was now confronted with Dai Yunhan's assertion that he could assist her in overcoming her martial soul's limitations. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. However, 2 decades of disappointment had accustomed her to a life of level 9 soul power. Thus, while she was indeed shocked by Dai Yunhan's words, she harbored little hope within her heart. Upon witnessing her expression, Dai Yunhan discerned her skepticism. He understood that words alone would prove futile. Only through personal experience could one grasp the truth. Thus, he brought the celestial herb close to Tang Yuehua's lips and remarked, "In any case, I shall not take advantage of you. If you consume it, you will know for certain." Tang Yuehua chuckled lightly. "Of course, you would not exploit me. You have already reaped all the benefits." However, as the enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, she realized that this was no ordinary elixir. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and took a gentle bite. The herb, infused with spirit, transformed into a pure surge of energy that flowed into her being with just a single nibble. In an instant, she felt an explosive increase in her soul power, as if something within her was yearning to break free. With no time to ponder, she quickly settled into a meditative posture, commencing the circulation of her soul energy. Dai Yunhan, observing her unrefined demeanor, found it inadvertently alluring. Half an hour later, Tang Yuehua opened her eyes, her countenance radiant with a vibrant glow, indicative of a breakthrough in her soul power. A look of astonished joy graced her features, her eyes shimmering with waves of emotion. She could hardly believe that, in her lifetime, her martial spirit had truly surpassed its limitations. Upon witnessing her joyous expression, Dai Yunhan promptly inquired, "How effective is it?" "My martial soul has truly transcended its limitations. Moreover, my soul power has increased by 11 levels, now precisely at 20. Tang Yuehua's face radiated astonishment as her gaze towards Dai Yunhan grew increasingly intricate. The value of this celestial herb, to her, was akin to a rebirth. She could scarcely believe that her martial soul held the genuine possibility of breaking through its constraints in this lifetime. Yet, she was acutely aware of the herb's rarity. A wave of emotion washed over her. This young man had bestowed upon her such a precious gift. Had he chosen to utilize this gift for himself or bestowed it upon Zhu Zhuqing, the results would undoubtedly have been far superior. Yet, he had given it to someone he deemed a waste. Her thoughts drifted to the snowy night emperor, a man who merely spoke empty promises and painted grand illusions for himself. In comparison to Dai Yunhan, the disparity was like heaven and earth. As she gazed at Dai Yunhan, an unfamiliar emotion began to stir within her. Ding! It was detected that the goddess Tang Yuehua's affection for the host had increased, resulting in a reward, an elevation of soul power level by 1. Dai Yunhan listened to her words, and the efficacy of this celestial herb was well within his expectations. A product of the system is undoubtedly of superior quality. The breakthrough of the martial soul limitations was inevitable. However, the elevation of soul power to level 11 did elicit a slight surprise. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, she had diligently cultivated her soul power for many years. Although the total amount of soul power remained unchanged, her physical constitution was continuously improving. Thus, such a surge in soul power, in alignment with her enhanced constitution, was entirely logical. Well then, if there is nothing pressing, let us rise and assess the situation outside to determine whether I can escort you out. With that, Dai Yunhan was the first to get up. Tang Yuehua, her face flushed crimson, remarked, "Could you not turn around? Why the embarrassment? We have already laid our cards on the table." Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, then cast a fleeting glance in her direction. It was only then that Tang Yuehua became acutely aware of how ungraceful her recent movements had been due to her cultivation. Hastily pulling the blanket over herself, she felt utterly embarrassed at the thought of facing anyone. Dai Yunhan, calm and unhurried, donned her attire. As she descended the stairs, Tutu happened to return from outside, having been sent by Dai Yunhan to gather information. "What is the situation like outside now?" Dai Yunhan inquired. To which Tutu responded that the entire Tiando city had been sealed off, with numerous individuals secretly stationed at every exit, conducting thorough inspections of all passers-by. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. Is this all information provided by Huofei? Indeed, Dai Yunhan felt a sense of assurance in Huofei's capabilities. If he asserted such a situation, it must indeed be true. Consequently, it would prove quite challenging to send Tang Yuehua away. It seemed that a solution was necessary. Moreover, he was unexpectedly taken aback by the audacity of the Snowy Night Emperor, who had boldly initiated the lockdown. Did he not fear the exposure of the situation? At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from outside the door. Upon seeing, Dai Yunhan was taken aback to find Xue Qinghe accompanied by a retinue of palace guards arriving at the entrance of his villa. Moreover, it seemed apparent that their visit was not merely for a friendly reunion, but rather for a matter of significance. Dai Yunhan felt a tightening in her heart. Could it be that they were here to seek out Tang Yuehua? It seemed unlikely, for such matters were not meant to be seen by the Emperor of the Snowy Night, who would never act so brazenly. Yet, one could not be entirely certain, especially considering the blatant lockdown of Tiando City. Dai Yunhan hesitated for a moment before stepping outside. "Brother Xue Qinghe, what brings you here today?" Xue Qinghe, upon seeing Dai Yunhan, replied with a polite tone, "Why did you leave so early last night?" "I was hoping to invite you for a drink." "Oh." Zhu Zhuqing had too much to drink last night, and it was inconvenient to stay at the Duke's residence, so I took her back early. "I see." Xue Qinghe nodded and then proceeded towards the villa. Dai Yunhan swiftly positioned herself before him, obstructing his path. "Qinghe, dear brother, what is the purpose of bringing such a multitude? Is it excessive? As a prince, it is quite customary for me to be accompanied by a few guards." Chapter 114. The reliability of a man is judged by the curvature of his rear. Dai Yunhan furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that Xue Qinghe possessed some knowledge about the matter. "Yunhan, it just so happens to be noon. May I partake in a meal with you?" Xue Qinghe inquired. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment, deciding against acquiescing to his request, and replied, "I have already dined. Your arrival is rather untimely." "You have eaten so early?" he inquired. "Well, when there is nothing to attend to, one might as well have an early meal," she responded. "Nonetheless, it matters not. If you have any provisions, I would be pleased to partake. I have been bustling about since dawn, without even a drop of water, and I am truly famished." Xue Qinghe appeared insistent on entering the villa. Dai Yunhan was aware that he certainly had ulterior motives. How could that be permissible? "You are famished, and I cannot casually provide you with sustenance. After all, you are of aristocratic stature. Let us do this. We shall venture to the establishment above, and I shall treat you." "No, no, no," Xue Qinghe fervently gestured with his hands. "I have matters to attend to. I shall merely have a light meal. The truth is, I happened to pass by your place. Otherwise, I would not have acted so shamelessly. Such words are unwarranted. Brother Qinghe, your visit is an honor to me. How could it possibly be deemed shameless?" Dai Yunhan never anticipated that Xue Qinghe would utter such belittling remarks merely to gain entry to his villa. It seems he possesses considerable confidence in his standing with Tang Yuehua. Consequently, Dai Yunhan must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that no flaws in his demeanor are revealed. Otherwise, he may find it exceedingly difficult to leave today. Reluctantly, he invited Xue Qinghe inside. Upon entering, Xue Qinghe surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is your wife, Zhu Zhuqing? Why is she not at home?" To which Dai Yunhan responded, "She got drunk last night and is still asleep upstairs." Xue Qinghe remarked, "If she can't handle her drink, you should prevent her from consuming so much. It's fine for us men to indulge, but excessive drinking can be detrimental to a woman's health." Dai Yunhan nodded, unsure of what play he was performing. At that moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly called out to a maid, saying, I happen to have some hangover remedy here, which can be given to your wife." With that, he instructed the maid to go upstairs. Dai Yunhan felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that Xue Qinghe must have come for Tang Yuehua. Otherwise, given his usual demeanor, he would never exhibit such concern for Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he hurriedly addressed the maid, stating that he had already administered the hangover remedy and she was feeling much better now, merely wishing to rest without disturbance. "Oh, is that so? Then let it be." Xue Qinghe had gestured for the maid to return. Upon witnessing this, Dai Yunhan let out a sigh of relief. Xue Qinghe then continued, "By the way, my dear Yunhan, during our last meal together, I heard from Dugu Yin that your culinary skills are quite exceptional. Why don't you prepare a bowl of noodles for me?" Dai Yunhan had just taken out some cake and other delicacies to entertain him when he heard his remark. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "I have just finished my noodles and have yet to purchase more." "What a coincidence. I happen to have some here," Xue Qinghe said, gesturing with an open palm, revealing a handful of noodles. He too possessed a storage soul guide. Dai Yunhan's expression darkened. This individual was evidently well prepared. "By the way, I also possess soul beast meat and soul beast eggs. Please assist me in combining them. Feel free to handle it however you wish." Xue Qinghe seemed to have a firm grasp on Dai Yunhan as he produced additional ingredients. This person was indeed well equipped. Regardless of the reasons Dai Yunhan might present, he had anticipated everything. Dai Yunhan found himself in a predicament. He resorted to his trump card, saying, "Brother Qinghe, one must consider my status as a prince. It would not be quite appropriate for me to cook for you, would it?" This statement invoked his royal identity, emphasizing the importance of maintaining proper etiquette and hierarchy. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe indeed adopted a more serious demeanor. The relationships between nations, as well as between princes, must adhere to certain boundaries. Such an arrangement is rather inappropriate. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Dai Yunhan sighed in relief. "Thus, I asked you to cook the noodles. Damn, when did you, Jianren, become so shameless?" Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, patting Dai Yunhan on the shoulder. "Aren't we good brothers? What's the harm in you making me a bowl of noodles? You've already slept in my bed, and I've said nothing about that." Dai Yunhan gritted his teeth, realizing that this individual was genuinely well prepared. He must have learned of Tang Yuehua's presence here from some source. Otherwise, he would not be putting on such a performance for him. However, Dai Yunhan was also certain of one thing. Xue Qinghe had a reasonable degree of confidence in knowing Tang Yuehua was here, yet he lacked complete assurance, which was why he continually probed him. With this thought, Dai Yunhan felt an increasing sense of tension within him. Yet, his expression remained remarkably composed. With a grand gesture, he playfully slapped Xue Qinghe's backside, soft and bouncy, exuding an undeniable allure. Laughing heartily, Qinghe responded, "It's merely a bowl of noodles. As the younger brother, it's my duty to cook." The sudden assault on his rear startled Xue Qinghe, almost causing him to reveal his true voice. He glared at Dai Yunhan, unable to suppress his admonition. "Yunhan, your actions are far too frivolous. They hardly befit one of royal lineage." Dai Yunhan scoffed. "Qinghe, have you ever laid eyes upon the princes beneath?" This left Xue Qinghe at a loss for words. Upon witnessing this, Dai Yunhan placed his hand to his nose and remarked, "Qinghe, I must admit, your dairy possesses a certain allure. The texture is exquisite, akin to that of my wife. You wouldn't happen to be a woman, would you?" At these words, a fleeting glint of menace flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Get lost. You are the one resembling a woman. I am merely maintaining this arrangement. Are you not familiar with the saying?" "What saying?" "The reliability of a man can be gauged by the curvature of his posterior." Dai Yunhan nearly expelled a mouthful of phlegm through his nostrils. "Brother, from whom did you hear such words?" "It matters not to whom I have listened. What is certain is that I believe it." Dai Yunhan silently gave a thumbs up to Xue Qinghe. This girl is truly remarkable. To conceal her identity as a man, she dares to utter such words. Her psychological fortitude is astonishing. It seems that my plan to disrupt her mindset has somewhat faltered. Nevertheless, he did not relent. He grasped Xue Qinghe's hand and playfully patted his own rear. Then he inquired, "My friend, Do you think my backside is well-shaped? Shuqing swiftly withdrew her hand, a hint of bashfulness flickering in her eyes, and remarked, I suspect you might be a prince, for you engage in actions so unbecoming of royal etiquette. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, confessing, I am uncertain about the others, but with you, I simply cannot help myself. Qinghe, dear brother, are you truly a woman? If you are, would you consider marrying me? Chapter 115. The Clever Rabbit. As soon as those words were spoken, Dai Yunhan felt a gust of wind rush toward her chest. It was Shuqing's fist. However, she did not attempt to block it, for his punch lacked any real force. How absurd. If I were a woman, I would not squander my affections on you, she retorted playfully. Now, hurry up. I am famished. Get on with making the noodles. Shuqing feigned irritation as he spoke. Dai Yunhan felt a twinge of disappointment. Shuqing was truly an exceptional actress. Even his frivolous actions had failed to breach her defenses. The situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. With no other option, he descended to the kitchen. However, at that moment, he realized that the rabbit was nowhere to be found. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the rabbit's whereabouts. The pressing concern was how to send Shuqing away. Swiftly, he began boiling water, striving to maximize his speed while channeling his spiritual energy to expedite the cooking of the noodles. As he cooked, he kept a watchful eye on Shuqing's movements. Nonetheless, Shuqing was already prepared. In the blink of an eye, she turned and ascended the stairs. Dai Yunhan was taken aback and hurriedly dashed out of the kitchen. What are you doing upstairs? He exclaimed. Let me tell you, my wife is sleeping and you've just woken her up. Neither of us will have it easy now. As he spoke, he hastened to pursue Shuqing. However, Shuqing seemed to have anticipated his movements and quickened his pace. Rest assured, I merely came up to fetch a bottle of wine. I noticed a fine bottle in your hallway last time, and I've been eager to taste it. Though he uttered these words, his hand was already reaching for the doorknob, and without any hesitation, he opened the door. Dai Yunhan inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. For the room he had opened was none other than the guest bedroom, where Tang Yuehua was presently situated. His brow furrowed in hesitation as he contemplated his next course of action. Suddenly, a startled shriek emanated from within the room. Shuqing was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Following this, an expression of awkwardness washed over his face as he promptly closed the door. Dai Yunhan was uncertain about what he had witnessed, but he recognized the sound as that of the rabbit. At that moment, Shuqing had closed the door, presenting an opportune moment. He hurriedly approached Shuqing and pulled him downstairs. The liquor in the corridor served merely as decoration, lacking anything truly palatable. What you enjoy drinking resides within my space. With that, he disregarded Shuqing's consent and forcefully led him downward. Shuqing offered no resistance, following Dai Yunhan down the stairs. Though his gaze towards Dai Yunhan bore a hint of amusement, a smile that danced on the edge of laughter, Dai Yunhan was uncertain about what he had truly witnessed. Yet a sense of relief washed over him. Regardless of what he had seen, his current demeanor indicated that he had not encountered Tang Yuehua. The process held no significance. The outcome was favorable. Come now, aren't you feeling hungry? Do not linger idly. Lend me a hand. Dai Yunhan summoned Shuqing to the kitchen, where he had to keep a vigilant eye on him at all times. Otherwise, should he attempt to escape again, it would be utterly disastrous. Soon, the noodles were prepared. However, Shuqing merely took a few token bites before preparing to depart. Dai Yunhan realized that he had already given up the search, so he feigned curiosity and asked, Aren't you hungry? Why have you only taken a couple of bites? Oh, it just occurred to me that I have pressing matters to attend to. So I shall refrain from eating for now. I will partake of it during my next visit. Will this delicacy still be edible upon my next arrival? Dai Yunhan found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, he now yearned to depart hastily. Shuqing approached the doorway, only to suddenly glance back at Dai Yunhan. His gaze intense and unwavering. Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this fellow intended to launch a counterattack? However, since they had yet to depart, was it not a tad premature for such a maneuver? Shuqing interjected. I almost forgot. Last night, teacher Tang Yuehua was abducted. Before she was taken, I overheard Shuqing mention that you were with teacher Tang. Do you have any knowledge of the circumstances? With teacher Tang? Dai Yunhan comprehended the reason behind Shuqing's visit. It was, in fact, a revelation from Shuqing. Last night, he had also heard this statement from Shuqing's lips. However, it was a fabrication concocted by Wang Feng, which unexpectedly led to a misunderstanding. Aren't you with Tang Yuehua? Shuqing inquired once more. No, came the reply. Then why did she say that? I believe it would be prudent for you to inquire with Wang Feng. He will provide you with the answers you seek. Dai Yunhan responded with a hint of coldness in her tone. Xue Qinghe nodded, seemingly perceiving an underlying sentiment. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Should you learn of Teacher Tang's whereabouts, I would appreciate it if you could inform me. Rest assured, I shall do so. She is also my teacher. Understood. Once Xue Qinghe had completely departed, the atmosphere shifted. Dai Yunhan finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried upstairs to the guest room. As soon as she opened the door, the startled sound of a rabbit echoed in the air. Stop. Don't scream. It's me. Upon recognizing Dai Yunhan, the rabbit ceased its cries. Subsequently, she quietly entered the bathroom and changed into her clothes. Dai Yunhan also understood the situation. The clever rabbit had anticipated that Xue Qinghe would be coming for Tang Yuehua, thus preparing a cover in advance. As soon as Xue Qinghe opened the door, she feigned just having finished her bath, allowing her clothes to slip down. Consequently, those outside the door would naturally refrain from entering. What a remarkably astute rabbit. This investment has proven worthwhile, and I am grateful for her presence. At that moment, Tang Yuehua approached, her face lined with concern, and inquired, Has His Highness departed? Yes. He has temporarily left, but I suspect he may return at any moment. It is unwise to linger here. What shall we do now? Dai Yunhan fell into contemplation. The city of Tiando was currently under lockdown, and he needed to find a location that even the royal family could not access. However, the entire Douluo Empire was enveloped in a wintry night, leaving him to ponder where such a place could be found. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a viable location. At that very moment, Zhu Zhuqing also awakened. The prolonged slumber had left her feeling rather lethargic, instead of revitalized. Dai Yunhan assisted her in organizing her thoughts and spirit. Upon noticing the unexpected presence of Tang Yuehua in the room, she was suddenly overcome by a peculiar sensation. What is happening to me? How could Teacher Tang be here? Dai Yunhan elucidated the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was immediately engulfed by a sense of dread, tightly embracing Dai Yunhan, while harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Wang Feng. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, yet could not help but feel a chill upon learning of such occurrences. It was truly disconcerting that such a person could exist within the confines of Yuexian. Very well, you all stay here. I shall step out momentarily and return shortly. After imparting this instruction, Dai Yunhan made her way towards the academy's training ground. Chapter 116, Arrangements at this moment. The Imperial battle team was engaged in training at the training ground, and Du Guyan was among them. Upon spotting Dai Yunhan, she promptly set aside her training and approached her. What brings you here? Have you been missing me? Du Guyan inquired. Her excitement palpable as she grasped Dai Yunhan's hand. This individual rarely took the initiative to seek her out. However, she soon dismissed this notion, realizing, I understand now. You must have upset Zhu Zhuqing, and she is ignoring you, isn't she? As Dai Yunhan was observed by the other members of the Huangdo team, she felt somewhat awkward. Du Guyan was excessively enthusiastic, seemingly unperturbed by the opinions of others. With so many eyes upon them, Du Guyan glanced back and indeed found the gazes fixed in her direction. While she feigned disdain, a hint of vulnerability flickered within her. Consequently, she took Dai Yunhan by the hand and led her to a secluded corner. Upon arriving at this hidden spot, she could not resist drawing closer to Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan found it difficult to endure such fervor. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. Gently pushing Du Guyan aside, he stated, I have come to seek you for something of great importance. Du Guyan wore a look of dissatisfaction, feeling that he only sought her out when he needed something, neglecting her otherwise. She refused to tolerate such treatment. Resolutely, she insisted on her own desires. I don't care. If you are here to find me, you must heed my wishes. With that, she leaned in once more, her lips poised for a kiss. Dai Yunhan, with a sense of helplessness, thought to herself, such is the vexation of allure, and she could only acquiesce to her needs. Moments later, Du Guyan, with a look of reminiscence and contentment, playfully struck Dai Yunhan. Expressing her grievances, you wretched fellow, why must you only seek me out when you are in need? Why not reach out during the mundane days? Dai Yunhan was aware of his slight neglect towards her, and he gently embraced her, saying, I have been quite busy. I shall be more attentive in the future. You are deceiving me. Dong Guyan did not buy his words. We agreed that you would pay more attention and come to see me often, understood? Although she knew he was being dishonest, Dong Guyan was still inclined to believe him. After all, there are moments when one wishes to be deceived, yet finds no opportunity. Such is the essence of being infatuated in love. Dai Yunhan did not anticipate that she would be so easily content, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. However, she had not forgotten her own concerns. Your grandfather mentioned he needed to attend to some matters. Do you have any idea when he might return? I'm uncertain. It may take some time. Why do you ask? It is because Dai Yunhan confided in her about Tang Yuehua's situation. Initially, he hesitated to disclose such matters to Zhu Zhuqing, but realizing that the truth would inevitably come to light, he decided it was better to be forthright. After all, the two were now in a romantic relationship, and concealing the truth would only inflict further pain upon her. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited the astonishment Dai Yunhan had anticipated, followed swiftly by a profound concern. She was appalled to discover that the Snowy Night Emperor was such a despicable individual. It is utterly repugnant, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her disdain for any coercive behavior towards women palpable. Suddenly, she leaned in, inhaling deeply near Dai Yunhan. What are you doing? He instinctively stepped back. Why does everyone seem to enjoy smelling me? He pondered. Does Zhu Zhuqing engage in this behavior as well? And now you, Zhu Zhuqing? Noticing Dai Yunhan's discomfort, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Are you involved with Tang Yuehua? Goodness. Your sense of smell rivals that of Zhu Zhuqing's cat-like nose. How is that even possible? No, he replied quickly. Really? Zhu Zhuqing was unconvinced. Then how do you explain the aphrodisiac on her? Of course, that was dealt with using an antidote. Have you forgotten that I possess antidotes? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's suspicion began to ease slightly. Dai Yunhan is well aware of the potent effects of her detoxification elixir, capable of counteracting a myriad of toxins. Aphrodisiacs, too, are toxins, and thus their antidotes are entirely plausible. So, you intend to conceal her within your grandfather's garden? You believe it to be a secure location. Indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing remarked that hiding her there would indeed provide safety, as the royal family would certainly be unable to locate her. However, the external poisonous barriers present a challenge for entry. This is not an issue. I have a solution. I remain apprehensive. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Do you possess a more suitable place? No, I am concerned about the journey. With a smile, Zhu Zhuqing added, Very well, I shall accompany you. I can adeptly manage the poisonous barriers along the way. Very well then. Dai Yunhan did not wish to trouble her, yet upon seeing her eager expression, she could not bring herself to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. The girl had no ulterior motives, she simply desired to spend a little more time in her company. Upon receiving Dai Yunhan's consent, Zhu Zhuqing was elated and promptly requested leave from Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming was reluctant to let her go due to the impending training match, he felt it inappropriate to object for just a day. Upon returning to the villa, he explained the situation to everyone, and they all concurred. However, they would have to wait until nightfall to put their plan into action. As evening descended, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Tu at home, Dai Yunhan departed with Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing. With the cover of chaotic energy, they easily evaded the guards' patrols. Unfortunately, Dai Yunhan's soul power was still insufficient, preventing her from sustaining the release of chaotic energy. Otherwise, she could have directly escorted Tang Yuehua out of Tiando City. Entering the twilight forest, she felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Subsequently, the trio pressed on relentlessly toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. Their journey was smooth, and they encountered no unusual occurrences along the way, soon arriving at the perimeter of the poisonous barrier. Dai Yunhan certainly possesses a method. He himself has a constitution immune to toxins. Although Tang Yuehua lacks such an immunity, she possesses the exquisite fragrance of Yulua, a celestial product that can effectively isolate toxins. However, Zhu Zhuqing's abilities surpass his in prowess. With merely the force of her soul, she disperses all surrounding toxins. Impressive indeed. Dai Yunhan raised his thumb in admiration. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with pride, replied, This is largely thanks to you. Without your support, I would not have acquired such capability. Dai Yunhan understood that she was referring to the fairy grass, smiled gently, and continued on her journey. Beside her, Tang Yuehua gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, her expression shifting with intrigue. Soon, they traversed the poisonous barrier and arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. This was Tang Yuehua's first encounter with such a breathtaking locale, leaving her utterly astonished by the stunning scenery. Wow, in this fierce and perilous forest, there exists such a beautiful place. Unable to contain her excitement, she began to run, like a child with an untainted heart, joyfully frolicking amidst the flowers and grasses. Dai Yunhan promptly cautioned, Exercise caution. Many of the flora here are toxic, so do not touch them carelessly. There are numerous poisonous substances. Yet as long as they remain within the confines of the courtyard, there should be no cause for concern. She proceeded to extract the contents from the ring, revealing a supply of provisions accumulated over time. Dai Yunhan cannot possibly come here every day, hence it is essential to make certain preparations. Chapter 117. If you wish to speak, then do so. Why wander into the bedroom? For the time being, it would be best for you to remain here, as this place is quite secure, protected by a poison barrier that prevents outsiders and spirit beasts from entering. How long must I stay here? Residing in this place does not seem to trouble Tang Yuehua. However, if she were to remain here indefinitely, it would become unbearable for her. Being alone can be profoundly isolating, a sentiment she understands all too well. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment and remarked that it would not be long before the academy's training competition commenced, at which point the attention of the entire city would be drawn there, resulting in diminished security. Thus, it should be possible to escort her out. Very well. Tang Yuehua nodded, acknowledging that this was the only option available at present. You must remain here and refrain from wandering about. There are numerous toxic substances in this vicinity. Dai Yunhan cautioned, subsequently producing a vial of antidote and pouring half of it for her. This is an antidote capable of counteracting all poisons in the world. Should you be bitten by a snake or any such creature, regardless of whether it is venomous, you must consume one. Understood? Seeing Dai Yunhan's genuine concern for her, Tang Yuehua felt a surge of emotion welling up within her. However, as she held the half-filled vial of antidote, a look of confusion crossed her face. You claim this pill can neutralize all poisons? Then why has the aphrodisiac I ingested not been counteracted? I cannot say, Dai Yunhan replied hesitantly. Tang Yuehua's lips curled into a cold smile as she fixed her gaze upon Dai Yunhan, articulating each word deliberately. Is it that you do not know, or that you choose not to resolve this? Do I appear to be the sort of person who would? Dai Yunhan responded. Not at all. Tang Yuehua asserted, her expression resolute. Precisely. Dai Yunhan remarked. Well, reasoning with a woman is futile. Tang Yuehua chuckled, finding an inexplicable joy in witnessing Dai Yunhan's embarrassment. She then glanced toward the other side, where Dugu Yin was diligently assisting with the cleaning, and, with a hint of curiosity and jealousy, inquired, Is she also your woman? Damn. Are all women noses made of dog s? Not at the moment. Then it must be so, right? If you say it is, then it is. Tang Yuehua, feeling a tinge of bitterness, commented, I never expected you to be so young yet so popular with women. So, you are feeling jealous then? As Dai Yunhan suddenly extended his hand towards Tang Yuehua's waist, she instinctively recoiled. Despite their candid encounters, the absence of emotional foundation rendered such intimate behavior difficult for her to accept. Moreover, with Dugu Yin nearby, though oblivious to the scene, Dai Yunhan's audacity was not to be underestimated. He adopted a forceful approach, wrapping his arms around Tang Yuehua despite her struggles, which proved futile against his strength. Even with her newly acquired soul power, she found herself powerless to retaliate, unable to voice her frustration as she succumbed to his advances. Dai Yunhan, observing her mixture of resistance and tension, felt a surge of exhilaration, as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm of experience. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua, confronted with his fervent gaze and increasingly audacious actions, was engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety. How bold of you, with Dugu Yin still present. This thought momentarily sobered Dai Yunhan, reminding him that Dugu Yin was still in the room, tidying up. Even if he desired to pursue his intentions, the setting was not conducive. Reluctantly, he relinquished his hold. With Dai Yunhan's cessation, Tang Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that while she had escaped the clutches of the Snow Knight Emperor, she seemed to have stumbled into another den of wolves. The room is ready, and I have left a letter on the table. If my grandfather returns, you can present it to him. He will not trouble you, she stated. After a while, Dugu Yin emerged, having completed her task, unaware of Tang Yuehua's stay. And with Dugu Bo absent, she left the note to prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings. However, as she spoke, Dugu Yan's gaze lingered oddly on both Dai Yunhan and Tang Yuehua, particularly fixating on the latter, causing Tang Yuehua to feel a twinge of guilt, her cheeks flushing. Witnessing this, Dugu Yan's expression grew sharper. Well, since everything is in order, you may stay here for a while, Dai Yunhan declared. Tang Yuehua nodded, acknowledging that this was her only option. Dugu Yin, are there any low-level soul beasts within the poison barrier? I forgot to hunt for soul rings upon entry, Dai Yunhan inquired. Given that Tang Yuehua had now reached level 20, it was indeed time for her to absorb a soul ring. Dugu Yin, slightly displeased by the title, nonetheless responded, there are some low-level soul beasts, although their attributes may not align with her martial soul. Tang Yuehua's martial soul was the Rui ring. Dai Yunhan was also uncertain about the peculiarities of this martial spirit, lacking clarity regarding its potential applications or the pathway it would follow. However, based on the noble domain associated with her martial spirit, it was likely inclined towards a supportive route. It's fine. The function of the soul rings at this stage is minimal, and I do not require combat for now. I shall absorb them first, Dai Yunhan remarked. After all, with the system in place, her ascension to divinity was merely a matter of time. Engaging in battles did not necessitate the involvement of the women behind her. Furthermore, even if they were to intervene, the efficacy of a century-old soul ring would be limited. Very well, I shall procure a couple of soul beasts, said Zhu Zhuqing. Let us go together, Dai Yunhan replied, following suit. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. No need. The soul beasts within this toxic barrier are of a low level. And although I possess soul power, I lack offensive capabilities. You should remain here to protect her. There is the lingering presence of my grandfather here. While no soul beast dares to enter, we may still encounter one or two that are foolish enough to do so. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan acquiesced to her suggestion. The area was indeed secure, yet there were still lesser toxic soul beasts that had been around for decades. It was possible that one might appear. Moreover, bringing Tang Yuehua along for the hunt would be inconvenient. Should they encounter an extraordinarily rare soul beast, it would be challenging to ensure her safety and might even result in her getting hurt. Allowing Zhu Zhuqing to venture alone put Dai Yunhan's mind at ease. After all, this was the place where she had grown up, and she was well aware of where dangers lurked and where they did not. Once Zhu Zhuqing departed, Dai Yunhan conveyed additional matters regarding Tang Yuehua. As Tang Yuehua listened, her expression grew increasingly perplexed. Why are you walking towards the bedroom while speaking? She inquired. Dai Yunhan naturally responded with tangible actions. Tang Yuehua was speechless. She felt as though she had truly fallen into a den of devils. Chapter 118, New Function. Exchange store, the kind that indulges in debauchery. Ding. You have cultivated with the goddess Tang Yuehua 10 times, earning 120 points, unlocking the store exchange. With a current total of 120 points, the system's unexpected content left Dai Yunhan momentarily stunned. To toil diligently, and yet reap rewards? Why was this not mentioned sooner? Dai Yunhan was left speechless. Had he known such a feature existed, he would have long since secured Zhu Zhuqing. Regret overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua, with her cheeks flushed, leaned against Dai Yunhan, only to notice his body suddenly stiffen, causing her expression to falter as well. Was it Zhu Zhuqing returning? Without hesitation, she attempted to push Dai Yunhan away, but it was not her. Who then? It was an unexpected delight. Without further ado, Dai Yunhan, unable to contemplate the system, turned to Tang Yuehua once more. This time, his legs felt weak. Ding. After cultivating thrice with the goddess Tang Yuehua, he earned 60 points, which could be exchanged for 180 points. Upon hearing the notification, Dai Yunhan grasped the point allocation rule, 20 points per session. The amount seemed somewhat scant. Moreover, how was the previous total of 120 calculated? That left him somewhat puzzled. Yet, for the moment, this was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was to explore the treasures available in the shop. He hurriedly accessed the system shop, where an array of enticing items awaited him. Gold soul coins, soul bones, soul rings, soul power, soul skills, soul beast pets, domains, divine artifacts, and divine positions assessment, as well as divine positions heavenly bestowed, were all present, fulfilling every expectation. However, the prices made Dai Yunhan gasp in astonishment. The lowest items started at 100 points for exchange, while the most expensive divine position, heavenly bestowed, had a point value that nearly exceeded the screen. It was genuinely daunting. Dai Yunhan glanced at the concept of a divine position, heavenly gift, which signifies an ascension to divinity without any assessment. It is no wonder that such a high price is attached. Looking at her meager 180 points, Dai Yunhan suddenly realized that this store seemed rather futile. After all, she could also reap rewards by enhancing her relationships. The sole distinction lies in the fact that one option dictates what is offered, while the other grants her the autonomy to choose. Dai Yunhan shook her head, deciding not to dwell on such matters for the moment. Having something is certainly better than having nothing at all. At that moment, Tang Yuehua had already risen and dressed. Noticing that Dai Yunhan remained motionless, she hurriedly called out, "Aren't you going to get up soon?" Fearing that Zhu Zhuqing might return, Dai Yunhan cast a silent glance at her, inquiring if it would be too much to take a brief respite. "I had thought you were rather formidable." This remark caused Dai Yunhan to raise an eyebrow, momentarily contemplating a form of reprimand. However, upon sensing the discomfort in his lower back, he reconsidered. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Logically, you shouldn't feel this fatigued. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Are you not aware that there are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields?" This metaphor left Tang Yuehua somewhat perplexed, yet soon her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the coarseness of it all. Dai Yunhan rested for a while and finally regained her composure. Glancing at the time, she realized that 3 hours had unexpectedly passed. Du Guyin must have returned by now. She opened the door, only to find Du Guyin arriving, each hand holding a soul beast, perfectly timed as she returned. Dai Yunhan sighed in relief, yet simultaneously expressed her astonishment, questioning why it took so long for the return, fearing that something untoward had occurred. Was it really that long? Du Guyin retorted, casually discarding 2 soul beasts, revealing that these were the 9th and 10th she had brought back, while the previous ones had perished in waiting. Her expression was laden with a sense of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan noticed the 8 lifeless soul beasts piled nearby, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Realizing she had inadvertently stumbled into an awkward situation, Tang Yuehua, equally flustered, reached for Dai Yunhan's waist and playfully pinched her. Dai Yunhan winced in pain but dared not utter a sound, enduring the discomfort in silence. Seeing him in distress, Du Guyin experienced a blend of joy and reluctance, tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Hurry and absorb it. If you delay, you may perish again," she urged, tossing a knife to Tang Yuehua. At that moment, Tang Yuehua could hardly bear to meet Du Guyin's gaze. The knife, thrown her way, alleviated her embarrassment, and she quickly picked it up. Then dispatched the soul beast before commencing the soul ring absorption. The first soul ring was absorbed remarkably swiftly, completed in just a minute, without hesitation. She proceeded to absorb the second soul ring. This time, it took a little longer, approximately 3 minutes, before it was also complete. When Tang Yuehua opened her eyes, uncontainable joy sparkled within them. After so many years, she finally possessed her own soul ring. As anticipated, the Rui ring is an auxiliary martial soul. After absorbing these 2 soul beasts, she acquired auxiliary soul skills. "My soul power has also increased by 2 levels. I am now at the 24th level." 24th level? Dai Yunhan felt a sense of unease. The soul beasts she absorbed were merely commonplace, with no significant age. Logically, a single soul ring should elevate her by 1 level, making a rise to level 22 quite commendable. Yet, she inexplicably ascended by 4 levels. This was indeed puzzling. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a fortuitous development. So Dai Yunhan refrained from probing further. "Congratulations! You are now a bona fide soul master," Tang Yuehua exclaimed with enthusiasm, instinctively grasping Dai Yunhan's hand. However, as soon as she did, her face flushed, and she quickly released her grip, casting a somewhat evasive glance at Du Guyin. Du Guyin was a person unafraid of love or hate, and she never hesitated to speak her mind. Unlike Tang Yuehua, who exhibited shyness typical of young women, Du Guyin simply remarked with a hint of envy, "You needn't be embarrassed. I am the third wheel here." At this, Tang Yuehua's cheeks reddened even more. She stole a glance at Dai Yunhan before hastily retreating indoors, saying, "I'm a bit sweaty. I'll go take a shower. You don't need to call for me when you leave. Just go ahead." Dai Yunhan found herself at a loss for words. At such an advanced age, what was there to be shy about? She ought to take a leaf out of Du Guyin's book. Du Guyin, observing the fixed gaze of Dai Yunhan, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Hadn't she already entered? What was the point of lingering outside? If it weren't for the fact that you two would be joining, would I still be waiting for you? Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuehua, who was concealed within the confines of the room, felt her heart tighten in trepidation. Just moments ago, she had exuded a facade of strength and ferocity. In truth, her legs had long since turned to jelly. She dared not allow Dai Yunhan to approach again, for that would truly spell disaster. Dai Yunhan's legs trembled as well. Should we wait a little longer? It might just weary us to the bone. Dai Yunhan could hardly bear it. He always felt as though his body had become insubstantial after activating the store exchange. Last night, he had experienced fatigue 7 or 8 times, yet none compared to the 3 times he felt today. "Do you have anything else to attend to? If not, shall we depart?" Dai Yunhan inquired of Du Guyin, noting that the time was drawing near. Chapter 119, A Surprise Attack. If they returned now, they would just be in time for dinner. Du Guyin still wore that jealous expression, saying, "I have no pressing matters. It simply depends on whether you wish to have something to occupy your time." Dai Yunhan, with a heavy heart, contemplated the inequities of food distribution, fearing not the scarcity itself but the unfair allocation thereof. Observing the situation, Du Guyin sensed an ominous future awaiting her. Feeling a sense of detachment, she decided it was best to leave. As Dai Yunhan moved ahead, she noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had not followed. What troubles you? Do you have unfinished business? Dai Yunhan inquired. No, Zhu Zhuqing replied. But why do you remain stationary? Hold my hand. Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand, her expression marred by a look of innocence and grievance. Although she had arrived first, she felt overshadowed by Tang Yuehua's advance, a thought that tormented her. Moreover, Dai Yunhan seemed indifferent towards her, not showing the same level of concern as Zhu Zhuqing, and now she found herself outdone by Tang Yuehua, which left her utterly disheartened. I will not hold your hand, Dai Yunhan firmly responded, denying her request without hesitation. You. Zhu Zhuqing's face reflected sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend Dai Yunhan's rejection. A surge of indignation welled within her, quickly followed by an unexplainable sense of sorrow, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Just as she was on the verge of tears, Dai Yunhan suddenly appeared before her and swept her into a princess carry, enveloping her in warmth. Initially poised to cry, Zhu Zhuqing found herself bewildered and even more aggrieved by this unexpected embrace. Dai Yunhan playfully brushed his lips against hers and cheekily remarked, "No holding hands. But a hug will suffice." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing instantly realized she had been teased by Dai Yunhan. A laugh escaped her lips. Despite having just felt a pang of heartache, almost believing that Dai Yunhan found her bothersome and wished to cast her aside. However, her smile was fleeting. She quickly grew cold and delivered a punch to Dai Yunhan's chest, freeing herself from his embrace. No hugs. This punch conveyed her anger quite effectively. She remained in a sensitive state, and some jokes were ill-suited for her, more appropriate for Zhu Zhuqing. In that moment, he scooped her up again, determined to embrace her. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing wriggled free once more. No hugs. Hug. No hugs. Hug. No hugs. After 3 rounds of this playful banter, Dai Yunhan finally relented, declaring, if no hugs, then no hugs, and began to walk away. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaped onto his back, exclaiming, if no hugs, then carry me. Dai Yunhan, goodness. What a lively application of knowledge. In the sunset-kissed forest, Zhu Zhuqing, with a radiant expression, rested joyfully upon Dai Yunhan's back. The two meandered leisurely towards the exit, akin to tourists exploring the woodland. Do you think I am too easily satisfied? You treat me so poorly, yet I am still so fond of you. Zhu Zhuqing lamented softly, her alluring hand playfully caressing Dai Yunhan's ear. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan hesitated momentarily before resuming his stride. A twinge of guilt gnawed at his heart. She was not wrong. Indeed, he had invested the least thought into her. Yet, his affection for her was far from meager. I shall treat you better from now on, Dai Yunhan declared. He understood that no one's passion is boundless. If one were to give endlessly without reciprocation, even the most fervent flame would ultimately extinguish. And how much better will you treat me? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a playful smile. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment, considering her feelings towards you and Zhu Zhuqing with equal regard. What a deception! Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained unconvinced. She was acutely aware of Zhu Zhuqing's significance in Dai Yunhan's heart, and she recognized her own inadequacy in comparison. Deep down, she yearned for Dai Yunhan to invest a modicum of affection towards her, rather than always being the one to take the initiative. She longed to feel that Dai Yunhan harbored genuine feelings for her, which would provide her with a glimmer of hope. Yet now, with the unexpected emergence of Tang Yuehua, Zhu Zhuqing found herself rather displeased. You are but a little dog, Dai Yunhan swore fervently. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes with a smile, retorting, who would desire you as a little dog? I wish for you to be a mighty tiger instead. Then your hopes are well founded. I am indeed a grand tiger, she boasted. Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly, uncertain of the tiger's true grandeur for the time being. However, she was certain that the tiger possessed an alluring essence. She wrapped her arms around Dai Yunhan's neck, pressing her face against his from behind, savoring the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him. Dai Yunhan also reveled in the fragrance that enveloped her. However, at that moment, her steps abruptly halted, and a look of vigilance crossed her face. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Dai Yunhan gestured for her to descend. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings, calling out for everyone to emerge. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing was also jolted into alertness, casting a wary glance around. As his voice faded, several individuals emerged from the dense thicket nearby. A young lad, seemingly not very old, displayed remarkably keen perceptive abilities. A middle-aged man materialized directly in front of Dai Yunhan. Lai Xiao? Dai Yunhan was taken aback, not expecting that he would be the target of such malice. He had initially thought it was the royal family tracking him down. Are you here to settle the score from last time? He inquired. No, Lai Xiao replied, shaking his head. Not so? Then what is your intention? Lai Shao offered a cold smile. Someone desires your demise. With that, he activated his martial spirit, the demon wolf, and charged directly at Dai Yunhan. The other subordinates surged forward in unison. Do you dare to lay a hand on us? Do you have any idea who my grandfather is? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, shouting defiantly. Yet, Lai Shao showed no sign of hesitation. His soul rings gleamed as a dark soul force coalesced in his hand. First soul skill. Demon Wolf's Claw. This man seemed resolute in his lethal intent, exhibiting an unforgiving demeanor, wasting no time whatsoever. However, Dai Yunhan was not without his own defenses. Before Lai Zhao's attack could land, a similarly formidable aura descended from above, meeting his assault head-on. It was the Soul Saint who protected Dai Yunhan. The clash of power caused a brief pause in the unfolding chaos. You have but one Soul Saint. Today, your death is inevitable, Lai Shao declared, once again advancing towards Dai Yunhan. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yunhan felt a sudden shock. The fierce Xiong was evidently well prepared. However, his current concern lay with Zhu Zhuqing. For their separation meant that the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor assigned to protect them were also divided. With the fierce Xiong attacking him here, would he not also target Zhu Zhuqing? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that Xiong lacked the audacity to do so, as they were within the academy, and their mercenary status would prevent them from gaining entry. Furthermore, should any trouble arise, the academy would undoubtedly intervene. Chapter 120, titled Douluo Experience Card. Within the academy, there were 3 esteemed professors, which put Dai Yunhan at ease. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that among the Magic Wolf group, Xiong was the most formidable. It would be exceedingly difficult for the others to harm Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, Dai Yunhan unleashed his martial spirit, releasing chaotic energy that enveloped the surroundings in a shroud of black mist. While he might not be capable of confronting Xiong directly, he was confident in his ability to deal with others. The Soul Sage assigned to protect Dai Yunhan also charged forth to meet Xiong's assault. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly darted out from the side, striking towards the Soul Sage with a powerful palm. Astonishingly, another was concealed, and it was also a Soul Sage. 2 Soul Sages to contend with him? Dai Yunhan was taken aback. Such a grand scheme? He recalled what Lai Shao had just mentioned. Someone wanted his life. He truly could not fathom whom he had offended. Your Highness, flee into the poison barrier. The Soul Saint protecting Dai Yunhan bellowed. Upon contact, he immediately realized he could not match the prowess of that Soul Saint. His mission was to safeguard Dai Yunhan, and in this dire circumstance, he could only buy time to the best of his ability. Think you can escape? Lai Shao scoffed. Not only was the Soul Saint occupied, but he could also free his hands to eliminate Dai Yunhan. The subordinates he had brought along were capable of surrounding and killing Dai Yunhan. Kill him. With a single command, the surrounding individuals surged towards Dai Yunhan. Simultaneously, he himself charged at Dai Yunhan. The Soul Saint, intent on thwarting him, found his strength insufficient to divide his attention. The assailant's power was formidable. Despite being a Soul Saint like him, the disparity in aura was stark. If he did not confront this threat earnestly, Dai Yunhan's chances of escape would become even slimmer. Yet, in the face of Lai Zhao's assault, Dai Yunhan chose not to flee. Instead, he appeared eager to engage. This scene elicited a cold smile from Lai Shao. He acknowledged Dai Yunhan's exceptional talent. But what did it matter? A soul master of merely over 30 levels could at most contend with a soul monarch. But could he truly defeat a Soul Saint like himself? It was crucial to note that although he had brought only a handful of subordinates, each was an elite, their strengths not falling below that of a soul monarch. He was exerting every effort to eliminate Dai Yunhan, having already granted him ample opportunity. Why are you still dawdling? Run. Zhu Zhuqing grasped the gravity of the situation. In a direct confrontation, their demise was inevitable. Thus, she resolutely opted to flee, believing that as long as the green hills remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. If she could reach the poison barrier, she was confident of her survival, even against a Soul Saint. However, when she tugged at Dai Yunhan, she found him immobile. Anxiety surged within her. Could it be that he was paralyzed with fear? That seemed unlikely. In such a predicament, if anyone were to be rendered speechless, it should have been herself. She pulled at Dai Yunhan once more. Dai Yunhan finally took action. However, he positioned her behind him and said, "What follows is of utmost importance, so pay close attention." "Why?" she inquired. "Because it will be quite impressive." Upon finishing his words, a thought struck Dai Yunhan, and he exchanged a titled Douluo Experience card in the system's marketplace, 100 points for one card, each lasting 3 minutes. This was Dai Yunhan's asset. Had this function not existed before, he would undoubtedly have fled by now. But at this moment, he felt no fear. Although the duration was merely 3 minutes. This was a battle against a man, not a woman. Thus, the brevity of time only intensified the manliness of the encounter. He shielded Du Guyan behind him and activated the experience card. Instantly, his aura surged, akin to a volcano erupting, enveloping the entire arena in mere moments. His formidable presence radiated palpably, causing all movements to freeze as the onlookers gazed at Dai Yunhan in astonishment. Even Lai Zhao's assault came to an abrupt halt, his expression one of disbelief. "Why you? What is this?" Lai Zhao stammered, rendered speechless by fear. The aura of a tidal Douluo solidified like a tangible force, and a mere glance from Dai Yunhan felt as though a blade had been placed against Lai Zhao's throat. Dai Yunhan let out a cold laugh. "You wish to kill me? Do try." With that, he unleashed a merciless strike to suppress his opponent. As an Ultraman, he was granted a mere 3 minutes of grandeur. Although sufficient, it was prudent to avoid prolonging the inevitable. He resolved to emulate Lai Zhao, who fought with unwavering determination. There was no need for any soul techniques. His pure soul power alone would suffice to overpower him. Behind him, his martial soul, the tiger, roared mightily as he raised its colossal paw to strike at Lai Zhao. Lai Zhao was taken aback. Instinctively, he sought to evade, yet the soul power of a tidal Douluo locked onto him, rendering any attempt at dodging impossible. With no other recourse, he summoned all his soul power to counter Dai Yunhan's impending blow. His 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, manifested as a black demonic wolf, appeared behind him. Simultaneously, his form transformed. He grew robust, his fur thickened, and his muscles bulged, instantaneously becoming a towering wolf-headed figure nearly 3 meters tall. His 6th soul ring shimmered in response. Swish, swish, swish. 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air. 3 sharp claws converged, forming a more powerful slashing attack aimed directly at Dai Yunhan's tiger claw. The tiger's paw descended. The wolf's claw met it in opposition. In but half a second of hesitation, the wolf's claw was utterly shattered. The black soul power dissipated and rebounded, causing Lai Zhao to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, he had no time to dwell on this, for Dai Yunhan's tiger claw continued its relentless advance towards him. With no means of resistance left, he cried out in despair. Moments later, the tiger claw struck down with a thunderous crash, and Lai Zhao was instantly reduced to a mere pulp. Dai Yunhan felt a subtle thrill within. The sensation of achieving a swift victory was undeniably exhilarating. He gazed upon his trembling subordinates encircling him, and, with a decisive strike of his palm, unleashed a cacophony of anguished cries. His attention then shifted to the soul saint shrouded in a black robe in the arena. In a flash, he appeared before the figure, extending a clawed hand in an aggressive grasp. The man had already braced himself to flee the moment Dai Yunhan exuded the overwhelming aura of a tidal Douluo. However, the soul saint on Dai Yunhan's side was not to be underestimated. Although he could not match Dai Yunhan's strength, ensnaring him was not a daunting task. Furthermore, with Dai Yunhan's swift and unyielding tactics, the formidable Lai Zhao was dispatched in mere seconds, leaving no opportunity for escape. Faced with the sudden assault from a tidal Douluo, the man dared not underestimate his opponent, yet he found himself caught in a pincer movement. To block Dai Yunhan's strike would mean succumbing to the assault of the soul saint before him. Nevertheless, he quickly resolved that Dai Yunhan's attack was lethal, while the soul saint's onslaught still held a glimmer of hope. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to deflect Dai Yunhan's blow. However, he had grossly underestimated the might of the tidal Douluo. Even if he opted to withstand Dai Yunhan's strike, the vast disparity in soul power was insurmountable. In but a fleeting moment of stalemate, Dai Yunhan's strike severed the man's arm. The excruciating pain caused beads of cold sweat to break upon his brow, and a flicker of terror ignited in his eyes. Reports had stated that Dai Yunhan was merely a soul master, yet how had he transformed into a tidal Douluo? Moreover, the sheer magnitude of his soul power indicated that he was not a recently ascended tidal Douluo. Despair washed over him as he realized that this excursion from his sect could very well mark the end of his existence. With a desperate gasp, he immediately activated his 6th soul skill, Shadow Mirage. In a bid to prolong his life, he unleashed his evasive soul technique, which conjured multiple indistinguishable phantoms, each exuding the same aura, rendering it impossible to discern the genuine from the illusory. He understood profoundly that he could not afford to linger in this dire situation. The prowess of a tidal Douluo was beyond his capacity to contend with. Rather than engaging in a futile struggle, he resolved to concentrate all his soul power on escape. Thus, he vanished into the shadows, darting in various directions in a frantic bid for survival. Dai Yunhan let out a cold snort. thinking that such a method could allow him to evade detection. The chaotic energy radiated outward, enveloping all his doppelgangers, and in an instant, Dai Yunhan discerned the real from the false. In the next moment, his figure flickered. With claws gleaming coldly, he struck swiftly, without any forewarning. His claw pierced directly through the man's heart. The man wore an expression of disbelief. How could his tactic be so easily countered? His resentment was futile. Having dealt with him, Dai Yunhan extended his mental energy to survey the surroundings, and upon confirming there were no survivors, he felt a sense of relief. Your Highness, how have you suddenly acquired such terrifying power? The Soul Saint approached Dai Yunhan, astonished. In the struggle for the throne, Dai Yunhan had already shown an advantage. Now, with this formidable strength, the outcome was beyond question. At this moment, he appeared even more respectful. Dai Yunhan, the future emperor, explained, this is merely a secret technique, and I am compelled to use it. Subsequently, the aura surrounding him diminished, returning to the 38th level of soul power. The soul sage observed this scene with keen interest, marveling at such a wondrous secret art existing in the world. Truly, the fourth prince is favored by the heavens. Zhu Zhuqing, too, was intrigued, pondering when her man had become so formidable. Oh, no, he had always been impressive. He merely appeared unremarkable. How do I look? Handsome, am I not? Dai Yunhan approached Zhu Zhuqing, his expression brimming with pride. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled, akin to an enamored admirer. Well, if I am so handsome, shall I not receive a reward? Dai Yunhan leaned in, presenting his cheek. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, aware of the onlookers. Yet, she could not resist kissing him. For it was a request initiated by Dai Yunhan. Previously, she had always been the one to offer such gestures. Who wouldn't wish for their partner's affection? The soul sage, feeling somewhat awkward, discreetly withdrew, granting this young couple their private moment. Dai Yunhan felt a gentle warmth on her cheeks, a playful smile gracing her lips as she turned around and made her way to the vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing also smiled, her petite legs springing up to leap onto Dai Yunhan's back. They set off. Having dealt with the fierce Shushao, they encountered no further obstacles along the way. Nonetheless, in the interest of caution, Dai Yunhan activated her chaotic power. As night fell, the two finally returned to the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, just as they were about to reach their dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly halted in her tracks. What is the matter? Is something amiss? Dai Yunhan inquired. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip lightly, as if weighing a decision, and after a brief moment, she took Dai Yunhan's hand and said, "Come with me." Dai Yunhan was uncertain about her intentions, yet observing her earnest demeanor, he chose to follow her. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing led him directly to her villa. Why are you being so mysterious? Dai Yunhan inquired curiously, while surveying Zhu Zhuqing's room. It was his first visit to her villa, and he noted that the layout was somewhat akin to his own, though the decor was distinctly different. Green. The curtains, the sofa, the bathroom, all were a vibrant shade of green. It was almost luminescent. He wondered how this girl could possibly have an affinity for such a color. You should go take a shower, Zhu Zhuqing said, disregarding Dai Yunhan's question as she pushed him into the bathroom, thoughtfully preparing warm water for him. A shower? What for? Dai Yunhan asked, puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and retorted, Oh, stop asking so many questions. Just go wash up. You smell awful. Dai Yunhan does not actually emit an unpleasant odor. In fact, there lingers a hint of fragrance. However, this scent is merely a remnant of Tangyuehua. Zhu Zhuqing finds it unappealing. Dai Yunhan, feeling helpless, had already pushed him into the bathroom, leaving him no choice but to take a quick wash. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's nose was as keen as that of Zhu Zhuqing, and she might discover something upon returning. Men's showers are typically swift affairs. In less than 10 minutes, Dai Yunhan emerged clad in clean, loose garments. However, as soon as he stepped out, a figure leaped into his embrace. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, instinctively preparing to strike at the heart of the black tiger. However, upon realizing the significance of his surroundings, he immediately recognized who it was. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, puzzled by her intentions. As he lowered his head, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly kissed him. Yunhan, I wish to. Dai Yunhan comprehended the situation, without any hesitation this time. The lights flickered. After an indeterminate span of time, a notification chimed. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the duel cultivation, receiving 126 points, bringing your total to 206. Another notification followed. The goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has increased, granting you the reward of a soul power enhancement by 1 level, elevating the duration of your first soul ring to 5,000 years, and bestowing upon you a 10,000-year soul bone, the skull of the Medusa Queen, exclusive to Zhu Zhuqing. Delighted, Dai Yunhan was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of rewards this time. With this thought in mind, he resolved to experiment with the cultivation method, promptly exchanging for it. Upon the exchange, the techniques of cultivation flashed vividly in his mind. However, rather than hastening to practice, he first retrieved the soul bone for Donggu Yan. At that moment, Donggu Yan, blissfully nestled against Dai Yunhan, was taken aback when he suddenly presented a soul bone, her face lighting up with astonishment. "Is this for me?" she wondered, sensing a profoundly familiar aura emanating from the bone, as if it had been crafted solely for her. "Of course, it is for you," he affirmed. "Thank you, my dear." Donggu Yan unhesitatingly bestowed a tender kiss upon him, her demeanor far from the coyness exhibited by Zhu Zhuqing. She possessed a passionate nature, fearless in love and resentment. Her character resolute. In her eyes, whatever Dai Yunhan offered was not something to be shunned. She belonged to him entirely, body and soul. "Go ahead and absorb it now. I shall provide you with protection," he instructed. "All right," she replied simply, donning a light garment before beginning her absorption. The soul bone, perfectly attuned to her essence, allowed for a remarkably smooth assimilation, requiring little in the way of protection. Seizing this opportunity, Dai Yunhan commenced his own practice of the replenishing technique. As the soul power circulated within him, he felt a warmth in his abdomen, akin to a gathering of energy. Concurrently, he sensed his mental state revitalizing, ready to engage in another 300 rounds without hesitation. Yet, unexpectedly, after a brief period of cultivation, he found his internal temperature rising, akin to an overflowing vessel. In simpler terms, it felt as though he had overindulged. He quickly halted his practice, relief washing over him. It dawned on him that while the replenishing technique was indeed beneficial, moderation was essential. Rubbing his flushed face, he noted the excess yang energy within him. At that moment, Donggu Yan completed her absorption of the soul bone. "Darling, I have acquired a soul skill," she began, only to be silenced by Dai Yunhan's kiss, leading to yet another passionate encounter. As dawn's light began to filter in, a notification chimed. "Ding! Goddess Donggu Yan's affection for you has increased. Reward: second soul ring's duration extended to 5,000 years. Acquire the 10,000-year soul bone of Medusa's right arm, exclusive to Donggu Yan." "Wait. How did my soul power suddenly reach level 45? Donggu Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't it quite normal to break through to level 45? You were at level 42 before absorbing it, so a 3-level increase is to be expected," he responded. "But after absorbing the soul bone last night, my soul power was at level 44. The soul bone only boosted me by 2 levels, she countered, puzzled. Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback. Just last night, she was at level 44, and upon waking, she had ascended to level 45? Could it be that one could achieve a breakthrough simply through sleep? Surely, that could not be the case. She mused, could it possibly be attributed to my own efforts? A sudden smile graced her lips. Hearing this, Donggu Yan appeared puzzled. For it was indeed her merit. Had it not been for her soul bone, her advancement would not have been so swift. "I am not referring to the merit of these 2 levels, she clarified. "Then what do you mean?" he inquired. "It pertains to that 1 level. Yet, upon witnessing Donggu Yan's pleading gaze, he found himself unable to continue. Donggu Yan exhaled in relief. She truly could not persevere any further. Dai Yunhan was utterly overwhelmed, unable to bear the intensity of the situation. After a brief respite, the dawn broke, signaling that it was time for her to return. Having spent an entire night away, Zhu Zhuqing must surely be worried. She retrieved the soul bone of the right arm of the Medusa Queen. Donggu Yan, taken aback by the sight of yet another soul bone, inquired about its origin. "Where did you acquire so many?" "That is of no concern to you. As long as you accompany me, there will be no shortage of bones in the future," replied Dai Yunhan. "Do you take me for a mere pup?" Donggu Yan retorted, somewhat irritated, before accepting the soul bone and commencing its absorption. 10 minutes later, she had successfully absorbed it, resulting in a remarkable increase in her soul power, elevating her level to 47. In just one night, her soul power surged by 5 levels, a truly astonishing feat. Upon completing the absorption, Dai Yunhan prepared to take her leave. However, at that moment, Donggu Yan grasped her arm. "What is it?" Dai Yunhan asked, puzzled. Donggu Yan's cheeks flushed as she stammered. I can still." Having just absorbed the soul bone, her physical constitution had improved, alleviating the fatigue she had felt from the previous night. Dai Yunhan understood her implication, but wished to spare Donggu Yan any discomfort. "Are you certain?" Donggu Yan nodded affirmatively. "Please be gentle," she added, as the points were recalibrated, resulting in an overall increase. Dai Yunhan grew increasingly perplexed. Previously, the level had been 42, then it approached 45, and now it had transformed into 47. What could this possibly pertain to? Suddenly, a thought struck her: soul power. Indeed, it was undoubtedly related to soul power. The events that transpired last night concerning Du Guyan had consistently revolved around her soul power. Upon further contemplation, it became evident that the increase in her points corresponded precisely with Du Guyan's soul power. At that moment, Du Guyan unexpectedly interjected. "I believe I have come to comprehend the significance of your mention of merit." "What do you mean?" Dai Yunhan inquired. With a hint of shyness, Du Guyan replied, "I had just recently broken through to the 47 level, which was not entirely stable, but following that incident, my soul power suddenly became solidified, and I even made a slight advancement. Although the degree of improvement was not substantial, it was distinctly perceptible to me. Normally, such progress would require several days of arduous training." Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of astonishment. According to her analysis, did this not imply that they had indeed engaged in dual cultivation? No wonder she had felt so fatigued earlier. Yet, contemplating the idea of not letting the fruits of their labor go to others, Dai Yunhan found herself indifferent. At worst, she would simply have to work a little harder in the future. Afterward, she took a refreshing bath. Dai Yunhan was preparing to depart. Yet Du Guyan chose not to accompany her. "With the upcoming training match, I must return to prepare." Du Guyan's words do not reflect her true sentiments. She merely harbors a reluctance to remain in the company of Zhu Zhuqing. Although Dai Yunhan cannot be solely possessed by her, the brief moments she can call her own bring her immense satisfaction. "If you miss me, come find me. I am here every day." Du Guyan bestowed a deep kiss upon her before departing. Dai Yunhan waved his hand and then returned home. Upon arriving at the villa, he found Zhu Zhuqing with a worried expression. Seeing him return safely, her heart was finally at ease. "Why did you come back so late? Did something happen?" Dai Yunhan remarked that he encountered an ambush from the Demon Wolf Brigade on his way back, which caused a slight delay. "You weren't injured, were you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, examining him closely. Dai Yunhan smiled and shook her head. "No." Zhu Zhuqing indeed did not see any wounds and let out a sigh of relief. "Has Tang Yuehua made the arrangements?" "Yes, the arrangements are in place." "What about Du Guyan? Why hasn't she returned?" Zhu Zhuqing curiously glanced behind Dai Yunhan, only to find it empty. Dai Yunhan grasped her hand and teased, "What, do you miss her return that much?" Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and coldly huffed. "Do you not yearn for it?" Dai Yunhan offered an awkward smile. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's nose twitched unexpectedly. Subsequently, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of suspicion as she leaned closer to Dai Yunhan's chest, her nose incessantly sniffing. Witnessing this scene, Dai Yunhan felt a surge of panic. Can she truly detect this? This is utterly absurd. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed, her gaze turning icy. "Have you and Du Guyan been involved?" Chapter 123, The Fiery Young Maiden. Goodness, is her sense of smell truly this acute? Has she really figured it out? Dai Yunhan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Dai Yunhan was at a loss for words, yet his expression had already conveyed the answer to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was icy, her anger unmistakable. "Tonight, you shall seek her out. Do not return to my bed." With that, she ascended the stairs without another word. Dai Yunhan realized that Zhu Zhuqing was genuinely upset. After some contemplation, he decided it would be wise to refrain from provoking her further, for he recognized the gravity of his misstep, which could not be remedied solely with words. It necessitated tangible actions. Moreover, he had even more pressing matters to attend to at that moment. Thus, he chose to postpone any attempts at appeasement and proceeded outside. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing ascended the stairs, her heart brimming with genuine anger. Yet, her ire did not stem from Dai Yunhan's dalliance with Du Guyan, but rather from the fact that they had never engaged in such intimacy themselves, and yet he had chosen to do so with another woman first. This made her feel undervalued and overlooked. After all, she was meant to be Dai Yunhan's first wife. Dai Yunhan may engage with other women, but only if she takes the initiative first. Fuming with indignation, she resolved to teach Dai Yunhan a profound lesson. How could another woman seize the opportunity before her, especially when she had not even embarked on her own endeavor? However, upon ascending the stairs, she discovered that Dai Yunhan had not followed. Was he no longer inclined to appease her? After waiting for a while, she realized that Dai Yunhan showed no signs of coming upstairs, and the silence was unnerving. A flicker of anxiety coursed through her. Could it be that he had found a new love and was beginning to grow weary of her? After waiting a little longer, her apprehension deepened as Dai Yunhan remained absent. In a state of genuine panic, she dashed downstairs, only to find no trace of him, just an empty space devoid of even a ghostly presence. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of loneliness and despair engulfed her. Her face turned pale, and she collapsed onto the floor. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan was blissfully unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's tumultuous thoughts. He was currently visiting Huofei. What brings our leader to my humble abode? Could it be that he has taken a liking to yet another girl and seeks my assistance as his wingman? Oh, let us not speak of such matters, for civility binds us all. Dai Yunhan hastily interrupted. Huofei chuckled, quite amused by the civility. You are always one to seek me out for trifles. Pray, what brings you to me this time? I would like you to investigate whom Lai Xiao has been in contact with recently. And what purpose does this serve? Huofei inquired, puzzled. For he remained unaware of Lai Xiao's demise. Dai Yunhan undoubtedly sought vengeance against him. Prior to the Fierce Hawk's assassination attempt, he had indeed mentioned that someone was after his life. Dai Yunhan cannot leave this potential threat unaddressed. At that moment, she was momentarily unaccustomed to the formidable strength of the sealed Douluo, which led her to inadvertently eliminate her opponent entirely. It was only after this action that she realized the necessity of interrogation. Dai Yunhan was reluctant to divulge too much to Huofei, so she requested, "Just assist me in investigating, and I shall cover the expenses." Huofei responded with an awkward smile, as if he had become entangled with money. "Very well. I shall help you with your inquiry, but there's no need for payment. We have now found our footing and are earning quite a substantial amount. Soon, you too shall earn even more." Dai Yunhan let out a light chuckle. Having annihilated the Demon Wolf Brigade, he was naturally entitled to his share of the cake. Currently, within the guild, the Wingman Brigade stood as the most formidable force. "Thank you for your kind words," he replied, though he was puzzled by the source of Huofei's confidence. Nonetheless, he appreciated the compliments. After assigning the task, Dai Yunhan resolved to step out and procure some items, hoping to prepare a delicious meal for Zhu Zhuqing to soothe her irritation. Just at that moment, a fiery figure rushed in through the door. "Brother, what are you doing here?" the figure inquired, approaching Huofei. Upon catching sight of the figure, Dai Yunhan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. It was a young maiden, adorned with fiery red hair and luscious crimson lips, enveloped in a vivid palette of red, reminiscent of a sprite of flames. Her exposed calves were flawlessly smooth and pale, while her thighs possessed a rounded elegance. Her pert posterior stood proudly, and her waist was slender, boasting an alluring line of definition. With every movement, one could discern the faint outline of her abdominal muscles, presenting an exquisite hourglass silhouette. The upper portion of her physique was equally captivating, full and upright. Though not as exaggerated as Zhu Zhuqing's, it was nonetheless a delightful sight to behold. Dai Yunhan scrutinized her, and she, in turn, assessed this unfamiliar man. Upon noticing the expression in Dai Yunhan's eyes, Huofei was suddenly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. This gaze was one he had encountered before. It mirrored the look he had seen in Yilingling's eyes. He promptly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. "Is this your sister?" Dai Yunhan inquired. Huofei had previously mentioned having a sister, but at the time, she had dismissed it, thinking to herself that given Huofei's rather unappealing appearance, his sister could not possibly be any more attractive. To her surprise, however, she found her strikingly beautiful. Her looks were indeed on par with those of Du Guyan. Upon hearing this, Huofei felt a tightening in his chest and hastily urged Dai Yunhan, "Aren't you in a hurry? You should leave quickly." Dai Yunhan perceived the young man's intentions but remained unconcerned, merely smiling before departing. Initially, she had suggested introducing her sister to him. Yet now she feared he might bring misfortune to her sibling. Men truly are fickle, unlike him, who is devoted solely to the allure of beauty. After Dai Yunhan's departure, the girl, with a puzzled expression, inquired of Huofei, "Brother, who is he?" Huofei replied, "It's best you don't pry into this person. He is not a good man. In the future, keep your distance from him, understood?" Previously, Huofei had contemplated introducing his sister to Dai Yunhan, but that was when he was financially destitute, and Dai Yunhan possessed wealth. He had wished for his sister to lead a good life. However, now he too had some financial stability, albeit modest, sufficient to ensure his sister's well-being. Naturally, he had altered his earlier intentions. After all, his sister was a high achiever, destined for great success. Not a good man? The girl retorted dismissively. "I think he is quite nice." "Quite nice?" Huofei was taken aback. "Sister, what kind of judgment do you possess? How can you perceive goodness in someone so wicked?" "He is handsome," the girl asserted matter-of-factly. "Is being handsome synonymous with being a good person? Does that imply I, your brother, am not a good person simply because I lack good looks?" Huofei chuckled in exasperation, bewildered by her logic. Are you allowing your aesthetics to dictate your values? The girl scrutinized Huofei for a moment. Of course, you are a good person, but you are the only one. With that, she skipped off towards the outside. The only good person? So, are you implying I am unattractive? He mused. Sister, where are you headed? Out to play. Be sure to return early for dinner. Understood. As Huofei watched his sister's retreating figure, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Meanwhile, the girl exited the squadron and glanced at the silhouettes in the crowd, pondering before deciding to follow. Chapter 124. Born of Heart. Blazing Rose Dai Yunhan arrived at the marketplace, intent on procuring some exquisite items to atone for his missteps. He was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing's displeasure stemmed from his failure to prioritize her above all else, despite his solemn promise to always place her first under any circumstance. It was evident now that he had spoken thoughtlessly, and thus, he deemed himself deserving of retribution. After expending a considerable sum of gold coins on some soul beast meat, he also acquired an abundance of spiritual fruits, preparing to return home. Today, he intended to prepare a delightful meal for her. Naturally, it was not exclusively for her. He too intended to indulge, as he needed to replenish his strength for what was likely to be a fierce battle that night. However, as he passed a flower shop, a thought struck him. Over the years, aside from the flowers he had presented to Zhu Zhuqing when they were 6, he had scarcely gifted her any scents. Women, after all, crave romance in the essence of ritual. In that moment, he stepped into the flower shop. Although the shop was rather quiet at that time, the shopkeeper appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his entrance, absorbed in her own reverie. Dai Yunhan paid little heed, casting a glance at the flower shop proprietress. Remarkably, this woman possessed a captivating allure, exuding the charm of maturity while simultaneously embodying a touch of an elegant dominatrix. Merely seated, she radiated an irresistible magnetism. Most notably, her figure was strikingly impressive. The fitted black top embraced her silhouette perfectly, accentuating her form with an almost theatrical flair. A sight more extravagant than anything Dai Yunhan had previously encountered. Her lips, adorned with vibrant lipstick, complemented her exceptional grace and impeccable style, compelling Dai Yunhan to steal an extra glance. However, his gaze soon captured the attention of the woman. Are you here to purchase flowers? She inquired. Yes, he replied. Would you like an introduction? She asked. No need, he responded. Oh, the proprietress seemed to be a person who respected others' wishes. And upon hearing Dai Yunhan's preference for no introduction, she remained seated, undisturbed. Dai Yunhan turned his head and began to carefully select flowers. However, he soon realized his ignorance regarding flowers and their meanings. Apologies should be accompanied by flowers symbolizing remorse, but he was utterly unaware of which ones to choose. He considered asking the shopkeeper for guidance, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment after having just declined her assistance. After a moment of hesitation, Dai Yunhan ultimately opted for the passionate flame rose, a flower he had gifted in the past, representing fervent love, as intense as fire itself. Although he couldn't find the right words to express his apology, he figured that this choice would suffice. Madam, could you please wrap this for me? He requested. The shopkeeper glanced at the flower he indicated. Are you certain? She inquired. Absolutely, he replied. How many stems would you like? For a lasting impression, let it be 99. At this, the shopkeeper rose, but instead of preparing the bouquet, she gazed at him. Is this for a girl? Yes, indeed. If it's for a girl, I would recommend selecting a different flower. Why? Dai Yunhan was perplexed. Was this flower truly unsuitable? It was somewhat inappropriate, yet he felt it was acceptable. The proprietress approached and picked up a crystal-colored flower, contemplating whether to present it to the young lady. Perhaps this flower would allow him to retain a semblance of dignity, devoid of excessive flamboyance. What kind of flower was this? Dai Yunhan sensed an underlying message in the proprietress's words. Born from the heart. Why choose this particular blossom? The proprietress gently caressed the flower, her expression tinged with melancholy. This flower's language spoke of sincere and necessary love, making it appropriate for a young lady. Sincere and necessary? Dai Yunhan felt a sense of bewilderment. What did it mean to be devoted? The proprietress, noticing his confusion, elucidated. This flower has no particular requirements for its growing environment. It can thrive in both parched sandy soil and fertile black earth. However, it possesses one exceedingly stringent demand. It necessitates frequent and meticulous pruning. It must be pruned, watered, and fertilized daily. If even a single day is neglected, it shall perish. Such high expectations? Dai Yunhan exclaimed in astonishment. Is this flower truly so delicate that it succumbs to neglect for just one day? Delicate? The proprietress scoffed at his remark, then countered, "You deem it delicate. Yet it does not discriminate against soil quality. It can flourish anywhere. Even if you were to place it in water, it would survive. With that in mind, can it truly be considered fragile?" Dai Yunhan remarked, "Indeed, it is not particularly delicate. However, it necessitates daily pruning and care, which is a sign of its finicky nature. Unlike other plants, it does not require such frequent trimming and fertilization. Thus, the flower's language conveys a devotion that is both fervent and necessary. And its needs are precisely what I have mentioned." The proprietress gently picked up the flower, meticulously tending to its pruning before wrapping it with care. The blazing rose is magnificent, yet its intensity is overwhelming. Not everyone can withstand its ardor, nor is everyone worthy of it. While the flower known as xiangxi may appear delicate, it profoundly elucidates the essence of love. If you desire it, embrace it with sincerity and love it wholeheartedly. Conversely, should you not require it, it will wither away instantly. Never to impose upon you. So, do you understand? Dai Yunhan understood. She merely wished to convey to him the importance of not trifling with love, urging him to approach it with seriousness and responsibility. Yet, what relevance did this hold for him? Apart from having a greater number of romantic encounters, where had he been irresponsible? Thus, he pressed the shopkeeper to continue wrapping the bouquet, while presenting the fiery roses before her. "I believe this suits me perfectly." Previously, he had hesitated, questioning whether the fiery roses were truly appropriate, but now he felt they were exceptionally fitting. The shopkeeper, observing his resolute choice, momentarily paused in surprise, yet soon offered a faint smile and proceeded to assist Dai Yunhan in wrapping the flowers. Dai Yunhan can perceive the sardonic mockery directed towards her choices. Dai Yunhan shook her head internally. Such prejudice towards others' love suggests that this woman has also been wounded by affection. Soon, the fiery rose was elegantly wrapped. Dai Yunhan had completed the payment and was ready to depart. However, at that moment, the proprietress abruptly remarked that the fiery rose possesses a vibrant vitality, akin to true love which never withers. Thus, should you encounter failure, you may return to exchange it. Dai Yunhan merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no verbal response to her. Failure? Dai Yunhan has never harbored doubts about his potential for failure. Yet, it is not merely a belief in himself, but rather an unwavering faith in Zhu Zhuqing. Given Zhu Zhuqing's character, even in the face of her own demise, she would never abandon him. Instead, she would choose to depart from this world alongside him. Thus, this fervent love, akin to a blazing rose, is indeed the most befitting tribute for her. Acquire the flowers with care. Dai Yunhan was about to leave when she noticed that adjacent to the flower shop was a clothing store, specifically one that specialized in wedding attire. Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment before stepping inside. The proprietor, a man, greeted her with immediate warmth upon her arrival. "Are you here to prepare for a wedding, young man?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Where is your fiancée? Why hasn't she accompanied you?" "She is at home. I merely wish to peruse the options," she explained. The owner, comprehending her intentions, observed Dai Yunhan closely and remarked, "Your aura is extraordinary. I can only imagine your bride is equally stunning. As it happens, we have recently acquired a magnificent wedding gown." He continued, "This exquisite piece has been designed by the renowned designer Stephen Sun from Tiando City, and I am certain it will meet your expectations." With that, he ushered Dai Yunhan into a private fitting room. The chamber was bright and airy, yet it contained only a single wedding gown, prominently displayed in the center, shimmering with a silvery brilliance and unparalleled beauty. As soon as Dai Yunhan laid eyes on the wedding gown, he was immediately captivated. Indeed, it was quite exquisite, he remarked with great satisfaction. The shopkeeper beamed with delight, declaring it the crowning jewel of his establishment. "I dare say, there is but this single design throughout the entire empire." Just moments ago, he had mentioned new arrivals, and now he proclaimed it the shop's treasure. Who would believe such claims? Nonetheless, Dai Yunhan dismissed these thoughts. What mattered most was his own contentment with the gown. "How much does it cost?" he inquired. "Not expensive at all. Only 9,999 gold soul coins," the shopkeeper replied. "Almost 10,000 gold soul coins. And you dare to call it inexpensive?" Dai Yunhan exclaimed in astonishment. "Is a wedding dress truly worth such a sum? 10,000 gold soul coins equates to 100 million in my previous life." The shopkeeper felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, 10,000 gold soul coins was a steep price, but he believed Dai Yunhan had the means to pay, especially after witnessing him purchase 99 fiery roses. Each rose was priced at 1 gold soul coin, totaling 99 coins. Only a wealthy young master could afford such extravagance. Thus, he was determined to make the most of this affluent patron. Rent? Dai Yunhan immediately shook his head. This was the wedding gown for his wife, Zhu Zhuqing. How could he possibly consider renting it? The thought of his beloved wearing the same gown as another woman was simply unacceptable to him. The astute shopkeeper, noticing the expression on Dai Yunhan's face, confirmed his suspicions. Seizing the moment, he continued, "My young friend, this is the price for a complete wedding gown. Not just a single piece. There is also a gentleman's suit available in another room for you to peruse." "No need to see the men's attire," Dai Yunhan replied coldly. "If the women's gowns are so exquisite, the men's cannot be far behind." Observing the fading enthusiasm on Dai Yunhan's face, the shopkeeper grew anxious. Fearing that he might lose the sale, he hastily added, "My young friend, this wedding gown comes with an additional ensemble that I am certain you will find appealing." "An ensemble? What sort of ensemble?" Dai Yunhan had just deliberately worn a cold expression, unexpectedly causing him to stumble upon something truly remarkable. The boss suddenly wore a strange smile, and, after glancing outside to ensure no one was watching, leaned closer to Dai Yunhan's ear and whispered 3 words, "Blood droplet." Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan's pupils abruptly constricted, her expression a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. She simultaneously cast a questioning glance towards her boss, who, with unwavering conviction, nodded emphatically once more, exerting considerable effort in the gesture. Dai Yunhan held her breath, her gaze resolute. "Very well, let it be this set. Now, please wrap it up for me." "Certainly." The proprietor beamed with delight, promptly commencing the packaging, anxious that Dai Yunhan might have a change of heart. After settling the payment, Dai Yunhan truly intended to return. However, just as she approached the academy, she abruptly halted her steps. "After following for so long, was there still an intention to accompany me home?" Dai Yunhan spoke to the air. As his words faded, a fiery-haired maiden leaped before him. "The road ahead stretches towards the heavens, diverging in 2 directions. Who says I must follow you?" "Oh, is that so? Then I shall take this path. Which one will you choose?" "I shall walk the other." Dai Yunhan smiled gently before departing. However, the fiery young girl seemed reluctant to let him leave so soon. "Hey, what is your name?" Dai Yunhan halted his steps, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. "Did your brother not advise you to keep your distance from me?" "He did." "Then why do you choose to disregard his counsel?" "He claims it is his prerogative. I believe it is my privilege to listen or not. I have come of age and can make my own decisions." Her fiery disposition and rebellious spirit indeed resonate with her character, Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan revealed her name. "I am called Huo Wu." The fiery red maiden also disclosed her identity. Upon hearing the name, Dai Yunhan exhibited a hint of surprise. "Is it truly Huo Wu?" He momentarily failed to recognize her. Yet, this was understandable. The Douluo Empire was home to many beauties. Although Huo Wu possessed her own distinctive charm, it was not as pronounced as others, making her less immediately recognizable. "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Dai Yunhan inquired. "My brother mentioned that you are a villain." Dai Yunhan smiled. "Do you think I am?" Huo Wu shook her head and then nodded. Dai Yunhan was perplexed, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Huo Wu replied, "My brother always speaks the truth. If he says you are a bad person, then you must indeed be one. However, I personally believe you are not." "Why is that?" "Because bad people do not go grocery shopping." "Is that your sole criterion for judgment?" "What other reasoning could there be?" Dai Yunhan found it somewhat amusing that even villains need to eat. Huo Wu's expression was resolute. "Yet it is true that evildoers do not partake in the mundane task of grocery shopping." Dai Yunhan shook her head, realizing that this girl had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. However, such naivety is quite commonplace. The more prestigious the academy, the more virtuous the ideals instilled in its students. "Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave." "Are you a student of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy?" "No, not a student." Huo Wu questioned, glancing at the academy behind him. "Not a student? Then how did you enter the academy?" Dai Yunhan explained, "I am from the Star Luo Empire, here as an exchange student." Oh, Huo Wu nodded, somewhat surprised to learn of her origin. "Are you disappointed?" "Why should I be disappointed?" This question left Dai Yunhan feeling a bit awkward. It seemed that, before the outbreak of war, everyone still enjoyed a semblance of peace. Just as she was about to speak, a man clad in azure attire rushed over, clearly heading towards Huo Wu. "Huo Wu, what are you doing here? I have been looking for you for quite a while." Dai Yunhan turned to the newcomer, and an unmistakable aura of sycophancy enveloped the air. It was evident that this individual was most likely Feng Xiaotian. With the impending training match, The presence of these fellows in Heavendo City was hardly surprising. Huowu paid him no heed, as she had never harbored any fondness for Feng Xiaotian. A slight awkwardness enveloped Feng Xiaotian as his gaze shifted back to Dai Yunhan and Huowu. "May I inquire who this is?" he asked. "He is my friend." Dai Yunhan. Friend? Feng Xiaotian was particularly sensitive to the term, especially when it pertained to Huowu's acquaintances. He glanced behind Dai Yunhan and inquired, "Is Brother Dai a student at the Royal Academy of Heavendo?" "Sort of. I am from the Star Luo Empire, here as an exchange student." "An exchange student. I see." Feng Xiaotian nodded, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Feng Xiaotian, a student at the Xinfeng Academy and also a friend of Huowu." "Hello." Dai Yunhan extended his hand. This fellow wore a cheerful smile, yet there lingered a glimmer of hostility in his eyes. Nevertheless, despite his role as a sycophant, he could still be considered a victor in life, having ultimately gained the affection of a beauty. As evening approached, Dai should be quite familiar with the city of Tiando. Perhaps they might share a meal together? Feng Xiaotian sensed that Dai Yunhan harbored feelings for Huowu. An instinctive sense of danger arose within him. Consequently, he felt compelled to understand his rival. Yet, he reconsidered, stating, "I have matters to attend to, perhaps another day?" Dai Yunhan declined, as he needed to return and comfort Zhu Zhuqing. However, Feng Xiaotian was evidently unwilling to relent, suggesting, "What better time than the present? After all, Dai, you are half a host, and we are but newcomers to Tiando City, unfamiliar with our surroundings. Surely, you wouldn't be so resolute in your refusal?" This predicament left Dai Yunhan somewhat vexed. He candidly wished to avoid entanglements with Feng Xiaotian. Yet, with Huowu present, one of the continent's renowned beauties, he found himself torn. However, thinking of Zhu Zhuqing at home, Dai Yunhan resolved to exercise patience. "I apologize, but I truly have urgent matters to attend to, and thus cannot accompany you. If you don't mind, we may convene another time." With that, Dai Yunhan strode towards the academy, having already delayed far too long. Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly feel distressed in his absence. As he departed, Feng Xiaotian appeared surprised. It seemed Dai Yunhan was not particularly inclined to remain with Huowu. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Did he truly lack feelings for Huowu? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion, believing that Dai Yunhan was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference, as Huowu's expression clearly reflected disappointment. He had successfully captured her attention. Dai Yunhan returned home to find the house unusually desolate, with Zhu Zhuqing seemingly absent. He presumed she had gone to class and had yet to return. Thus he refrained from searching the second floor and busied himself in the kitchen instead. After preparing an array of dishes, he placed the fiery roses on the dining table. After a moment's contemplation, he lit several candles and scattered petals, transforming the setting into a romantic candlelit dinner. Once these arrangements were complete, Dai Yunhan glanced outside. Noting that the time was drawing near, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Logically, she should have finished her class by now. Just as he was about to seek her out, he suddenly heard a noise emanating from upstairs. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing had been upstairs all along. Given how long he had been occupied below, she must have heard the commotion. Why hadn't she come down? Ascending the stairs, he found Zhu Zhuqing in the bedroom. Shrouded in darkness, she sat curled up in a corner of the sofa, her arms wrapped around her legs, her head bowed, obscuring her expression and features, exuding an aura of profound loneliness. Witnessing this scene pierced Dai Yunhan's heart. He had not anticipated the depth of the hurt he had caused her. He approached her, settling beside her on the sofa, causing her to visibly flinch. He reached out, intending to embrace her, but she struggled momentarily, rising to distance herself. Dai Yunhan certainly could not allow her to depart. She tightened her embrace, holding her firmly. Zhu Zhuqing continued to struggle, but after a few futile attempts, she surrendered. However, despite resting in Dai Yunhan's arms, she exhibited no movement, devoid of any semblance of intimacy, resembling a mere shell of a person. Dai Yunhan felt the icy chill enveloping her, devoid of the warmth she once knew. Cradled in her arms, the small creature resembled an injured kitten, exuding an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. Dai Yunhan held her even more tightly. After a while, she felt the person in her embrace sobbing, a wave of warmth and moisture emanating from her chest. Subsequently, her waist was also firmly encircled. Dai Yunhan recognized that her embrace had made a difference. At times, comforting a woman is as simple as it seems. There is no need for words, merely a sincere hug suffices. She allowed Zhu Zhuqing to release her grievances within her arms. Once Zhu Zhuqing's emotions began to settle, Dai Yunhan gently suggested, "The dining table is ready. Shall we proceed to dine?" Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her sobs gradually diminishing in intensity. Dai Yunhan understood that she was waiting for him to comfort her. So she gently caressed her silky hair and said, "My dear, I sincerely apologize for not placing you first this time. I will not excuse my actions. Wrong is wrong. Rest assured, in my heart, you will always be my number one." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing finally lifted her head. Yet, her face was etched with guilt as she murmured, "My love, am I being too sentimental? She is also your woman. I should not be so jealous." Dai Yunhan had initially thought he would continue to blame himself, yet he was taken aback when she uttered such heartfelt words. Instantly, the guilt within him deepened. What extraordinary misfortune had he encountered in his life to be fortunate enough to marry a woman as remarkable as Zhu Zhuqing? He took out the wedding gown he had purchased and placed it before Zhu Zhuqing, then, with profound sincerity, proclaimed, "Zhuqing, will you marry me?" Upon seeing the wedding dress, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, and then tears began to flow uncontrollably. She had never anticipated that Dai Yunhan would propose at such a moment. Gazing into his earnest eyes, her heart was profoundly stirred, and without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I do." Dai Yunhan enveloped her in an embrace. "Zhuqing, once the holidays commence, we shall return to the empire to celebrate our wedding." "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of heartfelt embrace, Dai Yunhan gently urged her, "Zhuqing, please don the wedding gown. It is a one-of-a-kind creation from Heavendo City. This evening, I wish for you to be my bride." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the pristine white gown in her hands, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, before rising to change into it. Once she was attired, Dai Yunhan adorned herself with makeup, and in that instant, she surpassed all others in beauty. Radiant as a fairy, pure as a lotus, her elegance transcended the mundane, exuding an exquisite allure. "You are truly breathtaking." Dai Yunhan had also changed into her evening gown and took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand, leading her to the dining room below. The scene was adorned with candlelit dinner settings, romantic rituals, and vibrant flowers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed with emotion. "Darling," she exclaimed, covering her mouth, at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "You must be hungry. Let us dine first." Dai Yunhan urged her to take a seat. Zhu Zhuqing had been irritable and hungry all day since morning. The exquisite cuisine, masterfully prepared, paired with a subtly intoxicating fruit wine, soon satiated Zhu Zhuqing's appetite. Chapter 127, Grand Rewards, the Underworld Divine Position, and the 10,000-Year Soul Bone. At this moment, Dai Yunhan was gazing intently at Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing felt a hint of bashfulness, but after a while, she reciprocated the gaze. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. At that point, Dai Yunhan rose and enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in her embrace. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense what was about to transpire. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nestled into Dai Yunhan's arms. They ascended the stairs. Before long, the room was filled with a gentle breeze of spring, and passion was ignited. Ding! The system detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing harbored profound affection for the dormitory. Unlocking an achievement and granting the reward of the first-level divine position, the nether god exclusive to Zhu Zhuqing, requiring no divine examination, upon the host's ascension. She directly follows suit. The reward included a 10,000-year nether spirit cat soul bone for the left arm, exclusive to Zhu Zhuqing. Additionally, a reward of soul power enhancement by 1 level was granted. Furthermore, a reward of a 40,000-year soul ring was obtained. Ding! Successful cultivation 3 times, points awarded. When Dai Yunhan awoke the following day, the sun was already high in the sky. Zhu Zhuqing lay soundly asleep in her embrace, her delicate, rosy face radiating bliss. Dai Yunhan could not resist the urge to pinch lightly. This subtle gesture instantly caused Zhu Zhuqing to open her eyes. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan, she was overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and joy. "My dear, have you sensed a slight increase in your soul power?" Dai Yunhan inquired, wishing to ascertain whether it would be beneficial for everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat perplexed. However, after a brief examination, a look of delight graced her features as she exclaimed, "Darling, what is the meaning of this?" Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy, realizing that it seemed to be effective for everyone. "When I ventured into the Sunset Forest, I unexpectedly acquired a unique technique meant for couples to cultivate together." Dai Yunhan concocted a rationale, deeming the system to be his greatest secret, one he could not divulge to anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately grasped the implication. "How astonishing!" Indeed, Dai Yunhan nodded in affirmation. A sudden glint of cunning appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she inquired, "What kind of person do you think created this technique?" Dai Yunhan pondered for a moment. He must be a man deeply devoted to his wife. Yet, Why does it strike me as that of a lecherous old man? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Dai Yunhan instantly realized that Zhu Zhuqing was teasing her. Although she was indifferent to Dai Yunhan's flirtatious behavior in her heart, she still enjoyed exchanging playful banter. Is a hint of flirtation truly a bad thing? Dai Yunhan smiled brightly, suddenly embracing Zhu Zhuqing's waist. Zhu Zhuqing's face filled with alarm, her small mouth gasping in surprise. In the next moment, a gentle spring breeze enveloped them. By noon, the two reluctantly rose from their slumber, observing Zhu Zhuqing in the kitchen, diligently preparing their meal. Dai Yunhan has finally experienced a sense of agency in his cultivation. Previously, his strength was entirely dictated by the system, but now he has gained a degree of autonomy. As long as he diligently practices alongside his wife, his power will undoubtedly increase rapidly. Furthermore, the rewards bestowed by the system last night left Dai Yunhan astounded. Truly, his legitimate wife has provided him with bountiful rewards. The position of the nether deity, a first-tier god. Although he had never heard of this divine rank before, it undoubtedly possesses great significance, certainly surpassing that of the so-called god of speed. Additionally, he has finally broken through to level 40, simultaneously acquiring a fourth soul ring of 10,000-year caliber. This is quite commendable. Dear, dinner is ready. Let us eat. All right. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing began their meal. After finishing, Dai Yunhan revealed a soul bone that had been preserved for 100,000 years. My dear, this is a gift for you, the soul bone of a 100,000-year-old netherworld spirit cat. You should absorb it shortly. A piece of jet-black soul bone glimmered in the light. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over her. A soul bone from 100,000 years? My love, where did you acquire this? I have never even seen a soul beast of that age. She could hardly fathom it. 100,000 years. What a concept. It was something that every soul master yearned for, but could scarcely attain. How could Dai Yunhan possibly have obtained it so easily? And for herself, no less. At merely 12 years of age, and only at the 40th level, she has somehow come into possession of a soul bone that spans 100,000 years. It feels as though she is caught in a dream. Dai Yunhan gently pinched her delicate face and said, "This is a secret that I cannot disclose to you just yet. However, rest assured that as long as you remain by my side, I promise you an abundance of soul bones." Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, but soul bones are not actual bones. How can one consume them? Darling, what nonsense are you talking about? In this lifetime, I am yours. Even in death, I will remain with you. Zhu Zhuqing declared, her heart warmed by his words. She sensed the anxiety in Dai Yunhan's voice, as if he feared losing her, which enveloped her in a profound sense of security. My love, have you finished your meal? He inquired. Yes, I have, Zhu Zhuqing replied, puzzled by the question. Dai Yunhan chuckled softly, suggesting they engage in some physical activity to aid digestion. Digest? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily perplexed when Dai Yunhan swept her off her feet. Soon, the room was filled with melodious singing. Ding! You have successfully cultivated and earned points. Zhu Zhuqing, content, nestled in Dai Yunhan's embrace, gazed outside as the sky darkened. She playfully pinched him, exclaiming, "This digestive exercise has consumed an entire afternoon. Are we truly going to do nothing all day? Zhuqing, you should absorb the soul bone. With a soul bone of 100,000 years, absorbing it could potentially elevate you to level 50. At just 12 years old, you will be the most gifted and beautiful girl in the Douluo Continent." Dai Yunhan exclaimed with enthusiasm. If things continued at this pace, it wouldn't be long before Dai Yunhan ascended to godhood. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled at this prospect, filled with a sense of longing. Memories of 6 years ago flooded her mind, when Dai Yunhan had just awakened his martial soul and her own fate was on the brink of being determined. She had anticipated a descent into darkness, yet unexpectedly, Dai Yunhan had boldly stepped forward and rescued her. Although she understood that her appearance had influenced his decision, she now felt enveloped in his profound affection. A wave of emotion washed over her as she reflected on her jealousy just the day before, filling her with guilt. Were it not for Dai Yunhan, she could very well be struggling in an unknown place right now. She was not well acquainted with Dai Mubai's circumstances, yet it was evident that they were quite dire. Suddenly, she gazed tenderly at Dai Yunhan and proposed, "Darling, why not allow Duguyin to move in with us?" The abruptness of her suggestion left Dai Yunhan utterly bewildered. Why the sudden shift in her attitude? Just yesterday, she was tearfully distressed, and now she was ready to welcome Duguyin into their home? Had she truly come to terms with it overnight? Although Dai Yunhan felt a flicker of joy within, he sensed that, given the current atmosphere, it would be prudent not to acquiesce to her request. Why, you might wonder. This is something you may not comprehend. Chapter 128. the most beautiful young matron in the world. Women are inherently concerned with their dignity. It is a matter of selfishness. While she may outwardly express a willingness to have Du Guyan reside with them, deep down, she undoubtedly harbors inner resistance. Dai Yunhan, in her desire to preserve her fragile self-esteem, refrained from giving an immediate affirmation in front of others, believing that such restraint would indeed bring her joy. As for the subsequent matter, it sufficed to simply bring back Du Guyan, for she had already reconciled herself with this reality upon her return. There would be no noteworthy reaction. This served as an excellent transitional strategy. Thus, Dai Yunhan suggested, let us not dwell on this for now. You should focus on absorbing the soul bone. After a busy afternoon, the soul bone remained unabsorbed. Zhu Zhuqing, with a genuine smile, felt a surge of happiness. Although she was aware of Dai Yunhan's answer, the latter's reluctance to hastily acquiesce brought her joy. Women, after all, have a penchant for lies. Even when they recognize them as fabrications, they are often willing to listen. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing commenced the absorption of the soul bone. The process of absorbing a 100,000-year soul bone is inherently gradual, yet this particular one, crafted by the system, perfectly aligned with Zhu Zhuqing's attributes. Thus, after 2 hours, her aura surged dramatically, signifying the completion of her soul bone absorption. So, have you managed to break through to level 50? Dai Yunhan hastily inquired. He was not particularly concerned about soul bone skills. His primary focus was on rapidly enhancing his soul power. The faster Zhu Zhuqing's soul power advanced, the greater his points would accumulate. These points could procure the items he desired, including enhancements to his soul power. Wasn't this a delightful prospect? Zhu Zhuqing's crescent-shaped smile could not conceal her elation. Darling, I've just reached level 50, she exclaimed playfully, leaping into Dai Yunhan's embrace like a lively little rabbit. Dai Yunhan twirled her around in the air, exclaiming, haha, my wife truly deserves the title of the world's most beautiful girl. Remarkable. I am not the world's most beautiful girl, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, wrinkling her nose. If you aren't, then who is? Dai Yunhan inquired, perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly smiled, lightly brushing her lips against Dai Yunhan's in a teasing manner, proclaiming, at this moment, I am the world's most beautiful young woman. As she spoke, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan felt a stir in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing was simply delightful. Suddenly, he recalled the outfit gifted by the boutique owner and took it out. My dear, would you wear this? He asked. Zhu Zhuqing initially assumed it to be yet another exquisite garment. However, upon seeing it, her face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, upon noticing Dai Yunhan's eager gaze, she reluctantly acquiesced, her cheeks nearly crimson with shyness. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing emerged. Upon witnessing this scene, Dai Yunhan's blood surged with fervor. She transformed into a fierce tiger and leaped forward. Ding! You have successfully cultivated and earned points. The following morning, after finishing her meal, Dai Yunhan prepared to digest her thoughts, yet Zhu Zhuqing implored him to refrain. My dear, I understand your profound affection for me, but could you possibly hold off on expressing it for now? At this moment, she began to comprehend why Dai Yunhan was so capricious in matters of the heart. His exuberant energy was truly overwhelming. She even found herself questioning whether he was indeed made of iron. Simultaneously, she felt certain that her decision made the previous night was indeed the right one. If Du Guyan were to move in, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Perhaps last night, she harbored a hint of reluctance. However, at present, she was wholeheartedly in agreement. Upon seeing her demeanor, Dai Yunhan found himself compelled to momentarily suppress his affections for her. I intend to step out for a while. Would you care to accompany me? He inquired. Just moments ago, Hua Fei had informed him that there was news regarding the matter he was investigating. Zhu Zhuqing pondered this for a moment before ultimately declining. You may go alone. I am rather fatigued and prefer to rest at home. In her heart, she speculated that Dai Yunhan was likely to seek out Du Guyan, as she felt incapable of fulfilling his desires. If that were indeed the case, accompanying him would render her presence somewhat inconvenient. Dai Yunhan had not anticipated that she would ponder so much. However, if she chose not to go, so be it. Very well, take care of yourself at home, and upon my return, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. A fragrant kiss as she departed. With that, Dai Yunhan left the academy. After Dai Yunhan departed, Zhu Zhuqing did not linger at home for long. After some contemplation, she made her way toward the upscale villa district near the academy. The dormitory at the academy only housed 2 bedrooms, and with a rabbit at home. It would be rather inconvenient for the solitary yin to move in. Therefore, she needed to secure a larger residence for Dai Yunhan. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan located Hua Fei, who wore a rather serious expression. "What is it?" Dai Yunhan inquired. Hua Fei replied, "Lai Xiao has passed away, murdered by an unknown assailant." "He is dead?" Dai Yunhan feigned surprise. "You were not aware?" Hua Fei asked, probing for clarity. It was Dai Yunhan who had enlisted him to investigate Lai Xiao. He should possess some pertinent information, otherwise, he would not have suddenly embarked on an inquiry. Dai Yunhan would certainly not admit it. "What do I know?" Hua Fei glanced at him and then inquired, "What has Lai Xiao done to you?" Dai Yunhan nodded slightly. "He had attacked me on the road, but I was fortunate enough to evade him. I had been preparing to seek revenge, yet unexpectedly, he met his demise first." Hua Fei held unwavering conviction regarding this matter, as the scene at the time clearly indicated that Lai Xiao had perished with remarkable abruptness. It was a swift and decisive kill. Dai Yunhan certainly lacked such prowess. Hua Fei continued, "I have investigated Lai Xiao and discovered that this matter is quite intricate and far-reaching. In any case, he is already deceased. So I suggest you let this go." "Intricate? Why do you say that? Could it be that there are more adversaries than just Lai Xiao?" The fact that a soul sage was dispatched to eliminate him indicates that the opposing force must be formidable. Dai Yunhan pondered. Yet so what? If he had been somewhat timid before, now, with the presence of the system exchange shop, he would no longer be so submissive. After all, while his own safety was assured, what about Zhu Zhuqing and the others? Once the desire to kill takes root, it becomes anything but simple. Hua Fei nodded and candidly revealed, "The opposing party is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? When did I provoke them?" Dai Yunhan mused, but soon recalled a certain individual, Yu Tianheng. This fellow had previously tricked him, and he still hadn't avenged that slight. He was surprised they had come knocking so soon. It seemed that he could no longer afford to remain passive. They truly believed him to be easily bullied. "All right. I understand. Please assist me in gathering information regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Everything related." "You intend to confront the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" Hua Fei was astonished. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is among the top 3 sects, wielding immense power. Do you truly dare to provoke them, you, a mere scion of a wealthy family? Perhaps you are unaware of how many prodigies have met their demise. I never claimed I would confront them. I am not foolish. I simply wish to ascertain their situation and remain cautious. Dai Yunhan was not inclined to divulge the whole truth. Chapter 129, Chaotic Winds. Hua Fei was not entirely trustworthy either. After all, this was the Douluo Empire, and his identity was still somewhat sensitive. They exited the base of Hua Fei's fighter squadron. Dai Yunhan donned a mask and proceeded to the guild headquarters. He would not forget the last time the Duke of Greenlight harbored nefarious intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing. Such grievances only burrow deeper with the passage of time. Never to be forgotten. "I wish to post a mission," he stated, his voice deliberately devoid of emotion. The young lady at the service desk, upon observing Dai Yunhan's attire, was not taken aback. Individuals of such demeanor were commonplace within the guild. "What type of mission would you like to post?" she inquired. "A concealed mission," Dai Yunhan replied. The term concealed mission here did not refer to the hidden quests found within the game, but rather indicated a special interface task. Typically, these missions were initiated by the issuers themselves. They bore no signature, no details, only the reward and the task itself. This served as a form of protection for the issuer. Otherwise, should someone wish to commit a murder and leave behind a trace, they would inevitably be tracked down before their intended victim could be slain. They themselves would meet their end. The service desk attendant had grown accustomed to such matters. A concealed mission required a minimum payment of 100 gold soul coins, permitting the posting of any task. "No problem," she affirmed. Dai Yunhan paid 100 Jinhun coins. Subsequently, the young lady presented him with a jade token. The tokens were all standardized, devoid of any distinguishing features, serving as a safeguard against internal leaks. Upon receiving the jade token, Dai Yunhan then departed, intending to publish a mission, which could be inscribed directly here. He issued a total of 2 tasks, the first being a straightforward assassination mission to eliminate Wang Feng, with a reward amounting to a staggering 10,000 gold soul coins. This sum is exorbitant. However, such tasks carry significant peril, while some may dare to accept them. Success is by no means guaranteed. After all, Wang Feng is affiliated with the Duke's residence, which boasts formidable protective forces. Those who take on such missions are typically individuals in dire financial straits. What does financial desperation signify? It implies a lack of power. Most individuals with strength would not find themselves in need of money. Without the requisite power, it becomes exceedingly challenging to slay Wang Feng. Nevertheless, There are indeed a few who revel in the thrill of the hunt. However, such individuals are rare, as they tend to prefer the allure of more formidable challenges. Subsequently, he announced a second task, which involved the collection of all pertinent information regarding the Duke of Greenlight's residence. This task is comparatively straightforward, and the potential rewards are undoubtedly substantial. Thus, he set the remuneration slightly higher. Dai Yunhan merely needs to await in silence. The concealed tasks do not manifest on the main task board. One must pay a certain fee to the mercenary guild to unveil them. This is not intended to enhance the success rate of the tasks, but rather serves the sole purpose of collecting fees. After all, hidden tasks are often of a clandestine nature and yield substantial profits, resulting in a considerable share taken by the guild. Dai Yunhan refrained from allowing the Firefly investigation to proceed, as the matter was exceedingly sensitive. One must always remain vigilant. Once he had accomplished his tasks, Dai Yunhan prepared to return. At that moment, a fiery figure appeared before him. It was Huo Wu. What a coincidence! We meet again, Huo Wu exclaimed with a beaming smile, her presence akin to a flickering flame. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. You've accompanied me the entire way, Dai Yunhan replied. Since departing from the base of the auxiliary squadron, he had sensed Huo Wu's pursuit. Unfazed by being discovered, Huo Wu continued, "Are you free today? Shall we dine together? What about your devoted admirer?" Dai Yunhan inquired, for he was well aware that wherever Huo Wu appeared, Feng Xiaotian was almost certain to follow. Indeed, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Xiaotian materialized before them. "Dai, Huo Wu, what a coincidence to encounter you both again. It is quite a coincidence, considering you have trailed behind me all this time," was the retort from Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian chuckled awkwardly. It was true that he had been following Huo Wu, but who could blame him for his affections? Nevertheless, Huo Wu's remark left him somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the foremost genius of the Chiffon Academy. "Huo Wu, I have just discovered a delightful place. Shall we explore it together?" Feng Xiaotian proposed with a bold face. He then cast a somewhat indifferent glance at Dai Yunhan, asking, "Would you care to join us?" "No, I prefer not to engage in leisure activities with strangers, especially men," she replied. Dai Yunhan outright declined. He had no desire for a trio. He had always preferred one-on-one interactions. Of course, if he were the only man present, he would not mind a multitude. After stating his position, Dai Yunhan departed without hesitation. Watching him leave, Huo Wu felt a twinge of displeasure and shot a fiery glare at Feng Xiaotian. However, Feng Xiaotian was quite pleased. After all, the troublesome element had exited. "Huo Wu, shall we proceed with just the two of us?" he inquired. Huo Wu, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, "If you wish to go, do so alone. I lack the inclination." With that, she too departed, leaving Feng Xiaotian alone to ponder his soul technique. Feeling rather disheveled in the wind, after Dai Yunhan departed from the two individuals, he prepared to return to his dormitory. As Zhu Zhuqing had already surpassed level 50 yet had not acquired a soul ring, it was essential for him to assist her in hunting for one. However, as he passed through the commercial street, he suddenly overheard a quarrel. Curiosity piqued. He glanced over and discovered a conflict unfolding at the flower shop where he had purchased flowers. A young man was vehemently berating the shop owner. "What kind of pathetic flowers are these? I haven't had a single successful confession, and you claim these flowers guarantee a 100% success rate. Are you deceiving me? You deceitful florist, just wait until I smash your shop today." The gentleman, despite his noble attire, possessed an unattractive appearance, suggesting he was a wealthy individual. Moreover, he had come prepared, accompanied by two companions. The shop owner, witnessing him throw the flowers to the ground, exhibited a flicker of cold indifference and anger in her eyes as she gently picked them up. "I told you long ago that this flower was unsuitable for you. You insisted on purchasing it, and now that you have failed, you blame the flowers instead. Should you not hold yourself accountable rather than the flowers? If it weren't for your cursed flowers, I would have already won over the one I adore." The shop owner retorted with a cold smile, "If one cannot succeed, they ought to reflect upon their own shortcomings rather than blaming others. Perhaps if you were to better yourself, the object of your affections might regard you with more favor." "What do you mean? Are you insulting my appearance?" "I never insult others' looks unless their appearance first offends me." The shop owner shot back without hesitation. Her words incited laughter from the surrounding crowd. It must be said that the young man was indeed rather unfortunate in looks. Humiliated by the laughter, his fury ignited. His fiery gaze fixated on the crowd as if they were delivering slaps to his face. "What are you laughing at? You think this is amusing? If you laugh again, I swear I will end you." His finger suddenly pointed menacingly at Dai Yunhan, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. Chapter 130. The pure white wedding Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he was about to become the target of aggression. What had transpired? He had merely come to enjoy a performance. Who had he offended? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? Observing Dai Yunhan's indifferent yet bewildered demeanor, the man realized he had found an easy victim, and his arrogance swelled. I'm talking about you, yes you. Why are you smiling? Do you believe I want to obliterate you? As he spoke, the man lunged towards Dai Yunhan, clearly venting his frustrations on an unsuspecting passerby to reclaim his lost dignity. Unfortunately for him, amidst the throng of people, he had unwittingly crossed paths with someone far beyond his capacity to confront. His hand swung towards Dai Yunhan's face. But Dai Yunhan remained impassive, feeling as though misfortune had come knocking at his door with an unrelenting fervor. In a swift and merciless motion, he delivered a powerful kick directly to the man's abdomen. The speed was akin to a fleeting shadow, sending the man flying several meters away. He crashed to the ground, immediately howling in agony, contorting in pain. Get up and finish him off. Make sure he is dead. Yes. Two subordinates promptly charged at Dai Yunhan, their martial spirits unleashed. Revealing their soul rings, each a formidable soul master of over 30 levels. Clearly, this unattractive brute had significant backing. Yet, would Dai Yunhan quail in fear? Evidently not. With equal fervor, he summoned his martial spirit, the Chaos Twin-Winged Tiger, which manifested behind him, exuding an imposing presence and a terrifying aura that captivated the entire audience. The two attacking soul masters were momentarily stunned. What an incredible martial spirit. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. What are you waiting for? Attack. Did I give you resources for nothing? The man's voice echoed from behind them. Hesitation flickered across the faces of the two soul masters, yet they resolved to strike. If they refrained from action, they risked dismissal upon their return. With a synchronized effort, they unleashed their first soul abilities, Root of Entanglement and Blade of Wind Shatter. The two exhibited a commendable level of coordination. The Root of Entanglement erupted from the ground, ensnaring Dai Yunhan's feet and coiling around his body. The thick tendrils tightened as they constricted. Simultaneously, another leapt high into the air, wielding a sharp blade that whistled through the air as it descended towards Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan let out a soft snort, releasing his soul power as wings unfurled behind him. Like a razor-sharp blade, he sliced through the air, leaving behind two streaks of black and white light, effortlessly severing the roots beneath his feet. However, at that moment, the assailant had arrived above him. With the activation of his soul bone and soul skill, the realm of light unfolded. In an instant, a white energy shield enveloped Dai Yunhan. And when the blade of wind struck the shield, it elicited no response whatsoever. Even the hand of the soul master trembled slightly in shock. He was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, Dai Yunhan flapped his wings, delivering a strike akin to a mighty slap that sent the soul master hurtling away. When he landed on the ground, his face was drenched in blood, and he had lost a significant number of teeth. His consciousness wavered, words escaping his lips. Yet he was aware that he still clung to life. The other soul master, witnessing this, felt a surge of fear. To dispatch a soul master with a single move indicated a power beyond his reckoning. Realizing this, he fled without hesitation. Of course, he did not forget the ugly man and the other soul master. For him, this was a prudent choice. After all, escaping with his master meant avoiding the torment of flesh and blood, and it could even be seen as a commendable act of rescue. Once they departed, the crowd gradually dispersed, yet their gazes towards Dai Yunhan were tinged with both fear and envy. I have caused you trouble, the proprietress said as she approached Dai Yunhan. The issue has been resolved. He would not let this matter rest so easily. Then let him come again, he replied. Dai Yunhan now possesses a points maul, rendering him unfazed by any provocations. The proprietress is somewhat taken aback, sensing that Dai Yunhan is no ordinary individual. However, she is not one to indulge in excessive inquiries. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at her, still cradling the discarded bouquet in her hands. The blossoms were pure white, remarkably vibrant and pristine. These flowers are quite beautiful. What do they symbolize? Dai Yunhan inquired. Today, you shall marry me. What? The proprietress chuckled. Do not misunderstand. That is their meaning. Today, you shall marry me. Dai Yunhan was momentarily startled, mistakenly believing that the proprietress had taken a fancy to him. However, upon scrutinizing her, he realized that she possessed an exquisite figure. Her curves were unapologetically pronounced where they should be, and gracefully contoured where they needed to be subtle. Moreover, she exuded an aura of profound maturity. The pinnacle of feminine allure was unabashedly displayed in her presence. Young man, your gaze is rather perilous, the proprietress gently cautioned, having sensed his lingering stare. Before gracefully swaying her hips and retreating into the shop, Dai Yunhan smiled lightly, displaying a carefree demeanor. The most captivating allure often harbors the greatest peril. Likewise, the most treacherous can also be the most enchanting. His audacious gaze lingered, admiring her silhouette from behind, graceful and voluptuous. Every movement stirred something deep within Dai Yunhan. Well, I thought you were infatuated with me, she elucidated. He tempered his gaze slightly, for an overt stare could indeed provoke a woman's ire. The proprietress seemed aware of the lethal charm her allure held over men, hence she remained unperturbed. Observing Dai Yunhan's entrance, she inquired, "Are you here to purchase or to exchange flowers?" "Exchange? Why would I need to exchange?" Dai Yunhan replied. "As I mentioned yesterday, should you fail, I would be willing to replace them for free." Dai Yunhan understood, yet a charming smile crept upon her lips. "Do you truly believe I am destined for failure?" The proprietress, upon hearing this, scrutinized Dai Yunhan with her discerning gaze, seemingly taken aback by her confidence. After a moment's pause, she remarked, "Your appearance is indeed somewhat superior to that of the individual before. Perhaps 1,000,000 times better," Dai Yunhan replied with a smile. The proprietress fell silent thereafter. Dai Yunhan once again picked up the bouquet of pure white flowers and inquired, "What is the name of this flower?" "It is the pure white bride," came the reply. "I have heard that declaring one's love with it guarantees a 100% success rate." The proprietress lifted her eyelids slightly and remarked, "The pure white bride is meant for proposals. Who would be foolish enough to use it merely for confession? If he doesn't fail, then it would be a miracle." As she spoke, she scrutinized Dai Yunhan's gaze and then, with a hint of seriousness, added, "This flower does not suit you. You should purchase that eternal iris instead. Its meaning is eternal love, fitting for someone like you who has just achieved success." "You are right. I'll take 99 of the pure white brides," Dai Yunhan responded. The proprietress was taken aback. Did I just make a fool of myself? Observing the proprietress's expression, Dai Yunhan smiled and said, "Last time, you also claimed that the fiery rose was unsuitable for me, yet I proved you wrong." The proprietress, now serious, cautioned, "Love is not easily won. One must approach it with sincerity and care, not with haste. Your approach will only lead to regret." Chapter 131, The Heart Thief. "I have never regretted anything. Do as you wish. I am merely a florist." Dai Yunhan suddenly shifted her gaze and proposed, "How about we make a wager?" "What kind of wager?" "If I successfully present this flower, you must grant me a request. Conversely, if I fail to do so, I shall fulfill one of your wishes. What do you say?" "Agreed." Dai Yunhan did not anticipate her agreement would come so readily. "Are you not afraid that I might lie later?" The proprietress smiled confidently. The mouth can utter falsehoods, the eyes can deceive, but emotions reveal the truth. Dai Yunhan did not anticipate that the proprietress possessed such profound insights. She felt a sense of admiration. Let us await the unfolding of events. Subsequently, she wrapped the flowers with care. Dai Yunhan was just about to depart. As she stepped outside, she fortuitously encountered the proprietor of the neighboring clothing store. "Hey there, young man," the owner called out to Dai Yunhan. "Is there something you need?" Dai Yunhan was uncertain as to the reason for his interruption. The owner, with a hint of unease, smiled and said, "I have just received a new batch of merchandise. Would you care to take a look?" "No, thank you," she replied. Dai Yunhan found herself somewhat speechless, pondering the allure of wedding gowns, which are not garments one wears daily. Noticing her intent to leave, the boss grew anxious and quickly interjected, "Young man, it's not that kind of clothing. It's a different kind entirely." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance, as if to imply a shared understanding. Dai Yunhan suddenly comprehended the situation, recalling the delightful experience from the previous night. Observing the expression on his face, the proprietor recognized that he harbored thoughts of his own and promptly ushered him inside. "Rest assured, my young friend," he declared, "this is a gift from me, free of charge." "Why is it free?" the young man inquired, causing the owner to momentarily falter. He could hardly admit that it was due to witnessing Dai Yunhan's formidable prowess earlier, coupled with the fact that he had lost a considerable sum to him the day before, leaving him fearful of retribution. After a moment of contemplation, the owner explained, "It is as follows. Your purchase of the wedding dress yesterday elevated you to our esteemed membership level. Consequently, whenever we receive new arrivals, we extend complimentary fittings to our elite members." With that, the proprietor respectfully presented the prepared ensemble. Dai Yunhan cast a glance, her beauty exuding an enchanting innocence that stirred one's heart at first sight. "Very well, thank you, boss." Dai Yunhan happily accepted it. "It is only fitting." As he watched Dai Yunhan depart, the boss finally felt a sense of relief. With this, Dai Yunhan should no longer trouble him, right? Upon returning to the academy, Dai Yunhan discovered that Zhu Zhuqing was at home, yet the house felt eerily vacant, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Has our home been burglarized? Indeed, it has been. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. Dai Yunhan immediately felt a sense of concern. Is everything all right with you? Do you perceive any issues on my part? Dai Yunhan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone was safe, that was all that mattered. However, it was truly alarming that a thief could infiltrate the school. This matter must be reported to the principal. No need, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, stopping him. Dai Yunhan expressed her confusion. Zhu Zhuqing then chuckled. I am indeed that thief. Dai Yunhan did not comprehend its meaning. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, proclaiming, I am indeed the thief of hearts. Dai Yunhan felt a flicker of understanding. Yet he remained somewhat perplexed. What connection did the matter of stolen affections have with this house? Observing his bewildered expression, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly before gradually elaborating. I have purchased a new house elsewhere. We shall no longer reside here. Why acquire a new residence? Is this place not satisfactory? Zhu Zhuqing pouted slightly. It is indeed fine, but you must find it lacking. Do you not feel it is a tad cramped? It is not small. Just as he began to speak, Dai Yunhan abruptly halted. It seemed he had grasped Zhu Zhuqing's implication. His eyes filled with profound emotion. Upon witnessing his fervent reaction, Zhu Zhuqing pouted once more, slightly dissatisfied. Remarking, look at you, so unambitious. Dai Yunhan chuckled lightly, unperturbed by the trivialities, and effortlessly lifted Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. My dear wife, I am utterly enamored with you, he declared, as he made his way upstairs. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she promptly halted Dai Yunhan, exclaiming, the upper floor is completely vacant. Dai Yunhan paused momentarily, a sheepish smile crossing his face. Well then, let us proceed to the new house. You are quite the lecher. What can I say? My wife is simply too beautiful. The new villa is situated not far from the academy, and it can be deemed one of the most upscale residences available. However, no matter how luxurious, it holds little significance for Dai Yunhan, as he is not lacking in wealth. The villa is spacious and opulent. Zhu Zhuqing has truly considered every detail, although it spans only 2 stories. The second floor boasts numerous rooms, a fact that causes Dai Yunhan's eyes to narrow with intrigue. This implies that Zhu Zhuqing anticipates an influx of more residents in the future. Nonetheless, Zhu Zhuqing will always hold the foremost position in his heart. Upon entering the house, Dai Yunhan lifted Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and made his way toward the master bedroom. Come, let us test the quality of this house. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, while outside, a profound silence prevailed. Clearly, the quality is exceptionally remarkable. Dai Yunhan is quite pleased. Ding. You and your wife have successfully cultivated together, earning points and an additional 100 years to all soul ring durations. This comes as a delightful surprise. One did not expect to occasionally acquire new equipment. Dai Yunhan immediately exerted herself even more. 3 days later, Dai Yunhan escorted Zhu Zhuqing to the Sunset Forest, where they intended to hunt a soul beast for Zhu Zhuqing to absorb her 5th soul ring. The soul ring they sought was approximately 12,000 years old, and with Zhu Zhuqing's significantly enhanced physique, she was more than capable of safely absorbing it. Moreover, she possessed a 10,000-year-old skull of a nethercat, which greatly bolstered her mental fortitude, rendering her impervious to the spiritual attacks typically associated with a soul ring of such age. As they ventured into the forest, the two searched for a suitable soul beast. To find one of this age, they would need to delve deeper into the heart of the forest. Fortunately, the Sunset Forest boasted a rich variety of soul beasts, making it quite feasible to locate one that was around 10,000 years old. With Zhu Zhuqing having attained the status of a nether god, Dai Yunhan was not overly concerned about the specifics of the soul ring. As long as it leaned towards an offensive nature and met the age requirement, it would suffice. Upon penetrating further into the forest, they soon encountered a black cloud snow leopard, approximately 13,000 years old. This exquisite creature was entirely black, save for its 4 snowy white paws. Zhuqing, shall we go with this soul beast? What do you think? Dai Yunhan inquired. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, noting that the attributes of this black cloud snow leopard were quite similar to those of the previous soul beast she had absorbed, though she pondered whether the age might be a touch excessive. Dai Yunhan shook her head, asserting that your physical condition is exceptionally robust at present, enhanced by the mystical herbs and soul bones, making absorption entirely feasible. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will engage it head-on. and you will seek the opportunity for a decisive strike. Dear, do take care. Chapter 132. Zhu Zhuqing, Level 51. Dai Yunhan can exchange points for a title Douluo experience card, yet he deems it unnecessary. He prefers to conserve his points for more valuable rewards. Moreover, this is merely a soul beast that has existed for 13,000 years, and both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing are confident in their ability to subdue it. As the martial soul is unleashed, a pair of black and white wings emerges from his back. A faint aura of chaos abruptly materializes in the air, enveloping the black cloud snow leopard without its awareness. The black cloud snow leopard, blissfully napping, is oblivious to the imminent peril. By the time it senses something amiss, the chaotic energy has completely shrouded it. It emits a furious growl, searching for the source of the disturbance. Soon, it spots Dai Yunhan. In that instant, Dai Yunhan transforms into a fierce tiger, agilely maneuvering to confront the beast. He strikes with a palm, infused with formidable soul power. The black cloud snow leopard, undeterred, retaliates with a powerful swipe of its own. Upon their clash, a violent surge of energy erupts, causing Dai Yunhan to stagger back several meters. The black cloud snow leopard roars in fury, its anger palpable, clearly sensing the threat emanating from Dai Yunhan. First soul skill, chaotic duel transformation. Upon the activation of Dai Yunhan's soul skill, his entire being transformed into a shadowy hue. An aura of ominous ferocity enveloped him, instilling a sense of ruthless malevolence. The black cloud, akin to a snow leopard, unleashed a fierce roar and initiated the assault, exhaling a surge of dark energy that surged forth. Dai Yunhan remained calm and unhurried, activating her arm's spirit bone skill. Kingdom of Light. A white energy shield enveloped her. The black energy collided against it, shattering the energy shield, and the black energy dissipated in tandem. Dai Yunhan smirked coldly, realizing that this individual was even more formidable than he had anticipated. However, that was the extent of it. Concentrating his soul power, he unleashed the chaotic energy to its fullest potential, causing the surroundings to seem as though they had been engulfed in darkness. The black cloud snow leopard felt a surge of anxiety. A flicker of white light danced beneath its feet as its form became almost ethereal, attempting to flee into the open. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as the black cloud snow leopard collided with a rock. Within the dense chaotic energy, all living beings would lose their sensory awareness. They could neither see nor hear. Overcome by fear, the black cloud snow leopard found this sensory-inhibiting attack to be exceedingly lethal for a spirit beast. Lacking the wisdom of humanity, when faced with an insurmountable challenge, it could only resort to wild, frantic movements. Yet, the more it flailed blindly, the more it found itself ensnared. Dai Yunhan let out a cold smile, his spirit honing in on its position. The second soul skill was unleashed. Tiger shatters mountains and rivers. A fierce tiger roared, its paws thundering against the earth, like a celestial foot descending from the heavens. It struck the ground with a resounding crash, causing the earth to crack and unleashing an inaudible yet deafening sound that pierced the ears of the black cloud snow leopard. In an instant, blood oozed from its ears, and its piercing cries echoed in Dai Yunhan's ears, signaling that the moment had arrived. Without hesitation, he unleashed his third soul skill, Chaotic Twin Wings Slash. Tiger shatters mountains and rivers possessed a certain stunning capability. The Chaotic Twin Wings Slash was renowned for its swift speed and unpredictable attack pattern, rendering the black cloud snow leopard unable to evade it. However, Dai Yunhan refrained from exerting his full power, as he intended to leave some soul rings for Zhu Zhuqing. Such a potent attack could easily prove fatal. The blades formed by his wings sliced through the air, emitting a flash of light, yet amidst the chaotic energy, no movement was discernible. Zhu Zhuqing only witnessed Dai Yunhan plunging into the chaotic energy, and in the next moment, he emerged from the other side. As he did, he also retracted the chaotic energy, revealing the black cloud snow leopard, barely clinging to life. Zhuqing, deliver the final blow. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing extended her sharp claws and swiftly ended the life of the black cloud snow leopard. In an instant, a black soul ring coalesced before her. Darling, you said I should attack from the side, yet you nearly killed it outright. I feel like your level 40 is stronger than my level 50. Dai Yunhan smiled triumphantly. Of course, if I were not strong, how could I possibly hold you down? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, lacking any semblance of seriousness. Dai Yunhan chuckled, reveling in the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor. However, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly added, once I absorb this soul ring, I will have to ascend tonight. Dai Yunhan nearly choked on his saliva. Since when did Zhu Zhuqing resort to such fierce words? Nevertheless, he relished it. He chuckled. wrapping his arm around Zhu Qing's slender waist, indulging in his desires. Before long, Zhu Qing's face was flushed, and she pushed Dai Yunhan away. Enough. The soul rings are about to vanish. Dai Yunhan flashed a mischievous smile before releasing Zhu Zhuqing, allowing her to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The 10,000-year soul ring, unlike those bestowed by the system, lacked perfect compatibility, thus extending the duration of the absorption process. By the time the absorption was complete, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Following the absorption, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power ascended to level 51, an unexpected enhancement given her extraordinary physique at this level. The two then made their way back. The setting sun cast an even more perilous atmosphere over the Star Luo forest during the night. However, Dai Yunhan remained unperturbed. With the system's marketplace at his disposal, he could exchange for resources at any moment, and he felt no fear unless confronted with a formidable foe like Bibi Dong. Yet, as they continued on their path, a fierce beastly roar suddenly pierced the stillness, prompting them to halt and heighten their vigilance. In the following instant, a fireball hurtled from the heavens, striking unerringly at their location. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, sensing the extraordinary power of the fireball. He swiftly exchanged for a Spirit Douluo experience card. A formidable soul force emanated from him, and with a single punch, he shattered the fiery orb. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at this scene in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. "My dear, what is the matter? Are you mesmerized?" Dai Yunhan smiled triumphantly. "The power of this punch is at least comparable to that of 10 years. Her husband, Zhu Zhuqing, was left dry-mouthed and speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. I believe it is still you who should take the lead tonight." Dai Yunhan had anticipated a breathtaking compliment, only to be met with this unexpected response. She found herself at a loss for words. However, Zhu Qing's wife was utterly charming, and Dai Yunhan's fondness for her grew ever stronger. "Come, let us investigate what audacious entity dares to launch a surprise attack upon us." Dai Yunhan cradled Zhu Zhuqing in her arms and soared toward the source of the commotion. The fiery orb had originated from that direction. Soon, Dai Yunhan beheld a magnificent crimson fire dragon engaged in a fierce battle with a group of 6 or 7 individuals. The dragon exhaled torrents of flame, radiating an intense heat that rendered the adversaries utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Chapter 134. Madam, surely you do not wish for them to witness you in this state. Several members of the group lay injured on the ground, while only one woman remained valiantly fighting against the overwhelming odds. The fire dragon towered at over 20 meters, exuding a powerful aura. Its head bore imposing horns, its entire body a brilliant red, and spiny thorns cascaded along its back. At the tip of its tail, an eternal flame danced, never to be extinguished. Dai Yunhan was somewhat astonished. The age of this fire dragon was estimated to be around 50,000 years. However, it was the woman that truly surprised Dai Yunhan, for she was a soul sage of the 7th ring. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. The most unexpected fact was that Dai Yunhan actually knew this soul sage. It was none other than the proprietress of the flower shop. How curious it was that she chose to abandon her flourishing floral business to venture into the realm of monster hunting. Dai Yunhan felt it imperative to lend her assistance. "Zhu Qing, please wait here for a moment. I shall go to aid them." Her husband, Zhu Zhuqing, expressed concern, noting the formidable appearance of the soul beast, which seemed capable of overpowering even a soul sage. Dai Yunhan smiled confidently, declaring, "No worries, I am currently exceptionally powerful. A single soul beast is no challenge for me." Dai Yunhan, having spoken, swiftly darted towards the soul beast. At that moment, the soul beast was engaged in a fierce battle with the flower shop proprietress. Remarkably, her martial spirit also manifested as a fire dragon, albeit in a more somber hue and slightly smaller in stature. In contrast to the pure-colored fire dragon, she appeared to draw more upon the strength of the earth. Enormous stone spikes, formed from the earth, were launched towards the fire dragon, which retaliated by unleashing a torrent of fiery magma from its maw. The intense heat radiating from the flames was so potent that it melted the stone spikes as they surged forward towards the proprietress. Startled, she attempted to summon her soul power in defense, yet at that moment, she was already at her limits. Despite channeling all her energy, she could not fully withstand the onslaught of flames. The fire splattered upon her, searing her skin and igniting her garments. Unable to bear the excruciating agony, she emitted a heart-wrenching cry, her body plummeting from the air towards the ground. Just as she was about to crash down, Dai Yunhan arrived just in time, channeling his soul power to extinguish the flames engulfing her, and then securely catching her falling form. The proprietress, her face contorted in pain, felt a wave of despair washing over her. However, as the flames vanished from her body and she was embraced by another, an unexpected surge of joy surged within her as she turned to behold her Dai Yunhan embraced her, channeling her soul power to dispel the fire poison within her body, while her gaze fixed upon the ferocious fire dragon. Upon noticing the interference, the dragon's malevolence intensified. It opened its maw once more, unleashing a fiery orb, even more concentrated and searing than before, directed at Dai Yunhan, resembling a loathsome spittle. Dai Yunhan's expression was one of disdain. Such an assault before him seemed as trivial as a child's play, devoid of any threat. With a flourish, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Roar of the Tiger Flame. Much like the soul beast before him, Dai Yunhan exhaled a plume of fire. Yet, his flames were white and smaller in stature, though the heat radiating from them was no less formidable than that of the fire dragon. The flames surged forth, a vibrant clash of red and white illuminating the night, cleaving the darkness in twain. In the moment of collision, the fire dragon's flames enveloped Dai Yunhan's white fire instantaneously. The dragon, sensing victory, reveled in the moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the encasing flames erupted outward, piercing through the crimson blaze. The fiery red dissipated, exploding into a cascade of meteor-like embers across the sky. Meanwhile, the white flames continued their relentless advance, akin to a bullet trailing a luminous wake, and struck directly at the heart of the fire dragon. Once more, it pierced through. The white flames vanished into the horizon. The fire dragon's body shuddered, a gaping hole now marring its form, its heart obliterated, and the surrounding flesh charred to a desolate black, unable to coagulate. The dragon's eyes brimmed with disbelief. It could hardly fathom that it had been vanquished in a single strike. With a resounding thud, the lifeless body of the fire dragon plummeted to the earth, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. The innkeeper, leaning against Dai Yunhan, wore an expression of utter incredulity. The once ferocious soul beast, which had nearly claimed her life, lay defeated before her. How could it be that this youth, merely purchasing flowers in her shop, had dispatched such a formidable foe with a single blow? The innkeeper's face paled in shock. Who was this young man, and how possessed he such terrifying prowess? Dai Yunhan chuckled softly as he lowered his gaze towards the proprietress. However, upon doing so, he was immediately rendered speechless. The reason for his astonishment lay in the aftermath of the fire dragon's fiery assault, which had incinerated a significant portion of the proprietress's attire, leaving her with a mere 10% of her clothing intact. Her exquisite form was now partially revealed, although charred remnants obscured much of her alabaster skin. Several pristine areas still lay exposed to Dai Yunhan's captivated gaze. He found himself entranced, marveling at her figure, which was strikingly more alluring than that of Zhu Zhuqing. How had he not noticed this before? Dai Yunhan's gaze was irresistibly entranced, while the proprietress stared at him in shock, only to discover that his eyes were fixed upon her as well. Of course, she thought, let him gaze. She too was curious to observe him. However, it was not long before she sensed something amiss, as she noted the profound significance in Dai Yunhan's stare, which roamed restlessly. Alarmed, she glanced at herself, and in that instant, her complexion drained of color, eliciting a gasp of terror. Yet, in the next moment, her mouth was silenced by Dai Yunhan's hand. The proprietress, now filled with dread, assumed he intended to do something untoward and instinctively bit down towards his hand. Dai Yunhan winced in pain, yet he bore it stoically. He hastily remarked, "Madam Boss, surely you wouldn't want them to witness you in such a state, would you?" Upon hearing this, the lady paused her actions, acutely aware that her current appearance would be laid bare if she were to struggle free. Being embraced by Dai Yunhan provided her with a semblance of concealment. However, his unabashed gaze undeniably caused her to furrow her delicate brows. She released her grip momentarily, yet her hands entwined around Dai Yunhan's neck, pressing her form against his chest. Consequently, he found himself unable to see anything. No peeking. Dai Yunhan smiled. "Since you are being so proactive, if I choose not to look, then I simply want tea. Do you have clothes?" The proprietress inquired again. "Yes, I do. Please give them to me. Are you going to wear them in front of everyone?" The proprietress was taken aback for a moment, then coldly replied, "Go to the woods below." Dai Yunhan smiled, and then gently set her down from the woods. Upon landing on the ground, the proprietress immediately darted out from Dai Yunhan's embrace and sought refuge behind a tree. "Give me my clothes." Dai Yunhan tossed her clothes to her, teasingly remarking, "Go ahead and wear it. It's not like you haven't seen it before." The proprietress, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, understood that this was not the moment for confrontation. She took the garment and put it on. However, Upon completing her attire, her fury intensified. Chapter 135, Deceiving the Proprietress. This was because what Dai Yunhan had given her was, to her dismay, a maid outfit. "Get me another one," the proprietress commanded. "There are none left. This is the only one." In Dai Yunhan's ring, there lies an abundance of clothing. Some is intended for Zhu Zhuqing, while the rest is meant for Rabbit. The maid outfits in this world are rather unappealing, prompting Dai Yunhan to have a custom-made outfit made specifically for Rabbit. Upon witnessing the exquisite figure of the proprietress, his immediate thought was that she would undoubtedly look stunning in a maid outfit. At this moment, the maid attire adorning the proprietress is simply magnificent. Her figure is striking, with alluring curves, and the white stockings accentuate her thighs, leaving delicate imprints. Her ample bosom is enticingly prominent, revealing a vast expanse of porcelain skin that ignites desire with just a glance. Coupled with the proprietress's current furious expression, her hazy gaze, and her pouting lips, it is indeed a perfect match. "What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall have your eyes," the proprietress warned angrily. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. She had not previously discerned the tempestuous temperament of the proprietress. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan was undaunted. Not only did she maintain her gaze, but she also unleashed a formidable aura, unmistakably embodying the presence of a Douluo. The proprietress, momentarily stifled by this overwhelming force, turned pale. A simmering rage lingered on her visage. "You did that on purpose," the proprietress exclaimed in exasperation, clutching her chest as she strode outwards. Dai Yunhan observed her swaying figure, a smile blossoming at the corners of her mouth. She followed her lead to assess the condition of others. Zhu Zhuqing had already administered basic care, and fortunately, there were no fatalities among them, only injuries, as the proprietress had taken great care to protect them. Upon noticing the arrival of Dai Yunhan and the proprietress, an elderly woman stepped forward from the group, her concern evident as she asked, "Principal, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," the proprietress replied, shaking her head. The woman's expression shifted to one of discomfort as she regarded the proprietress's alluring attire, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Principal, what is this?" The proprietress shot her a sharp glance, and the woman fell silent, intimidated. Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback. The proprietress was actually a principal? Which academy did she preside over? With such a stunning figure, could she possibly be from the Blaze Academy? At that moment, the woman clasped her hands in gratitude and addressed Dai Yunhan. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. I am Zhang Su, the vice principal of the Blue Electric Tyrant Academy." The Blue Electric Tyrant Academy? A principal? So, this voluptuous woman before him is Lu Erlong? Unexpectedly, it was she. No wonder her temperament was so fiery. "Proprietress? I didn't realize you were a principal. My apologies." Dai Yunhan feigned a look of sudden understanding. However, his gaze was undeniably provocative. The beloved of Yu Xiaojiang must be seized. Lu Erlong, observing his demeanor, internally scoffed. While she verbally acknowledged his apology, his eyes betrayed a distinct lack of respect. Nevertheless, in the presence of so many, she suppressed her indignation. "Zhang Su, are the students unharmed?" Zhang Su frowned. "Principal, you protected them well. Their injuries are minor, however. They have been afflicted by fire poison, which must be swiftly dealt with. Otherwise, it could damage their meridians." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's brow furrowed. The fire poison from a 50,000-year-old soul beast was beyond her capability to resolve. Although her martial soul was also a fire dragon, it was of inferior quality compared to the previous soul beast. She could not withstand the beast's fire poison herself. She had relied on Dai Yunhan's power to resolve it. With this in mind, her gaze shifted towards Dai Yunhan. "Can you assist in alleviating the fire poison afflicting the students?" "Of course, I can," he replied. Dai Yunhan spoke decisively. After finishing his words, he produced an antidote and administered it to the students. Once ingested, the students soon felt their agitated bodies cool down. Witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong's eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you give them? It's truly miraculous. One must understand that even I am unable to dispel the fiery poison of the fire dragon." Dai Yunhan offered a mysterious smile and inquired, "Have you heard of the renowned auction at the Heavenly, where an exorbitant price was fetched for an antidote?" The mention of the antidote caused Lu Erlong's breath to grow heavy with gravity. Although she had not attended that particular auction, whispers of it had reached her ears. It was said that two individuals engaged in a fierce bidding war, driving the price of the antidote to an astounding 500,000 gold soul coins per piece. Did Dai Yunhan truly speak in such a manner? Upon witnessing her astonished gaze, Dai Yunhan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is that antidote pill. valued at 500,000 gold soul coins apiece. 500,000. Lu Erlong gasped once more in disbelief. What an extraordinary price. It is utterly beyond imagination. One must realize that even her Blue Electric Tyrant Academy does not possess an equivalent worth of 500,000 gold soul coins. Furthermore, with 6 students and 1 vice principal, there are a total of 7 antidote pills, amounting to a staggering 3,500,000. Has Dai Yunhan lost his mind? To offer 3.5 million to save someone? While it is true that human life is of the utmost value, these individuals bear no relation to Dai Yunhan. He has already intervened to preserve their lives and bears no obligation to expend an additional 3.5 million to alleviate their poison. She was utterly astonished, filled with admiration for Dai Yunhan's generosity. Yet, simultaneously, she was perplexed. Ding. Detection indicates that Lu Erlong has developed feelings for the host, resulting in an increase in soul power level by 1, and the 3rd soul ring has been elevated to 10,000 years. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile inwardly. His plan had succeeded. He had intentionally spoken in such a manner to astonish Lu Erlong, thereby fostering her affection for him. The results appeared to be exceedingly effective. With the system's assistance, he could soon deepen Lu Erlong's feelings further. Observing Dai Yunhan's nonchalant demeanor, the 3.5 million seemed as trivial as a mere sprinkle of water, leaving Lu Erlong with an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Twice. Within a mere span of a few minutes, she had become indebted to him on 2 occasions. However, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, she said. I have heard that there are only 5 detoxification pills, and they were purchased by Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Where did you acquire yours? Dai Yunhan let out a soft hum, feigning displeasure. Are you doubting me? Lu Erlong, taken aback by the inquiry, suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dai Yunhan is merely extending her kindness, yet the tone she currently employs does indeed resemble that of an ungrateful wretch. No, that is not my intention. I am simply curious. Remarkably, Lu Erlong's voice is somewhat gentle. Dai Yunhan stifled a laugh within. The fiery woman displaying tenderness indeed possessed a unique charm. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have relished in teasing her further. With a stern visage, he coldly remarked, Ning Fengji purchased 5 elixirs, however. It is not solely these 5 that I possess. I, Dai Yunhan, lack nothing but money. Thus, I invested a substantial sum to procure the services of that alchemist and acquired 8 elixirs. Chapter 135. On the way you have already consumed 7. Should you doubt my honesty, here is one more for you to verify. With that, Dai Yunhan angrily tossed the elixir to her. Lu Erlong hurriedly caught it, her trembling hands betraying her anxiety of losing it. She managed an awkward smile, cautious not to truly inspect it. If it were genuine, she would be utterly embarrassed. Hastily, she returned the elixir to Dai Yunhan, wearing a smiling facade as she said, Haha, that was not my intention, I was merely curious. After all, I had also intended to purchase one, but it was simply too expensive for my means. Since you desire it, consider this one a gift for you. Dai Yunhan remained aloof, and after speaking, she departed with Zhu Zhuqing, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong felt a wave of shame wash over her. Despite others offering their goodwill, she had harbored doubts, a behavior that reflected a petty mindset applied to a noble heart, leaving her utterly embarrassed. It was akin to losing a father at a market, a grave misstep. As she watched Dai Yunhan leave, she felt an urge to chase after her to offer an explanation. Yet Dai Yunhan's demeanor indicated she was in no mood to listen. With a deep sigh, Lu Erlong resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to clarify, knowing that chances would arise in the future. Once Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing had completely departed, Zhang Su approached and inquired, Principal, do you know that young man? I have encountered him a few times, came the reply. Zhang Su's expression turned grave. That young man is extraordinary. He appears to be under 20 yet possesses the strength of a tidal Douluo. In comparison, even the genius Tang Hao of the First Continent seems but a flicker in his presence. Lu Erlong, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. However, she felt the need to scrutinize the matter closely. He did not truly possess the strength of a tidal Douluo. He must be employing a secret technique. Hadn't you noticed that his aura could only be sustained for a few minutes? Even if it is a secret technique, it is indeed impressive, Zhang Su acknowledged. Such techniques forcibly elevate one's cultivation and serve as a remarkable means of preserving life. Indeed, Lu Erlong sighed. He is formidable. Yet this knowledge leaves me with a heavier heart, for I understand that such techniques are exceedingly taxing on the body. The more powerful they are, the more they deplete one's potential. Dai Yunhan possesses extraordinary talent, destined to achieve the esteemed title of Douluo in the future. Yet, at present, in her quest to rescue her, she resorts to such self-harming secret techniques, even presenting a detoxification pill valued at 500,000 gold soul coins. Lu Erlong's expression turned grave. She owed Dai Yunhan too much. However, this also left her profoundly perplexed. Why did Dai Yunhan treat her with such kindness? Could it be meanwhile, after Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing departed, they fortuitously arrived at the location of the poisonous barrier at the Eye of Yin and Yang? Reflecting for a moment, Dai Yunhan realized it had been quite a while since she last saw Tang Yuehua, and she found herself missing her. After all, she was such a gentle older sister, adept at caring for others, far exceeding the laziness of both Du Guyan and Zhu Zhuqing. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Noticing Dai Yunhan's halted pace, her confusion evident. She had yet to visit the Eye of Yin and Yang. Dai Yunhan unleashed the realm of light, dispelling the surrounding miasma, with Tang Yuehua nestled within. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly comprehended Dai Yunhan's intentions. How had I not realized before that your mind is filled with such thoughts? Is this not merely passing through? Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. In recent days, Zhu Zhuqing had engaged in candid conversations with him, posing numerous inquiries, among which was the question of how many women Dai Yunhan had entangled with. Dai Yunhan spoke no falsehoods, revealing the identities of all involved. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was greatly astonished. This individual had entangled himself with so many right beneath her very nose. Fortunately, the successful liaisons were few, amounting to only 2. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing imposed a punishment upon him that would rob him of sleep for an entire night. Thus, when she learned of Tang Yuehua's presence here, she displayed little reaction, for she had already been informed. Dai Yunhan grasped her hand and ventured into the realm of poisonous barriers. The scenery within was breathtaking, and one would surely find delight upon entering. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a teasing remark, "Are you referring to the beauty of the people?" Dai Yunhan felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet the compliment lingered. After all, you are the most beautiful. A man's words can often be deceptive. Soon, the two arrived at the Eye of Yin and Yang. It was Zhu Zhuqing's first visit to this enchanting locale. She beheld the myriad of peculiar flowers and plants, suffused with an aura of spiritual energy. Instantly, she inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with wonder, astonished that such a breathtaking place existed in the world. Dai Yunhan smiled and said, "Well, did I deceive you? As I mentioned, the scenery here is truly magnificent. My dear, how about we reside here when we grow old?" "Old? I have no desire to age. I aspire to become divine and remain eternally youthful alongside you," Zhu Zhuqing retorted. This place indeed astonished her. If possible, she genuinely wished to dwell here indefinitely, savoring the breathtaking beauty for a while longer. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the quaint courtyard. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was preparing a meal and, upon noticing their presence, felt a surge of surprise. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Tang, are you managing well living here alone?" Dai Yunhan stepped forward to assist her in the kitchen. Tang Yuehua glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, her expression slightly awkward, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "It's quite pleasant here. The environment is lovely, and there are no disturbances, allowing for a peaceful stay." She then beckoned Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Zhuqing, don't just stand there. Please, have a seat." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing responded. Tang Yuehua then inquired, "What brings you both to this place?" Dai Yunhan replied, "We are here to hunt for soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing has broken through to level 50. After acquiring the soul ring, we encountered some matters outside and happened to pass by here. So we thought we would stop by. It was merely a casual visit." For some inexplicable reason, Tang Yuehua felt a sense of unaccountable disappointment. Her expression was one of astonishment. "Zhuqing has already broken through to level 50? My goodness, Zhuqing, you are not yet 13 this year. And you have achieved such a remarkable feat. It is truly astonishing." Zhu Zhuqing smiled and glanced at Dai Yunhan, saying, "This is all thanks to my husband. If it weren't for the celestial herbs and soul bones he provided me, I wouldn't have advanced so swiftly." Previously, Zhu Zhuqing would have never disclosed the matter of the celestial herbs and soul bones, but now she understood that Tang Yuehua was also associated with Dai Yunhan. So there was no need for concealment. After all, Tang Yuehua had also consumed celestial herbs. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's eyes brightened. "You also consumed celestial herbs?" As soon as she posed the question, she regretted it. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Yunhan's legitimate wife. She must have consumed the celestial herbs. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Then added, "Teacher Tang, you must have also consumed celestial herbs." right? I heard from my husband that you are now able to cultivate. Chapter 136, Tang Yuehua. 10,000 Year Soul Bone. With everything laid bare, Tang Yuehua had no reason to hide any longer. Yes, I also consumed a celestial herb and now possess soul power at level 22. If it weren't for Dai Yunhan, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate. I am at a loss as to how to repay him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened. You are already sleeping with him. What more do you need to repay? Tang Yuehua noticed the sudden change in Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and felt a pang in her heart. Oh no, Zhu Zhuqing can't have figured it out, can she? Immediately, she found it difficult to meet Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Tang Yuehua stood up to assist Dai Yunhan with the cooking. However, Zhu Zhuqing redirected the conversation, and with no other choice, Tang Yuehua had to engage in the discussion. Fortunately, it was not long before Dai Yunhan had already prepared the meal. The three of them sat together to dine, and an extraordinary sense of harmony enveloped them. Once they finished their meal, the sky had long since darkened. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Yunhan and suggested, "Why don't we rest here for the night? The forest can be perilous after dark. We can return tomorrow." "Sounds good," came the reply. Dai Yunhan, of course, would not refuse. He discerned Zhu Zhuqing's intentions from her gaze. Tang Yuehua, upon hearing this, remained oblivious to any underlying issues. She even nodded in agreement, suggesting that he should stay, as there were indeed ample rooms available. Consequently, after the three engaged in conversation for a little while longer, they proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. In the room, after spending some affectionate moments with Zhu Zhuqing, she remarked, "All right, you may go sleep in the next room." Dai Yunhan gently caressed her delicate back and teased, "My dear, you truly embody the essence of a future queen, radiating an aura of maternal grace. Enough of your banter. A few of these compliments suffice. Are you truly contemplating the role of a maternal figure for all? How could you say such a thing, my love? I merely wish to provide them with a warm home. Yet here I am, feeling quite lonely. Please stay with me tonight and offer me your warmth instead." Oh, my words may have been too flippant. Ultimately, Dai Yunhan still made her way next door, albeit it was already the dead of night. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts were indeed intricate, yet fortunately, Dai Yunhan was not easily intimidated. At this moment, Tang Yuehua was soundly asleep, lost in the depths of slumber, a time when one sleeps most peacefully. However, even so, when Dai Yunhan pushed open the door, her presence did not go unnoticed. "Who is it?" she inquired just as the words left her lips. The figure of Dai Yunhan suddenly appeared before her. Swiftly diving into the bed, Tang Yuehua was taken aback and quickly summoned her spiritual energy. Just then, Dai Yunhan's voice rang out, "It's me." Tang Yuehua sighed in relief, but was soon engulfed by astonishment and confusion. "What are you doing? Why are you in my bed? Get down this instant, or else." Before she could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan silenced her with a kiss. In the next moment, disheveled garments flew from beneath the covers. Tang Yuehua felt a flicker of resistance, yet soon, shadows danced and figures intertwined. Ding! Detected an increase in Tang Yuehua's affection towards the host. Acquiring the exclusive soul bone of Tang Yuehua, a 10,000-year-old skull. Soul energy level increased by 1. Ding! Your successful cultivation with Tang Yuehua has earned you points. Tang Yuehua lay exhausted in Dai Yunhan's embrace as the dawn light began to filter in. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. She found herself unable to accept the continuation of this relationship with Dai Yunhan, yet equally incapable of making a definitive choice. From the initial surprise to the present infatuation, a mere span of less than half a month had led her to realize that she could scarcely forget Dai Yunhan. However, the weight of her identity and age bore down on her, prompting her to deem it necessary to put an end to this. Moreover, the figure in her mind. It seemed that she was gradually beginning to forget him. Tang Yuehua felt a slight shock. She had not anticipated the sudden realization. To her surprise, she acknowledged that she had scarcely thought of that man in recent days. Instead, Dai Yunhan's presence occupied her thoughts daily. For a moment, she felt a rush of confusion and anxiety. Dai Yunhan perceived the subtle shift in her expression, a hint of disarray marring her otherwise noble demeanor. A beauty marked by contrast. Unable to resist, he leaned in once more. Tang Yuehua offered a slight resistance, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "Are all men so domineering?" Dai Yunhan remarked, "I cannot speak for others, but I know that those who are domineering will never regret their choices." As dawn broke, Tang Yuehua, feeling utterly exhausted, succumbed to slumber for a brief moment. However, she soon awakened, glancing outside with a flicker of panic. "I must rise and prepare breakfast," she thought. Dai Yunhan held her back gently, assuring her that there was no rush and that she should take her time to rest. However, she hesitated to voice her concern about Zhu Zhuqing discovering their encounter. The mere thought of Dai Yunhan's calm presence here made her realize that Zhu Zhuqing had likely been aware of everything all along. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, especially when recalling how she had pretended to be serious in front of Zhu Zhuqing just the day before. Her face turned crimson, akin to a lantern. At that moment, Dai Yunhan produced a soul bone. I stumbled upon this and wished to present it to you. Tang Yuehua gazed at the golden soul bone, feeling an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from it, which left her breathless. She understood that this soul bone was extraordinary. Yet, simultaneously, it evoked a sense of closeness, as if it had been created specifically for her. What kind of soul bone is this? She wondered. A skull from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. Tang Yuehua's hand, which had been poised to touch the bone, froze in midair. She quickly waved her hand in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no, I cannot accept this. A soul bone of such age is far too precious. You should absorb it yourself." Dai Yunhan remarked, "I already possess it. This piece is of no use to me." However, that cannot be the case, for this 10,000-year-old soul bone is exceedingly precious, and I simply cannot accept it. Were it something ordinary, I would gladly accept. But a soul bone of such age is rare and invaluable. Even if it holds no utility for you, consider bequeathing it to Zhuqing. Yet, Tang Yuehua remained resolute in her refusal. Dai Yunhan was taken aback by her own resistance and reluctantly remarked, "Zhuqing has also acquired one, and this soul bone is not suited for her. You can sense the essence of this soul bone, can't you? It is perfectly attuned to you. I have reserved it solely for you." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a mix of belief and doubt. She indeed desired this soul bone. Yet she was acutely aware of the awkwardness of her current position. She was neither a wife nor a true partner, merely a lover to Dai Yunhan. Accepting such a precious item was beyond her. What about Du Guyin? She inquired further. Du Guyin has obtained one as well? She has one too? Tang Yuehua was both shocked and incredulous. How could they both possess soul bones? This is a soul bone that is 100,000 years old. Not some ordinary 1,000 or 10,000-year-old variety. How many soul masters have even laid eyes upon such a thing? Moreover, even if it were 1,000 or 10,000 years old, it is not as if every individual could possess one. Are we in a marketplace where they are wholesale? Chapter 137. Dai Yunhan, witnessing her expression of disbelief, patiently elucidated, "All the soul bones they possess were bestowed by me. Do not inquire about the origins of these soul bones. Simply rest assured that I would never cause you harm. Furthermore, not all of their soul bones are of 100,000 years. I have merely retained those most suitable for you." Dai Yunhan's solemn and earnest words instilled a flicker of belief in Tang Yuehua. She gazed intently into Dai Yunhan's eyes, as if searching for a trace of falsehood within. Yet, she found no indication of deceit. Ultimately, her attention shifted to the soul bone, and she stifled the flutter of her heart. Is it truly for me? Indeed. Surely there must be some conditions, right? Dai Yunhan retorted, is there truly a need for conditions when it comes to treating one's beloved well? However, at that moment, he rubbed his shoulder, adding, if there must be any conditions, I hope you refrain from biting my shoulder in the future. Last night, Tang Yuehua had been rather fierce, continually gnawing at his shoulder. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have suffered a grievous injury. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua could not help but blush. The bite marks on Dai Yunhan's shoulder remained vividly apparent, the deep purple imprints a testament to last night's frenzy. Humph, who allowed you to bully me? Tang Yuehua let out a soft snort before grasping the soul bone in her hand. Since Dai Yunhan has offered it, one should not refuse such a gift. Moreover, having lost his most cherished possessions to him, what significance does it hold to gain merely a soul bone? Observing her acceptance brings joy to Dai Yunhan. Although Tang Yuehua never declines his requests, he can sense her body's resistance throughout the process. This indicates that he has yet to truly penetrate her heart. Therefore, he must strive to move her, to captivate her, relentlessly. You should absorb it now. I will provide you with protection. No, it is dawn now. I should prepare breakfast. Despite Zhu Zhuqing being aware of the situation, Tang Yuehua still feels embarrassed at being seen. However, Dai Yunhan remains assertive. Cooking is of little importance. You must absorb it first. Aren't you hungry? Tang Yuehua shyly inquired. Indeed, I am. Dai Yunhan responded with remarkable clarity. However, he added, you need not concern yourself with me. I can manage my hunger on my own. The paramount task at hand is for you to absorb the soul bone. Reluctantly, Tang Yuehua, not possessing Dai Yunhan's assertiveness, began the process of absorbing the soul bone. The system's soul bones were remarkably compatible, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, the absorption time was brief. Thus, an hour later, Tang Yuehua completed the absorption and opened her eyes, utterly astonished. The 100,000-year-old soul bone not only bestowed upon her 2 soul skills, but also elevated her soul power level by 8 ranks, propelling her directly to the 30th level. Such a terrifying transformation. My first soul skill is a control skill, the Ring of Binding, which can immobilize a person in place. My second soul skill is a supportive skill, Disguise. The effect of disguise allows one to alter their appearance, aura, and other physical characteristics, Tang Yuehua remarked. Dai Yunhan nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing the second soul bone ability, a thought sparked within him. The concealment soul skill bore a resemblance to Qianrenchu's. Did this imply that Tang Yuehua could leave this place? His heart raced with excitement as he glanced at Tang Yuehua, who had arrived at the same conclusion. Although this place was pleasant, solitude weighed heavily upon her. Before Dai Yunhan's arrival, she had managed, accustomed to her own company despite the loneliness. Yet now, with Dai Yunhan's presence enriching her existence, she found herself increasingly intolerant of the isolation. She longed to venture outside. However, she had been unable to do so until now. With the newfound concealment ability, she could freely roam. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, she turned her gaze towards Dai Yunhan. In that moment, their eyes met, both brimming with joy. However, upon witnessing the fervent emotions reflected in Dai Yunhan's gaze, Tang Yuehua felt a flush of embarrassment and averted her eyes. Her bashful demeanor stirred something within Dai Yunhan's heart. He reached out and grasped Tang Yuehua's hand. A shiver ran through her as she realized his intentions, causing her to feel a twinge of nervousness. Yet, she sensed an unexpected openness within herself. Just then, a rumble emanated from Dai Yunhan's stomach. Goo. Tang Yuehua paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Did you not say you would handle your hunger yourself? Why are you still hungry? Dai Yunhan, despite the teasing, gazed intensely at Tang Yuehua, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Tang Yuehua sensed the impending trouble. Indeed, in the next moment, Dai Yunhan could no longer restrain herself and lunged forward. A singular phrase echoed in her ears. I have been waiting to devour you. The following day, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing initially planned to return. But due to Tang Yuehua's soul power reaching the 30th level, the plan underwent a slight alteration. They needed to first hunt a soul ring for Tang Yuehua. Fortunately, there were numerous soul beasts in the vicinity, making the hunt relatively effortless. After absorbing a millennium-old soul ring, Tang Yuehua's soul power surged once more, elevating her to the 31st level. In less than 10 days, she had ascended from a 9th-level soul master, who could never hope to break through, to a 31st-level soul sovereign. The rapidity of this transformation left her utterly astonished. Once she absorbed the soul ring, it was just around noon. After finishing their meal, Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Tang Yuehua and suggested they rest for another night. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan was naturally pleased, appreciating how considerate Zhu Zhuqing was. However, Tang Yuehua felt her face flush crimson at these words. Strangely, despite having lived for over 20 years, she always felt a sense of trepidation in Zhu Zhuqing's presence. In the afternoon, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing practiced together. With a wife so understanding, he certainly couldn't neglect her. As night fell, he naturally made his way to Tang Yuehua's room. Tang Yuehua cast a resentful glance at him, perplexed by the abundant energy this man seemed to possess. After a passionate encounter, Dai Yunhan contentedly embraced Tang Yuehua and said, Tomorrow, accompany me back. With your soul skill of disguise, you need not fear being discovered by others. Upon hearing these words, a flush of embarrassment crossed Tang Yuehua's face, and she appeared somewhat hesitant. Dai Yunhan was aware that a part of her heart still harbored resistance. Although the reality had unfolded, she had yet to fully embrace it. However, she also recognized that sometimes men must exert a firm hand. Remaining here, while safe, was undeniably lonely. Come with me. I will take good care of you. These words struck a chord deep within Tang Yuehua. As she gazed upon Dai Yunhan's somewhat youthful, yet resolutely determined face, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Given the circumstances, she realized she had no alternative left. Chapter 138. Tang Yuehua's heartfelt surrender. If the initial encounter was an accident, she ought to have cut her losses in a timely manner. Yet, she did not, leading to an irretrievable situation from which she could not retreat. She instinctively leaned her face against Dai Yunhan's chest, her tone heavy with contemplation. From now on, I shall be your woman. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan's heart stirred. It seemed that Tang Yuehua had finally relinquished her lingering obsession. He felt a rush of exhilaration. Indeed, there is a saying that the swiftest path to a woman's heart is through intimacy. With this thought, Dai Yunhan embraced Tang Yuewa tightly. The following day, Dai Yunhan departed with Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuewa in tow. Zhu Zhuqing observed as Tang Yuewa obediently followed Dai Yunhan, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she discreetly pinched Dai Yunhan's waist. This fellow had a remarkable talent for deceiving women. Dai Yunhan winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. Zhu Zhuqing, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Now you understand the pain, huh? Perhaps this will deter you from flirting around outside." "It's not the pain that troubles me," he retorted, "but rather the fear that you might strain your hand." "What does this mean?" Dai Yunhan smiled silently, pondering that having merely 3 wives was still just the beginning. The trio swiftly returned to the villa. Within its confines, Tang Yuewa shed her disguise. Whenever she desired, with a mere thought, she could don her facade at will, thus she harbored no fear of being seen. It was evident that the household had transformed from having a single mistress to now being graced by 2. In Dai Yunhan's heart, a sense of accomplishment flourished. As night fell, he yearned for the comfort of shared slumber. Yet, unsurprisingly, he was met with a verbal rejection from both women. Dai Yunhan realized that there was no way to rush this matter, so she decided to take her time. The following day, news had already begun to filter in regarding the tasks released by the Union. Dai Yunhan cast a glance and noted that the Duke of Greenlight was indeed one of the 3 great dukes of the empire, with vast enterprises and substantial wealth. However, a cold smile curled upon Dai Yunhan's lips. The more powerful the duke's household, the greater the satisfaction in his downfall. To dare to lay hands upon my woman, regardless of who one may be, warrants death. With this thought, Dai Yunhan promptly issued a task to strike against the Duke of Greenlight's estate, relaying some pertinent information to his adversaries. Of course, Dai Yunhan possessed the capability to directly crush his foes using the title of Douluo Experience card. Yet, such an approach lacked intrigue. The agony of a slow demise is the most excruciating of all. Having completed the task issuance, Dai Yunhan was preparing to take a stroll when, at that very moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Yulingling. Dai Yunhan felt a stir within her heart. It had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on that girl, to the point where she had nearly forgotten her existence. At this moment, she appeared somewhat anxious. Dai Yunhan approached her, executing a graceful move akin to a flower plucked from the clouds, and then embraced her slender waist. Although Yulingling was a support soul master, her vigilance remained unwavering. As Dai Yunhan's hand barely grazed her, she instinctively recoiled, letting out a warning sound. "What? Have you forgotten your man after only a brief separation?" Upon recognizing his features, it was indeed Dai Yunhan. Yulingling sighed in relief, yet her expression remained tense. "What are you doing here?" "That's a question I was hoping to pose to you as well," Dai Yunhan retorted. Yulingling's expression had just conveyed a sense of urgency, seemingly in search of assistance. Could it be that she encountered some predicament? Indeed, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's inquiry, Yulingling's brow furrowed with worry. Yet, when she turned to Dai Yunhan, she appeared deeply conflicted, caught in the hesitation of wanting to speak but refraining from doing so. Dai Yunhan realized that she was reluctant to seek her assistance, which stirred a flicker of anger within her. This girl was utterly ungrateful. Despite the significant favor she had done for her, she still maintained a distance. It seemed that a more assertive approach was required. With this thought in mind, Dai Yunhan reached out once more, firmly embracing her waist. "Why is there anything you cannot say to me? Do not forget, I am your man." Upon hearing these words and feeling Dai Yunhan's actions, Yulingling was instantly thrown into a state of panic. This was the hall, and numerous eyes were upon them. She immediately attempted to break free, but Dai Yunhan's grip was as unyielding as steel, rendering her struggles futile. As her anxiety escalated, she became increasingly flustered. Dai Yunhan suddenly moved, her figure flashing as she swiftly retreated to a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone. Once in the corner, Yulingling's expression softened slightly. However, before she could fully relax, she suddenly felt a pair of hands on her back, followed by a forceful pull that pressed her entire body uncontrollably against Dai Yunhan. She gasped in surprise, but Dai Yunhan held her tightly, one hand gently caressing her back. Though Yulingling was in a state of panic, the next moment, Dai Yunhan's words unexpectedly calmed her. "Is it that your father has encountered some trouble again?" Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yulingling ceased her struggles. She looked at Dai Yunhan, her eyes momentarily clouded with tears. Dai Yunhan let out a sigh, gently reaching out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair from her forehead. She then inquired, "Why didn't you come to find me?" "I didn't want to trouble you," came the hesitant reply. "Why?" she pressed. Is it because you dislike me? Dai Yunhan asked. Her expression tinged with a sense of melancholy and sorrow. Of course, this was merely a fade. No, Yilingling immediately shook her head, albeit somewhat awkwardly. My father advised me not to seek you out, and I myself felt reluctant to do so, thinking it would be inappropriate. Dai Yunhan shook her head and sighed. All right. Let us not dwell on that for now. What has happened to your father? Upon hearing this, Yilingling immediately responded, My father went on a mission with the group, and it has been a week without any news. I inquired with the guild, and they mentioned that it seems this group has encountered some trouble, which has left me quite anxious. Dai Yunhan expressed her confusion, inquiring why her father had to undertake such a task. He wishes to repay your debt, came the reply. Did I not mention before that repayment is unnecessary? Yilingling responded with a sigh. My father is a man of great pride. He believes that the money represents his guilt, and he feels compelled to settle it. Unbelievable. There are indeed such people. Dai Yunhan finds herself at a loss for words. Do not worry just yet. Perhaps the task is merely a tad troublesome, and he shall return shortly. However, upon hearing this, Yilingling's anxiety deepens. Her father had assured her that the task would be completed swiftly, within a matter of days. Moreover, the guild has dispatched individuals to search for him. Yet there has been no news, which implies that her father may very well be in a precarious situation. Dai Yunhan hurried to comfort her, urging her not to weep, assuring her that she would investigate the matter. With that, Dai Yunhan led her towards the headquarters of the Liajichuan. Upon seeing the two, Huafei displayed little surprise. Subsequently, Dai Yunhan recounted the situation to Huafei, who, upon hearing the details, wore a grave expression. Captain, our team also had members participating in this mission, and they too have gone silent. I suspect, at that moment, a team member entered and reported. Huafei gestured for him to continue. Deputy Captain, the investigators have returned. They reported that traces of battle were discovered 10 kilometers from the mission site, along with some bodies left behind. What about my father? How is he? Yilingling asked. Unable to contain her anxiety, the team member, clearly unaware of Yilingling's identity or her father's, responded, All the bodies found were our team members. No other bodies have been identified at this time. Upon hearing this, Yilingling exhaled in relief. However, Huafei's expression remained grim. After the annihilation of the Demon Wolf team, the Liajichuan had risen to prominence as the foremost team. They had taken on numerous challenging missions, including this one, and thus, if the mission had encountered peril, the Liajichuan would suffer significant losses. Realizing this, Huafei immediately ordered, Reinforce our personnel and ascertain precisely what transpired. Understood. I shall also go, Yilingling interjected at that moment. Huafei cast a glance at Dai Yunhan before addressing Yilingling. It would be best if you remained here and awaited further news. This mission is far from simple. It involves searching for a rare item in the Starry Forest, and the difficulty is exceedingly high. Yet, Yilingling remained resolute. Precisely because of that, I must go. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced at Dai Yunhan. Not out of a desire for his assistance, but rather as an unconscious reliance on him. Dai Yunhan observed her steadfast yet helpless demeanor. This girl truly possessed a stubborn spirit. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing these words, Yilingling did not refuse this time, for she understood that relying solely on herself would be utterly futile. She required Dai Yunhan's assistance. With a smile, Dai Yunhan stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. At such a moment, if he did not seize the opportunity to occupy her heart, when would he? Indeed. Yilingling, who had initially shown some resistance, merely frowned slightly at Dai Yunhan's embrace and allowed him to proceed. Huafei, witnessing this, felt a surge of envy and resentment. If only he had such audacity, he wouldn't still be without a wife. Nevertheless, considering the importance of the situation, he decided to join them. Where are you going? I want to go too. At that moment, a bright and lively voice rang out. It was Huowu, who bounced in with excitement. However, upon entering, her gaze fell upon Dai Yunhan's hand, the one encircling Yilingling's slender waist. Instantly, her expression soured. What are you meddling in? Such matters are for adults. Children should not inquire. Huafei immediately stepped forward to reprimand her. After all, his sister was his precious darling. This venture was fraught with peril, and he could not bear the thought of Huowu accompanying them. Yet Huowu shrugged off his hand, declaring, I am not a child. I am an adult now. Where are you going? I want to go. Huowu retorted angrily, her words directed at Huafei. But her eyes were fixed on Dai Yunhan. Ding, detected that the goddess Huowu has developed a fondness for the host, reward, immunity to fire. Upon hearing this sound, Dai Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated winning Huo Wu's favor so easily. What was the reason? Was it because of Yi Lingling? Observing Huo Wu's envious expression, Dai Yunhan surmised that it was indeed the case. With this thought, a smile crept into his heart, and he tightened his embrace around Yi Lingling, pulling her even closer. Yi Lingling found herself nestled in Dai Yunhan's arms, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Unsure of his intentions, she nonetheless resigned herself to the situation. Moreover, deep down, she felt a flicker of delight at Dai Yunhan's assertive behavior. Meanwhile, Huo Wu, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable pang of frustration. "Brother, when are we departing?" Huo Fei frowned and replied, "Departing? Who said you could come? Be obedient and return home. This journey is too dangerous for you. I don't need your protection. I can manage on my own." Huo Wu retorted defiantly, "That is out of the question." Huo Fei snapped back. No matter what, he would not allow Huo Wu to accompany them. This was no ordinary outing. They were heading into the Star Luo Forest, a place feared by every soul master due to its inherent dangers. Huo Wu, exasperated, pointed at Dai Yunhan and Yi Lingling. "How can they go? They are much younger than me. He is the captain, so of course, he can go." Huo Fei argued. "And what about her?" Huo Wu gestured towards Yi Lingling. Huo Fei hesitated, unsure how to classify Yi Lingling's identity. The captain's wife? Not yet, he thought. Revealing this could potentially complicate things for Dai Yunhan. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Yi Lingling spoke up. "My father is in trouble inside. I must go. Even if I die there, I will have no regrets. I intend to go and do not plan to return alive." Upon hearing this, Huo Wu immediately lost her temper. However, her inherent stubbornness prevailed. "I don't care. I am going too." She turned back to Huo Fei, declaring, "If you don't let me go, I will sneak away." "You." Huo Fei, in a fit of anger, pointed at Huo Wu, exasperated. "Why won't you listen? I have told you this is very dangerous. Precisely because it is dangerous, I must go." Huo Fei was furious. Such matters were no laughing matter, and he absolutely could not allow Huo Wu to participate. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan interjected, "How about this? You can come along, but you must follow our lead. If danger arises, you will leave immediately. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," Huo Wu responded without hesitation. However, Huo Fei remained unconvinced. "That is still not permissible. It is far too perilous." Dai Yunhan gently patted his shoulder and advised, "Are you not familiar with your sister's temperament? If you truly prevent her from going, can you guarantee she won't follow you?" Upon hearing this, Huo Fei's expression turned awkward. Dai Yunhan's assertion is undeniably accurate. Huo Wu possesses an obstinate disposition that is utterly unmanageable. Should one attempt to prevent her from going, she would undoubtedly follow through on her intentions and stealthily accompany. However, it is precisely this trait that compels him to oppose her departure. For once Huo Wu sets out, should she encounter peril, she is unlikely to heed warnings. He understands Huo Wu all too well. Nonetheless, he finds himself devoid of alternative solutions. This matter must remain concealed from Huo Wu. Dai Yunhan noticed his hesitation and, understanding his concerns for Huo Wu's safety, suggested, "How about this? I will have the Soul Emperor behind me protect her. You should feel reassured, shouldn't you?" The Soul Sage was assigned to safeguard Zhu Zhuqing. The previous incident still lingered in his mind, prompting him to remain vigilant. As for himself, he felt no apprehension. His current strength only grew in the face of adversity, rendering him fearless. Upon hearing her words, Huo Fei hesitated for a moment, recognizing that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. However, he still wished to prevent Huo Wu from participating. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in her eyes, he sighed and conceded, "Very well, but you must follow our orders when the time comes. Understood?" "Understood," Huo Wu responded with uncontainable joy. Consequently, Huo Fei quickly assembled their team and set forth towards the Star Luo Forest, comprising 7 individuals: Huo Fei, Huo Wu, Dai Yunhan, Yi Lingling, the Soul Emperor, and 2 other Soul Kings. This configuration was already quite formidable. On the journey, Dai Yunhan inquired if they could elaborate on the details of their mission. Huo Fei, leading the way, responded that their task involved the search for a treasured artifact. It was reported that a convoy encountered an unfortunate incident while traversing the Star Luo Forest, resulting in the disappearance of the treasure, thus prompting the issuance of a search mission. "Do you know what it is?" Dai Yunhan asked. Huo Fei replied, "It is said to be the eternal ice essence, retrieved from the far north, and it is exceedingly precious. Soul masters of the ice attribute can utilize it, significantly enhancing their cultivation efficacy." Eternal ice essence? Upon hearing this term, a flicker of interest ignited within Dai Yunhan. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. The celestial dream ice silkworm had absorbed it and undergone a frenzied evolution. However, for Dai Yunhan, it held little practical value. The group continued their journey, soon delving deeper into the Star Luo forest, where they stumbled upon several corpses left on the ground. Yi Lingling, filled with urgency, rushed forward to inspect the bodies. And upon confirming that her father was not among them, she let out a sigh of relief. Dai Yunhan approached her side, grasping her hand, and reassured her. "Do not worry, everything will be all right." Yi Lingling nodded heavily in response. The individuals who perished here possessed considerable strength. Even if her father had fortuitously escaped a calamity, his fate remained precarious. Upon witnessing the intimate exchange between Dai Yunhan and Yi Lingling, Huo Wu felt an uncontainable surge of irritation. She let out a cold huff. Meanwhile, Huo Fei, who had been anxiously concerned for Huo Wu, sighed in resignation at the scene. Despite his arduous efforts to prevent Huo Wu from interacting with Dai Yunhan, he had not anticipated that Huo Wu would still develop feelings for her. He found it utterly perplexing why a scoundrel could attract so many admirers. While his own sincere nature had garnered him no affection whatsoever, it was profoundly unjust, indeed, exasperatingly unfair. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Captain, there are bloodstains here." Upon hearing this, everyone hurried forward to investigate, and indeed, they discovered bloodstains amidst a patch of grass. The stains were plentiful and appeared to be spreading outward. Exchanging glances, the group promptly followed the trail of blood. As they pursued, the bloodstains grew sparser, and the surroundings became increasingly eerie. Nevertheless, they did not waver in their pursuit. For although the blood was diminishing, there were no signs of soul beasts in the vicinity. This was the most favorable scenario, suggesting that the individuals involved were likely still safe. The emergence of soul beast tracks would have indicated a grim fate. Before long, the group stumbled upon a concealed cave. The cave was well hidden. From any external angle, it was imperceptible. Had it not been for the bloodstains leading them, Dai Yunhan would have never discovered it. As they entered, a chilling aura enveloped them, akin to stepping into an ice cellar, penetrating their skin and seeping into their bones. "You all stay guard outside while we investigate," Huo Fei declared, sensing the perilous nature of the cave and unwilling to let Huo Wu accompany them. Huo Wu wished to follow, yet Dai Yunhan interjected. "The atmosphere inside is extraordinary. You should remain here. The cave's entrance is quite narrow. Should someone deliberately obstruct it, we could become trapped within. We must remain vigilant." Without pausing for Huo Wu's objections, Dai Yunhan decisively instructed, "You four will guard the entrance. Only Yi Lingling, Huo Fei, and I shall enter." "Isn't this too dangerous?" "I should accompany you," urged the Soul Emperor, protecting Dai Yunhan. However, she shook her head. "It will be fine. We will exit immediately if we encounter any emergencies. Securing the passage is of utmost importance." "Very well then," he acquiesced. Dai Yunhan cast another glance at Huo Wu. Although Huo Wu was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced under the weight of Dai Yunhan's gaze. Dai Yunhan cast a glance at Huo Fei, and as their eyes met, they proceeded into the cave. Outside, Huo Wu and the others watched them with concern. As Dai Yunhan ventured deeper, the temperature within the cave began to plummet, and she felt an unsettling chill enveloping her, causing her to shiver slightly. Nevertheless, she found the cold bearable and chose to remain silent. However, as time passed, the temperature continued to drop, and mist began to form with every breath they took. The three of them could not help but halt their steps. Dai Yunhan glanced at the nearby Yi Lingling and noticed that her beautiful visage had turned somewhat pale. A delicate layer of frost adorned her eyelashes, clearly indicating that she was struggling against the biting cold. He took her hand in his, channeling his soul power to alleviate her discomfort from the frigid temperature. As the warmth coursed through his body, Yi Lingling looked at Dai Yunhan, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you." Huo Fei, due to his inherent attributes, found himself relatively untroubled. However, as he gazed into the seemingly bottomless cavern, a hint of hesitation crossed his mind. "Shall we not venture outside? This place is far too frigid. The ground is already frosted over. Even if someone were inside, they likely wouldn't survive." At his words, Yi Lingling instinctively tightened her grip. Dai Yunhan gently tapped her, signaling her not to worry. He then gazed down at the ground and remarked that traces of blood remained, indicating that a person had undoubtedly been inside. However, the blood was not in the form of droplets. Rather, it appeared in streaks, suggesting that someone had been dragged in. "Let us venture further. Even a glimmer of hope warrants our perseverance," he urged. Seeing Dai Yunhan's determination, Huo Fei sighed in resignation. "Very well. Let us proceed for a while longer." Thus, the three of them continued onward. After traversing a distance, they arrived at an open expanse. Upon reaching this clearing, The temperature felt strangely mild, rather than low. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the temperature had not actually risen. Instead, this open area exhibited two distinct temperatures. One side was warm, while the other was cool. The interplay of these contrasting temperatures resulted in a uniquely balanced atmosphere. Dai Yunhan found herself somewhat astonished. It was unexpected for such a place to experience these two extreme temperatures. Chapter 141, The Battle Soul Beast. As she pondered this perplexity, a sudden figure caught her eye. Enveloped entirely in a vortex of purple energy, only his head remained visible. Crouched in a corner, he resembled a ball, his body in a state of unconsciousness, with blood streaming down his face. He appeared to be on the brink of death, as if his life force were waning. Upon seeing him, Dai Yunhan's eyes widened in alarm, for this individual was none other than Yi Lingling's father. Yi Lingling, too, recognized her parent, urgently calling out as she rushed forward to ascertain his condition. However, Dai Yunhan swiftly restrained her, admonishing, "Do not act impulsively." Dai Yunhan furrowed her brow. So many lives had been lost, yet Yi Lingling's father remained alive. Moreover, he was ensnared by a swirling mass of purple energy with evident traces of being dragged, suggesting deliberate intent. It indicated that someone was determined to keep him alive. However, Yi Lingling could not afford to ponder these matters any longer. The vitality of her father was evidently waning. If he did not receive timely treatment, even though he still drew breath, he would inevitably perish. Thus, she broke free from Dai Yunhan's grasp and dashed towards her father. Dai Yunhan and Huafei simultaneously heightened their vigilance, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, just as Yi Lingling was about to reach her father, a violet blade of light struck towards her. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. Sensing the formidable power of the blade of light, he dared not hesitate and immediately exchanged for a Tidal Dalau experience card in the system store. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Yi Lingling, shielding her as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The immense soul power emanating from his hand collided with the purple blade of light, neutralizing the attack. Within the cave, a voice of astonishment echoed. Huafei was equally astonished. He realized that even if he exerted all his strength, he would have been unable to withstand the earlier attack. Yet, Dai Yunhan had managed to block it. Moreover, what was the source of the sudden surge of power he displayed? It surpassed anyone he had encountered before. Could it be that this individual had been concealing his true identity all along? Who exactly was he? The unexpected turn of events made Yi Lingling hesitant to act recklessly. Clutching onto Dai Yunhan, she took refuge behind him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while casting worried glances towards her father, uncertain of what to do. "Come out. Hiding is rather pointless," Dai Yunhan called towards a shadowy corner. His aura was capable of pinpointing the location of the other entity. As his words resonated, a deep voice responded, "Human, leave this place now, and I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred." Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan deduced that the creature was not human but rather a spirit beast. A spirit beast capable of human speech must be at least 100,000 years old. However, having read numerous novels, Dai Yunhan recognized that this spirit beast was apprehensive. Spirit beasts were known for their ruthless nature, especially towards humans. Enraging them would spell certain death. Yet, this creature was hesitating and engaging in unnecessary dialogue, clearly intimidated by Dai Yunhan. Nonetheless, Dai Yunhan was not there to engage in combat. His mission was to rescue someone. Thus, he stated plainly, "I can leave, but I must take him with me." "He cannot leave." The spirit beast retorted immediately. "Why not?" "There is no reason. He simply cannot leave." Dai Yunhan smirked, declaring, "If that is the case, let us reveal our true capabilities." With that, her presence surged. The soul beast lurking in the shadows roared in fury, "Human, do you truly believe that I fear you?" Typically, those who utter such words are genuinely afraid. In that moment, Dai Yunhan turned to Huafei and Yi Lingling, instructing, "You too. Keep your distance and ensure Yi Lingling's safety." "Rest assured, I shall look after her," Huafei replied solemnly. Dai Yunhan, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "I specifically instructed you to protect her, not to attend to her needs. I am more than capable of taking care of her myself." With that, he gently propelled Yi Lingling to a safe distance. Huafei quickly withdrew from the combat zone, not forgetting to remind Dai Yunhan, "Do take care of yourself. If you perish, I will truly have to look after her." "How dare you?" Dai Yunhan stifled the urge to deliver a severe beating to Huafei. He cast a glance toward the shadows, where the so-called 10,000-year soul beast lurked in concealment. "Come out quickly. Today I shall give you a thorough skinning. Human, You are truly courting death. Came a furious roar from the shadows. Moments later, a colossal claw reached out towards Dai Yunhan. The claw was immense, roughly the size of a man, with 5 formidable digits, each hard and razor-sharp. Its surface was adorned with scales, showcasing a gradient of dark purple hues, shifting in depth with the light. Behind the claw was an exceedingly robust arm, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, connected by a prominent joint, leading to an even more powerful limb behind it. Dai Yunhan could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. It seemed the soul beast was extraordinary indeed. With such a colossal physique, it was likely one of the top 10 ferocious beasts. Could it be the Black Dragon Emperor? Contemplating this, Dai Yunhan's wariness surged. In the face of that enormous claw, he summoned all his soul power, and the martial soul, the chaotic twin-wings tiger, manifested behind him. He simultaneously unleashed his first soul skill. His entire being transformed into a shadowy figure, emanating an aura of fierce intensity. With a clenched fist, he launched a strike against the massive claw. The two forces collided, creating a scene reminiscent of a feeble mantis attempting to halt a chariot. One side represented utter weakness while the other epitomized tremendous strength. However, this was merely an external depiction. The true confrontation unfolded within. Dai Yunhan's soul power surged with an astonishing ferocity. This claw proved to be even more formidable than anticipated. When it struck, it felt akin to colliding with stone. The clash of soul powers stirred the surrounding temperatures, creating waves of fluctuating warmth and chill that swept across the faces of Wei and Yi Lingling, prompting them to instinctively retreat to a safer distance until the effects subsided. Such prowess must be the hallmark of a titled Douluo, Wei mused, astonished. He never imagined that someone hidden in his midst was, in fact, a formidable figure, an immensely powerful one at that. Yet, how had this young man cultivated such strength? It seemed implausible that even if he had trained since birth, he could achieve this level of power so swiftly. Was it possible that he and Dai Yunhan were of entirely different breeds? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Had he inadvertently obstructed this eminent figure's romantic pursuits? Surely, he wouldn't harbor a grudge against him. No, he resolved to encourage his sister to be more proactive. If this young man truly held a grudge, it could lead to troublesome consequences for him as the unwitting brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, observing the scene unfold, felt her heart tremble with astonishment. He was, indeed, a titled Douluo, but why had he taken such actions towards her? For a fleeting moment, she found herself torn between joy and sorrow. In the midst of battle, a fist met a claw, and Dai Yunhan was compelled to retreat a few steps. Yet, the soul beast was not without its own suffering. One of its claws was visibly bent, a testament to the damage inflicted by Dai Yunhan's assault. From the shadows came a roar of fury, clearly provoked by Dai Yunhan's actions. Dai Yunhan was wholly absorbed in concentration. In the next moment, a colossal shadow hurtled towards her. Only then did Dai Yunhan discern the true nature of this soul beast, which turned out to be a dragon type. Its towering form approached a staggering 100 meters in height. The entirety of its scale shimmered in a deep purple-black hue, exuding a remarkable texture akin to metallic plates embedded across its majestic body. Horns crowned its head, rising fiercely towards the heavens, exuding an air of dominance. Its back was adorned with a thicket of spines, resembling sharp black blades embedded within its flesh, while an immense pair of black-purple wings, when unfurled, could obscure the very sun, were it not for the vastness of the cavern. This soul beast could scarcely be contained within. Dai Yunhan was unfamiliar with this soul beast, as his knowledge regarding the 10 fierce beasts was rather limited. He had only seen the first installment of the series and had not explored the others, leaving him unaware of the strength of this particular creature. He could not ascertain whether it was indeed one of the 10 fierce beasts. After all, the Star Luo forest concealed numerous soul beasts, and not all of them were documented. However, the critically injured father of Yi Lingling made Dai Yunhan acutely aware that he had little time to engage in a prolonged struggle with it. Moreover, he understood that lingering too long could potentially attract the attention of other soul beasts, which would lead to a far more troublesome situation. Contemplating this, Dai Yunhan, enduring the pain, exchanged a level 99 peak Douluo experience card in the system shop. Consequently, a significant portion of the hard-earned points he had diligently accumulated was consumed. He felt a pang of sorrow and anger, attributing his plight to the individual before him. Glancing at a pet contract available in the system store, he resolved to capture this soul beast, intending to have it as his pet, thus alleviating the resentment that weighed heavily on his heart. With determination, he initiated the exchange. The momentum of Dai Yunhan surged dramatically. Mere moments ago, he exuded an aura of level 95, yet in the blink of an eye, he ascended to level 99. In that instant, a profound sense of power enveloped him, as if he held the sun and moon in his grasp and could pluck the stars from the sky. Feeling utterly unparalleled in the world, he gazed at the soul beast charging towards him, a cold smirk forming within his heart. Subsequently, he channeled his soul energy and hurled a punch toward it. This was not just any punch, it was akin to the one described in Wang Wei's poetry. This strike resonated with the heavens and stirred the earth, evoking cries of despair and hunger, cascading with an unstoppable force. The punch's wind tore through the air, fracturing the very fabric of space. The soul beast, rushing at a tremendous speed, felt a tremor within its core. Its keen senses alerted to the extraordinary nature of this blow. However, with its momentum unabated, it could not halt its advance. Thus, even though it sensed the threat, the soul beast charged recklessly onward. This time, it opted not for its claws but instead aimed to collide with its head. There was no need to inquire why. The head was the hardest part, emblematic of stubbornness. Observing its foolish approach, Dai Yunhan showed no mercy, launching his attack directly at its skull. He was eager to test the veracity of its resilience. With a thunderous impact, his fist struck the beast's head, initially anticipating a stalemate akin to the previous clash. The soul beast found itself unexpectedly outmatched. The moment Dai Yunhan's fist connected with its skull, the beast's entire body experienced a loss of gravity, flipping headfirst and plummeting toward the ground with remarkable velocity, faster than its initial charge. However, the cave was no expanse of sky, though it descended rapidly. It soon crashed against the ground with a thunderous roar, akin to a nuclear explosion, reverberating throughout the cavern. Dust erupted, billowing through the passages. Huafei and Yulingling hastily pressed against the cave wall. Fortunately, the outcropping of rock where they sheltered spared them from significant harm. Outside, the guards, alarmed by the ruckus emanating from within, were filled with trepidation. What was happening? I must go down and investigate, Huowu declared, her urgency palpable. She took a step forward, but before she could proceed, a torrent of dust surged forth, accompanied by waves of soul energy, sending her sprawling. Several powerful soul masters swiftly mobilized their energy to shield themselves, restraining Huowu and retreating away from the cave entrance. Only when they confirmed the absence of immediate danger did they allow themselves to breathe easier. Yet, this incident intensified Huowu's anxiety. What if they were in peril? We must enter to ascertain their safety, she insisted, attempting once more to advance. One of the Soul Kings intercepted her, urging caution. Wait a moment, do not rush in. The situation remains uncertain, and we cannot recklessly intrude. As seasoned warriors, they recognized that the recent upheaval was no ordinary disturbance. Therefore, it was evident that Dai Yunhan was embroiled in something extraordinary. The Soul Emperor tasked with Dai Yunhan's protection was filled with alarm. He swept away the dust at the cave's entrance with a powerful hand and proclaimed, I will enter to assess the situation. If I do not return in 5 minutes, you must leave immediately. Without waiting for further discussion, he plunged into the cave. Meanwhile, within the cavern, after Dai Yunhan struck successfully, she did not allow the soul beast any time to react. Instead, she seized the moment to deliver a relentless onslaught, attacking the soul beast with a series of powerful blows. The creature collapsed to the ground, still struggling to rise, when it was immediately beset by a wave of agony. It flapped its wings and lashed its tail in a desperate attempt to resist, yet Dai Yunhan's soul force exerted an unyielding pressure, simultaneously suppressing and assaulting it. The poor beast found itself utterly defenseless, pinned beneath Dai Yunhan's relentless strikes. Each punch landed with precision and impact, the sound resonating with a deep, forceful echo that made Yulingling and Huafei, observing from outside, feel their hearts tremble in unison with each blow. Huafei couldn't help but swallow hard, contemplating whether this was how titled Douluos engaged in battle. Indeed, simplicity and mastery was profoundly evident. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier jest at Dai Yunhan's expense. The chill that ran down his back intensified. He stiffly turned to Yulingling, awkwardly saying, Sister-in-law, I was only joking about taking care of you. I merely wanted to remind the captain not to be foolish and to safeguard his own life. Yulingling's heart raced in fear, startled by Huafei's words. Upon hearing him address her as sister-in-law, a faint blush crept across her pale face, yet she remained silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Yunhan relentlessly struck the soul beast, which showed no signs of anger, only letting out pitiful cries under the relentless blows of Dai Yunhan. After a while, Dai Yunhan glanced at the time, realizing that if he continued any longer, the duration of his experience card would soon expire. Moreover, he had no intention of slaying this soul beast. After all, It was a soul beast of 100,000 years, and should he end its life, the soul ring would be unattainable, which would be a tremendous loss. Furthermore, his system's marketplace conveniently offered the option to exchange for a soul beast contract, making it an opportune moment to test its efficacy. Keeping a 100,000-year soul beast as a pet would certainly be delightful. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, Dai Yunhan paused, then seized the dragon horn of the spirit beast and inquired, "Will you choose to be my pet, or will you choose death?" There are two types of spirit beast contracts. One is voluntarily signed, which is relatively inexpensive. The other is enforced, which comes at a significantly higher cost. Dai Yunhan's current points can only be exchanged for a modest item. He is utterly unable to redeem anything of greater value. In truth, it is not entirely impossible to make such exchanges, but the contracts with spirit beasts also possess levels. For instance, a spirit beast of 100,000 years necessitates an exceedingly high number of points for a forced exchange. Dai Yunhan had not possessed this system for long. Thus, he could only reluctantly exchange for a voluntary pact. Nevertheless, this would deplete all of his points. Upon hearing this, the spirit beast was momentarily bewildered. As a pet, could one possibly afford to keep such an illustrious creature? Moreover, to have a dignified spirit beast, one that had existed for several 100,000 years, reduced to the status of a mere pet, what audacity! She was on the verge of rejecting the notion. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she recalled the latter part of the statement. Refusal would equate to death. Frankly speaking, Dai Yunhan possessed the capability to end her life, and she had no desire to meet that fate. However, the prospect of being a pet was equally intolerable, as it impinged upon the dignity of a spirit beast. Better to perish than to suffer indignity. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. What if she feigned compliance as a pet, only to seize the opportunity to escape? After all, he could only overpower her. Should she genuinely wish to flee, he would be unable to capture her. The underground cave hindered her abilities, but once outside, should he let his guard down, she would be free as a bird in the sky or a fish in the vast sea. With this thought in mind, she resolved to endure for the time being. "I shall consent to be your pet, but you must vow to treat me well." She spoke with a hint of cunning, understanding the art of diversion and misdirection. Now it was Dai Yunhan's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that the spirit beast would acquiesce so swiftly. He had envisioned a strategy of coercion and persuasion, wielding both the carrot and the stick. After a series of futile attempts, he had considered resorting to lethal measures. Yet, he had not foreseen that her dignity would be so readily compromised. Dai Yunhan promptly exchanged for the soul beast contract. "Now, recite the words inscribed here," she instructed, holding the contract before it. The contract served as a binding rule. Once signed, it could only be dissolved at Dai Yunhan's discretion, remaining irrevocable even in the face of death, with the soul beast destined to perish alongside its master. This arrangement effectively safeguarded the master of the contract, though it seemed rather unjust to the soul beast. However, this was fundamentally a servitude contract. What claim to fairness could one expect? The soul beast gazed at the parchment, bewildered by its significance. In her understanding, there existed no concept of a spiritual tether. Thus, she instinctively perceived it as nothing more than an ordinary sheet of paper. Dai Yunhan's insistence on her recitation struck her as merely a nonsensical ritual. With a derisive scoff, she thought, "Surely, you do not believe that reciting these words will compel my loyalty?" Nevertheless, she began to recite with apparent sincerity. "I willingly enter into a master-servant contract with the man before me, pledging my life to ensure my master's safety." Upon concluding her words, a strand of spiritual energy emanated from both her and Dai Yunhan, manifesting in the air. The two energies intertwined, merging into a singular entity before integrating into the contract. Subsequently, the contract transformed into a radiant light, ultimately dissipating into the ether.